On the first day of traveling through the stars, I discovered that I could replicate mutated plants. After becoming a live-streaming host specializing in interstellar mutated delicacies, I embarked on the path to wealth and success. Chapter 1. Crossing the Stars. Xia Linlin's head ached as if it were splitting open, her throat parched as though scorched by fire. In a daze, she mumbled, "Water, give me water." Her voice was hoarse and tinged with pain. Just as she was about to drift back into unconsciousness, an unfamiliar voice suddenly rang in her ears. "Sis, are you awake? Drink some water. You got drunk again last night," said a teenage voice laced with both concern and helplessness. Xia Linlin was startled awake, her face filled with panic as she looked around at her surroundings. The unfamiliar room, the strange teenager, everything seemed so surreal. She realized she was lying on an unfamiliar bed. The room exuded a faint metallic smell, with several odd patterns hanging on the walls. They felt strangely familiar yet foreign. She rubbed her temples, trying to gather her thoughts. Who was this teenager? Where was she? Why was she here? Seeing her sit up, the teenager quickly handed her a cup of water. "Sis, are you okay? You drank too much last night. Dad says you've been doing this a lot recently." Xia Linlin blankly accepted the cup. The cool sensation brought a slight clarity to her senses. She sipped the water slowly, the dryness in her throat easing, but the confusion in her mind only deepened. "Ching, where am I?" Xia Linlin finally managed to ask, her voice still trembling slightly. The teenager nodded, as if her question wasn't unexpected. "This is the interstellar age, Astrostar. I'm your brother, Xia Qingqing." His tone was calm and resolute. "You're our family's only hope now." Xia Linlin stared blankly around the room, and at Xia Qingqing by the bedside, holding the water cup in bewilderment. The metallic-walled room, the unfamiliar youth, and even more alien terms like interstellar age and Astrostar. All this seemed like some absurd dream. Her mind was blank. She could not grasp how or why she was here. Trying to recall what had happened the previous night, her memories were hazy from the aftereffects of intoxication, her headache worsening, as if her head might explode. Looking again at Xia Qingqing, who appeared no older than 14 or 15, his eyes held an unusual maturity and worry for his age. His words made Xia Linlin's heart drop. Not only had she seemingly time-traveled, but she also found herself facing some unknown predicament. Her gaze inadvertently fell on a small infant cradle nearby. On it lay a tiny figure sleeping quietly, wrapped in soft cotton fabric. Swallowing thickly, Xia Linlin felt a strange sense well up within her. She didn't know who the baby was, but there was a subtle feeling of responsibility growing in her chest. She instinctively drained the cup in one gulp. The icy liquid streamed down her throat, soothing her confusion and anxiety. She needed to calm down and make sense of everything. Placing the cup aside, her focus returned to Xia Qingqing. Just as she prepared to ask more questions, a sharp stabbing pain erupted deep in her mind. Fragments of memories that were not hers flooded in like tidal waves. She felt as if her brain was being torn apart, unbearable pain throbbing throughout. A bitter ache surged up inside her. Xia Linlin vigorously massaged her temples, attempting to dispel the discomfort. She remembered how her former self spent all the money and Mama had painstakingly saved for tuition and pension, leaving nothing but pitiful single digits in her account every month. And Xia Qingqing, forced to wear old clothes washed until they faded, eating the cheapest nutrition bars day after day. Xia Linlin almost felt she could taste the flavorless, dull meals, and indescribable anger swelling in her chest. She recalled how her former self paraded in the latest space skirts and enjoyed gourmet food in high-end restaurants, while Xia Qingqing could only silently munch on those plain nutrient blocks. "Damn," muttered Xia Linlin under her breath, approaching the mirror. Looking at the unfamiliar face reflected back, her heart churned with a myriad of emotions. At this moment, a faint wail came from the next room, interrupting her train of thought. Xia Linlin froze momentarily. That sound. Wasn't that Momo? She abruptly recalled how her former self planned to sell this baby of mysterious origins to black market traders, trading its life for funds to buy the latest hover motorcycle. Xia Linlin's heart clenched, and she swiftly walked to the doorway of the neighboring room, pushing it open. Inside, the dim light mingled with a faint milky scent in the air. Xia Linlin immediately noticed the tiny figure squirming restlessly in the crib. He furrowed his brows, his little mouth opening and closing softly, making delicate cries, weak fists flailing aimlessly, protesting this unfair fate. Moved, Xia Linlin quickly approached the crib and gently lifted him into her arms. Mumu, sensing the warmth of the embrace, gradually quieted down his cries. He opened his wet eyes and curiously looked up at Xia Linlin. A wave of guilt surged within her as she remembered how the former self not only squandered extravagantly, but also mortgaged the family home to acquire that so-called Star River heart necklace, all for selfish indulgence. She closed her eyes, trying to imagine the despair Xia Qingqing must have felt upon learning their home was gone, while the former self showed no awareness of her mistakes, continuing life as usual. A hurried set of footsteps approached from the doorway, causing Xia Linlin to look up. She saw Xia Qingqing standing there with a cold expression. His hair was somewhat disheveled, and he wore an obviously ill-fitting old t-shirt stained with grease. In his hand, he carried a dirty helmet, looking as if he had just returned from a construction site. Xia Linlin knew that Xia Qingqing worked in a black market factory, earning meager income to support the household while also repaying the high-interest loans left by the former self. Seeing his weary face, an uncontrollable wave of sympathy and anger swelled in her chest. She thought about how the former self indulged day after day, completely disregarding Xia Qingqing's well-being, even often mocking him for being poor. Each time these thoughts surfaced, it felt like a stone was blocking her chest, making it hard for her to breathe. She recalled an instance when Xie Qingqing was bullied by his boss, suffering a deep cut on his arm, which bled profusely. When he dragged his exhausted body home, the former self did not care but instead wrinkled her nose, complaining about how dirty he smelled, affecting her mood. At that moment, she lay comfortably on a floating bed, wearing VR glasses, playing the latest Interstellar game, while Xie Qingqing could only handle his wounds silently by himself. As Xie Linlin thought more, her anger grew stronger. She tightly embraced the baby in her arms, feeling this way could slightly ease her inner discomfort. She took a deep breath, warning herself that she must change everything. She could not let this child and this teenager continue living under the shadow of the former self. Suddenly, a cell phone ringtone broke the silence of the room. Xie Qingqing coldly glanced at Xie Linlin, then pulled out an old communicator from his pocket, pressing the answer button. An unfamiliar man's voice came through, tinged with impatience. Hey, are you in Linlin's family? She got drunk again, now at the entrance of Moonstar Bar. You should come pick her up. Xie Qingqing ended the call, his brow furrowed tightly, and his face filled with disgust and helplessness. Without looking at Xie Linlin, he turned around and left the room, leaving behind an icy back. Xie Linlin watched his silhouette, her heart full of complex emotions. She remembered how countless times the former self got drunk, always having Xie Qingqing quietly bring her home from the bar, increasing her agitation and unease. She must change this terrible situation as soon as possible. Xie Linlin gently placed the baby back on the bed. She decided first to check the communicator, seeing how much money remained in the family account. With that thought, she picked up the old communicator from the table, quickly unlocked it, and opened the balance page. Unlocking the outdated communicator, a line of chilling numbers appeared on the screen, 1,347.82 star coins. She widened her eyes, thinking she might have made a mistake. After rubbing them, she confirmed again carefully. 1,300 plus? This was ridiculous. How exactly did the former self manage to waste all the pension left by mom? That money would have been enough for Xie Qingqing to finish university and even improve their living conditions. But now, the account balance was so low it wasn't enough to buy even a decent bottle of nutritional fluid. She felt powerless, as if all her strength had been drained, sliding against the wall and sitting on the cold floor. The former self was truly a wastrel. She remembered the precious items casually discarded by the former self, and the image of Xie Qingqing dressed in old clothes and eating inferior nutrition meals, causing her anger to rise once again. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She must figure out a way quickly. She could not allow this family to sink any further. Just then, a sound of opening doors came from the entrance. Xie Qingqing walked in, carrying an old therapy device, his face still cold. He approached Xie Linlin and placed the therapy device on the ground with a dull thud. Use this to treat your headache. His voice was cold, devoid of emotion, as if speaking to a stranger. Xie Linlin understood that he was referring to the headache caused by the former self's hangover, not due to her time travel. Thank you, she softly said, her voice slightly hoarse. Xie Qingqing did not respond, only giving her a cold glance before walking to the bedside, picking up Mumu's milk bottle, and began preparing the milk powder. His movements were very skillful, showing that he didn't do these tasks any less often. Xie Linlin watched his busy figure and felt a mix of emotions. This teenager should have been enjoying youth at school, but was forced by life to shoulder the family burden, all because of the former self's actions. She slowly sat up, looking at the therapy device on the ground and glancing at Xie Qingqing, who was still busy. A complex emotion welled up inside her. She pressed the start button on the therapy device. A soft blue light emitted from the probe, enveloping her head. Hurry up and get up. Xie Qingqing's cold voice broke her thoughts. She looked up to see that Xie Qingqing had already fed the milk to Mumu and was preparing to pick up the therapy device. Her headache seemed to have greatly subsided, and the dizziness she felt earlier was gone. Before she could say anything, Xie Qingqing quickly grabbed the therapy device and left the room without turning back. The soft blue light lightly caressed Xie Linlin's temples, warm like gentle hands massaging away the pain caused by her hangover. The fragmented memories in her mind became clearer gradually. She slowly opened her eyes, finding that the headache was significantly reduced and the heavy-headedness had vanished completely. As she watched Xie Qingqing picking up the therapy device with quick, decisive motions, she noticed not even a trace of hesitation. Though his face remained expressionless as ever, resembling a sculpture, there was an unintentional touch of his fingers on her hand back when he picked up the device, leaving behind a brief warmth. Xie Linlin could sense a delicate and gentle heart hidden beneath that indifferent exterior. This subtle care was like a ray of sunlight in winter, warming her deeply. Holding the milk bottle, Xie Qingqing finished feeding Mumu and then rose, walking hurriedly out of the room. His silhouette appeared weary and lonely. Xie Linlin watched as Xie Qingqing disappeared at the doorway. She turned to look at the small figure on the infant bed, and her resolve strengthened. Clenching her fists as if cheering herself on. She couldn't let this family sink further. She had to change everything. She would make sure this teenager and this baby lived happily instead of being trapped in the shadow left by the former self. But right then, Mumu in the baby bed started crying again, his tender cries tinged with lychee and unease. His little body shivered on the bed, as if sensing some latent danger. Xie Linlin was pulled back to reality by the cries. Her heart sank, and a foreboding sensation crept into her mind. She suddenly remembered the former self mentioning selling Moo to black market merchants to get money for the latest hover motorcycle. She quickly picked up the communicator and flipped through the communication records, catching sight of a strange number marked with Lao Wang, which made her feel even more uneasy. She felt as if doused with ice water from head to toe, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of crisis. On the communicator, the person marked Lao Wang had just sent a message that read only, "See you at the old place tomorrow." Xia Linlin's heart felt gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Staring intently at the screen, a chill surged from her feet straight to her head. Chapter 2. The Green Finger. "See you at the old place tomorrow." Those few words struck Xia Linlin like a bolt of lightning, reverberating loudly in her mind. The old place? Selling infants? She suddenly recalled all the shocking acts committed by her previous self, and her stomach churned. This, old Wang, was very likely a slave trader. Xia Linlin felt a wave of suffocation. She absolutely could not let this happen. Just then, cries from the crib escalated abruptly, Mumu's heart-wrenching wails resounding with a deafening buzz in Xia Linlin's ears. She hastily set down the communicator and rushed to the crib. Little Mumu's face had turned red, his tiny arms flailing as he cried so hard he hiccuped. Hungry. Xia Linlin immediately remembered fragments of her previous memories. Mumu must be hungry. Frantically, she began rummaging through the room for a bottle, recalling that her predecessor seemed to have placed the bottle in the storage cabinet. Xia Linlin yanked open the cabinet door, only to find various kinds of nutrient liquids and baby products piled everywhere, but no sign of the bottle. Bottle. Xia Linlin was sweating profusely. Mumu's cries grew louder, each piercing sound like a sharp needle stabbing at her nerves. She slapped her head hard, striving to recall the memories of her previous self. Finally, she remembered, the bottle should be in the sterilizer. Xia Linlin swiftly opened the sterilizer and found a brand new bottle. But how to mix the formula? She had no idea. Xia Linlin anxiously picked up the communicator, trembling fingers typing method for mixing infant formula into the search box. A multitude of parenting guides appeared on the virtual screen. Xia Linlin quickly browsed through them, finding the appropriate ratio and water temperature. Finding the kettle, she filled it with water and followed the instructions on the manual to heat it to the right temperature. Taking a deep breath, she made an effort to calm herself down. Measuring out the formula powder, adding it to the bottle, pouring in warm water, then shake evenly. Xia Linlin hesitated, watching the demonstration of shaking the milk on the virtual screen. At this moment, the door creaked open, and a thin figure walked in. "Sis, what are you doing?" Xia Linlin sighed in relief and quickly handed over the bottle to Xia Qingqing. "It seems the little one is hungry. I don't know how to prepare the formula." She imitated the shaking technique she'd seen on the virtual screen, clumsily moving the bottle as the formula slowly dissolved in the warm water, emitting a faint milky aroma. "I'll take care of it." Xia Qingqing took the bottle, skillfully testing the milk temperature before picking up Mumu and gently inserting the nipple into his mouth. Mumu instantly stopped crying and greedily started sucking on the bottle, his face gradually calming down. Watching Xia Qingqing's practiced motions, Xia Linlin was overwhelmed with complex emotions. Her former self was indifferent to this younger brother and even considered selling him, yet Xia Qingqing showed such careful consideration towards Mumu. Xia Linlin felt a wave of guilt and silently vowed to treat this understanding younger brother well in the future. "You go rest. I will feed him," said Xia Qingqing softly, her gaze fixed downward, distant and tinged with a hint of caution. Xia Linlin nodded silently and sat beside the bed. Her eyes were drawn to Xia Qingqing's slight back, and her heart was gripped by an overwhelming pang of sorrow. Memories of the original self revealed to her that Xia Qingqing had been exceptionally sensible since childhood. In order to help support the household, he often took up part-time jobs. The room quieted down except for the soft sounds of Mumu sucking on the bottle. Xia Linlin's gaze fell upon the dazzling array of clothes in her original self's wardrobe. These were all luxury items purchased at great expense. A thought crossed Xia Linlin's mind as she stood up and walked to the wardrobe, opening the door to reveal the lavish dresses inside. "Qingqing, I want to sell these clothes." Xia Qingqing looked up, perplexed. "Sell them? Sister, aren't these your favorite clothes?" Xia Linlin stared at the frail young man who skillfully cradled the baby, lightly patting his back until he drifted off to sleep. Mumu's small hand clutched onto Xia Qingqing's clothing, as if clinging to a lifeline. This scene profoundly moved Xia Linlin's heart. She remembered her younger brother from her past life, just as obedient and thoughtful, always trailing behind her, calling out sweetly, "Sister." Compared to her younger brother's worry-free childhood in her past life, Xia Qingqing's maturity and thoughtfulness seemed more out of necessity than anything else. He bore the heavy burden of the family too early, learning as a child how to care for his younger brother and carefully budget their lives. This kind of wisdom made Xia Linlin's heart ache and further solidified her determination to change the fate of this family. The room carried a gentle aroma of milk mingling with the smell of disinfectant, giving Xia Linlin a sense of ease. She approached the wardrobe, her gaze scanning the splendid collection of garments. Each piece was worth a considerable amount and represented the capital for her previous self's show-off nature. But now, in Xia Linlin's view, these clothes were nothing more than useless decorations, far less important than her brother's health and the family's sustenance. "Qingqing, I want to sell these clothes," said Xia Linlin with a determined tone that brooked no refusal. Xia Qingqing looked up, his clear eyes gazing at Xia Linlin. His thin little face was filled with confusion. In his memory, his sister treasured these clothes like precious gems, not even allowing anyone to touch them. Now, she was actually suggesting selling them on her own, which left him incredulous. The atmosphere in the room became subtly delicate. Xie Qingqing carefully placed Mumu down, walking beside Xie Linlin and softly asked, "Sis, what's wrong?" His voice was very quiet, tinged with some caution and unease. He feared that his sister would suddenly lose her temper at him, or even hit him again, as she used to do. Xie Linlin noticed Xie Qingqing's subtle movements and the fleeting fear in his eyes. Her heart ached, and she reached out, gently stroking Xie Qingqing's head, speaking softly. "Qingqing, from now on, sis won't hit you anymore." Xie Qingqing froze, looking up into Xie Linlin's gentle gaze, his heart full of doubts and anxieties. He couldn't believe that his usually tyrannical and overbearing sister could say something like this. "These clothes, I want to sell them for money to buy Mumu nutritional liquids and get you new clothes," Xie Linlin continued, firm yet gentle in her tone. "Xie Qingqing." Xie Linlin watched as Xie Qingqing hesitated, sensing his worries. The original self-strictness and neglect had already left deep scars on the young boy's mind. "Sis." Finally, Xie Qingqing mustered the courage to softly ask, tremblingly, "You really want to sell them?" His voice shook with disbelief. Xie Linlin looked into Xie Qingqing's cautious eyes, feeling a pang of bitterness rise within her. The coldness and abuse the original self had inflicted on this younger brother seemed utterly unreasonable to her. Now that she occupied this body, it was her duty to take responsibility and rectify the mistakes made by the previous owner. "Qingqing, sis made a lot of mistakes before," said Xie Linlin lightly, her voice carrying an apologetic note. "But from now on, sis will treat you well and also take good care of Mumu." In his memory, his sister always hit and scolded him, never showing him kindness. Now, her sudden gentleness made him feel unfamiliar and even a bit frightened. "Sis." Xie Qingqing's voice trembled, laced with unease. Are you sick?" He cautiously reached out, wanting to touch Xie Linlin's forehead, but hesitated. Xie Linlin gently held Xie Qingqing's hand, feeling the chill in his palm. She could sense Xie Qingqing's fear and unease, but also his deep longing for familial warmth buried inside. "Qingqing, sis is not sick." Xie Linlin's voice was resolute and left no room for doubt. "Sis has just realized something." "Realized what?" Xie Qingqing asked. Xie Linlin looked into Xie Qingqing's crystal-clear eyes, and a warm current surged within her. She bent down, leaning closer to Xie Qingqing's ear, whispering softly, "Sis likes this family now." Xie Qingqing's pupils dilated sharply, staring at Xie Linlin in disbelief, as if hearing something unimaginable. To like this family? This term, in his memories, had never been associated with his sister. In his impressions, his sister always despised the family's poverty and regarded him and Mumu as burdens. "Sis." Xie Qingqing's voice quivered with disbelief. "You, is it really true?" Xie Linlin looked into Xie Qingqing's confused eyes, her lips slightly curling upwards with a hint of mysterious smile. "Qingqing, go bring all those clothes out. We'll sell them tomorrow." Xie Qingqing stood frozen for a moment, clearly not expecting such words from his sister. He paused, looking at Xie Linlin with puzzlement. In his memory, his sister would never have touched such dirty work. Not to mention voluntarily proposing to sell things for money. Sis, aren't you against these?" Xie Qingqing's voice was hesitant, probing. Xie Linlin observed Xie Qingqing's careful manner and sighed inwardly, lamenting how the original had caused suffering. She smiled, striving to soften her tone. "It was sis' lack of understanding before. From now on, it won't be like that. Selling things for money isn't a good thing too, right?" Xie Qingqing widened his eyes. He couldn't believe that the same sister who once complained about the family's poverty would now say such a thing. This change was simply too great. Though he was somewhat perplexed, he still felt it was a good thing. "All right. Okay, sister, I'll get them packed right away." Xie Qingqing's voice was slightly agitated. He quickly hung up the clothes and ran into the house again, looking for more things to sell. He began calculating in his mind what other items at home could fetch some money. It would be good if he could buy something for Mumu to eat. Since his sister mentioned selling things, it seemed like she truly wanted to make a change. That was wonderful. Looking at Xie Qingqing's retreating figure running back inside, Xie Linlin's lips curved slightly upward. Her gaze shifted toward the courtyard once again. Her eyes finally settled on a patch of flowers on the right side of the yard. These blooms had peculiar shapes, with vibrant yet odd colors. Suddenly, her fingertips tingled with an unusual sensation of heat. Instinctively, she raised her hand, studying it closely in front of her face, just as a low and mysterious voice echoed in her mind. "Copy, copy." Driven by curiosity, Xie Linlin walked towards that strange cluster of flowers. The flowers resembled upside-down bells, their petals showing a strange color somewhere between deep blue and purple, shimmering with metallic luster under the sunlight. As she drew closer, a faint aroma akin to metal drifted into her nostrils, making her feel a slight dizziness. She extended her finger and lightly touched one of the petals, when her fingertips suddenly surged with intense heat. Looking down, Xie Linlin was shocked to find her fingertip glowing with a soft green light. Within the green glow, a pattern seemed to be slowly forming. It resembled an ancient totem, intricate and mysterious, flickering with extraordinary brilliance. At the same moment, a deep voice resounded in her mind. "Mutant cloud flower, useful for extracting special metals, worth a fortune." Xie Linlin hastily pulled her hand back, her heart racing. What is going on here? Could this be some after effect of crossing over? She looked at her fingers in disbelief as the green glow gradually faded, along with the totem, leaving behind only a mild burning sensation. Just then, the deep voice spoke again. Would you like to copy the seeds? Copy seeds? Xia Linlin became even more confused. What did that mean? Copy. On impulse, her gaze instinctively fell upon the mutant cloud flowers. Did it mean that she could copy the seeds of these flowers? A strange urge drove her forward, inexplicably leading her to murmur the word softly. Copy. No sooner had the word left her lips than the burning sensation returned to her fingertips. This time, the green light grew even stronger, and the totem became clearer. She felt something surge out from her fingertips and fall into the soil beneath her feet. Looking down, she was astonished to see that a small seed had appeared there, identical to the seed of the mutant cloud flower. This. What exactly is happening? Xia Linlin's heart pounded with excitement and apprehension intertwined, causing her to feel lightheaded and disoriented. Chapter 3. Preparation for live broadcast. Xia Linlin clutched her chest and collapsed onto the grass in the lounge area. Copy. She could actually replicate things. This ability came too suddenly, too inexplicable. What if this power was discovered by the Galactic Union? Would they capture her for experimentation? Could it trigger a planetary war? Xia Linlin became increasingly frightened as these thoughts accumulated, cold sweat soaking her back. No, she had to calm down and figure out the scope and limitations of this ability. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay composed. First, she needed to confirm whether this ability would also work on other objects. Xia Linlin's gaze fell on the mutated cloud flower she touched earlier. The flower still swayed gently in the breeze, as if nothing had happened. She carefully extended her finger, stopping a few centimeters away from the flower, eyes fixated on both her fingertip and the flower, fearing that she might miss even the tiniest change. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Other than her fingertips becoming numb from holding the same position, nothing happened. Xia Linlin slowly exhaled, realizing that this ability wasn't always active. It seemed like specific conditions were required. She maintained this posture, continuing her observation. Time passed slowly. Her legs started to feel numb, and her back ached, but she didn't dare move, afraid to disturb some unknown energy. Sis, what are you doing? A clear voice broke the silence. Xia Linlin abruptly turned her head, seeing Xia Qingqing standing behind her, holding an electronic board. Qingqing, when did you come? She quickly withdrew her hand, rubbing her tingling fingertips. Just now. Xia Qingqing pointed to a group of people wearing uniforms not far away. I called the Union Recycling Station people here. They said they can move these things now. Recycling station people? Move them away? It was only then that Xia Linlin realized how completely immersed she'd been in fear and exploration of the replication ability, having entirely ignored her surroundings. She chuckled awkwardly. Oh, okay, let them take them away. As the recycling station workers began dismantling the leisure zone's facilities, Xia Linlin felt mixed emotions. Though this recreation area was shabby, it was still a part of the previous owner's life, and it was indeed hard to see it get demolished so easily. Sis, Xia Qingqing's voice rang again, carrying a tone of excitement. The people from the Alliance recycling station said all this stuff is worth 20,000 stellas. 20,000? Xia Linlin's eyes immediately widened, as if hearing something incomprehensible. Are you serious? These broken things are worth 20,000 stellas. 20,000 stellas. This was a huge amount of money. There was less than 1,000 stellas left in the original account, and she was worried about how to make money for the family. Unexpectedly, this abandoned recreation area had become her cash cow. Xia Linlin excitedly grabbed Xia Qingqing's arm. Qingqing, you're truly my lucky star. Now we have money. Startled by her sudden enthusiasm, Xia Qingqing awkwardly tried to pull free. Sis, you're hurting me. Only then did Xia Linlin realize her loss of decorum. She hurriedly released her, chuckling awkwardly. Sorry, I got too excited. By the way, when will they pay? They will transfer the money after moving everything away. Xia Qingqing pointed at the workers dismantling the fountain device. Sis, look, this fountain is quite valuable. The workers acted swiftly. Soon enough, the entire recreational area was disassembled except for a solitary fountain device standing alone. At that moment, a woman dressed in light purple attire walked over under the protection of 2 bodyguards. She wore silver high heels, and with every step, a crisp sound echoed. Her meticulous makeup and perfectly arranged hairstyle demonstrated her noble status. Are all the items here? The woman cast a glance at the disordered sight and asked indifferently. Her eyes landed on Xia Linlin, carrying a touch of examination. Xia Linlin steadied herself, trying to appear calm. Yes, they're all here. She painstakingly recalled the original host's method of operating the communicator and carefully opened the transfer interface. Her fingers trembled slightly, a mix of nervousness and excitement. 20,000 stellas. This was her first income since coming to this world. The woman signaled her bodyguard to check. After confirming everything was in order, she took the communicator offered by Xia Linlin and entered the transfer password. A crisp, alert tone sounded, signaling that the 20,000 stellas had successfully arrived. Xia Linlin felt her heart nearly leaping out. She barely suppressed her excitement, striving to keep her voice steady. You see, the money has arrived. The woman nodded in satisfaction, her gaze landing on Xia Qingqing again. Your younger brother has good taste. These scraps can still fetch a price like this. Xia Linlin's heart jolted. Good taste? She carefully mulled over the woman's words, and an idea quickly took shape in her mind. That's right. Though the facilities in this leisure area were old, their styles were quite classic, especially that fountain device. Its design was exquisite, and even in the space age, it would never go out of style. If these things could be refurbished, wouldn't they fetch a good price? Ma'am, do you think these things are still pretty decent? Xia Linlin's tone carried a hint of probing, but her eyes gleamed with excitement. The woman arched her eyebrows slightly, seemingly surprised by Xia Linlin's response, but she still nodded. The materials and designs of these items are pretty good, but they're just too old and need thorough refurbishing. Do you have any interest in buying this fountain device? Xia Linlin seized the opportunity, pointing to the uniquely designed fountain nearby. This fountain has a complete structure. If restored, it should look quite beautiful. Xia Qingqing listened with wide eyes, astonished that his sister dared to sell things, a broken-down fountain at that, to a noble woman. He tugged at Xia Linlin's sleeve, hoping she'd stop speaking before causing embarrassment. The woman watched Xia Linlin with great interest, her lips curling into a playful smile. Oh, how do you plan to sell it? She folded her arms, waiting for Xia Linlin to continue. Xia Linlin's heart quickened. She realized she had made the right bet. Taking a deep breath, she firmly met the woman's gaze. If Madam likes it, I can restore this fountain to its best condition and sell it to you at a reasonable price. The woman didn't answer immediately. Instead, she examined Xia Linlin with a scrutinizing look. After a long pause, she finally spoke, her tone imbued with profound meaning. Do you really have such confidence? Of course. Xia Linlin smiled confidently as she walked to the fountain control panel and quickly entered a string of commands. The rust-covered fountain emitted a cackling sound, then water gushed forth, forming a rainbow under the sunlight. Madame Rod waved her hand, signaling a servant behind her to step forward and scan the fountain with professional detection equipment. Madam, the material of this fountain is an early alloy from the space age. Although it has aged somewhat, its main structure is intact, and it can easily be restored with some repairs, the servant respectfully reported. Madame Rod nodded in satisfaction. All right, I'll take this fountain, along with all those pieces of furniture earlier. Give me a quote. Xia Linlin named a figure, and without haggling, Madame Rod readily agreed. Staring at the string of numbers appearing in her account, Xia Linlin felt overwhelming joy. This money would be enough not only to clear their debts, but also improve their living conditions. Madame Rod moved toward the wall, admiring the blooming cloud flowers. These flowers are truly beautiful. What kind are they? These are ordinary cloud flowers. If Madame likes them, you can dig them up and take them, Xia Linlin said generously. Madame Rod smiled faintly and instructed her servant to dig up the flowers. Soon, Madame Rod's spaceship departed, carrying the furniture, fountain, and cloud flowers. The yard, once cluttered with junk, now stood empty. Looking at the spacious yard, Xia Linlin let out a long sigh of relief. Sis, did you really sell all that junk? Xia Qingqing asked beside her, disbelief lacing his tone. Smiling, Xia Linlin ruffled his head. Yeah, this junk is actually worth quite a bit of money. She turned toward the house. I'll check the bills and pay off our debts. Quietly trailing after her, Xia Qingqing had grown accustomed to his sister's miraculous operations. Xia Linlin entered the room and opened her light brain, preparing to review the accounts when suddenly, while immersed in the joy of settling the debt, Xia Linlin suddenly heard Mumu's faint murmurs coming from the bedroom. She stood up at once, rushing to the crib where she saw Mumu rubbing his eyes, his little face flushed red from sleep, looking exceptionally adorable. Warmth welled up in Xia Linlin's heart as she leaned down gently to pick up Mumu, softly cooing. Mumu, my sweet. Are you hungry? Let's make some formula for you, shall we? With no fear of being sold away, Mumu seemed to sense the relaxed atmosphere, waving his little hands and giggling merrily. Xia Linlin brought Mumu to the kitchen, skillfully preparing the formula while thinking about what delicious food she'd cook for dinner tonight. Now freed from the pressure of debt, she could finally provide better meals for Mumu and Qingqing. At this moment, Xia Linlin's light brain suddenly emitted a ding sound, and a message popped up. Cloudflower seed replication complete. Xia Linlin paused for a second, then recalled that when Madame Rod had taken the cloud flowers, she had casually collected some seeds and used the unique replication technology of the space age to copy them. But shouldn't the replication process take much longer? She clearly set it to finish in 3 days. Could the system be malfunctioning? Xia Linlin put down the milk bottle, walked to the window, and looked out into the yard. Surprisingly, a few new sprouts of baby cloud flowers had already appeared on the previously barren ground. A thought struck her, and she tentatively focused her mind, imagining a cloud flower seed appearing in her hand. The next second, a plump cloud flower seed indeed materialized in her palm. Startled, Xia Linlin's eyes widened. Had she somehow acquired the ability to replicate plants? To test this idea, Xia Linlin rushed to the yard and experimented with other plants. She found that only edible plants could have their seeds replicated by her. For instance, she could replicate strawberry seeds, but not random roadside grass seeds. From initially being secretly thrilled to eventually bursting into laughter, her laughter echoed through the empty courtyard. It seemed as though she glimpsed a future filled with an abundance of food. Looks like we can have a hearty meal tonight. Excitedly rubbing her hands together, Xia Linlin turned and walked towards the kitchen. As Xia Linlin pushed open the kitchen door, the metal hinge creaked slightly, sounding particularly distinct in the quiet room. She approached the storage cabinet, opened the door, and was immediately greeted by a faint metallic smell. Neatly arranged inside were rows of nutrient-packed meals in metallic packaging, each bearing the same blue insignia, monotonous and lacking any appeal. Xia Linlin sighed helplessly. Having been transported to this space age was bad enough without even finding decent food satisfying. Unable to endure tasteless nutrition paste day after day, she realized it was time to turn to online shopping via the StarNet. She closed the cabinet, returned to the living room, and activated the home StarNet terminal. A pale blue screen expanded in midair, illuminating her face with a hint of resignation. With skill, she input shopping commands, and soon, densely packed merchandise interfaces filled her view. Lushly packaged foods of all kinds presented themselves, yet their prices sent a chill down Xia Linlin's spine. Prices that often ran hundreds or thousands of star coins made her feel as if the money in her pocket had turned into scorching hot potatoes. Patience was key as she continued scrolling through pages, hoping to find more affordable goods. Concentrated energy meat jerky, 150 star coins per small pack. Xia Linlin snorted disdainfully and skipped past. Galaxy algae canned goods, 80 star coins per can? She frowned, continuing to scroll down. Exotic spice powder, 200 star coins per small bottle? She sighed again. What were these things costing so extravagantly? Finally, at the bottom of the page, Xia Linlin found some foods that appeared reasonably priced. Her eyes lit up as she clicked in. Mutated potatoes, 5 star coins per kilogram? The price was quite accessible, but the name? Xia Linlin stared intently at the image displayed on the light screen. Those strangely shaped potatoes, some irregular rhombuses, others resembling rock tumors covered with warts. They came in a variety of colors, deep purple, ink green, orange red, entirely different from the potatoes in her memory. Xia Linlin felt surprised. This mutated potato looked awfully haphazard. She zoomed in on the image, carefully inspecting the oddly shaped potatoes. Clear patterns marked their surfaces, as if they carried tales of years past. This might be worth buying to try, Xia Linlin muttered to herself, ready to add the mutated potatoes to her shopping cart. Just then, a small window suddenly popped up on the screen, showing Loading Live Broadcaster. Initially planning to close it, Xia Linlin's peripheral vision caught Portable Live Broadcaster, and hesitated, thinking this device sounded intriguing. Curious, she clicked to enter, whereupon the screen showed detailed descriptions of the live broadcaster. Perusing complex parameters and functions, her brows gradually furrowed. Then Xia Linlin opened the detailed introduction of the mutated potato, dense text making her scalp tingle. After swiftly scanning through the lengthy explanations, her eyes widened in disbelief as she repeatedly verified several lines. Extremely high nutritional value, rich in various trace elements, but rough texture, difficult to cook, not recommended for direct consumption. Followed by some complicated cooking methods involving unknown space-age kitchenware and seasonings. Hold on, what does this mean? Xia Linlin murmured to herself. Potatoes, which were everywhere in her previous life, had somehow become a mutated variety here, and no one seemed to know how to cook them? She suddenly recalled that in the fragments of memory left by the original host, there was no information at all about cooking potatoes. People in the space age preferred instant nutrient meals, and these natural ingredients had become neglected. A thought flashed through Xia Linlin's mind, and she excitedly began rubbing her hands together, her face glowing with anticipation. Isn't this my opportunity? She imagined star coins gleaming brightly as they beckoned to her. In this era, if she could turn these overlooked ingredients into delicious dishes, then wouldn't it be? With that thought, Xia Linlin hesitated no longer, adding the mutated potatoes to her cart and purchasing 10 kilograms in one go. Then she began searching for various seasonings. To her surprise, while the names of space-age seasonings sounded peculiar, upon closer inspection, she realized many were quite similar to those she had used in her previous life. Salt, sugar, vinegar, soy sauce, chili. Familiar names brought her some relief. It seemed her interstellar culinary journey wouldn't be as difficult as she imagined. With these, I should be good to go, right? Xia Linlin glanced at the full cart filled with ingredients and seasonings, nodding in satisfaction. Hold on. Suddenly remembering something, her gaze fell back on the small, portable live broadcaster window. Perhaps, a thoughtful smile curved at the corner of Xia Linlin's lips. Her finger lightly tapped, switching from the shopping cart interface to the kitchenware section. All sorts of bizarre-looking space-age kitchen tools dazzled her. Levitating electromagnetic stoves, molecular decomposition knives, vacuum preservation jars. These high-tech gadgets mesmerized her. But she quickly regained her composure. Now wasn't the time to indulge in these. Solving basic needs was key. A pot, a few bowls, a couple pairs of chopsticks. As she browsed the items, she mentally calculated the situation at home. The original host's family hadn't been well off. Besides her, there was a younger brother and a newborn baby who constantly needed feeding, the host's niece Mumu. Thus, she only needed to purchase a few necessary kitchen utensils. Before long, Xia Linlin selected a moderately priced multifunctional alloy pot. Its surface shone like a mirror, giving off a faint metallic luster. She also picked out several appropriately sized ceramic bowls and a few pairs of alloy chopsticks. These tableware pieces had simple designs, but comfortable grips. That'll do. Xia Linlin added the chosen kitchenware to her cart and confirmed the order. As she was about to close the StarNet shopping interface, a pop-up ad suddenly appeared, boldly advertising the latest portable live broadcaster. Experience the thrill of interstellar live streaming. Live broadcaster? A flicker of curiosity sparked in Xia Linlin's heart. She remembered from the original host's memories that there were mentions of live broadcasting. Apparently, in the space age, live streaming was an extremely popular form of entertainment, and many people made handsome incomes through it. Perhaps, a bold idea sprouted in Xia Linlin's mind. If she could utilize live streaming to showcase her culinary creations to the interstellar population, wouldn't that be a perfect money-making opportunity? As if guided by some unseen force, she clicked the pop-up ad, entering the detailed page of the live broadcaster. On the screen, a compact silver metal disc floated silently. Its surface was sleek, reflecting a soft technological glow. Portable live broadcaster, anytime, anywhere, broadcast whenever you want. Xia Linlin softly recited the description on the page, her eyes gleaming with interest. She extended her finger, gently touching the image of the live broadcaster on the screen. A cool sensation passed through her fingertip. This little thing, Xia Linlin's lips curled slightly upward, revealing a sly and thoughtful smile. Seems rather intriguing. Chapter 4, First Live Broadcast. Xia Linlin's gaze lingered on the price, a number that made her suck in a breath of cold air. Compared to the generosity of buying kitchenware earlier, now she hesitated a little. Ching Ching, Xia Linlin called out as she walked up to Xia Ching Ching, pointing at the live streaming device on the holoscreen. Is this live streaming really popular now? Her tone carried a hint of tentativeness and curiosity. Xia Ching Ching was busy fine-tuning his newly assembled model spaceship. Hearing Xia Linlin's voice, he merely responded with a nod without lifting his head. In the Star Age, live streaming was indeed quite common, ranging from entertainment gossip to professional skill sharing, covering almost every aspect of life. Seeing this, Xia Linlin stepped in front of Xia Ching Ching, blocking his view while adjusting the spaceship, leaning forward with her hands on the table, and softened her tone with a touch of pleading. I want to buy this live streaming device. Do you think it's feasible? Xia Ching Ching finally looked up, seeing Xia Linlin's earnest expression, and slightly frowned. Ever since Xia Linlin had awoken, although she no longer drank and caused trouble, she always made some moves that were difficult to predict. Buying kitchenware, and now wanting to purchase a live streaming device. What do you plan to broadcast? Xia Ching Ching asked, suspicion laced in his tone. In his memory, aside from drinking and causing trouble, Xia Linlin didn't seem to have any special skills. Xia Linlin blinked, various images of delicious food flashing through her mind. I want to stream cooking. Xia Ching Ching was stunned for a moment. Cooking? He remembered the dark cuisine Xia Linlin had prepared before, his brows furrowing even more tightly. In the Star Age, with diverse types of food and varying flavors, live streaming cooking wasn't unusual. However, to attract viewers, one must possess unique techniques and appetizing dishes. It seems Xia Linlin understood Xia Ching Ching's concerns and quickly added, I'll work hard at studying. You see, I've already stopped drinking, and I also want to live a good life. Doing a live stream might be a pretty decent choice. Xia Ching Ching remained silent for a moment, looking at Xia Linlin's hopeful eyes, and eventually nodded. Rather than letting her go out drinking and causing trouble, it would be better for her to mess around with these things at home. Thank you. Upon seeing Xia Ching Ching nod, Xia Linlin let out a sigh of relief, revealing a bright smile on her face. She immediately clicked on the purchase button, breathed a long sigh of relief after the payment was successful. The live streaming device would be delivered in 3 days, and Xia Linlin started researching the live streaming style of the Star Age. Food live streams, singing and dancing, stand-up comedy. A dazzling variety, making her dizzy with excitement. Singing and dancing definitely won't work. Xia Linlin mumbled to herself, rubbing her chin, and I can't do stand-up comedy either. Her gaze rested on a video of a food live stream where the broadcaster was showcasing a dessert called 7-colored nebula cake, colorful and intricately shaped, leaving one salivating. Maybe, Xia Linlin's eyes sparkled with an idea, I could. Xia Ching Ching watched Xia Linlin enthusiastically studying live streaming, and the frown on his forehead gradually smoothed out. At least, she wasn't as decadent as before, drunkenly stumbling through her days. Perhaps, live streaming really could help her find a new goal in life. Thinking this way, Xia Ching Ching stood up, lightly patting Xia Linlin's shoulder. I'm going to tune the spaceship. Call me if you need. Xia Linlin simply responded with a hum, her eyes still glued to the holographic screen as various live streaming scenes flickered in front of her, like sparkling stars illuminating her expectations for the future. After purchasing the live streaming device, Xia Linlin did not get carried away by excitement. She opened her personal terminal, pulling up her account balance and debt information. Dense numbers tightened her heart, feeling like a heavy stone pressing on her chest. Although selling those old clothes brought in 150,000 star coins, compared to her massive debts, this was merely a drop in the bucket. Taking a deep breath, Xia Linlin forced herself to calm down, carefully checking the debt information piece by piece, calculating interest rates and repayment periods. Her fingers danced rapidly over the virtual keyboard, transferring 50,000 star coins into the creditor's account, each transfer feeling like shedding part of the burden. After completing the transfers, Xia Linlin sighed deeply, leaning back in her chair. 150,000 paid off 50,000, leaving. She whispered silently, her gaze fixated on the remaining balance in her account. 100,000. 100,000, Xia Linlin muttered to herself, her delicate fingers gently tapping the desk, producing crisp da sounds that echoed clearly in the quiet room. Xia Linlin moved her gaze from the live interface to the accounting software on her personal terminal. Her slim fingers slid gracefully across the smooth screen, creating a new table and listing monthly living expenses. Rent, water and electricity, ingredients, transportation. Each item of expenditure flowed out from her fingertips like a stream, ultimately converging into a number that made her scalp tingle. 10,000 star coins. Xia Linlin muttered under her breath, her tone carrying a note of disbelief. In her understanding, 10,000 star coins was already a considerable sum, enough for a fairly comfortable life on Earth. However, in the Star Age, this was merely the cost to maintain a basic standard of living. Star coins really aren't worth much. Xia Linlin sighed, rubbing her temples which throbbed faintly. The 150,000 star coins from selling old clothes, after paying off 50,000 of external debt, left 100,000 as living expenses, which now seemed embarrassingly tight. It looks like I need to cut back on eating and spending frugally. Xia Linlin resolved silently, shifting her gaze back to the accounting software. She began meticulously reviewing every item of expenditure, looking for places to save money. Ingredients could be substituted with more affordable options. Transportation should primarily rely on public star rails. Entertainment activities. Xia Linlin's eyes lingered on this category. In the Star Age, the cost of entertainment constituted a large portion of living expenses. Various virtual games, interstellar travel, theme parks. A dazzling array of choices that left one unable to look away. Never mind, let's focus on live streaming for now. Xia Linlin eventually abandoned the budget for entertainment activities. She was well aware that her current top priority was to get rid of her debts and improve her living situation. Live streaming was her only hope at the moment. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Xia Linlin spent almost all her time studying live streaming in the Star Age. She absorbed various live streaming techniques and experiences greedily, like a dry sponge. Food live streams, game live streams, talent live streams. Different types of live streams flashed before her eyes, making her dizzy. What do the audiences in the Star Age like to watch? Xia Linlin murmured softly to herself while browsing through the live streaming videos. She discovered that the taste of audiences in the Star Age differed greatly from those in the Earth Age. They placed greater emphasis on visual effects and sensory stimulation, having gradually lost interest in traditional live content. Yazan Cake Shop's live stream. Xia Linlin's attention was drawn to a food live stream. On the screen, a pastry chef in a white uniform was making a dessert called 7-colored nebula cake. The colorful cake shimmered invitingly under the lights, tempting one to take a bite. Share a taste. Xia Linlin clicked the share button, and instantly, a rich sweetness filled her mouth. She frowned slightly. Too sweet. Xia Linlin's expression changed, and she quickly closed the taste-sharing feature. The overly sweet flavor felt like a thick layer of syrup, sticking unpleasantly to her tongue, making her feel slightly nauseous. She rubbed her temples. Was it a deviation in her sense of taste? On Earth, she had been a devoted fan of sweets, yet now, this cloying sweetness was unbearable for her. A strange confusion welled up inside her. At this moment, a notification popped up on her terminal with a ding sound. The live streaming device had arrived. Xia Linlin took a deep breath, temporarily pushing aside the cloying sweetness. This wasn't the time to fret about taste. The arrival of the live streaming device meant her new life was about to begin. She opened the Star Shopping website, searching for food live streams, and a dense array of information appeared immediately. It turned out that the live streaming platforms in the Star Age also came in many varieties, with game live streams, singing live streams, travel live streams, and of course, food live streams. Xia Linlin clicked on the food section and found that the most popular broadcasters were mostly making fancy pastries, piled high with brightly colored sugar frostings and cream, leaving her feeling dizzy. No wonder the 7-colored nebula cake was so sickeningly sweet. It was a popular trend in the Star Age. Xia Linlin's gaze landed on the popularity rankings in the food section, where the live streams of the bottom-ranked broadcasters were pitifully deserted, almost completely ignored. She carefully looked through these broadcasters' videos and noticed that although the dishes they prepared looked delicate, they were mostly improved versions of nutritional agents, bland and lacking in character. Xia Linlin stroked her chin thoughtfully. In the Star Age, people either pursued extreme sweetness or chose bland nutritional agents, seemingly ignoring the taste of food itself. An idea flashed through Xia Linlin's mind, and her eyes grew brighter. Perhaps, she muttered to herself, I can try. As soon as the terminal notification tone sounded, Xia Linlin rushed out impatiently. The early autumn sunlight fell warmly on her, just like her current mood. The delivery efficiency in the Star Age was incredibly high. Almost at the same time she placed her order, the goods had already been delivered to her doorstep. The delivery robot stopped steadily in front of her, its mechanical arm extended, handing her a palm-sized metal box. This was the live streaming device she had longed for. Madam Xia Linlin, here is your live streaming device. Please check it. The robot's emotionless electronic voice sounded, yet it felt delightfully melodious to Xia Linlin. She carefully took the box, feeling the cool metallic texture, which carried an assuring weight. The delivery robot patiently instructed Xia Linlin on how to use the live streaming device, explaining each step clearly from connecting to the terminal to setting the parameters. Xia Linlin listened extremely attentively, afraid of missing any detail. After the robot left, she eagerly opened the live streaming device and connected it to her terminal. With a gentle buzzing sound, the live streaming device started. A soft beam of light projected from the metal box into the air, forming a virtual screen. The screen displayed her personal information and live streaming setting options. Xia Linlin took a deep breath, a surge of inexplicable excitement rushing over her. Just then, there came another sound from the doorway, where a larger delivery vehicle had stopped. 2 robots stepped down from the vehicle, carrying a pile of large and small boxes. Xia Linlin curiously walked over and saw patterns of various ingredients printed on the boxes: fresh vegetables, fruits, meats, along with all kinds of seasonings and cooking utensils. Is this? Xia Linlin looked questioningly at one of the robots. Madam Xia Linlin, these are the live streaming supplies you ordered. The robot replied while skillfully moving the boxes indoors. Xia Linlin watched as the living room filled with ingredients and pots and pans, a sudden surge of ambition rising in her heart. She rolled up her sleeves, her eyes gleaming. Looks like I have to prepare properly. Xia Linlin checked the items delivered one by one and suddenly found a set of brand new kitchen utensils in an inconspicuous box. The handle of the knife felt smooth and warm like jade, and the blade gleamed with a cold light. She picked up a chopping knife, weighing it, and found it to be just the right amount. This knife, Xia Linlin murmured, her gaze falling on the blade, and her eyes gradually becoming profound, seems a little different. Sis, what are you going to broadcast? Xia Qingqing's voice carried a hint of hesitation, breaking Xia Linlin's immersive joy. Looking at the ingredients and kitchen tools filling the house, uneasiness rose in his heart. Xia Linlin raised her head, her bright eyes twinkling like stars in the night sky. Of course, broadcasting delicious food. She waved the chopping knife in her hand, and the blade reflected a sharp glint under the light. I will make the best tasting food in the entire Star Age. Delicious food. Xia Qingqing froze, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if he had heard some tall tale. Sis, do you know how to cook? He asked cautiously, with worry evident in his voice. In his memory, the culinary skills of the original Xia Linlin could be described as appalling. Burnt nutritional agents, meat steaks fried into charcoal were all part of her glorious cooking history. Immersed in the excitement of the upcoming gourmet live stream, Xia Linlin didn't notice the subtle changes in Xia Qingqing's facial expression. She shoved the knife in her hand into Xia Qingqing's grasp. Of course I know. Hurry up and help me tidy things up. All these ingredients need to be sorted and stored properly. Xia Qingqing held the cold knife in his hand, the icy sensation making him shiver involuntarily. Watching Xia Linlin's joyful demeanor, his feelings were mixed, torn between agreeing to help and a hidden disgust. He quietly put down the knife in his hand and began sorting through the towering piles of ingredients. The air was filled with a mix of scents from various foods, the fresh smell of vegetables, the aroma of fruits, the pungent smell of meats, mingled with the spicy scents of various seasonings, creating an inexplicable sense of irritation. Qingqing, move that biggest box over there. Xia Linlin's voice rang out again, interrupting Xia Qingqing's thoughts. He lifted his head, his eyes landing on the direction Xia Linlin pointed to, where a massive metal box sat with prominent labels reading special ingredients. Taking a deep breath, he walked toward the box, but a vague uneasiness surged in his heart. This box. He was about to speak when he suddenly stopped, his gaze fixated on the label of the box as his expression turned grave. What is this? The delivery robot worked with incredible efficiency, carrying stacks of ingredient boxes, pots, and pans into Xia Linlin's house in an assembly line manner. Xia Qingqing silently followed the robot, moving these items into the kitchen. Watching Xia Linlin's bustling figure, a growing sense of inexplicable unease overwhelmed him. Special ingredients, what exactly were they? He dared not imagine. Meanwhile, Xia Linlin was completely lost in the joy of her upcoming live stream, utterly oblivious to Xia Qingqing's strange demeanor. She directed the robot to organize the ingredient boxes by category: vegetables, fruits, meats, seafood, even various interstellar specialties she couldn't name. The sheer variety dazzled her, making her feel entranced. The materials of the cookware varied as well: metallic, ceramic, wooden, each with a distinct texture that left her fascinated. Xia Linlin carefully counted each item, occasionally picking up an ingredient for closer inspection, marveling at its unique pattern and scent. The bright red tomatoes emitted a sweet and tangy aroma. The emerald green vegetable leaves glistened with crystal dewdrops. The meat exuded tempting, oily fragrances. Various strangely shaped interstellar ingredients filled her with curiosity. She picked up a purple spherical object, gently pressing it. It was soft and cool to the touch. What is this? She curiously asked the robot. This is nebula fruit, a fruit rich in energy. It can be eaten directly or used to make desserts. The robot responded mechanically. Nebula fruit. Xia Linlin murmured, bringing the nebula fruit close to her nose for a sniff. A delicate fragrance permeated her heart, invigorating her spirit. She carefully placed the nebula fruit in a specialized preservation box and continued organizing the other ingredients. Time passed slowly as Xia Linlin finally finished arranging all the ingredients and kitchenware. Satisfied, she glanced around the neatly organized kitchen, her heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. She walked to the stove, turned on the faucet, and clear water flowed out, washing away the residue in the sink. She tried igniting the burner, and pale blue flames danced lightly, producing a faint, hissing sound. She picked up a cleaver and tested it on the chopping board. The sharp blade cut through vegetables effortlessly. Perfect, Xia Linlin exclaimed, clenching her fists in excitement, then turned to Xia Qingqing and said, Qingqing, please bring me the live streaming device. I'm ready to start testing. Xia Qingqing silently handed her the live streaming device, but kept his eyes fixed on the large metal box, his expression complex. Sis. He hesitated, swallowed his words, and finally muttered, it's starting. Xia Linlin secured the live streaming device in the appropriate position, adjusted the angle, then took a deep breath before typing a few words in the title bar. Interstellar Culinary Journey. About to begin. She clicked the Start Live Streaming button, and a countdown appeared on the virtual screen. 3, 2, 1. Hello everyone, I'm Linlin. Xia Linlin smiled brightly at the camera. But just then, Xia Qingqing abruptly pointed at the large metal box, his face pale as he gasped, "Sis, look." Chapter 5, Initial Live Stream Sparks Debate. Hello everyone, I'm Linlin. Xia Linlin gave a radiant smile toward the camera, her sweet voice like a refreshing spring, flowing through the live streaming room. On the virtual screen, the barrage of comments exploded instantly. Interstellar culinary journey? Just a gimmick, right? Which planet is the streamer from? Never heard of this kind of thing. It's probably just a traffic-grabbing scam. Are there really delicacies in the interstellar era? A sip of nutrient solution and you're full. Among the doubts, curiosity, and mockery, various kinds of comments flooded in like waves, and the atmosphere in the live stream room suddenly became somewhat tense. Xia Linlin watched the rapidly appearing barrage of comments, but didn't let her smile waver for a second. Without rushing, she adjusted the camera to ensure that it clearly captured the entire stove before speaking. I know everyone is unfamiliar with, or even skeptical of, the term interstellar cuisine. After all, in today's interstellar age, nutrient solutions have almost completely replaced traditional food as our primary energy source. She paused, picking up a knife gleaming coldly, rotating it deftly on her fingertips. But can nutrient solutions truly fulfill all our cravings for eating? Texture, aroma, even the enjoyment of the cooking process. Can nutrient solutions give us these things? Xia Linlin firmly placed the knife on the chopping board, emitting a crisp thud. Today, I will take you all on a true interstellar culinary journey. She picked up a vibrant green mutated vegetable to showcase in front of the camera. This is a mutated vegetable collected from Planet X, 439, rich in multiple vitamins and trace elements. Most importantly, she smiled slightly, its taste will surely surprise you. As flashes of the blade appeared, the mutated vegetable danced gracefully in Xia Linlin's hands, being swiftly sliced into uniform threads in the blink of an eye. The clear sound of swish swish, accompanied by her fluid movements, echoed through the live stream room. This knife skill. There's some serious talent here. Hold on, this dish actually looks good. The direction of the barrage started to shift, attracting more viewers with Xia Linlin's proficient knife skills and the attractive appearance of the green mutated vegetable. At that moment, Xia Qingqing pointed at a metal box, pale-faced and trembling voice saying, "Sis, it moved." Xia Linlin glanced at the barrage, her lips curving slightly with confidence. I know some people might still not believe me, thinking I'm exaggerating unnecessarily. No problem. Seeing is believing, hearing is doubting. Once you taste it, you'll know. As she spoke, she took out an oddly shaped potato from another metal box, its purple skin covered with peculiar patterns, shimmering with metallic luster under the light. This is a mutated purple crystal potato, with a soft texture and extremely high nutritional value. The most important point is, it has a special natural fragrance that's very enticing. She took the knife, lightly cutting the skin of the mutated potato, which fell off like a thin veil. Her peeling motion was smooth, seamless, without any hesitation or delay. In the live stream room, many viewers were left awestruck. Such knife skills, absolutely incredible. This potato looks so magical. Is it really edible? Streamer, where did you buy this potato? I want one to try too. Ignoring the barrage, Xia Linlin focused on processing the ingredients in hand. She cut the peeled mutated potato into uniform thin strips. The collision between the knife and the chopping board produced a clear and pleasant dob sound, echoing through the live stream room like a beautiful melody. The thin potato strips were crystal clear and translucent, resembling fine transparent threads, shining temptingly under the light. A faint and delightful fragrance spread around, filling the entire live stream room. So fragrant. What is this smell? Already sounds delicious. Streamer, what dish are you making? Start already. I can't wait anymore. In the barrage, the audience's emotions grew increasingly excited, and their anticipation for Xia Linlin's culinary skills also rose. Xia Linlin placed the cut potato strips aside and picked up another mutated potato, ready to continue peeling when suddenly, she heard a shocked cry behind her. Sis, it. Xia Qingqing's gaze was glued to Xia Linlin since the moment she picked up the knife, holding his breath. Handling mutated ingredients was always a troublesome matter. They contained highly unstable energy fluctuations, causing explosions with even the slightest mistake. At best, it ruins the ingredients. At worst, it endangers lives. Therefore, people in the interstellar era prefer convenient and quick nutrient solutions rather than taking the time and effort to deal with these dangerous ingredients. However, Xia Linlin's movements were so smooth and fluid, as if the sharp chef's knife in her hand wasn't a dangerous tool, but rather a conductor's baton, elegantly dancing between the mutated ingredients. Peeling, slicing, every move was precise and seamless, without the slightest hesitation or delay. The barrage in the live stream room also shifted from initial skepticism and mockery to astonishment and admiration. This knife skill is absolutely godlike. I think I'm falling in love. Streamer, can I marry you? Streamer, please take an apprentice. I want to learn. Xia Qingqing watched as the barrage on the screen constantly refreshed, his heart full of doubt. He had always thought that Xia Linlin was just an ordinary Chinajura, time/space traveler, beautiful but lacking any special skills. Yet, her performance today completely overturned his understanding of her. Her proficient knife work, confident aura, and the calm control she exhibited all made him feel both unfamiliar and deeply respectful. Xia Linlin seemed not to notice Xia Qingqing's strange behavior. She remained focused, continuing to process the ingredients in her hands. The collision of the blade with the chopping board echoed like a beautiful melody within the live stream room. A light and pleasant aroma then spread through the air, teasing the taste buds of the audience. The atmosphere in the live stream grew increasingly lively, and the viewers' anticipation mounted. Xia Linlin set the sliced potato strips aside and picked up another mutated potato, ready to continue peeling when suddenly, she felt a chill run down her spine. Sis. Xia Qingqing's voice trembled. It. Xia Linlin placed the freshly cut potato strips into a metal basin filled with clear water. Her actions flowed effortlessly, and the delicate potato threads dispersed gracefully in the water like blooming silver flowers. The crystal-clear water rippled gently, washing away the starch from the surface of the potato strips, making them even more translucent and radiant. The audience in the live stream stared at the scene intently, captivated as if under a spell. The barrage became sparse. After finishing the potato strips, Xia Linlin picked up a vibrant green, mutated chili pepper. Though small in size, this chili exuded a pungent aroma that made one involuntarily want to sneeze. Xia Linlin smiled faintly before once again allowing her knife to dance. The flashing blade caused the chili to leap in her hand like an agile sprite, quickly cutting it into uniform fine strips. The emerald green chili threads intertwined beautifully with the silvery white potato strips, forming a picturesque and visually appealing arrangement. Streamer, what dish are you preparing? It already looks so delicious. This knife skill is simply amazing. I think I'm falling in love. The live stream's chat became lively again, and the viewers' excitement reached new heights. Xia Linlin placed the chopped chili threads aside, and then took out a white spherical object from the metal box. Its smooth surface emitted a faint garlic fragrance. Is this garlic? Does garlic exist in the interstellar age? I've never seen it before. Streamer, is this thing edible? Could it be poisonous? The viewers expressed their confusion, filling the barrage with various questions. Xia Linlin glanced at the rapidly appearing barrage, a mysterious smile curling her lips. What this is, I'll keep it secret for now. You'll know once you taste it, she said, picking up the knife and slicing the white sphere into thin slices. Streamer, why are you slicing this? Can't you just throw it in directly? Yeah, it doesn't look like it needs to be sliced either. Streamer, are you just being unnecessarily flashy? The viewers grew even more confused, their barrage filled with incomprehension and doubts. Xia Linlin ignored the barrage, continuing to focus on the ingredients in her hands. She set the thinly sliced pieces aside, and then picked up a red mutated chili pepper. Sis. Xia Qingqing pointed at the metal basin, his face pale. It. Chapter 6. I am the master chef. Xia Linlin placed the finely sliced red pepper strips into a basin, alongside the green pepper strips. The vivid red of the pepper strips danced like flames, appearing exceptionally bright against the backdrop of emerald green from the green peppers. The livestream chat was abuzz with discussion over the visual impact of this red-green combination. Some found it appealing while others thought the brightness of the red peppers seemed too spicy just to look at. Host, are these peppers very spicy? Just looking at them makes my mouth water with spiciness. Are you sure you're putting in so much? How can there be such vibrant peppers in the stellar age? I've never seen them. Xia Linlin glanced at the comments streaming on her screen, but felt a rising anxiety within her heart. Could it be that people in the stellar age have never seen garlic? How can one make stir-fried shredded potatoes without garlic? Shredded potatoes without garlic, do they still have a soul? Tiny beads of sweat appeared on her forehead as she internally debated whether to abandon the dish. Can shredded potatoes without garlic really taste good? She murmured to herself, her gaze falling on the already sliced garlic in the dish. The viewers in the live stream were instantly abuzz. What did the host say? Garlic? Are those white things garlic? Is there even garlic in the stellar age? How have I never seen it? Host, is this thing edible? Could it be toxic? Comments streamed past like snowflakes, and Xia Linlin's heart began racing. She took a deep breath, picked up a piece of garlic, and in full view of the audience, placed it in her mouth. Instantly, the livestream chat went quiet, every eye fixed on her as if time had frozen. Whoa, Xia Linlin drew in a sharp breath as a burst of pungency exploded in her mouth, stimulating her taste buds. Her eyes tightly shut, relishing the long-lost familiar flavor. Wow, the host actually ate it. Can this thing really be eaten? It looks super spicy. Host, are you alright? Did you get poisoned? Once again, comments surged uncontrollably, and Xia Linlin slowly opened her eyes, revealing a smile at the corner of her lips. It's delicious, she said softly, her tone laced with nostalgia. Sis, are you crazy? Xia Qingqing shouted, rushing over to Xia Linlin. Is this thing really edible? His face was filled with worry as he watched Xia Linlin, fearing she might collapse at any moment. Xia Linlin smiled, not responding, but instead picked up the knife. After explaining to the audience that garlic is edible and she personally likes it, Xia Linlin felt a little more relaxed, letting go of some of her earlier tension. She picked up the garlic slice she'd already tasted, wiped her mouth gently with her fingers, and then smiled toward the camera. Relax, this thing is called garlic, not only non-toxic, but also particularly enhances flavor. For you who come from Earth, you definitely aren't unfamiliar with it, right? She said this with a casual tone, as if it was an everyday occurrence. The comments in the live stream suddenly turned friendly, the audience discussing curiously about this ingredient rare in the stellar age. Some even began asking where they could buy garlic. Others expressed their anticipation for more Earth delicacies. Host, show us more Earth cuisine quickly. An impatient viewer sent a comment. Xia Linlin nodded, her gaze sweeping over the vegetables already prepared beside her, secretly planning her next step. She took a deep breath, picking up the knife and expertly slicing the oil vegetable leaves into tiny bits before carefully pouring the chopped leaves into the washed rice nearby. The audience erupted in exclamations, and comments flooded in like waves. "Host, what is this? Adding leafy greens to rice? This looks so strange, won't it taste bad?" Without immediate response, Xia Linlin simply smiled faintly and continued her calm preparation. She lightly touched the rice in the bowl with her fingers, feeling the fineness of the grains mixed with the crispness of the chopped greens. Every movement was unhurried, as if every detail had been carefully considered. "You'll know once you try it. I promise this dish will be quite an eye-opener for you." Her voice was soft yet firm, imbued with confidence. Xie Qingqing standing nearby looked slightly curious as well. He leaned closer, eyes intently focused on the bowl in Xia Linlin's hand, seemingly expecting the dish with great anticipation. The atmosphere in the live stream gradually grew lively as the curiosity of the viewers was fully sparked. Finally, Xia Linlin gently returned the bowl to the chopping board, turning around and smiling toward the camera. "Next, let me show you all just how special this Earth-style rice with mutated vegetables is." Her smile carried a touch of mischief, as if telling the audience, "Are you ready?" Just then, Xie Qingqing interjected, "Sis, are you sure this rice mixed with mutated vegetables won't make all of us get diarrhea?" As soon as his words ended, the live stream immediately resonated with laughter and astonishment. Xia Linlin playfully blinked her eyes, smiling at the camera and saying, "Don't worry, I'm a battle-hardened gourmet who will absolutely not let you end up with diarrhea. This dish is actually a traditional delicacy from Earth." Her mischievous tone and confident demeanor immediately erased the audience's doubts, filling the live stream chat with anticipation and laughter. She turned around and picked up a clean pot, placing it steadily on the stove. The blue flame licked at the bottom of the pot, making a soft hissing sound. Xia Linlin took the oil bottle, tilting it to pour in an appropriate amount of oil. Transparent oil droplets danced in the pot, making a popping sound, filling the air with a faint aroma of oil. When the oil temperature rose, she first poured minced garlic into the pot. With a fizz, the minced garlic rolled in the hot oil, emitting a rich garlic fragrance that instantly filled the entire kitchen. Xia Linlin quickly stirred it a few times, fully releasing the garlic flavor. Next, she poured the cut green pepper strips into the pot. The green pepper strips emitted a crisp popping sound in the hot oil, interweaving with the garlic fragrance to create a wondrous scent. Xia Linlin deftly flipped her wrist, using the spatula to toss the green peppers around uniformly so they were evenly heated. Finally, she poured the cut potato strips into the pot. The golden potato strips tumbled in the pot, colliding with the green peppers and minced garlic, producing a pleasant rustling sound. Xia Linlin's movements grew more adept as the spatula in her hand twirled like a dancing sprite, perfectly blending all ingredients together. The inviting aroma permeated the kitchen, and Xie Qingqing couldn't help but swallow saliva, his eyes fixed intently on the food in the pot, as if he wanted to gulp it down whole. The audience in the live stream was also captivated by this aroma, exclaiming with admiration. Comments swirled like falling snowflakes. Xia Linlin's lips slightly curled upward, focused entirely on tossing the contents in the pot. It was as though the whole world had shrunk down to just her and this delicious dish. "Sis," Xie Qingqing suddenly broke the tranquility of the kitchen. "You seem to have forgotten to add." Xia Linlin picked up the soy sauce bottle, gently tilting it so the dark brown soy sauce slowly flowed into the pot, mixing with the golden potato strips, emerald green pepper strips, and speckled minced garlic, making a sizzling sound. The fresh aroma of soy sauce immediately spread, intertwining with the previous garlic and chili scents to form an even more complex and enticing aroma. She added a little light soy sauce too, making the color of the dish brighter and its taste richer. In the end, she grabbed a small pinch of salt, sprinkling it evenly over the dish, shaking her wrist lightly, so each potato strip and every piece of green pepper became coated with salt particles. The spatula moved nimbly in her hands like an accomplished dancer, perfectly combining all the ingredients. Gradually, the potato strips turned transparent, while the green peppers softened, emitting an inviting luster. The aroma in the kitchen grew more intense, mouth-wateringly irresistible. "Wow, it smells so good," the audience in the live stream exclaimed, comments flooding in like waves. "Even through the screen, I can smell the aroma. Host, this dish looks so tasty. My mouth is watering." Watching the comments roll in, Xia Linlin's lips curled upward slightly, her heart brimming with a faint sense of fulfillment. The aroma of the stir-fried potato strips reminded her of the days she spent eating meals with her family in her past life. Back then, she was still a carefree girl, her biggest concern being exam results. Now, having crossed into the stellar age, her identity and environment had undergone a tremendous transformation, yet her love for culinary arts remained unwavering. "Host, can we share your sense of taste?" One comment caught Xia Linlin's attention. Looking at the comment, she smiled warmly and nodded slightly. "Of course," she said, activating the taste-sharing function. A warm sensation instantly spread throughout the live stream, making the audience feel as if they were in Xia Linlin's kitchen, personally experiencing that tempting aroma and tasting the crisp texture of the potato strips, the fresh scent of green peppers, and the spiciness of minced garlic. "Wow, I really can taste it. So amazing. This potato strip is incredible." The atmosphere in the live stream grew even livelier, with the audience marveling over the Earth cuisine's flavor. Watching the comments, Xia Linlin felt immense joy. She served the food onto a plate and turned around, handing it to Xia Qingqing. "Take a bite," she said. Xia Qingqing accepted the plate eagerly, hurriedly picking up a piece of potato strip with chopsticks and putting it in his mouth. "Sis," he suddenly said, "this?" Chapter 7. Gaining followers upon the first broadcast. Xia Linlin handed the plate of shredded potatoes to Xia Qingqing, and the young boy's hand slightly trembled as he took it. This simple gesture stirred up a touch of bitterness in Xia Linlin's heart. She knew that for Xia Qingqing, this wasn't just a dish, but also a long-lost taste of home. The two sat across from each other at the dining table. The simple chairs and table were made warm by the steaming dish before them. Xia Linlin watched Xia Qingqing's slightly nervous expression and was the first to pick up her chopsticks, taking a mouthful of rice. The viewers in the live stream felt through shared senses the simple aroma of the plain rice. It wasn't the blandness of nutritional liquid, but the sweet scent of grains kissed by sunlight. "This rice, it's so fragrant. Wow, I feel like I've eaten 2 large bowls already. The host is amazing. I've decided to cook rice myself tonight too." The audience expressed their surprise and admiration one after another. Xia Linlin felt a warmth in her heart. Xia Qingqing looked at Xia Linlin eating with satisfaction, then cautiously picked up a piece of potato and put it into his mouth. Crisp, tender, aromatic, and spicy, various flavors interwove on his tongue, assaulting his taste buds that hadn't been stimulated for 2 years. He froze, the chopsticks in his hand pausing, as if savoring the beauty behind this flavor. Carefully, he picked up another piece, chewing slowly to confirm that this delicacy wasn't an illusion. Gradually, light filled his eyes. Then, he could no longer hold back, beginning to eat in large bites as if to make up for the meals he missed during these 2 years. "Sis, this shredded potato is so delicious," Xia Qingqing choked out, his voice trembling slightly. Xia Linlin looked at him, a faint smile curling on her lips. She knew that this dish wasn't just about flavor, it was also a bridge reconnecting her with this family. At that moment, Xia Qingqing suddenly stopped his chopsticks. His eyes were full of confusion, as if he had discovered something shocking. He looked at Xia Linlin, opening his mouth, but saying nothing. Xia Linlin picked up a tender strand of potato, slowly putting it into her mouth, feeling its crisp texture and subtle spiciness. Satisfied, she smiled and felt a sense of achievement. The audience in the live stream also sent exclamations of amazement. Various compliments and gifts flooded in like waves. "Hostess, this potato is simply irresistible. Sister, your cooking is a delight beyond compare. I've decided from now on I'll cook every meal myself." Xia Linlin, looking at the chat messages, replied one by one, her heart warmed. Her chopsticks moved ceaselessly, picking dishes while tending to the live stream, enjoying a double happiness. "Thank you everyone. I will continue to work hard. Everyone should try making it yourself. It truly brings a sense of accomplishment." Just then, Xia Qingqing had already devoured more than half of the potatoes. His mouth was stuffed, yet his eyes still stared at the plate, fearing not to miss even a single bit of the deliciousness. Seeing this, Xia Linlin stood up and went to the water kettle, pouring a glass of water for Xia Qingqing. "Eat slowly, don't choke. Drink some water and take a rest," Xia Linlin said gently, her voice full of concern. Xia Qingqing looked up, watching Xia Linlin, putting down his chopsticks and gazing at her with doubt, as if suspecting some hidden agenda behind this sudden care. Xia Linlin's heart ached, but she didn't retreat. Instead, she became more resolute and walked closer to Xia Qingqing, handing him the glass of water. "Qingqing, there really isn't anything wrong. I just want you to eat well. You've gone through a lot in these past 2 years," Xia Linlin said softly, her gaze gentle and determined, hoping to use this care to slowly melt away Xia Qingqing's guardedness. Xia Qingqing accepted the glass of water, took a sip, moistened his throat, then slowly picked up another piece of potato, beginning to chew slowly. A warmth surged within him. This dish wasn't just flavorful, it was also a symbol of Xia Linlin's concern and care for him. "Sis." Xia Qingqing's voice wavered with emotion as tears sparkled in his eyes. Xia Linlin revealed a tender smile, lightly patting Xia Qingqing's shoulder, her heart filled with relief and affection. Right at that moment, she suddenly sensed a strange sensation between her fingers, as if some power was quietly flowing. She frowned slightly, but soon regained her smile, pressing this odd feeling deep within her heart. "Eat slowly. Sis has prepared plenty for you," Xia Linlin said softly, yet couldn't help but feel curious as to what was happening. After the live stream ended, Xia Linlin looked at the hundreds of followers shown on the screen, a great sense of satisfaction filling her heart. Although only having hundreds of followers was not a lot, it was a start with significant meaning for her. She tightened her fists, feeling the slight tingling sensation in her fingertips, and couldn't help but raise a confident smile at the corner of her lips. "Big sister, I've finished eating." Xia Qingqing put down his chopsticks and bowl, standing up to tidy up the tableware. "Hey, let me do it. You go read your book." Xia Linlin hurriedly stopped him, took over the dishes, and started tidying up with light movements. Xia Qingqing watched Xia Linlin's busy figure. Today's big sister seemed different from before. In the past, she always had messy hair, hollow eyes, and showed no interest in anything. But now, she was full of energy, always wearing a smile as if she were a completely different person. Suddenly, an infant's cry broke the silence in the room. Mumu woke up. Xia Linlin put down her utensils and quickly walked to the crib, picking up the crying baby and gently patting its back. "Be good, Mumu. Are you hungry?" With great skill, she played with the baby. Xia Qingqing stood at the door, holding a milk bottle in his hand, watching Xia Linlin take care of the baby. His eyes were filled with concern. He didn't know how his big sister learned all this. In the past, she couldn't even take care of herself, let alone take care of an infant. Xia Linlin carried the baby to the diaper-changing station, changing the diapers gently while softly humming a song. "Little Mumu, should we change into a clean diaper? Then we'll feel much more comfortable." She continued speaking, lightly tapping the baby's little bottom. The baby seemed to sense her gentleness. Its cries gradually ceased, and a pair of pitch-black big eyes curiously looked around. After finishing changing the diaper, Xia Linlin picked up the baby again and smiled, saying, "All right, our little Mumu is clean. Now are you hungry?" She turned around, preparing to get the milk bottle, but then saw Xia Qingqing standing at the door, holding the milk bottle. "Sister." Xia Qingqing hesitated for a moment and finally said, "Let me feed him." Xia Linlin looked at the milk bottle in Xia Qingqing's hand, and there was a soft smile in her gaze. She nodded lightly, handed the baby over to Xia Qingqing, and said gently, "All right, you can feed him. Don't be nervous, Mumu is very obedient." Xia Qingqing accepted the baby, feeling its slight warmth, which slightly alleviated his inner tension. He sat by the bed, carefully inserting the milk bottle into Mumu's mouth, watching the baby greedily suckle. A sense of responsibility he had never felt before welled up in his heart. Xia Linlin stood aside, smiling at this scene, her eyes filled with encouragement and support. "You're doing great, Qingqing," Xia Linlin whispered softly, her tone filled with relief. She turned and walked out of the room, closing the door gently, knowing that Xia Qingqing needed time to accept everything. At night, inside the house, only Mumu's gentle humming and Xia Qingqing's soothing words could be heard. Xia Qingqing held Mumu, sitting by the bed, quietly humming a lullaby, as if consoling himself. Mumu's little hand occasionally caressed his face, and the baby's innocent sounds reverberated through the silent night sky. Xia Qingqing felt this dependence, gradually letting down his guard. His eyes grew softer. In the morning, sunlight streamed in through the windows, filling the house. Xia Linlin had already woken up early and began preparing breakfast. She put the leftover rice and dishes into the pot, stirred gently, and simmered them on low heat. The aroma of porridge spread throughout the house, arousing the appetites of Xia Qingqing and Mumu. "Big sister, is the porridge ready?" Xia Qingqing entered the kitchen holding Mumu, whose stomach made rumbling sounds, showing impatience. "Here I come, it will be ready soon." Xia Linlin served out the steaming porridge with a smile and passed it to Xia Qingqing. "Let Mumu drink some hot one first, and you should also eat more." Xia Qingqing accepted the porridge, looking at the hot white porridge in the bowl, its inviting aroma making him drool uncontrollably. He leaned down and blew on it gently, taking a taste, and praised, "Sister, your porridge is really delicious." Mumu was also attracted by the fragrance. It vigorously slapped Xia Qingqing's arm, laughing joyfully. Xia Linlin looked at Xia Qingqing and Mumu, feeling warmth swelling in her heart. She returned to her workstation, opened the computer, and diligently started uploading the live streaming video from last night. Her heart brimmed with anticipation for the future. "Big sister, this porridge is truly so tasty. I want another bowl." Xia Qingqing's voice conveyed satisfaction and happiness, but before he finished speaking, Xia Linlin had already focused on the progress bar of the video upload, her fingers lightly tapping on the keyboard. Xia Qingqing ate 3 bowls of porridge at once, scraping the rice grains at the bottom of the bowl clean. The warm porridge went down his throat, creating a warm stream from his stomach spreading throughout his body, dispelling the morning chill, making him feel incredibly satisfied. Contentedly, he patted his belly, got up to tidy the tableware, and walked towards the kitchen. The sound of running water filled the air as Xia Qingqing meticulously washed every bowl and dish, his movements practiced and brisk. Xia Linlin, on the other hand, was completely absorbed in staring at the computer screen, her fingers flying across the keyboard as the upload progress bar slowly advanced forward. She occasionally pressed her lips together, then it was done. Xia Linlin eagerly refreshed the page to check the revenue from the live stream. When she saw the number 2,750 remaining after the platform's cut, she abruptly stood up, her heart racing. 2,750. To her, this was an astronomical sum of money. 2,750. 2,750. Xia Linlin excitedly whispered the number over and over again, as if trying to confirm the incredible reality. She clenched her fists tightly, the tingling sensation returning to her fingertips stronger than ever before. An indescribable wave of joy surged through her heart, making her feel as though she were in a dream. "Qingqing," Xia Linlin suddenly called out, her voice brimming with excitement and exhilaration. The sound of the water stopped abruptly, and Xia Qingqing nearly dropped the bowl in his hands. "Sister, what is it?" Xia Linlin was so ecstatic that she twirled around several times where she stood, her skirt swirling like a blooming flower. Her smile reached her eyes, her cheeks flushed with excitement like a light dusting of rouge, making her look even more radiant. "Qingqing, I've earned money. I can support us now," she shouted excitedly, her voice crisp and melodious like a silver bell, echoing through the room. The flow of water ceased abruptly, followed by the sharp sound of porcelain clinking in the kitchen. Xia Qingqing barely managed to catch the bowl before it slipped, his heart pounding like a drum. He mechanically continued washing the dishes, but his movements slowed noticeably. The once lively rhythm turned sluggish and stiff. After spending a sleepless night turning things over in his mind, he thought about all the changes in Xia Linlin, filling him with unease and doubt. This sister had become too unfamiliar, so strange that it frightened him. What exactly did she have in mind? What other unimaginable things might she do? Xie Qingqing forced down his anxiety, took a deep breath, and tried to keep his tone calm. Sister, what money are you talking about? He asked carefully, as if afraid to disturb something fragile. Xie Linlin approached Xie Qingqing, her smile bright as the noonday sun. Live streaming. I earned it from doing live streams, she exclaimed enthusiastically, waving her arms as pride and happiness shone through her voice. I made 2,750. From now on, I can support you in Mumu. She grabbed Xie Qingqing's hand firmly, her tone resolute and confident, as if announcing a significant decision. Xie Qingqing felt the warmth and strength of Xie Linlin's grip through their clasped hands. He stared blankly at Xie Linlin, his gaze complicated, filled with surprise, suspicion, and a hint of fear not easily detected. 2,750? Live streaming? These words spun around in his mind, yet no coherent picture emerged. His mouth opened, but no words came out. Xie Linlin looked at Xie Qingqing, her radiant smile fading into a flicker of worry. She could sense Xie Qingqing's discomfort and resistance, but couldn't understand why her hard work to support the family would elicit such a reaction. She let out a soft sigh and released Xie Qingqing's hand. Qingqing. Xie Qingqing immediately yanked his hand back as if electrocuted, and then turned to run, leaving Xie Linlin standing there alone, her expression gradually freezing. Sister, I still have homework to do. His flustered voice drifted down from the stairs, growing fainter until it vanished into silence. Chapter 8. First attempt at farming. Xie Linlin watched Xie Qingqing's hurried figure running upstairs and sighed silently. This child, with troubles in his heart, doesn't know how to talk to anyone. She rubbed her slightly aching temples and decided to take it easy for a while. Perhaps waiting for him to figure things out on his own would be enough. For now, the most urgent thing was to improve the family's financial situation. Planting. We must plant. Xie Linlin clenched her fists, her eyes shining with excitement. She recalled her miraculous duplication ability. As long as she had one seed, it could become countless ones. Xie Linlin could already picture a yard full of lush green vegetables and savory dishes on the dining table. Her heart leaped with anticipation. She immediately sprang into action, finding a few limp vegetable seeds left by the previous owner. Carefully, she duplicated them again and again until they formed a pile as high as a small mountain, then finally stopped, feeling completely satisfied. Next came the task of clearing the land. Xie Linlin, brimming with ambition, rushed to the back of the yard, ready to work hard. She imagined using wood to build a fence and filling it with all sorts of vegetables. If there were leftovers, she could even sell them at the interstellar market. It seemed so perfect. Xie Linlin eagerly searched for various nurseries and planting tutorials on the virtual web. However, the search results gave her a rude awakening. The soil on Osai planet, had become extremely barren due to long-term exposure to cosmic rays, making it unsuitable for the growth of ordinary plants. Unless special nutrient solutions and improved soil were purchased, the success rate of growing regular vegetables would almost certainly be zero. The prices for these special nutrient solutions and improved soils shocked her. Different types of seedlings required different soils and nutrient solutions, and the prices varied widely. As Xie Linlin stared at the variety of goods and prices displayed on the virtual screen, her initially excited mood felt as if it had been doused with a bucket of cold water, cooling down instantly. It seemed that the planting plan wouldn't work. Xie Linlin sat down in a chair dejectedly, her hands covering her face as she sighed deeply. Alas, I guess I still need to find a way to earn money to pay off the debts first, she muttered to herself. Suddenly, she remembered Yunhua water she had seen on the interstellar market before. It was said that this water was made from a special yun flower, tasting sweet and able to replenish essential trace elements needed by the human body, and it was quite expensive. Yun flower, Xie Linlin thought. What if I go and pick yun flowers? Xie Linlin immediately began searching for planting instructions on the star net, and was delighted to discover that mutated plants could be planted directly using the soil from her yard. Mutated plants were incredibly resilient, not requiring much from the soil. They only needed regular watering to survive. She clenched her fists with excitement, envisioning fields blooming with mutated flowers and delicious mutated vegetables on the dining table. However, Xie Linlin did not plan to grow interstellar ingredients. She was, deep down, still an earthling who preferred the familiar vegetables and fruits of Earth. Find tools first. With high morale, Xie Linlin searched for hoe on the star net, planning to clear the weeds in the yard first. However, the search results startled her. Displayed on the page were not the wooden-handled, iron-headed hoes she had imagined, but various oddly shaped robots. These robots had a myriad of functions. They could automatically till the land, sow seeds, water, fertilize, and even adjust the ratio of nutrient solutions based on the condition of the soil. Hoe robot. Xie Linlin looked at the introduction on the screen and couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. She had merely wanted to find a simple hoe but hadn't expected interstellar tools to be so advanced. As she browsed through various models of hoe robots, their prices ranged from tens of thousands of star coins to millions of star coins, leaving her dazzled. The cheapest hoe robot cost 20,000 star coins. Xie Linlin's heart sank. 20,000 star coins. To her, it was an astronomical sum. She was still indebted with enormous debts and had children depending on her for survival. Where would she get so much money to buy a hoe robot? Xie Linlin's gaze landed on the simplest-looking hoe robot on the screen, filled with hesitation and worry. She tightly bit her lower lip, her finger hovering over the purchase button, hesitant to press it. Xie Linlin let out a long sigh, and her fingertip eventually didn't press the purchase button. She hesitated and turned off the star net, the virtual screen dimming immediately, leaving the room silent. 20,000 star coins. Indeed, an insurmountable sum for her current state. She rubbed her forehead, leaning back against the chair in exhaustion. Apparently, the plan of getting rich through farming would have to be put on hold. Clearing the debt first is the priority, Xia Linlin muttered to herself. Her tone carried a hint of helplessness, but also a sense of firm resolve. She glanced around. The dilapidated furniture and the bare walls all made her feel a touch of oppression. It was time to find something to do. She couldn't just sit here idly anymore. At that moment, her eyes inadvertently fell on an unassuming flower pot on the windowsill. In the pot were several light blue flowers with petals as delicate as clouds, giving off a faint fragrance. These were the cloud flowers left by Mrs. Rod. The previous owner had almost thrown them away for taking up space. Now they looked extraordinarily cute. Xia Linlin walked over and gently touched the soft petals. The fine texture transmitted to her fingertips, cool and pleasant. Her heart stirred suddenly, and she remembered the introduction about Yunhua water on the star net. It was said this water not only tasted sweet, but also replenished the trace elements needed by the human body. Since she had nothing better to do anyway, she might as well pick some petals and try it out, which could possibly bring her unexpected surprises. She went outside cheerfully and carefully picked some petals from the yun flowers in the yard. The petals were as thin as cicada wings, and when she leaned closer, she could catch a hint of sweet fragrance. She spread the petals on a clean plate and placed them under the sunlight to dry. The sun was warm, making her feel very comfortable. She stretched her arms and felt herself completely relaxed. As she was enjoying the afternoon sunshine contentedly, a mechanical voice suddenly rang in her mind. Edible plant detected, analyzing nutritional components. Yun flower, edible, moderately high nutritional value, rich in various trace elements. Xia Linlin paused for a moment, remembering then that her seemingly unusual index finger might be responsible for the voice. Nevertheless, this unexpected sound brought her a surprise. Yun flowers weren't only for Yunhua water, but could also be eaten. And they had fairly high nutritional value, which was a godsend for her current situation. Relieved, she gazed at the yun flower petals drying on the plate, a smile tugging at the corner of her lips. Since heaven seemed to favor her, she was determined to make full use of this rare opportunity to improve her life. Do you need to duplicate the seeds of this plant? The cold mechanical voice sounded again in her mind, breaking the tranquility of the yard. Startled by the sudden mechanical voice, Xia Linlin almost dropped the plate in her hand. This finger truly acted like artificial stupidity. If it was an edible plant, why not just duplicate its seeds? Why did it bother asking? What a superfluous question. She rolled her eyes internally and replied rather irritably. Duplicate. Of course, I want to duplicate. No sooner had the words left her lips than the mechanical voice sounded again. Duplication starting. Please select the quantity. Quantity. Xia Linlin hesitated for a moment. She had been so caught up in her excitement that she hadn't noticed this point. She had always thought that this golden finger's ability was just simple replication, never imagining she could choose the amount. A flicker passed through her heart, and her eyes turned calculatingly. This ability was more powerful than she had imagined. She glanced around. In the yard, there was no one but her. Xie Qingqing was still upstairs and would probably not come down anytime soon. Stealthily walking to the corner wall, while facing away from the yard to ensure no one could see her, she asked quietly, "How many can be duplicated in one go?" The mechanical voice remained icy. Theoretically unlimited, but please pay attention to the host's physical capacity. Unlimited. Xia Linlin widened her eyes, her heart pounding uncontrollably. Unlimited. That meant she could replicate as many seeds as she wanted, right? She felt as if she had discovered a huge treasure trove, getting goosebumps from her excitement. But what did physical capacity mean? Xia Linlin frowned, puzzled. Did this power consume her strength? However, now wasn't the time to ponder such matters. She had to try this ability first. Carefully picking up a small pot nearby, she cradled it in her hands and randomly chose a few small yet plump seeds from the dried yun flower petals and placed them in her palm. These seeds presented a pale light blue color, like tiny gems shimmering faintly in the sunlight. She took a deep breath, concentrated, and silently commanded, "Duplicate." She felt a slight warmth in her index finger. Immediately after, the number of seeds in her palm began to rapidly increase. 1, 2, 3. In the blink of an eye, her palm was filled with piles of light blue little seeds, resembling a small heap of fine sand, smooth and plump, exuding a faint fragrance. Xia Linlin looked at the seeds that had inexplicably appeared in her palm, her eyes filled with excitement and curiosity. She carefully poured the seeds into the small pot and prepared to silently command, "Duplicate," again, intending to continue until she could no longer carry them. Chapter 9. Was the green finger discovered? Xia Linlin took a deep breath, refocused her attention, and silently whispered "copy" to the seeds in the small pot. The familiar warmth spread again from the tip of her finger, and the seeds grew visibly at an increasing rate. Soon, the small pot was completely filled. She then switched to a larger pot and continued the replication process. The number of seeds increased so rapidly that they quickly went from being held by one hand to needing both hands to embrace them. Eventually, there were too many to even hold properly. The light blue seeds cascaded down like a waterfall, making a soft rustling sound similar to the spring rain nourishing dry soil. Unfortunately, this soil was in the corner of Xia Linlin's wall. The seeds piled higher and higher, forming a small hill that emitted a subtle fragrance. As Xia Linlin stared at the enormous mountain of seeds before her, her initially excited mood gradually gave way to panic. There were just too many. Initially, she only wanted to test the limits of her powers, but never expected such a huge outcome. Stop. Stop quickly. Xia Linlin cried anxiously within her mind, trying to stop Xiao LV from continuing the copying process. However, the warmth from her fingertips did not diminish in the slightest, and seeds continued to emerge endlessly, as if infinite. She could feel her heartbeat getting faster and faster, as if it might leap out of her chest. If someone discovered this, how would she explain it? Saying the seeds had appeared on their own? Who would believe that? She grew more frightened as sweat began to form on her palms, and a cold chill ran down her back. Panic-stricken, she glanced around to make sure no one was nearby, and breathed a slight sigh of relief when she confirmed she was alone. But she knew this situation wasn't sustainable. She had to find a way to make Xiao LV stop, otherwise, she was bound to be exposed. Xiao LV, please stop. Don't copy anymore. Xia Linlin repeated in her mind, her tone now laced with a tinge of desperation. However, Xiao LV showed no response. The seeds continued to increase without pause, growing larger and larger until the little seed hill nearly touched the ceiling. Xia Linlin was utterly hopeless. She felt like prey caught in a spider's web, struggling desperately but unable to escape. She closed her eyes and deeply inhaled, attempting to calm herself down. But deep inside, she realized it was already too late. Sis, what are you doing? Xia Linlin turned guiltily to see Xia Qingqing standing in the doorway, her gaze coldly observing her, as well as the mountain of seeds almost overwhelming the wall corner. A chilling sensation shot up from her feet straight to her head. She felt her blood about to freeze. When did he arrive, and how much has he seen? Xia Linlin swallowed hard, her throat parched like she'd swallowed sand. She strained a smile, uglier than crying. Before she could conjure some excuse that she didn't even believe herself, Xia Qingqing spoke first. Sis, why are you making so many seeds? His voice was void of any emotion, yet made Xia Linlin all the more uneasy. Xia Linlin tried to speak, but found she couldn't utter a single word. Her mind was a blank canvas, bizarre explanations flitting through and dismissed one after another. Should she tell him that the seeds had been created using her supernatural ability? Even if he believed her, which was unlikely, what consequences might arise from such a revelation? Xia Qingqing's gaze shifted slightly to Xia Linlin's trembling fingers, his expression flickering briefly with an unperceived trace of mockery. Sis, you don't have to do this. If you want a robot, just say so. No need for these hints. Hints. Xia Linlin froze, her wide-open eyes resembling those of a startled rabbit. Robot. Hints. What was he talking about? She simply lost control of her powers accidentally. How did that turn into a hint wanting a robot? Before Xia Linlin could open her mouth to explain, Xia Qingqing continued. I know that kind of robot is expensive, but there's no need to do something like this. Sis, I've already asked people. Such robots can do housework and tutor lessons. Although they cost a lot, payments can be done on installment. A down payment of... Xia Linlin's mind buzzed like there were countless bees flying around inside. She finally understood what Xia Qingqing thought. He assumed that she made all these seeds to subtly suggest he buy her a robot. She wanted to laugh, but found no laughter emerging. Wasn't this misunderstanding absolutely ridiculous? I've already bought the robot. Xia Linlin blurted out. Xia Qingqing froze, his facial expression stiffening for a brief moment. Then his lips curled slightly upward as though hearing some joke. Sis, stop comforting me. That kind of robot, we definitely can't afford it. Xia Linlin took a deep breath and tried to suppress her rising unease. I'm not lying. I really bought it. It will be delivered in a few days. Xia Qingqing's smile faded, replaced by a look of confusion and alertness. Sis, where did you get the money? He looked Xia Linlin up and down, suspicion filling his eyes. Xia Linlin was momentarily speechless. How could she tell him that it was from selling seeds? That would be tantamount to confessing voluntarily. Sis, Xia Qingqing's voice suddenly turned deep with a hint of warning. Don't do anything foolish. I didn't. Xia Linlin couldn't help herself anymore. She abruptly stood up and snatched the broom from Xia Qingqing's hands. Startled by her abrupt action, Xia Linlin fiercely ran toward the pile of seeds, leaving a bewildered Xia Qingqing behind. Xia Linlin had no intention to hit Xia Qingqing. It was more of an instinctual act to protect this stack of evidence. Seeing her move, Xia Qingqing instinctively leaned back, assuming she was going to strike him, making him feel deeply wronged. Xia Linlin arrived at the seed pile and haphazardly swept the seeds together into an even larger hill. Her frantic movements made her resemble a little hamster protecting its food, ridiculous yet pitiable. Only after doing all this did she realize how overreactive she had been. Turning awkwardly to Xia Qingqing, she said, I wasn't trying to hit you. Her voice trembled slightly, and her cheeks reddened. Xia Qingqing pursed his lips, remaining silent as he quietly stared at her. For a moment, the room was eerily quiet, broken only by Xia Linlin's heavy breathing and the sound of seeds falling. The atmosphere became unbearably awkward. The robot. I really bought it. Xia Linlin broke the silence, her tone resolute as she tried to convince Xia Qingqing. Xia Qingqing's eyes flickered with doubt. Really? Where did you get the money? Those robots are very expensive, at least. I told you I bought it. Xia Linlin interrupted impatiently, feeling like her head might explode. Why did this kid have so many questions? But, Xia Qingqing attempted to ask again, but was interrupted by Xia Linlin's raised voice. No buts. It will be delivered in a few days. Feeling on the verge of breaking down, all Xia Linlin wanted was to end this conversation quickly. Seeing Xia Linlin's agitated state, Xia Qingqing became even more suspicious. Biting his lips, he eventually couldn't resist asking. Sis, how exactly did you buy it? Xia Linlin took a deep breath, suppressing her growing annoyance. What model is it? Xia Qingqing pressed further. Xia Linlin paused for a second, not reacting immediately. The robot, what model is it? Xia Qingqing repeated, sounding a bit irritated. Is it the latest universal-type light-brain robot from Maple Intelligence Company? Xia Qingqing asked stubbornly through clenched lips. Xia Qingqing unwillingly blurted out, the latest universal-type light-brain robot from Maple Intelligence Company. He hesitated as if the words weighed heavily, finally struggling to add, 40 million star coins. The air seemed frozen, a faint metallic smell lingering in the room, a scent Xia Linlin had never noticed before when Xia Qingqing felt tense. With his head bowed, Xia Qingqing's disheveled hair hid his eyes, obscuring his expression except for the tightly clenched fists betraying his inner unrest. I originally just wanted to buy diapers for Mumu, Xia Qingqing muttered softly, almost to himself. All those dazzling products on the star web dazzled me, and I accidentally clicked into the robot page. He lifted his head, his gaze somewhat lost. Then, I saw the browsing record. Shrugging slightly, his tone regained calmness. I know Sis always likes the best things, so. Xia Qingqing's gaze fell on the mountainous heap of seeds in the corner. His eyes shimmered briefly. Actually, when I was researching information on the star net one day, I saw you secretly tampering with something in the corner. He paused, seemingly recalling the scene. It was dark, and I only vaguely saw a bunch of densely packed granular objects. Suddenly stopping. He chose not to finish and instead gave Xia Linlin a meaningful look. Chapter 10, Dad's Compensation. Xia Qingqing pulled a black card from his pocket and gently placed it on the table. On the front of the card was only a string of silver codes, reflecting a cold gleam under the dim light. Xia Linlin's eyes were drawn to the card, and she instinctively reached out for it. Her fingertips had barely touched its edge when Xia Qingqing announced a number. 400,000 star coins. 400,000. Xia Linlin quickly withdrew her hand, as if the card were scorching hot. 400,000 star coins. This immense sum could easily buy several high-end household robots or rent a cozy apartment in a prime location on Capital Planet for many years. And now, it lay quietly before her, like a gem glowing with dangerous allure. Xia Linlin's mind buzzed as thoughts raced through like a carousel. Could it be that Xia Qingqing had hooked up with some rich woman? Impossible, he's still a child. Did he win some interstellar lottery? Unlikely. This kid has always been steady and wouldn't touch those illusory things. Could it be that he robbed a bank? This fleeting thought was immediately rejected by Xia Linlin herself. Though Xia Qingqing is quiet in daily life, he is undoubtedly a law-abiding good kid. The likelihood of him doing something like that is negligible. She shook her head, trying to clear these jumbled thoughts. 400,000 star coins, it's not a small amount. She must find out the source clearly. She took a deep breath, striving to calm her voice but couldn't fully hide her urgency. Qingqing, where did you get this money? Xia Qingqing didn't respond right away. He kept his head down, using his fingers to caress the smooth surface of the card again and again, as if pondering or hesitating. After a while, he raised his head with a complicated look in his eyes. Advanced payment of personal subsidy. Xia Qingqing suddenly turned his head, avoiding Xia Linlin's inquisitive gaze. His lips were tightly pressed together, saying nothing, as if hiding some unspeakable secret. The room fell into an oppressive silence, interrupted only by the faint ticking sound of the wall electronic clock, each tick piercing Xia Linlin's taut nerves. Qingqing, look at me. Xia Linlin's voice trembled slightly as she tried to suppress the growing unease inside her, yet the urgency in her tone couldn't be concealed. Where exactly did this money come from? You have to tell me. Xia Qingqing's body quivered slightly, but he remained silent, bowing his head even lower like a frightened little animal trying to evade external threats. Seeing Xia Qingqing's resistant attitude, Xia Linlin became even more worried. She feared that Xia Qingqing might have done something foolish to raise the funds, anger rising uncontrollably from within, burning her rationality away. She suddenly raised her hand. Memories of her former self, crude and unruly, seemed to take over. Her 5 fingers clenched tightly, the knuckles turning white from exertion, ready to fall onto Xia Qingqing's slim shoulder. You, she shouted harshly, her tone sharp as a blade. Will you speak or not? Her hand hovered in the air, trembling, as though ready to strike, but then forcibly paused. Xia Qingqing looked at the raised hand of Xia Linlin, the distorted expression, the sinister face merging with the image in his memory of the shrew, who frequently scolded and beat others, and instantly waves of fear engulfed him. His body started shaking uncontrollably, returning to those dark days, times filled with insults and beatings where he could do nothing but accept them. Fear gripped his throat like an invisible giant hand, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. He hunched his shoulders, closing his eyes instinctively, waiting for the anticipated pain to arrive. I'll say. A voice softer than a mosquito's hum emerged from his trembling lips, tinged with a slight sob. It's advanced payment of personal subsidy. Each word came out as if squeezed from between clenched teeth, arduous and painful. He dared not look up into Xia Linlin's eyes, fearing to see disgust, contempt, or even hatred there. He clenched his fists tightly, nails digging deeply into his flesh without feeling any pain, overwhelmed by infinite fear and grievance swirling within him. How he wished all of this were just a nightmare, and upon waking, he'd return to being that carefree youth, instead of now, a frightened bird living in perpetual anxiety. Personal subsidy? Xia Linlin repeated the 4 words, her tone brimming with doubt and confusion. 400,000 star coins, for an ordinary family, is undoubtedly a huge sum. And what exactly is this so-called personal subsidy mentioned by Xie Qingqing that can prepay such an enormous amount? She slowly lowered her raised hand. The knuckles were slightly pale from the force applied, and the veins on the back of her hand were clearly visible. She stared at Xie Qingqing, her gaze sharp as a blade. You. Explain this to me clearly. Xie Qingqing's heart felt as though it was being sliced by a dull knife, each cut piercing him painfully. He had originally thought that showing these 400,000 star coins would bring surprise to Xie Linlin, allowing her to see the fruits of his efforts, but instead, he received nothing but suspicion and questioning looks. The money obtained at the cost of Dad's life now became an immense burden in his heart. He kept his head down, not daring to meet Xie Linlin's eyes. His eyelids gradually moistened, and his throat felt as if something was blocking it, making it hard to breathe. When Xie Linlin heard the words, personal subsidy, her mind immediately accelerated its processing, recalling all related information she knew. Personal subsidy. This term was not unfamiliar in the interstellar age. It generally referred to economic support provided for certain special groups. She had heard rumors about how the Empire motivated soldiers fighting on the front lines by giving their families financial subsidies. But such payments were usually issued monthly or yearly. Why would such a colossal sum be prepaid? Xie Linlin furrowed her brow, her fingers unconsciously tapping on the table surface. Each touch reminded her of the complexity of this riddle. Her gaze deepened, as though trying to pierce through Xie Qingqing's exterior and see the truth hidden within. In a slow and measured voice, laced with both certainty and concern, she said, Qingqing, is the personal subsidy you mentioned. At that, Xie Qingqing's body jolted, as if pricked by a needle. He looked up, tears welling in his eyes, yet he firmly interrupted Xie Linlin. Yes, this money is what Dad traded his life for. He won't come back anymore. When Xie Linlin heard the 4 words, personal subsidy, a spark of understanding flashed in her mind. She recalled the promise made by the Interstellar Empire to the descendants of soldiers sent to battle, a huge subsidy covering education and living expenses until they reached adulthood. This sum ensured that the offspring of those who sacrificed themselves for the Empire could receive proper care and upbringing. Gradually, the tension in her body relaxed, and her hurried breathing stabilized. Is this Dad's pension? Xie Linlin questioned hesitantly, trembling slightly in her tone. Unable to hold back any longer, Xie Qingqing's tears burst forth. He nodded while sobbing, his thin shoulders trembling faintly like a leaf caught in a storm. Biting his lower lip tightly to suppress his cries, he could not stop the overwhelming sadness and pain surging inside him. Upon Xie Qingqing's confirmation, Xie Linlin froze in place. It was as if she'd been struck by lightning. Her whole body stiffened where she stood. 400,000 star coins, this vast sum of money, turned out to be exchanged for her husband's life. She remembered the original self's coldness and strictness towards Xie Qingqing, guilt and remorse flooding her heart, indescribably bitter. The room fell silent, broken only by Xie Qingqing's muffled sobs resonating in the air. Xie Linlin sat numbly in her chair, her eyes blankly staring ahead, overwhelmed with countless thoughts. She didn't know how to confront this sudden truth, nor did she know how to face Xie Qingqing. After a long pause, Xie Linlin finally extended her hand slowly, gently stroking Xie Qingqing's head. Her voice, raspy and low, echoed, Qingqing. Chapter 11. Sorry, Qingqing. Xie Linlin looked at the frail boy before her. His shoulders were so thin as if they would break at any moment, trembling slightly like an injured little beast. A strange emotion surged in her heart, like a sharp needle pricking her heart painfully. She remembered all the evil acts the original self had done to Xie Qingqing, and a strong sense of guilt overwhelmed her. Can I return it? Xie Linlin's voice was hoarse, almost inaudible, with a trace of trembling and helplessness. Instinctively, she raised her hand and slapped herself hard. The crisp sound of slap echoed sharply in the silent room. Xie Qingqing suddenly raised his head, shocked at looking at her. Xie Linlin's face burned painfully, but she couldn't feel even a bit of pain. Her heart churned with unease. What was the difference between her earlier behavior and the original self? She questioned Xie Qingqing harshly about the source of his compensation fund, exactly mimicking the domineering demeanor of the original self. Although she intended to change and make amends, she unintentionally hurt him again. She closed her eyes in agony, taking a deep breath to try and calm the turmoil inside her heart. No, she couldn't continue like this. She must take on the responsibility of being a sister, take good care of Xie Qingqing and Mumu, and make up for the mistakes made by the original self. Qingqing, Xie Linlin opened her eyes again, looking firmly at Xie Qingqing. I will take good care of you and Mumu from now on. Dad is gone, I will be your support. At that moment, a hurried doorbell broke the silence in the room. Xie Qingqing paused for a moment, and then got up and ran to the door. Xie Linlin watched Xie Qingqing's small back, feeling a myriad of emotions in her heart. She didn't know what challenges the future would bring. Sister, Xie Qingqing's voice came from the door, carrying some hesitation and doubt. There's a man looking for you at the door. Xie Qingqing stood there, eyes wide open, as if he had seen something unbelievable. He couldn't believe that Xie Linlin lifted her hand and hit herself. The clear sound of the slap still echoed in his ears, causing him a ringing sensation. Sister had never hit herself, rarely even scolded severely. What was going on today? Could she really be possessed by something? Xie Qingqing unconsciously took a step back, and Xie Linlin rushed back to the room like a gust of wind, closing the door behind her, and frantically opening the interstellar shopping platform on her personal terminal with trembling hands. Urgently, she sifted through the order records trying to find the return button. But no matter how she searched, there was no option for returning anything. Could it be that in the Star Age, human lives could be bought and sold at will, but not returned? Reluctantly, she refreshed the page again and again, only to find her efforts futile. Disappointment washed over her like a flood, making her feel suffocated. She collapsed onto the bed, clenching her fists tightly, nails deeply embedded in the flesh, without her even noticing the pain. Xie Qingqing stood outside Xie Linlin's door, hesitating whether to enter or not. From within, he heard muffled sobbing sounds, which heightened his anxiety. He didn't know what happened to his sister, but intuition told him that she must be very upset right now. He bit his lip, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, worry, fear, and a subtle yet indescribable pang of sympathy. He raised his hand to knock on the door, but let it fall down instead. He stood quietly by the door, listening to the intermittent crying from inside, a myriad of feelings stirring within his heart. Knock, knock, knock. The knock interrupted the silence in the room. Xie Linlin suddenly looked up, tear-filled eyes fixed on the entrance. It was Xie Qingqing. He stood at the door, holding a freshly washed apple, a tinge of hesitation and concern in his gaze. Sister, are you all right? He asked softly, his voice trembling slightly. Upon seeing the apple in Xie Qingqing's hand, warmth spread through her heart. She wiped away her tears and forced a smile. I'm fine, Qingqing. Come in. Xie Qingqing entered the room cautiously, passing the apple to Xie Linlin. Sister, eat this apple. I heard you crying just now. Xie Linlin took the apple and bit into it lightly. The sour and sweet juice spread in her mouth, yet it did little to mask the bitterness in her heart. She looked up, locking eyes with Xie Qingqing, her own eyes filled with regret. Qingqing. Taking a deep breath, Xie Linlin stared earnestly at Xie Qingqing's face. Qingqing, I'm sorry. I was too impulsive earlier when I questioned you about the compensation funds. I didn't mean to yell at you. I was just too anxious. Xie Linlin's voice trembled slightly, a choke in her throat evident, her eyes reddened slightly. She tried hard to control her emotions, unwilling to appear overly vulnerable in front of her younger brother. Xie Qingqing froze, nearly dropping the apple in his hand. He stared at Xie Linlin with widened eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. Could it be that his sister was actually apologizing to him? This was absolutely unprecedented. From childhood to now, his sister had always beaten or scolded him. When had she ever used such a gentle tone? Xie Qingqing's heart was filled with doubt. He suspected whether he had misheard or was dreaming. Qingqing, I know I've treated you badly in the past and have done many wrong things. Dad is gone now, and only the three of us are left in this family. I will change. I'll strive to be a good sister and take care of you and Mumu. Xie Linlin's voice was firm and powerful as she tightly gripped Xie Qingqing's hand, as if trying to convey her determination. In the future, I will be your support. I won't let anyone bully you anymore. Xie Qingqing looked at Xie Linlin, his eyes complex. Sister's gaze was so earnest, her tone so sincere, which made him feel a hint of unfamiliarity, yet also a trace of warmth. He didn't know if what his sister said was true, but he was willing to believe, willing to give her a chance. He stared intently into Xie Linlin's eyes, trying to find any flaw, any falsity, but in the end, he only saw sincerity and determination. Sister. Xie Qingqing's voice was soft, trembling slightly, like an inquiry, yet also an expectation. Xie Linlin gently caressed Xie Qingqing's head and said softly, Qingqing, trust me, I will do it. She raised her head and gazed resolutely out the window, her heart brimming with hope and challenges. She knew the road ahead would still be long, but she was ready to work hard for this family, for Xie Qingqing and Mumu, and for herself. Sister. Xie Qingqing wanted to say more, but he was interrupted by an urgent doorbell. The doorbell rang again, sharp and grating, like a small hammer striking Xie Linlin's tense nerves. Xie Qingqing rushed to the door as if seeking refuge, as if a hero lay behind that door. Xie Linlin watched his slim back, feeling a mix of emotions, both relief and deep helplessness. It was reassuring that at least Xie Qingqing trusted her enough to open the door for her. However, it was disheartening that she currently had no idea how to resolve the pressing difficulties before her. Xie Linlin slumped limply onto the bed, massaging her slightly throbbing temples. The mess left behind by the original self was even more complicated than she had imagined. The compensation fund matter was still unclear, and now there was someone demanding debt repayment. She sighed deeply, a sense of powerlessness surging within her. Imperial law stated that minors were not allowed to apply for compensation funds in advance unless their guardian had an accident or lost their ability to care for them. And she, an unknown traveler through time, obviously did not meet any of these conditions. Even if she could prove the death of the original self, she could not apply for the compensation fund under the identity of Xie Linlin, since she lacked any legal identity in this world. Xie Linlin anxiously ran her fingers through her hair, her thoughts chaotic and entangled. She was now like prey trapped in a spider's web, unable to move. She desperately needed money, a great deal of money, to resolve the immediate predicaments. But where could she possibly get the money from? Sister, it's the teacher from school. Xie Qingqing's voice carried a quiver and unease, breaking Xie Linlin's train of thought. A jolt of dread struck Xie Linlin's heart. A teacher from the school? Could it be that something happened to Xie Qingqing at school? She quickly got up and hurried to the door. Teacher, hello. May I ask what's the matter? Xie Linlin tried her best to stay calm and asked as steadily as possible. The teacher adjusted the glasses on the bridge of his nose, scrutinizing Xie Linlin with a critical look, his tone serious and indifferent. Are you Xie Qingqing's sister? Xie Linlin nodded, feeling uneasy inside. The thing is, Xie Qingqing has been in arrears for 3 months tuition and cafeteria fees. If these are not paid soon, the school will have to suspend his classes. The teacher's voice held no emotion, as if he was just following protocol. Xie Linlin's face turned pale instantly, as if doused with a bucket of cold water. 3 months tuition and cafeteria fees? That wasn't a small amount. She had no money now, not even a day's fee could she afford. Teacher, Xie Linlin stuttered, unsure what to say. I hope you can settle the payment as soon as possible, otherwise. The teacher paused, his tone growing stricter. The school will take necessary measures. Necessary measures? Xie Linlin repeated instinctively, her heart brimming with fear and anxiety. She didn't know what the so-called necessary measures were, but she had a foreboding that they would definitely not be good. The teacher said nothing more and turned to leave, leaving Xie Linlin and Xie Qingqing standing by the door, staring at each other in bewilderment. Sister. Xie Qingqing timidly tugged at Xie Linlin's sleeve, his voice barely audible. Did I do something wrong? Xie Linlin looked into Xie Qingqing's eyes, which were filled with fear and unease, and her heart twisted with pain. She squatted down and hugged Xie Qingqing tightly, speaking gently. No, you haven't done anything wrong. It's sister's fault. Sister doesn't have the ability to protect you. Sister. Xie Qingqing's voice broke as tears streamed down his cheeks. Xie Linlin held Xie Qingqing tightly, overwhelmed with a sense of powerlessness and despair. She didn't know how to console him or how to solve their current predicament. All she knew was that she had to grow stronger, for Xie Qingqing, and for herself. At that moment, Xie Linlin's personal terminal suddenly buzzed, and a message popped up. Interstellar Express. You've received a package from an anonymous sender. Please confirm receipt. A package from an anonymous sender? What could it possibly be? Xie Linlin was filled with confusion and curiosity, as well as a faint glimmer of hope. Could it be? Knock, knock, knock. Another knock on the door interrupted Xie Linlin's thoughts. Who is it? Xie Linlin asked cautiously. Hello. May I ask if this is Miss Xie Linlin? I'm from Interstellar Express. There's a package for you to sign for. A strange male voice came from outside the door. Xie Linlin quickly got up and opened the door. Miss Xie Linlin, here's your package. Please sign for it. The courier handed a parcel to Xie Linlin. Xie Linlin took the package, puzzled. It wasn't large, but it was heavy. She couldn't imagine what was inside. She eagerly tore open the package and saw. Chapter 12, 40. The package contained a metal box. Inside, when opened, lay a folded robot in silence. Xie Linlin was stunned. Could this be the content of the anonymous delivery? Who had sent it? She could not figure it out no matter how hard she tried. Hearing the noise, Xie Qingqing also came over. Upon seeing the robot, her eyes lit up, and she immediately started debugging it. Xie Linlin stood beside her, filled with doubt and anticipation. After the debugging was completed, the robot slowly unfolded, revealing its true form. Xie Linlin was again taken aback. This robot. It looked too strange. It had limbs and a torso similar to a human, but was covered with a layer of silver-gray metallic casing. Its head resembled some kind of animal, with 2 pointed ears sticking up and a pair of large eyes flashing blue light. It looked part human, part animal, exuding a sense of technology and futurism. Curiously, Xie Linlin extended her hand and gently touched the robot's metallic surface, which felt icy cold, yet perfectly smooth. As if sensing her touch, the robot turned its head. The blue eyes fixed on her as it emitted a soft, buzzing sound. Xie Qingqing excitedly said, Sis, look, this robot is so cool. It can help us with many things. Xie Linlin, gazing at the robot, suddenly felt an overwhelming resolve surge within her. Xie Qingqing had to bear the cost of her school tuition and cafeteria fees herself, and the start of the semester was drawing near. She must quickly earn that money. Qingqing, don't worry. I will definitely find a way to earn your tuition. Xie Linlin's tone was resolute. The robot seemed to sense Xie Linlin's determination, emitting another, buzzing, sound as though responding to her. Xie Linlin looked at the robot, and suddenly an idea struck her. Qingqing, what do you think? Should we give it a name? Sure. Xie Qingqing excitedly replied. What should we call it? Xie Linlin stared at the robot, and a name popped into her mind. Let's call it 40. Xie Linlin blurted out without thinking. Xie Qingqing paused for a moment. 40? Why call it 40? Xie Linlin momentarily choked on her words. She couldn't say that it was the name of a character from an animated show she'd seen in her previous life, could she? Just thought the name fits it well. She vaguely explained. All right then. Though puzzled, Xie Qingqing didn't press further. 40, from now on. Your name is 40. She addressed the robot. 40's blue eyes flickered, as if responding to Xie Qingqing's naming. Sis, activating 40 will take a bit of time. Let me move it to my room first. Xie Qingqing said as she began operating 40's control panel. Okay, be careful. Xie Linlin instructed. Take Mumu inside too. It's getting a little chilly outside. Xie Qingqing nodded, picked up Mumu who was playing on the floor, and went into the room along with 40. Xie Linlin watched them go, feeling a bit more at ease. She glanced around, intending to tidy up the seeds piled in the corner, but thinking about Xie Qingqing's low spirits, she changed her mind. Right now, the most important thing was to cheer Xie Qingqing up. Xie Linlin walked to the fridge, opened it, and carefully inspected the ingredients inside. Xie Qingqing's appetite hadn't been great recently. She needed to prepare some aromatic dishes to stimulate his interest in food. Her gaze swept over the frozen meat, and an idea formed. I'll make crispy duck legs. Xie Linlin muttered to herself. And braised pork, Qingqing loves that the most. She retrieved the frozen duck legs and pork belly and began thawing them. Soon, The kitchen echoed with the sounds of clinking pots and pans, accompanied by the sizzling sound of frying oil, as an inviting aroma gradually spread. "Sis, what are you cooking? It smells so good." Xie Qingqing pushed open the door, sniffing vigorously with an eager gleam in her eyes. Xie Linlin gave a mysterious smile. "Guess." As the oil temperature rose, Xie Linlin placed the thawed duck legs into the pan. With a hiss, the oil splattered everywhere. Under the hot oil's treatment, the duck skin gradually turned golden and crispy, releasing a tempting aroma that spread through the air. Xie Linlin occasionally flipped the duck legs to ensure even heat distribution on all sides. After dealing with the duck legs, she moved on to preparing the braised pork. The pork belly was cut into evenly sized chunks, blanched, and then fried in the pot until the fat became translucent. Various seasonings were added next, simmering slowly over a low flame. The kitchen was filled with the fragrant aroma of the food. Xie Linlin hummed a cheerful tune while preparing the meals. Today's live streaming theme was interstellar home cooking, and the dishes she planned to make were crispy duck legs and braised pork. Everything was ready, and Xie Linlin turned on the live streaming equipment. As the screen lit up, a large number of fans flooded into the live stream room. "Linlin goddess, what delicious dish are you making today? Looking forward to Linlin's new recipes. The scent is already spreading, drooling just imagining it." Seeing the enthusiastic messages from her fans, Xie Linlin felt even better. "Today, I will present 2 homestyle dishes, crispy duck legs and braised pork." Xie Linlin smiled at the camera as she said this. The chat was instantly buzzing. "Wow, duck legs are my favorite. Braised pork, my all-time favorite." Seeing the fans' anticipation, Xie Linlin decided to first show off the ingredients for the crispy duck legs. She picked up the prepared duck legs and waved them in front of the camera. These are carefully selected duck legs, tender and flavorful, fatty but not greasy. The chat exploded with various reactions. "Wow, it looks so delicious. These duck legs are huge, enough for me to eat twice. What? Is this some kind of duck? It doesn't look like the usual ones we eat. Why is the color of these duck legs so dark? Are they fresh?" Xie Linlin's smile faltered slightly, and a hint of uneasiness crept into her mind. She had originally thought everyone would love it, but she didn't expect. "This duck is a specialty of our planet, with exceptionally flavorful meat," Xie Linlin tried to explain. However, more doubts appeared in the chat. "Linlin, are you sure this is a duck leg? It looks like what?" Xie Linlin's heart jumped to her throat. "Like some kind of mutated reptile." A bold message flashed across the screen, standing out prominently. The atmosphere in the live stream room became tense. "Yeah, this color, this texture, just looking at it makes me lose my appetite. Linlin, were you tricked? Is this thing edible?" Criticism filled the chat like an overwhelming tide, almost drowning out other comments. Xie Linlin stared at the messages, her rosy face gradually turning pale. She tightly gripped the duck leg in her hand, her knuckles whitening, beads of sweat forming on her palms. In the live stream room, the sound of sizzling oil seemed amplified infinitely, each pop striking against her eardrums, making her feel dizzy. A greasy, fishy smell drifted out from the pot, causing her stomach to churn. Could it be that people from interstellar planets couldn't accept the taste of mutant livestock? Xie Linlin's mind was full of doubt. She had originally believed that although these mutant animals looked ugly, their delicious and affordable meat was the best solution to interstellar food shortages. But now it seems she underestimated the aesthetic requirements people had for food. "Linlin, you should change the ingredients. This really looks..." A message floated by, followed by a string of vomit emojis. Xie Linlin took a deep breath and tried hard to steady her trembling voice. "This duck leg is truly very tasty, if you don't believe me. Linlin, don't force it. We know you're trying to save money, but..." "Who says I'm saving money?" Xie Linlin's voice suddenly rose, interrupting the chat. She stared intently at the screen, her eyes flashing with determination. "I just think food shouldn't be judged by its appearance." Chapter 13, Roast Duck. "Who said I'm saving money?" Xie Linlin's voice suddenly rose, cutting off that comment. She stared tightly at the screen, a hint of stubbornness flashing in her eyes. "I just think food shouldn't be judged by its appearance. It definitely shouldn't be restricted by some fixed prejudices." Xie Linlin stopped paying attention to the scrolling comments. The emoticons and change ingredients suggestions were all meaningless noise to her. What she was making was fine cuisine, not something to cater to certain people's tastes. She picked up the chopping knife, and the weighty metallic feel gave her a sense of reassurance. With a swift motion, the rough skin of the mutant duck leg was cut open, revealing tender meat inside. Dark red blood flowed along the edge of the blade, carrying a strange sweetness with a gamey smell, but it wasn't nauseating. Instead, it stimulated Xie Linlin's appetite. After carefully washing off the remaining filth and blood on the duck leg, the pinkish-white flesh was exposed, with clear muscle textures and elasticity. Xie Linlin's movements became skillful and elegant, as if she were an experienced space chef. She took star anise, cassia bark, bay leaves, and Sichuan peppercorns from the spice rack nearby. These spices weren't common in the space era, but they were specifically sourced for her from remote star systems. They exuded a strong, ancient scent of earth, instantly dispelling the original gamey odor of the duck leg and replacing it with a drool-inducing composite aroma. She evenly spread these spices over the duck leg, meticulously massaging every inch of its flesh so that the fragrance of the spices could fully penetrate the meat. Her fingertips touched the slippery skin of the duck leg, feeling it gradually become firmer. A confident smile curled at the corner of Xie Linlin's mouth. The comments in the live stream were still rolling endlessly, but Xie Linlin had completely immersed herself in her own world. Next, Xia Linlin picked up a transparent glass bottle and shook it in front of the camera. It's time to witness a miracle. Inside the transparent glass bottle, dark brown soy sauce gleamed invitingly under the light. Xia Linlin carefully tilted the bottle, and the light soy sauce slid down like a gentle stream, covering every inch of the duck leg evenly. Following this, dark soy sauce joined in with a thicker consistency, giving the duck leg a deeper hue as if dressing it in a luxurious evening gown. Finally, clear cooking wine, carrying a hint of mellow aroma, washed away any residual gaminess from the duck leg, allowing various seasonings to better blend together. She set the bottle down and reached out her hands again toward the duck leg. This time, her motions were no longer simple spreading. They had transformed into a massage filled with ritualistic significance. Her fingertips gently pressed every area of the duck leg, from the joint to the meaty part, leaving no spot untouched. She felt the muscles of the duck leg quiver slightly under her fingers, feeling the spices and sauces gradually permeate the meat. This wasn't merely preparation for a dish. It was more like a spiritual dialogue where she conveyed respect and passion for the food through her own hands. Her movements were focused and earnest, akin to crafting a piece of art. The sensations under her fingertips clearly transmitted every change in the duck leg, from initial coarseness to present smoothness, and she felt each one attentively. The air was permeated with the rich aromas of spices and sauces, interweaving with the inherent meaty fragrance of the duck leg, creating a complex and tempting atmosphere. However, as Xia Linlin was immersed in the joy of cooking, the comments in the live stream began to scroll again, and this time, the questioning voices were even more evident. Wow, going straight in with your hands. Isn't that dirty? It feels disgusting. This is something we're supposed to eat. Isn't she being a little too casual? Grabbing it with her hands? I feel dirty just watching from my screen. Line after line of critical comments appeared, conveying distaste as if every action of Xia Linlin's was challenging their hygiene standards. On the screen, words like dirty, disgusting, and unprofessional kept flashing, creating an atmosphere filled with doubts. Xia Linlin's brows slightly furrowed. She certainly saw the comments on the screen, but she didn't stop her movements. She only slightly sped up the massage, letting the sauce seep faster into the depths of the duck leg. She knew that true delicacy required time and patience, and every step she took was aimed at presenting the most perfect taste in the end. She gently picked up the duck leg, sensing its evenly distributed force, and then, next, Xia Linlin suddenly said, her voice carrying a trace of coldness imperceptible to others. She lightly picked up the duck leg, sensing its evenly distributed force, then placed it into a pre-prepared, transparent container. At the bottom of the container lay a layer of green scallions and ginger slices, exuding fresh fragrances that contrasted vividly with the concentrated meat aroma of the duck leg. Xia Linlin poured the remaining sauce into the container as well, ensuring that every inch of the duck leg was soaked in it. Marinate for at least 2 hours, Xia Linlin explained to the camera, her tone calm, yet resolute. Only then can the sauce fully penetrate the meat and intensify the flavor. Yet, the barrage of comments in the live stream continued with their doubts. What's the point of all these steps? One comment floated by, dripping with obvious disdain. Exactly, why not just roast it? Such a waste of time. Another comment chimed in, agreeing with the previous one. Are all these steps really necessary? It feels excessive. More questions arose, as if every move of Xia Linlin's was deemed unnecessary. And those spices, another comment specifically targeted the spices she had used earlier. Do they need to be so many? What's even the point of that bay leaf? The air grew heavier with criticism, the screen filled with doubt and disapproval, almost like a trial directed at Xia Linlin. A vein throbbed on Xia Linlin's forehead as she took a deep breath, striving to control her emotions threatening to erupt. She stared intently at the screen, her eyes flashing with a cold glint. The noise in the live stream seemed muted as if pressed on silent, leaving only her hurried breathing. You, Xia Linlin's voice was low and hoarse, carrying a hint of dangerous undertones. Do you truly understand fine cuisine? Taking another deep breath, her chest rose and fell as she struggled to calm the turbulent emotions within. Closing her eyes, when she reopened them, there was an eerie calm in her gaze, though her trembling fingertips betrayed her true inner feelings. The dish I'm making is for my younger brother, she said with a tinge of helplessness and an almost unnoticeable weariness. And I've cleaned everything thoroughly, cleaner than some of your keyboards. Xia Linlin's gaze swept over the stinging comments on the screen, and a mocking curve graced her lips. Ignoring the meaningless barrage, she focused entirely on the task at hand. She removed the marinated duck leg, the glossy sauce sliding down its plump flesh, gleaming invitingly under the light. Xia Linlin picked up a piece of clean gauze and carefully wiped away the residual sauce on the duck leg, handling it gently, as if dealing with a precious piece of art. Afterward, she placed the duck leg into the oven, setting the time and temperature with precision. As the oven door closed with a soft hum, the duck leg officially embarked on its magnificent transformation. Xia Linlin stood before the oven, quietly listening to the sizzling sounds emanating from within, as the rich aroma of roasted meat mingled with the fragrant spices, filling the air and causing mouths to water. Time ticked away slowly as the temperature inside the oven gradually increased. The skin of the duck leg turned golden and crispy, fat crackling invitingly, releasing irresistible scents. Through the glass door of the oven, Xia Linlin could clearly observe the transformation of the duck leg. The originally tender white meat became firm, changing colors from light to dark, eventually acquiring a caramelized hue that sparked hunger. It'll be done soon, Xia Linlin murmured softly, her eyes shining with anticipation. Meanwhile, Xia Linlin's younger brother sat by the dining table, idly tapping his chopsticks against it. His stomach growled with hunger, but he saw no sign of the long-awaited duck leg appearing. Sis, he mumbled quietly, how much longer? Chapter 14. Free shipping to your home. On the kitchen counter, a delicate clay pot was bubbling with steam, and the water inside was crystal clear. Xia Linlin slowly poured the stir-fried yuen flowers into the boiling water. The bright, deep red petals swirled in the water like spirits, quickly coloring the originally clear water. It transformed as if it were a watercolor painting, creating mesmerizing hues. The faint aroma of caramel mixed with the natural fragrance of yuen flowers became even more concentrated. The sweet scent filled the live stream room, causing the interstellar netizens watching to instinctively swallow their saliva. Wow, this color is so beautiful. It looks like a gemstone. I can almost smell it through the screen. Is this some kind of magic? The clear water has turned into this. Xia Linlin smiled slightly, picked up a lemon that had been prepared earlier, and lightly sliced it, allowing golden drops of lemon juice to fall into the water. The red became even brighter and vivid, just like flames dancing within the water. The live stream instantly erupted with excitement, chat messages flying by like falling snowflakes, filled with exclamation and praise. My goodness, isn't this beautiful? It feels like I'm watching an artwork. Xia Linlin, are you sure this is drinkable and not some precious potion? Xia Linlin poured the brewed yuen flower water into a transparent and uniquely styled glass teapot. The body of the teapot was intricately carved with exquisite patterns, looking radiant under the light. She then retrieved a golden slender glass and carefully poured the yuen flower water into it. The wine-red liquid flowed in the golden cup like a moving gemstone, radiating alluring luster. Silence filled the live stream as everyone held their breath, eyes glued to the screen, fearful of missing any detail. All right, Xia Linlin lifted the golden glass filled with yuen flower water, gently shaking it towards the camera. The moment of miracles. Xia Linlin brought the glass to her lips, sipping it delicately, tasting it thoroughly. A soft sweetness spread on her tongue, accompanied by a slight tang from the lemon, leaving a long-lasting aftertaste, refreshing the mind and spirit. The live stream exploded instantly. Chat messages surged forth like lava erupting from a volcano. The host actually drank it. I want to know what it tastes like. It looks so delicious. My mouth is watering. Host, please open the link for purchase. I'll buy it. Any price. Host, please sell us some. Xia Linlin looked at the frenzied chat messages, and a cunning smile tugged at the corner of her lips. She put down the glass in her hand and shifted her gaze to the mountainous piles of burlap sacks stacked in the corner of the wall, each filled with yuen flower seeds. These seemingly unremarkable little seeds now gleamed in her eyes like shining gold coins. An audacious idea sprang in her mind. Since everyone likes it so much, Xia Linlin spoke slowly, her tone carrying an air of mystery. I will offer 10 limited trial packs of yuen flower water. Before Xia Linlin finished speaking, the product link had barely been put up when the inventory of the 10 yuen flower water trial packs disappeared in an instant. The bold 3 words "sold out" prominently flickered in the center of the screen. Xia Linlin was stunned, blinking her eyes, unsure if she was seeing things. This was way too fast. Faster than the second kill deals on Star Network? She had initially thought that such a novel beverage, no matter how tasty, would take some time for people to accept. She had even mentally prepared herself for potential unsold stock. In the live stream, the chat messages continued to scroll furiously, but this time, they were filled with lamentation. What did I miss? Why am I so slow? Why only 10 portions? I didn't even get to click. Host, release more stock, please. Wait, Xia Linlin noticed the overwhelming request for restocking across the screen and suddenly realized an issue. Could it be? I set the price too low. She priced each trial pack at 50 star coins, which she thought was already quite high. After all, although yuen flowers were rare, cultivating them wasn't particularly difficult. 50 star coins. Host, are you joking? This is dirt cheap. Exactly. Something this good, 50 star coins is like giving it away. I'd pay 500 star coins for one portion. The person above me, I'll go up to 1,000. As Xia Linlin watched these chat messages, her heart churned like stormy seas. 50 star coins, and it's still considered cheap? Could it be that prices in the space era were completely different from what she imagined? Instinctively, she swallowed, her gaze shifting back to the large piles of burlap sacks stacked in the corner. A faint, barely noticeable curve formed at the corner of her mouth. That. Xia Linlin's voice trembled slightly, unable to suppress the excitement. Or perhaps, that. Xia Linlin's voice trembled slightly, barely suppressing her excitement. She struggled to hold back the laughter bubbling at the corners of her mouth as her heart pounded wildly, feeling like it would leap out of her chest. Perhaps, I'll put up 10 more trial packs. She sneaked a glance at the frantic barrage of messages in the live stream chat, her heart already bursting with joy. 50 star coins per pack. To her, it seemed an outrageous profit. These interstellar netizens were truly easy to take advantage of. Riches were within her grasp. Xia Linlin took a deep breath, striving to appear calm and composed. Clearing her throat, she spoke in what she hoped was a level tone. Ahem, given everyone's enthusiasm, I've decided to put up 10 more yuen flower water trial packs. But this time, there'll be no free shipping. As she spoke, her fingers swiftly tapped on the Star Network terminal, uploading the new batch of yuen flower water trial packs. In the live stream, the chat messages erupted once again like a galloping herd of wild horses. Haha, the host is so cute, trying to charge for shipping. Host, all Star Network transactions come with professional, free delivery. Are you new to the space era? Diesel with laughter. This must be the first time the host has streamed to sell something. Too funny. No problem though. The product is good, so we don't mind the shipping fee. Joking and teasing comments flooded the screen, some viewers laughing aloud, while others began spamming, the host is so cute. Xia Linlin stared at these messages, her cheerful expression freezing instantly, as if struck by lightning. Her entire body stiffened in disbelief. What? Free delivery? All her painstaking efforts to sneakily charge for shipping turned out to be completely unnecessary? She felt like a fool, performing an embarrassing act of self-deception in front of everyone. Her eyes darted quickly across the chat, searching desperately for any discrepancy, but every message confirmed the same thing. Her cheeks flushed red, embarrassment welling up inside her. Glancing at the corner where burlap sacks were piled mountain high, her mood plummeted like a roller coaster spiraling from its peak down into the depths. The plan to amass wealth through yunflower water seemed to have run into trouble before even beginning. Taking another deep breath, she tried to steady her racing thoughts, her fingers unconsciously tapping on the table, producing soft, tapping sounds that echoed clearly in the silent room. That, Xia Linlin's voice quavered faintly, confusion flickering in her eyes, uncertainty laced in her tone. Is free shipping really true? Of course it's true, host. There are regulations on the Star Network. Host, are you just too adorable, or what? Ha ha, did our host just come from some remote planet? Faced with the audience's merciless ribbing, Xia Linlin felt as if crows were circling above her head. Her lips twitched, while her face managed a strained yet polite smile tinged with awkwardness. That, she cleared her throat again, her voice trembling noticeably. Everyone, please wait a moment. With swift movements, she shut off the live stream interface. Instantly, the lively room fell silent, leaving only the sound of her heavy breathing and her unfinished words fading into the still air. Chapter 15. What is this, streamer? Xia Linlin quickly closed the live streaming interface, and the room instantly became quiet. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her excited heart, then swiftly turned around and opened the shopping interface of the Star Network. The chatroom's heat was still high, and she decided to take advantage of this opportunity to quickly purchase the items needed for live streaming. She quickly scanned through various goods on the Star Network, transparent packaging cups, colored paper and ribbons, colorful drawing pens. These cheap, yet practical things seemed like treasures she had never seen before on remote planets. She kept clicking, her fingers rapidly sliding on the touchscreen, as if selecting the most satisfactory goods at a wholesale market. Every time she clicked, a small confirmation window would pop up on the screen, and without hesitation, she pressed the Buy Now button. This transparent packaging cup is really cheap, only 5 star coins each, with free shipping. Xia Linlin silently rejoiced in her heart. She imagined using these pretty packaging cups during live streams. The audience would surely be attracted and rush to place orders. The bright colors of the colored paper and ribbons dazzled her eyes, and she selected various vibrant hues to decorate the corners of the live streaming room. Colored drawing pins would be used to make cute handicrafts for Mumu, adding fun to the live stream. As one by one items were added to the cart, Xia Linlin's mood gradually became more excited. Her fingers unconsciously tapped on the table, making a faint tap-tap sound, but this time it was filled with energy and determination. She imagined the scene of the live streaming room, the audience liking and tipping, and her desire to make money grew stronger in her heart. Just a few more left, she muttered to herself and continued browsing through the products. Finally, all the items were added to the cart, and she clicked the settlement button, input the payment password, and the system quickly confirmed the order. The free shipping reminder appeared again on the screen. She closed the shopping interface and looked up at the wall clock, realizing she had spent quite a bit of time. Suddenly, she smelled a faint aroma in the air, the smell of duck meat being marinated. She walked to the kitchen entrance and saw that the duck meat was almost fully marinated, its surface glistening invitingly, exuding a mouth-watering fragrance. Xia Linlin's mood calmed slightly, and the corners of her mouth curved upward slightly as she began planning the next steps. Suddenly, a voice broke her brief moment of peace. Streamer, I have been activated for some time now, awaiting your instructions. Xia Linlin suddenly turned her head, almost bumping into Sure, which had appeared behind her at some unknown point in time. It hovered quietly in midair, shimmering with a soft blue light, like a gentle night pearl. Sure's electronic voice remained monotone, but it sent a shock through Xia Linlin's heart. Only then did she remember that in preparation for better live streaming effects, she had activated Sure earlier, but left it aside due to shopping. Oh no, Sure, you've been active for so long? Xia Linlin scratched her head awkwardly, glancing at the balance displayed on Sure's screen, 400,000 star coins. This huge sum, once her distant dream, was now vividly present before her eyes. A warm current surged within her heart, not moved by sentiment, but stirred by an intense longing, an impetus to tightly grasp this wealth. 400,000 star coins, enough to buy her a small starship, allowing her to escape this barren planet. Enough to ensure Mumu receives the best education, freeing her from worries about food and clothing. Enough for her to. Xia Linlin's breathing gradually became more rapid, her heart pounding fiercely in her chest, as if trying to break free from its confines. She clenched her fists tightly, her fingertips digging deeply into her palm, almost drawing blood. An unprecedented force surged through her body, the longing for the future, for wealth, and for the transformation of her fate. Looking at Sure, her eyes flashed with an unusual gleam, like a hungry beast eyeing its prey. 400,000. Xia Linlin murmured to herself, her voice low and hoarse, as if squeezed out from the depths of her throat. I want to make more, much more. The aroma of duck meat drifting from the kitchen became even more potent, stimulating her taste buds and nerves alike. She took a deep breath, drawing the alluring scent into her lungs as if transforming it into power, driving her forward. See sure, Xia Linlin suddenly lifted her head, her eyes firm and sharp, her tone carrying an unquestionable command. I want you to help me make money, lots and lots of it. Seashure's screen flickered slightly, its electronic voice still perfectly calm. Understood, streamer. Please instruct. Xia Linlin curled her lips into a confident smile and turned towards the kitchen. She still had many things to do, turning the duck meat, perfecting the live streaming plan, and there was still 40. Xia Linlin said without turning her head. Just wait a moment. I need to finish cooking this meal first. In the kitchen, the rich aroma of duck meat swirled around, almost becoming tangible, enticing everyone's appetite. The chatroom's barrage was just as overwhelming as this fragrance, never ceasing. Streamer, is the duck ready yet? My saliva has already formed a small creek. Ah, so fragrant. I can smell it through the screen. Are you killing us with your delicious scents? My stomach is already growling. Streamer, please feed us. The screen was almost flooded with messages about duck, hungry, and wants to eat. Xia Linlin, while busy flipping the duck in the pot, smiled helplessly. Everyone, don't rush. The duck still needs some time to cook. Let me prepare other dishes first. Neglected by the side, 40's screen flickered faintly, as if silently protesting. Its anthropomorphic image now appeared somewhat lonely, its delicate fingers tapping lightly on the table, making crisp sounds that were drowned out in the noisy barrage and the sizzling cooking sounds. It tried hard to interject, but could never find the right moment. At this point, Xia Linlin was completely immersed in the world of cooking, completely oblivious to 40's unusual behavior. She skillfully flipped the duck over, the golden crispy skin gleaming invitingly under the light. The sound of sizzling accompanied by waves of aromas continuously tempted the audience's taste buds. So fragrant. I can almost feel the crunchiness even from afar. Streamer, I'll offer 1,000 star coins for the duck in your pot. The person above is daydreaming. I'll offer 10,000. Xia Linlin looked at the soaring barrage and slightly raised the corner of her lips. Don't fool around, guys. This duck is my dinner. As she spoke, she placed the duck onto a plate and then turned toward the fridge. Besides the duck, today I've also prepared. Xia Linlin opened the refrigerator and took out a bunch of emerald green oil greens. She paused for a moment, her gaze landing on the greens. Let me explain to everyone. Xia Linlin set the plate of duck aside and turned to rinse rice for steaming. She carefully washed the rice, cool water flowing between her fingers, the grains distinct and clear, emitting a soft rustling sound. After washing the rice, she put it into the rice cooker, pressed the cooking button, listened to the slight hum of the machine running, and only then returned to the stove. She picked up the oil greens from the fridge earlier and rinsed them under the faucet. Water flowed over the verdant leaves, creating a clear sound, and the crystal droplets glistened under the lights. She placed the rinsed oil greens on the cutting board and, holding the knife, skillfully cut the greens into segments. Every chop emitted a rhythmic thud from the contact of the blade and the chopping board. Meanwhile, someone in the chat room asked, Streamer, are you going to make oil greens rice? Can't wait. Another question came up. Will oil greens rice be good? Never tried it before. Xia Linlin glanced at the screen, cutting the oil greens while patiently explaining. Today isn't oil greens rice, it's regular rice, and I'll stir-fry these greens. Just as she spoke, the oil in the pan had warmed up, making a soft hissing sound as if urging her to start cooking. Xia Linlin tossed the chopped oil greens into the pan, and instantly, there was a crackling sound, with smoke rising. She quickly stirred the greens with the spatula. The tender green vegetables rolled around in the pan, releasing a fresh scent. Her gaze was focused and serious, all her attention devoted to this dish. Just then, doubts about the oil greens appeared again in the chat room, but Xia Linlin merely smiled gently at the barrage, showing understanding. However, her hands continued stirring the greens in the pan. Xia Linlin watched the floating barrage, a calm smile lingering at the corner of her lips. It seems like you guys aren't familiar with oil greens. She used the spatula to gently stir the greens in the pan. Their vivid green leaves softened quickly under the heat, making a hissing sound as a fresh aroma wafted out. This is normal, Xia Linlin continued. Most vegetables sold nowadays are mutated varieties. Oil greens like these original ecological ones are indeed rare. She paused briefly, her tone filled with nostalgia. Actually, I didn't know about them either at first. It was from an ancient interstellar book that I found information. Later, a friend helped me obtain seeds from a plantation base, so I grew some myself. Xia Linlin's eyes rested on the bright green oil greens, her gaze filled with tenderness. Interestingly, they're pretty easy to grow, yield high, and taste-wise. She deliberately stretched the sentence's ending, the sound of the spatula clanging against the iron pot sounding crisp, teasing the audience. Xia Linlin observed the passing barrage with a faint smile. The chatroom was instantly flooded with questions about how does it taste, like a flock of hungry fledglings eagerly waiting to be fed. Xia Linlin, looking at these barrage messages, curved her lips into an even wider smile. Let me tell you, this stir-fried oil greens are exceptionally fresh and tender, with a crisp sweetness. Her tone was brimming with confidence and certainty, as if she could already foresee the amazed expressions on her audience's faces once they tasted it. She scooped the perfectly stir-fried oil greens onto a plate, where the emerald leaves were piled together, radiating an alluring luster and aroma. Xia Linlin took a deep breath, savoring this refreshing fragrance, and a satisfied smile graced her face. All right, the duck is ready. The rice is steamed. Now only one more dish remains. She smiled mysteriously. Next, I'm going to showcase my ultimate secret skill. She turned around and walked to another stove, took out a clean pot from the cabinet, and placed it on the stove. Then, she retrieved a glass bottle filled with a transparent liquid from the fridge. What is this? Someone in the barrage immediately asked. Xia Linlin shook the bottle in her hand. The clear liquid swayed inside, reflecting the light and appearing crystal clear. This is... She deliberately paused for effect, a mischievous glint flashing in her eyes. A secret. Chapter 16. The fragrance of fried duck legs fills the galaxy. Of course, the secret weapon is revealed last. Xia Linlin blinked mysteriously and poured the liquid from the glass bottle into the pot. The transparent liquid spread out on the bottom of the pot, emitting a faint fragrance. Now, it's time to witness the miracle. She took out the pre-marinated duck legs from the side. The well-marbled duck leg shone with an inviting luster under the light. Xia Linlin picked up a duck leg and waved it in the air. Fresh, interstellar wild duck legs, firm meat texture, perfect for deep frying. As she spoke, she placed the duck leg into the pot. Sizzle. The oil splashed around as the duck leg entered the pot, producing a crisp sound. My goodness, so much oil. The chat instantly burst into activity. Isn't this too greasy? Broadcaster, are you making fried duck legs or boiled oily duck legs? How long do we have to digest this? Xia Linlin looked at the chat messages and smiled gently, explaining patiently. I know what you're worried about. Isn't there too much oil? But trust me, the ingredients from the space age are different from those we used before. Their meat tends to be dry. If there's not enough oil, the duck legs would come out dry and tough, ruining the texture. She paused and continued. Moreover, the food delivery dishes in the space age are usually very bland, almost oil-free. Eating them frequently could easily cause malnutrition. So I've added more oil intentionally. This way, the duck legs not only become fragrant and crispy, but also supplement the necessary fat required by the human body, achieving two goals at once. Although some doubts still lingered in the chat, the tone had softened considerably. Is that really true? Somehow, I find it hard to believe, one message read. This is the first time I've seen so much oil used for fried duck legs, another commented. But, the broadcaster does have a point. The food in the space era does lack flavor. Curiosity and doubt intertwined, leaving the audience on edge, eagerly awaiting the final product. Xia Linlin watched the bubbling oil flowers in the pot, her smile widening. Don't rush, the truth will soon be revealed. She picked up the chopsticks and lightly stirred the duck legs to ensure they were evenly cooked. The oil temperature in the pot was just right. The surface of the duck legs began to slowly turn golden yellow, and an enticing aroma gradually spread. All right now, Xia Linlin held up a golden brown duck leg high. It's time to witness the miracle. She slowly placed the duck leg into the sizzling hot oil. Sizzle. Oil bubbles danced joyfully, as if welcoming this distinguished guest. The duck legs hissed in the oil pot, and an intense meaty aroma immediately filled the live streaming room, dominating every viewer's sense of smell. The chat went silent, as if everyone had been stunned by the sudden fragrance. A few seconds later, the chat reactivated, this time filled not with skepticism and ridicule, but astonishment and excitement. What kind of scent is this? So fragrant. I can feel my saliva coming out. Suddenly feeling so hungry. Broadcaster, what level of ingredients are these? Why are they so aromatic? Even Xia Linlin herself couldn't resist quietly swallowing some saliva. This fragrance was even more alluring than she imagined, carrying a certain charm that made it irresistible. She picked up the tongs and carefully flipped the duck leg. Golden oil enveloped the duck leg, crackling and popping as the originally tender white duck meat gradually became slightly charred and crispy, emitting an even more concentrated aroma. Gulp. The clear sound of someone swallowing saliva resonated through the live streaming room. Xia Linlin, seeing the constantly refreshed words such as so fragrant and wanna eat on the chat screen, couldn't help but smile faintly. She used the tongs to lift the perfectly golden fried duck leg onto the pre-prepared oil drip rack, allowing the excess oil to drain slowly. All right, the first duck leg is done. Xia Linlin raised the golden fried duck leg on the oil drip rack, showing it to the camera. Next, we start frying the second duck leg. Xia Linlin said as she picked up the second marinated duck leg and waved it in the air. The chat erupted in cheers. Finally, the second one has arrived. Go broadcaster. It looks so delicious. Xia Linlin put the duck leg into the oil pot with a sizzle. The oil bubbles danced happily again. The tempting aroma swept through the entire live streaming room once more, even more intense than when the first duck leg was fried, as if it wanted to take away everyone's soul. Thank you everyone for your support. Xia Linlin watched the constantly rolling chat messages with delight. Thanks for your gifts. Don't talk anymore. Hurry up and fry the duck legs. A chat message flashed across the screen and quickly rose to the top. Yes, don't get distracted. Focus on frying the duck legs. The other viewers also chimed in unanimously, fearing that Xia Linlin might affect the taste of the duck legs if she became distracted. Xia Linlin smiled and stopped talking, fully concentrating on the duck legs in the pot. She gently stirred with the chopsticks in her hand, ensuring every side of the duck leg was evenly heated. Golden yellow oil enveloped the duck leg, sizzling loudly, as a rich meaty aroma spread through the air, making everyone's mouth water. The chat was almost completely covered by gift effects, colorful and dazzling. Just don't thank us, as long as it tastes good. Streamer, you focus on frying, we'll handle the tipping. This smell, I can't hold back anymore. The audience was very excited, unable to wait to taste the delicious fried duck legs. Xia Linlin carefully controlled the heat, her expression focused and serious. The oil flowers in the pot were rolling, the surface of the duck leg gradually becoming golden brown and crispy, emitting an even more tempting fragrance. Keep an eye on it. Don't let it burn. How's the heat? How's the heat? The audience in the chat was more nervous than Xia Linlin, afraid that this precious duck leg would be overfried. Xia Linlin remained silent, focusing even more on the duck leg in the pot. Her chopsticks trembled slightly. She could feel that the duck leg was almost done. It's ready, Xia Linlin suddenly said. She steadily picked up the second golden duck leg with the tongs, lifting it lightly, the oil dripping slowly along the texture of the duck leg, shining enticingly under the light. The duck leg was placed on the oil drip rack, emitting a sizzle, as if softly singing a song in praise of its deliciousness. The audience in the live streaming room had already grown impatient, their messages flooding like waves. Ah, it's finally done. Let me see. Let me see. This color, this luster, simply perfect. My saliva has already formed a small stream. Broadcaster, please, let me have a bite. Urgent cries followed one after another, as if about to break through the screen to grab that tempting duck leg. Xia Linlin looked at the two duck legs on the oil drip rack, feeling a sense of accomplishment. With golden crisp skin, exuding a rich meaty aroma, it made people unable to resist wanting to eat. She picked up a duck leg and showed it to the camera. Look, this golden color, this crispy outer skin, isn't it tempting? Tempting. So tempting. My goodness, I feel my stomach is going crazy with acid secretion. Broadcaster, stop talking, just eat. I'm starving just looking at it. The text in the chat seemed ready to jump out of the screen, every word full of yearning for the food. Xia Linlin smiled faintly, bringing the duck leg close to her nose and taking a deep breath. The intense aroma instantly filled her nasal cavity, giving her an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Really fragrant. She closed her eyes, indulging in the delightful scent. In the live streaming room, the audience also took a deep breath together, as if they could smell the enticing aroma through the screen. Ah, I'm losing it. I also want to smell it. This fragrance, it's absolutely supreme. Broadcaster, please, eat quickly. I'm starving. The text in the chat became increasingly frantic, each viewer wishing they could taste this delicious drumstick immediately. Xia Linlin opened her eyes and looked at the frenzied chat, a slight smile curving her lips. All right, I know everyone wants to eat. She picked up a duck leg and bit off a small piece lightly. The crispy skin made a crunch, the juices bursting out instantaneously, filling her mouth. Delicious. Xia Linlin squinted her eyes, displaying a blissful expression on her face. The skin is crispy, the meat tender, absolutely perfect. Ah, I want to eat too. Broadcaster, share it. Please, leave me a bite. The words in the chat grew even crazier, each viewer hoping to snatch a taste of this delectable duck leg immediately. Xia Linlin, looking at the wild chat, smiled and said, don't rush, I'll share with all of you soon. She put down the duck leg in her hand, picked up another one, and said to the camera, Ching Ching, upstairs. Chapter 17, A Misunderstanding. When Xie Qingqing heard Xia Linlin's call, he poked his head out from the kitchen doorway. The lights of the club laboratory illuminated his face, making him look exceptionally handsome. Xia Linlin looked at him and smiled, saying, Ching Ching, go upstairs and check on Mumu. Don't let him run around. Okay. Sis, you continue with what you're doing. Xie Qingqing replied, then turned to head upstairs. The livestream chat erupted instantly. Wow, this guy is so handsome. Is he the host's boyfriend? Host, are you married? You're too good at hiding things. Your boyfriend seems very doting, watching over the kid for you. Various guesses and exclamations quickly flew across the screen as the audience clearly showed great interest in this suddenly appearing handsome man. Xia Linlin glanced at a few comments and smiled without responding. She picked up her phone, tapped lightly on the screen, and a message popped up. Dear babies, this is my younger brother Xie Qingqing, not my boyfriend. Don't misunderstand. The chat quieted down momentarily before regaining its liveliness. It turns out he's your younger brother. What a misunderstanding. This brother is also incredibly handsome. Such powerful genes. Streamer, your gene pool is truly excellent. Xia Linlin felt warm inside after reading these comments and continued focusing on cooking. She grabbed the knife and skillfully cut into the duck leg meat, the crispy skin making a soft crack sound under the blade. The flesh was tender, with an enticing pink color visible on the cutting surface. Xia Linlin placed the sliced duck onto a plate, then picked up the spatula and quickly served rice into the bowl. Today I've prepared home-style, everyday meals, but the taste will definitely be extraordinary, Xia Linlin said to the camera with a relaxed and confident tone. She neatly arranged the slices of duck on the plate, then quickly chopped some greens and tossed them into the pan to stir-fry. An alluring aroma filled the kitchen, with the sizzling hot oil emitting a hissing sound, perfectly blending the fresh fragrance of greens with the rich essence of the duck meat. Xia Linlin's movements were practiced and rapid, as if every step had been carefully honed. Well, this dish is also done. Xia Linlin held the spatula, poured the cooked vegetables onto the plate, and the aroma wafted everywhere. She checked the time, nodded contentedly, and turned towards the dining table to arrange the plates. At this moment, Xie Qingqing descended from upstairs, holding Mumu. Mumu stared at the food on the table, eyes gleaming, slightly opening his small mouth, a look incredibly cute. Qingqing, you've come down. Is Mumu hungry? Xia Linlin asked gently, placing Mumu into the baby chair beside her. Xie Qingqing nodded but kept his eyes fixed on the delicacies on the table, a trace of longing evident in his gaze. Xie Linlin noticed his expression and felt something move within her heart. She gave a faint smile and said, "Qingqing, let's eat first. You've worked hard." Then she placed a piece of duck meat into his bowl. Just as Xie Qingqing was about to sit down, Xie Linlin suddenly noticed that there were only a few pieces of greens in his bowl. A sudden doubt welled up inside her, and she gently asked, "Qingqing, why are you only eating greens?" Xie Qingqing sat quietly by the table, not picking up his chopsticks, but waiting quietly for Xie Linlin to be seated. "Sis, hurry up and eat," he softly urged while his eyes continually darted to the dishes exuding their tempting aromas. Xie Linlin sat opposite him, picked up her chopsticks, and lifted a piece of duck meat covered in golden, crispy skin glowing invitingly under the light. Taking a delicate bite, the concentrated flavor of the duck immediately burst open in her mouth. The juicy, tender meat carrying a hint of chewiness left her craving for more. It's delicious." Xie Linlin couldn't help but marvel, satisfaction radiating from her beaming face. The viewers watching in the live stream could no longer hold back, the chat flurry dancing like snowflakes. "Wow, this looks so good. Host, start eating already. Don't just talk. I'm about to drool. Please share the link. Send a rocket. The host is awesome." Various gift effects shown on the screen, intensifying the atmosphere in the live stream. Xie Linlin, seeing all the gifts flooding the screen, felt delighted inside and was about to express her thanks when she was prompted by the chat. "Don't talk anymore. Eat quickly. You're making us hungry." Thus, she obediently continued enjoying the feast. The scent of the duck meat continuously tantalized her taste buds, urging her to pick another piece for a detailed tasting. However, at that exact moment, she noticed that Xie Qingqing sitting across from her was merely focused on eating the greens in his bowl, not having touched any of the duck meat. Crisp green leaves moved between his lips, creating a slight chewing sound that contrasted sharply with the crisp crackle of the duck from Xie Linlin's bowl. Xie Linlin's curiosity grew stronger and stronger. She put down her chopsticks, her eyes falling onto the contents of Xie Qingqing's bowl. Most of the vegetable leaves had already been eaten, yet the piece of duck she had specifically chosen for him remained untouched at the bottom of the bowl. A strange feeling welled up in Xie Linlin's heart, and her eyebrows furrowed slightly. "Qingqing," she softly called out, concern barely detectable in her tone. "Qingqing, is the duck meat not to your taste?" Xie Linlin asked with care, her voice as light as a feather brushing over water. The livestream chat exploded again. "Wow, the host's younger brother is so lucky to have a custom-made dish just for him. Please share the purchase link. I want to eat the duck made by the host too. Send a rocket. Host, open a restaurant. I want to eat every day." The gift effects once again dominated the screen, colorful lights flashing incessantly. However, Xie Linlin paid no attention to these lively comments. Her eyes were firmly fixed on Xie Qingqing as she awaited his response. Xie Qingqing lowered his head slightly upon hearing Xie Linlin's question, his thick lashes casting a faint shadow on his face, hiding the emotions in his eyes. He shook his head gently, his thin lips pressed into a straight line, looking as if he wanted to say something but stopped himself, causing Xie Linlin's heart to tighten. The atmosphere at the dining table seemed frozen, only the continuous flow of live stream comments breaking the silence. Xie Linlin reached out and lightly placed her hand over Xie Qingqing's hand resting on the table. His hand was a little cool, and his fingertips trembled slightly, as if suppressing some kind of emotion. "Qingqing," Xie Linlin spoke softly, her voice trembling almost imperceptibly. "This duck was specially prepared for you." She paused, her gaze locked on Xie Qingqing's eyes, trying to see through his secrets. "Do you not like it?" Xie Qingqing raised his head, his gaze meeting Xie Linlin's. A complicated emotion flashed in his clear eyes, then quickly disappeared, too fast for anyone to catch. He opened his mouth, as if wanting to say something, yet ultimately said nothing, shaking his head again instead. Xie Linlin's heart sank suddenly, an indescribable worry surging within her. She retracted her hand and mechanically picked up the piece of duck she had prepared especially for Xie Qingqing, placing it into her own bowl. The fragrance of the duck remained strong, but it could no longer stimulate her appetite. She chewed absent-mindedly, finding it tasteless. In her ears, the noisy chat from the live stream buzzed like distant sounds from another world. She heard nothing, her mind entirely consumed by Xie Qingqing's hesitation and the complex emotions that had briefly flashed in his clear eyes. "Qingqing," Xie Linlin called out again, anxiety evident in her soft voice. "You." Chapter 18, Delicious Food Ahead. "Qingqing," Xie Linlin called again in a soft voice, her tone laced with barely concealed anxiety. "You." Xie Qingqing abruptly raised her head, as if making a decision, and quickly picked up the duck meat from her bowl, stuffing it into her mouth. Xie Linlin watched her anxiously, her heart racing. The aroma of the duck meat spread through her mouth as Xie Qingqing chewed carefully, and her furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Her originally tense body also began to loosen up. "Delicious," Xie Qingqing finally said, her tone carrying an excitement that she hadn't even noticed herself. Seeing her reaction, Xie Linlin's worries dissipated. She sighed in relief, her face lighting up with a relaxed smile. "If you like it, have more." Xie Qingqing stopped hesitating and started eating the duck meat in large bites, watching as the once full plate diminished at an astonishing speed. The livestream chat became lively. "Wow, little brother is eating so joyfully. I'm getting hungry just watching. The streamer's cooking skills are amazing. These two siblings share such a wonderful bond. I envy them. That boy's appetite makes it obvious he's starving. It breaks my heart. Streamer, Can you make some for us to taste next time? As Xia Linlin interacted with the comments, she occasionally placed dishes on Xia Qingqing's plate, creating a light and pleasant atmosphere. Qingqing, eat slowly. There's plenty. Xia Linlin smiled, her eyes filled with affection. With her mouth full of duck meat, Xia Qingqing mumbled a vague response and continued eating fervently. Oh, this duck meat, so fragrant, she remarked, though her gaze drifted away, as if avoiding Xia Linlin's eyes. Xia Linlin looked at Xia Qingqing, and her smile deepened. A great relationship between these two siblings. I envy them. One comment floated by, and Xia Linlin's gaze paused on the screen, her smile freezing on her lips. She remembered how cold and harsh the original self was towards Xia Qingqing, and her emotions churned. Meanwhile, Xia Qingqing, who had been feasting happily, felt Xia Linlin's fixed gaze and unconsciously glanced at the comment. Seeing those words, his chewing motion froze, and his complexion visibly darkened. The delicious flavor of the duck meat seemed to vanish instantly, replaced by an indescribable pressure enveloping him. In fact, I'm not as sensible as you. Xia Linlin suddenly spoke, her tone low, her gaze wandering, as if talking to herself. Xia Qingqing abruptly lifted her head, staring at her blankly. Oil from the duck meat stained the corners of her lips, giving her an amusing appearance, but at this moment, she wasn't aware of it. Xia Linlin's words struck a chord, sending ripples across her calm inner lake. She blinked nervously, her Adam's apple moving up and down, yet unable to utter a sound. The chopsticks in her hand felt like burning hot potatoes. She suddenly tossed them into the bowl with a crisp clang. The clang echoed prominently in the silent room, shattering her pretense of composure. She jumped up hastily, her chair scraping against the floor with a sharp noise, resembling her chaotic heartbeat at this very moment. Afraid to meet Xia Linlin's eyes, all she wanted was to escape the suffocating atmosphere. Turning around, she almost fled towards the stairs, her steps disordered, revealing her tension and unease. However, after taking only a few steps, she suddenly stopped. She hesitated briefly, took a deep breath, as if making a difficult decision. She swiftly turned around, dashed to the table, grabbed the dish with half the duck remaining, turned again, and raced upstairs, disappearing around the corner of the staircase. Xia Linlin stood frozen, gazing at where she had vanished, and moments later, a cunning smirk crept onto her lips. She shook her head lightly, muttering under her breath, "This kid." She picked up the glass of water from the table, took a sip to moisten her slightly dry throat. The transparent liquid shimmered in the light, akin to some precious elixir. The Yunhua will come into play now. Chapter 19, Yunhua Water Production Rush. The prompt tone signaling the end of the live stream sounded, and Xia Linlin let out a long breath of relief, rubbing her slightly sore eyes. The dazzling star net lights cast mottled shadows on her face, reflecting her weariness but not dimming the smile at the corner of her mouth. The live stream tonight had good results. The 20 pre-sales of Yunhua water were sold out. It seemed that everyone was accepting this new type of beverage quite well. Xia Linlin stood up, walked to the workbench, and started preparing to make Yunhua water. The bottles and jars in her hands leapt like sprites. The transparent liquid rippled in the containers, emitting a faint glow, and the air was filled with a fresh floral fragrance. This Yunhua water wasn't an ordinary drink from Earth. It was made from a special flower, the nebula flower, extracting its essence liquid which not only had a unique taste, but could also improve human body functions and boost immunity. She carefully poured the mixed Yunhua water into transparent glass cups one by one. Xia Linlin turned her head to look at Cixi, who was standing beside her. Cixi, take these cups to the thermal box. She handed the tray filled with Yunhua water to Cixi. Cixi, an anthropomorphic robot, was one of Xia Linlin's greatest surprises after coming to space. It had a shape almost identical to a human's, elegant gestures, quick reflexes, and could even have simple conversations. Upon receiving the tray, Cixi nodded slightly and turned to walk towards the thermal box. It emitted barely any sound as it moved, flowing smoothly and naturally. If it weren't for the reflection of its metallic casing, Xia Linlin would almost forget that it wasn't human. Looking at Cixi's back, Xia Linlin couldn't help but sigh in her heart. How advanced the technology of the space age truly was. Such robots almost resembled real people. If they were on Earth, such robots would probably only exist in science fiction movies. After properly settling the Yunhua water, Xia Linlin began preparing the packaging. She took out pre-prepared paper bags and colored pens, ready to draw a unique pattern by hand for each customer who purchased the Yunhua water. She picked up a red-colored pen and drew a fully bloomed nebula flower on the snow-white paper bag. The petals were layered and vividly lifelike. Then, she switched to a blue-colored pen and dotted stars around the flower, as if packing the vast star river into the small paper bag. Xia Linlin's actions were focused and serious, every stroke full of heartfelt meaning. She wanted each person receiving the Yunhua water to feel her sincerity, to feel this special gift from space. After finishing the last drawing, Xia Linlin looked at her works satisfactorily. She picked up a small piece of paper written with an address. Cixi, come over and help me. Xia Linlin held a small slip of paper with the address, delicate fingers smoothing out the subtle creases, looking completely conscientious. She carefully attached the slip of paper with solid glue onto the paper bag adorned with a nebula flower, ensuring it was firmly stuck so it wouldn't fall off during transportation. Every move was precise yet gentle, as if treating it like a precious piece of art. After sticking the address, she checked it again thoroughly, confirming there were no errors before gently placing the paper bag aside, ready to proceed to the next one. Cixi, come and help me. Xia Linlin's voice was clear and pleasant, tinged with a hint of unnoticeable fatigue, but still radiating excitement in the tone. Cixi silently walked to Xia Linlin's side, taking the glass cup filled with yunhua water from her. Its long and flexible fingers acted proficiently and naturally, like those of an experienced bartender. One could see it picking up a silver metal cap, gently fitting it over the rim of the cup, and then rotating it a few times until it was completely sealed. The collision between the metal cap and the glass cup produced a slight click sound, crisp and pleasant, clearly distinct in the quiet room. Cixi's movements flowed effortlessly and fluently, every step executed with impeccable precision, as though refined through rigorous practice. Soon, all 20 cups were sealed with caps. Cixi neatly arranged the capped cups on the tray, then handed the tray to Xia Linlin. Xia Linlin took the tray and double-checked it, making sure everything was correct before smiling faintly at Cixi. Thank you, Cixi. Cixi slightly bowed his head, the metallic shell reflecting a cold gleam under the light, yet unable to hide the soft shine in its eyes. It quietly stood beside her, watching Xia Linlin's busy figure, like a loyal guardian. Xia Linlin placed the tray to the side, picking up another piece of paper with the address written on it. Cixi. Xia Linlin's fine fingers danced across the paper bag, the red-colored pen in her hand seemingly endowed with life, sketching blossoming nebula flowers. The petals were layered, their veins distinctly visible, appearing as gorgeous as true flowers. The faint scent of nebula flowers dispersed in the air, refreshing the spirit, lifting Xia Linlin's mood. She was immersed in the joy of creation, every pattern a testament to her effort and dedication, each detail meticulously perfected. As time passed, the number of patterns on the paper bags gradually increased, each one unique and distinctive. Some patterns featured fully bloomed nebula flowers, others showed buds waiting to unfurl, while some combined nebula flowers with the starry sky, as if compressing the entire universe into the small paper bag. Xia Linlin looked at her works, her heart filled with a sense of accomplishment, much like an artist who had completed a masterpiece. When the last pattern was finished, Xia Linlin let out a deep sigh of relief, stretching her arms, and all traces of fatigue vanished. She carefully inspected every paper bag, making sure the patterns were intact, the addresses firmly attached, and there were no flaws whatsoever. She neatly arranged the paper bags on the table, reviewing them like a commander inspecting her soldiers, her gaze full of pride and self-esteem. Finally done, Xia Linlin whispered, her voice tinged with excitement that was subtle but unmistakable. She picked up one of the paper bags, gently stroking the painted nebula flower pattern, the delicate texture of the paper satisfying her fingertips immensely. Cixi, come over and help me. Xia Linlin's voice was crisp and pleasant, laced with expectation. Cixi silently moved to Xia Linlin's side, awaiting her instructions. Take these paper bags to the transmission center. Xia Linlin handed over the paper bags to Cixi, her eyes filled with anticipation. Be very careful, don't damage them. Cixi accepted the paper bags, nodding slightly, and turned towards the transmission center. Its slender figure appeared particularly upright under the light, like a soldier about to set off for battle. Xia Linlin watched Cixi leave, her heart filled with anticipation and excitement. She envisioned the smiles, the surprise, and the moving reactions of customers when they received their yunhua water. I hope they will like my gift, Xia Linlin muttered to herself, a faint smile curving at the corner of her lips. Suddenly, the communicator buzzed. Hello. At 3 in the afternoon, the staff at the transmission center loaded the last portion of yunhua water onto the interstellar courier spacecraft. Xia Linlin stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching as the spaceship transformed into a streak of light and disappeared into the horizon. A great burden lifted from her heart. She exhaled deeply, a relaxed smile playing on her lips. 20 portions of yunhua water, 20 heartfelt wishes, all carried her hopes and flew to various corners of the galaxy. She turned back to the workbench, her gaze landing on Cixi. Cixi stood quietly there, its metal casing reflecting a gentle silver glow under the soft lighting, akin to a loyal guardian. It sensed Xia Linlin's gaze, slightly raising its head, its eyes gleaming softly. Thank you, Cixi. Her voice was gentle and warm, carrying a touch of gratitude that was subtle yet present. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have been able to finish so much work. Cixi slightly bowed its head, and there seemed to be a slight vibration beneath the metal casing, as if responding to Xia Linlin's thanks. The light in its eyes became even softer, seemingly brimming with happiness and contentment. Looking at Cixi, Xia Linlin felt a warm current rise within her. Since arriving in space, Cixi had always been by her side, silently helping her handle all sorts of tasks, never complaining or showing any signs of slackness. It was not just an excellent robot assistant, but also like a trustworthy friend. Having such an outstanding robot made Xia Linlin feel both greatly consoled and satisfied. In this unfamiliar environment of outer space, Cixi's presence gave her peace of mind and stability. She extended her hand, gently caressing Cixi's metallic arm again, feeling the cool touch, her heart full of gratitude and warmth. Cixi, Xia Linlin's voice suddenly paused, her gaze shifting towards the direction of the bedroom, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. She seemed to hear some movement, a sound so faint yet causing her unease. Chapter 20. The growing pup raises doubts. A faint groan came from the bedroom, and Xia Linlin immediately turned around and hurried towards it. She gently pushed the door open and, with the help of dim lighting, she saw Xia Qingqing lying by the edge of the bed, sound asleep. The boy's breathing was even and deep, a sign of fatigue on his face. His hand still firmly gripped Moo Moo's small hand, as if he feared that the little one would run away. Xia Linlin felt her heart soften. Since she had come to this world, Xia Qingqing had taken on much of the responsibility for taking care of Mu Mu, alleviating much of her stress. He went to school during the day and took care of Mu Mu at night. No wonder he was so exhausted. She carefully took Mu Mu into her arms, leaving Xia Qingqing undisturbed. The little one slept soundly, without any sign of waking up. Her fingertips lightly brushed over Mu Mu's soft cheek, love welling up within her heart. She carefully carried Mu Mu back to her own room, gently laying him in the crib. Mu Mu woke up, his large eyes curiously observing the surroundings. His little hands flailed around and caught hold of a strand of Xia Linlin's hair that had fallen down. Smiling, Xia Linlin gently removed Mu Mu's hand, placing it in her palm, and tenderly rubbed it. The little guy giggled loudly, his voice crisp and pleasant. 40, help me search for information about interstellar infant feeding, said Xia Linlin while teasing Mu Mu. Yes, mistress, replied 40 with his usual calmness. Soon, a series of data on infant feeding appeared on the virtual screen. Xia Linlin carefully read through the materials, occasionally comparing them with the child-rearing knowledge she had gained on Earth. According to the data, the growth rate of interstellar infants was faster than that of Earth infants, but Mu Mu's growth rate seemed too fast. She clearly remembered that when she first brought Mu Mu home, he was just a frail infant who only knew how to cry. And now, after only a few days, he could already lift his head and even make some simple sounds. This abnormal growth rate made Xia Linlin feel uneasy. She re-examined the data 40 had found, making sure not to overlook any details. 40, are you sure these are the latest and most authoritative records? There was an almost imperceptible tremble in Xia Linlin's voice. Yes, mistress. These records come from the Interstellar Childcare Center and are currently the most authoritative guide to infant feeding, replied 40 in his unchanging calm tone. Xia Linlin frowned deeply, her gaze falling onto Mu Mu, who giggled innocently. Could it be that pod? The survival pod that Mu Mu had been in, did it alter his genes? Mu Mu, she muttered under her breath, reaching out to gently caress the baby's cheek. What exactly are you? Xia Linlin thought more and more that her guess might be correct. In the Star Age, due to long-term exposure to various cosmic rays and energy fields, humans' genes were already more prone to mutation than in the Earth era. Moreover, that survival pod where Mu Mu stayed looked high-tech enough. It might indeed have had special functions that gradually altered Mu Mu's genes. She carefully picked Mu Mu up from the crib and placed him on a soft sofa. The little guy waved his chubby arms, seemingly trying to turn over. Xia Linlin watched him with great interest. So young, and already wanting to turn over? This developmental speed was much faster than what was described in the records, multiple times faster. Xia Linlin extended her finger and gently poked Mu Mu's pudgy nose. Surprisingly, the little one grinned, revealing his pink gums and showing a hint of shyness, like a bashful adult. Xia Linlin was stunned. This was simply too incredible. A few months old infant, and he already displayed such expressions? She had raised many children on Earth and had never seen such an intelligent infant. Mu Mu, filled with both surprise and confusion, Xia Linlin couldn't resist poking Mu Mu's cheek again. You really are a magical little guy. At that moment, Mu Mu, sitting on the sofa, suddenly emitted a soft sound. Hungry. Xia Linlin's heart jolted violently. She almost couldn't believe her ears. Hungry. This word clearly escaped Mu Mu's mouth. An infant just a few months old could already speak. How was this possible? She had raised so many children on Earth and had never seen anything as miraculous as this. Xia Linlin's first reaction wasn't joy, but to instinctively check Mu Mu's diaper. Swiftly, she undressed Mu Mu and smelled a faint scent of urine. Sure enough, he wet himself. Xia Linlin whispered softly while instructing 40. 40, bring a new pack of diapers over. 40 silently glided to the storage cabinet, took out a pack of infant-specific diapers, and handed them to Xia Linlin. Xia Linlin skillfully changed Mu Mu's diaper with the fresh one and then held him back in her arms. Good boy, Mu Mu. Are you more comfortable now? Xia Linlin asked softly, gently patting Mu Mu's back. However, Mu Mu didn't calm down as he usually would. Instead, he became more restless, moving his body around, his little mouth opening and closing while emitting hum-hum-ah-ah sounds, as if trying to express something. Xia Linlin's eyebrows slightly furrowed. Even after changing into a clean diaper, Mu Mu was still uncomfortable. Could it be that he was hungry? But she had just fed him not long ago. She looked at 40 again and ordered, 40, prepare a bottle of milk. 40 immediately executed the command, and soon a warm bottle of milk was ready. Xia Linlin took it over, checked the temperature, finding it just right, and offered the bottle to Mu Mu's mouth. Mu Mu immediately stopped fussing, tightly hugging the bottle and sucking heartily, making satisfied glug-glug sounds. Seeing how Mu Mu gulped down the milk so ravenously, Xia Linlin's doubts deepened. It had been such a short time. How could he already be hungry again? This appetite was astonishing. Could it be that he had undergone some kind of mutation? Xia Linlin picked up Mu Mu and let him sit comfortably in her lap, one hand supporting the bottle as she prepared to feed him. At that moment, Mu Mu suddenly stopped sucking, raised his head, and with a pair of pitch-black eyes, looked at Xia Linlin as he cooed softly. More. Xia Linlin skillfully lifted Mu Mu, letting him lean against her elbow, her one hand cradling his small head and the other supporting the bottle. The warm milk flowed through the nipple into Mu Mu's mouth, and the little one sucked contentedly, making glug-glug sounds. Xia Linlin lowered her gaze to the baby in her arms, soft fluff brushing against her chin, causing a slight itch. The aroma of milk mixed with the unique scent of the baby, lingering near her nose, giving her a mysterious sense of comfort. Still, Even amidst this comfort, the creases in her brow never smoothed out. Muumuu's growth rate was simply too fast enough to make her feel uneasy. Could it merely be the effect of the survival pod? In the Star Age, technology was advanced, and various gene editing techniques were continuously emerging. Could it be that Muumuu's parents had subjected him to some special genetic modification? Or perhaps, he wasn't a human baby at all? All kinds of speculations swirled through Xia Linlin's mind, filling her thoughts with turmoil. She subconsciously tightened her arms around Muumuuu, her fingertips lightly caressing the tender skin of the infant. The warmth brought her back to reality, and she looked down at Muumuuu, who was focused on drinking his milk. The little guy's long and dense lashes cast a faint shadow below his eyelids, his tiny nose twitching with every suck, his pink lips tightly wrapped around the nipple, his cheeks puffing out slightly due to the sucking motion, like a greedy little hamster. A warm current surged through Xia Linlin's heart. No matter what Muumuuu was, at this moment, he was the child she intended to protect. She gently patted Muumuu's back. More. Muumuu's voice sounded again, interrupting Xia Linlin's musings. He raised his head, his pitch-black eyes staring intently at Xia Linlin, his chubby little hand firmly gripping the fabric of her shirt in front of her chest. Xia Linlin hurriedly reoffered the bottle to Muumuu's mouth and watched as he continued drinking heartily. However, this time, she couldn't focus solely on caring for him as she had before. Her gaze remained fixed on Muumuu's face, carefully observing every subtle expression, trying to find any trace or clue. Muumuuu, Xia Linlin called out softly, a hint of almost imperceptible tremble in her voice. Is there anything else about you that's different from other babies? Muumuuu paused his sucking, raised his head, and stared at Xia Linlin with clear, big eyes. Then he stretched out his chubby little hand and grabbed onto the fabric of Xia Linlin's shirt. Chapter 21, A Friend's Invitation. Muumuu's little hand tightly clutched at Xia Linlin's blouse, and the soft sensation made Xia Linlin's heart flutter. As she was about to take a closer look, the door creaked open, and Xia Qingqing's slim figure appeared in the doorway. He saw Muumuuu in Xia Linlin's arms, and his expression instantly changed. A complicated emotion swirled in his eyes, like worry, or perhaps fear. In a few quick steps, he rushed to Xia Linlin and reached out to take Muumuuu. Give him to me. I'll take care of him. Xia Linlin instinctively moved back, protecting Muumuuu in her arms. Xia Qingqing's urgency set off alarm bells in her mind. Qingqing, what are you doing? I'll take care of Muumuuu. Xia Qingqing's voice carried a barely perceptible tremble as his gaze fixed on the child in Xia Linlin's arms. You won't sell him, will you? Xia Linlin froze. Then a surge of anger rose within her. But seeing the genuine fear in Xia Qingqing's eyes, she forced herself to suppress her rage and softened her tone to explain. Qingqing, what nonsense are you talking? How could I sell Muumuuu? He is our family. Clearly, Xia Qingqing didn't believe her words. He still stubbornly extended his hands toward Muumuuu. The things you've done before make it hard for me to trust you. He paused, his voice low and somber. You secretly sold all the nutrient solution from the house, and now you're suddenly being so nice to Muumuuu. I'm afraid that you. Xia Linlin took a deep breath and struggled to control her emotions. Qingqing, what I did before was wrong, but I promise I won't do those things anymore. I assure you, I absolutely will not sell Muumuuu. I will take good care of him. Xia Qingqing looked at Xia Linlin, and in the end, he didn't forcibly take Muumuuu. Instead, he turned to Si, who stood ready nearby, with a resolute tone. Si, watch over Muumuuu for me. Don't leave him for even a second. Xia Linlin watched Xia Qingqing's retreating back, her feelings mixed and conflicted. She was frustrated by Xia Qingqing's lack of trust, but also grateful for how much he cared about Muumuuu. She glanced down at Muumuuu in her arms. The little guy was looking around with wide, curious eyes, completely unaware that he had just been the center of an intense silent battle. Si, Xia Linlin suddenly spoke, a trace of firmness entering her voice. Go fetch the hoe. Si responded immediately, and the metallic sound of his legs scraping against the floor could be heard. In an instant, he retrieved a gleaming metal hoe from the corner. With Muumuuu cradled in her arms, Xia Linlin stepped outside. The warm sunlight enveloped her body, dispelling some of the chill from the indoor atmosphere. She chose an empty patch of land and directed Si to begin digging. Here, turn over the soil. Yes, deeper. Si followed her instructions meticulously. As the hoe swung, dirt flew into the air, releasing a damp, earthy aroma. Muumuuu, cradled in Xia Linlin's arms, observed Si curiously. His small body swayed slightly as Xia Linlin moved, and he emitted indistinct babbling sounds, seemingly fascinated by the scene before him. Xia Linlin looked down at Muumuuu, her heart melting. She kissed his tender cheek and whispered softly, Muumuuu, see? Uncle Si is working. When you grow up, you should become just as capable. Through the sparse branches overhead, sunlight dappled the ground in patches of light and shadow. A gentle breeze swept by, carrying the fresh scent of plants. It seemed that Muumuuu loved the outdoor world. He flailed his little hands, laughing joyfully. His clear laughter rang out like silver bells, dispersing the gloom that hung over their humble home and uplifting Xia Linlin's mood. When Si had finished tilling the soil, Xia Linlin returned indoors with Muumuuu and carefully placed him on the living room carpet. She surrounded him with soft cushions to prevent him from bumping into anything if he wriggled around. Muumuuu explored his surroundings with curiosity, moving his hands along the carpet. Soon, he managed to flip himself over, burying his face in the soft carpet, and let out contented humming sounds. Xia Linlin watched him silently, and just as she prepared to stand up to make lunch, her communicator on her wrist vibrated, emitting a subtle notification sound. She was puzzled. She rarely used this communicator, so who would contact her now? Lifting her arm, she activated the device, and a familiar voice tinged with light-hearted cheer reached her ears. Linlin, how have you been? I've got some good news to tell you. Xia Linlin frowned slightly as she saw the name, Xiaoya, displayed on her communicator screen. Since coming to this world, she had deliberately kept her distance from these friends of her previous self, for one thing, to avoid exposing her true identity, and for another, because she truly wished to avoid further entanglements with them. Through the communicator, Xiaoya's voice remained sugary sweet. Linlin, how have you been? I've got some good news for you. The second son of the Erlber family has invited us to dinner tomorrow night. Are you coming? Xia Linlin's mind was still on Mumu, and upon hearing this invitation, she instinctively refused without hesitation. No, I'm a bit busy these days. On the other end of the communicator, Xiaoya's expression changed, her tone tinged with surprise and dissatisfaction. Busy? What are you busy with? You used to love attending these kinds of gatherings. Xia Linlin didn't want to explain much to her, and just replied half-heartedly. I really have something going on. Let's do it next time. Xiaoya seemed unwilling to give up and continued to persuade her. Hey, this gathering is really important. I heard that the newly opened Vieira high-end boutique in Xie Tower will also be there. Aren't you dying to take a look? This is a rare opportunity. Why don't we go together? At the mention of Vieira high-end, Xia Linlin was slightly tempted in her heart. But thinking about her live broadcasts and the need to take care of Mumu, she ultimately shook her head. It's not possible. Let's do it next time. On the other end of the communicator, Xiaoya's breathing became noticeably heavier, and her tone turned somewhat resentful. Linlin, what exactly are you busy with? To the point of rejecting your friend's invitation. Before Xiaoya finished her sentence, Xia Linlin interrupted her. Xiaoya? Xia Linlin cut her off, a hint of helplessness in her voice. You know my recent situation has been special. Special? What's so special? It seems like you're deliberately avoiding us. Xiaoya's voice sharpened. Don't forget who helped you connect with Mr. Wei. If it weren't for me, would you be where you are today? Now that you've become successful, you're looking down on us old friends. Xia Linlin rubbed her temples. Mr. Wei. Again, it's Mr. Wei. The original hostess had been obsessed with this Mr. Wei almost to the point of madness, but unfortunately, Mr. Wei only treated her as a plaything. Thinking about this, Xia Linlin's resolve to not attend grew even stronger. Xiaoya, Mr. Wei will be there too, right? Even if he is, I still can't make it. I really have something going on. You. Xiaoya's voice came out strained. Fine, Xia Linlin. You've got guts. Don't regret it later. The video call abruptly ended, leaving Xia Linlin sighing helplessly as she looked at the darkened screen. She stood up and walked to the window, her fingertips lightly brushing against the cool glass. Outside, neon lights flickered, mirroring the unpredictable nature of this interstellar era. Linlin. A deep voice sounded from behind. Xia Linlin turned around and saw Xie Qingqing standing by the doorway, his gaze filled with concern. She forced a smile to show that she was fine. Xie Qingqing walked over to her side and followed her gaze toward the dazzling interstellar cityscape outside the window. Did Xiaoya contact you again? Xie Qingqing's voice was low, carrying an undertone of barely noticeable distaste. Xia Linlin nodded, memories of the previous self and Xiaoya's interactions flooding her mind. Xiaoya was always bossy, while the previous hostess obeyed her every command, bending over backward to please her, even appearing submissive at times. To flatter Xiaoya, the previous hostess often scrimped on herself, saving money to buy expensive gifts for Xiaoya. And Xiaoya? All she did was use the previous hostess to meet some so-called high society figures. She had no genuine regard for the previous hostess at all. Linlin, you were too naive before, Xie Qingqing said softly, sympathy in his voice. He reached out and gently stroked Xia Linlin's smooth hair. Feeling the warmth of his fingertips, Xia Linlin felt a warm current rise within her. The previous hostess once thought she and Xiaoya shared an unshakable friendship. Now it seemed clear, it was all a joke. Blindly giving everything to someone who only betrayed her in return, the previous hostess had clearly failed to see reality. Actually, Xie Qingqing hesitated, glancing at Xia Linlin's slender fingers. Xia Linlin took a deep breath and dispersed the faint trace of regret in her heart. She already understood Xiaoya's character perfectly well. Instead of wasting time on trivial interpersonal relationships, she'd rather focus on living in the present. She turned and walked towards the livestream equipment in the center of the room, skillfully adjusting the lighting and angles. Her fingertips touched the control panel, data jumping on the virtual screen as she focused intently, ignoring everything around her except for the upcoming livestream. The soft glow from the studio lights illuminated her refined features, highlighting the confidence shining in her eyes. She adjusted her earphones, took a deep breath, and a confident smile curled at the corner of her lips. The room was silent, save for the faint hum of electricity flowing through the air. Everything was ready. All that was left was to begin the broadcast. She extended her hand, her fingertips hovering above the start button as she exhaled lightly. Let's begin. Furiously, Xiaoya threw her communicator onto the plush sofa, causing a flurry of velvet fibers to fly into the air. Her chest heaved violently in anger, her meticulously done makeup now slightly distorted by the twisted expression on her face. That damn Xia Linlin. How dare she repeatedly refuse her? She clenched her fists tightly, her sharp nails digging deeply into her palms, bringing a stinging pain that did little to quell the fury building inside her. She recalled how Xia Linlin used to be completely obedient to her, like a dog wagging its tail and begging for mercy, going to great lengths just to please her. Now what? Once she became successful and grew more confident, she dared to turn up her nose at her. Annoyance surged in her heart like a tidal wave. She grabbed her hair forcefully, regretting why she had ever bothered to introduce Xia Linlin to Mr. Wei in the first place. If it weren't for her, would Xia Linlin have ever had the chance to get close to those high society figures? Xia Linlin, just you wait. She growled through gritted teeth, her roar echoing throughout the room, sounding desperate and angry like a trapped beast. Meanwhile, Xia Linlin's live streaming room was already bustling with activity. Under the soft spotlight, she smiled cleverly, skillfully interacting with her fans. On the screen, comments flowed down like a waterfall, colorful fonts interweaving into a joyful sea. Linley looks so beautiful today. Linley's new hairstyle is amazing. Linley, what are you going to broadcast today? Praises and questions came one after another. While answering her fans' questions, Xia Linlin showcased the products she planned to recommend that day. Her speech was light and quick, her voice sweet, every word seemingly carrying a magical charm that drew people in without them even realizing it. The atmosphere in the live room grew increasingly lively, with gift effects popping up constantly. Virtual flowers, fireworks, and sports cars bloomed across the screen, transforming the entire live stream into a dreamlike paradise. Xia Linlin's mood improved as well. She seemed to forget the unpleasantness from earlier and poured herself entirely into the broadcast. Her fingertips lightly tapped on the screen, switching between different products, each movement graceful and fluid, each glance full of confidence and allure. She reveled in the feeling of being surrounded by her fans and also enjoyed the joy of sharing good products with others. After the live stream ended, Xia Linlin stretched her arms lazily, her face showing a hint of fatigue but also deep satisfaction. Just as she was about to get up to check on Mumu, Xia Qingqing's deep voice came from behind. Linlin. Chapter 22. Solving Difficulties. After the live broadcast ended, Xia Linlin stretched lazily, her face showing a hint of fatigue but also filled with satisfaction. She was about to get up and go check on Mumu when a deep voice from behind stopped her. It was Xia Qingqing calling out softly, Linlin. Xia Linlin chuckled inwardly at the solemn tone, recognizing that it was all due to concerns over Mumu. She turned around with a faint smile playing on the corner of her lips, asking, What is it, Qingqing? When Xia Linlin didn't answer immediately, Xia Qingqing's unease grew steadily. Imagining various bad scenarios, he conjured the thought of Linlin selling Mumu to the highest bidder. Disappointment filled his heart, as he deemed women capricious, even if this woman was his own sister. His voice trembled slightly as he said, Sis, Mumu, you won't. Xia Linlin clearly detected Xia Qingqing's anxiety and quickly interrupted him, her attitude firm yet gentle. Qingqing, don't worry. I won't sell Mumu, nor will I let you work for money. Rest well at home. We'll sort school matters after the semester starts. Xia Qingqing was stunned, particularly hearing the word school, leaving him in utter surprise. He had never imagined the family could have enough funds to support his schooling. This had always been an unreachable dream in his heart. Looking blankly at Xia Linlin, a warm current surged through his chest. Sis, Xia Qingqing's voice wavered, filled with disbelief, unable to articulate his thoughts. Xia Linlin lightly patted Xia Qingqing's shoulder, her eyes firm and warm. Truly, Qingqing, I will resolve the tuition issue. Don't worry, rest well, and prepare yourself for school. She then walked towards Mumu's room, leaving Xia Qingqing standing there, warmth and hope flooding his heart. Still rooted to the spot, Xia Qingqing's mind replayed Xia Linlin's words, especially the mention of school, like a stone cast into his tranquil lake of heart, rippling layer by layer. All along, he had yearned to go to school, yearning to sit in a bright classroom just like other children, learning knowledge instead of bearing life's heavy burdens early on. But he understood the family situation. Schooling was merely an unattainable dream for him. Sis. Xia Qingqing's head bowed, his voice low and hoarse. I probably can't attend school anymore. Why? Xia Linlin asked perplexedly, vividly remembering that compulsory education was free in the stellar era. I had to supplement household expenses, so I applied early for personal living subsidies. Xia Qingqing's voice grew quieter, almost inaudible. Now, those benefits are taken back, and I'm no longer eligible to apply for school admission. Xia Qingqing's words were like a bucket of cold water splashed over Xia Linlin, making her realize how complicated the welfare system in the stellar era really was. She pursed her lips and extended her hand, intending to pat Xia Qingqing's shoulder to offer comfort. However, Xia Qingqing recoiled abruptly like a frightened fawn, avoiding Xia Linlin's hand. His eyes brimmed with alertness and unrest, fearing Xia Linlin might strike him. Xia Linlin's hand hovered awkwardly midair as she realized how detestable the original self-image was to Xia Qingqing. Taking a deep breath, she tried hard to control her emotions, her tone softening. Qingqing, don't worry, I'll find a way. Xia Qingqing kept his head lowered, silent. He couldn't trust Xia Linlin's words. To him, the cost of schooling was astronomically high for their family. Watching Xia Qingqing's disheartened appearance, Xia Linlin felt a pang of sorrow. She clenched her fists tightly, secretly vowing to herself that she would surely make Xia Qingqing return to school. Qingqing. Just as Xia Linlin wanted to speak, they suddenly heard a hurried knock at the door. Xia Linlin slowly unclenched her tightened fist, coughing lightly to cover the previous awkwardness. Qingqing. Her tone softened slightly. I know you're worried about the tuition. The atmosphere in the room seemed to ease somewhat, and Xia Qingqing raised his head a little, suspicion lingering in his eyes, finding it hard to believe that Xia Linlin would say such words. In the past, the original persona would only taunt and criticize him, urging him to start working earlier to earn money, and showed no care for his academic pursuits. Qingqing, I know my actions caused you to lose your living allowance. Xia Linlin paused momentarily, her tone becoming more sincere. I will not neglect you. You are my brother. Though Xia Linlin's voice wasn't loud, each word resonated clearly in Xia Qingqing's ears. Surprisingly lifting his head, Xia Qingqing looked at Xia Linlin. I'll see who's knocking. After saying that, Xia Linlin left the room. At the moment the door closed, Xia Linlin exhaled softly. Under the dim yellow light, the corridor appeared exceptionally quiet. She massaged her slightly sore temples, compassion welling up in her heart. Xia Qingqing, truly a heart-wrenching child. Under the cruel treatment of her original self, he had grown sensitive, insecure, yet stubbornly shouldered the heavy burdens of life. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound rang again, interrupting Xia Linlin's thoughts. She quickly walked to the door and opened it. Excuse me. Xia Linlin's voice trailed off abruptly. Standing at the doorway was none other than the community administrator. He held a document in his hand and wore a formal smile. Miss Xia Linlin, this is your application for living subsidies. Please verify the information. Xia Linlin was taken aback. She hadn't expected the subsidy to arrive so quickly and easily. She took the document, skimmed through it swiftly, confirmed its accuracy, and signed her name. Thank you. Xia Linlin accepted the card the administrator handed over, a galactic bank card into which the subsidy would be directly deposited. The administrator nodded, turned around, and left. Xia Linlin closed the door, leaned against the wooden panel, and exhaled deeply. With this subsidy, Xia Qingqing's tuition was secured. She turned and headed towards Xia Qingqing's room, intending to share the good news with him. But just as she reached the door, she hesitated. She recalled the evasive look in Xia Qingqing's eyes earlier, remembered his cautious tone, and understood the sacrifices he made for the household subsidy, including giving up his education. Bearing the shadow of her previous self, this young man had experienced life's hardships too early, yet retained his kindness and integrity. He knew what he wanted and worked tirelessly toward it, even when the hope seemed faint. Xia Linlin felt her eyes moisten. She thought of her own previous life, where she was bullied by her younger brother and neglected by her family. She had studied hard, worked relentlessly, but never earned her family's recognition. She was like a seed abandoned in a dark corner, yearning for sunlight and rain, but unable to flourish. Xia Linlin's gaze dimmed as the painful memories from her past life surged like waves, submerging her entirely. Her lips tightened, her nails digging deeply into her palms, yet she felt no pain. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and struggled to regain control of her emotions. Sis, a timid voice came from behind her. Xia Linlin's eyes snapped open as she turned sharply. Chapter 23, Ties of Blood Without True Affection. Xia Linlin turned around, her face blooming with a gentle smile that illuminated Xia Qingqing's somewhat pale face, like the winter sun. Come in, she said softly, as light as a feather brushing over one's heart. Xia Qingqing looked at her smile and felt a mixture of emotions. This smile seemed completely different from the ferocious sister in his memories. Had she truly changed? Or was this just another disguise? His knuckles whitened as he gripped the railing tightly, but he didn't realize it himself. Deep inside, a voice shouted, "Believe her one more time. Maybe this is your last chance, and also hers." But another voice mocked him, "Don't be foolish. One can change appearances, but not one's nature. Have you forgotten how she used to treat you?" The two voices intertwined, making him hesitate. Xia Linlin had no idea about Xia Qingqing's internal struggle. At this moment, she was filled with an indescribable warmth. Perhaps it was the lingering familial affection from this body, or perhaps it was regret from her previous life, which made her feel deep compassion for this frail youth. She wanted to make up for his lost childhood, to give him a complete home, and a reliable older sister. This thought made her feel an unprecedented sense of ease and happiness. She hummed a tuneless little melody and lightly descended the stairs, as if walking on clouds. Sis. Xia Qingqing finally spoke, his voice raspy like an old wind box. Xia Linlin stopped in her tracks, looking back at him. What is it? Xia Qingqing opened his mouth, but did not know what to say. He wanted to ask if she had really changed, if she would treat him like before, yet he feared the answer might disappoint. He feared being disappointed again, being abandoned again. In the courtyard, 40 waved its mechanical arms, neatly gathering upturned soil into tidy rows of ridges. Xia Linlin followed behind, picking out small rocks and weeds and throwing them to the edge of the ridges. The air was filled with the fragrance of earth, mixed with morning dew, bringing a fresh chill. Sunlight bathed Xia Linlin, warm and pleasant, filling her with great comfort. A long-absent tranquility slowly flowed through her. Miss Xingwan, 40's voice broke the peace. On the StarNet, the growth agent is on sale at half price. Would you like to purchase it? Xia Linlin paused her actions, her eyes lighting up with excitement. Half price? What are we waiting for? Let's buy it quickly, Xia Linlin said excitedly, as if piles of stellar coins were waving towards her. Growth agent was an essential item for planting. With it, both crop yield and quality could be significantly improved. She had hesitated to buy it before, but now at 50% off, it was indeed a blessing sent by heaven. All right, Miss Xingwan, please authorize me to connect to your account, 40 said. Authorize. Hurry, Xia Linlin said eagerly. After connecting to Xia Linlin's account, 40 swiftly completed the purchase. Xia Linlin watched as her account balance reduced by half, but she wasn't heartbroken in the slightest. Instead, she felt greatly satisfied. She could almost already see the scene of fruit-laden branches, tasting the joy of harvest. In the future, don't call me Miss Xingwan anymore, Xia Linlin suddenly said, while looking at 40. Then, what should I call you? 40 asked in a flat electronic tone, but the flashing indicator lights showed it was ready for command. Call me. Xia Linlin hesitated for a moment, considering an appropriate title. Call me. Xia Linlin found the term Miss Xingwan unsuitable, thought briefly, and clicked her tongue. It sounds awkward, like calling someone else. So what should I call you? 40's electronic tone remained unchanged, but its flashing indicator light revealed it was still in standby mode. Xia Linlin touched her chin thoughtfully, her gaze casually scanning over the flowers and plants in the yard, speaking nonchalantly. Call me sis. 40's indicator light blinked sharply several times, as if momentarily stuck, then after a while emitted sound, sis. The mechanical electronic tone attempted to mimic human inflection but came across extremely stiff, as if a bug occurred in the program. Xia Linlin burst into laughter, finding the robot's reaction quite interesting. That's right, just call me sis. It feels so intimate, she teased like consoling a child. 40 paused for a moment, seemingly processing this new directive, eventually accepting the setting helplessly. All right, sis. Xia Linlin nodded satisfactorily, feeling pleased, humming tunes as she turned back to continue tidying the ridge. Suddenly, she remembered the growth agent she had just purchased and hurriedly opened her optical computer to check her account balance. 2,000 stellar coins. Was it all gone just like that? Her heart sank, and a sense of foreboding washed over her. 40. Xia Linlin's voice trembled slightly. How much growth agent did you buy just now? In a completely steady electronic tone, 40 reported the purchase details. Sis, I bought 6 basic growth agents. Each costs 500 stellar coins, for a total of 3,000 stellar coins. With the 50% discount during the promotion, the actual payment was 1,500 stellar coins. Xia Linlin froze. 1,500 stellar coins? She had clearly seen only 2,000 stellar coins in her account balance. Hold on, 40. There should have been only 2,000 stellar coins in my account. How did you manage to pay 1,500? Xia Linlin's voice carried a note of disbelief, as if she had heard an impossible tale. Sis, your account balance is 20,000 stellar coins. After paying 1,500 stellar coins, there are 18,500 stellar coins remaining. 40 explained dutifully while sending a screenshot of the account balance to Xia Linlin's optical computer. 20,000 stellar coins. Xia Linlin widened her eyes at the figure displayed on her optical computer, unable to process it immediately. She clearly remembered the previous owner's account having only a few hundred stellar coins. So, how did it suddenly become 20,000? Could it be the benefits of her reincarnation? A wave of exhilaration surged through Xia Linlin. 20,000 stellar coins. This was no small fortune, even in the space age. Finally, she wouldn't need to worry about money anymore. So that's how it is. Xia Linlin feigned calmness with a cough, trying to hide her excitement. I must have misremembered. But then another question arose. Growth agents at 500 stellar coins each? Weren't they too expensive in this space age? She recalled how the original owner had saved every penny, refusing to buy even nutrient solutions and eating the cheapest synthetic foods every day. 40. Why are these growth agents so expensive? Xia Linlin couldn't help but ask, her voice tinged with bewilderment. Sis, the basic growth agent is the most common type on the market, and its price is relatively low. The advanced growth agent would cost even more, 40 explained, his electronic tone as flat as ever. Xia Linlin became even more confused. 500 stellar coins counted as cheap? Then how expensive were the advanced ones? She began to feel a strong curiosity about the prices in the space age. Was it due to the scarcity of resources in the space era? Or was it because food-related items were always pricey? I guess I'll have to take some time to browse the StarNet properly, Xia Linlin muttered to herself, her eyes glowing with the thirst for knowledge. She couldn't wait to explore this brand new world and uncover its secrets. Sis, the growth agent has been ordered and is expected to arrive in 30 minutes. 40's voice interrupted her thoughts. All right, I got it. Xia Linlin came back to reality, putting down the tools in her hands. I'll go. Her words trailed off as her gaze fell on a pile of seed bags in the courtyard. Chapter 24. Reunion with an old acquaintance. Xia Linlin looked at the pile of seed bags, which resembled a small hill, and felt an inexplicable excitement rising within her. These seeds represented hope, the future, and also marked her new life in the space age. 40. Let's get started, she commanded, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Upon receiving the instruction, 40 immediately sprang into action. Its nimble robotic arms extended, scooped up a handful of seeds, and precisely scattered them into pits that had been pre-dug. Then, it gently covered the seeds with a thin layer of soil using another mechanical arm, its movements as fluid as clouds, executed seamlessly. Watching from the side, Xia Linlin couldn't help but feel admiration. 40's efficiency was truly remarkable, even surpassing that of professional planting robots. The sunlight filtered through the yard, illuminating the newly turned earth, releasing a faint fragrance of the soil. A gentle breeze blew by, bringing a trace of coolness, mingling with the aroma of unknown flowers in the distance. Xia Linlin took a deep breath, soaking in this tranquil and harmonious atmosphere, feeling an immense sense of comfort. 40. Plant those red seeds near the fence. They need more sunlight. Xia Linlin pointed at one of the seed bags and instructed. Sure, sis. 40 responded with a steady and clear electronic voice. It immediately adjusted the planting plan, planting the red seeds as requested by Xia Linlin. Seeing 40 work methodically, Xia Linlin was filled with anticipation. She seemed to already see the vision of these seeds sprouting, growing, blooming, and bearing fruit. By then, her yard would turn into a colorful little garden, brimming with vitality and energy. Time ticked away gradually. 40 had already planted most of the seeds. Xia Linlin gazed at the land before her, about to come alive, and couldn't help but curve her lips into a faint smile. Suddenly, a soft sound of footsteps disrupted the peace of the yard. Turning her head, Xia Linlin saw a familiar figure appear at the white iron gate. Xiaoya reached the white iron gate and instantly noticed a silver-white robot bustling around inside the yard. With smooth curves and a glossy metal shell, the robot showcased high technology and great cost. Xiaoya immediately recognized it, the latest model of home-use robot, 40. Unable to believe her eyes, she rubbed them, confirming again. It really was 40. And astonishingly, it was digging soil? Confusion filled Xiaoya's mind. How could Xia Linlin use such an expensive robot for such heavy labor? This was sheer waste. After all, the price of 40 was enough to buy several plots like this one. She quickly approached the gate, and after the fingerprint recognition passed, the white iron door slid open silently. Xia Linlin, what on earth are you doing? Xiaoya stepped into the yard, only to be stunned speechless by what she saw. The elegant fountain and comfortable relaxation area were gone, replaced by freshly turned earth with some seeds scattered here and there. The air carried the fragrance of the soil, mixed with a trace of plant scent, distinctly different from the previously highly mechanized yard. What is going on? Xiaoya pointed at everything before her, astonishment evident in her eyes. Where's your fountain? Your relaxation area? Why did they all? Xia Linlin lifted her head, seeing Xiaoya's astonished expression, and a faint smile flickered across her lips. I dismantled them. Her tone was casual, as if speaking about something trivial. Dismantled? Xiaoya's voice rose 8 decibels. Are you crazy? That was a limited edition fountain. And the relaxation area? You spent so much money. Xia Linlin shrugged, seemingly unconcerned. I think planting things holds more meaning. As Xiaoya's gaze swept over the yard, she found yet another issue. Your yun flowers? Where have half of them gone? Yun flower was a rare ornamental plant, something Xia Linlin used to cherish greatly. Now, having lost half, this left Xiaoya even more puzzled. She narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Xia Linlin with suspicion laced in her tone. Xia Linlin, you must tell me honestly. Did you? Xiaoya paused momentarily, lowering her voice. Get robbed? Witnessing Xiaoya's shocked and suspicious face, Xia Linlin felt an overwhelming wave of helplessness welling up inside her. Though she wanted to sigh, she restrained herself. Xiaoya's questions came one after another like cannon fire, leaving her barely able to catch her breath. There wasn't any robbery, Xia Linlin explained wearily. I just sold some stuff and remodeled the yard. Sold? Xiaoya's voice rose again, as if she had heard something inconceivable. You sold the limited edition fountain? You sold the relaxation area too? You? Xiaoya's words suddenly stopped. She stared at Xia Linlin with eyes wide open in disbelief, as if she were seeing her for the first time. In her eyes, Xia Linlin had always been a person who pursued luxury and indulgence. How could she do such a thing? Xia Linlin nodded, her tone calm. I think those things are useless to me. It's better to exchange them for more valuable things. More valuable things? Xiaoya repeated Xia Linlin's words, her eyes filled with doubt. What is more valuable than a limited edition fountain and a luxurious relaxation area? Xia Linlin didn't answer directly, but pointed at the land under her feet and then at the seeds that had just been sown. These, her tone was firm, these are what I need most now. Following Xia Linlin's gaze, Xiaoya thought these soils and seeds were far inferior to the things that had been sold. She couldn't understand Xia Linlin's choice or what she meant by more valuable. How do you think? Xiaoya's voice dropped, disbelief evident in her tone. Didn't you like those things the most before? People always change, Xia Linlin interrupted Xiaoya, a tinge of helplessness in her voice. I now feel that living grounded life is more important than ephemeral enjoyment. Xiaoya wanted to say more, but was stopped by Xia Linlin raising her hand. All right, Xiaoya, I still have a lot to do. If you don't have anything else. Xiaoya looked at Xia Linlin, her eyes complicated. She opened her mouth as if wanting to say something, but ended up saying nothing. She only gazed at Xia Linlin silently. Lining. Xiaoya started, but hesitated, her eyes falling on the soil-streaked hands of Xia Linlin. Chapter 25. Xiaoya's invitation. Xiaoya's gaze shifted back and forth between Xia Linlin's muddy hands and her calm expression, and in the end, she still couldn't bring herself to voice the doubts in her heart. She took a deep breath, put on a relaxed expression, grabbed Xia Linlin's arm, and shook it. All right. I know you're busy now, but even when you're busy, you need to balance work and rest. Come on, Linlin, come out with me for a walk. It's been a long time since we went out together. Xiaoya's voice carried a whining tone, like a clingy little kitten. Xia Linlin felt dizzy from the shaking and sighed helplessly. She knew that this was just Xiaoya's personality. Once she set her mind on something, she wouldn't stop until she got what she wanted. Moreover, Xia Linlin indeed needed to go out to buy a few new outfits for Xie Qingqing. All right, I'll go with you. Xia Linlin lifted her hand to rub her temples. But I have one condition. Xiaoya's eyes lit up. What's the condition? Tell me quickly. I must be home before 6 o'clock. Xia Linlin's tone brooked no argument. I still have to make dinner and take care of Qingqing. Xiaoya pouted. Though reluctant, she still nodded in agreement. All right, 6 o'clock then. Who makes you the perfect homemaker now? After saying this, she couldn't help but giggle. Her laughter was crisp, as pleasant as the sound of a silver bell. Xia Linlin helplessly shook her head. Xiaoya was still the same, carefree as ever. However, she had gotten used to it. Then I'll go change clothes first, said Xia Linlin, lifting her foot to step inside the house. She had only taken 2 steps when she suddenly stopped, slapping her forehead in realization. She had completely forgotten she was wearing old, dirt-covered clothes. She glanced back at Xiaoya. Xiaoyu was staring at her with wide eyes, surprise and confusion evident in her expression. I'll go change clothes first. Wait for me. Xia Linlin hastily turned around and walked toward the house, moving somewhat hurriedly. Upon entering the room, Xia Linlin quickly approached Xie Qingqing and pointed at him haphazardly. 40. Stay here and be good. I'll be back soon. Without waiting for his response, she darted into the room like lightning. She swiftly shed her old clothes and changed into a simple white dress. After putting on her shoes, she briefly combed her hair in front of the mirror before rushing outside. Are you ready? Why are you dressed like this? Xiaoyu scrutinized Xia Linlin from top to bottom, her expression showing disbelief. You actually plan to shop in such casual clothing? Xia Linlin paused for a moment, realizing that her outfit was extremely ordinary compared to her past appearances where she always aimed to dress like a butterfly. What's wrong? Is there an issue? Xia Linlin asked perplexedly. It's just. Xiaoyu shook her head, unable to finish her sentence, full of incomprehension. Sighing, she finally decided not to say anything more. All right, let's hurry up and leave. Xia Linlin didn't say anything else, silently following Xiaoyu. Qingqing, I'll be back before 6 o'clock. For dinner, eat the leftover duck meat from lunch. Xia Linlin quickly stepped to the door, looking back at Xie Qingqing, and followed Xiaoyu. Xia Linlin rushed to the door again and looked back at Xie Qingqing to warn him. Qingqing, I will be back before 6 o'clock. For dinner, eat the leftover duck meat from lunch. Without waiting for Xie Qingqing's reply, she turned and followed Xiaoyu. Xie Qingqing remained silent all along, just raising his head, staring deeply at Xia Linlin's retreating figure with his profound eyes. His gaze was like a frozen lake's surface in winter, hiding deep dissatisfaction and confusion beneath its calmness. His lips were tightly pressed together, as if suppressing something intensely. As Xia Linlin stepped out of the house, the sunlight was somewhat glaring. She raised her hand to shield it, slightly furrowing her brows while urging Xiaoyu beside her. Let's go. Hurry, time is running out. Her tone was a bit urgent, carrying a subtle hint of anxiety in her eyebrows. Xiaoyu was somewhat baffled by Xia Linlin's prompting, scrutinizing her from top to bottom. Wait a minute, Linlin, didn't you say you want to hang out with me? And what are you wearing? Are you going to some banquet? Xiaoyu's eyes lingered on the simple, white dress she wore, filled with confusion and incomprehension. Xia Linlin stopped her steps, gave Xiaoyu an impatient glance. What banquet? Haven't I already said we're going shopping at the mall? Her voice left no room for negotiation, like submerged reefs under the calm water surface. Xiaoyu was thoroughly stunned. She widened her eyes, slightly agape, disbelief written all over her face. The mall? You're seriously dressed like this to go to the mall? This isn't your style, Xia Linlin. She scrutinized Xia Linlin from top to bottom, as if observing a stranger. Xia Linlin didn't bother to explain any further. She glanced at the hover car, which was already parked by the roadside, and urged Xiaoyu again. Let's go, or it will be too late. Her tone carried a hint of impatience, but she did not slow down. Instead, she pulled Xiaoyu's arm and walked toward the hover car. Xiaoyu, being dragged along, could only exclaim in amazement while keeping up with her. What is wrong with you today? You seem off somehow. Her voice conveyed bewilderment and incomprehension, but mostly curiosity. Xia Linlin gave no reply. She just held on to Xiaoyu and quickened her pace. She had to get to the mall as soon as possible to buy clothes for Xie Qingqing and some other necessary items. She felt that time was pressing upon her, as though something was urging her from behind, forcing her to move faster. The hover car sat quietly by the roadside, its door automatically opening. Xiaoyu tried to ask what was going on again, but Xia Linlin simply pulled her into the car before she could finish her sentence. The car door closed slowly, sealing Xiaoyu's questions and curiosity inside. The hover car landed smoothly, and its door slid open without a sound. Xiaoyu grabbed Xia Linlin's arm and enthusiastically hauled her out of the car. Caught off guard, Xia Linlin wobbled unsteadily when her feet hit the ground. Her stomach churned violently, and skyscrapers seemed to tilt and swirl before her eyes, as if they were about to swallow her whole. A wave of intense nausea rose to her throat, and she clutched the car door tightly, her knuckles turning white as her face instantly paled. Linlin, what's wrong with you? Xiaoyu noticed her abnormal state and asked with concern. Xia Linlin gasped for breath heavily as the spots before her eyes gradually dissipated. Only then did she realize how severely afraid of heights this body's original owner must have been. Could the original owner also have acrophobia? This fleeting thought made her even more anxious. She struggled to steady herself, forcing herself not to look at the towering buildings, taking a deep breath, and managing to force out a faint smile. Nothing serious. I'm just feeling a little unwell. Xiaoyu scrutinized her with suspicion. Unwell? Your complexion looks so bad. Could it be that you haven't recovered from your drunkenness last time? As she mentioned drunkenness, her tone carried an air of testing. Xia Linlin's heart clenched. The secret of her last drunken blackout was the one thing she had vowed never to let anyone find out. Pretending to be nonchalant, she waved a hand casually. Maybe. Lately, I've always felt drained, and I don't know why. Without leaving a trace, she steered the topic away. Come on, didn't you say we're heading to Xie Tower? Xiaoyu nodded, but there was still suspicion lingering in her eyes. She hooked arms with Xia Linlin and walked toward Xie Tower. Xia Linlin tried her best to keep calm, yet she could feel Xiaoyu's gaze occasionally resting on her, as if trying to investigate something. Upon entering Xie Tower, the dazzling array of goods dazzled Xia Linlin. She composed herself, recalling the purpose of her visit, and proceeded directly to an ordinary clothing store. Xiaoyu trailed after her, looking puzzled. You usually adore luxury brands. Why are you suddenly switching to these normal stores? Xia Linlin picked up a plain black hoodie, examining it carefully, and stroked the fabric softly before speaking lightly. I'm buying this for my younger brother. Xiaoya was stunned. She inspected the plain-looking hoodie up and down, hardly believing. Are you sure? Just this. She stopped mid-sentence, her eyes full of doubt. Xia Linlin noticed the doubt and disdain in Xiaoya's eyes, but didn't mind. She held the hoodie against the light, nodding in satisfaction. Yeah, this one will do. The size fits, and the material feels comfortable. Turning her head toward Xiaoya, she spoke calmly. My younger brother is growing rapidly. Comfort matters more than the brand. Xiaoya opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately said nothing. She shrugged with an expression implying, whatever makes you happy. A subtle silence spread between the two. Xia Linlin understood that Xiaoya wanted to avoid mentioning their last drunken episode, and she herself was fine with that arrangement. As they entered the clothing store, a faint aroma of cotton greeted them. Xia Linlin looked around. The shop was small, with simple decoration, but the clothing styles were diverse, and the prices were much friendlier than those luxury brands upstairs. She sifted through the items carefully, finally setting her sights on several plain hoodies. She picked up a black one, a gray one, and a navy blue one, hesitating between different sizes suitable for Xia Qingqing. This black one is decent, Xiaoya remarked nearby, her tone carrying a hint of indifference. Ignoring her indifference, Xia Linlin held all three hoodies, comparing them meticulously. The gray one suits him better, she murmured to herself, her gaze landing on the gray hoodie. Imagining Xia Qingqing wearing it, she involuntarily smiled. Xiaoya idly flipped through the nearby hangers, her eyes scanning the cheap clothes. She couldn't understand why Xia Linlin, who had always favored flashy and expensive luxury brands, suddenly seemed so different today. Could it be because of the last drunken episode that changed her disposition? After paying, Xia Linlin carefully folded the gray hoodie and placed it into her shopping bag. Just as she turned to leave, a familiar figure caught her eye by the store entrance, looking around anxiously. And Xingman. Xia Linlin called out softly. Seeing Xia Linlin, and Xingman visibly relaxed. He quickly approached her with a slightly uneasy expression. Linlin, you're here too. He wiped the sweat off his forehead, glancing away nervously as if there was something he couldn't say easily. Yes, what a coincidence, Xia Linlin observed him calmly. What brings you here? And Xingman sighed, resignation laced in his tone. Well, let's not talk about it. There's a shortage of money at home, so I sold some old furniture, but it didn't bring in much cash. He hesitated briefly, then added almost reluctantly. I just wanted to buy a couple of shirts for the kids. It's getting cooler. Saying this, he entered the same store where Xia Linlin had earlier chosen her hoodie. In the casual section, he picked up two lightweight hoodies, one light blue and one beige. His fingers gently stroked the fabric, revealing a tender look in his eyes. His actions were calm and deliberate, showing no signs of discomfort or embarrassment. Standing beside him, Xiaoya blurted out without thinking, Linlin, you're buying all these hoodies for Xia Qingqing, aren't you? That little troublemaker. Before she could finish, Xia Linlin interrupted sharply. Qingqing is my younger brother, not a troublemaker, and definitely not a burden. Her tone was firm, leaving no room for argument. A hint of warning gleamed in her eyes. Xia Linlin walked over to the counter and handed both her 3 hoodies and Xingman's 2 hoodies to the cashier. The screen displayed 1,000 star coins, which she swiped her card for without hesitation. Staring in disbelief, Xiaoya watched Xia Linlin. 8,000 star coins. Are you crazy? Just to buy these cheap clothes? Taking the shopping bag from the counter, Xia Linlin glanced coolly at Xiaoya. During my last blackout, Qingqing carried me home on his back. It wasn't easy for such a young boy to take care of an adult like me. Speechless, Xiaoya found herself unable to respond. She hadn't expected Xia Linlin to speak so frankly. An awkward silence settled over them. With the shopping bags in hand, Xia Linlin turned and started walking out. Linlin, Xiaoya hurried after her, grabbing Xia Linlin's wrist with an unyielding urgency. Come on, let's go to Veer's store. Upon seeing Xiaoya, the staff at Veer's store immediately bowed respectfully. Miss Xiaoya, welcome. Uncomfortable with the attention, Xia Linlin. Chapter 26, The Conflict Begins. The interior of Veer's store was resplendent with dazzling gold, and a faint aroma permeated the air. Xia Linlin couldn't help but sniffed instinctively. This smell was neither like floral fragrance nor perfume. It seemed more akin to some special incense, which was quite soothing upon inhalation. Crystal chandeliers emitted soft lights that shone on the marble floors polished to a mirror finish, reflecting brilliant halos. The racks were filled with all kinds of high-end clothing. Each piece was finely crafted, meticulously chosen in material, and extremely costly. Xia Linlin was stunned by the luxurious scene. She tightly clutched the shopping bag in her hand, feeling utterly out of place. Xiaoya pulled Xia Linlin directly towards a pale pink long dress. Diamonds adorned the dress, sparkling under the light. Linlin, how about this one? Xiaoya asked while pointing at the dress, her tone tinged with a hint of anticipation. Xia Linlin's gaze was drawn to the shining diamonds, and she subconsciously nodded. It's beautiful. She had never seen such an extravagant dress before, and even from a distance, she could feel the smoothness and softness of the fabric. That's the one then, said Xiaoya as she gestured to the robot standing by. Simulate the fitting for this size S1. The robot executed Xiaoya's instructions smoothly, showing a 3D image of Xiaoya wearing the long dress on the virtual screen. The dress perfectly accentuated Xiaoya's figure, making her look even more elegant and charming. Not bad, it suits you very well, Xia Linlin sincerely complimented. Next, Xiaoya tried on several sets of clothes one after another, each set making her shine brilliantly. Watching beside her, Xia Linlin gradually relaxed, blending into the comfortable atmosphere. She even started imagining herself in those pretty clothes. Wrap up this one, and also this one, instructed Xiaoya to the shop assistant, pointing to the last 2 sets of clothes she had tried on. Then, she turned her head to look at Xia Linlin, her lips curling into a meaningful smile. Linine, let's swipe our cards together. The cold air conditioning in the Veer store was set very high, and Xia Linlin rubbed her arms as a chill ran through her fingertips to her heart. She discreetly glanced at the time. Xia Qingqing's training would end early today. If she lingered any longer, they might miss dinner. Xiaoya was still enthusiastically trying on clothes, the goose-yellow jumpsuit highlighting her fair skin, revealing a pair of long legs subtly under the skirt. Xia Linlin sighed inwardly with relief. This dress looked simpler than the previous ones studded with gems. It should not be too expensive, right? This one. Xiaoya spun around in front of the mirror, satisfied nodding her head. All right, miss, said the salesperson with a professional smile. This goose-yellow jumpsuit is made of the latest Stardust silk material, lightweight and breathable, and comes with self-cleaning functionality. It's priced at 1,278,000 star coins. 1,200,000. Xia Linlin gasped involuntarily, almost shouting out what she really felt. She earned 20,000 star coins per month working overtime. This dress alone was equivalent to half a year of her income. Despite the strong air conditioning in the Veer store, a wave of heat surged over Xia Linlin's head. She subconsciously patted her pocket where only a few hundred star coins remained, silently praying that Xiaoya wouldn't drag her to see anything else. It seemed Xiaoya hadn't noticed Xia Linlin's abnormality. Humming a tune, she walked to Xia Linlin and affectionately linked her arm with hers. Linine, help me pay together. Xiaoya's voice was sweet and sticky, like a sugary nebula fruit, making Xia Linlin suddenly shiver. Xia Linlin instinctively scratched her ears, wondering if she had just hallucinated. Pay card, she dryly repeated, confusion filling her eyes. My card. Xiaoya playfully blinked, as if talking about something completely natural. Of course. Otherwise, who else? Haven't you always helped me with payments before? Xia Linlin's forced smile froze on her face. Before? Yes, the original owner was indeed a silly rich girl splurging money, but not anymore. Her pockets were emptier than her face now, let alone 120,000. She couldn't even come up with 1,200 star coins. The past is the past, now is now. Xia Linlin took a deep breath, striving hard to maintain a calm tone. I don't have any money now. Glares around swiveled onto her like spotlights, but Xia Linlin didn't flinch at all. She calmly returned Xiaoya's gaze with clear and determined eyes. No money. Xiaoya's voice shot up a few octaves, disbelief evident in her tone. Are you kidding me? It's just a piece of clothing. Do you have to take it so seriously? Is a piece of clothing worth over 12,000 star coins that much? Not really. Xia Linlin was almost confused by Xiaoya's reasoning. The money I spend on an outfit could buy me a small starship. Why should I waste so much money on one piece of clothing? The murmurs around grew louder, and Xia Linlin could feel the stares like needles piercing through her skin. But she didn't care. She came here to experience life, not to fake wealth beyond her means. Xiaoya's complexion changed abruptly, as she hadn't expected Xia Linlin to reject her in front of so many people. Clamping her lips together tightly, she lowered her voice. Linine, can you at least give me some face value with these people watching? Xia Linlin shrugged indifferently, wearing a carefree expression. What is face worth in star coins? Can it be eaten? She fished out a few crumpled 100-star coin bills from her bag and waved them in front of Xiaoya. This is all I own. Maybe check if it could cover the tip of your bill. The smile on Xiaoya's face vanished as though its nourishment had been instantly drained, causing it to shrivel rapidly. Xiaoya looked at Xia Linlin's scuffed-up star coins as though they were alien creatures from a lower-class planet, utterly unrecognizable. Are you serious? Her voice quivered, usually sweet, but now edged with unmistakable sharpness. Absolutely serious. Xia Linlin swiftly shoved the money back into her bag. The snap of the zipper resounded loudly in the quiet air. Why would I lie to you? If I don't want to buy something, then I just don't want to. What's so hard about admitting that? She glanced around, where the whispers swirled incessantly like pesky space mosquitoes disturbing her peace. Is being short on money such a disgraceful thing for you guys? Xiaoya's face flushed red like a perfectly ripe red fruit. She hadn't anticipated that Xia Linlin would speak so bluntly, nor that her words would sting so cruelly. If you didn't want to buy clothes, why didn't you just say it? Why did you deceive me into coming here and let me lose face? Her eyes brimmed with redness, and her voice trembled with a touch of sobbing. Deceive me? Xia Linlin raised an eyebrow, amused. When did I ever deceive you? Did I promise to pay for you? Struggling for words. Xiaoya wanted to argue back, but found herself unable to reply. Indeed, Xia Linlin had never promised to foot the bill. Xiaoya had merely assumed that she would continue to pay generously as before without question. Linine, you've changed. Xiaoya's voice softened, tinged with complaint and accusation. Yes, I've changed, Xia Linlin admitted openly, her tone steady and unwavering. I'm no longer the fool who lets others boss me around. The tension in the air thickened, taut like a bowstring ready to snap. Suddenly, a piercing voice broke the impasse. What's going on? Xiaoya, what's wrong? A tall young man with striking purple hair strode in hastily, his arm adorned with a vividly wing-spread phoenix tattoo gleaming under the light. He reached Xiaoya, showing concern as he held her shoulder. Who has bullied you? His sharp gaze swept over Xia Linlin. Was it you? Chapter 27. Provocation by the purple-haired man. What's wrong? Xiaoya, what's the matter with you? A tall young man with striking purple hair strode over. He had a tattoo of a firebird ready to spread its wings on his arm, which looked especially brash and glaring under the lights. This outfit reminded Xia Linlin of the Shamat family she had seen on Earth long ago, and she could barely suppress a burst of laughter that bubbled up at the corner of her lips. The purple-haired man approached Kioya, showing concern as he gently held her shoulders, and sharply scanned Xia Linlin with an intense glare. "Is it you?" Kioya seemed to find her anchor, instantly retreating into the embrace of the purple-haired man, sniffling softly. "Kungana, she bullied me. Kungana." Xia Linlin searched through the memories of her host mind for a while, and finally made the connection. This Kungana with purple hair was one of Kioya's many suitors, from an average family background, but excelled in following Kioya's every command obediently, like a wagging tail. Like a Pekingese dog, Xia Linlin tried hard to maintain a straight face, avoiding breaking into laughter. "How dare you laugh?" Kungana pointed at Xia Linlin, angry and agitated. "You wicked woman, how dare you bully Kioya? Do you still think you're the Miss Xia of old? Now you are nothing." Saliva flew as Kungana ranted, causing Xia Linlin to take a step back with disdain. She lightly coughed, trying to suppress the rising corners of her lips. Truly, Kungana's appearance and tone were too comical. "Mr. Purple Hair," Xia Linlin decided to end things quickly. "Please let me pass, I want to go home." All she wanted now was to quickly leave this trouble-prone place, return, and prepare dinner for Xia Qingqing, who probably already felt hungry. Xia Linlin started glancing around, searching for the public hovercar stop. Kungana was thoroughly enraged by Xia Linlin's absent-minded attitude. "How dare you ignore me?" He raised his arm, the palm cutting through the air, about to land on Xia Linlin's face. Xia Linlin could almost feel the hot breath brought by the rage, mixed with the sharp smell of inferior cologne, making her stomach churn. Just as the moment dragged on, Kioya suddenly peeked out from behind Kungana, pulling his arm with a gentle plea. "Kungana, forget it, don't stoop to her level. Maybe she has some hidden reasons." Kioya's voice sounded fragile like a white flower trembling in the wind, making it seem as if Xia Linlin were an unspeakably evil person, and she herself a magnanimous saintess. Xia Linlin couldn't hold back anymore, bursting out in uncontrollable giggles. The laughter, crisp and pleasant, pierced deeply into Kioya's heart like a sharp needle. The surrounding air seemed to instantly freeze, and Kungana looked at Xia Linlin as if she were crazy, unable to comprehend what just happened. He barked coarsely. "What's so funny?" He barked coarsely. "What's so funny?" Xia Linlin lifted her hand, wiping the tears of laughter from the corner of her eyes with delicate fingers, elegant in action, yet full of mockery. She slightly tilted her head, gazing at Kioya's feigned frail face, deepening her smile. "I am laughing. Miss Chiao, your acting talent is truly wasted, or else you would have won an award at the Interstellar Theater by now." Xia Linlin's voice wasn't loud, yet it rang clearly in everyone's ears, tinged with sarcasm, contempt, and even a hint of pity. She intentionally paused, then slowly turned her gaze towards Kungana. The smile disappeared from the corner of her mouth, replaced instead by an icy chill. As for Mr. Purplehair, Xia Linlin turned her head sideways, narrowing her eyes. Her gaze was like a sharp blade, meticulously scrutinizing Kioya from top to bottom. There was not a shred of warmth in her stare, only unveiled mockery and disdain, as if she were observing a clownishly amusing jester. Kioya felt completely uncomfortable under Xia Linlin's piercing gaze, like being stripped bare in front of everyone, with every inch of her skin feeling pricked. Involuntarily, she took another step backward, attempting to evade that suffocating line of sight. The crystal chandelier in the banquet hall emitted dazzling light, illuminating the meticulous makeup on Kioya's face. Yet, it failed to mask the flicker of panic lurking deep within her eyes. Her lips were tightly pressed together, tender pink turning almost bloodless from biting. After a while, she finally spoke up in an act of feigned incomprehension. Her voice was feeble, barely audible, quivering with tremulous undertones. "Xia, Miss Xia, why do you look at me like that?" Xia Linlin smirked faintly, a sound that stood out starkly amidst the silent grandeur of the banquet hall, akin to an ice pick scraping glass, sharp and grating. "I was wondering," she deliberately elongated the intonation, letting her gaze wander back and forth between Kioya and Kungana, settling finally on Kioya's seemingly innocent face. "I was wondering why Miss Chiao, as the daughter of the prestigious Chiao household, would allow a parentless me to gift you such an expensive gown." Emphasizing the word me, her voice brimmed with sarcastic undertones. Xia Linlin's words were like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, rippling out in layers. Kioya's complexion turned deathly pale in an instant, her carefully applied makeup unable to hide the turmoil beneath her eyes. She tightly clutched the silk scarf in her hand, her knuckles turning greenish white, and her lips quivered slightly as she struggled to find her voice. Kungana's handsome face under his purple hair was etched with confusion. He glanced between Xia Linlin and Kioya, completely at a loss about what had transpired between the two. He scratched his head and asked bewilderedly, "Kioya, what does she mean? What dress?" Kioya took a deep breath, trying hard to maintain composure. She forced a stiff smile, ready to explain, but was interrupted by Xia Linlin. "Explanation? Explain what?" Xia Linlin let out a soft laugh, her tone brimming with disdain. "Miss Chiao, some things are explained only to cover them up. Do you truly think that your actions could remain hidden from everyone?" Xia Linlin no longer paid Kioya any heed and turned to leave. Her high heels clicking on the marble floor produced crisp sounds, each echo striking against Kioya's heart. Kioya watched Xia Linlin's retreating back, her heart flooding with panic akin to waves of rising tide. She wanted to call out to Xia Linlin, but found herself unsure of what to say. She looked helplessly toward Kung Gana and discovered him just as confused, gazing back at her. In the banquet hall, the light from the crystal chandelier continued to shine brilliantly, illuminating Kioya's pale face, making her appear even more pitiable. But at this moment, such pitiful looks seemed more like mockery than sympathy. Xia Linlin reached the entrance of the banquet hall and paused abruptly. Without turning around, she softly added, "By the way, Miss Chiao, next time you try to scheme against someone else, perhaps consider your own weight first." Having said that, Xia Linlin walked away without a backward glance, leaving Kioya and Kung Gana standing there, the atmosphere awkward and heavy. Kioya's face was ashen as paper, her bottom lip bitten tightly, as she fought back the tears threatening to overflow. Kung Gana looked at Kioya, his brows knitted in concern, suspicion mounting within him. He faintly felt that this matter was not so simple. "Kioya," Kung Gana began, but was suddenly cut off by Kioya. "Don't speak," Kioya hissed, her voice trembling with both agitation and fear. She gripped Kung Gana's arm firmly, her nails nearly digging into his flesh. Kung Gana was startled by Kioya's abrupt action. He stared blankly at her, unable to understand why she reacted so intensely. Chapter 28, Smiling in the Face of Conflict. "Xia Linlin," Connor shouted after her, obvious annoyance laced in his tone. "I don't know who was so eager to be friends with Joya before, and now here you are pretending to be aloof." Xia Linlin stopped in her tracks, slowly turned around, and a mocking curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Master Connor, it seems the etiquette of the Kong family is not much to speak of. Your skill in distorting right and wrong has truly reached perfection." Her speech was measured and unhurried, each word like a small pebble, hitting Connor's sore spots with precision. The elaborate lights of the banquet hall shone on her face, accentuating an air of coldness in her features. The guests around them began whispering, their gazes shifting between Xia Linlin and Connor as tension filled the air. Connor's face turned bright red, his fists clenched until they creaked audibly. Had he ever suffered such humiliation from his childhood till now? Especially from a woman. Yet, Xia Linlin acted as if she hadn't seen the fire in his eyes. She gave a light laugh and gave him a thumbs up. "Master Kong, your talent for twisting the truth, I truly admire," she said. Immediately after, she slowly flipped the thumb downwards, pointing towards the ground, her smile turning even more mocking. Connor was so angry that he gritted his teeth, his chest heaving violently, as though he were about to rush forward and wrestle with her. Beside him, Joya's eyes were red, tears welling up but held back silently. She clutched Connor's arm tightly, her nails digging deeply into his flesh, as if only this way could she draw a little strength. Xia Linlin slightly smiled and arched an eyebrow, her gaze sweeping over both of them before settling on Joya's face. "Miss Jo," her tone gentle yet tinged with a subtle chill, "is a 10,000 star coin dress really so difficult for you to afford?" As if suddenly amplified, the whispers around them became louder, like countless needles pricking against Joya's skin. She could feel the inquiring, scornful stares, like an invisible net tightly encircling her. Joya's face flushed alternately red and white, biting her lower lip hard enough almost to draw blood. 10,000 star coins wasn't a small sum for her, but it also wouldn't bankrupt her. But she had never imagined that Xia Linlin would expose her lies so plainly, and in front of so many people. Joya opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Her throat felt as if blocked by something, dry and bitter. "Oh, could I be mistaken?" Xia Linlin blinked as if surprised, raising the beautifully packaged bag in her hand. "I thought Miss Jo truly couldn't afford it." The bag contained toys she had carefully chosen for Mumu, but now they had become her best weapon. I can afford it." These words Joya almost forced out through clenched teeth. Under everyone's gazes, she felt as if there were thorns in her back. She had to endure and hold on to the last bit of dignity. Xia Linlin gave a soft laugh, but her eyes showed no trace of amusement. "If Miss Jo can afford it, then why?" She paused deliberately and pushed the bag a bit forward. "How about I give one to Miss Jo?" Joya's face changed drastically, a surge of humiliation flooding her heart. She tightly gripped her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms as if trying to pierce through. I can afford it. I just didn't want to buy it." Joya suddenly raised her head, anger sparking in her eyes, her tone hard as if trying to pour out all her grievances and frustration. She stared fixedly at Xia Linlin, her chest heaving violently, like a young beast incited into rage. Xia Linlin played the act of sudden enlightenment and nodded in accord, a faint smile playing at the corner of her mouth. "So it is that," she drew out the final syllables teasingly. "I thought Miss Jo tried it on for so long because she really liked it." She emphasized tried it on for so long, every word like a tiny needle, piercing exactly onto Joya's most sensitive nerves. Joya felt as if her face had been smacked hard. It was hot and burning. Despite trying to maintain her final bit of pride, she felt her dignity being gradually stripped away by Xia Linlin until nothing remained. She bit her lower lip hard, trying to keep her tears from falling, but a teardrop slipped unsteadily from her eye. "Xia Linlin," Joya's voice choked with sobs, carrying traces of virtue and discontent. Are you still resentful about what happened that day?" She looked up tearfully at Xia Linlin, her eyes showing a hint of hope mixed with a touch of unease. Xia Linlin paused slightly, clearly not expecting Joya to suddenly bring up this matter. She looked quietly at Joya, a flicker of confusion flashing in her eyes, then returning to calmness once more. "Which day's matter?" she asked indifferently, her tone so tranquil that no emotions could be heard. At the entrance of the banquet hall, there was a ripple of slight commotion. The light from the crystal chandelier flowed, stretching the silhouette at the door into an elegant length. 3 men were walking slowly, with a man clad in a well-tailored navy blue suit leading the group. He exuded an aura of aristocratic detachment all around him. His features were profound, his nose bridge high and straight, his lips thin and tightly sealed, revealing an air of aloofness that kept others at bay for miles. He casually scanned the banquet hall, stopping his gaze on Xia Linlin for a second before shifting away, a tinge of unnoticeable disdain hidden in his expression. Xia Linlin frowned lightly, her heart puzzled. Who was this person? She struggled to search through the memories of the original owner, but found nothing. This man, whom she had never seen before, made her inexplicably feel a hint of unease. Wei Ling, you've finally come. Connor approached the leading man like he'd seen salvation, pointing at Xia Linlin, speaking in an agitated tone. Take a look. It's her. She's bullying Joya here. Wei Ling. A flicker passed through Xia Linlin's heart. This name sounded familiar somewhere. She tried to remember, and suddenly a memory popped up, of the original hostess drooling over a man's photo in a fashion magazine. Wei Ling, successor of Wei Group, the object of the original hostess' infatuation, Xia Linlin realized instantly. So, this was Wei Ling. Xia Linlin fixed her gaze on Wei Ling, examining this man carefully before her. The navy blue suit accentuated his towering physique. The perfectly tailored design emphasized his broad shoulders and slim waist. There was a faint trace of aloofness between his brows. His deep-set eyes seemed to hold infinite secrets. His straight nose bridge and tightly pressed lips added even more to his stern demeanor. The light from the crystal chandeliers sprinkled onto him as if adorning him with a gentle halo of gold, making him appear even more noble and beyond reach. Xia Linlin silently sighed in her heart. The original body did have good taste. It was indeed pleasing to see such an attractive man. Wei Ling's presence evoked a subtle sense of nervousness within Xia Linlin. She knew this was the one her predecessor had a crush on, a man who held an important place in her life. Now standing here as a replacement, she felt a tinge of apprehension when facing him. She wasn't sure what would happen next, or how she should deal with this man. A delicate scent of ancient dragon water mingled with the rich aroma of champagne and wine wafted into Xia Linlin's nostrils. The whispering around them gradually softened, replaced by soothing music flowing like a stream through the banquet hall. Xia Linlin could feel the scrutinizing gazes falling upon her. She took a deep breath, striving to remain calm, lifting the corner of her mouth into a faint smile. Wei Ling's gaze fell again on Xia Linlin, still holding a trace of imperceptible disdain in his eyes. He furrowed his eyebrows slightly, as though growing somewhat impatient with this woman in front of him. His thin lips parted just as he was about to speak, yet Xia Linlin interrupted him immediately. Mr. Wei, Xia Linlin spoke calmly, laced with a strand of distance. Nice to meet you. She extended her hand for a standard handshake greeting. However, Wei Ling didn't reciprocate. He merely looked coldly at her, his eyes filled with scrutiny. He raised his chin slightly, speaking with an arrogant tone. Miss Xia, between us, there doesn't seem to be anything worth discussing. Chapter 29, The Urgency of Evening. Mr. Wei, Xia Linlin spoke again, her tone slightly colder than before. If you have nothing else to say, I'll take my leave. She subtly withdrew her hand and let it hang by her side. The time on her communicator was flashing, reminding her that she needed to hurry back. If she delayed any longer, the live broadcast would start without her, and dinner wouldn't be prepared in time either. Wei Ling's brows furrowed as he grabbed Xia Linlin's wrist firmly, but not harshly, refusing to let go. Miss Xia, you bumped into me and didn't even apologize. And you think you can just walk away? His tone was serious with an undertone of unquestionable authority. The air around them seemed to freeze, and all eyes focused on the two of them, with whispers beginning once more like the hum of bees. Xia Linlin noticed a faint mix of tobacco and cologne wafting toward her, though it wasn't unpleasant. But she had no time for these thoughts now. She glanced down at her captured wrist, then looked up at Wei Ling, frowning deeply. Mr. Wei, are you mistaken? When did I bump into you? Her tone carried a noticeable confusion and dissatisfaction. The touch on her wrist wasn't comfortable, making her increasingly restless and eager to break free. With slight effort, she found Wei Ling's grip as strong as a vice, holding her wrist firmly with no signs of loosening. A flicker of anger surged within her, and she took a deep breath, suppressing her annoyance before speaking again. Mr. Wei, I'll repeat this one more time, Miss Xia. You hit me, now apologize. Wei Ling's tone hardened, showing traces of impatience. He despised women who didn't know their place. As the esteemed heir of the Wei family, when had he ever had to stoop so low to demand an apology from a woman? Xia Linlin suddenly laughed, her smile tinged with a coldness. She released the bag filled with clothes in her hand, letting it drop to the ground with a dull thud. In the next moment, she grabbed Wei Ling's wrist instead, pulling him closer with surprising strength. Before Wei Ling could react, Xia Linlin's fist slammed forcefully into his face. There was another dull sound accompanied by a faint crackle of bones as Wei Ling's head snapped to the side. His eyes widened in disbelief as he covered the injured spot, sharp pain radiating from his cheek throughout his head. The bystanders were similarly stunned by the sudden development, frozen in silence. Did Master Wei just get punched? A soft murmur of shock passed through the crowd. Seizing the opportunity while everyone stood shocked, Xia Linlin quickly picked up her dropped bag and fled. Agilely weaving through the crowd like a slippery fish, she disappeared around the corner in no time. At the nearest public hover station, Xia Linlin hurriedly swiped her card to board, her heart still pounding rapidly. Looking back, she saw Wei Ling still standing where she left him, surrounded by people pointing and murmuring about something. The hover car started, ascending slowly into the sky, allowing Xia Linlin to finally relax. She stroked her slightly burning knuckles and smirked wryly. Master Wei, humph. Kung Gana eventually recovered from his shock, rushing forward anxiously and supporting Wei Ling. Concern laced his voice. Young master, are you all right? This woman actually dared to strike you. While carefully inspecting Wei Ling's swollen cheek, Kung Gana glared at the direction where Xia Linlin disappeared as if wanting to tear her apart. Wei Ling slowly lowered his hand from his face, revealing already red and swollen lips with clear finger marks, highly conspicuous against his skin. His gaze turned dark, heavy clouds rolling in like the foreboding of a storm, filled with wrath and shame. How could the distinguished young master of the Wei household be publicly struck by a mere woman? This was an unbearable disgrace. Taking a deep breath, his chest rising and falling heavily like a provoked beast. Leave, Wei Ling growled, his voice cold as ice. To the medical center. He refused to linger another second in this place of embarrassment. Kung Gana swiftly helped support him as they briskly walked away from the murmuring crowd, leaving behind astonishment and gossip. Xia Linlin ran nonstop until she entered her home, slowing down only then. Bending over with her hands on her knees, she panted heavily, her chest rising and falling dramatically like a bellows. Sweat trickled down her temples, dampening the loose strands of hair framing her face. Just as she tried to stand upright, the scent of a meal drifted into her nostrils, carrying a faint sourness. Xia Linlin looked up to see Xie Qingqing seated at the table, eating leftover food from a bowl. Only wilted pieces of greens and soup remained in her bowl, appearing entirely unappetizing. Qingqing, why are you eating leftovers? Xia Linlin straightened her body, her tone somewhat hurried, a strange bitterness welling up inside her. She had only been gone for such a short time, and already they were eating leftovers at home, showing just how irresponsible the previous owner of this life had been. Xie Qingqing looked up, glancing at her for a moment before quickly lowering his head again to continue eating. His voice was muffled as he said, "It's fine, leftovers taste good too." He quickly finished shoveling the food in his bowl, as if trying to end the meal sooner. Xia Linlin took a few steps to the table and snatched the bowl and chopsticks from Xie Qingqing's hands, placing them on the table with an unyielding tone. "I already said I'd cook today. Why are you eating leftovers? Wait for me with an empty stomach." With that, she turned toward the kitchen to start preparing dinner. Xie Qingqing watched her retreating back, his mouth opening slightly as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately, he swallowed it back down. He quietly watched Xia Linlin bustling about in the kitchen. Xia Linlin gasped for air loudly, her chest heaving as if it would burst open any moment. She glanced down at the communicator on her wrist. Bright red numbers flickered on the screen, displaying the current time. 17:52. Good, it wasn't yet live streaming time. She exhaled deeply, her tense nerves relaxing just a little. After running all the way here, she had nearly used up all her strength. Her legs felt weak now, heavy as though filled with lead. Xie Qingqing sat by the table, watching Xia Linlin silently. Her face flushed red from exertion, sweat dampening the hair around her forehead. A few strands stuck to her face, making her look disheveled. Her breath came out quick and sharp, her bosom rising and falling dramatically like a startled fawn. Xie Qingqing's expression grew complex. There was concern, worry, and some indescribable emotions mixed within. Seeing Xia Linlin in such a state, it was as if something tugged at his heart, causing an ache. Xia Linlin recovered somewhat, straightened herself, and moved her aching shoulders. Turning to walk into the kitchen, she paused after taking one step, suddenly remembering something. She turned back to Xie Qingqing, reprimanding him gently. "Qingqing, why didn't you tell me it was your turn to cook today? You made me run so hard." Xie Qingqing hesitated, his eyes flickering uncertainly. Lowering his head, he muttered softly, "I saw how exhausted you were with your daily live streams, so I wanted you to rest a bit longer." Hearing this, warmth spread through Xia Linlin's heart. This child was truly becoming more mature. She walked over to Xie Qingqing and ruffled his hair, her tone softening considerably. "You silly child, live streaming is my job. How could I let you do it for me? Don't ever do that again, understand?" Xie Qingqing nodded, a flash of almost imperceptible disappointment crossing his eyes. Looking at Xia Linlin's busy figure, he thought quietly to himself, "Sister, you've changed so much." Xia Linlin entered the kitchen to begin preparing dinner. She opened the fridge and found not many ingredients inside. Just a few potatoes, some green vegetables, and a small piece of meat. It seemed the former owner's life hadn't been good at all. She sighed, deciding to make a delicious dinner with these simple ingredients. Cutting, stir-frying, cooking rice. The kitchen was soon filled with the aroma of food, gradually dispersing the heavy atmosphere. Xia Linlin skillfully handled the utensils, her movements quick and fluid. In no time, steaming dishes were lined up on the dining table. "Qingqing, come eat." Xia Linlin called out from the living room. Xie Qingqing responded and emerged from his room, holding a black box in his hand. He approached Xia Linlin and handed it to her, saying, "Sister, your live streaming device." Xia Linlin took the box with a smile. "Thanks, Qingqing." She opened it and pulled out the device inside, adeptly adjusting the equipment. "Sister." Xie Qingqing stared at Xia Linlin, wanting to say something but stopping himself. "What's wrong?" Xia Linlin raised her head, looking at him curiously. Xie Qingqing hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up. "Sister, did you hit someone today?" Chapter 30. Busy cutting potatoes amidst the bullet screen craze. "No worries, just a little bump." Xia Linlin waved it off nonchalantly, adjusted her live streaming device properly, and flashed a brilliant smile at the camera. "Good evening, babies. Your Linlin is online now." No sooner had she spoken when a swarm of colorful bullet comments instantly burst onto the virtual screen, like a group of cheerful little sprites rushing out one after another. Good evening, Linlin. I've finally waited for you to go live. What's Linlin making tonight? So looking forward to it. Wow, Linlin looks so beautiful today. What fairy red lipstick is that? Linlin, look at me. Look at me. The sudden wave of enthusiasm left Xia Linlin struggling to keep up. She blinked her eyes, looking at the dense bullet comments, momentarily at a loss for words as to where to start. A few seconds later, she regained her composure, smiling, and said, "Thanks for your warm support, everyone. Seeing so many people backing me, Linlin is really happy." She quickly scanned through the bullet comments, replying to some key questions. "I plan to make spicy potatoes tonight. Are there any babies who want to try it?" Yes, yes, yes. The bullet comments immediately filled with cries of yes, mixed with various gift effects, leaving Xia Linlin dazzled. "Linlin, do you remember what the pattern on the packaging of that Yunhua water you mentioned last time was?" "I didn't see it clearly." A bullet comment floated by. Xia Linlin noticed this comment right away, smiled gently, and explained, "Oh, that one. It's a very pretty flower called Star River flower. Its petals are light blue and its stamen golden. Under starlight, it sparkles beautifully. It's exceptionally lovely." "Wow, sounds so beautiful. Would love to have a matching one. Linlin, where can we buy the Star River flower? I want to buy one too." Looking at these bullet comments, Xia Linlin raised the corners of her lips slightly. The Star River flower was something she made up. Such a flower doesn't exist in this world. However, an image of the Star River flower did pop up in her mind. Perhaps it could be drawn down and designed into new packaging patterns. "Let's check the interstellar market next time." Xia Linlin spoke into the lens. "Maybe we'll find a similar flower." She stood up and headed towards the kitchen. "All right, babies, let me first prepare the ingredients, then we'll chat more." Xia Linlin walked over to the sink, turned on the faucet, and got ready to wash her hands. "Linlin, wait." A prominent bullet comment drifted across. "That parcel you mentioned last time." "Oh, about the parcel." Xia Linlin turned off the faucet, grabbed a tissue to dry her hands, and moved toward the chopping board. "Almost forgot to tell you all." She picked up a potato and deftly peeled its skin. "I'm planning to list both the spicy potatoes and Yunhua water on the Interstellar Mall tomorrow, so by then everyone will be able to place orders." "That's great. Finally, we can buy Linlin's spicy potatoes. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to it." "Linlin, how much does Yunhua water cost per bottle? What about the spicy potatoes? Will they be expensive?" Once again, the virtual screen became lively with all kinds of gift effects almost obscuring Xia Linlin's figure. She continued peeling the potatoes while watching the bullet comments, always wearing a faint smile on her lips. "The price? I'll keep it secret for now." Xia Linlin winked playfully as her knife danced quickly in her hand, potato skins falling off like ribbons. "But rest assured, Linlin promises you, the prices will definitely be reasonable." One by one, the potatoes in Xia Linlin's hands were transformed into evenly sized pieces, which she placed in clear water to soak, preventing oxidation and turning black. "Linlin, the way you cut potatoes is so elegant. It's like a performance art." "Linlin, what kind of knife are you using? It looks so sharp." Watching these bullet comments, Xia Linlin felt a sense of fulfillment in her heart. She enjoyed being adored by her fans and relished the joy of sharing culinary arts. "Thank you for your compliments, everyone." Xia Linlin lifted out the soaked potato pieces and drained them of water. "In fact, cooking is very simple. Just put your heart into it, and everyone can become a gourmet chef." She picked up a strainer and placed the potato pieces inside, preparing for the next step in cooking. "Linlin, when do you plan to start making the spicy potatoes? I can't wait anymore." "How hot are the spicy potatoes, Linlin? Can the spiciness be adjusted?" "Linlin." Just as Xia Linlin was about to answer the bullet comment questions, she suddenly remembered something, pausing mid-motion. "Hold on." Xia Linlin set down the strainer, lightly furrowing her brows. "I forgot to calculate the courier fee." Her slender fingers hovered above the strainer, a hint of helplessness creasing her usually cheerful expression. The cheerful atmosphere of the live stream infected her, and the enthusiasm of her fans also fueled her motivation. But once she thought about platform commissions and the exorbitant costs of interstellar shipping, even if Yunhua water sold well, the amount of star coins she would actually earn would be pitifully small. She sighed softly. In the interstellar era, it was really not easy to make money. "What's wrong, Linlin? Did something happen?" Perceptive fans immediately noticed the change in Xia Linlin's expression, and a few worried comments drifted across the live stream. Xia Linlin snapped back to her senses, flashing a gentle smile at the hollow computer and speaking in a soft tone. "Nothing's wrong. I just suddenly remembered something." She picked up a potato, her pale fingers lightly caressing its rough skin as if deep in thought. "In the next couple of days, besides Yunhua water, the live stream will also feature some food items," Xia Linlin softly said to the hollow computer. "If you like my cooking, please give it a try too." The chat screen instantly lit up with excited bullet comments like, "Yay! Linlin's food must be delicious. Looking forward to it." The fans' enthusiasm reignited Xia Linlin's hope once again. She picked up the knife, the metallic blade gleaming coldly under the light, forming a striking contrast with her fair skin. One by one, potatoes danced skillfully in her hands, sliced evenly into pieces, creating a rhythmic dub-dub sound as the blade met the chopping board. Xia Linlin's actions were deft and fluid. The blade spun between her fingers like an accomplished dancer performing gracefully. The potatoes seemed to come alive in her hands, neatly cut into uniformly sized chunks, each surface smooth and even. Her gaze was intensely focused, her eyes never leaving the ingredients in her hand. delicate lashes casting a faint shadow below her eyelids, making her porcelain skin appear even whiter and softer. The rhythmic, crisp dub-dub sounds from the blade colliding with the chopping board were like a pleasant kitchen symphony. After finishing cutting the potatoes, Xia Linlin poured the prepared pieces into a pot of already boiling water. Bubbles bubbled up vigorously, and rising steam swirled around her, adding a misty, ethereal beauty to her presence. Steam gently caressed her cheeks, bringing a touch of moistness. Xia Linlin gently stirred the potato pieces in the pot using a perforated ladle, ensuring each piece heated evenly. Once the potato pieces reached half-cooked, Xia Linlin swiftly fished them out, drained off the water. The translucent white surfaces of the potato pieces shimmered with a thin layer of water film, glowing temptingly under the light. Placing the drained potato pieces aside for later use, Xia Linlin started preparing other ingredients. With dexterous fingers, she peeled garlic cloves effortlessly, the crisp snap, releasing their aroma that quickly spread through the air, tantalizing taste buds. Chilies, Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, and other spices were all prepared carefully, laid out on the chopping board. Their colorful appearances exuded rich fragrances, causing anyone nearby to drool uncontrollably. With everything ready, Xia Linlin heated the pan and added an appropriate amount of oil. As the oil temperature rose, emitting sizzling sounds, Xia Linlin tossed in the pre-drained potato pieces and began frying them skillfully. The potato pieces tumbled in the hot oil, taking on an irresistible golden hue. Xia Linlin's movements were fluid and graceful, the spatula in her hands acting like a magic wand, flipping the potato pieces until they were evenly coated and flavorful. Linlin, these spicy potatoes look so good to eat. Fans in the live stream showered bullet comments expressing their craving for the dish. Xia Linlin smiled slightly and said to the hollow computer, to make delicious spicy potatoes, timing and seasoning are key. First, the potato pieces need to be fried until crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Too low heat makes them soft and mushy, while too high heat easily burns them. Second, the ratio of seasonings is crucial. Chilies, Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, and others must be blended perfectly to create the most tempting spicy fragrance. As she explained, she continued deftly turning the spatula, golden yellow potato pieces soaring in and out of the pan, generating a popping sound as they fried, releasing irresistible scents that filled the entire live room. Wow, Linlin knows so much. It looks absolutely delicious. I'm ready to place my order. Various compliments and expectations streamed through the live stream comments, fans brimming with confidence in Xia Linlin's culinary skills. Xia Linlin added the previously prepared chilies, Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, and other spices to the pan, immediately unleashing a potent wave of spicy aromas that tickled everyone's nose. The live stream echoed with sounds of people sucking in saliva, the fans yearning to immediately taste this plate of spicy potatoes. Xia Linlin continued flipping the potato pieces in the pan, coating each piece thoroughly with the spice mixtures. From time to time, she would pick up the spatula and lightly stir the potatoes, preventing them from burning. The clash of the spatula against the bottom of the pot produced a crisp, clang-clang sound, like an experienced chef playing a beautiful tune. As time went by, the surface of the potato pieces gradually turned a mouth-watering golden brown crunch. Xia Linlin turned down the heat, continuing to cook them slowly, allowing the flavor of the spices to seep deeply into the potato chunks. She occasionally sniffed the aroma in the pot with her nose, carefully savoring the layers of the spicy and numbing flavors. All right, the spicy potatoes will be ready soon, Xia Linlin said to the hollow computer, her voice tinged with excitement. She picked up the spatula and dished the potato chunks into an exquisite plate. The golden, crispy potato chunks were piled like a small mountain, topped with bright red chili flakes and emerald green scallions. It was a feast for the eyes, nose, and mouth, making everyone's mouth water uncontrollably. The fans in the live stream couldn't wait anymore, leaving messages one after another. Linlin, start selling already. I want to place my order. I've already prepared my star coins. Xia Linlin glanced at the enthusiastic fans, her lips curling slightly upwards as she wore a hint of a smug smile. Wait. She suddenly stopped her movements, her gaze falling on the remaining oil in the pot. There seems to be something missing. Chapter 31. Lini, I want to tip you. I want to learn how to cook. Xia Linlin gave a slight shake of her wrist, and the spatula scratched against the bottom of the pot with a pleasant slaw sound. The golden potato chunks tumbled through the air, being evenly heated on all sides. In the live streaming room, the chat messages fell like snowflakes. The host technique clearly shows she's an expert. It feels like Linlin wants to teach us. So thoughtful. I won't be able to learn this. Just watching and smelling the aroma is good enough. The warm yellow light illuminated Xia Linlin's focused face. Her lips were slightly pressed together, her eyes serious, as if she were treating it like a work of art. A rich aroma wafted out from the pot, spreading throughout the live stream room, and even seemed to penetrate through the screen, as if it had reached the audience's nostrils. Ah, this smell. It feels like we can smell it through the screen. I can almost taste the crispy potatoes and the spiciness already. Suddenly, two virtual starships exploded on the screen with dazzling special effects, causing everyone to gasp in amazement. Xia Linlin paused for a moment, looking at the gifts continuously refreshing on the screen, blinking her eyes in confusion. Everyone, do you want to learn how to cook? She tilted her head, her tone carrying a hint of curiosity and puzzlement. Actually, this spicy potato dish is pretty simple. Simple? Do you think everyone's a kitchen god like you? Linlin, are you misunderstanding the definition of simple? I've already prepared the ingredients. I'm waiting for you to teach me step by step. In the chat messages, the viewers were enthusiastically discussing the difficulty of cooking. As Xia Linlin watched the lively comments, a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She estimated that the potato chunks had been fried sufficiently, so she picked up the seasoning box beside her. The bright red of chili powder, the brownish hue of Sichuan peppercorns, and the pale yellow of cumin were interwoven together, like a colorful palette. Now, it's time for the most crucial step. Xia Linlin picked up a small pinch of chili powder and held it in front of the camera. This is a unique chili from our hometown, with a strong fragrance and intense spiciness. She stopped mid-sentence, her gaze landing on a small, unobtrusive bottle inside the seasoning box. This one. Xia Linlin picked up the small bottle and shook it in front of the lens. This is my self-blended 5-spice powder, containing star anise, cassia bark, and dried bay leaves among others, which enhances the aromatic layers of the spicy potato dish. She used her fingertip to pinch a small amount of 5-spice powder and sprinkled it into the pot. Remember, don't add too much 5-spice powder. Just a little is enough, or it might cover up the original flavor of the potato. While explaining, she carefully flipped the potato chunks to ensure each piece was evenly coated with the seasonings. Seasonings like chili powder and peppercorn will affect the texture if they stay too long in the pot, so we must control the heat and timing. She patiently and meticulously explained every step, like an experienced chef passing down secrets. 2 spoons of chili powder, a small pinch of peppercorn, half a spoon of cumin powder, a dash of 5-spice powder. Xia Linlin announced the quantities of the seasonings and placed the spatula aside. All right, now we can take it off the heat. She picked up a large plate and served the golden crispy spicy potatoes onto it. An even richer aroma instantly spread, and the live streaming room immediately erupted. My mouth is watering. Even through the screen, I can smell the deliciousness, so tempting. Lini, I want to give you a tip. I want to learn how to cook. Various gift effects once again floated across the screen. Spaceships, rockets, flowers, all available and lively. Xia Linlin set the finished spicy potato dish on the table, and Xia Qingqing had already laid out the bowls and chopsticks. The steaming hot potato chunks emitted an irresistible aroma, their golden color greatly enhancing appetite. Xia Linlin smiled at the camera, her eyebrows and eyes curved softly. Thank you all for your support. That's it for today's broadcast. She picked up the chopsticks, selected a piece of potato, and slowly placed it into her mouth, closing her eyes contentedly. Meanwhile, Xia Qingqing silently observed her, her scrutinizing eyes hinting at something she wanted to say, but ultimately left unsaid. Sis. The golden crispy potato chunks shone under the light with a seductive luster. The intertwined aromas of chili powder and peppercorns stimulated the senses of every viewer. The chat messages exploded instantly. Even better than the last time's stir-fried potatoes with chili. What a heavenly delicacy. Hard to believe this is made with mutated potatoes. It's truly miraculous. Linlin, you're my cooking god. I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm dying. A series of praise and exclamations scrolled across the screen, while vibrant gift effects flooded the live streaming room yet again. But Xia Linlin acted as if she hadn't noticed any of this. She calmly selected a piece of potato, gently blew on it, and then ate it. The crisp outer layer broke apart between her teeth, emitting a faint crunch sound, followed by the smooth potato mash that blended with the spiciness of the chili and the numbing aroma of the Sichuan peppercorns, creating rich layers of flavor that blossomed on her tongue. She chewed slowly, savoring the delightful taste of the food, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. A hush fell over the live streaming room as the audience seemed to join her in experiencing this moment of tranquility and deliciousness. They watched Xia Linlin's chewing motions and listened to the subtle sounds of her eating, feeling as if they too were tasting the spicy potatoes. The last piece of potato was soon devoured. Xia Linlin, content, put down her chopsticks, grabbed a tissue nearby to wipe the corners of her mouth, and then flashed the camera a bright smile. That's it for today's broadcast, everyone. Good night. With that, she decisively ended the live stream without hesitation. The screen went black instantly, and the world seemed to fall silent all at once. Xia Linlin sighed deeply, shedding the persona she wore during the live stream, and her entire body relaxed. Sis, Xia Qingqing looked at Xia Linlin, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Xia Linlin sighed again, shedding the mask she'd worn while live streaming, now completely relaxing. She gazed at Xia Qingqing who had been silently observing her, and her eyes softened with weariness yet gentleness. In a quiet voice, she said, Qingqing, you worked hard during today's live stream, and have been busy nonstop, all day long. Mumu is still young, so let me sleep with her. You should take a good rest. Xia Qingqing's expression flickered slightly, but he didn't answer immediately. He simply stared quietly at Xia Linlin. His eyes carried a mix of emotions, gratitude and doubt mingling together. Her words touched some soft spot deep inside him, yet he appeared to be restraining something. Sis, Xia Qingqing's tone was low but firm. You were already exhausted from the live stream earlier. I cannot allow you to stay up all night taking care of Mumu as well. Please rest peacefully, sis. I've got used to it already. Xia Linlin froze for a moment, surprised at Xia Qingqing's resolute refusal. You're doing too much and it will exhaust your body. Mumu is still young, and it would be good for her to feel your care. Xia Qingqing listened, his brows knitting slightly. He opened his mouth and said firmly, Sis, you've already worked so hard during the live stream. I cannot let you stay up late caring for Mumu anymore. Rest peacefully, I'll handle everything. And with that, he hurried upstairs, swift and determined, clearly not giving Xia Linlin any chance to argue back. Xia Linlin watched Xia Qingqing's retreating figure disappear upstairs, a wave of helplessness and disappointment surging within her. She sighed softly, muttering, Qingqing, you still don't trust me. Her voice was tinged with exhaustion, and her gaze held a faint sadness. She stood up slowly, her eyes falling onto little Mumu, who was asleep. Mumu slept soundly, her cherubic face calm and peaceful. Xia Linlin smiled faintly, gently stroking Mumu's hair, warmth blooming in her heart. Qingqing, you're always so stubborn. But, she whispered quietly, her gaze becoming resolute. I will make you believe in me through my actions. She pulled out her phone, its screen softly glowing under the dim yellow light as her fingers lightly glided across it. Chapter 32, Energy Gathering, Combat, Discipline Entry Requirements. Xia Linlin opened the back end of the livestream platform, watching as the gift earnings arrived. Finally, her heart, which had been in suspense, calmed down. The sound of star coins arriving was crisp and melodious, like a pleasant song that soothed her anxiety of recent days. Although not much, it was enough to buy ingredients. She opened the Interstellar shopping website, her slender fingers quickly sliding across the virtual screen as she searched for needed ingredients. Plump and fresh duck legs, premium beef with clear texture, eggs exuding a natural fragrance, and delicate smooth flour. Each one tempted her taste buds, but also made her heart ache. These ingredients were not cheap, almost draining all of her star coins. Alas, making ends meet in this interstellar age is not easy. Xia Linlin sighed softly, yet her finger unhesitatingly clicked, confirm purchase. For the healthy growth of her younger siblings, these sacrifices meant nothing. She took a deep breath, her eyes firm as an inexplicable sense of responsibility sprouted in her heart. After finishing washing up, Xia Linlin tiptoed downstairs. As soon as she reached the first floor, she caught sight of a figure in the yard. Xia Qingqing stood in the center of the courtyard, legs shoulder-width apart, hands balled into fists, seemingly practicing something. His silhouette appeared particularly upright in the morning light, as if emitting a faint golden glow around him. Xia Linlin's heart clenched suddenly, reminded of Xiaomu who was still asleep. She glanced worriedly at Xia Qingqing, then quickly turned to walk toward the infant's room. Her steps were light, making no sound at all, for fear of disturbing the sleeping child. Reaching the door, she gently pushed it open. The room was quiet except for the even breathing of Momo. Xia Linlin quietly closed the door, then turned back to the courtyard. Xia Qingqing continued holding the previous stance, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and his breathing slightly rapid. What are you doing, Qingqing? Xia Linlin asked in a lowered voice, a hint of confusion in her gaze. Energy gathering, combat discipline entry requirement. The response from Sure, 40, was calm and mechanical, its voice distinct in the morning air. Oh, energy gathering. Xia Linlin repeated softly, her tone calm, but ripples forming in her heart. She remembered Xia Qingqing's stubborn little face, recalling how the original body never attended school, knowing nothing about these things. It seemed she would have to look it up herself. Xia Linlin helplessly rubbed her temples, then walked toward the living room. Her slender fingers traced through the air, calling out a virtual light screen. Interstellar Academy, Combat Division. Murmuring to herself, her gaze fell onto the shimmering light screen. What is this all about? A stream of information about the Interstellar Academy appeared as Xia Linlin lightly tapped the screen. Junior Academy, Middle Academy, Senior Academy, and the unattainably lofty Special Academy. Each tier corresponded to different age groups and ability requirements. Enrollment age, grade skipping rules, graduation exams. The dense text flashed before her eyes, while Xia Linlin's mind rapidly processed the information. Junior Academy, entering at 10 years old, passing tests allows application for skipping grades, Middle Academy. 10. Xia Linlin suddenly raised her head as a thought exploded in her mind. Qingqing is exactly 10 years old this year. A vague plan began to form in her heart. She took a deep breath, suppressing her inner excitement, then rose quickly heading toward the stairs. From downstairs came faint sounds of Xia Qingqing practicing. Xia Linlin's heartbeat quickened accordingly. Qingqing, about going to school. Xia Linlin's heart raced like a drumbeat, echoing footsteps hurriedly descending the staircase. In a flash, she rushed downstairs, her eyes fixed tightly on Xia Qingqing in the courtyard. The glow of dawn enveloped the slim figure of the youth, outlining his focused yet slightly tense side profile. Xia Qingqing's trembling hands were tightly clasped together. In the palms, a faint blue light flickered on and off, resembling a butterfly ready to emerge from its cocoon, radiating weak but significant energy fluctuations. A faint burnt smell filled the air, produced when energy became unstable. It caused Xia Linlin's heart to tighten. Sensing movement behind him, Xia Qingqing abruptly turned around. Those originally clear eyes now sparkled with nervousness but carried a trace of anticipation hard to conceal, akin to a pet waiting eagerly for its owner's praise. He carefully extended his palm, revealing the pale blue light to Xia Linlin. His Adam's apple moved up and down as if he wanted to say something, but was too nervous to get a word out. His chapped lips slightly parted, his intense gaze locking onto Xia Linlin, as if seeking answers from her face. Sis. He finally mustered up the courage, his voice hoarse and low. I think Xia Linlin quickly strode towards Xia Qingqing, her steps resolute, each one seemingly landing on the edge of the young boy's heart. The morning breeze blew past, lifting the stray strands of hair from her forehead and revealing a pair of clear, determined eyes. She didn't speak, only fixing her gaze silently on Xia Qingqing. There was a hint of gravity in her look that wasn't easily detectable, gradually calming the excitement in his heart. As Xia Qingqing watched his sister approach step by step, his confusion deepened. Her expression wasn't like it usually was. There was less gentleness than before and more seriousness he'd never seen, creating a strange sense of tension inside him. He instinctively clenched his fists tighter, causing the energy fluctuations in his palms to become unstable. The faint blue light flickered uncertainly, as if it might extinguish at any moment. The burnt smell in the air grew stronger, irritating Xia Linlin's nostrils. Ching. Xia Linlin finally spoke, her voice crisp but firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Let's talk about school. Chapter 33, Interstellar Insectoids. A pale blue light flickered in Xia Qingqing's palm, like a frightened firefly, its weak light pulsing. The air was filled with an increasingly strong, burnt smell that irritated Xia Linlin's nasal cavity and made Xia Qingqing's heart beat faster and faster. There was something different about her sister's gaze. Its intensity caused him an unprecedented tension, as if a significant secret were about to be revealed. Instinctively, he clenched his fists tighter, but the energy in his palms dissipated, erased by what felt like an invisible hand. Sis. Xia Qingqing stammered nervously, wanting to explain, but found his throat dry and choked up, unable to articulate complete sentences. He opened and closed his mouth, his cracked lips trembling slightly. His eyes avoided meeting those of Xia Linlin, looking every bit like a child caught in wrongdoing. The burning sensation in his palm disappeared, replaced by a chill that spread from his fingertips to cover his entire hand, giving him an inexplicable sense of emptiness. Xia Linlin observed Xia Qingqing's panic-stricken demeanor, her initially serious expression relaxing into a radiant smile, like peach blossoms blooming in spring, beautiful and captivating. Qingqing, you're really amazing. Her voice was clear and melodic, tinged with surprise and admiration. You can gather energy without anyone teaching you. That's no ordinary feat. Her furrowed brows also relaxed, her eyes gleaming with relief. Moments ago, she had been concerned that Xia Qingqing might not possess the ability to gather energy, forcing him to abandon combat training for another discipline, like so many others. In the interstellar era, the Combat Academy was the dream destination for all young aspirants, representing the most prominent area for personal achievement. However, admission to combat training required exceptional talent and relentless effort, with one of the key prerequisites being the ability to collect energy. Many children, due to their inability to harness this skill, could only settle for other specialties, while Xia Qingqing's family background wasn't affluent. If he couldn't join the combat stream, his future development would certainly be restricted. Xia Linlin had secretly evaluated Xia Qingqing for a period of time, discovering that while his physical condition was good, it seemed like he lacked the potential to manipulate energy. But at that moment, seeing the subtle fluctuation of energy within his palm, her anxiety subsided. Qingqing, would you like to study at the Combat Academy? Xia Linlin asked softly yet firmly, her voice imbued with both encouragement and anticipation. Xia Qingqing was momentarily stunned. His sister actually praised him, and even called him capable? A wave of warmth surged through his chest, intertwined with a touch of disbelief and uneasiness. He had never dared to let his sister know about his secret attempts to practice energy manipulation. Once before, when he tried using his neighbor's energy-gathering device, things went wrong, destroying their flower pot completely. Upon being discovered by his sister, she had him beaten near death, and even almost damaged his genetic structure. The excruciating pain still lingered in his memory. Now, not only did she not scold him, but she praised him instead. This dramatic reversal left him disoriented, as if he were in a dream. His lips moved, trying to say something, but he found himself choked up, incapable of uttering any words. Sis. Xia Qingqing murmured barely above a whisper, keeping his head bowed, too afraid to meet Xia Linlin's eyes. Sweat accumulated on his palms, soaking through his sleeves, his hands trembling slightly. I know you've always wanted to enter the Combat Academy, Xia Linlin said as she stepped closer to Xia Qingqing, gently patting his hair with a gentle but firm tone. I originally planned to discuss with you the matter of selecting your specialty, considering how demanding the combat discipline is. But now it seems that your talent far exceeds my expectations. You'll have no issues studying at the Combat Academy. Xia Qingqing's head snapped up instantly, his eyes shimmering with excitement, akin to stars abruptly brightening the night sky, dazzling and luminous. Really? Sis, do I really get to attend the Combat Academy? He excitedly grabbed Xia Linlin's hand, his voice brimming with anticipation and yearning. It's absolutely true, Xia Linlin replied with a smile, nodding affirmatively, her eyes radiating encouragement and support. But, she intentionally elongated the sound, her tone turning serious. The requirements of the Combat Academy are quite strict. Annual assessments on theory and practical combat are mandatory, and only those who achieve high scores will remain in the academy. The academy's tests aren't games, Xia Linlin continued seriously, her gaze revealing profound solemnity. Every year, numerous students are eliminated for falling behind. Think about it. Once on the battlefield, things change in the blink of an eye, and even the slightest error can cost lives. The rigorous evaluation system exists to protect the warrior's safety. Pausing briefly, her eyes fell onto Xia Qingqing's slightly trembling hand out of excitement. Graduating from the Combat Academy means entering the battlefield without exception, confronting the interstellar insectoids directly. Are you mentally prepared? Xia Linlin's words acted like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the flame of excitement that had just ignited within Xia Qingqing's heart. To go to the battlefield and face the interstellar insectoids. These words seemed so distant, yet so heavy for him. He had once seen an introduction to the interstellar insectoids on the galactic net. They came in various forms, grotesque and terrifying, with formidable attack and defense capabilities, the greatest enemies of humanity. Countless brave warriors fought valiantly against the insectoids to protect human survival, sacrificing their lives gloriously. At this thought, his heart couldn't help but sink as a strange fear crept up within him. He had been frail and sickly since childhood, introverted and timid. He had never imagined himself becoming a warrior one day, let alone confronting those horrifying interstellar insectoids. His secret practice of energy gathering was merely to protect himself, his sister Xia Linlin, and Mumu, not to fight a losing battle on some far-off field. Did his sister actually plan to send him to the combat academy? This filled him with overwhelming dread and unease. Xie Qingqing stood dumbfounded. The excitement that had bubbled within him only moments before cooled down instantly, replaced by an indescribably complex emotion. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but found his throat dry, unable to produce any sound. He could feel cold sweat seeping from his palms, making them sticky and uncomfortable. He stole a glance at Xia Linlin and saw her looking at him seriously. Xie Qingqing finally mustered the courage to speak, hesitating painfully. He took a deep breath, trying hard to calm himself. Sis, you really want me to go to the combat academy? He lifted his head and stared directly into Xia Linlin's eyes. Xia Linlin gazed at Xie Qingqing, her lips slightly curling upward into a smile full of deeper meaning. Are you afraid? Xie Qingqing stared blankly at Xia Linlin, mixed feelings swirling inside him. Her attitude was so resolute, yet so out of character. Previously, she always treated him with either violence or verbal abuse, wishing he would disappear. Now, however, her demeanor changed drastically as she encouraged him to attend the combat academy. What was her purpose? Could it be she was testing him? Or perhaps there was some sinister plot? Xie Qingqing's mind was filled with doubts. He couldn't believe Xia Linlin truly cared about him and wished to help him. Watching Xie Qingqing's dazed expression, Xia Linlin's heart was brimming with anticipation. She knew that Xie Qingqing had long yearned to enter the combat academy, but restrained by her own interference, he hadn't dared express it openly. Now, offering it to him freely, he should have been happy, right? At this thought, Xia Linlin couldn't help but let a trace of satisfaction curve her lips into a gratified smile. In Xie Qingqing's mind, scenes of studying at the combat academy began to unfold. He wore an impressive combat uniform, wielding a laser sword while practicing fighting techniques with classmates. He became proficient in manipulating energy, unleashing devastating power, becoming a revered combat hero. At this vision, excitement and expectation surged within him. Yet, he remembered again the horror of the interstellar insectoids and the grim realities of the battlefield. He feared being unable to handle such pressure, of turning into a coward and letting down his sister's expectations. A brief silence fell over the room, with an air of tension permeating the atmosphere. Xia Linlin waited patiently for Xie Qingqing's reply, her gaze full of encouragement and hope. Meanwhile, Xie Qingqing kept his head down without uttering a word, a fierce internal struggle raging within him. Time ticked away second by second, making the atmosphere in the room increasingly weighty, like a tightly stretched string that might snap at any moment. Sis. Finally, Xie Qingqing raised his head, his voice hoarse and his eyes filled with complex emotions. He paused to take another deep breath, striving to remain calm. His eyes flickered towards Xia Linlin once more, hesitation flashing across them. What is it? Xia Linlin looked at Xie Qingqing, a touch of confusion evident in her tone. Xie Qingqing clenched his teeth as if reaching a resolution. He paused briefly, then said slowly and deliberately. I'm hungry. Chapter 34, Braised Beef Noodles. Today morning, we'll prepare 20 sets of crispy duck leg bentos for everyone, paired with my homemade cloud flower water. What do you think? Xia Linlin gave the streaming audience a sweet smile, revealing her two small tiger teeth. The live broadcast chat instantly burst into excitement. Long live Goddess Linlin. I want it. I want it. I want the bento made by Linlin. Cloud flower water. I still haven't had the courage to drink the bottle I got last time. Request the release time. Request the release time. The barrage filled the screen like falling snowflakes, almost obscuring Xia Linlin's face. She chuckled softly and tapped a few times in the air, setting the release time. All set. Remember to come grab them when the time comes. Xia Linlin turned around, taking out a large basin from under the operating table. She poured in flour and started kneading the dough. Today, she was preparing to make another batch of beef noodles. Yesterday, I promised all of you to make beef noodles, so here we go today, she said while kneading the dough and interacting with the audience. After the dough was kneaded, she placed it on the cutting board. Xia Linlin picked up a smooth wooden stick and began rolling out the dough. Streamer, what is that stick you're holding? Asked a viewer named, recently very unlucky. Instantly, a series of question marks appeared in the live chat. Xia Linlin couldn't help but laugh as she looked at the comments. This is a rolling pin, used for rolling out the dough, she patiently explained. I'll roll the dough into a thin sheet, then cut it into noodles. Her rolling pin moved deftly, and the dough became increasingly large and thin under her hands. Rolling pin? Haven't seen one before. In the Star Age, machines press the dough. Continued, recently very unlucky. That's right. I've never seen one either. What an old relic. Goddess Linlin's tools are really different. Xia Linlin smiled lightly, but didn't elaborate much further. Alright, the dough is rolled out. She took a long knife in hand. Now let's start cutting the noodles. As Xia Linlin lifted her hand, and the blade fell, bright flashes reflected in the air, strands of fine noodles sliding off the blade like cascading waterfalls. piling up on the chopping board. Her movements were fluid and effortless, dazzling the viewers in the live chat. Once the noodles were cut, she evenly sprinkled a light dusting of flour over them to prevent sticking. Noodles treated this way will have a firmer texture, Xia Linlin explained, dipping her fingertips into some flour and lightly twirling it to show the audience. Wow, it looks incredible. Feels like these noodles have more soul than machine-pressed ones. Goddess Linlin, these noodles look so good. When can we eat Goddess Linlin's noodles? The live chat barges grew denser, brimming with anticipation and desire. At that moment, a string of gift effects suddenly erupted across the screen. Recently very unlucky gifted 100 flashy batons. The vibrant colors instantaneously dominated the whole screen, making Xia Linlin's figure even more radiant. Thank you for the gifts. Recently very unlucky. Xia Linlin paused what she was doing, giving the camera a sweet smile. Thank you all so much for your support. She knew that during live streams, especially when eating, it was best not to get distracted to thank for gifts, as it could appear less focused. But since she was handling the noodles and not eating anything, she could briefly respond to the enthusiasm of her audience. Goddess Linlin, you look so cool when cutting noodles. This knife work is impeccable. These noodles, they just look delicious. Feel like these noodles are filled with love. Goddess Linlin, I'm in love. The barges exploded again, floods of compliments pouring in. Xia Linlin smiled faintly and continued her work. All the noodles were already cut, dusted with flour, and placed aside for later use. She turned toward the operating table and reached out. Xia Linlin approached the operating table and retrieved fresh vegetables and a large piece of beef from the refrigerated cabinet. Now, we're going to prepare the side dishes. She picked up the vegetable to display it to the audience. This is freshly plucked from my garden this morning, very fresh. The lush green leaves shone vividly under the lights, looking exceptionally succulent. Then, she took up the piece of beef. This is top-quality star yellow cow beef, its meat being both flavorful and nutritious. The dark red surface of the beef showed uniform fat marbling, looking incredibly appetizing. Beef? Isn't it mutated cow beef? Recently very unlucky, doubts emerged once more. Following his were countless barges of question marks. In the Stellar Age, most of the meat people consumed came from mutated animals. Ordinary animals had become extinct or were bred in specific areas, being extremely expensive and rarely tasted by anyone. Occasionally, one should supplement themselves. Xia Linlin winked playfully, picked up a sharp bone scraper, and began processing the beef. The texture of this beef is excellent, and we need to cut it into small, even pieces so that it can absorb the flavors better. Her knife flashed as she began cutting. The beef seemed to turn into soft tofu under her skillful hands, easily divided into uniformly sized cubes. Goddess Linlin, won't the beef crumble with the way you're cutting it? Recently very unlucky, asked again, his voice filled with doubt. Other viewers in the live stream also expressed their confusion. They were accustomed to machines processing meat into minced or mashed forms, rarely seeing anyone hand-cut meat like this. Xia Linlin didn't respond, only giving a mysterious smile and continuing her task. She placed the cut beef pieces aside and then picked up a clean pot. Next, Xia Linlin set the clean pot on the induction cooker, poured an appropriate amount of water, and pressed the start button. Blue flames danced beneath the pot as the water slowly began to boil. She added the sliced beef cubes into the boiling water, adding a few slices of ginger and gently stirring with a spoon. Adding ginger when cooking beef can eliminate the fishy smell and make the broth tastier, she explained while operating. As the water temperature rose, the beef started changing color and some grayish-white foam began to emerge. Xia Linlin grabbed a perforated ladle and skimmed off the foam. These bubbles are impurities from the beef. They must be removed thoroughly, otherwise it will affect the taste of the soup. She carefully removed all the foam until the soup became crystal clear. Now, the beef has been blanched. Next we'll officially start making beef noodles. Xia Linlin took out the blanched beef and placed it aside to drain off the water. She reheated the pot, poured in a little oil, and added a few pieces of rock sugar. Using rock sugar to stir-fry beef makes its color more bright red and enhances the sweetness of the flavor. While flipping, she explained, the rock sugar gradually melted in the pot, turning into golden syrup that enveloped the beef pieces, emitting an enticing aroma. Wow, smells so good. Even through the screen, I can smell it. Goddess Linlin, my mouth is watering. Barges appeared in the live chat with everyone eagerly wanting to try Xia Linlin's beef noodles. Xia Linlin scooped the cooked beef and set it aside for later use. Next, let's start cooking the noodles. She turned to another pot and put the noodles prepared earlier into the boiling water. The time for cooking noodles should not be too long, otherwise the noodles will lose their chewiness. She lightly stirred the noodles with chopsticks to prevent them from sticking together. So fragrant. I can almost smell it through the screen. Recently very unlucky, Esperage reappeared, accompanied by a series of gift effects this time. Xia Linlin's lips curved slightly upward, catching sight of Xia Qingqing bustling about in the living room out of the corner of her eye. Out of the corner of her eye, Xia Linlin noticed Xia Qingqing tidying up the living room diligently. His lean figure appeared especially upright in the sunlight. A faint smile flickered across Xia Linlin's lips as she specially fished out a few choice pieces of beef and placed them in a small bowl. She intended to keep these pieces specifically for Xia Qingqing later. The aroma in the live stream grew increasingly intense, leaving the audience unable to contain their eagerness. Goddess Linlin, when will we get to eat? My stomach is already growling. This smell, it's simply a heavenly delicacy. I feel like my soul is being lured away by this aroma. Barges surged like tidal waves, filled with yearning for the food. Recently very unlucky sent out another large wave of gifts, the effects almost obscuring the entire screen. Goddess Linlin, your cooking has made me realize what food is heaven for the people truly means, he sighed. In the space age, most of what we eat are nutrient agents and synthetic foods. We've long forgotten the real taste of food. Yes, I really want to taste what real food tastes like. I used to only see real food in museums. Never thought I would actually see someone cook it today. Goddess Linlin, you're incredible. Viewers echoed one after another, their desire for authentic cuisine evident in their words. Xia Linlin looked at the barges and felt a warm current welling up inside her. She realized that in this highly advanced technological star era, although people were greatly satisfied materially, they were becoming increasingly spiritually empty, and delicious food was just the right remedy to fill that void. She thought, perhaps, this was the purpose of her coming to this era. The beef rolled in the pot, releasing a rich aroma. Xia Linlin scooped out the cooked noodles, placed them into a bowl, poured steaming hot beef soup over them, and added a few tender pieces of beef and fresh green vegetables. A fragrant plate of beef noodles was thus completed. She walked to the living room with the bowl of noodles and said to Xia Qingqing, Qingqing, come. Chapter 35, Mending the Past. Look, Xia Linlin said, pointing at the barrage of comments rolling across the screen. They all say you're well-behaved. On the screen, fans were enthusiastically discussing Xia Qingqing. Comments like, younger brother is so cute, and younger brother really cares for his sister, kept popping up. Xia Linlin smiled faintly, but her tone carried a hint of seriousness that was not easy to detect. In fact, a lot of the unpleasantness at home was my fault. I'm sorry. On screen, phrases such as, sister, don't say that, and we understand streamed across. Xia Linlin gestured with her hand quickly. I've received everyone's kindness, but actually, I was immature before, causing Qingqing a lot of distress. She paused momentarily, her eyes deep in thought, drifting into reminiscence. The dark history of her past life was like a time bomb waiting to explode. Who knows when something from her past would be dug up by someone, or if Xiao Ye's gang might bring it up again. The consequences would be unimaginable. Rather than sitting back and taking a hit passively, she chose to confess proactively, hoping to gain understanding and sympathy from netizens. A few skeptical comments drifted across the live broadcast room, but they were soon overwhelmed by waves of support saying, sister, you can do it, and we will always support you. Xia Linlin let out a silent sigh of relief. It seemed that this move was the right one. Let's leave the past behind, she said softly, yet with an unshakable firmness. In the future, I'll make it up to Qingqing properly. Originally reaching out for more noodles, Xia Qingqing paused mid-action, his chopsticks suspended in midair. He raised his eyes and glanced at Xia Linlin, holding her gaze for a moment before quickly averting them. From now on, the crispy duck leg bento will be available every day with 100 servings, announced Xia Linlin lightly, trying to use food to steer the conversation elsewhere. She observed Xia Qingqing's reaction carefully, plotting in her heart. What exactly was this kid thinking? Xia Qingqing lowered his eyelids, masking the complex emotions beneath. Then he picked up his chopsticks once again, picking a piece of braised meat and placing it into his mouth, chewing slowly. Although he didn't speak, Xia Linlin distinctly felt something changing quietly inside him. The corners of Xia Linlin's lips curved upward slightly, her gaze softening as she looked at Xia Qingqing. You know. Her eyes remained firmly locked onto Xia Qingqing's face, missing no subtle flicker of emotion, just as a leopard locks onto its prey. Do you know? She slowed down her speech, her voice low but imbued with an irresistible charm. Everyone makes mistakes. The scary part isn't making errors, it's being unable to acknowledge them, and committing more errors which pile up like a snowball until you're crushed under it. As she spoke, she continuously monitored Xia Qingqing's reactions. The young boy's previously drooping eyelids trembled slightly, as if touched by her words. Holding a steaming bowl of noodles, Xia Qingqing slowly sat down next to the dining table. He first glanced at the live-streaming device facing him. That small circular lens, resembling an eye peeking into one's soul, made him feel uneasy. He placed the bowl down on the table with a slight bang, then raised his head, avoiding the camera with an unwilling tone, spitting out a single word. All right. His voice carried a trace of bewilderment and enlightenment. Xia Linlin's lips curled upward gently, forming a faint smile. The tension she had been feeling finally eased, and there emerged a sense of relief and joy in her eyes. Though Xia Qingqing's response was muted, she knew these words today weren't merely intended for the audience watching the live stream, but were specifically for Xia Qingqing himself. She wanted him to let go of the past and start anew. Glancing quickly at the screen, a torrent of barrage comments flooded in like dense waves filled with praise and encouragement. Amongst them, the most resounding call was for the crispy duck leg bento. Xia Linlin's mind stirred. Clearing her throat, her voice rose higher, filled with uncontrollable delight. To celebrate our Qingqing growing up, and also to thank everyone for their support, today we'll increase the number of crispy duck leg bentos by 10. Upon finishing her statement, her eyes twinkled like crescent moons, excitedly rubbing her hands together, looking forward to what would happen next. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room instantly ignited, barges flashing by so fast, it was almost impossible to discern the text. She glimpsed words like big-hearted sister and fantastic, among others. Smiling sweetly, Xia Linlin turned her gaze towards Xia Qingqing and said tenderly, Qingqing, you deserve credit for today's duck legs. Just as she was about to continue, Xia Qingqing suddenly stood up. The boy abruptly got up, carrying his bowl towards the kitchen without a word. Xia Linlin watched his retreating back, slightly arching her eyebrows, her eyes tinged with confusion, muttering softly, "Do you know?" The live broadcast room erupted instantly, with barrages of colorful and vibrant comments rushing across the screen like fireworks going off wildly. "Long live our little brother. Ching, you're so cute. Sister and brother, both of you must be happy." Warm words flowed into Xia Linlin's heart like a warm current, making her feel an unprecedented sense of emotion. Virtual gifts kept flashing on the screen, their colorful effects almost covering the entire view. "Give gifts to the younger brother." A prominent barrage comment streaked across the screen, followed by more gift effects falling like heavy rain, dazzlingly shining. Xia Linlin watched as the number of gifts kept climbing on the screen, warmth rising in her heart. She knew that these weren't merely gifts. They were also the support and encouragement from the fans for the siblings. I've already prepared to snatch the items. Waiting for the item to be listed. 100 portions will definitely not be enough. Barrages showing readiness for the purchase continued to float past, every word filled with anticipation and excitement. Xia Linlin watched these barrages, unable to help but let her lips curve upward. She secretly pondered whether she should add more servings. At this moment, Xia Qingqing walked out from the kitchen with an empty bowl in his hand. He approached Xia Linlin and said softly, "Sis, the bowls are washed." His voice was light, seemingly carrying a slight and hard-to-notice tremble. Xia Linlin turned to look at him, her gaze gentle as she reached out and patted his head. "Be a good boy. Go rest. You've worked hard today." Xia Qingqing slightly nodded, turning to leave. At this point, a barrage comment caught Xia Linlin's attention. "Little brother, do you think the duck legs made by your sister taste good?" Xia Linlin looked at this comment, suddenly getting an idea. She turned her head towards Xia Qingqing, her lips curling with a sly smile. "Qingqing, come on, tell everyone. Does the duck leg made by sis taste good?" Xia Qingqing was taken aback, clearly not expecting Xia Linlin to suddenly ask this question. He uncomfortably glanced at the live streaming lens, then at Xia Linlin. His lips moved, but he eventually remained silent. Upon seeing this, Xia Linlin's smile grew even deeper. "What? Can't say it. Or, afraid I'll say you snacked on it." Xia Linlin deliberately dragged the last syllable, teasing evident in her tone. Xia Qingqing's cheeks flushed faintly, his eyes darting about as he stammered. "No. Just." He paused momentarily, organizing his thoughts, then lifted his head to look directly into Xia Linlin's eyes and said firmly, "Very delicious." As full-screen barrages popped up such as, "Our little brother is too adorable. I'm dead Ozzel," which means I am extremely excited, via its pinyin abbreviation, expressing ultimate excitement over sibling affection. Xia Linlin's heart blossomed with joy. She reached over and tousled Xia Qingqing's hair. All right, go rest. Once the flash sale starts, sis has work to do." Xia Qingqing nodded and went back to his room. Xia Linlin looked at the time. 10 minutes left until the listing went live. She took a deep breath, adjusting her posture to ensure presenting her best side to the camera. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room became increasingly intense. Viewers were preparing for what would soon become a fierce and bloody scramble for the goods. Xia Linlin watched the constantly increasing number of online viewers, her smile growing broader. 5 more minutes. Xia Linlin glanced at the back-end data and loudly reminded the audience. Instantaneously, the barrage comments exploded with encouraging messages, prayers for good luck flooding the screen. She couldn't help but laugh aloud. This was too desperate. 3 minutes. Excitement tinged Xia Linlin's voice. She could already imagine the grand scene where the crispy duck leg bento sold out in seconds, expectation filling her heart. 1 minute. Xia Linlin's fingers hovered above the mouse, her eyes tightly fixed on the countdown on the screen. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room reached its peak tension. The air seemed to freeze completely. 10, 9, 8, 7. Xia Linlin counted down along with the clock, her voice becoming more and more agitated. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. With a quick press of the mouse, the crispy duck leg bento officially went live. Almost simultaneously, the back-end data began fluctuating wildly, orders increasing at a visible speed. Sold out in seconds. Xia Linlin shouted out in excitement upon seeing the 3 big characters sold out on the screen. Her heartbeat accelerated, adrenaline rushing through her veins, giving rise to an indescribable sense of accomplishment. "Yes, got it. My duck leg. Didn't manage to grab one." Sobbing. Once again, the barrage comments exploded in the live broadcast room, with some people celebrating and others mourning. Xia Linlin looked at these barrages, her face beaming with a radiant smile. She was just about to speak when she suddenly heard a series of hurried footsteps coming from outside the door. Sis. Xia Qingqing's voice came from outside, tinged with a hint of urgency. A sudden unease gripped Xia Linlin's heart as an ominous premonition washed over her. "What's wrong?" she asked hastily. "Moo." Xia Qingqing's voice faltered, his tone carrying a note of panic. "Moo he." Chapter 36. Resist the unscrupulous merchant. Resist Xia Linlin. Sister. Xia Qingqing's voice came from outside, carrying a hint of urgency. Xia Linlin felt a sudden jolt in her heart, an ominous premonition rising within her. Could something have happened to Moo? "What is it?" she asked hastily, her tone trembling slightly without being easily detected. Breathless, Xia Qingqing rushed to Xia Linlin and said anxiously, "Sister, you've made too many boxed meals. I can't deliver them all alone, and now Moo has woken up again, so I have to look after him." Only then did Xia Linlin remember the issue with delivering the boxed meals. 30 meals were indeed a strain for Xia Qingqing to deliver on her own with just her flyer. And Moo needed someone right now. He couldn't be left by himself. Ah, look at me, so focused on making these lunches that I forgot this. Xia Linlin slapped her forehead, a touch of regret evident as she spoke. Ching, you're right. I'm overburdened. Here's what we'll do. You go back and watch over Mumu while I ask Shirsi to help with the delivery. Xia Qingqing let out a relieved sigh upon hearing this. All right, sister, I'll head back then, she replied, and dashed back inside like a streak of wind to care for little Mumu. Turning toward Shirsi, Xia Linlin instructed, Shirsi, write down the addresses for these 30 boxed meals and arrange their deliveries accordingly. Remember, the food's temperature and freshness must be preserved. Don't let customers wait too long. Shirsi nodded and took the list of addresses from Xia Linlin, beginning his task diligently. Xia Linlin then turned back to the kitchen to begin preparing more boxed meals. In the kitchen, Xia Linlin deftly handled the ingredients with great efficiency. She first marinated fresh duck legs, then fried them until they were golden and crispy. The scent of the duck legs filled the kitchen, causing anyone nearby to salivate uncontrollably. Once done frying, Xia Linlin prepared rice and side dishes. After rinsing and washing the rice, she placed it into the electric rice cooker and pressed the cook button. Next, she pulled fresh vegetables out of the fridge, washed and chopped them ready to be stir-fried. Once everything was ready, Xia Linlin began assembling the boxed meals. Fried duck leg, cooked rice, stir-fried vegetables. She carefully arranged each item into the box, added specially made sauce, and securely closed and wrapped each one meticulously. For those 30 meals, Xia Linlin worked with absolute precision and detail at every step. She wanted each person who received a boxed meal to feel her dedication and sincerity. When the last box was finally wrapped up, Xia Linlin sighed contentedly, relief spreading across her face in satisfaction. She packed all the boxed meals into insulated boxes and then walked to Shirsi, saying, Shirsi, the boxed meals are all prepared. Arrange for a swift delivery. Shirsi nodded in understanding. He picked up the insulated boxes and was about to leave when suddenly, Xia Linlin called out to him, Wait. Shirsi turned back with a puzzled expression, looking at Xia Linlin. Walking closer, Xia Linlin smiled mysteriously and said, Shirsi, have you ever thought about? She paused, lowering her voice. What would happen if someone posted a video of eating our duck leg boxed meal online? Shirsi was momentarily stunned but quickly grasped Xia Linlin's intent. His eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, Sister Linlin, this idea is brilliant. This way, our lunch will definitely go viral on the Starnet. Xia Linlin nodded with a smile and replied, Indeed, proceed accordingly. Just remember to steer public opinion and hype the topic. With the order accepted, Shirsi went off, leaving Xia Linlin to prepare for her evening livestream. An hour later, on the Starnet appeared a video titled Stunned. Interstellar Era still has affordable nutritious meals. In the video, a young man devoured Xia Linlin's duck leg boxed meal ravenously, endlessly praising it. This duck leg is unbelievably fragrant. The meat is tender and melts in your mouth, better than any other duck leg I've ever had. The young man said as he showed off the contents of the lunchbox to the camera. Plus, it's so affordable. It's simply the most conscientious merchant of the Interstellar Era. Upon its release, the video instantly sparked heated discussions among netizens. Is this really a nutritious meal? It looks far too delicious. The color of the duck leg is utterly irresistible. My mouth is watering. The price is also so cheap, I can hardly believe it. Yet, some netizens raised doubts about the content in the video. Is this truly a nutritious meal? Feels more like a regular boxed lunch to me. Isn't this price too low? Maybe there's some catch. Although this duck leg looks tasty, is it healthy? The doubting voices grew louder, eventually turning into attacks against Xia Linlin. A popular anchor with 1 million followers also joined the debate, publicly questioning the quality of Xia Linlin's boxed meals and calling on fans to boycott her store. This kind of low-priced nutritious meal clearly isn't hygienic. Don't be deceived, the anchor said indignantly. The anchor's fans chimed in, beginning to attack Xia Linlin online. This Xia Linlin is a heartless merchant. She actually uses inferior ingredients for her boxed lunches. Such a person should be banned. Boycott Xia Linlin. Boycott the black-hearted merchant. Seeing these comments, Xia Linlin's supporters could not remain silent either, jumping into the fray. What makes you say Xia Linlin's boxed lunches are bad? Have you even tried them? Xia Linlin's lunches are very tasty, and they're also reasonably priced. You're just jealous of Xia Linlin's success. In no time at all, the network was rife with heated arguments. Post popularity soared rapidly, eventually topping the Starnet trending list. Looking at the soaring popularity of the posts, the Starnet live streaming director frowned deeply. He picked up his communicator and dialed Xia Linlin's number. Lin Yana, have you seen the messages on Starnet? The director asked, his tone serious. Xia Linlin smiled faintly and said, I've seen them. Now netizens' emotions are highly charged. What do you plan to do about it? The director inquired. Xia Linlin paused for a moment, then replied, I think it's time to go live. Hearing this, the director instantly relaxed. He knew that if Xia Linlin appeared, the storm could be quelled. All right, I'll make the arrangements. The director disconnected the call, beginning to set things up for Xia Linlin's live stream. At the same moment, 40 hurriedly ran into Xia Linlin's room, looking extremely anxious. Sister Linlin, this isn't good. Breathlessly rushing into Xia Linlin's room, 40 showed obvious concern on her face. Sister Linlin, this isn't good. You didn't go live this noon, and those fans who always wait for your live food broadcasts are throwing tantrums. They stormed into the large anchor's live room and caused trouble, claiming the anchor was jealous of you and deliberately slandering your boxed lunches. Now both sides are arguing fiercely, causing total chaos on Starnet. Xia Linlin put down the nutrient solution in her hand, slightly frowning. She had originally planned to rest a bit and start broadcasting in the evening, but did not expect such a thing to happen. She could picture how those fans who were accustomed to her live broadcasts felt lost at noon without their meal partner, compounded by the doubting remarks. Emotional eruptions were predictable. She sighed, just about to speak when her communicator suddenly rang. It was the StarNet live streaming director. Lin Yana, look at what's happening on StarNet. It's turned into a big mess. The director's tone carried a hint of helplessness along with a request. Those daily spongers in your live room are now cursing like there's no tomorrow, making the other anchor almost break down. Only you stepping out can settle this issue. Xia Linlin inwardly startled. She hadn't expected the situation to escalate to this point. All she wanted was to create conscientious boxed lunches while earning a little extra money. But how did this become such a massive controversy? The director's words surprised her. She thought the matter would slowly die down, but now it seemed that only her appearance could resolve it. Do you mean I need to go live to calm things down? Xia Linlin confirmed. Yes, currently, that's the only way. Go live. Explain the situation regarding the boxed meals to everyone. Comfort your fans, and give the anchor a step to back down as well. Given the urgent situation, wouldn't you please arrange soon? The director's rather urgent voice came through the communicator. Xia Linlin quickly considered in her mind. She didn't want to be drawn into meaningless quarrels. But the director's words also enlightened her. This was more than just an issue between her and her sponge fans. It pertained to her future development. This was undoubtedly an opportunity to reverse the situation and showcase her competence. After musing silently, her gaze became resolute. All right, I understand. I'll make the arrangements. That's excellent. I will immediately arrange the live streaming channel. The director's tone changed visibly, clearly relaxing. We've prepared the live studio for you. You can begin anytime. After disconnecting the call, Xia Linlin raised her eyes and met 40's worried gaze. She gave a slight smile as though everything was under control. 40, check on Ching Ching and Mumu. I'll handle this small matter first. Though 40 was worried, she also understood that the current situation could only follow Xia Linlin's decisions. Nodding in response, she turned and left. Xia Linlin looked at her communicator, her fingertip gliding across the screen. She needed a clear approach to deal with the coming situation. However, she didn't immediately initiate the live broadcast. Instead, she rose slowly and walked outside. Xia Linlin took a deep breath, pushed open the door, and walked toward the yard. At this moment, the sun was setting in the west. Golden afterglow flooded the yard, coating the flowers, grass, and trees with a layer of warm light. Birds were singing joyfully on the branches. A gentle breeze swept by, bringing wafts of fresh fragrance. She started her live stream, pointing the camera at this tranquil scenery. In an instant, a huge number of viewers flooded into the live room, and the chat messages cascaded like a waterfall. The broadcaster has finally arrived. I've waited until the flowers have wilted. Why didn't you live stream at noon? Made me eat instant noodles without any flavor. That's right. It's only enjoyable to watch you eat first. Amidst these friendly comments, there were also some harsh voices. Hey, isn't this the streamer who sells poisonous boxed meals? She actually dares to go live. That's right, feeling guilty, huh? Didn't dare to broadcast at noon. Now she's just coming out. Don't be deceived by her. There must be something wrong with her boxed lunches. Seeing these hostile comments flying across the screen, Xia Linlin sighed helplessly. She knew that today's live streaming would definitely not be peaceful. Good afternoon, everyone. She gave the camera a faint smile. I know there are many disputes online about my boxed meals recently. Today's live stream is intended to talk to everyone about this matter. Talk about what? You're just a black-hearted merchant. Don't try to justify yourself. There must be issues with your boxed lunches. Refund. Refund. Xia Linlin watched these offensive comments fly by, feeling a flicker of frustration in her heart. But she still tried her best to maintain calmness and continued speaking. I understand everyone is very concerned about the quality of the boxed meals. I can guarantee here. Guarantee what? Guarantee you continue deceiving us. Don't pretend. We've seen through you. Boycott the black-hearted merchant. Boycott Xia Linlin. Xia Linlin's expression gradually darkened. She took another deep breath, just about to speak, when suddenly a provocative comment popped up on the screen. Let's see how long you can keep pretending. Xia Linlin's eyes locked onto the screen, and a trace of cold sneer appeared at the corner of her lips, almost imperceptible. Chapter 37. Broadcaster Jui requests a duel. Tonight's menu at Starlit Kitchen, Mapo Tofu. Xia Linlin rolled up her sleeves, revealing a stretch of white forearm, and gave a thumbs-up gesture to the camera. Today I'll teach you all how to make an incredibly tasty Mapo tofu that guarantees you'll eat 3 bowls of rice, without hesitation. I want to eat. I want to eat. The broadcaster's hands are so beautiful. I've already prepared 3 bowls of rice. The barrage was instantly flooded with comments like, I want to eat, wife, and I can do it, interspersed with sporadic gift effects. Xia Linlin's mood soared as well. She turned around and instructed the person beside her, see sure, go to the market and buy back a block of soft tofu, the freshest kind. Seashore signaled, received, and disappeared out of the camera's view in a flash. Xia Linlin then started preparing the other ingredients while explaining the key points in making Mapo tofu. The aroma of chopped scallions, ginger, and garlic spread through the air, tempting the taste buds of the audience in front of their screens. Your knife skills are getting better, broadcaster. The key to Mapo tofu lies in the heat control. You need to be careful about that, broadcaster. I can already smell it. It makes me hungry just watching through the screen. Xia Linlin looked at these friendly barges, and her smile deepened even further. Ever since she began live streaming cooking, Her popularity has gradually increased, and her fans have become more enthusiastic. This feeling of being recognized made her feel incredibly satisfied. At this moment, a striking prompt appeared across the live stream screen. Broadcaster Jui requests a duel. Xia Linlin arched an eyebrow. Jui? Isn't he the rising star among food broadcasters recently? It was said that his dishes were incredible too, with a fan base much larger than hers. Wow, it's Jui. Broadcaster, quickly accept the challenge. Duel. I want to see the gods clash. Support our broadcaster. Defeat Jui. The barrage immediately exploded, and almost all the fans were urging Xia Linlin to accept the challenge. Looking at these eagerly expectant barrages, a spark of competitiveness ignited within her. Broadcasters, don't be afraid. We believe in you. A prominent golden barrage floated by. The ID belonged to, recently very unlucky, one of Xia Linlin's loyal fans who would always send her gifts during each broadcast. Sure hasn't returned yet. Xia Linlin muttered quietly, but her eyes remained fixed on the blinking dual invitation on the screen, and the tofu hasn't been bought. Taking a deep breath, Xia Linlin flashed a confident smile at the camera. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, I'll accept the challenge then. She clicked Accept PK, and the livestream interface split into two halves, the left being her own broadcast room, and the right being Jui's. Jui's broadcast room was elegantly decorated, filled with a dazzling array of high-tech kitchen utensils. He himself wore a set of professional chef's attire, looking particularly handsome. Right now, he was talking confidently to the camera, introducing today's dish, foshiakiang, a rich Chinese stew. When Xia Linlin's video feed appeared, Jui raised an eyebrow and paused for a moment on her hands-only image. This starlit kitchen broadcaster seems quite mysterious, hiding her face. Are you scared of losing too badly? His tone carried a hint of disdain, and his fans also chimed in enthusiastically. Xia Linlin inwardly rolled her eyes. This guy was truly conceited. It wasn't because she was scared of losing, but simply because she didn't put on makeup today. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her delicate side profile, with a slight curve at the corner of her lips. What does showing or not showing your face have to do with cooking? Is your foshiakiang really going to taste better because I reveal my face? Her voice was clear and pleasant, carrying a subtle undertone of sarcasm, which instantly silenced Jui's fans. Jui's expression changed slightly, clearly unprepared for Xia Linlin's counterattack. He coughed awkwardly to cover his embarrassment. Of course not. I just think that if it's a PK, we should be open with each other, demonstrating a proper competitive spirit. Xia Linlin snorted contemptuously, her impression of Jui worsening. Competitive spirit? This guy probably just wanted to use the PK as a chance to stir up publicity. She casually organized the ingredients in front of her, waiting for Shu's return. My tofu hasn't arrived yet, so I guess we'll have to wait. She shrugged helplessly at the camera. Let's take a look at how Chef Jui makes his foshiakiang instead. Jui was enraged by her nonchalant attitude, ready to retort, when suddenly Xia Linlin lifted her head, locking eyes with him directly, and her lips curled into a meaningful smile. But, I suggest you hurry up, otherwise once my tofu arrives, you won't have a chance anymore. As soon as the PK officially began, the gift effects in Xia Linlin's livestream surged like a volcanic eruption, with colorful virtual gifts nearly covering the entire screen. Spaceships, space warships, diamond roses. Various expensive gift effects kept popping up, dazzling people's eyes. The bright red numbers kept climbing, and Xia Linlin's popularity soared, far surpassing Jui's. Starlit Goddess. I will always support you. Beat Jui. Let him taste the power of our Starlit family. The dishes cooked by Starlit are the best. What is Jui anyway? The enthusiasm of her fans surged like a flood. Xia Linlin's livestream room was filled with cheers and shouts, as if it were a grand celebration. However, the main character of this celebration seemed unusually calm. Xia Linlin quietly stood up and walked to the kitchen door, anxiously waiting for Shu's return. She often tiptoed, looking in the direction of the market, silently praying. Shu, come back quickly. If the tofu doesn't arrive soon, my mapo tofu won't be made. Compared with the lively scene at Xia Linlin's side, Jui's livestream room appeared extremely quiet. Sparse gift effects looked like a few lonely stars in the night sky, seeming particularly desolate. Watching his popularity being left far behind by Xia Linlin, Jui's expression grew increasingly grim. He clenched his teeth and suppressed his anger, speaking into the camera. This starlit broadcaster, your fans seem pretty passionate, don't they? Looks like you were well prepared, huh? There was a hint of sourness in his tone, and the fans in his livestream room also echoed his sentiments. Exactly. There must have been vote buying going on. To exceed Jui so quickly, there must be something fishy. Maybe hired bots were used. Xia Linlin squatted at the doorway, idly scraping little pebbles on the ground, completely ignoring Jui's accusations. She didn't even look up at him once, just letting out a soft humph as if to say, "What's it got to do with you?" Seeing Xia Linlin's indifferent attitude, Jui's anger flared up more strongly. He slammed the table and roared, "What's your meaning? I'm talking to you. Are you mute or what?" Finally, Xia Linlin raised her head, looking calmly at Jui, with a faint smile curving at the corner of her lips. "Why should I care about you? Who do you think you are?" Her voice wasn't loud, but carried an undeniable authority that immediately rendered Jui speechless. He stared blankly at Xia Linlin, a sudden wave of inexplicable fear rising in his heart. "You?" He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Xia Linlin's gaze swept across Jui's face, finally resting on the pot of foshiakiang behind him. "Your foshiakiang seems to be burning." Chapter 38, Live Streaming PK Gifts. Xia Linlin watched the special effects of gifts rising non-stop on her screen, and a wave of warmth surged in her heart. These fans she had never met before unhesitatingly stood up to defend her when she was being questioned, and this feeling was wonderful indeed. She decided that she must properly reward these adorable fans. A crazy idea took shape in her mind, and she gave a mysterious smile, winking at the camera. If I win this time, I'll let you see my exclusive collection. The bullet comments erupted instantly, with speculations flying all over. On the other side, Jioyi looked increasingly disheartened as the number of gifts in his live streaming room was overtaken. He originally thought that he would easily win this PK, but he didn't expect Xia Linlin's fans to be so wild. The streamer from the rival platform saw this and immediately fanned the flames. Hey, Master Jioyi, it looks like your fans aren't pulling their weight. Jioyi gritted his teeth, feeling his face burning. Jioyi's fan group also erupted in chaos. What's going on? Why are there suddenly so many gifts in Linlin's live room? We can't lose. We cannot disgrace Master Jioyi. Brothers, charge. Take down Linlin. In no time, various expensive virtual gifts flooded Jioyi's live room as if they were free. Spaceships, star warships, dreamy planets. The special effects dazzled the eyes, and the gift count skyrocketed rapidly, almost about to surpass Xia Linlin again. Jioyi smirked arrogantly, looking into the camera and saying, Xia Linlin, if you lose this time, then stop broadcasting for a month. Xia Linlin shrugged carelessly. Fine, but what if you lose? Jioyi laughed coldly. How could I possibly lose? However, since you asked, I'll reluctantly agree to one condition. Just then, the ID, recently really unlucky, which had been frantically gifting colorful sticks, suddenly stopped. Recently really unlucky. Pause seemed to press the pause button on the craziness of the live room. First shocked, Jioyi's fans quickly burst out laughing loud enough to deafen anyone, like a pack of hyenas seeing their prey fall. Ha ha ha, out of money already? And you wanted to compete with our Master Jioyi? That's right, a rookie anchor could hardly cause any ripples, could she? Quick, look, her face is green. She must have never seen so many gifts before. Jioyi also glanced smugly at the screen, curling a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth. He had even started to calculate how he could make Xia Linlin disappear completely from the public eye during her 1-month suspension. However, just as their taunts reached their peak, the live room screen was suddenly filled with dazzling light. Recently really unlucky, SID flashed once more, but this time, instead of cheap colorful sticks, came a fleet of variously styled, magnificent starships. They appeared like a distant stellar armada, carrying the mysterious power of the universe, flooding into Xia Linlin's live room in overwhelming waves. The screen displayed dazzling, radiant special effects of the spacecraft, and the thunderous sound of engines roared, as if proclaiming their immense presence. Each appearance of the starship brought full-screen special effects, as though the entire universe trembled for them. The bullet comments exploded instantly, countless holy shit, and 666 swamped the screen. What am I seeing? Is this rain of spaceships? My god, who exactly is recently really unlucky? So extravagant. These special effects, this quantity, it feels like the entire live streaming platform is being bought out by him. Jioyi's smile froze on his face, as if struck by lightning. He looked at his own live room, where those gifts were instantly overshadowed by the rain of spaceships. The former disdain on his face vanished entirely, replaced by shock and bewilderment. Xia Linlin was stunned by this unexpected turn of events too. She stared dumbfoundedly at the rapidly surging gift count visible to the naked eye, and the warmth in her heart was gradually overtaken by unease. Recently really unlucky still showed no sign of stopping, space vessels after space vessels rushing madly into her live room like they were free, making the numbers on the screen leap chaotically, akin to an uncontrollable beast ready to consume the entire live room. This is way too exaggerated. Xia Linlin felt her heartbeat accelerate, and a sense of worry she'd never experienced before welled up in her chest. Instinctively, she swallowed dryly, lightly touching the screen. She wanted to say something, but found her throat blocked, unable to utter a single sound. She muttered under her breath, "This seems wrong." Xia Linlin's gaze locked tightly onto the constantly flashing spaceship special effects on the screen. Each ship was worth 999 star coins. 999. This was the most expensive virtual gift in the interstellar era. She suddenly remembered that Star Network live streaming gifts weren't virtual currency, but actual star coins. Just like the interstellar shopping platforms, Star Network deducts funds directly from personal accounts without requiring a top-up process. This meant that every spaceship, recently really unlucky, had just donated were all paid for with hard cash. Cold sweat trickled down Xia Linlin's forehead, and she could feel her palms starting to sweat as well. How much money must this be? Instinctively, she clenched her fists, her heart pounding wildly as if it wanted to leap out of her chest. The other viewers in the live room were already boiling over with excitement. The bullet comments cascaded down like a waterfall, almost completely obscuring the entire screen. My god, which big shot has arrived? Too extravagant. This rain of spaceships is dazzling my eyes. I've never seen so many spaceships in my life. Who is recently really unlucky? I want to follow him. I want to bear his children. Where's Jioyi? Why isn't Jioyi saying anything? His face must be swollen by now. Someone identified the type of spaceship. Holy crap. This is the latest model of Star River battleship. It's a limited edition, even money can't buy one easily. What kind of background does recently really unlucky have? The bullet comments were filled with amazement, envy, jealousy, and all sorts of speculations about the identity of recently really unlucky. Some said he was a second-generation star tycoon. Some said he was a hidden world power, Others even claimed he was the prince of a certain planet. All sorts of rumors spread rapidly, pushing the mystery surrounding Recently Really Unlucky to its peak. Xia Linlin watched the gift numbers jump crazily on the screen, hearing the thunderous sound of spaceship engines blasting in her ears, feeling dizzy and disoriented. She took a deep breath, trying her best to stay calm. No, she had to find a way to stop Recently Really Unlucky. These gifts were far too valuable. What if he's a miner who has stolen money from home to donate? What then? Her voice trembled as she spoke into the microphone. Recently Really Unlucky. Thank you, but really, there's no need to keep giving so much. However, before she finished speaking, another fierce wave of spaceship gifts swamped her. On the screen, more colossal and luxurious spaceships entered the live room in endless procession, dwarfing all previous gifts. Xia Linlin was utterly dumbfounded. She stared at the screen, muttering, This. Suddenly, a private message popped up. Sis Linlin, don't worry, it's me. Xia Linlin's eyes widened as she saw the familiar ID, green grassland. A chill ran up from her feet to her head, her heart gripped as if by an invisible hand, almost making her suffocate. Terrifying images flashed through her mind. Interstellar police breaking down her door, cold handcuffs clamping around her wrists, her being taken to court, sentenced to heavy fines, or even jail. Miner? Stole family money. These words haunted her like a nightmare, making her shudder uncontrollably. The interstellar era was extremely strict with protections for minors. If, Recently Really Unlucky, turned out to be a child, then she'd be in serious trouble. Xia Linlin's breathing became rapid, feeling as if a huge boulder pressed against her chest, weighing her down. She pinched her palm hard, trying to stay calm, but fear kept surging forward like tides, overwhelming her. What to do? She muttered softly, her eyes full of panic and helplessness. The lively atmosphere in the live room contrasted sharply with her inner terror, making her feel an intense sense of loneliness and helplessness. She felt as if she were trapped in a massive vortex, pulled forcefully without any resistance. Cold sweat dripped down her forehead, dampening her bangs, and she could even feel the coolness of the sweat sliding down her cheeks. Her hands tightly gripped the microphone, her knuckles whitened due to excessive force, and the hurried breaths came clearly through the mic, distinct in the quiet room. Beep, beep, beep. An ear-piercing alarm suddenly sounded, causing Xia Linlin to abruptly lift her head, her face turning deathly pale. She seemed to see flashing police lights, hear sirens wailing, and fully equipped interstellar police walking toward her. No, it wasn't me. I didn't. She instinctively tried to explain, but found her voice trembling too violently to form coherent sentences. Sis Linlin, open the door, your delivery is here. A familiar voice called from outside. Chapter 39, Fermented Sauce Pan-Fried Tofu. The shout outside the door was like a bolt of thunder, instantly pulling Xia Linlin back from the depths of her fear. She froze for a few seconds before realizing that the delivery had arrived. Taking a deep breath, she tried to calm her wildly beating heart as she stood up to open the door. The audience in the livestream room only saw the screen flicker. Xia Linlin's figure disappeared from in front of the camera, replaced by a slightly messy corner of the room. Jui looked at the empty screen, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. The PK wasn't over yet, but she had already left? On the screen, Xia Linlin's fans were already cheering and celebrating their broadcaster's victory. Sister Linlin is invincible. Jui lost. You'd better keep your promise. Come back quickly to receive your punishment. Comments scrolled across the screen like falling snowflakes. Jui's lips curved into an almost imperceptible smile. Punishment? He had never said he would admit defeat. Holding a large delivery box, Xia Linlin returned in front of the lens, only then realizing that the PK hadn't ended yet. Jui still sat calmly on the other side of the screen, looking composed, as if the earlier chaos had nothing to do with her. You? Xia Linlin was about to question him when Jui preemptively stated, I never said I would accept any punishment. His tone was calm, but laced with a hint of challenge, making Xia Linlin hesitate. Instantly, chaos erupted in the livestream room, with fans rushing to tag Xia Linlin to come up with a punishment quickly. Make him stay online until Sister Linlin finishes broadcasting. Don't let him share taste experiences, make him watch Sister Linlin cook. All sorts of strange and inventive punishments started flooding in, and Xia Linlin's eyes caught the last comment. An idea sparked within her. Not being able to share taste sensations meant he could only helplessly watch her prepare food. This punishment seemed interesting. She glanced inconspicuously at Jui, finding him intently reading through the comments, seemingly unconcerned about what punishment awaited him. Xia Linlin's lips curved slightly upward with a hint of slyness. Then, she deliberately dragged out the end of her sentence while locking her gaze onto Jui's face. That one. Jui raised an eyebrow slightly, agreed. His response was prompt and clear-cut, even carrying a subtle sense of anticipation. A peculiar premonition suddenly arose within Xia Linlin's heart. This punishment might be more complex than she imagined. As soon as Xia Linlin pressed the confirm punishment button, the livestream room immediately erupted in excitement. Excited fans flooded the chat with messages like, wait and see Jui get tortured. Go ahead, Sister Linlin, as though they could already foresee Jui's drooling but powerless situation. Jui, watching the joyful comments on the screen, smiled meaningfully. Torture. He chuckled softly, his deep voice transmitted through the microphone into the livestream, exuding an almost undetectable arrogance. For me, this isn't torture. His clearly defined fingers gently tapped the table rhythmically, producing a crisp sound that reverberated not only in the air, but also stirred an indescribable uneasiness among Xia Linlin's fans. Just watching without experiencing the flavors? There was a tinge of mockery in Jui's voice. You're underestimating me far too much. Narrowing his eyes slightly, a sharp glint flashed in his profound gaze. Food is essential to life. My understanding of eating is beyond what common people like you can imagine. His voice was resolute, as though holding some mysterious secret that made even Xia Linlin feel curious. Pausing briefly, his eyes focused directly into the camera, his tone taking on a deeper significance. Linlin, are you ready for the challenge? Xia Linlin carefully slid a piece of tender tofu into the sizzling hot oil pan. Immediately, the kitchen filled with a tantalizing bean fragrance. In front of the camera, she picked up a bottle of soy sauce and a bottle of oyster sauce, shaking them slightly towards the camera. Pan-fried tofu. Its essence lies in the sauce. Remember, soy sauce and oyster sauce are indispensable. Without them, the taste difference will be enormous. Unwelcome comments immediately appeared in the chat. Isn't it just frying tofu? Why make it so complicated? Showboating. It won't taste good. Of course, more frequent were compliments like, Sister Linlin, teach me how to cook, and it looks so delicious. Meanwhile, gift effects began to flood the screen. Spaceships, rockets, planets, all kinds of virtual gifts appearing nonstop. Thank you all for your gifts, Xia Linlin smiled and said. But I must remind everyone, don't overspend while gifting. Students and minors shouldn't waste money. Your support alone is my greatest motivation. At this moment, a specific comment caught her attention. Recently, things have been going badly for me. Hoping Sister Linlin's live stream can bring me some luck. The ID read, Jui, which Xia Linlin faintly remembered giving her many gifts previously. Bad luck? She felt a bit of doubt in her heart. Why did he say this? Lover. Xia Linlin turned off the live stream and dialed Lover's communication device. Help me look into the Jui account. I want to know what has happened to him recently, and then transfer this account information to me. Lover respectfully replied. All right, Miss Linlin, I'll take care of it right away. Xia Linlin placed the well-fried tofu onto a plate and drizzled the prepared sauce over it. The aroma became even more intense. She shouted toward the door. Ching Ching, come and eat tofu. At the same time, inside a luxurious villa on another planet, Lover stood behind a tall, slim man, quietly reporting. Young master, we still haven't found any planetary anomalies. The man turned around, showing no emotion on his handsome face, giving just a faint command. Keep searching. Lover lowered his head, standing silently behind the young master. Outside the grand floor-to-ceiling window, there lay a dazzling galaxy, seemingly within reach, yet so far away. Young master, I've mobilized all available resources, but still found no planetary abnormalities whatsoever. He spoke with respectful tones, but inwardly criticized himself for having worked overtime continuously for a week for this non-existent anomaly. Could this so-called abnormality be a hallucination caused by the young master inhaling too much nutrient solution? What frustrated him even more was that this anomaly source pointed to a food streamer, a woman who could make frying tofu as artistic as making flowers. Thinking of this, Lover unconsciously swallowed a lump in his throat. Speaking of which, Xia Linlin's dishes were indeed remarkable. He had once been ordered to observe her secretly. The sizzling oil pan, golden crispy tofu, emerald green scallions, along with that rich sauce fragrance. With a gurgle, Lover awkwardly covered his stomach. The young master slowly turned around, his eyes as deep as the night sky. Continue searching. Expand the search area, don't overlook any trace. Yes, young master, Lover reluctantly replied. He really wanted to tell the young master that instead of wasting manpower and resources looking for something intangible, why not try Xia Linlin's tofu? That would truly be worth it in life. Meanwhile, the kitchen in Xia Linlin's home was filled with delicious aromas. Golden tofu sizzled on the plate, topped with emerald green scallions, appearing even more irresistible. Satisfied, Xia Linlin lifted the plate and called out towards the door. Ching Ching, come and eat tofu. Xia Ching Ching rushed into the kitchen like a flash, his eyes fixed on the tofu in the plate, drooling profusely. Wow, sis, what day is today? There's an extra meal. He picked up his chopsticks, couldn't wait to grab a piece of tofu, blew gently on it, and popped it into his mouth. Tasty. Xia Linlin watched her brother devouring with ravenousness, her lips curling slightly into a warm smile. She tousled Xia Ching Ching's hair and said, today at noon. She paused, a complicated gleam flashing through her eyes almost imperceptibly. Chapter 40, A Sudden Change. Xia Linlin pointed the camera at the dining table, where the golden fried tofu looked especially tempting on screen. Today, I had too much lunch, so to let all of you experience more of the tofu's flavor, I won't eat rice, she explained with a relaxed tone, and even playfully winked at the camera. Sister Linlin, there's no problem. We understand. Sister Linlin is amazing. Let's enjoy the delicious food today. In the live streaming room, the audience showed their understanding. Some even initiated a barrage gift raffle, sending small presents, creating a very harmonious atmosphere. At this moment, an audience member with the nickname Jiu Yi suddenly sent a chat message. This smell of tofu almost makes me drool through the screen. Then, a series of salivating emoticons filled up the screen. After seeing it, Xia Linlin slightly lifted the corner of her mouth, intentionally picking up a piece of tofu to show it off to the camera. Look, this golden hue, crispy outside and soft inside. She gently took a bite, making a crisp crunch sound. The roasted aroma of the skin perfectly blends with the smooth tofu inside, complemented by the fragrant green onions. It's absolutely perfect. I can't stand it. Sister Linlin, you're too good at this. My taste buds feel like they've come back to life. Sister Linlin, I really want to try some. Sister Linlin, I must give you my support. Your tofu livestream is definitely a fresh breeze in the culinary world. The livestream room instantly exploded with excitement as comments appeared one after another, almost breaking through the screen. Audiences were clearly hungry from Xia Linlin's description and wished to rush over immediately to snatch a piece of tofu to taste. Seeing the enthusiastic feedback on screen, Xia Linlin felt satisfied inside. She picked up another piece of tofu and again held it up to the camera. As she was about to take another bite, a discordant comment suddenly popped up in the live stream room. Streamer, could you turn off the PK sharing? I'm feeling a little uncomfortable. The comment wasn't noticeable, but Xia Linlin noticed it. Its author, with the nickname Xiao Yezi, seemed familiar, likely being one of the regulars who tipped her, and judging from the avatar, might be underage. Xia Linlin frowned slightly. She didn't want to bring any negative impact to minors, especially in matters related to taste sharing. She grabbed her phone and quickly operated on it. In no time, the PK sharing feature was shut down without hesitation or pause. Xia Linlin's slender fingers flickered in the air as she decisively closed the PK sharing function. Almost simultaneously, Jiu Yi, who was deeply immersed in the virtual aroma of tofu, suddenly felt his senses robbed of all flavors, as if he had fallen into a tasteless abyss. He stared blankly at the screen, showing Xia Linlin chewing tofu. His formerly entranced expression immediately fell apart, like a child whose favorite toy had been snatched away, full of weicha and disappointment written all over his face. Why did it suddenly lose its taste? Instinctively licking his lips, Jiu Yi tried to retrieve the residual aroma, but tasted only a trace of bitterness. His eyes widened with disbelief, while Xia Linlin in the screen continued eating with enjoyment, as if deliberately flaunting it, which made him feel worse than ever. A sour feeling surged up in his heart, tears welling up in his eyes. He couldn't help crying in complaint on the barrage. Sister Linlin, why did you close the sharing? I wanted to experience the taste of tofu a bit longer. Jiu Yi's comment was like a stone thrown into a tranquil lake, causing ripples layer by layer. Other audiences also realized the situation quickly as the barrage flooded instantly. Huh? What's going on? My sense of taste disappeared too. Sister Linlin, why did you close the sharing? We haven't experienced enough yet. Is there a problem with the system? Restore it quickly. Mixed within these numerous complaints, some considerate viewers noticed the previous message from Xiao Yezi and started explaining to Jiu Yi. Those upstairs, Sister Linlin turned off the sharing to protect the minors. Yes, Xiao Yezi seems not well, and what Sister Linlin did is indeed for the benefit of everyone. Understanding forever. Sister Linlin is really considerate. Seeing these explanations in the barrage, Jiu Yi finally realized that he wrongfully accused Xia Linlin. Embarrassment and regret intertwined, making him wish he could find a crack in the ground to disappear into. He hurriedly apologized in the barrage. Sorry, Sister Linlin, I wrongfully accused you. It's just me being greedy, not noticing Xiao Yezi's situation. One string after another of, I'm sorry, covered the screen. Watching these apology messages, Xia Linlin's corners of her mouth slightly lifted, feeling a little proud inside. Pretending to be serious, she softly coughed and cleared her throat. Being able to admit your mistakes is good. Before the screen, Jiu Yi anxiously gazed at Xia Linlin, his heart filled with anticipation and unease. He mustered up his courage, his trembling fingers typing out a line in the chat box. Sister Linlin, could you turn on the sharing again? Just for a little while. I want to taste the tofu again. Jiu Yi cautiously sent this barrage message, anxiously waiting for Xia Linlin's reply like a child who had made a mistake. Xia Linlin saw the barrage message and pretended to ponder for a moment before addressing the camera. What do all of you think? Should we turn on the sharing again? However, everyone needs to remember to be moderate, especially minors. You need to take care of your health. Turn it on. Turn it on. Turn it on. The live streaming room was instantly flooded with messages demanding the feature to be turned back on. The audience expressed their understanding and support, and some even praised Xia Linlin's attentiveness and consideration. Sister Linlin is too kind-hearted. For Sister Linlin, I'm willing to experience less. Brother Jiu Yi, did you hear that? Everyone supports you. Xia Linlin watched as the screen filled with turn it on messages. A hint of satisfaction crept onto her lips as she smiled. Her slender fingers lightly tapped on the screen once more, reactivating the PK sharing function. Almost simultaneously, Jiu Yi felt a burst of rich aroma rush into his nostrils, stimulating his taste buds. He greedily took a deep breath, as if he were swimming in an ocean of tofu, its fresh, savory taste making him let out an involuntary sigh of contentment. Ah, so delicious. Sister Linlin, your tofu is simply the best delicacy in the world. Jiu Yi enthusiastically typed his feelings in the barrage, eager to make up for the flavor he'd previously lost. Xia Linlin looked at the lively barrage comments, breathed a small sigh of relief, and her heart finally settled. She picked up another piece of tofu and held it up to the camera again. It seems everyone likes my tofu. This makes me so happy. However, just as she was about to savor another bite, thoughts of the underage viewers suddenly crossed her mind, clouding it with worry. Xiao Yezi, she murmured softly, a flicker of unease passing through her eyes. I hope her parents don't come after me. At that very moment, a private message popped up. Chapter 41, Vogel Academy. After the live stream ended, Xia Linlin turned off the device and rubbed her sore eyes. The barrage of support you messages filled her with joy, but when she thought about Xie Qingqing's school choice dilemma, her sense of pleasure quickly faded. Xie Qingqing was soon going to face the college entrance exam, and choosing the right academy was extremely important. Xia Linlin opened the Interstellar Network and searched for information on Hungruei Academy and Storlu Academy online. Hungruei Academy mostly admitted common students, and its tuition was relatively affordable, though its teaching quality and faculty were slightly inferior. However, Storlu Academy was one of the top academies in the galaxy, boasting excellent faculty and advanced teaching facilities. But the tuition was prohibitively high, and its students came from wealthy or prestigious families. Sigh. Xia Linlin sighed, her fingers lightly tapping the desk. Hungruei Academy would place less financial strain on them, but there was concern about educational quality. Storlu Academy had good education, yet their financial situation. Xia Linlin closed her eyes and massaged her temples. She went to the kitchen, poured herself a glass of water, and felt the cool liquid slide down her throat, as if it had carried away some of her frustration. Xia Linlin looked out at the flashing neon lights outside the window, lost in thought. She had to make plans for Xie Qingqing's future and couldn't neglect it due to her own oversight. Qingqing, come here for a moment, Xia Linlin called out to Xie Qingqing, who was reading in the room. Xie Qingqing put down his book and walked up to Xia Linlin. Sis, what's up? Xia Linlin projected information about the two academies into the air. Hungruei Academy and Storlu Academy. Check these out. Which one do you want to go to? Xie Qingqing looked at the flashing text and images floating in the air. He bit his lip, twisted the edge of his clothes nervously, kept his head down, and didn't say a word. Why aren't you saying anything? Just share your thoughts, Xia Linlin encouraged him. Xie Qingqing looked up at Xia Linlin, then quickly lowered his gaze again. Sis, is the tuition at Storlu Academy really expensive? His voice was like that of a mosquito buzzing faintly, trembling a little. He knew that, given their family's financial status, paying for Hungruei Academy was already a stretch, let alone Storlu Academy, which seemed to be an unreachable dream. Seeing Xie Qingqing's hesitant look, Xia Linlin's heart hurt. She reached out and patted his hair gently. Qingqing, do you want to go to Storlu Academy? Xie Qingqing suddenly looked up, hope shining brightly in his eyes, but it quickly dimmed. Am I eligible? What about the tuition? Don't worry, sis will figure something out. Xia Linlin spoke firmly, giving Xie Qingqing a reassuring promise. I'll apply for your spot at Storlu Academy. Really? Sis? Xie Qingqing's eyes immediately lit up, like twinkling stars in the night sky, full of surprise and disbelief. He hugged Xia Linlin tightly, his voice choked with emotion. Thank you, sis. Xia Linlin patted Xie Qingqing's back gently, feeling his excitement and joy. Her lips curled into a contented smile. But, Qingqing, Xia Linlin released him, her tone becoming serious. Storlu Academy isn't easy to survive in. You need to be mentally prepared, as competition is fierce there, all the students are elites, and the pressure will also be significant. She paused, her gaze penetrating. Can you handle it? Xie Qingqing froze. Xia Linlin's words were like cold water dousing a part of his previous excitement, replacing it with a vague sense of nervousness. He instinctively clenched his fists, his lips quivering slightly, as if wanting to say something but swallowing it back. Sis. Xie Qingqing took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling slightly, as if mustering all his courage. He looked up, his gaze resolute and no longer hesitant or restless. Sis, his voice louder this time, carrying a youthful clarity. I want to go to Vogel Academy. Xia Linlin's eyebrows slightly raised. She originally assumed that after all the build-up, Xie Qingqing would naturally choose Storlu Academy. After all, that academy had greater fame and more resources. But he actually said he wanted to go to Vogel Academy? This caught her off guard a bit. Oh, what? Xia Linlin's tone carried a hint of curiosity. She put down the handheld computer she was holding, leaned forward slightly, and looked seriously at Xie Qingqing, as if waiting for a reasonable explanation. Isn't Storlu Academy better? Xie Qingqing didn't answer right away. He lowered his head, carefully organized his thoughts, and then slowly began. His tone was calm and sincere, without any signs of panic or hesitation. Sis, I know Storlu Academy is good and many people want to go there. But, I think Vogel Academy suits me better. He paused briefly, looked up, and his eyes carried a trace of yearning and admiration. Vogel Academy's mech manufacturing and modification technology is among the best in the interstellar world, and I've always been interested in this field. Moreover, I've heard that Vogel Academy places greater emphasis on students' personal development and potential exploration rather than simply chasing academic scores. I believe that there, I can learn more about what I truly enjoy and fully realize my talents. Xie Qingqing's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an extraordinary sense of determination, each word like a nail firmly planted into Xia Linlin's heart. His eyes were clear and bright, as if they burned with a fiery passion, brimming with yearning and aspiration for the future. Xia Linlin quietly listened to Xie Qingqing's explanation, gradually feeling a trace of comfort within her heart. She had originally assumed her younger brother was still an ignorant teenager without much depth, but she never expected him to have his own ideas and pursuits so firmly established. This surprised her a little, while also causing her to regard this younger brother with newfound respect. Sis, Xie Qingqing wanted to say more, but suddenly Xia Linlin broke into a laugh. Qingqing, you. She hesitated, gazing at Xie Qingqing's face for a few seconds, then let out a light chuckle before slowly saying, You really have grown up. All right, since you've made your decision, then go ahead. Xia Linlin smiled cheerfully, her eyes twinkling with joy. Vogel Academy isn't bad either. Sister will help submit your enrollment application. Xie Qingqing's cheeks turned slightly red, somewhat bashfully rubbing his hands together. Sis, I can handle the application myself. Just give me the tuition fee, he said, with his voice growing quieter until it sounded faintly like a mosquito buzzing. How much is the tuition? While asking, Xia Linlin opened the interface of the Interstellar Bank on her light brain device, her slender fingers quickly tapping across the virtual keyboard, ready to input the amount. 30,000 star coins. Xia Qingqing's voice was barely audible, his eyes fixated nervously on Xia Linlin afterward, fearing that she might refuse. For the current Xia Linlin, 30,000 star coins weren't an issue at all. Her income from live streaming tips far exceeded this amount. Without hesitation, she entered the figure, clicking confirm to transfer the funds. A crisp notification tone sounded, confirming the successful transfer. The entire process was swift and clean-cut, with no room for second thoughts or delays. All right, the money has arrived. Xia Linlin shut off the light brain, looking up at Xia Qingqing with a faint smile lingering on her lips. Is there anything else you need help with from your sister? Xia Qingqing blankly stared at her, seemingly unable to comprehend how smoothly everything had gone. He had initially thought it would take some persuasion to convince Xia Linlin, even preparing himself for rejection. But unexpectedly, she had agreed so readily, without a moment's hesitation. No, nothing else. Xia Qingqing snapped back to reality and quickly shook his head. He could feel his heartbeat quickening, almost as if it wanted to burst out of his chest. Xia Linlin looked at Xia Qingqing, reaching out to ruffle his hair gently. In a soft tone, she asked, "What do you feel like eating tonight? Your sister will cook it for you." Xia Qingqing gazed at Xia Linlin's gentle smile, a complex mix of emotions rising within him. He returned to his room, pulling out his parents' photo from a drawer, gently tracing the familiar faces in the picture with his fingertips. The parents in the photograph smiled happily, radiating contentment and joy. But all that had been lost. Clutching the photo tightly in his hand, he murmured under his breath, "Dad, Mom, should I forgive her? Evenings can be lonely, so what would you like to eat? Your sister will cook for you," Xia Linlin asked softly, her voice filled with genuine concern. The evening sunlight streamed through the window onto her face, casting a golden halo that made her appear extraordinarily tender-hearted. Xia Qingqing paused, warmth swelling inside his chest. Previously, the original owner had been indifferent towards him, sometimes even lashing out with cruel words. But now, this sister cared for him warmly, offering heartfelt attention. This shift left him somewhat unaccustomed, but provided a strange sense of solace. "Anything goes, sis. I'll eat whatever you make." He paused briefly and added, "Just pay more attention to your streams. Don't let me delay your important things." Upon hearing this, Xia Linlin felt a wave of warmth surge through her heart. She realized Xia Qingqing genuinely cared for her, thinking about her well-being. With a smile, she said, "Don't worry, live streaming won't be delayed. Tonight, I'll make chicken soup to strengthen your health. You're in the prime of growth, so you mustn't neglect yourself." As she spoke, she stood up and walked toward the kitchen, her steps light as she hummed a cheerful tune. In the kitchen, the sounds of pots and pans clinking harmonized like a pleasant symphony, resonating through the room. The rich aroma of chicken soup wafted from the kitchen, teasing Xia Qingqing's appetite. Taking a deep breath, he felt the whole room filled with a warm ambience. He rose and moved to the doorway of the kitchen, watching Xia Linlin busily tending to cooking. A kaleidoscope of emotions welled up within him. Xia Linlin was adding seasonings to the pot, her actions smooth and elegant. Bathed in the lamplight, her graceful silhouette shone with a maternal glow, emitting a comforting brilliance. "Sis, let me help you." Xia Qingqing walked to Xia Linlin's side and said softly. Xia Linlin turned her head and smiled at him gently. "No need, go watch the brain device for a while. It'll be done soon." Her smile was like the warm sun in winter, warm and comfortable. Xia Qingqing looked at Xia Linlin's smile, and suddenly a wave of impulse surged in his heart. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, yet did not know how to put it into words. "Sis." Xia Linlin looked at him with confusion. Xia Qingqing hesitated for a moment, but eventually said nothing. He turned and left the kitchen, returned to the room, and sat in front of the brain device. The glow of the screen illuminated his face, but could not brighten the bewilderment in his heart. He stared blankly at the screen, lost in myriad thoughts. Is she really my sis? In the room, the screen of the brain device emitted a dim blue light, illuminating Xia Qingqing's slightly juvenile face, yet failed to dispel the perplexity in his eyes. He sat rigidly on the chair like a statue, gazing vacantly at the numbers flickering on the screen, his mind having already wandered far off. Vogel Academy's mech, his sister's swift transfer of funds, and the aroma of chicken soup wafting from the kitchen. All of this felt like an unreal dream, making him feel excited yet uneasy. He exhaled softly, shifting his gaze from the screen to the drawer. There, lying quietly, was an old photo, a portrait taken in his parents' youth. In the picture, they were smiling so brightly, so happily, as if the whole world was brimming with sunlight and hope. But now all of this has changed. Xia Qingqing carefully took out the photo, his fingertips gently brushing over his parents' faces, feeling the rough texture of the photograph. On the photo, his mother's curved eyebrows and eyes, his father's cheerful smile, all made him feel a sharp pain, as if his heart was being torn apart, filled with a jumble of emotions. Once, they gave him boundless love and care. They taught him how to conduct himself in life. They guided him when he was lost. Now, they have both left him, leaving behind only him and the sister who had once been cold to him to the extreme. His thoughts galloped wildly like unbridled horses, his brows tightly furrowed. He could not forget the indifference and rebuke the original owner had towards him. Those cutting words, those icy gazes, were like sharp knives piercing deep into his heart. Yet these past few days, that sister, transformation has been so genuine, so warm. She would care whether he ate enough, inquire about his thoughts, even stew chicken soup for him, as if she had become a completely different person. Is she really my sis? This question was like a sharp thorn lodged deeply in Xie Qingqing's heart, making it hard for him to let go. He clutched the photo tightly, his knuckles turning white from exertion, and wished to ask his parents in the photo what he should do. Should he forgive her? Should he truly forgive the sister who once hurt him? His heart was filled with doubts and struggles, as if adrift in a boundless mist, without direction and without an exit. At this moment, there came a soft sound of footsteps from the kitchen, followed by Xie Linlin's gentle voice. Qingqing, dinner is ready. He fumbled to stuff the photo back into the drawer, wiped the dampness from the corner of his eye, and stood up to walk toward the door. Just at the door, Xie Linlin handed over a bowl of prepared chicken soup, the rich aroma filling his nose, its warmth passing through the porcelain bowl to his palm, carrying an irrefutable concern. Taste it, it's very nourishing. Xie Linlin watched him with a beaming smile, her eyes twinkling with tenderness. Xie Qingqing looked up and met Xie Linlin's kind eyes. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately kept silent, silently taking the chicken soup and lowered his head to drink, the rich soup sliding down his throat, warming his heart and stomach inexplicably. As he drank the chicken soup, he stealthily observed Xie Linlin from the corner of his eye, his brows involuntarily furrowing. Chapter 42. Did he take hormones to grow this fast? By the way, what do you think about raising a few chickens and ducks in the yard? Xie Linlin cheerfully asked. The recent calm from her parents-in-law was making her feel quite at ease for the first time in days. Now that she had some money in hand, she began planning their future life. Raising chickens and ducks meant a continuous supply of eggs, and could even improve their meals. It sounded perfect. Xie Qingqing was momentarily taken aback by her sudden question. Raise chickens and ducks. He repeated it, imagining a chaotic scene with fowls running around the courtyard. Exactly, Xie Linlin enthusiastically described. We'll have fresh eggs morning and night, which we can turn into various delicious dishes. How great would that be? She seemed already to see the vision of chicken and ducks roaming the yard in the egg-filled air. Xie Qingqing opened his mouth but hesitated, unsure of what to say. He was still processing his sister's sudden pastoral plan when a hurried shout came from upstairs. Sis, come upstairs quickly. This voice belonged to Xie Qingqing, filled with urgency and a trace of panic. Xie Linlin immediately put down her chopsticks, a wave of uneasiness sweeping through her heart as she ran up the stairs, asking anxiously, what happened? What's wrong? Moo. Xie Qingqing's voice was broken and rushed, alarming Xie Linlin further. Taking 3 steps at once, Xie Linlin rushed into the room. There stood Xie Qingqing beside the crib, pale-faced, pointing shakily at Moo on the bed, unable to form coherent words. 40, check for me. Why might an infant develop so rapidly? As Xie Linlin said this, she scrutinized Moo closely. The baby boy looked perfectly fine, looking around curiously with big round eyes and chubby cheeks. Based on existing data from the Star Network, there are no records related to abnormal development speed in human infants. 40's unvaried voice slightly unsettled Xie Linlin. Could it be a gene mutation? Xie Linlin muttered under her breath, her gaze fixed on Moo's plump little hands, an unfamiliar sensation rising within her. A gene test is possible. The electronic tone of 40 rang out again. Sis. Xie Qingqing's shaky voice interrupted once more. Look. Following Xie Qingqing's trembling finger, Xie Linlin saw something unbelievable. Instead of lying flaccidly in his crib as expected, Moo sat upright. With a straight back, he observed everything around him with large, curious eyes, even clutching the crib rail with his tiny hands as if striving to maintain balance. How could it be possible? Xie Linlin felt a buzzing in her mind. An overwhelming astonishment swept through her body. In her previous life, she had been a typical urban beauty caring for numerous relatives' kids. Even the smartest babies required at least 6 months before sitting steadily, right? And yet Moo? From the day she crossed over to now, barely a few days had passed. Xie Qingqing had lost all ability to express himself coherently, just staring dumbfoundedly at Moo. Xie Linlin composed herself and carefully checked Moo's condition. Other than his overly advanced seating posture, Moo looked normal, a white-skinned baby like a porcelain doll child, neither unusually warm nor with abnormal breathing. Her heart settled temporarily, but the unease inside only grew stronger. 40, check for me. If there are any cases of exceptionally fast-developing babies in Kanglan Empire? Xie Linlin asked in a tone laced with urgency. Investigating. According to available Star Network data, Kanglan Empire has no records regarding abnormally rapid development in human infants. 40's mechanical voice continued without inflection, sinking Xie Linlin's hopes further. Indeed, Moo's situation was not as simple as it seemed. Could this child possibly have undergone a gene mutation? Xie Linlin whispered, her uneasiness intensifying. Thinking of her own abnormal fingers, a foreboding arose in her chest. Was it possible that this child also possessed some special gene like her? A gene test can be conducted. 40's electronic voice cut in again, breaking Xie Linlin's thoughts. Xie Linlin paused, surprised looking at the wrist computer. You can test genes? How come I didn't know about this function? You never asked. 40's voice carried a subtle hint of disdain, irritating Xie Linlin somewhat. Did this wrist computer have a mind of its own? She couldn't help feeling increasingly that she was being belittled by an artificial intelligence. Then, could the test harm Moo? Xie Linlin quickly asked, her tone carrying a hint of concern. It won't. 40 replied as promptly and curtly as always. Xia Linlin steeled herself, making a firm decision that no matter what, she had to uncover the secrets surrounding Mumu, then proceed with the test. Now, she needed to figure out exactly what was happening. It related to her future, Xie Qingqing's, and even the entire family's. 40 fell silent for a moment, thickening the atmosphere in the room. A sense of unseen pressure weighed heavily on Xia Linlin, causing her to hold her breath and fix all her attention on 40. Genetic testing is underway. The room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop, disturbed only by the soft hum of 40's mechanism, like a somber sonata tugging at Xia Linlin's already strung nerves. Her eyes remained locked onto 40, as if trying to pierce through its surface. The indicator light on 40's wrist flickered with an ethereal blue glow, pulsing rhythmically like a breath, reflecting against Xia Linlin's tense face and deepening the tension in the air. Mumu continued sleeping soundly, completely oblivious to the world around him, his little mouth slightly open, letting out faint breathing sounds akin to a lovable cub. Xia Linlin unconsciously clenched her fists, palms sweating, while the air carried an inexplicable oppressive sensation, like the calm before a storm. Each minute felt as long as a century until finally, 40's indicator light ceased its blinking, the blue glow slowly fading away. Xia Linlin's heart skipped a beat, a wave of indescribable fear washing over her. She hesitantly spoke up, her voice hoarse. 40, what are the results? Her tone trembling subtly, as if fearing what undesirable news might come next. 40 projected a holographic screen, displaying cold, unfeeling words. Subject is not human species, type unidentified, not ferocious beast. Xia Linlin's brows knitted together tightly, much like an unsolvable knot. Not human. Chapter 43, non-human. What was that? Could it be some unknown species? Her mind raced through countless possibilities, but she couldn't find a reasonable explanation. She looked at Mumu sleeping soundly. Non-human. Xia Linlin murmured to herself, her gaze falling on little Mumu's small face, and a mix of emotions churned within her. She reached out and gently stroked Mumu's soft hair, the warmth transmitted through her fingertips offering her a slight comfort. 40 remained silent, like a cold observer, watching all this unfold. The air in the room grew tense again, the feeling of oppression growing stronger. Xia Linlin felt as if she were about to suffocate. Suddenly, she abruptly raised her head, looking at 40 with a resolute glint in her eyes. Then, will he pose a threat to us? Xia Linlin's voice trembled slightly as her gaze locked onto 40, as if trying to find a shred of comfort from its cold metallic exterior. 40's indicator light flashed again, with an eerie blue glow flickering in the room, illuminating the worried expression on Xia Linlin's face. Based on detection results, no energy fluctuations have been detected in this life form, so it currently poses no danger. 40's mechanical voice showed no emotion, but it acted like a calming pill, easing some of Xia Linlin's tightly wound nerves. However, she soon remembered something else and asked, but, non-human, has there ever been any record in history of strange beasts turning into humans? Xia Linlin's voice became quieter, filled with unease. 40 paused for a moment before the frequency of the indicator light quickened, as though searching through an extensive database. Based on current data, no such records exist. This brief answer once again made Xia Linlin's heart sink, as fear of the unknown gripped her like an invisible hand strangling her throat. Xie Qingqing, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up at this point. He gazed tenderly at the sleeping Mumu, his eyes brimming with reluctance and anticipation. Sis, let's keep him. His voice was clear and firm, like a small pebble dropping into the turbulent heart of Xia Linlin. Xia Linlin did not reply immediately. She looked down at Mumu, her heart filled with contradictions and struggles. Keep him? A non-human species? What if, in the future? Xia Linlin didn't dare to think further. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. At that moment, she inadvertently glanced at the wound on her hand left by Little Green, which had now formed a scab. The pale pink scar stood out noticeably against her fair skin. Little Green. A sudden thought flashed across Xia Linlin's mind, and a tiny glimmer of hope shone in her eyes. If we let Little Green identify what kind of species Mumu is? Qingqing. Xia Linlin's voice was low and hoarse, but her gaze was extraordinarily bright. Can you help me hold Mumu? Under Xie Qingqing's concerned gaze, Xia Linlin slowly extended her trembling hand and lightly touched Mumu's soft forehead. Her fingers rested on Mumu's skin, where she felt a faint yet warm vitality, akin to a subtle electric pulse quivering beneath her fingertips. She closed her eyes, inwardly calling out, Little Green, can you hear me? Help me figure out what species Mumu really is. The atmosphere in the room seemed to grow even heavier, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Xie Qingqing's gaze remained gentle and steadfast, standing silently by her side, as if silently supporting Xia Linlin. As seconds passed, Xia Linlin's heartbeat grew faster, gradually giving way to helplessness and disappointment. Just as she prepared to withdraw her hand and abandon the idea, suddenly, a faint and familiar voice whispered in her ear. No, my level isn't high enough. Xia Linlin opened her eyes wide in surprise. She hadn't expected that Little Green would actually respond, and moreover give such a clear answer. She quickly recalled her previous exchanges with Little Green and realized that it had indeed mentioned restrictions related to its rank. Apparently, Little Green's level was too low to recognize certain types of species, which explained why it was unable to determine Mumu's kind. Little Green, can you upgrade? Can you recognize more species after upgrading? Xia Linlin asked anxiously, a hint of hope in her voice. However, Little Green seemed to stop responding altogether. No matter how many times Xia Linlin called out, there was no reaction. It was as if little Green had fallen back into slumber once more. Xia Linlin couldn't help but feel a sense of futility and frustration. She let out a light sigh, internally mocking herself. Little Green, failing at crucial moments is truly a headache. At this point, she turned around and met Xia Qingqing's worried eyes. Looks like we need to find a way to upgrade Little Green. Xia Linlin turned her head towards Xia Qingqing, meeting his worried gaze, and felt a comforting warmth in her heart. She lightly patted Xia Qingqing's shoulder, her tone resolute as she said, "Since 40 said Mumu poses no threat, we won't send him away." The worry that had been hanging over Xia Qingqing's heart finally dissipated, and he exhaled deeply, a smile of relief spreading across his face. He gently cradled Mumu in his arms, lowering his head to look at the little one sleeping soundly in his embrace, his eyes brimming with warmth and affection. "In fact, I have a bit of selfishness," Xia Linlin said sheepishly, scratching her head while her gaze shifted toward the window, seemingly avoiding Xia Qingqing's eyes. "Mumu is really well behaved. He doesn't cry or make noise, and he even smiles at me. I kind of can't bear to let him go." Her voice grew softer and softer, eventually fading into a whisper. Xia Qingqing remained silent, but nodded quietly, indicating his understanding and agreement. He, too, had been moved by Mumu's gentleness and charm, deep down already considering Mumu as part of his family. But Xia Linlin abruptly changed the subject, her tone becoming serious, making Xia Qingqing's heart leap back into his throat. He anxiously looked at Xia Linlin, fearing that she might change her mind. "But since Mumu can sit up now, we need to get him a crib with a railing so he doesn't fall out," Xia Linlin said with a laugh, her tone now light and cheerful, as if the seriousness before was just a joke. The atmosphere in the room immediately became relaxed, and Xia Qingqing chuckled along, all traces of worry vanishing. He imagined Mumu sitting in the crib, giggling and playing, filling his heart with warmth and anticipation. "Crib." Xia Linlin touched her chin thoughtfully, a mischievous glint in her eye. "I'll have to pick it out myself." She stood up and patted Xia Qingqing's shoulder. "You keep an eye on Mumu while I'm gone." After speaking, she turned around and left the room, leaving Xia Qingqing with the sleeping Mumu. "Sis." Xia Qingqing stared at Xia Linlin's retreating back, hesitating to speak. Chapter 44. He's doing it again. Xia Linlin walked briskly along the streets of the interstellar market, her eyes wide with the dazzling variety of goods on display. But deep in her mind, something else occupied her thoughts, making her distracted. Before leaving the room, she had deliberately avoided looking at Mumu's eyes. The child was quietly sleeping in bed, his small fingers curled up, looking harmless as a lamb. Yet, Xia Linlin couldn't shake off a lingering fear in her heart. She feared Mumu's eyes, those piercing ones that seemed to see right through everything, far too mature for an infant. Sigh. Xia Linlin exhaled deeply, rubbing her temples. She thought she might be overthinking this. After all, it's just a baby, what could there possibly be to fear? She tried hard to push those chaotic thoughts aside, and focused on picking out a crib. At the same time, inside the room, Mumu woke up. Opening his eyes, he looked around, not seeing Xia Linlin. His lips quivered, ready to burst into tears. Seeing this, Xia Qingqing quickly moved closer, awkwardly comforting him. "Be good, Mumu. Don't cry. Sister will be back soon." It seemed like Mumu understood what he said. Gradually, he stopped crying. His big eyes locked onto Xia Qingqing. Then suddenly, he grinned, extending his chubby little hands as if asking for a hug. Xia Qingqing froze, startled. A chill ran up from his feet to the top of his head. He recalled Mumu's strange behaviors before, which made him stiffen with terror, unable to move. Just at that moment, Xia Linlin returned. Pushing the door open, she immediately noticed the peculiar scene. Xia Qingqing sat rigidly beside the bed, pale-faced, while Mumu was smiling at him, reaching out with his hands as if asking for a hug. An eerie silence permeated the room, tightening Xia Linlin's heart. "What's wrong?" Xia Linlin asked cautiously, her eyes darting between Xia Qingqing and Mumu. Xia Qingqing turned around abruptly. Seeing Xia Linlin, he regarded her as a savior. He pointed at Mumu, stammering, He's doing it again." Upon hearing this, Xia Linlin's heart sank heavily, a foreboding feeling creeping into her mind. Slowly, she approached the bed. Looking at Mumu's seemingly innocent smile, her heart was filled with unease. "Mumu," her voice trembled. Mumu, as if hearing her, turned to look at her. His smile grew even wider. He extended his tiny hand further, clearly asking for a hug. Exchanging glances with Xia Qingqing, Xia Linlin saw the overwhelming fear reflected in his eyes as well. What does he want to do?" Xia Qingqing asked, his voice almost squeaking through gritted teeth. Xia Linlin did not respond. It felt like her breath had become difficult, as if the air in the room had solidified, creating a suffocating pressure. Mumu's laugh echoed through the room, crisp and sweet, but it hit their nerves like some sort of death toll. "Sis." Xia Qingqing clutched tightly onto Xia Linlin's arm, his voice trembling. What should we do?" Taking a deep breath, Xia Linlin tried hard to suppress her own fear and slowly extended her hand. Her hand slightly shaking, she paused midair for a moment before finally placing it on Mumu's chubby little palm. Mumu's hand was soft, but slightly cold. He grabbed onto Xia Linlin's sleeve instantly, holding it tight, as if clinging to a lifeline. Feeling the strength transmitted through the sleeve, Xia Linlin's mind churned with mixed emotions. Looking down at Mumu, she noticed his profound eyes, unblinking, staring straight at her. Clear yet inexplicably mysterious, they gave her a shiver. Suddenly, Mumu buried his head into Xia Linlin's shoulder, his small body trembling slightly, laughing softly with giggles escaping his lips. Xia Linlin felt her shoulder becoming damp, probably due to Mumu's drool. She shifted uncomfortably, only to find that Mumu tightened his embrace. A warmth rose within Xia Linlin, giving her a sense of trust and dependence she'd never felt before. It reminded her of the carefree feeling she experienced when looking after little animals in the past, a trustful reliance. Her taut nerves gradually loosened, and so did the fear in her heart. The oppressive atmosphere in the room also eased. Seeing this, Xie Qingqing's tense posture relaxed somewhat as well. With a long sigh, the tension in his chest finally eased. Sis, Xie Qingqing called out softly. Xia Linlin lowered her gaze, gently patting Mumu's back, saying warmly and firmly, though with a hint of barely detectable trembling, "There's no problem, Qingqing." Mumu rubbed against Xia Linlin, emitting a satisfied hum. Lifting his head, he gave Xia Linlin a sweet smile, revealing his tender gums. Looking at his joyful face, Xia Linlin's heart warmed. She couldn't help but return a gentle smile. At this moment, Mumu suddenly stretched out his little hand and gently stroked Xia Linlin's cheek. His fingers were soft, carrying a slight chill, but the sensation was extraordinarily clear. Xia Linlin felt a faint itch on her cheek, and an unusual feeling welled up in her heart. "Mumu," Xia Linlin softly called out, her voice laced with a hint of bewilderment. Mumu seemed to understand her call. He giggled as his small hand continued to gently stroke Xia Linlin's face. There was a strange light flashing in his eyes, as if harboring some mysterious power. What is he doing?" Xie Qingqing asked, watching this scene. Xia Linlin didn't answer. She felt a faint energy fluctuation coming from Mumu's small hand. This energy fluctuation was very weak, yet it made her feel an indescribable flutter. "Qingqing." Xia Linlin looked at Xie Qingqing, a complex gleam flashing in her eyes. I seem to have sensed something." Xia Linlin's tense nerves finally relaxed as she looked at Mumu coquettishly nestled in her arms. All those previous bizarre speculations about mutations and weirdness now seemed somewhat laughable. After all, Mumu was just a child over 1 year old. Even if there was something strange about him, how much trouble could he possibly cause? She lowered her gaze to Mumu's chubby little face and couldn't help lightly pinching it. "Little guy, don't scare your sister like that again, okay?" Mumu seemed to understand Xia Linlin's words. He giggled, grabbing onto her blouse and rubbing against her like a kitten trying to please its owner. Seeing Mumu being so obedient, Xie Qingqing's originally taut body also relaxed. He cautiously extended his finger and gently poked Mumu's chubby cheek. Mumu turned his head towards Xie Qingqing, his big eyes filled with curiosity. He reached out with his little hand and grabbed Xie Qingqing's finger, sucking it into his mouth. "Hey, you little guy." Xie Qingqing was amused by Mumu's actions. "You really don't consider yourself an outsider, do you?" He lightly pulled back his finger and then extended another, wiggling it in front of Mumu to tease him. Mumu was delightedly giggling at Xie Qingqing's antics, his little hands flailing as he tried to catch Xie Qingqing's finger. The room was filled with laughter, washing away the previous tension and replacing it with warmth and joy. Xia Linlin watched this scene, her heart brimming with warmth. She reached out to embrace Mumu, gently patting his back as she softly said, "Mumu, from now on, we'll be a family. We'll take good care of you." Mumu seemed to sense Xia Linlin's tenderness. He raised his head and planted a wet kiss on Xia Linlin's face with his moist little lips. Xia Linlin felt her heart melt. She hugged Mumu tightly, feeling the warmth emanating from him. The last rays of sunset filtered through the window into the room, gilding everything with a golden glow. Xia Linlin and Xie Qingqing sat by the bed, teasing Mumu. Happiness radiated from all three of their faces. After playing for a while, Mumu appeared to be tired. He yawned, his little head nodding sleepily, his eyelids gradually drooping. Xia Linlin gently placed Mumu on the bed and covered him well with the blanket. "Sis." Xie Qingqing suddenly spoke, looking at the sleeping Mumu. "What's wrong?" Xia Linlin asked. Xie Qingqing hesitated for a moment. "Tomorrow." Chapter 45, Intent to Pick a Fight. The last rays of the sunset finally disappeared below the horizon, and the room lit up with soft lighting. Xie Qingqing sat on the edge of the bed, nervously twisting the corner of her clothes. Several times she started to speak, but stopped. She timidly looked up, seeing Xia Linlin tenderly tucking Mumu into bed. "Sis." She finally mustered the courage to speak, a trace of tension barely detectable in her voice. "Tomorrow, are you free?" Xia Linlin lifted her head, her eyes reflecting the light, looking exceptionally gentle. "What's wrong, Qingqing?" She walked over to Xie Qingqing, reaching out to gently stroke her hair, full of care in her actions. Xie Qingqing took a deep breath as if trying to bolster herself, before continuing. "The academy sent out a notice, asking for parent accompaniment during tomorrow's talent test and academic program selection." Her voice grew softer, as though afraid to wake Mumu, or perhaps uncertain if Xia Linlin would agree. She anxiously awaited Xia Linlin's response, her palms beginning to sweat slightly. Xia Linlin first froze, then a radiant smile spread across her lips. "Of course I'm free. I'll go with you tomorrow." Her unwavering answer eased Xie Qingqing's heart considerably. Her body, which had been tense, relaxed, and a faint smile crept onto her face despite herself. Xia Linlin patted Xie Qingqing's head, turning to look at Mumu who slept soundly, his cheeks pink and a slight smile playing on his lips. Xia Linlin rose lightly, going to Mumu's bedside, and leaning down to place a kiss on his forehead. Standing upright, she said toward a corner of the room, "40, take care of Mumu tomorrow." A flicker of light came from the corner, followed by 40's calm voice responding, "Understood. Please rest assured, mistress." 40 moved forward, standing by the bed. A soft blue glow emanated from it, like a loyal guard. It extended its mechanical arm, gently tucking Moo under the covers. Its movements were delicate as if afraid to disturb his sleep. Seemingly sensing something, Moo mumbled faintly with his lips before drifting off deeply again. 40 remained by the bed, watching over Moo, a hint of warmth in its expressionless eyes. The entire room felt warm and serene due to 40's presence. Xia Linlin watched 40, satisfaction showing in her eyes. Turning around, she said to Xia Qingqing, "Let's go see what we need to prepare for tomorrow." She grabbed Xia Qingqing's hand and led her out of the room. "Sis, what are we doing?" "Preparing for tomorrow," replied Xia Linlin without turning back, walking away directly. After returning to the room, Xia Linlin turned on the live streaming equipment. The screen flashed a few times, and a flood of fans surged into the live stream. Virtual gifts filled the screen, bullet comments flowed like a waterfall, creating a lively atmosphere. Xia Linlin faced the camera with a radiant smile, her sweet voice transmitted through the microphone. "Hello everyone. Today we're going to..." She paused briefly, her smile slightly diminishing, replacing it with a serious expression. "I just want to give you all a heads up. Tomorrow, Linlin has something important to do, and might not be able to live stream." At this statement, the chat erupted. "No, please don't, Linlin. What's so important about tomorrow? Linlin, we can't bear to lose you. Even just one day?" The laments continued. The frequency of virtual gift sending slowed down, replaced by crying emojis flooding the screen. Seeing the exaggerated reactions of her fans, Xia Linlin couldn't help but smile faintly. All right, it's only for one day. Don't be so sad, guys. On the following day, I'll surely make up for it, okay?" Her coquettish tone eventually calmed the restless mood in the live room. After soothing the fans for half an hour, the live stream finally ended. Xia Linlin stretched lazily, rubbing her slightly sore eyes. After switching off the live streaming device, Xia Linlin habitually started browsing the Starnet. Suddenly, a page selling live chickens caught her attention. She remembered that she had promised to stew chicken soup for Xia Qingqing, and her heart stirred. In the Stellar Age, live chickens were quite rare. The chickens on the page had shiny feathers, appearing vibrant and well-raised. Xia Linlin didn't hesitate to click buy, purchasing 10 immediately. After placing the successful order, she could almost already smell the aroma of the chicken soup, causing her lips to curve upward involuntarily. 40, called Xia Linlin, turning around but not finding 40's figure. Where did 40 go? Xia Qingqing held a small metal box in her hand, hesitating whether she should search for 40. This item inside the box needed special handling, and there was no one better suited than 40 for the task. However, lately, 40 had almost never left Moo's side, even shortening its charging time to stay close. Thinking of 40's busy figure, Xia Qingqing silently placed the metal box into her own pocket. Well, he might as well make the trip himself. Xia Linlin hummed a little tune as she threw the empty bottle of nutrient solution into the recycling chute. Ever since she had started cooking for herself, the family atmosphere had grown much thicker. The air itself was saturated with the aroma of food. She inhaled deeply, exhaling with a sigh of satisfaction. In the Stellar Age, to eat pure, natural food was practically a luxurious indulgence. Drip! A sharp alarm pierced through the tranquil afternoon. Xia Linlin's heart tensed, and she hurriedly rushed to the surveillance screen at the entrance to the yard. On the screen, a woman dressed in bright colors stood awkwardly outside the gate. It was Xiaoya. "What's going on? Why has my access been shut off?" Xiaoya's voice came through the communicator, laced with an imperceptible hint of anger. Xia Linlin slightly narrowed her eyes, her vigilance rising within. The grievances between her and Xiaoya had long been resolved, so this unexpected visit likely boded ill. "What do you want?" she asked coldly, her fingers secretly pressing the emergency contact button. Xiaoya seemed not to have expected Xia Linlin to be so straightforward. Stunned for a moment, she then put on a smile. "Linine, it's been such a long time. I just happened to pass by and thought I'd drop by to see you." Xia Linlin gazed at Xiaoya's disingenuous smile on the screen, snickering inwardly. "Pass by? Don't kid yourself. This woman never came calling unless there was something fishy up her sleeve. Her sudden appearance today surely meant no good. Just say what you need." Her tone grew even colder, her sharp gaze fixed intently on Xiaoya in the screen. Xiaoya's smile faltered, her eyes flickering. "Actually, it's really nothing big." Drip, drip, drip. Suddenly, a brisk set of footfalls approached from a distance. Then figures appeared on the front door's surveillance. Sure enough, behind Xiaoya, 3 or 4 burly men suddenly emerged. Each had an intimidating presence, clearly not good-natured individuals. They all wore black uniforms embroidered with the golden griffin emblem, the insignia of the Star Pirate Group led by Guard Jr. Xiaoya proudly raised her chin, standing straighter, erasing every trace of earlier embarrassment and replacing it with an arrogant demeanor. "Linine, I've come today to ask you to apologize to Guard Jr." Xiaoya folded her arms, speaking firmly. "You hit Guard Jr. before, and that cannot just be left alone." Xia Linlin arched an eyebrow, a faint sneer rippling across her lips. "Apologize?" It was as if she'd heard a joke. She lightly scoffed. "I hit him? Don't I forget about that." She spoke with disdain, her eyes filled with contempt. The faces of the few men behind Xiaoya changed expressions, stepping forward one after another, as if awaiting a single command from Xiaoya to start. The air was thick with tension, swords drawn but unseen. Yet Xia Linlin showed no fear. She snapped her fingers towards the rear. 40, bring me a chair. I'll sit and chat with her leisurely." 40 nodded and promptly brought over a comfortable rattan chair, placing it behind Xia Linlin. Xia Linlin sat down gracefully, crossed her legs, and watched Xiaoya with half-amused, half-derisive eyes, slowly speaking. Xiaoya, how do I remember it differently each time? His hands always move first, yet why does it feel like I'm always apologizing? Her words carried a touch of provocation, her eyes as sharp as daggers, cutting directly into Xiaoya's soul. Xiaoya's face alternated between green and white, choked speechless by Xia Linlin's words. The few men behind her also glanced nervously at each other, unsure of what to do next. They only knew that Guard Jr. sent them here to back up Xiaoya, but did not foresee events spiraling out of control like this. You? Xiaoya shook with rage, her trembling finger pointing at Xia Linlin. You. She took a deep breath, struggling to suppress her wrath. Xia Linlin, don't you forget all the things you've received from me. Xiaoya's face flushed red and white, like a colorful palette painting a spectacular yet unpredictable picture. You've received so much from me. With good intentions, I gave it to you, and yet you disgraced me publicly because of a dress. Xiaoya's voice rose, sharp and ear-splitting, like nails scratching against a metal board, making everyone grimace. Her entourage of men also joined in, raising their voices in clamor. In an instant, the courtyard entry was chaotic. Xia Linlin lazily leaned on the armrest of her wrought-tan chair, her chin resting on her palm, narrowing her eyes. Like a relaxed cat, she watched Xiaoya's antics coolly and composedly. She opened her red lips, spitting out 2 words. So what? These 2 words were featherlight but carried an overwhelming weight, instantly deflating Xiaoya's arrogance. Xia Linlin gracefully crossed her legs and slowly shot back. What exactly have I done wrong? I accepted your gifts and thank you for them. As for that dress, you were the one who insisted on buying it. I never forced you. Her tone was calm, as if she were discussing a trivial matter. Xiaoya bit her lip, her eyes quickly welling up with tears, feigning the look of someone about to burst into sobs. You took my gifts but refused to pay me back for the dress. Ooh, you're so unfair. She cried dramatically, appearing heartbreakingly vulnerable, as if her pain would win sympathy from any passerby. Xia Linlin watched Xiaoya's amateurish performance, inwardly scoffing. She slowly nodded, then gestured toward Shi behind her, leaning in to whisper a few words into her ear. Xia Linlin lightly nodded again, beckoning Shi over and whispering instructions in her ear. Shi left promptly upon receiving her orders and soon returned carrying a pile of items, carefully placing them on the table in front of Xia Linlin. Xiaoya eyed the heap suspiciously, a sense of foreboding rising within her. Xiaoya, since you mentioned the gifts I've received from you, let's settle accounts. Xia Linlin's lips curved into an amused smile as she picked up a pale blue silk shawl, gently stroking it with her fingers. This shawl, according to you, it's a limited edition piece by interstellar designer Emily, worth 10,000 star coins, right? Xiaoya hesitated, instinctively nodding. In reality, this shawl was a high-quality replica, costing no more than a few hundred star coins, but she had exaggerated its value to flatter Xia Linlin at the time. Xia Linlin then picked up an elegant little box, opening it to reveal a sparkling diamond necklace. You said this necklace is made of natural pink diamonds, worth 5,000 star coins. She paused, her gaze sweeping across Xiaoya's stiffened face. And there's also this perfume bottle, this bag, these shoes. One by one, Xia Linlin recounted the items gifted to her, each accompanied by their price, making Xiaoya increasingly pale, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The onlookers watching the scene gasped in astonishment. They couldn't believe how extravagant Xiaoya had been with her gifts. Once Xia Linlin finished tallying all the items, she looked at Xiaoya with a smirk that bordered on mockery. Adding everything up, we're still under 20,000 star coins. Her voice carried nonchalance, as if she were dismissing something inconsequential. Xiaoya turned ghostly pale, her lips trembling slightly as she tried to protest, but found herself speechless. You haven't accounted for the gifts I gave you yet, Xia Linlin added coolly, picking up a few more items. This Star River limited edition bracelet is priced at 100,000 star coins. Then there's this set of Eternal Star skincare products valued at 50,000 star coins. Oh, and by the way, there's this second-hand interstellar yacht which is still worth 1,000,000 star coins. As Xia Linlin went through the list of gifts and their prices, the crowd erupted in shock, looking at Xiaoya with amazement and disbelief. No one could have imagined that the gifts Xia Linlin had given were far more expensive than those Xiaoya sent. Xiaoya's complexion was deathly white like a sheet of paper, her lips quivering but producing no sound. Xia Linlin placed a delicate little box on the table, where a ring gleaming with dazzling brilliance lay quietly inside. This Heart of the Star Sea ring. She paused momentarily, her gaze falling onto Xiaoya, her tone heavy with meaning. Its value is. She intentionally delayed the revelation until Xiaoya's face drained completely of color before calmly uttering the last 2 words. Priceless. A ripple of sharp intake of breath swept through the crowd, and even the men behind Xiaoya widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at the ring within that tiny box. All these things are what you've given me. Xia Linlin's tone was soft, but carried an air of unshakable authority. Now tell me, who owes whom? Xiaoya opened her mouth to argue, but found herself utterly incapable of defending against Xia Linlin's accusation. Compared to the lavish gifts Xia Linlin had bestowed upon her, hers seemed insignificant. But those were things I bought myself. Xiaoya's voice quivered, revealing traces of panic. Xia Linlin chuckled softly, a mocking edge to her smile. Xiaoya, you surely haven't forgotten that purchasing data can be verified on the StellarNet, have you? Shall I pull it up now and show everyone? Xiaoya instantly became ashen-faced, her lips trembling helplessly, emitting not a single word. Of course, she wouldn't dare to check the purchasing records. She hadn't paid for those items at all. The surrounding spectators whispered amongst themselves, their gazes filled with disdain and ridicule as they looked at Xiaoya. No one would have guessed that Xiaoya could sink to such depths. Xia Linlin looked at Xiaoya with a teasing grin in her eyes. Xiaoya, unable to retaliate against Xia Linlin's sharp words, could only stand there like a clown, enduring everyone's mockery. The onlookers waited with bated breath to see what would happen next, curious about how Xia Linlin intended to deal with this situation. Tension hung thickly in the air, as taut as a stretched string, ready to snap at any moment. Xia Linlin slowly rose to her feet, looking down at Xiaoya from above, her lips parting ever so slightly. Xiaoya. Chapter 46, Severing All Ties. Get out of my house. Now. Xia Linlin spoke each word distinctly, and every one of them pierced into Xiaoya's heart like an icicle. Xiaoya's body trembled violently as her eyes widened in disbelief. She had anticipated Xia Linlin would scold her, or demand an apology, perhaps even compensation, but she hadn't thought for a moment that Xia Linlin would tell her to leave so harshly. A wave of anger surged up from the depths of her soul, reddening Xiaoya's eyes. Humiliation overwhelmed her, like being struck by a hard slap across her face. She clenched her teeth and, with a trembling voice, retorted, Xia Linlin, don't go too far. What do you mean I? Xia Linlin interrupted, a cold smirk curling at the corner of her lips. Starting today, our connection is severed. You are not my friend, and I am not yours. Take back whatever you gave me. I find it filthy. Xiaoya was furious, shaking uncontrollably as her chest heaved. Suddenly turning her head, she shouted at Connor, who had been silent behind her. Connor, grab her. Make her pay. Upon hearing this, Connor took a step forward, his fists tightening. A visible energy began to gather in his hands, crackling with electric sounds. Seeing this, Xia Qingqing's heart tightened in worry as he glanced towards Xia Linlin. He prepared to activate his own energy to protect his sister if necessary. But before he could take another step, Xia Linlin stopped him. Qingqing, step back. Her tone was calm, as though she didn't sense the impending danger, deepening Xia Qingqing's confusion. The energy ball in Connor's hand grew larger, radiating a brilliant light. With force, he hurled it at the iron gate behind Xia Linlin, resulting in a deafening roar. Yet, the gate remained unmoved. Not a single scratch appeared on its surface. As the shockwave of the energy ball spread, dust swirled up, but still, the gate did not budge an inch. All around were shocked witnesses to the spectacle. They stared incredulously at the intact gate that showed no sign of damage. Xia Linlin's lips curved slightly upward, revealing a significant smile. In a measured tone, laced with a warning, she said, Are you sure you want to do that? This gate is not something just anyone can touch. Her gaze locked onto Connor as she reiterated firmly, Can you break it? Undeterred, Connor gathered more energy and attacked the gate once more. Another dazzling burst of light erupted, accompanied by thunderous booms that shook their eardrums. Still, the result was astonishing. The gate remained unharmed, as though nothing had happened. Whispers began circulating among the crowd, confused glances darting between Xia Linlin, Connor, and the invincible gate. They couldn't understand how this seemingly ordinary iron gate could withstand such powerful attacks. Some rubbed their eyes, questioning whether they had seen correctly. Others reached out to feel the gate's icy surface, confirming it was indeed real. Xiaoya's complexion worsened as she pointed at Xia Linlin and shrilled, What trick have you played? What's wrong with this gate? Without immediate response, Xia Linlin turned her head towards Xia Qingqing, a mischievous sparkle flashing in her eyes. Qingqing, do you know what's going on here? Baffled, Xia Qingqing shook his head. He, too, was thoroughly perplexed by all that had transpired. When did his sister become this strong? What was special about this gate? Curiosity filled his mind, compelling him to seek answers urgently. Xia Linlin, observing Xia Qingqing's inquisitive gaze, slightly smiled again, then slowly explained, Actually, this gate. Pausing deliberately, her gaze swept over the onlookers before settling on Xiaoya and Connor. It belongs to the Yin family. Xiaoya hesitated, evidently struggling to grasp the implications of Xia Linlin's words. Furrowing her brow, she questioned, And family? What does that mean? Connor's brows furrowed tightly, seeming to catch on to something. His intense stare was fixed on Xia Linlin, attempting to pierce through her. Xia Linlin refrained from further explanation, instead offering a knowing smile. Raising her hand slowly, she tenderly caressed the cold iron gate, treating it as a treasured artifact. The Yin family's possessions aren't meant for just anyone to tamper with. Unconsciously, Connor's fingers twitched as a peculiar pressure settled over him, akin to a mountain pressing heavily upon his chest, leaving him breathless. Instinctively, he stepped backward, caution filling his eyes. He mumbled, the name invoking an ominous premonition within him. Xia Linlin silently sighed, recalling the weight of the Yin surname in Pulicheng, creating an atmosphere so heavy that it felt as though the air itself had frozen. She closed her eyes, and familiar faces appeared in her mind. They were the members of the prestigious families within Pulicheng. Each person bore a proud expression, as though the surname in itself was a symbol of inherent superiority. She gently caressed the iron gate, its icy texture passing through her fingertips, as if telling her that this was not merely a door, but also a symbol of the Yin family. Xia Linlin thought about Xia Qingqing's father, an esteemed general. The empire's protective measures for those of the Xia bloodline made her heart reflect deeply. Xia Qingqing's father, always a serious and resolute man, had used his wisdom and strength to provide shelter for their family. And she, as Xie Qingqing's elder sister, despite being a traveler from another world, still shouldered the responsibility of protection. She felt the heavy burden on her shoulders, yet at the same time, she experienced a hint of warmth. The strength of the family gave her boundless support and courage. Nevertheless, Xie Linlin reflected on how the original body had refused to use the name of the Yin family, causing her to be looked down upon by Qiaoya, and regret swelled within her heart. The childishness and selfishness of the original body had brought her much trouble, complicating her situation even more. She knew that if only the original body had faced her identity openly, perhaps many things would never have happened. But now, she could only re-earn the respect she deserved through her every word and action. Xie Linlin opened her eyes and calmly surveyed the surrounding people. Her gaze was filled with determination, as if telling everyone that she was no longer the meek Xie Linlin who let herself be bullied. She sighed lightly, muttering softly, "The belongings of the Yin family are not something anyone can touch." Though her voice was low, it cut into everyone's hearts like a sharp blade. Qiaoya still didn't understand what Xie Linlin meant. Furrowing her brow, she asked perplexedly, "You say this gate is of the Yin surname? What does that mean?" Xie Linlin did not answer, merely smiling faintly, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. She turned towards Xie Qingqing and said quietly, "Qingqing, let's go." Xie Qingqing nodded, following closely behind Xie Linlin as their figures gradually disappeared from the crowd's view. Left behind, the crowd still muttered among themselves, filled with confusion and speculation. Qiaoya's frown deepened, her exquisite face contorted by confusion. Her wide eyes stared helplessly at Xie Linlin, unable to grasp what "this gate belongs to the Yin" implied. Her mind went blank, all her previous understanding overturned by Xie Linlin's seemingly casual words. She tried to open her mouth, wanting to say something, but found herself incapable of forming coherent sentences. Subconsciously, she touched the ice-cold iron gate with her fingers. The coolness of the metal penetrated through her fingertips into her nerves, making her more confused. This was just a regular iron gate after all, so why did Xie Linlin say it belonged to the Yin? Could this gate really have something special? Her eyes brimmed with bewilderment, looking at a puzzle she couldn't possibly understand. She had no idea what game Xie Linlin was playing. Unlike Qiaoya's bewilderment, there was a flicker of hidden alertness in Connor's eyes. He tightly fixed his stare on Xie Linlin, trying to decipher any hints from her expression. When he had condensed his power to attack the iron gate, the sensation akin to striking solid steel lingered in his fingertips, yet the gate remained completely unharmed. This made him extremely uneasy. Xie Linlin's words echoed repeatedly in his mind, each word penetrating his nerves like fine needles, forcing him to take them seriously. He sensed that Xie Linlin's statements weren't baseless. Her tone was full of confidence and mockery, as though she knew secrets that eluded him. Could this gate indeed carry a deeper significance? Or, did the "and" that Xie Linlin mentioned refer to some force? A strange uneasiness arose in Connor's heart. He gazed intently at the iron gate, striving to uncover its mysteries, yet finding nothing. Xie Linlin observed Qiaoya and Connor's reactions, her lips curling slightly upward in an amused smile. She slowly scanned the surrounding crowd, whose faces brimmed with curiosity and conjecture, yet none dared to speak rashly. As if subdued by an invisible aura, they were hesitant to break the fleeting silence. An indescribable tension permeated the air, akin to calm before a storm, as everyone awaited what was about to happen next. She took a deep breath, sensing the coldness of the air, as if hearing her own heartbeat echo. Her gaze ultimately settled on Qiaoya, her tone tranquil yet suggestive. Apparently, some do not realize the implications of the Yin family in Pulicheng. Xie Linlin didn't say anything more. She merely smiled faintly, then turned and walked towards Xie Qingqing, leaving behind the stunned crowd and the icy, mysterious iron gate. Chapter 47. Matters settled, people depart. The crowd dispersed as swiftly as receding tides, leaving the once bustling street, now only with sparse footfalls that echoed hollowly against the cobblestone pavement. Those who had earlier been peeking curiously, soon after hearing the surname, were as if their throats had been gripped by an invisible hand. They bowed their heads and hurried away quickly, fearing to be dragged into some unknown vortex. In the air hung a heavy silence, as though even the wind had held its breath. Zhao Ya's face transitioned from initial shock, gradually becoming ashen, then finally settling into an expression of deep resentment. She fixated her gaze fiercely on Xie Linlin's retreating back, her nails digging deeply into her palms until it was almost drawing blood. The accursed Xie Linlin, your triumph won't last long. Zhao Ya hissed through clenched teeth, her voice as faint as a mosquito's hum, but filled with an indelible hatred. She clenched her fists tightly, the knuckles turning blue-white, as if trying to channel all her fury there. With a fierce glare at the cold iron gate, she turned and vanished into the fading twilight, leaving behind only a low curse, nearly inaudible, like a venomous snake quietly flicking its tongue. The iron gate creaked shut, cutting off all the noise outside. Within the gate, Xie Qingqing's gaze remained steadily fixed on Xie Linlin, carrying hints of both curiosity and disbelief. He slowly walked to Xie Linlin's side, his tone laced with a subtle confusion. "Sis, how did you know the method to activate the protective system?" This question rippled like a stone thrown into a tranquil lake, sending ripples outward. Xie Linlin paused momentarily in her step, but didn't turn around, replying briefly, "It's a secret." Her voice was soft, yet carried an unyielding determination. The remaining rays of sunset illuminated her figure, encircling her in a golden halo, making her appear exceptionally mysterious. Xie Qingqing attempted to ask again, but was interrupted by Xie Linlin raising her hand. She stretched, her tone relaxed and casual. "I'll rest for a bit. Call me when dinner's ready." With that, she headed straight toward her room, leaving Xie Qingqing standing alone, his gaze complex. Xie Qingqing stared at Xie Linlin's retreating back, his lips moving but ultimately saying nothing. With a sigh, he turned toward the backyard, picking up the knife leaning against the corner of the wall and heading toward the chicken coop. A flash of cold light gleamed along the edge of the blade under the setting sun, followed by a sharp cry of a rooster. Crimson blood splashed onto the earth, spreading rapidly. Xie Linlin did not look back, ascending the wooden steps with light steps. The wooden staircase groaned softly under her weight, its sound distinct within the quiet courtyard. She could feel Xie Qingqing's eyes lingering on her back, much like a spotlight wanting to expose all her secrets. However, she had no intention of explaining. Some things are neither explainable nor necessary to clarify. "Qingqing, do you dare slaughter a chicken?" Xie Linlin suddenly spoke, a trace of barely perceptible laughter in her voice. This question, like a small pebble dropped into the lake of doubts in Xie Qingqing's mind, sent out ripples. Taken aback, he hesitated with shifting eyes before sighing helplessly. "Sis, you're dodging the topic again." Xie Linlin pushed open her door, stepped into her room, and gently closed the door behind her, shutting out Xie Qingqing's frustration and confusion. She did not answer his question, just allowing the corner of her mouth to lift into an enigmatic smile. Xie Qingqing walked to the chicken coop, where the setting sun cast his shadow exceedingly long upon the ground, projecting a distorted shape. He took a deep breath, gripping the kitchen knife more firmly. Inside the chicken coop, several fat hens were leisurely pecking grains, completely unaware of the impending peril. His gaze settled on one hen whose feathers were glossy. He pushed the chicken coop door hard, producing a shrill squeak, startling the chickens who flapped their wings in every direction. With quick reflexes, he grabbed the chosen hen, pinning it to the ground. The sharp blade slashed the air, creating another cold streak of light. Accompanied by a high-pitched cry, warm blood spurted forth, staining the ground red. At the same moment, Xie Linlin stood up and casually picked up a chair, heading towards her room. Her movements were natural and fluid, without any hesitation, as if none of what had just happened concerned her at all. The sunlight filtered through the window, bathing her body in a golden glow. She pushed the door open, entered her room, lightly placed the chair down, then turned and closed the door, sealing herself off from the outside world. The room was very quiet, only punctuated by her soft breathing and occasional chirps of insects from outside. She walked to the bedside, slowly sat down, and her gaze fell on a book on the nightstand. Some things are ultimately meant to be faced. She murmured softly to herself, with a hint of an almost imperceptible sigh in her tone. Xie Linlin walked into the room, turned around, and closed the door, shutting out the deepening twilight outside. The room was small, with a wooden bed taking up most of the space. The bedsheet had been washed until it was nearly white, embroidered with a few faded flowers. She sat by the bed, and the mattress emitted a faint creak, as a smell of aged wood mixed with a faint mildew wafted into her nostrils. She paid no attention, instead closing her eyes and deeply inhaling. The familiar scent brought her a strange sense of comfort. As for the protective system, it was all a coincidence. The original owner, Xie Linlin, was capricious and willful, often rummaging through boxes looking for valuables. That day, she accidentally found an old property certificate, from which a thin piece of paper fell. On it, written in elegant handwriting, were instructions on how to activate the protective system. The original Xie Linlin didn't know its value and casually tossed it aside, only for the present Xie Linlin to pick it up by chance. Xie Linlin opened her eyes, and her gaze landed on a wooden bird carved and placed on the nightstand. The bird was intricately carved, lifelike as if ready to take flight at any moment. It was crafted by Xie Qingqing for her birthday. Though slightly rough, it was the most treasured item she owned in this family. She extended her finger and gently caressed the smooth feathers of the wooden bird, her thoughts drifting far away. She wasn't sure what would happen next. Zhao Ya's venomous glare made her feel a subtle unease. But at that moment, she simply wanted to rest well. "Hopefully, I can sleep soundly tonight," Xie Linlin muttered softly, her voice laced with a trace of fatigue barely detectable. She stood up and walked to the window, pushing it open slightly. A fresh night breeze, carrying the fragrance of soil, flowed into the room, dispersing the stagnant air. Outside the window, night fell, and the stars twinkled like sparkling gems scattered across the vast, dark sky. Xie Linlin gazed at the starry sky, her eyes hazy, as though wanting to merge herself into the boundless universe. Suddenly, the wailing cry of a baby broke the tranquility of the night, making Xie Linlin turn her head sharply. Chapter 48. Mumu, I'm your sister, not your mother. The baby's cry was sharp and urgent, like a tiny needle piercing the calm of the night. Xie Linlin immediately followed the sound, pushing open the bedroom door to see Sure holding Mumu, gently swaying. Mumu's little face was bright red, shouting, "Ah, ah," in his mouth while his small fists waved around. "What's wrong?" Xie Linlin walked quickly over, her tone laced with a trace of concern. "Maybe he's hungry." Sure furrowed her brows slightly, offering the milk bottle towards Mumu's mouth. But Mumu wouldn't cooperate. His little head shook from side to side as he continued to cry pitifully. Just then, he suddenly stopped crying, his small eyes fixed on Xie Linlin, uttering an indistinct call, "Ma, ma." That one word felt like a bolt of lightning striking the top of Xie Linlin's head. She froze in place, her heart leaping. a complex swirl of emotions rising within her. She walked to the edge of Mumu's toy castle, crouching carefully, testing the waters with a question. Mumu, I'm your sister, not your mother. Mumu seemed to understand what she said. He tilted his little head, looking at Xia Linlin more carefully before splitting into a toothless grin and giggling, his small body wiggling excitedly as his pudgy hands waved in the air. Seeing Mumu's innocent and carefree smile, Xia Linlin's heart softened too. She extended one finger, gently poking Mumu's chubby cheek, the texture fine and soft like freshly baked tofu. Be careful, don't let him choke. She spoke as she stood up, turning back into the room. Inside the room, Xia Qingqing was bent over the table writing something. Upon hearing footsteps, she looked up, curiosity in her eyes. Sis, what's wrong? Nothing. Mumu woke up, and Sure is feeding him. Xia Linlin moved to the table, picking up a water cup and pouring herself a glass of warm water. Oh yeah. Qingqing, I plan to start a live stream soon. What do you think? Xia Qingqing nodded, her eyes returning to the textbook in front of her. A live stream? Sure, but sis, what are you going to stream? Just stewing chicken soup. Half an hour later, Xia Linlin sat in front of the live stream camera, giving the audience a brilliant smile. Hello everyone, good evening. Today I'll be streaming a simple yet nutritious chicken soup. The live stream filled instantly with many viewers, comments rolling in on the screen. Wow, the host is so pretty. Is this a new host? First time seeing her. What yummy food are we making today? Xia Linlin glanced at the chat, smiling as she responded. Today, I'll be stewing some chicken soup. Any questions, feel free to ask. The host has such a beautiful voice. Is that her natural voice? Is the host single? I have a few handsome interstellar guys I could introduce if needed. Xia Linlin chuckled, preparing the ingredients while chatting with her viewers, creating a relaxed and joyful atmosphere in the stream. She picked up the pot and poured in cold water, glancing at the screen lightly saying, First, blanch the chicken in cold water. Just then, the room's door was pushed open. Xia Qingqing poked her head in, mumbling something Xia Linlin didn't catch before retreating and softly closing the door again. Xia Linlin placed the prepared chicken pieces into the cold water. As the temperature rose, some foam began to emerge. She grabbed a spoon, deftly removing the foam, her motions skillful and natural. Now all this foam needs to be skimmed off, for the soup to be clear and taste better. While narrating, she interacted with her viewers, occasionally answering questions from the chat, keeping the atmosphere lively and enjoyable. Unfortunately, there's no mushrooms or black fungus at home, otherwise it would have been even tastier. Xia Linlin expressed a hint of regret towards the camera, taking the nearby salt shaker and sprinkling a light amount inside. Now add a bit of salt, adjusting the flavor. Transparent grains of salt sparkled faintly under the light, falling into the bubbling chicken soup before vanishing swiftly. A subtle salty aroma gradually spread. Xia Linlin breathed it in deeply, closing her eyes contentedly. It smells amazing. Audience members in the live stream were enticed by the fragrance, numerous messages popping up saying things like, I want a drink, or, it looks delicious. At that moment, a series of gift effects appeared suddenly on the screen. A viewer named Interstellar Little Eater sent a luxurious starship with a message. The chicken soup the host made looks incredibly tempting, definitely worth supporting. Xia Linlin, looking at the screen full of gift effects, a surprised smile lit up her face. Thank you, Interstellar Little Eater, for your generous gift. You're too kind. She sincerely thanked this viewer, a warm current surging through her heart. It seemed that her live streaming journey was going much more smoothly than she had imagined. She adjusted the gas stove to low heat, then covered the pot and exhaled softly in relief. All right, now we just have to wait for the chicken soup to slowly cook. In the meantime, let's have a little chat. She gave the camera a gentle smile, a trace of anticipation in her eyes. Chapter 49, Laughable Scandal. By the way, tomorrow I'm going to try making a new type of dessert called Nebula Flaky Pastry. Just as Xia Linlin began her sentence, a livestream connection request popped up on the screen. The sender was none other than the top interstellar game streamer, Jui. Xia Linlin felt slightly surprised, but still clicked agree. After the connection was established, Jui's handsome face appeared in one corner of the screen. Unlike his usual vibrant and confident demeanor, his brows were furrowed now, and he looked a bit weary. Linlin, I sincerely apologize to you first. Jui's voice was deep, tinged with regret. Xia Linlin paused for a moment, then smiled gently. It's fine, last time's livestream incident wasn't your fault anyway, I don't mind it anymore. She referred to the previous instance when their livestream was interrupted due to network fluctuations. No, it's not about last time. Jui lowered his head even more, his voice growing deeper and carrying a sense of disappointment. Xia Linlin frowned slightly, feeling a trace of confusion rising in her heart. Then what happened? Jui took a deep breath, seemingly trying hard to gather his courage. Linlin, have you recently seen any posts in the live streaming section? Jui hesitated, eventually sighing and saying, Linlin, there are some posts in the live streaming section about you and me, and they're not good. Xia Linlin blinked her eyes. She usually didn't care much about such rumors online. Posts? What do they say? I rarely look at those kinds of things. Her tone was relaxed, as if she were talking about how nice the weather was today. Jui didn't expect Xia Linlin to react this way, and the words he had prepared got stuck in his throat for a moment. He opened and closed his mouth several times before finally saying, You should just take a look yourself. Xia Linlin arched an eyebrow, her curiosity piqued. She indeed didn't pay much attention to posts in the live streaming area normally. First, deciphering interstellar text was somewhat difficult for her. Second, she thought it was better to spend time researching a few new recipes instead of wasting it on trivial matters. However, Since Julie had said this, it must be serious. She swiped her hand through the air, calling up the live streaming section page, projecting the screen onto the wall. Let me see what they've written. Xia Linlin muttered as she squinted her eyes, working hard to make out the complex interstellar text that seemed slightly alien to her. The light from the screen illuminated her face, making her originally fair skin appear even more translucent. Her long fingers moved through the air, scrolling through comments that flashed by her eyes. Due to her unfamiliarity with interstellar text, the process was slow and laborious, like an old starship navigating through an asteroid field. She furrowed her brow slightly, feeling a hint of frustration rise within her. This interstellar script was more trouble than dissecting a mutated octopus. What does this say? Xia Linlin pointed to one comment, muttering to herself. It says we conspired to scam money. Jui's voice was so low it could barely be heard, his cheeks red like a fully ripened red fruit. He sneaked a glance at Xia Linlin, but saw a faint smile on her lips, seemingly not angry. Xia Linlin pointed to another comment and read it aloud. It says, Xia Linlin and Jui are dating secretly behind our backs. As she read each sentence, Jui's face grew redder, nearly appearing blood red by the end. He felt his heart pounding like a drumbeat, as though it would leap out of his chest. The room was deathly silent, only the soft rustling sound of constantly scrolling comments on the virtual screen breaking the silence, like countless ants gnawing at his nerves. He could even hear his own rapid breathing, loud and clear in the quiet room. And this one, Xia Linlin continued reading with great interest. It says we've known each other for a long time. This cooperation was pre-planned, all aimed at creating hype. Each sentence she read felt like a heavy hammer striking Jui's heart, almost making him unable to catch his breath. He clenched his fists tightly, sweat trickling down his palms. He felt his cheeks burning hot, as if they were being scorched by fire. Ha! Xia Linlin suddenly burst into laughter, her crisp laughter echoing in the room, pleasant as tinkling wind chimes. How amusing these stories are. She laughed uncontrollably, her shoulders shaking slightly, even tears forming in the corners of her eyes. She lightly wiped away the tear in the corner of her eye and continued. This plotline would be perfect material for some space drama series. Jui paced anxiously like an ant on a hot griddle, unable to sit still. Linlin, this is no joke. These posts will damage your reputation significantly. You need to clarify immediately. His voice trembled slightly, as if he were about to fall apart at any moment. He reached out to touch Xia Linlin but stopped midway, his hands suspended in the air, looking completely at a loss. Xia Linlin still wore a smiling face, as if she didn't care about this matter at all. Clarify? Why should I clarify? I find it quite amusing. She patted Jui's virtual image and said with a relaxed tone, Don't worry, I'm fine. At that moment, a large number of unfamiliar IDs suddenly flooded into the comment section of the live streaming room, starting to attack Xia Linlin fiercely. I knew there was something wrong with her. She's definitely a fraud. Colluding with Jui to cheat for money. How disgusting. Get out of the live streaming world. Linlin. Jui's voice carried a hint of pleading. Do you really? Hush. Xia Linlin raised one finger, placing it on her lips to interrupt Jui. The smile disappeared from her face, replaced by an enigmatic calmness. She stared at the vicious comments on the screen, her eyes deep, as if able to see through everything. It seems like someone wants to play with fire. She muttered softly, a faint trace of coldness in her voice. Jui's voice almost carried a tinge of begging. Linlin, the situation is very serious now. Don't you consider clarifying? Letting these rumors escalate will be very detrimental to you. He worried so much that his palms started to sweat, wishing he could rush into the screen and help Xia Linlin deal with these troubles. Xia Linlin only shook her head lightly, her lips curling into a composed curve. Clarification? That's not my style. She extended her slender fingers, tapping on the table gently, producing crisp sounds that seemed to echo directly onto Jui's heart. Instead of passively explaining, why don't we take the initiative? What do you think? On the screen, those strange accounts rushed in like a flood, drowning the comment section with hateful words instantly. I knew there was something wrong with her. She's deliberately hyping herself up for attention. She's colluding with Jui to swindle money. How disgusting. Hitchhiking on Jui's fame. What a shameless act. A self-directed performance, trying to deceive whom? Each comment was like a sharp blade, stabbing at Xia Linlin and also piercing deeply into Jui, who was overwhelmed with anxiety. Linlin, Jui wanted to say something, but didn't know how to begin. He could feel the icy atmosphere radiating from Xia Linlin. Xia Linlin slowly stood up, walking to the window and overlooking the brightly lit city below, her gaze deep and cold, like a freezing star shining in the night sky. Noisy. She spoke softly, her words filled with indisputable authority despite their quietness. She turned around, her eyes landing on those wildly shouting accounts on the screen, a chilly curve appearing on her lips. The game has just begun. Xia Linlin's fans in the live streaming room saw these defamatory remarks and immediately erupted into chaos. What used to be a harmonious and friendly comment section instantly transformed into a battlefield full of smoke. Our goddess Linlin isn't like this. Which corner of nowhere did these black-hearted people come from, daring to slander our Linlin? All of Linlin's recipes are public. She earned her money through hard work. Where does fraud come into the picture? With Jui's skills, would he need Linlin to stir up publicity? Isn't that funny? You keyboard warriors hiding behind screens. How dare you challenge Linlin? Give your address if you're brave enough to fight her one-on-one. Enraged fans became like mother lions protecting their cubs, quickly turning into keyboard warriors to engage in fierce arguments against those unfamiliar IDs. Acting so innocent. Who knows what shady deals are going on behind closed doors? A strange ID commented sarcastically, filled with mockery and disdain. Yeah, maybe they agreed upon it long ago and were just pretending in front of us. Another ID echoed, laced with envy and ill intent. What evidence do you have? Why accuse Lin without proof? An old fan retorted furiously, fingers rapidly typing lines of angry texts on the keyboard. Evidence? Do we even need it? Someone like her could never. The stranger's comment was cut off as other fans bombarded the screen with endless question mark and exclamation point, submerging the comment in the vast sea of replies. More unfamiliar IDs swarmed into the live streaming room, spreading suspicion and insults everywhere like locusts sweeping across the land. Disgraceful words like queen of hype, fraud, schemer filled the entire screen, nearly burying Xia Linlin's name entirely. These IDs caused the atmosphere in the live streaming room to become even tenser, further angering Xia Linlin's fans. They acted like knights protecting their goddess, determined to slash down every slanderer who maligned Xia Linlin. Linlin, don't pay attention to them. We believe in you. Exactly, a group of clowns leaping about. Not worth fearing. Linlin, Jiao, keep it up. We will always support you. The encouragement and support from her fans were like a ray of sunshine in winter, warming Xia Linlin's heart. She looked at the supportive comments on the screen, slightly lifting the corners of her mouth to reveal a faint smile. She knew that no matter how many storms lay ahead, she wouldn't be alone because she had so many fans supporting and caring for her. However, those unfamiliar IDs did not stop there, but instead intensified their attacks on Xia Linlin. Don't pretend anymore. Do you think we can't see through you? The more you try to cover it up, the worse it gets. Just wait to get blacklisted. One after another vicious comment appeared like venomous snakes, flicking scarlet tongues, attempting to swallow Xia Linlin whole. The atmosphere in the live streaming room grew increasingly tense, with a much larger storm brewing. It seems tonight's midnight snack needs an extra ingredient. Xia Linlin stared at the malicious comments continuously refreshing on the screen. Chapter 50, A Cat Seeing a Mouse. Xia Linlin looked at the barrage of lately so unlucky comments crazily refreshing on her screen and couldn't help but laugh. This group of black fans was indeed persistent, using all sorts of tricks to try to get under her skin. She picked up her thermos and took a sip of water, the sweet honey pomelo tea sliding down her throat, moisturizing her slightly dry throat. Everyone, please calm down. Xia Linlin's voice carried a trace of laughter as it spread through the microphone to every corner of the live broadcast room. There's no need to clarify for me or argue with them. This level of defamation is enough to meet the criteria for prosecution. She paused briefly, her long fingers lightly tapping the table twice, emitting a crisp sound. 40. Help me look up the clauses in the interstellar law regarding online defamation and organize the materials for me, especially those that are severe enough to result in imprisonment. Her tone was light, as casual as discussing what to eat tonight. The live broadcast room suddenly became quiet, only punctuated by the occasional tip alert sounds. 40. Xia Linlin's intelligent assistant almost instantly gave a response the moment she finished speaking. I have retrieved relevant legal clauses. They will be organized within 3 minutes. The mechanical voice lacked any emotion but unexpectedly felt dependable. Xia Linlin nodded in satisfaction, raising an eyebrow towards the camera. Dear black fan babies, don't rush to leave. There'll be a good show soon. She reached out to pick up the nebula fruit on the table, leisurely peeling off the purple outer skin to reveal the crystal-clear flesh inside. Some people punch fiercely behind their keyboards, but in real life, they're meek and submissive. Do you really think the cyber world is a place beyond the law? Wait for your lawyer letters. Xia Linlin took a bite of the nebula fruit, its sour-sweet juice bursting in her mouth, making her mood even better. 40. Let me know once it's ready, she said absent-mindedly while chewing on the fruit. The materials have been prepared and sent to your personal terminal. 40's voice rang out again. Xia Linlin opened her terminal, quickly scanning through the materials, the smile on the corner of her lips gradually deepening. Wow, these situations seem quite serious. She intentionally stretched the ending of her sentence, her gaze sweeping over the IDs still clamoring on the screen. Hold on. Xia Linlin suddenly stopped, her eyes fixed on the screen. Those comments, where did they go? Ninai widened his eyes, his finger hesitating for half a second on the glowing screen before slowly typing out a question mark. He watched the barrage in Xia Linlin's live broadcast room continuously rolling with host is awesome comments, feeling his perception being refreshed. Just now, those aggressive black fans disappeared like this? This was almost as unbelievable as interstellar pirates suddenly reforming themselves. Ninai rubbed his eyes, confirming he wasn't mistaken. Those malicious comments were truly gone, replaced by screens full of 666, and the host is mighty. He couldn't help but swallow, his admiration for Xia Linlin surging endlessly like a river. This sister was just too cool. At this moment, 40's voice sounded, the tranquil electronic tone reverberating in the live broadcast room. According to Article 374 of version 11 revised in the year 391 of the Kanglan Empire Star Calendar, if someone spreads false or distorted information online, incites disorder, causing serious chaos in public order, they may be sentenced to 3 to 7 years of fixed-term imprisonment and fined. Less severe circumstances may lead to sentences below 3 years, detention, control, and fines. 40 paused for a moment, then continued. According to Article 375, anyone openly defaming others or fabricating facts to slander others, if the circumstances are serious, will be sentenced to less than 3 years imprisonment, detention, control, or deprivation of political rights. Such crimes are prosecuted upon reporting, except when it seriously endangers social order and national interests. When actions described in the first paragraph occur via information networks, and the victim reports to the People's Court but has difficulty providing evidence, the court may request assistance from public security authorities. After listening to 40's summary, a mischievous smirk curved Xia Linlin's lips. She extended her delicate fingers, lightly tapping on the desk, producing a crisp sound that broke the brief silence in the live broadcast room. TSK, this sentencing is pretty heavy. She elongated her words, her eyes scanning the now empty comment section, regret lacing her tone. It's a pity. I actually wanted to educate them a bit. However, Xia Linlin shifted the topic, a mischievous glint flashing in her eyes. 40, help me check the registration information of those accounts from before, especially. She deliberately paused, tapping her fingers on the glowing screen. The one called Universe's #1 black fan. I've taken note of him. Xia Linlin looked at the now empty comment section, her smile growing wider. Those accounts that were loudly shouting just moments ago had vanished like retreating tides, leaving behind only a few clueless viewers still sending messages asking, what happened? Did they run? Xia Linlin raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with mockery. Can they really escape? Her slender fingers swiftly slid across the glowing screen as she pulled up already organized clauses of interstellar law, showing them to the camera. Did you see that, everyone? According to the interstellar laws of the Kanglan Empire, cyber defamation carries legal responsibilities. She pointed at one of the clauses, emphasizing her words. For serious circumstances, there is a sentence of less than 3 years imprisonment, detention, control, or deprivation of political rights. Of course, there are also fines. As Xia Linlin said the word fines, excitement gleamed in her eyes, as if she could already see coins flowing into her account. This time, I'm not only going to make them publicly apologize, but also compensate for my mental anguish. Xia Linlin clenched her fists, her tone resolute. I am a law-abiding citizen. How can I allow them to defame me freely? I will let them know that the internet is not beyond the law. Defamation comes with a price. She seemed to already foresee herself winning the case, her smile becoming more pronounced. 40, contact the interstellar law firm for me. I'm suing them. Her tone was filled with confidence, as if victory was already within reach. I'll make them lose everything, so poor they can't even afford to sell their underwear. Xia Linlin thought viciously, almost seeing her opponents begging for mercy on their knees. This affront, she would definitely settle. Oh yes. Xia Linlin suddenly remembered something, her eyes twinkling craftily. 40, help me look up the real identities and addresses of these accounts. I want to. She paused, her tone turning ominous. Send them lawyer letters. In the live broadcast room, a sudden comment popped up, interrupting Xia Linlin's slightly enthusiastic legal education moment. Whoa, I was about to take screenshots and go expose them on forums, but all the black comments are gone. Is this real? Let me check. I can't see them either. They're all gone. Deleted too fast. The fans exclaimed, and the screen was quickly flooded with post-deletion chatter. Xia Linlin's previously smiling lips stiffened slightly, her eyes quickly scanning the comment area, where indeed all the offensive remarks had disappeared as cleanly as though erased by an eraser. She chuckled softly twice, her laughter tinged with regret, sounding as though she were mourning the loss of ducks already in her mouth, or perhaps mocking the cowardice of black fans like mice. Her long fingertips lightly tapped on the desk, producing a tada, crisp sound, like an unheard rhythm landing on the hearts of the audience in the live stream room. I wanted to give them a little legal education. Seems like they realized what wrong they did, didn't they? Xia Linlin's tone was cheerful, as though the one who was ready to sue earlier wasn't her. But her eyes flickered with sharp intelligence, like a crouching leopard waiting to pounce. In front of his screen, Ninai was completely stunned by Xia Linlin's actions. Looking at the full screen of The Host is Awesome and 666, he felt as though he were watching a sci-fi blockbuster, and Xia Linlin was the unseen master pulling all the strings. He couldn't help but swallow hard, his fingers rapidly typing on the keyboard. Sis Linlin, you're truly amazing. Those black fans are just like rats. They ran away once they saw a cat. Nineye's message carried uncontrollable excitement, and he could almost imagine the expression Xia Linlin would have upon reading it. Right, sis? Were you serious about making them pay you back earlier? Another fan chimed in teasingly. Xia Linlin glanced at the comments left by fans on the screen, her lips curling upward into a meaningful smile. Without directly replying, she turned her gaze to the lens and spoke with a tone laced with playful mockery. Compensation, naturally, was serious. I dislike people owing me money the most. She paused briefly, her tone lightening. But since they've already fled, let it be then. After all, we're all law-abiding good citizens. As she spoke, she reached out to pick up the nebula fruit on the table, peeling it methodically. The purple skin slid off under her fingers, revealing the translucent fruit flesh, which glistened temptingly under the lighting. She took a bite, the sour-sweet juice bursting in her mouth, lifting her mood even higher. At this moment, Xia Linlin's brows furrowed slightly as she gazed at the now-empty comment section, her eyes narrowing thoughtfully. She felt that things were not as simple as they seemed. The reactions of those black fans appeared too fast and too uniform, as if someone was pulling the strings from behind the scenes. 40. Xia Linlin murmured softly into the air. Chapter 51. Wanting to see Jui fail. Xia Linlin looked at the empty comment section, and the sweetness of the Xingyun fruit seemed to fade slightly. Occasionally, a few normal comments would appear on the screen only to quickly disappear, as if erased by an invisible hand. She lightly tapped the desktop with her neatly trimmed nails, producing crisp, tap-tap sounds. Each tap resonated in her heart, breaking the calmness she had been feeling. This was no longer the action of regular haters. Someone was clearly manipulating things behind the scenes, deliberately targeting her. Humph. Xia Linlin gave a cold laugh, putting down the Xingyun fruit, her slender fingers moving swiftly over the light computer to check the back-end data. The number of viewers continued to rise steadily, and there were no abnormal fluctuations in the tip amounts, but the comment section seemed to be set up with an automatic cleanup program. Any message disappeared within 3 seconds. Who had she offended? Xia Linlin's mind raced, trying to find the reason. Her recent broadcast had gone smoothly, with positive content that did not touch on any sensitive topics. Could it be a competitor? A communication request popped up. It was Jui. Xia Linlin answered, and Jui's concerned voice came immediately. Linlin, what's wrong with your live stream? The comment section seems to have problems. Someone is playing tricks. Xia Linlin's tone was calm, as if talking about something trivial. Don't worry, it's just a minor issue. Do you need me to help investigate? There was a hint of concern in Jui's voice. No need. Xia Linlin declined Jui's offer kindly. Just a small wave, no need to make a big deal out of it. The broadcast must continue. She picked up the Xingyun fruit again and took a bite, letting the sour-sweet juice spread in her mouth, which somewhat dispersed the slight shadow in her heart. She got up and walked towards the kitchen, preparing to check the sandpot chicken soup prepared for the broadcast. I wonder how it turned out. She murmured softly, pushing open the kitchen door. Linlin, you actually used a sandpot. Behind her, Jui's voice was filled with surprise. Xia Linlin stepped into the kitchen, and the strong aroma of chicken soup greeted her nose, mixed with the unique earthy smell of the sandpot. It helped ease her slightly irritable mood. On the countertop sat a solid clay sandpot, bubbling away and emitting steam. The creamy white soup inside churned, with golden pieces of chicken intermittently visible. Linlin, you actually used a sandpot. Jui's voice came from behind, filled with astonishment, and through the virtual screen, Xia Linlin could even feel his incredulous tone. Xia Linlin smiled and gently stirred the soup with a spoon, enhancing its aroma further. Indeed, I went to great lengths to acquire it. Her tone carried a faint sense of pride. In the Star Age, such ancient cooking utensils had long been phased out, replaced by various high-tech cooking devices. Finding a genuine sandpot was more difficult than climbing to heaven. This particular sandpot was one she discovered accidentally in an antique shop not long ago. The owner didn't know its true value, so she bought it at a low price. This thing is quite rare nowadays. Xia Linlin scooped up a spoonful of soup, blew gently on it, and took a sip. The timing is perfect. She nodded in satisfaction. Friends watching the live stream, do you smell it yet? Xia Linlin said to the camera, winking playfully. Almost as soon as her words fell, the comment section finally saw a few messages appear. Wow, so fragrant. What kind of divine aroma is this? Streamer, is this chicken soup? Looks so delicious. Sandpot. Wow, it's actually a sandpot. Where did the streamer buy it? I want one too. Although the comments still vanished instantly, their numbers were obviously greater than before, and the content was much more positive. Xia Linlin's lips curled slightly upward. It seemed that the sandpot chicken soup unexpectedly brought a new opportunity to her live stream. As she was about to taste the soup again, suddenly, a hurried knock came at the door. Sister Linlin, something happened. It was Xia Qingqing's voice, carrying a trace of panic. Coming. Xia Linlin put down the spoon and went to open the door. Xia Qingqing stood at the doorway drenched in sweat, holding a half-eaten nutrition bar. Seeing Xia Linlin, he seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Sister Linlin, I thought you were still streaming. It just ended. Xia Linlin stepped aside to let him in, and an intense aroma of chicken soup filled the air instantly. What's wrong? Why are you so flustered? Xia Qingqing scratched his head sheepishly. I just smelled the fragrance. His eyes locked onto the sandpot on the dining table, and his stomach made an appropriate growling sound. Xia Linlin couldn't help but laugh at his embarrassed look and pointed to the dining table. Go wash your hands. It will be ready soon. Xia Qingqing immediately shot into the bathroom like a little rocket. Xia Linlin returned to the dining table, ladling 2 bowls of chicken soup and adding some chicken and vegetables to the bowls. When Xia Qingqing came back after washing his hands, she handed one of the bowls to him. Eat slowly, it's hot. Xia Qingqing held the bowl, hurriedly took a sip of the soup, and his eyes lit up instantly. Wow, so delicious. Sister Linlin, you're too good at cooking. He wolfed down the chicken in the bowl while praising Xia Linlin. Xia Linlin watched him eat with delight, feeling a warm stream in her heart. She placed a piece of chicken thigh into Xia Qingqing's bowl. Eat more. You're still growing. Xia Qingqing paused for a moment, then put half of his chicken thigh and wings into Xia Linlin's bowl. Sister Linlin, you should eat too. Xia Linlin looked at the chicken in her bowl, her heart swirling with mixed emotions. The old Xia Qingqing used to avoid her as much as possible, but now he was willingly sharing food with her. It seemed her younger brother had truly started to accept her. At that moment, Jui's face suddenly appeared on the holographic projection, making all sorts of funny expressions. Linlin, I want to drink chicken soup too. Save some for me. Xia Linlin's lips twitched, and without hesitation, she called up the holographic page and swiftly disconnected Jui from the live stream. Almost simultaneously, the comment section in the live stream exploded. Great job. The broadcaster is awesome. Finally, it's quiet. My ears were almost deafened by Jui. Support the broadcaster. We just want to see the sandpot chicken soup. Happy comments flooded in like waves, and Xia Linlin happily turned off the live stream. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Xia Linlin opened the door to find Jui standing outside. He had an aggrieved look, with red-rimmed eyes, looking like a large abandoned dog. Sister Linlin, how could you kick me out of the live stream? I'm so sad. He sniffled and gazed at Xia Linlin pitifully. Xia Linlin sighed helplessly. First, I'm not your sister. I'm younger than you. Second, I was eating dinner at home, not doing a food broadcast. Third, can you stop being so dramatic? But I want to taste the chicken soup. Jui acted stubborn, sidling up to Xia Linlin and peeking inside. It smells so good. Linlin, let me try a sip. Xia Linlin, annoyed by his whining, stepped aside to block his view. There's none for you. Go order takeout. Jui grumbled discontentedly. Takeout doesn't taste as good as the chicken soup you make. His eyes flickered mischievously, and suddenly he raised his voice. Sister Linlin, your fans are asking in the live room why you kicked me out. They all say they want to see me drink the chicken soup. Xia Linlin glanced at the live terminal on her wrist. Sure enough, the chat window was exploding. Screens were filled with messages like, Jui drinking chicken soup, Jui don't leave, want to see Jui's humiliation, and such words. A familiar ID traveler under the starry sky kept spamming the screen, sending fleets of virtual starships, with dazzling effects blinding everyone. Xia Linlin silently lowered her head and drank the soup, pretending not to notice. Xia Qingqing curiously stuck his head out. Sister Linlin, who's outside? A nuisance, Xia Linlin replied casually without raising her head. Hearing this, Jui felt even more wronged. Linlin, how can you say such things about me? I am your friend after all. Xia Linlin ignored him and focused on finishing her chicken soup. Only after the last drop did she leisurely open her mouth. Everyone, don't rush. I will upload the detailed recipe and ingredients of the sandpot chicken soup to my blog. As for when I will next live stream chicken soup. She paused, her gaze landing on the forgotten mutated egg in the corner. This, I don't know either. Sister Linlin, what chicken soup are you talking about? And a mutated egg? Is it a new breed? Xia Qingqing asked curiously. Xia Linlin, looking at her brother's innocent eyes, gave a mysterious smile. You'll find out later. Chapter 52, Live Streaming Welfare Backlash. Xia Linlin put down the soup bowl and smiled brightly at the live streaming terminal. Hello everyone. Thank you for waiting. The chat was instantly flooded with messages like, Nine Wild's waifu hug, and Linlin goddess is so beautiful, along with some inquiries about the recipe for the clay pot chicken soup. As Xia Linlin elegantly wiped her mouth, she explained, the recipe will be posted on Xinbo later. You can follow me there. As for when I'll make it again, well, it depends on when I can get mutated eggs again. When will that mutated chicken lay eggs, Linlin? We can't wait anymore. A fan named Traveler Under the Stars asked impatiently, and virtual starship effects dominated the screen once again. Xia Linlin winked mischievously. I can't guarantee this. The growth cycle of mutated creatures is unpredictable. Maybe it will lay an egg tomorrow, or maybe we'll have to wait half a year. Why not just catch that mutated chicken and keep it in captivity? Someone suggested. Xia Linlin shook her head with a smile. That wouldn't work. It would be too stressed out and might stop laying eggs altogether. Moreover, mutated creatures have strong territorial instincts. Forcing its capture could provoke it, leaving us without any chicken soup to drink. At this point, some sharp-eyed viewers noticed Xia Linlin's glossy black hair. Linlin, your hair hasn't changed color yet? Haven't awakened the energy? Isn't going after the mutated chicken too dangerous? Immediately, the chat was filled with messages like, Linlin, be careful, and I volunteer to be hired for catching the chicken, among others. Xia Linlin chuckled softly and tucked a strand of falling hair behind her ear, revealing a delicate profile. Don't worry, I'll take good care of myself. She paused momentarily, then playfully said, all right, as a way to thank everyone for their concern, I've decided to prepare 30 love bento boxes for lucky audiences. How does that sound? After signing off from the live stream, Xia Linlin found Xia Qingqing and handed him a delicate box. This is for you. Xia Qingqing took the box in confusion and opened it, only to find a property certificate inside. He froze, looking up at Xia Linlin. Sis, what? Xia Linlin affectionately ruffled his hair and casually said, from now on, this will be your room. 30 boxes? Too few. Linlin has so many fans now, it's clearly not enough. A fiery red message floated across the screen, followed by a barrage of agreement. Exactly, at least 100 boxes. Linlin, we want to taste your cooking. Xia Linlin looked at the dense messages on the chat, feeling a mixture of emotions. How much did she wish to make more, allowing more people to taste her delicacies? The tempting aroma drifting from the kitchen, blended with the unique fragrance of the mutated ingredients, made her fingers itch. But she knew clearly that 30 portions were already her limit with her current abilities. Preparing those valuable mutated ingredients consumed vast amounts of time and effort. Each step required great caution, and even a slight mistake could ruin the nutritional value and flavor of the food. I know everyone is very enthusiastic. Xia Linlin took a deep breath, speaking sincerely. I really wanted to prepare more bentos, but it's simply beyond my capabilities. You all know how exhausting it was for me even before I started preparing these bentos. Now I also have to do live streams and look after my brother. She paused, rubbing her slightly sore eyes. Right now, I can only try my best to spare time for everyone occasionally. I hope you can understand. Her voice carried a hint of fatigue, yet revealed honesty. The pace of the chat slowed down slightly as some fans began comforting Xia Linlin. Linlin, don't push yourself too hard. We understand. Health is the most important. However, some people continued to be unyielding. Linlin, you can't favor certain fans over others. It won't hurt to make a few more. Xia Linlin looked at these chats, feeling a wave of helplessness rise within her. She was just about to explain further when a different chat appeared on the screen. Wait, Didn't Lin Lin say when she first released her bentos that it was meant for only a portion of the fans to try? Try. Xia Lin Lin hesitated, murmuring to herself. She suddenly remembered the first time she prepared the bentos. Amidst the chaotic chatter of the live room, where virtual gift effects and chats almost obscured Xia Lin Lin's face. Just as she was about to be drowned out by requests to make a little more, a single chat appeared like a pebble cast into a still lake, rippling outward. Wait, didn't Lin Lin say when she first released her bentos that it was meant for only a portion of the fans to try? Then, more similar comments appeared. That's right, Lin Lin has always said the quantity is limited. Moreover, what she sells is so cheap, she hasn't made much money at all. Preparing 30 boxes already shows great sincerity. Some people are really greedy. Seeing these understanding voices, Xia Lin Lin's strained nerves finally relaxed, and the heaviness in her chest dissipated as well. A wave of warmth surged in her heart, and her eyes became slightly moist. It seemed there were still people who understood her. She took a deep breath and gave an honest smile to the camera. Thank you all for your understanding. Truly, I'm very grateful. Her voice was slightly choked up, but it was filled with gratitude. After turning off the live streaming terminal, the room suddenly became quiet. Xia Lin Lin stretched her arms lazily, and a wave of exhaustion swept over her. The kitchen still carried the pleasant aroma of mutated ingredients, mixed with faint grease fumes, which brought her a sense of indescribable satisfaction. She walked to the window, gazing at the dazzling stars outside, deeply inhaling the uniquely fresh air characteristic of the interstellar age. Ching Ching, Xia Lin Lin called out downstairs, her voice crisp and melodious. Moments later, Xia Ching Ching's figure appeared at the staircase. He pursed his lips, looking at Xia Lin Lin with a complex gaze, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Xia Lin Lin gestured for him to come closer. Brother, I called you. Xia Ching Ching stood in front of Xia Lin Lin, lowering his head, his voice muffled. Xia Lin Lin smiled mischievously and took out a delicate box from behind her, handing it to Xia Ching Ching. This is for you. The box wasn't big, but it was exquisitely wrapped, adorned with a pretty bow. Xia Ching Ching received the box absent-mindedly and opened it casually. What caught his eye was not some trinket as he had imagined, but a shiny property certificate. Xia Ching Ching froze, almost dropping the box in his hands. He verified the information repeatedly. The touch of the real paper told him this wasn't a dream. Shock ran through his body like electric currents, and he looked up abruptly, his eyes filled with disbelief. Xia Lin Lin remained silent, just quietly observing Xia Ching Ching, her lips curled with a faint smile. The gentle light of the interstellar era fell on her face, illuminating her tranquil eyes, which carried an underlying anticipation, as if waiting for a student to solve a puzzle. Xia Ching Ching's fingers trembled as he clutched the property certificate. This thin card represented, in the interstellar age where land was worth its weight in gold, owning a space that belonged solely to him. Confused about Xia Lin Lin's actions, his doubts entwined his thoughts like creeping vines. Opening his mouth several times to ask, yet unable to find the right words to express his bewilderment. Curiosity and perplexity intertwined in his eyes, forming a mist-like fog, obscuring his mind. Sis this. Xia Ching Ching finally found his voice, but it was hoarse, akin to sandpaper rubbing against each other. He once again turned to Xia Lin Lin, hoping to find some clues from her calm expression. However, Xia Lin Lin merely smiled softly, reaching out her hand, gently stroking his hair. Do you like it? She asked softly, her tone gentle like the breeze of the Star River. Xia Ching Ching instinctively nodded, then abruptly shook his head. Sis, where did you get the money to buy a house? He tightly held the property certificate, his heart pounding rapidly. This sudden surprise left him uneasy, as if living in a castle in the air that could collapse any time. Xia Lin Lin withdrew her hand, her eyes drifting toward the neon lights twinkling outside the window. After a moment of silence, she turned and walked to Xia Ching Ching's desk, picked up a book, and slowly flipped through it. Chapter 53, Moo Moo the Brave. Xia Lin Lin took the room key from Xia Ching Ching's hand. The thin card skillfully flipped between her fingertips, shimmering with a metallic luster. She placed it back into its elaborate box, making a soft click that seemed to lock away some secret. All right, go back and rest now. Tomorrow's the important day. Xia Lin Lin's voice was calm and resolute, like a tranquilizer pill, yet it left Xia Ching Ching more bewildered. Sis this. Xia Ching Ching's throat tightened as if blocked by something, unable to believe what she saw. Freedom loomed so near, yet so far, like a thin veil, visible but untouchable. He clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, his heart pounding fiercely in his chest, nearly bursting through his ribs. Xia Lin Lin moved Moo Moo's small bed into her own room. After setting it up, she glanced again at Xia Ching Ching. Go back, rest early, and do well tomorrow. Her tone was unwavering, and a faint trace of warmth lingered in her eyes. Xia Ching Ching hesitated, glancing at Xia Lin Lin, then looking at Moo Moo who lay peacefully in the small bed, his heart twisted with conflicting emotions. His mouth opened slightly, wanting to ask something, but ultimately said nothing, silently turning around and leaving the room. The door softly closed behind him. Xia Lin Lin walked over to Moo Moo's crib and gently stroked his cheek. Moo Moo slept soundly, a faint smile on his lips as if dreaming sweet dreams. Xia Lin Lin bent down, pressing a gentle kiss onto his forehead. Good night, my dear baby. She stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the flashing neon lights outside, her gaze deep and tranquil. As night deepened, only a soft floor lamp lit the room, casting a warm yellow glow onto Moo Moo's little bed. Xia Lin Lin gently placed Moo Moo onto a plush carpet, where he appeared curious about this new environment, wriggling his tiny body free of her embrace, like an agile little monkey embarking on a journey of exploration across the carpet. With all fours, Mumu slowly crawled along the carpet, occasionally giggling aloud. He seemed fascinated by everything around him, touching the soft carpet, occasionally gazing up at the ceiling light, or chattering unintelligibly to the wall art above him. Watching Mumu enjoy himself so much, Xia Linlin couldn't help but chuckle wryly. She had originally intended to play with him for a while, but decided against it when seeing how absorbed he was in self-discovery. What an energetic little thing, Xia Linlin whispered in awe, her eyes brimming with affection and comfort. Seated on a nearby couch, she quietly watched Mumu crawl around on the carpet, his small figure casting long shadows that danced along with his every move. When he reached the edge of the carpet, Mumu suddenly paused, seemingly captivated by its intricate patterns. He extended his chubby little fingers curiously toward the patterns carved into the carpet. The complex star cloud motifs looked like a miniature universe, drawing Mumu's full attention. His tender fingers touched the soft texture of the carpet fibers, experiencing the unique sensation. Giggle, giggle, giggle. A clear laugh rang out melodiously like wind chimes echoing throughout the room. He repeatedly prodded the patterns, thrilled by the novelty of discovering something new. Watching this scene, Xia Linlin couldn't suppress the smile blooming at her lips. This child truly embodied cheerfulness. A trivial matter could bring him joy for half a day. It reminded her of herself as a child, once equally curious about the world, driven by an unrelenting thirst for exploration. But over time, the pressures of life and the harshness of reality gradually wore down her sharp edges, numbing her emotions, rendering her increasingly cold. Wah! A loud cry disrupted the silence of the room. Xia Linlin didn't get up right away, but continued watching Mumu calmly. She knew this wasn't born of real sadness. It was his peculiar way of prompting action. He was either hungry or needed a diaper change. Sure enough, Mumu alternated crying and wobbling his bottom, expressing his discomfort subtly. Only then did Xia Linlin stand, skillfully lifting him up. All right, I understand, she cooed gently, rubbing Mumu's back with petting affection. What flavor nutritional liquid would you like today? As she spoke, she headed towards the kitchen. Opening the refrigerator, she sighed at the diminishing supplies inside. Looks like I'll have to make a trip to the market tomorrow. Closing the fridge door, Xia Linlin approached the intelligent terminal in one corner of the living room. Her slender fingers darted across the virtual keyboard swiftly, pulling up the balance on her account. The numbers displayed caused her to frown lightly. This amount of credits is only enough to last a few more days. She quickly drew up a shopping list, adding essentials and some complimentary foods that Mumu might like. As her eyes swept over the increasing items on the list, Xia Linlin sighed inwardly. Raising a child was indeed a huge expense. She massaged her temples and looked at Mumu playing not far away. Wah! Mumu's cry sounded again, this time louder and more urgent than before. Xia Linlin knew this was the little one's signal of hunger. She hurried to Mumu's side, picked him up, and gently coaxed him. Are you hungry, my little treasure? Xia Linlin expertly prepared the nutritional liquid and offered the bottle to Mumu's mouth. Mumu began sucking greedily, making gulping sounds of satisfaction. Xia Linlin, watching Mumu devour it, said, Drink slowly, be careful not to choke. As if understanding Xia Linlin's words, Mumu slightly slowed his sucking speed, sipping while looking up at Xia Linlin and laughing softly. Xia Linlin gently patted his back and spoke softly. Be good, and after drinking, lie down for a nap. Mumu obediently nodded, continuing to drink earnestly. After finishing the last sip, Xia Linlin took the bottle away, gently laying him down on the small bed. Mumu exhaled contentedly, turned over, closed his eyes, and quickly fell asleep. Xia Linlin gazed at the sleeping Mumu, her lips curving upward slightly. She lightly kissed his forehead and rose to go to the window, gazing at the dazzling starry sky outside. Tomorrow, Xia Linlin muttered. Suddenly, there came a slight sound from behind. Xia Linlin turned around and saw that Mumu had woken up at some point, staring at her with wide eyes, his hand reaching out to her while making indistinct sounds. Lie. Mumu's little body wobbled on the carpet like an energetic little fish. He stared at her with big, grape-like eyes, his chubby face full of determination. He waved his tiny hands, babbling in protest, refusing to let Xia Linlin pick him up. His little mouth pouted high, as if saying, I've grown up, no hugs. Xia Linlin helplessly smiled. This little one was becoming increasingly set on his own ideas. She tried to help him up, but Mumu squirmed away like a slippery eel, stubbornly turning his back on her. With his small frame, he conveyed his persistence. He wanted to lie down and drink. Xia Linlin gave in. She adjusted Mumu's small bed, leaning half of her body by it, and extended her hand to bring the bottle close to his mouth. Mumu finally settled down satisfactorily, opening his small mouth to latch onto the teat and gulping down eagerly. He drank with great seriousness, his cheeks puffing up, occasionally making smacking sounds in satisfaction. Xia Linlin looked at him, her eyes filled with so much warmth they seemed ready to drip water. She patiently adjusted the angle of the bottle, ensuring Mumu could smoothly drink every drop of the nutritional liquid. Her arms felt slightly sore, but watching Mumu's contented little expression, all fatigue dissipated. Suddenly, Mumu stretched out his plump little hand, trying to grab the bottle. His tiny fingers fumbled clumsily, attempting to grasp the bottle. Xia Linlin raised an eyebrow slightly in surprise. Did he want to hold it himself? This little guy was full of new surprises every day. She paused, raising the bottle a bit higher to make it easier for Mumu's hand to touch it. Watching Mumu struggle to grasp the bottle, she tentatively asked, Do you want to hold it yourself and drink? Mumu didn't answer, only working harder to wave his little hands, as if using his actions to respond to her question. His small face brimmed with curiosity and excitement to give it a try, his bright eyes tightly focused on the bottle before him, as if it were the most important treasure in his life. Xia Linlin smiled and whispered tenderly, "All right, my little warrior." Her voice carried both indulgence and an ineffable anticipation. Chapter 54. Harsh words cut like the cold of June. Gulugulu. The nutritional liquid slowly flowed into Mumu's little stomach through the nipple, making a faint sound. Xia Linlin gently patted his back until he fell asleep contentedly. The sky outside the window gradually brightened, signaling the start of a new day. Xia Linlin got up and started preparing breakfast. Today was Xie Qingqing's admission test day at Volger Academy, so she specially made a bowl of green vegetable and shredded meat noodles, hoping her younger brother would get a good omen. The steaming noodles exuded a tempting aroma, with the fresh vegetables and tender shredded meat intertwined, greatly stimulating the appetite. Qingqing, it's time for breakfast. Xia Linlin placed the noodles on the table, watching as her younger brother wore his brand new school uniform, a sense of relief surging in her heart. However, the old school bag that hung from his back appeared particularly out of place against the backdrop of the shiny new uniform. She silently noted down that after everything was settled, she must definitely buy a new one for Qingqing. The two took the public hover bus to Volger Academy. The hover bus traveled smoothly in the air, with the windows offering a view of an endless stream of flying vehicles and buildings towering into the clouds. Xia Linlin gazed out the window, lost in thought about the days since she had arrived in this star system, which felt like a dream. When they arrived at the academy, the gates were not yet open, but there were already quite a few students and parents gathered at the entrance. Xia Linlin and Xie Qingqing found a spot near the door to sit and wait quietly. Xia Linlin glanced around, her heart surprisingly calm, as if everything was within her grasp. "Miss, are you Xie Qingqing's guardian?" A stout woman with a bulky figure approached, her tone slightly judgmental. "I am his sister," Xia Linlin politely responded. Sisters also count as guardians. According to the academy's rules, parents or guardians need to be present for the entrance exam. The fat woman nodded and then turned to chat idly with someone nearby. Children these days really have it tough. As the gates slowly opened, the crowd surged into the academy. Xia Linlin and Xie Qingqing followed the crowd to the testing hall, sitting down in their designated seats. A teacher in uniform ascended the podium and began announcing the examination rules. Xie Qingqing is exempt from the first two tests. Upon hearing this statement, murmurs erupted throughout the hall. Why should he be exempted? A shrill voice rang out. Yes, it's unfair. Another voice chimed in agreement. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly grew tense, with various skeptical and discontented gazes directed towards Xie Qingqing. The plump aunt nudged Xia Linlin gently with her elbow. This. Teacher Mont's raised hand signaled for quiet, his voice clear and steady, resonating through the testing hall. Student Xie Qingqing is exempt from the first two foundational tests because his father was a soldier who sacrificed himself for the empire. According to the laws of the empire, children of martyrs receive preferential treatment in entrance exams, as a sign of respect for our heroes and care for their descendants. Xia Linlin was stunned. She knew the original owner's parents had passed away but had never considered the reason behind their deaths. She instinctively looked towards Xie Qingqing, only to see that he too was completely bewildered. It turns out that her younger brother didn't know the real cause of their parents' death either. A warm feeling welled up inside her, and Xia Linlin reached out to clasp Xie Qingqing's hand, giving him an encouraging smile. The surrounding chatter gradually subsided, replaced by various complex looks. Some people showed admiration, some envy, and others a hint of barely perceptible jealousy. The previously judgmental eyes of the stout woman softened as she lightly patted Xia Linlin's hand and said softly, "What a good child. Your parents can rest peacefully wherever they may be." "Humph, it's just a piece of dog-esty luck for an orphan." A sharp female voice came from the crowd, filled with disdain. Following the sound, Xia Linlin saw a woman dressed in a luxurious coat standing in the corner, her face adorned with a disdainful smirk. Teacher Mont's expression immediately darkened, the atmosphere around becoming oppressive, suffocating under the tension. The wind coat-wearing woman seemed completely oblivious to the change in mood, her scornful gaze sweeping over Xie Qingqing once more. Her caustic and condescending voice rose again. "Am I wrong? What qualifications does an orphan without parents have?" Before she could finish, Xie Qingqing's little hand had clenched tightly into a fist, the knuckles pale white from the strain. The entrance exam paper in his hands was crumpled into wrinkles, emitting a faint sound of paper rubbing together. His face flushed red, his chest heaving dramatically, as if he was ready to explode at any moment. Whispers from those around him pierced his young heart like fine needles, causing him feelings of anger and humiliation. He gritted his lower lip hard, striving with all his might not to let tears escape. Xia Linlin stood up abruptly, snatching the crumpled exam paper from Xie Qingqing's hand and gripping it tightly in her own. With her other hand, she forcefully pulled Xie Qingqing up, her delicate wrist bursting with astonishing strength. Xie Qingqing was dazed as he was dragged along, stumbling forward. Walking to the testing crystal ball, Xia Linlin shoved Xie Qingqing in front without hesitation and turned her head towards Teacher Mont, her tone firm and unwavering. "Teacher, please test my brother's gene level now." After speaking, Xia Linlin gave a challenging glance at the windcoat woman and curled the corner of her mouth into a cold smile. That gaze seemed to say, "Aren't you really looking down on us? Then open your eyes wide and take a good look." The windcoat woman was angered by Xia Linlin's glare. She rolled her eyes and pointed disdainfully at Xia Linlin and Xia Qingqing with her fingers painted with bright red nail polish. Her sharp and sarcastic voice rang out again. Teach, two uneducated little brats. Look at your wretched appearance, without even an adult accompanying you. Who knows where you popped out from? Look at your black hair, so pitiable. She deliberately prolonged the tail of the word pitiable, her tone full of contempt and mockery. I wonder if there will be any results from the test. Xia Linlin's fingers slightly curled, almost digging into her flesh. She took a deep breath, about to speak back when a deep voice sounded behind her. My dear madam, aren't you being too harsh? It's just two children. Why must you insult them so cruelly? Xia Linlin turned around to see that it was a corpulent fat ant speaking. She wore a flowered dress and tightly held the hand of a girl with two pigtails. The little girl had big round eyes curiously examining Xia Linlin and Xia Qingqing. The windcoat woman gave the fat ant a condescending glance. The fat ant, upon hearing this, became immediately angry. These kids are here to test their abilities. How can they be called wild children? Moreover, if they occupy a spot, then it is what they deserve. If your daughter is excellent enough, will there not be enough spots for her? This left the windcoat woman speechless, her face turning red with anger. She shrieked. What do you know? This isn't just any ordinary school. This is the Royal Military Academy. Do you have any idea how precious each slot is? If these wild children have used backdoor connections, would that be fair to the other children? As she spoke, her gaze once again fell on Xia Qingqing, malice evident in her tone. He looks like such a poor boy. Clearly. You. Xia Linlin could no longer contain herself. She stepped forward abruptly, pointing at the windcoat woman. Xia Linlin could no longer hold back. She stepped forward suddenly, pointing at the windcoat woman. The rage burning fiercely in her chest threatened to consume her completely. Just as she opened her mouth to rebut, suddenly there came a crisp sound of slap, breaking the relative calmness in the examination hall and sounding particularly abrupt, like a thunderous explosion echoing in everyone's ears. This unexpected sound froze everyone's movements. The windcoat woman's acerbic words were abruptly cut off. Her lips painted with vivid lipstick slightly parted, and her earlier haughty expression instantly stiffened. The fat ant's originally flushed face returned to normal color. Stunned, she looked towards the source of the sound, and the little girl in her hand also stopped curiously looking around, her large eyes opening wide, her small mouth slightly agape. Even Xia Qingqing, who had remained silent all this while, lifted his head, and the solemn expression on Teacher Mont's face cracked slightly. He frowned deeply, his sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd. Two fully armed soldiers at the entrance of the examination hall immediately became alert. They raised their energy rifles slightly, and their wary gazes scanned through the people inside the hall, seemingly searching for any hidden threats. The air was filled with a tense atmosphere, akin to a taut string, ready to snap at any moment. That slap sound, as if a signal, disrupted the original order of the hall, enveloping everyone in an inexplicable sense of unease. What's going on? A low, deep voice broke the silence. The windcoat woman shivered at the sudden crisp sound, and her previously proud head shrunk slightly. But soon, she resumed her haughty demeanor, squinting her eyes, her mouth curved slightly with a mocking smile, as if the earlier shock was just an illusion. Once again, her gaze locked onto Xia Linlin and Xia Qingqing, like a poisonous snake perched in the dark corner, flicking its tongue, sizing up its prey. Her scarlet nails traced an eye-catching streak in the air, as if determined to pin these wild children forever to the pillar of shame. In the hall, people exchanged glances, confusion and unease interwoven in each other's eyes. An eerie silence filled the air, as if even breathing sounds were amplified several times. Some secretly looked around, trying to find the source of the sound, but found nothing. The little girl holding onto the fat ant's hand had also stopped playing around. She clutched her mother's clothing tightly, her round eyes brimming with fear. A noticeable look of confusion appeared on Xia Qingqing's young face as well. Uneasily, he clenched his fists and his small body trembled slightly. Even Teacher Mont frowned deeply, his sharp gaze like whooshing invisible swords sweeping over everyone present, as if trying to uncover any lurking threats. The sound of slap acted like some mysterious signal, tearing apart the originally harmonious atmosphere and leaving behind a giant question mark. This crisp and abrupt sound carried an undeniable force, planting a seed of unease in everyone's heart. The windcoat woman seemed to sense something too. She somewhat reined in her arrogance, yet the contempt in her eyes remained unmitigated. Her lips painted with bright lipstick moved slightly as she was about to speak again, but was interrupted by a deep and slightly hoarse voice. What's going on? Chapter 55, The Woman in the Trench Coat. What's going on? A deep voice came from the back of the crowd, and everyone turned around. A man dressed in a black uniform walked over. He was tall, with broad shoulders, and his steps were steady and powerful. He exuded an air of authority, even without showing anger. Almost simultaneously, a loud noise shattered the strange tranquility of the hall. Bang! Xia Linlin suddenly stood up, hitting the table hard with both hands supporting her weight. Her knuckles turned white as she glared at the woman in the trench coat across from her, her suppressed anger tinged with a faint chill. Say that again? The woman in the trench coat clearly didn't expect Xia Linlin to lash out so suddenly. She paused momentarily, then also rose abruptly, the corners of her lips painted with bright red lipstick curling into a look of disdain. I said, this child, I'm taking it. What? Are you, a little girl, trying to compete with me? As she spoke, a strong smell of perfume wafted through the air, sharp enough to make people nauseous. Xia Linlin took a deep breath, struggling to control her imminent burst of anger. Yet, the heaving of her chest betrayed how intensely emotional she was. The air in the hall seemed to freeze, all those present holding their breaths, anxiously observing the tense confrontation. Slap. The sound of a clear slap echoed throughout the hall, everyone almost feeling the tension in the air. Without hesitation, Xia Linlin raised her hand and struck the trenchcoat woman forcefully. The sudden event stunned everyone, including several soldiers standing guard at the entrance. They had simply been stationed at the door for routine purposes, but now their eyes widened due to the unexpected slap, making the energy rifles in their hands feel heavier. The woman in the trench coat held her cheek where she'd been slapped, staring at Xia Linlin in disbelief, her eyes blazing with almost explosive fury. She suddenly raised her hand, the palm glowing faintly blue, clearly intending to use energy to punish Xia Linlin. You? She gritted her teeth, forcing out a word. The soldiers at the entrance glanced at each other, involuntarily tightening their grip on the energy guns. This sudden conflict caught them off guard. Should they intervene and stop it, or observe silently? They hesitated. Eventually, one of them inconspicuously gave a signal to his companion, causing the heavy metal doors to close slowly, isolating the tension inside the hall from the outside. As she held her rapidly swelling cheek, the stinging pain made her dizzy. She stared at Xia Linlin in disbelief, her eyes burning with fierce rage. Her bright red lipstick now looked unervingly conspicuous, as if blood seeping from her mouth. How dared she? This presumptuous young girl actually hit her in front of everyone? Someone esteemed. She swallowed the words about to pour out, a sense of humiliation rising from her heart like a poisonous snake, coiling tightly around her heart, making it hard to breathe. She pointed trembling fingers at Xia Linlin, her face contorted with a twisted expression like a demon, her sharp voice almost squeezed out from between her teeth. You dare to hit me? You. The air filled with a strong scent of gunpowder. People around barely dared to breathe, afraid of getting caught in this unforeseen storm. The lights in the hall seemed dimmer, casting shadows that heightened the grotesque features of the trench coat woman's expression, adding an element of horror. The blue glow in her palms grew brighter, energy fluctuating more strongly, ready to erupt at any moment. The trench coat woman drew a deep breath, suppressing her rage, slowly lowering her hand while a cold smile curled at the corner of her lips. Excellent, girl. You've successfully enraged me. Each word spoken deliberately, cutting like a blade dipped in poison, piercing straight into Xia Linlin's heart. Wait for me. Xia Linlin laughed coldly, her tone icy as frost. I spared you out of respect for the child. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been just a slap. Her eyes were sharp like knives, gazing directly at the trench coat woman, as though able to pierce through every dark recess of her soul. This seemingly casual sentence stuck deeply like a sharp thorn, jabbing cruelly into the trench coat woman's pride. She had thought that Xia Linlin, being young and hot-headed, acted only impulsively, but never expected her opponent to be so composed, as though that earlier slap was just an offhand gesture, not worth much notice. This disrespect angered her more than the slap itself. The trench coat woman could no longer control her emotions, the blue light emanating from her palm exploding violently, sending a strong wave of energy rippling outward from her center, causing the temperature in the hall to drop suddenly, the air filling with a pungent, burnt odor. With a roar of rage, her voice shrill and grating like a wild beast's cry. You're asking for death. At this critical moment, Xia Linlin made her move. In a flash, she darted forward like lightning, appearing in front of the trench coat woman. She grabbed the woman's wrist that was gathering energy and yanked it with force, pulling the entire body of the trench coat woman right in front of her. The trench coat woman let out a startled cry as her body involuntarily tilted forward, almost colliding with Xia Linlin. The blue glow in her hand flickered inconsistently, and the energy fluctuated chaotically. Xia Linlin tightly gripped the trench coat woman's wrist, her eyes cold as ice, her tone grave. I said, for the child's sake. With a slight increase in pressure, the trench coat woman felt an excruciating pain in her wrist, as if her bones were about to be crushed. Let me go. The trench coat woman's face turned deathly pale, beads of sweat the size of peas appearing on her forehead. She struggled desperately, but could not break free from Xia Linlin's grip. Xia Linlin paid no attention to her struggle. Instead, she tightened her grip even more, her gaze sharp like a blade, her tone filled with warning. If you move again, I'll cripple your hand. The air in the hall froze. Everyone held their breath, tense with anticipation at the sudden, unexpected event. The warriors by the door also tightened their grip on their energy rifles, ready to intervene at any moment. The trench coat woman gritted her teeth, forcing out a word through clenched teeth. Do you know who I am? Xia Linlin gave a cold laugh. I don't need to know who you are. Once again, she increased the pressure, and there was a sharp snap sound from the trench coat woman's wrist. It had clearly fractured. The trench coat woman emitted a piercing scream, her face instantly turning as white as paper. She couldn't believe it. This seemingly delicate girl possessed such ruthless skills. Xia Linlin released her hold, and the trench coat woman collapsed onto the floor helplessly, clutching her injured wrist and moaning in pain. Remember, Xia Linlin looked down at her from above, her tone icy. There are some people you can't provoke. The trench coat woman struggled to lift her head, her eyes brimming with malice and bitterness. You will regret this. Chapter 56, The Golden Light, representing S-Class genes. You will regret this. The woman hissed these words through gritted teeth, her venomous gaze coiling around Xia Linlin like a poisonous snake. Before she could finish, Xia Linlin whipped around and delivered a fierce slap across her face. A sharp smack echoed through the silent hall, piercingly conspicuous. The woman's pale cheek instantly bore 5 clear fingerprints, the fiery pain making her dizzy. Ah! The woman let out a scream, her eyes wide with disbelief. She couldn't believe it. This seemingly delicate girl dared to strike her in front of so many people. Who was she? She was. Before she could flaunt her background, Xia Linlin seized her wrist and twisted it hard. The sound of grinding bones, crack, crack, caused the onlookers to draw in a sharp breath. Pain washed over the woman, her face turning deathly pale, cold sweat pouring down as she struggled helplessly against Xia Linlin's iron grip. Xia Linlin's eyes were cold and steely, warning dripping from her tone. If you move again, I'll break your hand. The air in the hall froze. Everyone held their breath, their gazes fixed on the sudden drama. The warriors by the door tightened their grips on their energy rifles, ready to intervene at any moment. Xie Qingqing stood behind Xia Linlin, his expression complicated as he looked upon this scene. He knew his sister was protecting him, but this dominating posture was something he'd never seen before. Teacher Mingda. Xia Linlin turned to the man standing nearby, his face green with anger. Could you please escort this lady out and add her family to the academy's blacklist? Mingda took a deep breath, suppressing his fury, and waved to the warriors by the door. 2 soldiers immediately stepped forward, hoisting the squirming and cursing woman onto their shoulders, dragging her out of the hall. Her defiant shouts faded away slowly, yet the atmosphere inside the hall remained heavy. Only then did Xia Linlin slowly release her hold, letting out a long sigh. Parents, Mengda's voice broke the silence. I think we need to have a serious discussion about soldiers and their offspring. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, filled with meaning and their importance. Mengda's voice, deep and powerful, resonated throughout the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, whose contributions allow your children to study at the Interstellar Academy and live safely on protected planets? His eyes swept across every parent, eventually resting where the dragged-out woman had been sitting just moments ago. It is the soldiers who battle bloodily on the front lines. They safeguard our homes with their lives and blood, and their progeny inherit their courage and perseverance. They deserve our respect, too. His words struck everyone like a thunderclap, reverberating deeply within each heart. Parents who had been whispering guiltily now lowered their heads, ashamed to meet Mengda's penetrating gaze. Xia Linlin watched Mengda, her initial mediocre impression of the academy altering somewhat due to his actions. Now, let's continue the testing. Mengda moved towards an energy sphere radiating soft blue light. Xie Qingqing, it's your turn. Xie Qingqing took a deep breath, approaching the energy sphere. Xia Linlin stood behind him, lightly patting his shoulder, giving him an encouraging look. Closing his eyes, Xie Qingqing placed his hand on the energy sphere. The glow of the energy sphere gradually intensified, changing colors, from light blue to deep blue, then purple, finally becoming a dazzling gold. A chorus of surprised gasps arose in the hall. The golden light symbolized S-class genes. This was the grade countless people longed for. Even more astonishingly, faint red streaks appeared amid the golden light. Family abilities, someone in the crowd cried out in shock. Family abilities were special powers owned exclusively by a few ancient families, granting those who possessed them unparalleled advantages in cultivation. Watching Xie Qingqing bathed in golden light, Xia Linlin felt immense joy and pride. She knew Xie Qingqing's future was destined to be bright. However, when the light dissipated and Xie Qingqing opened his eyes, Xia Linlin noticed a trace of desolation. Sister. Xie Qingqing's voice was low and heavy. Teacher Mingda looked at Xie Qingqing, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. S-class genes and family abilities, an incredibly surprising result indeed. Xie Qingqing, you can now choose your favorite department. Turning to Xia Linlin, his voice softened. Xia Linlin, today's events will be properly handled by the academy, you don't need to worry. Xia Linlin smiled slightly. Thank you, Teacher Mingda. After bidding farewell to Teacher Mingda, Xia Linlin and Xie Qingqing walked out of the testing hall together. The sun bathed them in warm light, yet it did little to dispel the gloom that hung over Xie Qingqing's brows. He kept his head down, hands in his pockets, kicking small stones on the path, looking troubled. Xia Linlin noticed his restlessness and asked with concern, Qingqing, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Xie Qingqing shook his head but remained silent. His kicks grew faster, as though trying to vent all his unease and anxiety. Trees by the road quickly receded behind them. Sunlight filtering through the leaves cast mottled shadows, reflecting off his somewhat pale face. Qingqing, Xia Linlin stopped walking, gently pulling his arm. If there's something bothering you, you can talk to your sister about it. She could feel the coldness in his palm and the slight trembling at his fingertips. Xie Qingqing finally looked up, meeting Xia Linlin's eyes with a mixture of confusion, unease, and a trace of fear. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but then closed it again. Sister, he finally spoke, his voice low and raspy. I don't want to go to the academy. Xia Linlin froze. She never expected him to say such a thing. S-class genes and family abilities were opportunities many dreamed of, yet he said he didn't want to attend the academy? Why? Xia Linlin asked, perplexed and full of doubts. Xie Qingqing bit his lip, his gaze flickering, as if hesitating over something. He began again, only to suddenly stop, his eyes fixed intently on something behind Xia Linlin, his complexion growing even paler. What is it? Xia Linlin followed his gaze, but saw nothing. Sister. Xie Qingqing's voice quivered with barely concealed terror. I think I saw. Chapter 57. The old Xia Linlin is already dead. Sister, you've really changed. Xia Qingqing finally voiced the doubts in her heart, her tone laced with a hint of hesitation. Xia Linlin arched an eyebrow, halted her steps, and turned to face him, her tone lighthearted. What? Was the old sister not good enough? Xia Qingqing pressed her lips together, her gaze drifting to the side, as if recalling something unpleasant, and eventually gave a slight nod. Yeah. Xia Linlin smiled knowingly, without denying it. She had learned quite a bit about the previous owner's glorious achievements, arrogant and domineering, unlearned and incompetent, indeed unpopular. The old Xia Linlin is already dead. Xia Linlin's tone was calm, but carried an undeniable firmness. The new Xia Linlin only lives for the family. Xia Qingqing suddenly looked up, meeting Xia Linlin's clear and determined eyes, a strange warmth surging in his heart. He had always lived in fear and unease, haunted by the shadow of the former Xia Linlin, leaving him breathless. But now, the sister before him was like a ray of light, illuminating his dark world. Qingqing, I promise you that from now on, no one will ever make you feel wronged again. Xia Linlin reached out and ruffled his hair, her voice gentle yet resolute. I will protect you, protect Mumu, and protect our home. Xia Qingqing's eyes became slightly red-rimmed, lowering his head to prevent Xia Linlin from seeing the moisture in them. All this time, he had endured everything alone, never experiencing this feeling of being protected. Let's go. Xia Linlin took his hand, a radiant smile appearing on her lips. We'll celebrate our successful review by rating them all. Xia Qingqing hesitated for a moment, then a faint arc also appeared at the corner of his mouth. He obediently followed Xia Linlin's footsteps toward the bustling and prosperous mall. The dazzling goods, flashing neon lights, and crowded people were all somewhat unfamiliar to Xia Qingqing. He clung tightly to Xia Linlin's back, watching her enthusiastically select items, her face brimming with radiant smiles. From nutritional supplements to energy blocks, clothes to shoes, Xia Linlin seemed to have bought half them all. Xia Qingqing followed behind her, carrying packages large and small, without any complaints. Watching Xia Linlin's contented smile, a sense of ease and joy gradually surged within him. Qingqing, what do you think of this jacket? Xia Linlin held up a black coat against Xia Qingqing's body. It suits you so well. Xia Qingqing moved uncomfortably, glancing down at his own coat. This coat was simple, yet exuded a cool aura, precisely his preferred style. Do you like it? Xia Linlin watched him, her eyes filled with anticipation. Xia Qingqing lightly nodded his head, revealing a faint smile barely perceptible. Then we'll buy it. Xia Linlin decisively placed the coat in the shopping cart. Sister, we've already bought too much. Xia Qingqing reminded her softly. It doesn't matter. Xia Linlin generously waved her hand. There's no budget limit today. Xia Qingqing looked at Xia Linlin's smile, mixed feelings swirling inside him. For the first time, he didn't resist Xia Linlin, and even felt a little reliance. Let's go, we'll check out. Xia Linlin pushed the cart full of goods toward the checkout counter. Xia Qingqing silently followed behind her, looking at her busy figure, lost in thought. This sister has truly changed. Drip, a crisp notification sound signaled that Xia Linlin had completed the payment. All right, let's go home. Satisfied, Xia Linlin lifted her shopping bag and prepared to leave. Sister. Xia Qingqing suddenly grabbed her sleeve. What's wrong? Xia Linlin looked at him curiously. Xia Qingqing opened his mouth as if to say something, but swallowed it back. His eyes stared intently in the direction of the mall entrance, his complexion turning slightly pale. There, a familiar figure was slowly walking towards them. After shopping until noon, Xia Linlin's stomach had already started rumbling hungrily. Although there were many restaurants in the mall, Xia Linlin was always a little unaccustomed to the food outside, thinking the nutritional agent cooked at home was tastier. She took Xia Qingqing's hand, intending to go home directly. Sister, let's go to the first floor first. There's an exit over there, Xia Qingqing said softly, pointing toward the first floor of the mall. Okay, let's go. Xia Linlin nodded, and both quickened their pace. They wove through the bustling mall and arrived at the first floor. Sunlight poured in from the mall's large glass windows, warm and bright. Xia Linlin took a deep breath and prepared to step out when she suddenly felt the atmosphere around her change strangely. Instinctively, she stopped her steps, turned back to look at Xia Qingqing, and found his complexion slightly pale, his gaze uncertain. Qingqing, what's wrong? Xia Linlin asked softly, a faint sense of unease creeping into her heart. Xia Qingqing didn't answer, only glancing nervously toward the entrance. Following his gaze, Xia Linlin saw a familiar group slowly walking into the mall, with Wei Ling at the front. His sharp eyes were unashamedly fixed on Xia Linlin, unfriendly and predatory, as if hunting for something. Speak of the devil, Xia Linlin muttered inwardly, though she showed no sign of panic. She tightened her grip on Xia Qingqing's hand, preparing to leave with him directly. Xia Linlin, stop! Wei Ling's voice rang out suddenly, cold and laced with a touch of threat. Xia Linlin halted, turning around with a smile. Wei Ling, is there anything? Do you know who you are to act so arrogantly? Wei Ling's tone brimmed with anger as he stepped closer, hostility gleaming in his eyes. Xia Linlin remained calm, her smile intact. I don't see anything wrong with my actions. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. She gently tugged at Xia Qingqing, preparing to walk past Wei Ling and leave. Hold it! Wei Ling suddenly extended his arm, blocking their way, the atmosphere instantly becoming tense. Xia Linlin stared at him coldly. Wei Ling gave a chilly laugh, his gaze shifting between Xia Linlin and Xia Qingqing before finally resting on Xia Qingqing, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Chapter 58, Cold Eyes Meet. Wei Ling sneered lightly, his gaze like a blade, cutting back and forth over Xia Linlin and Xia Qingqing. It finally settled on Xia Qingqing, with a trace of frivolous mockery in his tone. Well, in just a few days, Lady Xia has changed her companion again? Who is this young man? Are you so protective of him? Xia Linlin remained calm, her tone cold as ice. It's none of your business. She subtly pulled Xia Qingqing behind her fingertips lightly brushing over his hand as a signal not to be afraid. The smirk on Wei Ling's face slowly disappeared, replaced by a sinister look in his eyes. He raised his hand, signaling the bodyguards behind him to move forward. 4 black-clad bodyguards responded instantly, towering over Xia Linlin and Xia Qingqing like iron towers, surrounding them tightly. The air was filled with an intense sense of hostility. The previously bustling noise of the mall seemed suddenly stifled by an invisible hand, leaving only the tense breathing and the faint sounds of fabric rubbing together. Xia Linlin felt the temperature around her plummet sharply, a chill running from her feet to the top of her head. But she showed no fear, standing tall with unwavering resolve as her sharp gaze locked onto Wei Ling. Without any outward movement, she placed her right hand behind her back, curling her fingers slightly. A strange energy gathered in her palm, glowing with a soft golden light. The surrounding air seemed to warp subtly because of this energy, emitting a faint, zzz sound. An indescribable pressure silently spread towards Wei Ling and his group. Thus, both sides remained in a deadlock, neither making the first move. Behind Wei Ling, Xiaoya became impatient and tapped her foot, her fingers painted with crimson nail polish gripping tightly onto Wei Ling's arm. She complained in a coquettish manner. Wei Xiao, why bother wasting words on a woman like her? Just deal with her quickly. We still have to go. Xiaoya's sentence was cut off by a single glance from Wei Ling that silenced her. Wei Ling stared at Xia Linlin intensely. He could sense that the woman before him was not as fragile as she appeared. Within those seemingly tranquil eyes, there lay a hidden force that unsettled him. He licked his lips, a strange excitement rising within him, like a fierce beast sensing the scent of its prey. Xia Linlin. Wei Ling's voice was deep and raspy, with an undertone of danger. You'd better know your place. What should I know, Wei Xiao? Feel free to speak plainly. Xia Linlin's lips curled into a mocking smile, her eyes brimming with disdain. Her dismissive attitude enraged Wei Ling, causing his face to turn an ashen gray. Pointing at Xia Linlin, he spat venomously. Know your place and obediently follow me. Don't make enemies out of allies. Do you even realize what you are? An abandoned daughter from a fallen family, daring to act superior in front of me. If it weren't for the fact that you have some looks, do you think I would even spare you a second glance? Look at the boy beside you. Thin as a monkey, probably starving, huh? Following someone like you must be his worst misfortune. He continued, wrapping an arm around Xiaoya and planting a loud kiss on her cheek as he taunted Xia Linlin. See that? That's a real woman. Beautiful, white-skinned, with an affluent background. How can you possibly compare to her? You're not even worthy to carry her shoes. Xia Linlin's eyes turned icy, looking at him as though he were a buffoon. She paid no heed to Wei Ling's insult and show of arrogance, calmly replying, I appreciate your kindness, Wei Xiao, but I'm not interested in depending on men, especially someone like you who merely boasts with words. Furious, Wei Ling's face turned crimson. Pushing Xiaoyu aside, he gritted his teeth and roared, Attack! Bring that kid over. At the command, the 4 bodyguards swiftly closed in on Xia Qingqing. Xia Linlin reacted quickly, pulling Xia Qingqing behind her and simultaneously delivering a swift kick toward the closest bodyguard. A dull thud echoed as the bodyguard was sent flying and crashed heavily to the ground with a pained groan. The other 3 bodyguards immediately advanced. Unfazed, Xia Linlin moved gracefully between them, striking with both fists and legs, each hit deadly. With a snap, one of the bodyguard's arms was forcibly broken by Xia Linlin, eliciting a pig-like scream. Another bodyguard took a punch directly to the nose, spurting blood everywhere. Before the last bodyguard could react, Xia Linlin executed a shoulder throw, slamming him hard onto the floor, knocking him unconscious. In mere seconds, all 4 towering and menacing bodyguards lay sprawled on the ground, moaning in pain. Wei Ling and Xiaoya were utterly dumbstruck, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Xia Linlin brushed her hands, wiping dust off herself, and cast a chilling glance towards Wei Ling. Shall we continue, Wei Xiao? Pale-faced, Wei Ling's lips trembled, but he found himself unable to utter a word. He suddenly noticed that Xia Linlin's hair had, at some point, turned into a dazzling golden color, shining with a strange light under the lighting. You. Wei Ling pointed at Xia Linlin's hair, his voice trembling as he said, Your hair. Wei Ling, pointing at Xia Linlin's glowing golden hair, trembled in his voice, as if he had seen something unbelievable. He took a step back. Your hair? How could it possibly? Seeing this, Xiaoya immediately clung tightly to Wei Ling's arm and screamed in feigned terror. Ah, her hair. Wei Xiao, let's go quickly. She must not be an ordinary person. Wei Ling was snapped back to reality by Xiaoya's scream. He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing his fear, glaring fiercely at Xia Linlin. You're ruthless. Grabbing Xiaoya, he turned around and left while still throwing threats over his shoulder. This isn't over. The sound of high heels clicking on the marble floor echoed sharply, mixed with Xiaoya's whiny complaints, as Wei Ling and his group quickly disappeared into the crowd. The surrounding air seemed to relax instantly, and the mall regained its bustling noise. Only then did Xia Linlin slowly lower her hand, the golden glow in her palm disappearing along with it. She raised her hand to touch her hair. The feel in her fingertips was still the familiar black, without the slightest change. Could it be just my hallucination? Xia Linlin's heart was filled with doubt. She distinctly felt a powerful energy surging within her body, causing even the surrounding air to warp. So why were Wei Ling and the others so terrified? And her hair, did it really change color? Sister, let's go. Xia Qingqing's voice interrupted Xia Linlin's thoughts. In his hands were numerous bags, and there was a hint of concern on his face. Xia Linlin nodded, saying nothing more. She reached out and took part of the things from Xia Qingqing's hands, and the two silently walked toward the mall's exit. Sister, are you alright? Xia Qingqing looked at Xia Linlin's somewhat pale complexion and asked with care. Xia Linlin shook her head and forced a slight smile. I'm fine, just a little tired. Seeing Xia Linlin's obvious strain, Xia Qingqing quietly sped up his pace. Chapter 59, Exhausted. Xia Qingqing carried things in one hand and supported Xia Linlin with the other, walking steadily towards home. Although he felt a little strained, his expression remained resolute, without a trace of complaint. After arriving home, Xia Linlin seemed to have used up all her strength. She slumped and fell into a deep sleep on the sofa. Xia Qingqing stood before the sofa, eyes full of confusion as he stared at Xia Linlin. His gaze wandered over Xia Linlin's face, which lacked any color, and the only sound reaching his ears was her faint breathing. He gently touched Xia Linlin's forehead, finding it warm but without signs of fever. Yet why wouldn't she wake up? Xia Qingqing's gaze shifted to the property certificate nearby, and once again, images of Xia Linlin's hair changing color involuntarily surfaced in his mind. The doubts in his heart grew larger. What exactly had happened? Xia Linlin's behavior today had been too abnormal. The golden light, and Wei Ling's terrified expression, it couldn't be a coincidence. Xia Qingqing looked at Xia Linlin again and softly called out, Sis, sis. But there was no response from Xia Linlin, who remained deeply asleep. Xia Qingqing frowned, turned around, and shouted into thin air, 40, dial that number. At this moment, Xia Linlin had no awareness of the outside world. In the dark realm of her slumber, she was sinking deeper, while the call Xia Qingqing was making seemed like the key to unlock some mysterious door, hinting that something unusual was about to happen. Xia Qingqing's call echoed through the spacious room, but received no response. Xia Linlin continued to sleep soundly, her breathing steady and prolonged. Xia Qingqing withdrew his hand, his brows furrowed, and a flicker of worry flashed in his eyes. He glanced back into the air and said firmly, 40, dial that number. A ripple seemed to spread through the air, followed by a mechanical voice. Command confirmed, dialing in progress. When Xia Linlin woke up again, it was already noon the next day. The sunlight streamed brightly through the window, passing through the gauzy curtains and creating mottled shadows on the floor. She rubbed her slightly bloated head, feeling soreness and weakness all over her body. How long have I been sleeping? Xia Linlin muttered under her breath, struggling to sit up from the sofa. Looking around, she realized her coat had been neatly folded beside her, and the blanket covering her was soft and warm. She instinctively reached up and brushed her hair, feeling its smooth texture. Wait, her hair. Xia Linlin's eyes widened in shock as she saw black strands slipping through her fingers, filling her with questions. Yesterday, her hair had clearly turned golden. Now, how had it returned to black? Could it be just a dream? Sis, you're awake? A crisp voice interrupted her thoughts. Xia Linlin turned her head to see Xia Qingqing sitting by the dining table, holding a packaged nutritional meal and eating bit by bit. Qingqing, what time is it now? Asked Xia Linlin. It's 12 noon, replied Xia Qingqing, his tone tinged with worry. You've slept for a long time. I couldn't wake you. 12 o'clock. Xia Linlin was shocked internally. She had slept for so long. Her live stream. Her fans. No, I need to start streaming right away, said Xia Linlin as she attempted to get up. Sis. Xia Qingqing put down his meal and walked to Xia Linlin's side. You should rest a bit first. You don't look well. I'm fine. Xia Linlin waved her hand. I need to apologize to my fans first. They've worried about me for so long. Sis, Xia Qingqing looked at Xia Linlin seriously. I have something to say to you. Xia Qingqing shook his head, a tinge of pity showing in his brow. Sis, you slept all day and night yesterday. Your body probably hasn't recovered yet. Rest a bit first. We can talk about the streaming when you feel more energetic. Xia Linlin raised her hand to check the communicator on her wrist. The numbers blinked, showing 12 noon. Her heart leapt as though struck by an invisible force, and her complexion immediately paled. An entire day and night? She had actually slept for so long. The chatroom must already be in an uproar. Her fans would be incredibly worried about her. No, I need to go live right now. Xia Linlin rushed to stand up, but wobbled, almost losing balance. Xia Qingqing quickly steadied her arm, speaking gently. Sis, sit for a moment. Don't rush. Xia Linlin took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She shakily stabilized herself and hurried to the workstation where she powered on the live streaming equipment. The screen lit up instantly, and Xia Linlin's face appeared before the camera lens. Her eyes were weary and anxious. Sis, wait a moment and have something to eat first. Xia Qingqing picked up a nutritional meal from the dining table and handed it to Xia Linlin. Xia Linlin shook her head and fixed her eyes on the barrage of comments appearing on the screen. Oh my god, Sis Linlin, you're finally online. We were so worried about you. What happened yesterday? Did something happen? Are you okay? Sis Linlin, speak up quickly. The barrage of comments popped up like spring bamboo shoots after the rain, one sentence after another scrolling across the screen, forming a lively yet concerned atmosphere. Xia Linlin's heart tightened even more, as if something had blocked her throat, leaving her unable to utter a word. She took a deep breath, striving to steady her voice. Hi everyone, I'm Xia Linlin. Sorry for making you worry. Yesterday I At this moment, Xie Qingqing walked over to Xie Linlin and interrupted her, his tone resolute. Sis, you should rest first. Your health is most important. We can talk later. Xie Linlin's eyes flickered, as if she were struggling with something. She brushed her forehead with her hand and eventually nodded. All right. Okay, everyone. I don't feel well today. Let me rest for a while. If there's anything, we'll talk tomorrow. Thank you for your concern. After saying this, Xie Linlin turned off the live stream, but felt an even greater wave of exhaustion wash over her. She leaned back in the chair, closed her eyes, and was flooded with even more doubts and unease. Xie Qingqing came to her side and whispered softly, Sis, I want to tell you something. Please listen to me. Xie Linlin nodded slightly, though her eyes still carried a hint of anxiety, as if she anticipated something unusual was about to happen. Xie Linlin took a deep breath and shakily tapped the live streaming button. The screen flickered a few times, and her figure appeared before the lens, but she lacked her usual vitality, her face pale, her eyes carrying a trace of fatigue. Hi everyone. It's me, Xie Linlin. Her voice was weak and powerless, as if coming from a distant place, laced with a touch of hoarseness. The barrage of comments instantly exploded with fans showing their concern. Sis Linlin, what's wrong with you? You look so bad. What happened yesterday? Are you okay? Are you sick? Take good care of yourself. Don't stream anymore. Go rest. As Xie Linlin saw the screen full of concerns, warmth surged within her, yet guilt intensified. I'm sorry, everyone, for making you worry. I wasn't feeling well yesterday, so I didn't come to stream. She forced a smile, which looked even worse than crying. My condition isn't great today either. I just want to do a simple live stream, then I'll rest. As she spoke, she picked up a potato. We've run out of ingredients at home, so I need to buy some. Let's make some simple potato pancakes today. Don't cook, Sis Linlin. Go rest immediately. Take care of your health. Don't push yourself. We don't need to see you cooking. We only wish for your good health. The chat was filled with heartfelt concern, all urging her to rest. Xie Linlin, seeing these messages, felt her eyes moisten. The care from her fans warmed her heart, but also made her feel more guilty. Just at this moment, Xie Qingqing walked over from the dining table, holding a flattened nutritional meal package. He came close to Xie Linlin, gave her a complicated glance, then threw the package into the trash bin, producing a soft bang. This sudden sound startled Xie Linlin, who turned her head, perplexed, looking at Xie Qingqing. Xie Qingqing took a deep breath. I have something to tell you. His gaze was fixed intently on Xie Linlin, as if he had something significant to say. Chapter 60, Psionic Abilities. The light from the live stream shone on Xie Linlin's face. She was struggling to maintain her calm smile, but couldn't hide the weariness in her eyes. Xie Qingqing walked up to her, threw a squished nutritional meal packaging into the trash can, producing a soft bang. Xie Linlin jumped slightly and gave him a puzzled look. Xie Qingqing took a deep breath, hesitated, and bit his lips tightly together, forming a straight line. His jaw tightened, his eyes complex. Sis. He finally spoke, his voice hoarse, as if he had struggled for a long time to muster the courage. You that day. He paused, searching for appropriate words. What happened with the energy you used that day? Xie Linlin was momentarily startled, then realized what he referred to. That day at the interstellar market, the energy she emitted out of urgency had terrified the human traffickers who wanted to take Mumu away. That force came suddenly and dissipated just as quickly. Even she didn't fully understand it yet. Instinctively, she touched her right index finger. A slight tingling pain traveled through her fingertip, as if an electric current was coursing through it. It was from there that the energy had surged forth that day. She shook her head, her tone tinged with helplessness. I don't know either, Qingqing. It seems like something I cannot control, and I can't use it all the time. Xie Qingqing stared intensely at her eyes, sharp enough as if he could pierce through her soul. Sis, are you a member of the Yin family? Xie Linlin's heart jolted at this unexpected question. The Yin family, one of the top families of the Interstellar Alliance, renowned for their powerful psionic abilities. She lowered her eyelids, concealing the fluctuations within her gaze. Qingqing, she softly said, are you asking if I'm the daughter of the Yin family, am I right? Instead of directly answering, Xie Linlin counter-asked him a question. A brief silence fell over the room, with only the faint buzzing sound of the live stream equipment. Xie Qingqing's Adam's apple rolled up and down. In the end, he still didn't say anything, but kept staring at her intently. A tense atmosphere permeated the air, as if something was about to break through the surface. Xie Linlin took a deep breath, about to speak, when suddenly, the communicator on the table rang, flashing with a strange number. Its ring pierced the stagnant atmosphere of the room. Xie Linlin glanced at the strange number flashing on the screen, and a flicker of unease crossed her mind. She didn't pick up immediately, instead turning her head towards Xie Qingqing, whose eyes were still fixed on her. His expression bore a hint of inquiry, tension, and a trace of unperceived anticipation. Xie Linlin diverted her eyes from Xie Qingqing and finally focused on the communicator. She took a deep breath, gesturing to him with her eyes to calm down, then answered the call. Hello, who is this? Her voice was calm and steady, as if the previous conversation had never happened. A raspy male voice came through the communicator. Is this Miss Xie Linlin? I'm Sisher, sent here to deliver something to you. Xie Linlin furrowed her brows slightly. Sisher? This name sounded somewhat familiar. After racking her brain for a moment, she remembered encountering him in the group trying to snatch Mumu at the interstellar market. Sisher was likely one of them. What thing? Suspicion laced Xie Linlin's tone. She glanced at Xie Qingqing standing beside her, seeing his expression also tightening with tension. A box. My boss said it's important to you. Sisher's tone carried some impatience. as though eager to complete his task. Xia Linlin's thoughts raced, but she knew she couldn't simply refuse. She needed to figure out his intention and what was inside the box. "Where are you?" Xia Linlin asked. "Right below your building." Xia responded. Xia Linlin narrowed her eyes slightly. She looked out the window and noticed a strange spacecraft parked below with no identifying marks. She understood that they must have come prepared. "Qingqing," Xia Linlin spoke calmly. "Go bring the box up." Xia Qingqing was taken aback, giving her a puzzled look. "Don't worry, it'll be fine." Xia Linlin gave him a calming glance and continued. "Consider it a form of exercise." Though Xia Qingqing harbored doubts, he nodded and left the room. Xia Linlin redirected her attention back to the communicator and told Sure, "Let my brother go get it. He will wait for you downstairs." "All right." Sure hung up after responding. Xia Linlin placed the communicator on the desk, folding her hands neatly on her lap. Her gaze remained calm as she stared towards the door. She understood that if they managed to find her here, they must have done some investigation. For now, all she could do was wait and see how things unfold. She glanced at the spot where Xia Qingqing had just stood. His tensed-up presence still lingered there. Xia Linlin knew that Xia Qingqing's question remained unanswered. He was still waiting for her reply, waiting for her either to confirm or deny whether she was the daughter of the Yin family. A faint smile crept onto her lips. Her younger brother might be more perceptive than she'd given him credit for. "Qingqing," she spoke again, this time with a hint of honesty in her tone. "What you want to ask is if I am the daughter of the Yin family, right?" Xia Linlin once again redirected the question back to him, her gaze calm, yet sharp, as if capable of seeing through everything. The shadow of Xia Qingqing disappeared at the door, his footsteps fading down the corridor. The room fell silent again. The only sound came from the low hum of the live stream equipment, clearly audible in the tranquil space. Xia Linlin's lips curved up slightly. Xia Qingqing lowered his head, his heartbeat thumping like drums. Sister's previous look had been too piercing, as if it could pierce through all his thoughts. He feared Xia Linlin would react in anger or frustration, and was even more afraid of hearing answers he didn't want. Silence spread between them like an invisible web, tightly binding him. His limbs felt cold, his fingers trembling slightly, his throat parched as if filled with sand. He wanted to speak, but didn't know how to start. So, he could only silently wait, awaiting what felt like judgment. Yet, deep inside, the desire to uncover the truth grew stronger. He wanted to know who his sister truly was, and what secrets lay hidden within her. This yearning sprouted wildly within him like weeds, making him unable to ignore or evade it. A flood of conflicting emotions swirled in his chest, nearly suffocating him. At that moment, Xia Linlin suddenly let out a soft chuckle. Her laughter was like a gentle breeze, dispersing the heavy atmosphere that hung over the room. Xia Qingqing abruptly looked up, confused by her expression. The sharpness in Xia Linlin's eyes had faded, replaced by a tender smile. "Qingqing, go get the box." Her voice was soft yet firm, imbued with a calming reassurance. Xia Qingqing hesitated for a second before reacting, understanding that his sister had indeed agreed. His unease subsided slightly as he hurriedly walked to the door, opening it, and stepping out. The hallway lights were dim, casting a long shadow on him. He took a deep breath, striving to steady his still racing heart. Through the communicator, Xia Linlin's voice rang again. Sure, hand the box over to my brother." Her tone was relaxed and casual, as if giving instructions for something trivial. Sure seemed hesitant, but ultimately complied. Xia Qingqing reached the ground floor and saw the unfamiliar spacecraft parked quietly there, resembling a dormant beast. The hatch of the spaceship slowly opened, and a burly man stepped out, holding a black metallic box in his hands. The man approached Xia Qingqing and handed him the box. "The boss said this thing is important. Be careful with it." The man's voice was deep and raspy, carrying a subtle threat. Xia Qingqing took the box. It was ice-cold to the touch, its metallic texture inducing slight unease. He looked up at the man, whose face bore no expression, eyes cold and inscrutable, sending a shiver down his spine. "Thank your boss for me." Xia Qingqing forced himself to remain calm, though his voice trembled slightly, maintaining some courtesy. The man said nothing, simply turning back into the spacecraft. The hatch closed slowly. The spacecraft started, emitting a deep growl before quickly ascending and disappearing into the night sky. Xia Qingqing stood there, gripping the box tightly, feeling the chill of the metal. His heart grew heavier. "Sis." Returning to the room, Xia Qingqing placed the box on the table and turned to Xia Linlin. "What is this?" Xia Linlin didn't answer, but instead extended her right hand, gesturing for him to open the box. Chapter 61. Exhausted Body, Confused Mind. Xia Linlin lay helplessly against the head of the bed, her face frighteningly pale, her lips cracked and peeling. She gestured weakly toward robot number 40. "Water." 40 immediately brought over a cup of warm water. Xia Linlin took it and drank it all in one breath, but still felt an unquenchable thirst. The after effects of last night's forced energy mobilization were far more severe than she had imagined. Her entire body ached, and she was drained of strength, and her stomach churned violently like a stormy sea. Xia Qingqing looked at Xia Linlin's weakened state, her heart feeling even worse. A metal box lay quietly on the table, as though it were a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. Inside the box rested a gene test report and a certificate of adoption. The certificate clearly stated that Xia Qingqing was not biologically related to the Xia family, but instead had been adopted as a child. And the gene test report showed that he shared no blood relation with Xia Linlin. Xia Linlin's gaze landed on Xia Qingqing's face. The young face was full of bewilderment and struggle, and she knew just how much impact this truth had on him. "Qingqing," Her voice was soft, yet tinged with a faint weariness. Say what you want. Don't hold it in. Xie Qingqing gripped the report tightly in his hands until his knuckles turned white. He had always thought that, regardless of how reckless Xie Linlin might be, they were siblings connected by blood. This truth was like a sharp blade, piercing deeply into his heart and leaving him disoriented. Sis. Xie Qingqing's voice was raspy. He opened his mouth, but wasn't sure what to say. Relief? Confusion? Anger? All kinds of emotions churned inside him, making him feel suffocated. Relief at understanding Xie Linlin's prior behaviors, confusion about his own origins, anger at having been kept in the dark. Xie Linlin saw his distress and sighed softly. Qingqing, do whatever you want. You don't have to worry about me. Whether you choose to stay or leave, I'll respect your decision. Leave. These two words rang like thunder in Xie Qingqing's ears. To leave here, leave Xie Linlin, and go find his biological parents? As soon as the idea appeared, it grew like wild grass, filling his entire mind. He suddenly looked up, his eyes meeting Xie Linlin's, filled with struggle and pain. Sis, if, he paused, struggling to speak. If I wanted you to leave, would you? Xie Linlin gazed at the surging emotions in Xie Qingqing's eyes and forced a weak smile. Of course, if you want me to leave, I'll go right away. She paused, then added with a hint of cunning in her tone. But before I go, I will prepare sweet and sour spare ribs, Orlin's roasted chicken wings, spicy crayfish. Eat them all to my satisfaction before leaving. Xie Qingqing's tensed expression cracked slightly. Staring blankly at Xie Linlin, it was as though he were meeting her for the first time. It was hard for him to imagine that, upon learning she was not his biological sister, she could talk about food so casually. Was she putting on a front, or did she truly not care? And anyway, Xie Linlin continued, her eyes flashing with cunning. If you can't bear it, you can get your revenge later. Once I've recovered, I'm entirely yours to deal with. How's that sound? She weakly smiled, but her gaze carried a touch of defiance. Xie Qingqing tried to argue back, wanted to say that he didn't actually consider getting revenge, but when his gaze met Xie Linlin's ashen face, every word got caught in his throat. An eerie silence descended on the room, as if the air had solidified, suffocating. After a long while, Xie Qingqing finally found his voice. Lowering his head, his tone muffled, I'll go upstairs and check on Momo. With that, he turned and left the room, leaving Xie Linlin alone leaning against the head of the bed. Xie Linlin watched Xie Qingqing's retreating back, her gaze complex and difficult to interpret. She sighed lightly, closed her eyes, and felt her internal energy gradually recover. Her feeble body caused waves of weakness to surge through her. Xie Linlin slowly opened her eyes. Though her body was still weak, it didn't stop her craving for delicious food. Today, she had bought some of the freshest mutated shrimp, each larger than ordinary shrimp by twice the size, their shells shimmering with an unusual blue luster. This mutation isn't completely bad, after all, she remarked, looking at the lively blue shrimp swimming in the water. Instantly, the live stream comments began buzzing with excitement. Streamer, these shrimps look amazing. Blue shrimps, I've never seen them before. Linlin sister, what are you cooking today? Xie Linlin glanced at the enthusiastic interactions from her fans in the comment section, and her mood lightened accordingly. Picking up a handful of shrimp, she felt their firm shell and already had an idea. Today we're making salt-baked shrimp. She flashed a brilliant smile, as if the weakness within her had lessened somewhat. As she processed the shrimp, Xie Linlin's movements were noticeably slower than usual, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead. 40 gently nagged her to take a rest, but she merely smiled without stopping what she was doing. She arranged the processed large shrimp neatly on a baking tray covered with coarse salt. Suddenly, Xie Linlin remembered something. She turned to the camera, her eyes carrying a hint of doubt. Has anyone heard that, besides genetic energy, there are other kinds of energy inside the human body? As soon as this question was posed, the live streaming room erupted in chaos. Sister Linlin, are you saying you've awakened some kind of superpower? Could it be the legendary mental energy? I've heard some people can absorb dark energy from the universe. All sorts of speculations flew out non-stop, and Xie Linlin watched with great interest, her eyes flashing with curious light. She carefully pressed further. When awakening superpowers, would there be any special signs? Heard that hair changes color. Some say eyes will start glowing. My grandfather said. Xie Linlin raised her hand and lightly flicked her hair hanging by her cheek. My hair. My hair. Xie Linlin faced the camera, lightly flicking her hair hanging beside her face, studying it intently. The black strands remained smooth, showing no sign of color change at all. She chuckled softly, cleverly changing the subject. Guess I overthought it. Let's get back to cooking. Aren't everyone's stomachs growling already? Though still intrigued by the topic of superpowers, the fans watching her live stream quickly became captivated by the prospect of food once again. 40, come here. Xie Linlin handed the baking tray to 40. Put the shrimp in. With its mechanical arms, 40 skillfully placed the processed shrimps one by one onto the baking tray layered with coarse salt, swift and precise in its actions. Xie Linlin watched from the side, pondering over what the fans had just mentioned. Mental energy? Dark energy? These words were unfamiliar, yet captivating to her. If there really were other forms of energy beyond genetic energy, then what exactly was the strange sensation within her body? While lost in thought, 40 had already finished arranging the shrimp. Coming back to herself, Xie Linlin picked up the ginger slices that had been prepared earlier, evenly sprinkling them over the shrimp. These ginger slices, she explained while demonstrating to the camera, are one of the sole elements of salt-baked shrimp. Not only do they remove the fishy smell and enhance freshness, but they also balance the cold nature of the shrimp, making this dish healthier and more delicious. Sister Linlin, is there anything specific about these ginger slices? What kind of ginger should be used? A fan curiously asked. The best choice is old ginger for its richer taste. If you don't have old ginger, young ginger can work too, but make the slices thicker. Xia Linlin patiently explained while sprinkling small pieces of chopped green onion on top. Add a little bit of green onion for an extra layer of fragrance. Sister Linlin, how do you distinguish between old ginger and young ginger? I've never bought ginger before. Xia Linlin paused, momentarily speechless. It dawned on her that many basic concepts from Earth didn't apply anymore in this stellar age. Perhaps due to mutation, common ginger now came in bizarre shapes, making it hard to tell old from young. Xia Linlin gave a slightly embarrassed laugh. Next time, I'll do a dedicated episode on the science of ginger. For today, let's focus on cooking. She redirected the topic, avoiding any further debate over the types of ginger. Though not fully understanding, the fans in the live stream stopped questioning and simply admired the process of food preparation attentively. Xia Linlin placed the baking tray into the preheated oven, setting the time and temperature. The kitchen quieted down, save for the faint hum of the oven. Her gaze fell on the oven, where her eyes reflected an indescribable light. 40. She suddenly spoke. Bring out that bucket of hot salt. Body exhausted, mind troubled. Chapter 62. Salt-baked fresh shrimp. Alright. 40 swiftly carried out a bucket of steaming coarse salt and placed it on the countertop. This wasn't ordinary table salt, but specially processed baking salt. It was coarse-grained, highly water-absorbent, and perfect for salt-baked dishes. Xia Linlin donned heat-resistant gloves and removed the baking tray from the oven. A thin layer of coarse salt had already been spread at the bottom of the tray, emitting a faint salty aroma. She picked up a cleaned large shrimp, deftly slicing open its back to remove the intestinal vein. The bright red shrimp meat gleamed temptingly under the light, as if telling the story of the ocean's bounty. Sister Linlin, this shrimp is so fresh. It looks delicious. A comment floated by in the live chat. Of course, Xia Linlin smiled in response. These are specially air-freighted deep-sea shrimps I asked someone to bring from a star. The texture is fresh and delicious, rich in nutrients. She placed the prepared shrimps one by one on the layer of coarse salt on the tray, leaving enough space between each shrimp to ensure even heating. Then she picked up a few slices of ginger and green onions, evenly sprinkling them around the shrimp to add a touch of refreshing fragrance. Ginger and green onions can eliminate the fishy smell of the shrimp and enhance their freshness. Don't forget this step when you make it at home. Xia Linlin explained while operating. After finishing with all the shrimps, Xia Linlin grabbed another handful of coarse salt, spreading it evenly over the shrimps to completely cover them. The coarse salt grains sparkled under the light like crystalline gems, as if draping the shrimps in a luxurious coat. Alright, now let's cover the pot. Xia Linlin picked up a specially made ceramic pot lid and placed it on the tray. The edge of the lid had a groove that fit perfectly on the tray, forming an enclosed space to seal in the shrimp's fragrance. She picked up a bottle of white wine and poured it slowly along the edge of the lid. The white wine can further eliminate the fishy smell and add a unique aroma. As the wine was poured, a strong mix of its scent with the shrimp's fragrance filled the entire livestream room instantly. Wow, so fragrant. Sister Linlin, my mouth is watering. When can we eat? I can't wait anymore. The chat exploded immediately, with gift effects flying nonstop. The fans were conquered by the inviting fragrance, eagerly wanting to taste this delicious salt-baked shrimp. It will still take some time, Xia Linlin smirked mysteriously. Only when the shrimp is fully baked and the flavor reaches its peak will be the best tasting moment. 40. Xia Linlin turned to look at 40. Go call Ching Ching over, and tell him. She deliberately paused, a sly smile curving her lips. Tell him, if he doesn't come, I'll eat all the shrimp. 40 stifled a laugh and turned to walk towards the door. Steamy white mist surged out from the edge of the pot lid, as if imprisoned spirits finally breaking free, carrying the concentrated fragrance straight to the face. Xia Linlin carefully lifted the pot lid, and in an instant, a complex aroma of seafood, coarse salt, ginger, scallion, and white wine erupted, quickly filling the entire room. The air seemed thickened by the intense scent. The perfectly baked red shrimps lay quietly atop the salt grains, their shells radiating a tempting luster, as if coated with a bright glaze. The shrimp meat was firm and full, slightly curled, exuding an aroma that tantalized the palate. The coarse salt had been roasted yellow by high temperature, soaking up the shrimp's essence. Each crystal was translucent, shimmering like stars in the night sky. Xia Linlin put on heat-resistant gloves, used special tongs to carefully lift the thoroughly baked shrimps, and neatly arranged them on a delicate ceramic plate. A layer of fresh lettuce leaves had already been laid out on the plate, the emerald green lettuce contrasting beautifully with the crimson shrimp meat, creating a vivid color palette that greatly stimulated the appetite. 40 efficiently brought up the steaming rice, with plump rice grains exuding a tempting rice aroma. He placed the rice on the dining table, then looked at the screen and smiled, saying, Tonight's dinner, salt-baked large shrimp with fragrant rice, absolute deliciousness. Xia Linlin, looking at the screen overflowing with praises, revealed a hint of weariness on her face. The long-duration live streaming session left her somewhat tired, her eyes tinged with slight fatigue, yet she persisted in smiling and waving at the fans. 40, go call Ching Ching down for dinner. She rubbed her somewhat sore shoulders, her voice carrying a faint trace of exhaustion. All right, 40 responded and turned to walk out the door. Looking at the plate of vividly red and tempting salt-baked shrimp, a faint sense of fulfillment rose in Xia Linlin's heart. She knew that what she was making wasn't just delicious food, but also a lifestyle attitude, a positive and uplifting force. Before long, Xie Qingqing's figure appeared in the camera lens. The originally stern face softened slightly when he saw the barrage on the screen saying, "Wants to try the shrimp peeled by her younger brother," a flicker of complex emotions passing through his eyes. He silently walked over and sat down at the dining table without a word, simply picking up a shrimp and beginning to peel it seriously. Xie Linlin watched as Xie Qingqing skillfully peeled the shrimp with smooth yet cautious movements, trying to steady his slightly trembling hands. She shook her head with a smile, wanting to say something, but ultimately chose silence. The atmosphere around the dining table was warm and peaceful, only the subtle sound of peeling shrimp breaking the quietness. Meanwhile, barrages continuously scrolled across the screen, weaving together into a melodious symphony. All right. Xie Qingqing placed the peeled shrimp into Xie Linlin's bowl, keeping his head low as he spoke in a gentle but somewhat deep tone. Xie Linlin watched Xie Qingqing skillfully peel the shrimp, his movements fluent yet careful, trying to control his slightly trembling hands. She shook her head with a smile, wanting to say something, but in the end decided to stay silent. The atmosphere at the table was warm and serene, only the faint sound of peeling shrimp and the constantly rolling barges on the screen creating a harmonious melody. All right. Xie Qingqing put the freshly peeled shrimp meat into Xie Linlin's bowl, speaking quietly with his head bowed. His tone was calm, but carried a slight depth. As Xie Linlin looked at the pieces of golden shrimp meat in her bowl, a trace of surprise arose in her heart. The speed and expertise with which he peeled the shrimp exceeded her expectations, making her wonder where Xie Qingqing had learned this skill. However, the viewers in the live stream were all eagerly awaiting her reaction, so she chose to suppress her questions for the moment and relish the beauty of this instant. "Qingqing, you're really good at peeling shrimp. Did you learn this before?" Xie Linlin asked with a smile, her gaze revealing a touch of curiosity. Xie Qingqing raised his head slightly and smiled faintly as he softly replied, "When I was a kid, we ate shrimp often at home, so I learned how to peel them myself." Satisfied, Xie Linlin nodded. Although she didn't probe further, her heart was already filled with warmth. She lightly forked a piece of shrimp meat and brought it to her lips, taking a small bite. The shrimp meat was fresh, fragrant, and delightfully crispy, its tender texture melting smoothly in her mouth, bringing her an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. "Wow, this shrimp is truly amazing," Xie Linlin exclaimed excitedly, the audience in the live stream also echoing their admiration. "It seems like you really enjoyed it. Making shrimp that you like makes me happy too." Xie Qingqing responded with a slight smile, then continued peeling the shrimp while keeping his head low. Xie Linlin observed Xie Qingqing's focused profile, and her feelings of emotion grew stronger. She realized this was more than just a meal, it was a testament to the deep bond between siblings. As she was about to place another piece of shrimp meat into her mouth, she suddenly, only to see Xie Qingqing quickly finishing peeling the rest of the shrimp, leaving just one for himself, and placing the rest all into Xie Linlin's bowl. I've just eaten dinner, so I can't eat this much," Xie Qingqing explained with a slightly awkward demeanor, his gaze shifting, unable to look directly at Xie Linlin. Seeing the pile of shrimp resembling a small mountain in her bowl, a wave of warmth surged within Xie Linlin's heart. She understood that Xie Qingqing was considering her well-being, leaving the best part for her. This touched and warmed her deeply, as if a stream of heat flowed from the bottom of her heart, spreading throughout her entire body. Such a feeling was like drinking a warm milk tea on a winter day, dispersing all the cold and bringing endless warmth. "Qingqing, thank you." Xie Linlin's voice choked slightly as she tried hard to control her emotions, determined not to let tears fall. Viewers in the live stream were moved as well, with comments such as "deep sibling bond" and "what a caring younger brother" filling the screen. Xie Qingqing's cheeks turned slightly red as he lowered his head, silently peeling the lonely shrimp in his own bowl. He gently took a bite of the shrimp, savoring every flavor as if tasting the most exquisite delicacy in the world. Xie Linlin gradually ate all the shrimp in her bowl, allowing the delicious flavors to spread throughout her mouth, making her feel thoroughly satisfied and joyful. "Thank you all for your compliments and concerns," Xie Linlin said, smiling at the screen. "That's all for today's broadcast. See you next time." She switched off the live stream and let out a long breath, rising to tidy the table. At this moment, she accidentally glanced at the computer screen, where private messages flashed conspicuously, the red numbers especially prominent. Chapter 63, Starlight Empire Military Academy. Private message notifications flooded in like a tidal wave, the bright red numbers flashing so vividly that they nearly covered the entire screen. Xie Linlin opened the private message window and was instantly swamped by countless messages. Various voices mixed together. There were fans' passionate praises, black-powdered users' venomous attacks, and curious onlookers asking questions. It was like a boiling pot of porridge, so noisy that it made her scalp tingle. She irritably rubbed her temples, feeling a buzzing sensation inside her head. 40. Help me filter these out. Block the meaningless insults and advertisements, Xie Linlin said listlessly, opening a private message from Recently So Unlucky and sending a friend request. While waiting, she scrolled through fans' comments. Some asked why her fingers glowed, others inquired about the timing of her next live stream, and still others wondered if she had a boyfriend. Xie Linlin looked at these varied questions and couldn't help but smile bitterly. This generation of netizens certainly had a lot to worry about. Ding dong. Her friend request was accepted. Xie Linlin immediately sent a message. "Doctor, I would like to consult you about something related to special abilities." The message sent, just like a stone cast into the lake creating ripples. Her heart also churned with both anticipation and doubts. Hello, may I know which specific aspects you want to ask about? The other side replied quickly, with a professional and polite tone. It's like this. Xia Linlin carefully weighed her words as she organized her language, but deep inside, she was conflicted. Should she tell him about her glowing fingers? What if he thought of her as a monster? But then again, she desperately wanted to know what was going on. Have you experienced any abnormal symptoms recently, such as inexplicable pain, fever, or weakness, etc.? The other side continued to ask. Xia Linlin stared at the text on the screen, her fingers unconsciously rubbing against her left pinky finger. Uncertainty, conflict, uneasiness. These emotions intertwined, making it hard for her to make a decision. She typed one character, only to delete it instantly. The light from the screen flickered on her face, highlighting her complex expression. There's no need to be nervous. Take your time. The other side seemed to have noticed her hesitation, and their tone became even warmer. Xia Linlin took a deep breath, preparing to type, when suddenly 40's voice broke in. Lilian's sister, it looks like the variant egg. Seeing the 4 characters, certified professional doctor, on the person's profile, Xia Linlin's heart tightened as her fingers hovered above the virtual keyboard, hesitant to touch them. Biting her lower lip, her inner battle waged. What if they consider her a subject for experiments and abduct her? In the interstellar era, though technology was advanced, all sorts of strange incidents happened too frequently. She had read many stories where the protagonists suffered being kidnapped due to possessing special abilities for research purposes. Cold sweat trickled down her spine, and she almost visualized herself locked up in a cold lab surrounded by various instruments. You don't have to worry. I am a professional doctor and will keep your information confidential. The other party, sensing her discomfort, sent another message. But the more the other side tried to reassure her, the more she suspected ulterior motives. As she hesitated whether to end the conversation, recently so unlucky, sent another message. Based on your description, the glow from your finger could likely be a manifestation of energy leakage. Preliminary analysis suggests that you may possess some sort of dormant ability to manipulate energy. Of course, further examination is required to confirm the specifics. Xia Linlin was stunned. Energy leakage? Energy manipulation ability? These terms were both unfamiliar and familiar to her. Unfamiliar because she had never encountered such concepts before. Familiar because she often came across similar descriptions in novels. Could it be she actually possesses superhuman powers? Doubt receded like ebbing tide, replaced instead by overwhelming joy and curiosity. She eagerly replied, Doctor, is what you say about energy manipulating abilities true? How do I control it? Will it harm my body? A barrage of questions bombarded the conversation as the screen displayed, they are typing, while Xia Linlin's heart raced. Several seconds later, the reply came. Energy manipulating abilities come in various forms, each with different manifestations and usage methods. If you really possess abilities, I suggest you go to formal institutions for detection and training, such as the Starlight Empire Military Academy. There, you can receive guidance from specialized psychic ability mentors and utilize state-of-the-art training equipment to better understand and control your powers. Starlight Empire Military Academy? Xia Linlin was unfamiliar with the name. Turning to 40, she said, 40, help me look up the Starlight Empire Military Academy. 40's electronic eyes flickered as it quickly retrieved the information about the Starlight Empire Military Academy and projected it in front of Xia Linlin. Xia Linlin looked at the magnificent academy buildings, advanced training facilities, and those students dressed in uniforms with impressive postures on the screen. Wow, it looks so amazing, Xia Linlin exclaimed, as if she was already there, feeling the strong academic atmosphere and youthful vigor. She imagined herself also wearing a stylish uniform, manipulating cool energy, and becoming a powerful psychic warrior. However, when she saw the tuition fee section, her smile instantly froze. A series of zeros made her dizzy, as if they were devouring her dreams like a black hole. So expensive? Xia Linlin gasped aloud, feeling as if her heart was bleeding. This astronomical tuition fee was like an insurmountable mountain to her. All her savings combined would probably not even cover one semester's tuition. She slumped into the chair, with excitement and expectation replaced by disappointment and helplessness on her face. The Starlight Empire Military Academy, for her, was ultimately just an unreachable dream. Xia Linlin took a deep breath, calmed her mood, replied to recently so unlucky, thank you for your advice, I will consider it seriously. Then, she closed the chat window and gazed at the variant egg, lost in thought. Lilian's sister, the variant egg seems. 40's voice sounded again, interrupting Xia Linlin's thoughts. Xia Linlin got up and walked toward the variant egg, suddenly a mysterious premonition rising in her heart. The tuition fee of the Starlight Empire Military Academy was like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the hope that had ignited in Xia Linlin's heart. She rubbed her sore eyes and moved her gaze away from that choking string of numbers. The Starlight Empire Military Academy was indeed great, but it was too far out of reach for her. She was now burdened with huge debt and had Moo depending on her. Where could she find spare money to pursue such intangible dreams? Woolj Academy. The name of this closer college, with more reasonable tuition fees, appeared in Xia Linlin's mind. Although Woolj Academy was not as prestigious as the Starlight Empire Military Academy, it also had a psionics department. Although its faculty strength and equipment might not be as good as the Starlight Empire Military Academy, it would at least let her understand her abilities and learn some basic control methods. After the live stream is over, I'll ask 40 about the situation of the psionics department at Woolj Academy. Xia Linlin silently calculated in her heart. Rather than aiming too high, it's better to start step by step. Solving the immediate difficulties is the top priority. Xia Linlin's thoughts gradually became clearer. What's most important right now is earning money. Only after earning enough money can she pay off her debts, give Mumu a better life, and have the qualifications to pursue her own dreams. As for psionic abilities, though full of mystery and allure, now wasn't the time for her to explore them freely. One must take steps one by one, eat bite by bite. Xia Linlin whispered to herself, her tone firm and steady. She took a deep breath, driving away the miscellaneous thoughts in her heart, and reignited her fighting spirit. She believed that with her own efforts, she could surely overcome these current difficulties and create a beautiful future for herself. Lillian's sister, the variant egg seems. 40's voice sounded again, carrying a trace of excitement that was hard to detect. Xia Linlin rubbed her temples, stood up, and walked towards the variant egg placed in the corner. All along, her heart was filled with anticipation. This variant egg was the first surprise she received since traveling to the interstellar era, and she had always hoped that it would hatch into some extraordinary creature. It's moving. 40's voice trembled, tinged with disbelief. Xia Linlin approached the variant egg, held her breath, and carefully observed it. The surface of the eggshell was covered with fine cracks, spreading like a spider web. A strange energy ripple emanated from inside the eggshell, making her feel a tingling sensation. Crack, a light sound, and a noticeable crack appeared on the eggshell. Xia Linlin's heart leaped, a kind of indescribable excitement welling up in her chest. 40, get ready to record. Xia Linlin murmured, her eyes firmly fixed on the crack, flashing with expectant light. Chapter 64, Pursuing 40, the inquiry continues. Xia Linlin watched as 40 excitedly ran around, a sudden idea popping into her mind. She cleared her throat, curiosity evident in her tone. 40, you just said you could transform into any shape, including holographic projections, right? 40 stopped in his tracks, tilting his head with his round electronic eyes flashing brightly. Absolutely. As long as I want to, I can become anything. Xia Linlin raised an eyebrow, continuing her questioning. Can you turn into a holographic person? Like in movies, someone who can be casually touched and can hold conversations. Sure, 40 proudly puffed out his chest. It's a piece of cake for me. However, he paused briefly, a hint of caution creeping into his tone. Unless necessary, I can only transform into a little girl. Otherwise, I fear that my master might forcibly change my gender. Xia Linlin was momentarily stunned before realizing that 40's forced gender change likely referred to transforming into another gender. She couldn't help but chuckle, her appreciation for 40's intelligence growing even more. This little guy, he has quite some self-protection awareness. She smiled and shook her head. Don't worry, I won't force you to change your gender. I'm just curious, that's all. 40 relaxed then, patting his chest, and began circling around the mutation egg again. Xia Linlin originally intended to ask more about 40's holographic capabilities, but before she could speak, she suddenly remembered something even more important that she seemed to have overlooked. What exactly was the color of 40's hair? She inwardly cursed herself for being careless. Just as she prepared to chase after 40 who had already scurried to a corner, she was captivated by the scene before her. The vegetables in the vegetable garden were thriving, lush and green, brimming with vitality. Those peculiar leaves and plump fruits emitted a tempting glow. Xia Linlin suddenly realized that she couldn't solely focus on one mutated egg. The vegetables in the garden also needed diversifying. She pondered that if she could buy some new varieties of mutant vegetables, it wouldn't only make the dining table richer, but might also uncover some fresh surprises. Once this thought arose, it quickly took root in her heart like weeds. The urgency she had moments ago to inquire about the color of 40's hair was now replaced by anticipation for mutant vegetables. She enthusiastically planned, deciding that tomorrow she would go to the market to look for some interesting vegetable seeds. Just as her thoughts drifted away, her peripheral vision caught sight of a string of missed call records scrolling on the communicator screen, with the last one standing out glaringly. Ding dong, communication request connected. Xia Linlin walked over to the desk and picked up the communicator. The glossy light flowed between her fingertips, akin to holding a piece of smooth jade. With a gentle touch on the screen, the fingerprint recognition area lit up softly with a blue glow, unlocking the device. She originally intended to browse the latest mutant vegetable seeds on the interstellar shopping platform, but unexpectedly noticed the rolling list of missed calls on the communicator screen. A cascade of unfamiliar numbers rapidly flashed past, resembling streaks of meteorites cutting through the dark night sky. Xia Linlin gave them a cursory glance, not feeling too ruffled. After all, in the age of interstellar travel, nuisance calls and advertisement pitches were commonplace. However, at the moment when the records were about to vanish, the final missed call abruptly made her stop short. It wasn't an ordinary string of digits, but a name, both familiar yet unsettling, causing her unease. On the screen, that name gleamed like a brand mark, deeply imprinted on her retina. Chapter 65, Communicator activates intelligence brain. Xia Qingqing. A deep voice came from the communicator. Xia Linlin abruptly raised her head, only then realizing the communicator had automatically connected. On the screen, a man in military uniform sat upright, his expression serious. Under the man's thick eyebrows was a pair of deep-set eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything. Xia Linlin caught her breath. This was Xia Qingqing's maternal uncle, the husband of one of the city rulers on Daciai planet. Wait, Xia Qingqing's communicator? Alarm bells rang in Xia Linlin's heart. She quickly reviewed the call log and found this call was not received, but placed. Upon closer inspection, the recipient was shockingly labeled as 40. 40? Wasn't that Xie Qi, the intelligence brain of Xie Qingqing's aunt? Xie Linlin frowned deeply. When did the original owner give Xie Qingqing permission to contact Aunt Xie Qi's intelligence brain? No. According to Xie Qingqing's description, not only was no such permission granted, he was explicitly forbidden to contact any family members. A chill crept up Xie Linlin's spine. She suddenly remembered what Xie Qingqing had said before. His communication system was shut off by the original user. So how did this call happen? Xie Linlin immediately stood up, walked briskly to Xie Qingqing's room door, and knocked. Qingqing, come out for a moment. Xie Qingqing opened the door, looking at her in confusion. What is it, Linlin's sister? What's going on with your communication system? I just saw your communicator connect to 40 and actually talk to your aunt's intelligence brain. Xie Linlin asked straightforwardly. Xie Qingqing paused, his eyes flickering. I don't know either. My communication system has always been turned off, and I haven't reopened it. Let's go check, Xie Linlin insisted, pulling Xie Qingqing back to his room without further ado. She picked up Xie Qingqing's communicator and examined it thoroughly. Sure enough, the communication system was still in a closed state. Xie Linlin furrowed her brow. Could it be a system error? Qingqing, try opening the communication system, Xie Linlin said. Xie Qingqing nodded and operated the device as instructed. However, there was no response from the communication system. It seems it has been closed for too long and needs reactivation, Xie Linlin murmured after a brief reflection. I'll help you activate it. Xie Linlin's slender fingers deftly manipulated the communicator, and luminous light danced around her fingertips. With a gentle hum, a message appeared on the communicator screen. Communication system activated. Xie Linlin sighed in relief, handing the communicator back to Xie Qingqing. All right, it should work fine now. She didn't delve further into how Xie Qingqing contacted 40, dismissing it as a glitch in the system. After all, they had more important things to do. Linlin's sister, what are we having for dinner tonight? Xie Qingqing suddenly asked, accepting the communicator while playing with it, a faint sense of satisfaction flickering across his face. I was thinking. Xie Qingqing began absent-mindedly as he toyed with his communicator. I've already called Aunt. Xie Linlin was tidying the bedspread when she heard these words, her hands hesitating slightly, but showing no surprise or panic. She calmly turned around, fixing her gaze on Xie Qingqing's face. Her tone carried a hint of calm inquiry. Oh, I noticed the call record, so I realized your communication system had been turned off before. So can you use it again now? Seemingly unprepared for Xie Linlin's tranquil reaction, Xie Qingqing twitched his mouth slightly, but soon regained his composure. Pretending to be nonchalant, he shrugged, probing with his tone. Sister Linlin, aren't you worried? Aunt, she is very powerful. Xie Linlin looked at the young man in front of her, observing the complex emotions flickering in his eyes, expectation, along with a trace of worry. Suddenly, a soft warmth welled up in her heart. Walking up to Xie Qingqing, she gently ruffled his hair with a soft but determined motion. Afraid? Why would I be afraid? She's your aunt. She'll have to contact you eventually. What should I be afraid of? Stunned, Xie Qingqing seemed not to expect this response from Xie Linlin. The calmness on her face, as if genuinely fearless toward his aunt, made a deep impression on him. His lips tightened slightly. Xie Linlin noticed Xie Qingqing's hesitance and felt a slight curiosity in her heart, yet she did not press further. She understood some matters needed time, could not be rushed. Shifting the topic, her gaze softened as she looked at Xie Qingqing. With a smile, her voice carrying a note of humor, she asked, by the way, Qingqing, what do you want to eat tonight? You choose. Xie Qingqing stared at Xie Linlin for a few seconds, finally shaking his head and saying, Sister Linlin, you decide. Anything is fine with me. Xie Linlin smiled gently. All right then, tonight we'll have your favorite. She paused momentarily, as if in thought, her tone suddenly becoming somewhat hesitant. But, I always feel that your aunt seems different from the original self. Looking at Xie Qingqing's confused gaze, she explained with a smile. The original self probably had ulterior motives, so she feared your aunt. She was afraid of your aunt seeing through her false facade and exposing her abuse toward you. But I'm different. I take such good care of you. So why should I be afraid when I've done nothing wrong? She straightened her back, her voice filled with confidence. Xie Linlin blinked, slyly leaning closer to Xie Qingqing and lowering her voice to ask, wasn't the salt-baked shrimp at noon especially delicious? Unfortunately, you only got one. We can make it again tonight. How about that? Xie Qingqing's originally slightly worried expression instantly faded away, replaced by the allure of food. He puffed out his cheeks and nodded solemnly. The salt-baked shrimp made by Sister Linlin is the best in the entire universe. I've been reminiscing all day about that shrimp from lunch. He licked his lips, as if he could already smell the fresh and fragrant aroma wafting through the air. Xie Linlin, watching Xie Qingqing's anticipatory little expression, couldn't help but chuckle softly. She ran her hand through Xie Qingqing's soft hair affectionately, speaking gently. All right, tonight we'll make salt-baked shrimp. This time, I promise you'll eat your fill. As the sun set, golden twilight flooded the room, and the air carried the subtle fragrance of food. Xie Linlin hummed a light tune while busily working in the kitchen. The oil in the pot sizzled, and the fresh shrimp flipped in the hot oil, releasing an irresistible aroma. Xie Qingqing sat beside the dining table, staring intently at the direction of the kitchen, nearly drooling. Suddenly, the communicator beeped, drip drip. Xie Linlin picked it up and saw a message sent by Xie Qi. She opened the message, and a short line appeared on the screen. Linlin, is Qingqing doing well with you? Xie Linlin replied. Everything is fine, Aunt can rest assured. Xie soon responded. That's good. In a few days, I will visit you. Xie Linlin looked at this message, and a strange uneasiness suddenly arose within her. She felt that this visit by Xie wasn't going to be as simple as it seemed. Sister Linlin, Xie Qingqing's voice interrupted Xie Linlin's train of thought. Is the shrimp ready yet? It smells so good. He sniffed deeply, his face full of greed. Xie Linlin put down the communicator and said with a smile. Almost. Just wait a bit longer. She placed the freshly made salt-baked shrimp onto a plate and brought it to the dining table. Wow. Xie Qingqing's eyes immediately brightened. He couldn't wait to grab a shrimp, peel off the shell, and pop it into his mouth. Delicious. Xie Qingqing closed his eyes contentedly. Xie Linlin, looking at Xie Qingqing's satisfied expression, also slightly curved her lips upward. She picked up a shrimp, preparing to peel its shell, when suddenly, Qingqing, Xie Linlin put down the shrimp in her hand and stared intensely at Xie Qingqing. Chapter 66. Salt-baked shrimp, fragrance drifting across the stars. Qingqing, do you still want to eat salt-baked shrimp tonight? Xie Linlin watched her younger brother enjoying his meal with relish, her eyes filled with laughter. Yes. Xie Qingqing's mouth was full of shrimp, and she answered incoherently, nodding forcefully as if afraid that her sister would change her mind. Good. Xie Linlin cheerfully responded, rising to walk toward the kitchen door. 40. Help me process these shrimps. Let's make more. She paused, thinking about how thrilled their fans would be when they received the salt-baked shrimp, and her smile grew even wider, her heart brimming with anticipation. As night fell, the livestream room became lively and vibrant. Linlin's sister is finally live. What delicious treat will we have tonight? It smells so good. Linlin's sister, I miss you so much. The enthusiasm from the fans surged like a flood, and the chat messages instantly inundated the entire screen. Xie Linlin watched the bustling livestream room, her spirits soaring. Tonight, I'll make salt-baked shrimp for all of you. As she skillfully tossed the shrimp in the pan, she interacted with the fans. I've made a little extra, and am planning to put some on sale to thank everyone for their continuous support. Put it on sale. I'm buying. Linlin's sister's salt-baked shrimp. Must grab it. Go, go, go. For Linlin's sister's shrimp, I'll do anything. The fans' excitement reached new heights. Gift special effects flooded the screen instantaneously, and Xie Linlin's livestream room's popularity skyrocketed, firmly sitting at number 1 on the interstellar food chart. So many people want it. It seems inappropriate to just directly put them on sale. Xie Linlin pretended to worry, resting her chin in her hand. Let's do this instead. I'll send shrimp according to the ranking list. The top several names can get shrimp handmade by me. She winked, her tone carrying a touch of slyness. Honestly speaking, doing this also saves me the trouble of packaging and shipping. This little bit of cunning sincerity rather excited the fans even more. The livestream room immediately boiled over with excitement, as the top-ranked fans competed frantically to send gifts, terrified of being left behind. Linlin's sister, I love you. Please choose me. Go, go, go. For the sake of the shrimp, I'm willing to go all out. Please go easy. Big brother's ahead. Leave me a taste. Gift special effects rose and fell continuously, like a magnificent fireworks show, lighting up the entire livestream room. Xie Linlin looked at the ever-climbing leaderboard, and her smile deepened further. Suddenly, a familiar name appeared at the top of the leaderboard. Mumu. Xie Linlin softly murmured this name. Xie Linlin turned off the heat, and an intense aroma of shrimp immediately spread throughout the entire kitchen. The red shrimp shells gleamed invitingly under the light, while the coarse grains of salt tightly encased the shrimp meat, as if whispering secrets of its delectability. Xie Qingqing had been waiting nearby, her eyes glued to the pot of shrimp, her stomach making a well-timed rumble. She tried to act calm and coughed slightly, turning her head to pretend she was admiring the view outside the window. However, her ears perked up high, fearing missing any slight sound. Here, Qingqing, the first batch is yours. Xie Linlin laughed as she placed a plate of shrimp in front of Xie Qingqing. Steamy hot shrimp gave off a concentrated aroma, tempting Xie Qingqing's palate. He tried to maintain a calm exterior, pretending to casually pick up a shrimp, but inside, he was already drooling with desire. He gently peeled back the shrimp shell, revealing the tender white shrimp inside, the delicious juices flowing between his fingers. He couldn't wait to put the shrimp into his mouth, where the rich, savory flavor exploded, combining a hint of sweetness that left him longing for more. Xie Qingqing stopped trying to act sophisticated and began wolfing down the shrimp voraciously, his hands tirelessly peeling away at the shrimp shells, his face radiating with satisfaction. Delicious. So delicious. He mumbled through bites, with shrimp oil smeared around his mouth, looking like a little cat stealing food. Xie Linlin looked at her younger brother eating joyfully, filling her heart with delight. She counted the remaining shrimp. After setting aside those she planned to keep, there were 22 left. It looks like today we can send out 22 portions of salt-baked shrimp, she announced in the livestream room. Fans ranked in the top 22 positions. Message me your addresses privately. Once the message went out, the livestream room exploded once again with excitement. The fan ranked in the 22nd position breathed a sigh of relief, clenching their fists with excitement. Phew, good thing I made it. They wiped the sweat from their forehead, relieved not to be pushed out. 40. Bring Mumu down. Xie Linlin said to thin air, her eyes softening. It's time to let her try Auntie's cooking too. 40 emitted a mechanical prompt tone. All right, Linlin's sister. But Mumu's toy castle is blocking the passage. I'll move it first. 40's sleek mechanical arms moved deftly, dismantling the stack of toys that blocked the entrance step by step, revealing the staircase leading upstairs to the nursery. It smoothly ascended the stairs, entered the nursery, and gently picked up the sleeping Moo. Moo was sleeping soundly, her chubby little face pink, her long lashes casting a shadow on her cheeks, with a hint of sweet laughter at the corner of her mouth. Who is Moo? Is she Linling's pet? Curious fans in the livestream room bombarded the chat with questions. Wow, what a cute baby. Is she Linling's younger sister? Xia Linlin looked at the comments streaming by and smiled faintly. Moo. Well, it's quite a story, she said matter-of-factly. She's a child I found some time ago, now she lives with me. Let's say, as my younger sister. A fan named and Xingwan bluntly asked, did Sister Linlin pick up a little sister? That's right, Xia Linlin readily admitted, her tone laced with a touch of affection. Isn't she adorable? Why didn't you send the child to the orphanage? One fan raised doubts. Can the streamer take good care of a child? As doubts appeared in the chat messages, Xia Linlin furrowed her brows slightly, a flash of impatience crossing her face. Moo is very well behaved, and 40 helps take care of her, she explained. I will help her find her family later, but for now, she just lives with me. Sister Linlin is so kind and beautiful. Support Sister Linlin. The livestream room was immediately flooded with support for Xia Linlin, drowning out the previous doubts. Xia Linlin's expression softened somewhat as she gazed tenderly at Moo cradled in her arms. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. She softly patted Moo's back and spoke gently. Let's continue with the shrimp. Xia Linlin lifted the lid of the second pot, and once again, a rich aroma of shrimp greeted everyone. This batch of shrimp was even more tempting than the last one, with their bright red shells shining with an oily sheen and coarse salt granules glittering like embedded jewels. All right, the second pot is done. Xia Linlin nodded satisfactorily. Let it cool down a bit first. 40, help me pack it later. She then transferred the shrimp from the pot to a large plate and handed it to 40. 40 extended its mechanical arm, firmly taking the plate and placing it aside to cool. Too fragrant, Sister Linlin. Looking at those shrimps has made me drool. I'm so envious of those 22 people who get to eat the shrimps handmade by Sister Linlin. Sister Linlin, can I have some too next time? The fans in the livestream room expressed their envy, filling the chat messages with desire and anticipation. Xia Linlin smiled without responding to these comments, focusing instead on handling the remaining shrimp. She placed the prepared shrimp into the pot, sprinkled coarse salt over them, and stir-fried evenly, every motion fluid and smooth, seamless from start to finish. Why isn't Sister Linlin answering us? Is she deliberately making us crave? Exactly. Feels like she's provoking us to give gifts. Could this be Sister Linlin's new trick? First, make us crave, and then. Some voices of suspicion began appearing in the chat, speculating that Xia Linlin was intentionally creating hype to encourage fans to send gifts. These suspicions were like pebbles dropped into still water, rippling across the surface, sparking more curiosity and controversy. Enough, stop guessing wildly. Xia Linlin paused her movements, her tone slightly irritated. I cooked the shrimp to thank the fans for their support. I've never begged anyone to send gifts. Her gaze sharpened. Any further deliberate attempts to incite discord will result in being directly blocked. And Xingwan left a message in the chat. Sister Linlin, don't mind them. We all trust you. Xia Linlin gave a faint smile towards the camera in response to Xingwan's support, and then continued stir-frying the shrimp in the pot. The scent grew richer, permeating throughout the entire livestream room. Suddenly, 40 emitted an urgent alarm. Chapter 67, Rapid Gains in Followers. All right, stop speculating. Xia Linlin stopped her actions, her tone slightly irritated. I'm cooking shrimp to thank my fans for their support. I've never begged anyone for gifts. Her eyes became sharp, like a sword unsheathed, pointing directly at those maliciously guessing. If there are any more such deliberately divisive remarks, they will be immediately blocked. The live stream room momentarily quieted down for a few seconds. Then the chat exploded with messages as everyone expressed their support for Xia Linlin. Sister Linlin, don't mind them, we all believe in you. A fan named and Xingwan spoke up first, and soon other fans chimed in accordingly. Yes, that's right. Sister Linlin has always been truly good to us. We won't be swayed by those trolls. Sister Linlin, don't be upset. It's not worth getting angry over people like them. I suggest Sister Linlin buys a live stream robot that automatically blocks any non-harmonious comments. That way, it won't affect our mood while watching the live streams. A fan named Interstellar Foodie suggested. Upon seeing this suggestion, Xia Linlin's eyes lit up, finding the idea quite good. This suggestion is great. I'll consider it before the next live stream. She responded with a slight smile towards the camera to acknowledge everyone's support, then continued stir-frying the shrimp in the pan. The spatula scraped against the coarse salt, producing a fine rustling sound, and the fresh shrimp gradually turned red from the high heat. A rich aroma filled the entire live stream room, stimulating every viewer's taste buds. It smells so good. I can almost smell it through the screen. Sister Linlin, I can't stop drooling just looking at this. When can we eat your salt-baked shrimp, Sister Linlin? I'm craving it so much. Xia Linlin glanced at the chat, her lips curving upwards, making her mood improve somewhat. She focused on stir-frying the shrimp in the pot, ensuring each shrimp was evenly heated for the perfect texture. 40 stood to the side, watching Xia Linlin's busy silhouette. Sister Linlin. 40 suddenly opened his mouth, his tone hesitant. The fresh scent of the shrimp wafted through the air, thick enough to almost materialize. A thin sheen of sweat appeared on Xia Linlin's temple, her arms feeling heavy but her hands continuing their motions without stopping. The spatula flew deftly, the coarse salt colliding with the shrimp shells creating a crisp sound, akin to an enchanting accompaniment. Finally, the sixth pot of salt-baked shrimp came out, 22 plump red shrimp gleaming invitingly, with the fragrance of the sea mingling with the salty aroma, forming a tempting symphony. Satisfied, Xia Linlin nodded and transferred the shrimp onto a large plate prepared earlier. 40. Have you double-checked the addresses? Xia Linlin wiped her sweat-soaked forehead with a towel and asked. All checked, Sister Linlin. 40's voice was clear and earnest, holding a thick stack of printed address labels. I've printed them according to the order of the live stream backend, a total of 20 copies, all stuck on the packaging bags. He neatly arranged the labeled packaging bags on the table, like soldiers awaiting inspection. Xia Linlin went over and carefully inspected the address labels. After confirming there were no mistakes, she began packing the salt-baked shrimp into the packaging bags. Her actions were quick, filling each bag generously to ensure each lucky fan could savor this delicious treat. After finishing the packing of 20 portions, Xia Linlin's gaze fell upon the remaining 2 shrimp in a special packaging bag. This packaging bag was different from the others. It was made of a special material, emitting a faint silvery luster, with no label on it. Xia Linlin picked up this special packaging bag. She paused briefly, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Has other plans? Sister Linlin, what is this? 40 asked curiously, his eyes full of questions. Xia Linlin didn't respond, simply securing the box, and then turning around to pick up the chopsticks. All right, after being so busy for so long, we should eat now. Xia Linlin picked up a bright red salt-baked shrimp. Under the light, its shell shimmered enticingly. She peeled the shell gently, revealing tender white shrimp meat inside. A powerful burst of savory freshness hit her nose mixed with a hint of saltiness, making her fingers itch to taste. She eagerly popped the shrimp into her mouth, its juices exploding instantly on her tongue. The shrimp meat was chewy yet smooth, salty yet fragrant, leaving a lingering aftertaste. In the live stream room, fans watched as Xia Linlin savored the shrimp, feeling as if they too tasted the delicacy. They expressed their envy through the chat. Wow, it looks so delicious. Sister Linlin, your expression when eating the shrimp is so tempting. The screen doesn't stop me from feeling the deliciousness. I am so jealous. I want to eat that. My mouth is watering. Why didn't I grab a spot? At this moment, a large number of new IDs suddenly flooded into the live stream room, causing an instant surge in bullet comments that nearly covered the entire screen. Welcome, new friends. Xia Linlin greeted the newcomers warmly while eating shrimp. Thank you all for your support. I will continue to bring more wonderful live stream content. 40 shouted excitedly from the side. Sister Linlin, you've reached #1 on the popularity chart. So many new fans are rushing in. Upon hearing this, Xia Linlin glanced at the data from the live stream backend. The number of followers had already broken through the 300,000 mark. Her eyes widened with surprise, and a radiant smile spread across her face. Thank you all for your support. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, I'll be live streaming making steamed buns, so don't miss it if you like steamed buns. Xia Linlin smiled sweetly at the camera, her voice gentle and friendly. I'll eat while broadcasting, so we can enjoy breakfast together. Yeah, we'll definitely meet tomorrow morning. Sister Linlin, your breakfast must be super delicious. Looking forward to tomorrow's steamed buns. The atmosphere in the live stream room was jubilant, as fans expressed their anticipation for tomorrow's broadcast. Xia Linlin watched the lively bullet comments with joy and a sense of accomplishment filling her heart. She finished eating the last shrimp, then spoke to the camera. That's all for today's live stream. Thank you all for your company. See you again tomorrow morning. 40. Give me the box. Xia Linlin held out her hand to 40. As the sound signaling the end of the live stream rang out, Xia Linlin let out a long sigh of relief, stretched, and felt much of her fatigue dissipate. Even someone as young and fit as her found maintaining one posture for such a long time quite taxing. Finally over, she massaged her slightly sore shoulders, then turned to 40 and said, contact the courier and send out these 20 packages of salt-baked shrimp. All the addresses are labeled. Have them delivered quickly. 40 nodded, skillfully picked up the insulated boxes filled with salt-baked shrimp, and left the kitchen. Xia Linlin's gaze fell upon the exquisite little box, a flicker of mysterious light shining in her eyes. She gently picked up the box, her fingertips brushing against its smooth surface, feeling the cool sensation transmitted from the box. Inside the box, 2 plump and lustrous red salt-baked shrimp lay quietly, emanating a tempting fresh fragrance. These 2 shrimp, Xia Linlin murmured to herself, a secretive smile curling at the corner of her mouth, aren't ordinary salt-baked shrimp. She carefully placed the box inside her backpack, then turned and walked towards the other side of the kitchen. There, a clean sand pot stood waiting quietly for its mission. Xia Linlin opened the cabinet and took out the ingredients prepared long ago, a tender old hen, a few red dates, a few slices of ginger, and a small bag of unnamed medicinal herbs. She washed and cut the hen into pieces, placing them into the sand pot along with the red dates, ginger, and herbs, then poured in clear mineral water until it covered the chicken pieces. Covering the pot, she lit the fire, and cheerful blue flames danced around the base of the sand pot. A strong aroma of chicken soup slowly permeated the kitchen, mixed with the refreshing scent of herbs, revitalizing the spirit. Xia Linlin stood by the stove, silently watching the sand pot with focused and serious eyes, as if participating in some sacred ritual. Gurgle, gurgle. The water in the sand pot began to boil, emitting a soft sound like a soothing lullaby. Xia Linlin picked up the ladle, lightly skimming off the floating foam on the soup surface, then turned down the heat, allowing the chicken soup to simmer slowly. 40. Xia Linlin suddenly spoke, her tone calm. You go rest. There's no need to stay up tonight. But, Sister Linlin. 40 hesitated somewhat. The chicken soup. Don't worry, Xia Linlin interrupted him, her eyes resolute and deep, as if concealing some secret. This pot of chicken soup is very important. Chapter 68, Fried Duck Legs. After the live stream ended, the glow of the virtual screen gradually dimmed. Xia Linlin let out a long sigh of relief and rubbed her slightly sore eyes. In the kitchen, the casserole bubbled with hot steam, and the rich aroma of chicken soup mixed with the fragrance of herbs spread through the air. Xia Linlin lifted the lid and gently stirred with a spoon, watching the snow-white chicken soup bubble, revealing tender chunks of chicken inside. Satisfied, she smiled and turned down the heat to allow the soup to continue simmering. This pot of chicken soup was intended for a fan living on Daciai Planet, whose username was Unlucky Lately. This fan had been silently supporting her in the live stream room. Recently, she heard that he was unwell, so Xia Linlin wanted to do something special for him. Daciai Planet was the same as the one where her aunt Xia Weining lived, so Xia Linlin planned to ask her aunt to help deliver the gift. While the soup was simmering, Xia Linlin began preparing another dish, fried duck legs. She took out the duck legs that had been marinated in advance. Their golden skin glistened with an enticing sheen. She heated up a wok, poured in oil, and once it reached the right temperature, placed the duck legs into the pan. With a sizzle, oil splattered around as the kitchen instantly filled with the scent of frying oil, mixing with the fragrance of the chicken soup in a wonderful harmony. Xia Linlin skillfully flipped the duck legs, ensuring every side cooked evenly. The golden duck skin became crispy, and the fats crackled under the high heat, releasing waves of alluring aromas. Occasionally, she used chopsticks to prod the duck legs, feeling the texture changes in the meat. As time ticked by, the duck legs finally fried to a perfect golden crispiness. Xia Linlin scooped them out with a slotted spoon and placed them on paper towels to drain excess oil. The golden duck legs exuded a lustrous shine and an enticing aroma, enough to make anyone's mouth water. Carefully, she placed the duck legs into a specially made thermal box, then ladled some chicken soup into a bowl, sealing it carefully. Once everything was done, Xia Linlin glanced at the time. It was already late at night. She stretched lazily, planning to take a warm shower and have a good night's rest. At the bathroom door, she suddenly paused, glancing back at the casserole quietly simmering in the kitchen and softly muttered, "There's still one more thing." Xia Linlin returned to the kitchen and retrieved an exquisite glass jar from the cabinet, filled with pale, purple yuen flowers. She took a small spoonful of yuen flowers and placed them into a transparent glass cup before adding hot water. Under the rush of hot water, the yuen flowers slowly unfurled like purple clouds blooming in the cup, exuding a light and sweet fragrance, fresh but not cloying. Xia Linlin gently stirred, her expression calm yet earnest, as if conducting some sort of ritual. After finishing this, she carefully packed the thermal box and the glass cup into a bag adorned with cute cartoon patterns. On the bag, the words, "Unlucky Lately," were clearly written. Xia Linlin carefully sealed the bag and added another layer of insulation outside to ensure the food remained warm and delicious when it reached her fan. Only after completing all these steps did Xia Linlin finally feel ready to take her shower. Warm water flowed over her body, washing away the day's fatigue. Steam filled the bathroom, blurring the mirror's surfaces with misty vapors, also obscuring the weariness in Xia Linlin's eyes. She closed her eyes, allowing herself to enjoy the caress of warm water, her thoughts drifting far away. Daciai Planet. I've heard its environment is excellent, pleasant climate, eternal spring. Xia Linlin muttered to herself, picturing images of Daciai Planet. Azure skies, crystal clear lakes, lush trees casting shadows, birds chirping and flowers blooming. Unlucky Lately. That name really is quite unique. A faint smile graced the corner of Xia Linlin's lips. She remembered how this fan had quietly supported her in the live stream room, and a warm current welled up in her heart. I hope he likes the food I made for him. Xia Linlin prayed silently in her heart. After her shower, she changed into comfortable pajamas, lay down on the soft bed, and soon fell asleep. Early the next morning, Xia Linlin handed over the carefully packed food to the interstellar courier and specifically instructed him to handle it with care, ensuring the items arrived undamaged at Daciai Planet. Watching the courier spacecraft vanish into the horizon, Xia Linlin felt a surge of anticipation. Daciai Planet. Unlucky Lately. Xia Linlin softly repeated the two names. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something, her face changing slightly. Wait, Daciai Planet. Isn't that Daciai Planet? Rich or noble? Unlucky Lately. These words circled endlessly in Xia Linlin's mind, colliding and merging like cosmic nebulae, stirring up an indescribable clarity. Daciai Planet, renowned for its unparalleled natural surroundings and strict admission policies, was home only to the wealthy or powerful elites. The seemingly ordinary online name, Unlucky Lately, stood out remarkably against this backdrop. Could it be? Xia Linlin's heart skipped a beat as a bold hypothesis gradually formed in her mind. She recalled the casual words and phrases that Unlucky Lately had inadvertently revealed in the live stream room, his elegant and composed demeanor, and his generous tips. All of this seemed to point toward an unbelievable truth. Ding ding, a crisp notification sound interrupted Xia Linlin's thoughts. Snapping back to reality, she saw the interstellar delivery robot waiting at the door. The round robot flashed its blue indicator lights and extended its mechanical arm, ready to receive the package. Xia Linlin handed over the carefully wrapped food to the robot, watching it ascend slowly and disappear into the night. A faint sense of fatigue washed over her as Xia Linlin rubbed her temples. After sending off the food, the stone of unease in her heart finally settled, giving rise to an indescribable sense of relief. I hope he likes it, Xia Linlin murmured to herself, a faint smile curving the corner of her lips. Suddenly, as if struck by another thought, she halted abruptly, a complex expression flickering in her eyes. Perhaps, he doesn't even care about such ordinary food. She walked to the window and gazed at the dazzling stars outside, whispering softly, "Dasi planet. Unlucky lately. We will meet soon." Xia Linlin closed the door, and the world seemed to fall silent instantly. After dispatching the package, her taut nerves relaxed, and a wave of exhaustion swept over her. She rubbed her sore shoulders and headed toward the bathroom. Warm water surged from the showerhead, enveloping her body like a soft, gentle veil. Water droplets slid down her hair, glittering with a crystalline luster under the light. Steam filled the air, mingling the faint scent of bath gel with the lingering aroma of chicken soup and duck meat from the earlier cooking, creating a peculiar yet warm atmosphere. Xia Linlin closed her eyes and took a deep breath, savoring the comfort and relaxation brought by the warm water. Her fatigue gradually faded, but her thoughts began to wander aimlessly. She remembered the occasional words and phrases that unlucky lately let slip in the live stream, his unique username, and the planet where he resided, Dasi planet. Dasi planet, renowned for its wealth and luxury, contrasted sharply with the slightly destitute impression given by the username, unlucky lately. This juxtaposition caused Xia Linlin a touch of confusion and stirred up a hint of curiosity. Who was he really? Xia Linlin pondered silently. The hot water rinsed over her body, washing away the day's weariness. She opened her eyes and looked at the mirror. In the reflection, a face slightly worn out by fatigue, but with abnormally bright eyes, shone through, as if harboring an unspoken anticipation. After bathing, Xia Linlin changed into soft, comfortable pajamas and approached her bed. The plush mattress felt like a light cloud, gently enveloping her. Lying down, she closed her eyes, feeling the softness of the mattress and the warmth of the blanket. The room was quiet, save for the occasional faint chirping of insects from outside the window. Xia Linlin's thoughts gradually calmed, her consciousness blurring. Just as she was about to drift off to sleep, a sudden thought darted through her mind, causing her to open her eyes again. Dasi planet. Unlucky lately, she muttered softly, these two words echoing repeatedly in her mind, as if they were a mysterious incantation. She sat up, her gaze directed toward the profound night sky outside the window. Countless stars twinkled, scattered across the black curtain of the night sky like diamonds, shimmering with mesmerizing light. We will meet soon, Xia Linlin whispered softly, her tone imbued with an inexplicable certainty, mixed with a subtle excitement. She reclined again, closing her eyes, a mysterious smile curling her lips. Outside the window, the night grew deeper, the tranquil sky punctuated by the fleeting streak of a meteorite flashing past, leaving behind a momentary brilliance. Chapter 69, Yuanyu. The starlight filtered through the cracks in the curtains, casting mottled shadows on the floor. Yuanyu rubbed his sleepy eyes and yawned. At that moment, the personal terminal on his bedside table flickered, indicating he had received a new delivery. Curiously, he opened the message and found it was sent by Xia Linlin. The package wasn't large. When opened, it revealed an exquisite lunchbox and a bottle of Yunhua water exuding a faint, fragrant aroma. Luo Fu, who was attending to him, noticed the lunchbox and the water, slightly furrowing his brows. Young master, your breakfast has always been nutrient solution. Before Luo Fu could finish speaking, he noticed a different light shining in Yuan Yu's eyes, a mixture of curiosity and excitement. This is different, Yuan Yu said with a mysterious smile playing on the corners of his lips as he carefully carried the lunchbox and the Yunhua water over to the dining table. Would you like me to warm it up for you, young master? Luo Fu asked. Yes. Yuan Yu nodded, his gaze still fixed on the lunchbox as if unable to wait any longer to discover what delicacy lay within. As Luo Fu took the lunchbox to operate the heater, Yuan Yu glanced at the time. It was only 5:30. How early? He muttered to himself, his tone carrying a touch of relaxed joy. At that moment, Yuan Yu's personal terminal lit up again, popping up with a live streaming notification. Food broadcaster Linlin Kitchen is now online. Yuan Yu's eyes brightened immediately as he clicked into the live stream. On the screen, Xia Linlin was wearing simple loungewear and yawning towards the camera. I'm sorry everyone. I got up a bit earlier today because Moo Moo was hungry. She rubbed her eyes, a drowsy expression gradually turning earnest as she began preparing for the broadcast. Moo Moo. Yuan Yu repeated this name softly under his breath, a flash of puzzlement crossing his eyes. At this point, Xia Linlin's live stream was quite low in heat, with very few viewers. She turned on the kitchen lights, the soft glow spreading across the clean and tidy cooking counter. She started systematically preparing the ingredients for steamed buns. The chopped meat filling was neatly placed on one side along with fresh vegetables and spices, everything arranged orderly. Xia Linlin was used to staying silent while cooking, fully immersed in her world, and enjoying the focus and tranquility. Her gentle chopping rhythm on the cutting board resonated with the sharp sounds of the blade against the ingredients, bringing a strangely calming sensation. A subtle aroma of spices wafted through the air, opening the appetite. Suddenly, a prompt popped up on the live stream interface. Fan Interstellar Traveler has gifted you a spaceship. Surprised, Xia Linlin looked up. She paused momentarily before breaking out into a warm smile and addressing the camera. Wow. Thank you, Interstellar Traveler. This is a wonderful surprise. I'll remember you. After the next live session, I will send you a special courier as thanks. Following this, Xia Linlin interacted with her fans, asking if any other viewers wanted similar benefits. Everyone left comments expressing support and blessings. She responded warmly, filled with kindness and sincerity. The popularity of the live room gradually rose, making the comment section lively. After the interaction ended, Xia Linlin once again devoted herself to preparing the steamed buns. She kneaded the dough attentively, the effect of the interstellar yeast being excellent, as the dough quickly rose. The soft dough moved gently in her hands, full of life. She meticulously divided the dough into small pieces, rolling them into thin skins with practiced elegance. Just as Xia Linlin was fully absorbed in wrapping the buns, a faint cry came from the distance. Mom, Mom. It was Moo Moo's voice. Xia Linlin stopped her hands, looking toward the sound. There stood Moo Moo by the toy fort's entrance, his young face glowing with expectation. What's the matter, Moo Moo? Xia Linlin smiled faintly, asking gently. Moo Moo's innocent voice rang out from the doorway of the toy fort. Mom, I want to come out and play too. His little face brimming with hope, his bright eyes directly locked onto Xia Linlin, as if begging her to agree. Xia Linlin's heart melted at the pure request. She put down her work and walked over, picking Moo Moo up. She said softly, All right, Mom understands. Just wait a little longer, and once these steamed buns are done, we'll go out to play, okay? She gently stroked Moo Moo's hair, feeling its soft texture, and her heart was filled with maternal warmth. Moo Moo's little face lit up instantly. He excitedly nodded, tightly hugging Xia Linlin's neck and sweetly said, Thank you, Mom. Then he laughed happily, clapping his hands. The crisp laughter echoed through the kitchen, adding a few more touches of vitality and liveliness to the morning. Xia Linlin felt an immense sense of fulfillment at the sight of Moo Moo's happiness. She placed Moo Moo in a nearby safety seat and cautioned him. You wait here obediently, don't move around. Mom will quickly finish these steamed buns, and then we'll go out to play. Moo Moo nodded, sitting quietly with his hands hugging his knees, his eyes filled with beautiful anticipation for the future. At the same time, on another planet, Yuan Yu was intently focused on the screen as he peeled shrimp shells. His movements were elegant and practiced, but occasionally, his gaze would instinctively shift to the live stream. Just then, a child's figure flashed on the screen, causing him to slightly pause. The child's appearance and voice seemed oddly familiar. Master, who is this kid? Luo Fu had also noticed the changes on the screen and asked softly. Yuan Yu furrowed his brows, tapping lightly on the table with his fingers, curiosity flashing in his eyes. He paused for a moment, then suddenly raised his head, speaking calmly yet firmly. Play back the previous scene. I need to see it again. Luo Fu respectfully acknowledged, deftly tapping on the operation panel. The screen rewound swiftly, stopping on the scene of Xia Linlin holding Moo Moo. Yuan Yu's gaze locked onto Moo Moo's face, his frown deepening. Those clear, bright eyes, shimmering like stars, carried a hint of familiarity that stirred a strange excitement in his heart. Zoom in on the picture. Yuan Yu's voice was deep and commanding, carrying an air of unquestionable authority. Luo Fu complied immediately. Moo Moo's face enlarged on the screen, every detail becoming clearly visible. That pale skin, rosy lips, and those seemingly all-knowing eyes caused a profound shock to Yuan Yu. The child's eyes. Yuan Yu murmured to himself, perplexity evident in his tone. He reached out to touch Moo Moo's eyes on the screen, the cold sensation from his fingertips intensifying the mysterious familiarity he felt. Meanwhile, Xia Linlin's live stream continued. She had already placed the steamed buns into the steamer, steam rising gently, filling the kitchen with tempting aromas. She occasionally addressed the camera, explaining some cooking techniques and interacting with her fans, creating a relaxed and joyful atmosphere. Linine, your baby is so adorable. Yes, those eyes are truly beautiful. Linine, when will you make fish-flavored shredded pork again? Last time's dish was too delicious. The comment section was bustling with fans leaving enthusiastic messages expressing their affection and support for Xia Linlin. Xia Linlin replied one by one, her face always adorned with a warm smile. She cherished this process of interaction with her fans, and also the joy brought by food. Master, look. Luo Fu's voice suddenly broke Yuan Yu's thoughts. He looked up, following Luo Fu's gaze, where Moo Moo blinked his clear, bright eyes curiously examining everything around him. Luo Fu pointed at Moo Moo's eyes on the screen, his tone tinged with disbelief. This child's eyes, they seem. He hesitated, searching for the right words to describe. They seem very similar to yours. Yuan Yu's pupils abruptly contracted, his heart pounding. He fixedly stared at Moo Moo's eyes on the screen, as if trying to pierce through them. These eyes indeed shared a startling resemblance to his own, in shape, color, and even that profound, mysterious glow, all of which left him profoundly stunned. How is this possible? Yuan Yu's voice quivered, unable to believe what his eyes saw. He extended his hand, intending to touch Moo Moo's eyes on the screen once more, but stopped at the last second. Chapter 70, Black Label Storm. Luo Fu's gaze was sharp like a hawk, locked tightly on the pair of innocent eyes displayed on the screen. He slowly zoomed in on the image. His pupils reflected Moo Moo's clear eyes as if trying to capture every secret within them. Holding his breath, he carefully observed every subtle change in those eyes. A trace of surprise quietly brewed in his heart. These did not appear to be the eyes of an ordinary infant, but instead carried a profound and mysterious depth, as if hiding endless secrets. He pulled up a full-body shot of Moo Moo, even magnifying the details of other facial features, meticulously comparing them. This careful action deepened the growing clouds of doubt in his heart. He could not explain this abnormality, nor could he ignore the unease it brought. A premonition of misfortune wrapped around his mind like a thread, making him feel a hint of anxiety. On the other side, Yuan Yu had not noticed Luofu's anomaly. He was happily enjoying his dinner, the sound of cutlery clinking against the plate crisp and pleasant. The aroma of food swirled around his nose. The rich meat juices blossomed on his tongue, giving him immense satisfaction in both body and spirit. A faint smile lingered at the corner of his lips. Luofu withdrew his gaze, took a deep breath, and turned toward the nearby intelligent computer. His deep eyes held a trace of gravity, like the calm before a storm. His fingers lightly tapped, instantly lighting up the intelligent computer's screen with countless complex characters jumping across it, like the stars twinkling in the night sky. He began swiftly entering commands, his fingers dancing gracefully and accurately over the screen, much like a highly skilled conductor playing an intangible symphony. He knew some matters needed immediate investigation. He couldn't overlook any single clue. "Master, I'll step out for a moment," Luofu said to Yuan Yu without looking back, his tone calm and devoid of emotion. Yuan Yu picked up his napkin to wipe the corner of his mouth and responded absently. Go ahead." Without further words, Luofu turned and left the room. The door closed silently, leaving only Yuan Yu's sounds of enjoying his meal in the room. Xia Linlin chopped fresh fatty pork into minced meat, the rhythmic chopping echoing in the live broadcast room. Her humming blended beautifully with the chopping sounds. The bright red minced meat gleamed with oil under the light, elastic and invitingly fresh through the screen. She picked up a green onion and finely chopped it into aromatic bits that released a refreshing smell, mixing with the scent of the minced meat and enticing her viewers' appetites. The hostess has excellent knife skills. "This minced meat looks so fresh. I can almost smell the fragrance through the screen." Comments flowed like falling snowflakes, filled with admiration and curiosity. Xia Linlin occasionally glanced at the comments, smiling faintly while occasionally answering a few questions. A relaxed atmosphere permeated the live stream room. She evenly mixed the minced meat, green onions, and other seasonings. Her slender fingers skillfully stirred to ensure perfect integration of all ingredients. Then, she deftly picked up a thin dumpling wrapper, placed an appropriate amount of minced meat inside, and nimbly pinched the edges together, creating dainty steamed buns one after another. Her actions were practiced and swift. In no time, the bamboo steamer was fully lined with neatly arranged steamed buns, akin to soldiers awaiting inspection. Rinsing rice, adding water, lighting the stove, Xia Linlin started cooking congee. The grains of rice tumbled in the boiling water, gradually becoming plump and translucent, releasing a soft rice fragrance. Satisfied with everything, her heart brimmed with anticipation for the delicious meal to come. At this moment, an offensive comment flashed across the screen. "Is this minced meat synthetic? So cheap. There must be something wrong." Soon after, similar comments multiplied like buzzing flies, disrupting the harmonious atmosphere of the live broadcast room. "Isn't the hostess a shady merchant? This meat doesn't look fresh. What if we get food poisoning?" Xia Linlin's expression slightly changed, and her movements paused momentarily. She took a deep breath, suppressing the anger rising within her. She didn't need to guess who was behind these malicious rumors. Turning her head toward the camera, her eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. "Some people just can't stand others doing well." She paused meaningfully, her lips curving into a smirk. "We'll see." In Xia Linlin's live stream room, the black tide of comments surged like a flood, almost covering the entire screen. Xiaoya looked at the desolate scene of Anne's house, revealing a smug grin on her face. The post she had meticulously planned was now spreading furiously across the Starnet, its title bold and eye-catching. Unveiling the true identity of popular host Lin Lin, from the slums, the disowned daughter of Hao Xin. The content of the post was half true, half false, portraying Xia Linlin as a scheming woman who deliberately concealed her identity to gain sympathy. It even implied that her interactions with Jui were all for hype. In the face of the sudden wave of public opinion, Xia Linlin remained abnormally calm. She ignored the barrage of malicious speculations and continued with her work. The glutinous rice, washed clean, bubbled in the pot, releasing waves of sweet rice aroma. The steamed buns in the bamboo steamer were also ready. Xia Linlin lifted the lid, and an instant burst of rich meat fragrance spread. The plump steamed buns, with skins thin like cicada wings, faintly revealed the juicy meat filling inside, making people drool. In the live stream room, the audience sharing the sense of smell felt as if they were there, experiencing the enticing aroma. "So fragrant. I'm almost drooling. These steamed buns look too delicious. Linine, share the recipe." The praising barges overlapped continuously, temporarily diminishing the negative effects brought by the malicious post. Xia Linlin picked up a freshly steamed bun, gently blew on it, then took a small bite. The savory broth exploded in her mouth, mixing with the sweetness of the dough and the succulence of the meat, creating an ultimate taste experience. So delicious." Xia Linlin closed her eyes in satisfaction, happiness evident on her face. She then picked up another steamed bun, holding it in front of the camera. "Babies who want some can come visit me at home." She teasingly blinked, a trace of defiance in her tone. At this moment, a figure silently walked behind Xia Linlin. Sis. Xia Qingqing's voice trembled slightly. He held a light computer, with the malicious post displayed on the screen. Xia Linlin turned around, seeing her brother's pale complexion and red-rimmed eyes, her heart tightening instantly. She reached out and quickly scanned through the post content, her lips curving into a cold smile. The barrage in the live stream became even more frantic. Scared speechless now? Feeling guilty. So vicious before, now pretending to be innocent. You're obviously fake, a fraud. Doubts and curses flooded endlessly, like daggers stabbing towards Xia Linlin. A tense atmosphere spread throughout the live stream room. Xia Linlin deeply inhaled, trying her best to control her emotions. She didn't want her brother to see her vulnerable side. She put the light computer aside, ruffled Xia Qingqing's head, and said softly yet firmly, "It's okay. Qingqing, don't worry about sis." Right at this moment, a clear stream appeared in the live stream room. "Linine, don't be afraid. We believe in you. Those black haters are just jealous of you. Ignore them. Linine, we'll always support you. Linine's dishes are the most delicious. Those accusing you must have never tasted it." The fans' support flowed into Xia Linlin's heart like a warm current, driving away the gloominess. Her eyes brimmed with warmth, a tide of comfort spreading through her whole body. Seeing the fans of her sister firmly supporting her, Xia Qingqing gradually calmed down. He clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. "Sis, I'll help you clarify this." He grabbed the light computer, his fingers rapidly typing on the virtual keyboard, and rebuttal comments against the malicious posts started appearing on the StarNet. With clear logic and sharp words, he refuted each untruthful part of the post one by one and listed all the good deeds Xia Linlin had done since starting her broadcasts. "My sis did make some mistakes before, but she has already reformed herself. What gives you the right to judge others at will?" Xia Qingqing's comments were forceful and filled with protective intentions toward his sister. His comments quickly resonated with other fans, who joined the rebuttal team accordingly. In no time, the StarNet erupted into a massive public debate about Xia Linlin. Xia Linlin watched her brother defending her, feeling profoundly moved. She knew that her brother truly grew up and understood the situation. She lightly patted her brother's shoulder, a comforting smile appearing on the corner of her lips. "Qingqing, thank you." "Sis, you don't need to thank me." Xia Qingqing raised his head, determination in his eyes. "This is what I should do." He paused for a moment and added, "Sis, don't be afraid. I'm here too." At this point, a comment floated by. "Linlin, turn off the live stream. Don't let the black hats affect your mood." Xia Linlin's gaze swept over the "turn off the live stream" comment on the screen, and her lips curved into a composed smile. "If you don't want to watch, you can leave the live stream now." Her voice was calm and determined, without a hint of panic. This composed attitude instead caused some originally wavering viewers to stay behind. Xia Qingqing rubbed his drowsy eyes, leaning closer to the screen, and clearly saw the discussion topic in the barrage comments. The photo in the post was none other than the rundown house they were currently living in. Coupled with the exaggerated descriptions, it portrayed Xia Linlin as a fraud who deliberately sought sympathy by exaggerating her misfortunes. Nonsense. Xia Qingqing suddenly stood up, his fists clenched tightly, eyes burning with flames of anger. The veins on his forehead slightly bulged, and his breathing became rapid. The vicious comments stung his eyes like needles, piercing deeper into his heart. "Sis." Xia Qingqing's voice carried a trace of choking. As he turned to look at Xia Linlin, his eyes reddened. How can they say such things about you?" He deeply inhaled, striving to calm his agitated emotions. "Sis, you did commit some mistakes before, but you've already changed. You worked so hard on your live streams, cook for us, and take care of Momo. You're not what they said at all." Xia Linlin's eyes also reddened, yet she strived hard to prevent tears from falling. She silently listened to her brother's defense, a warm current rising in her chest. This was the first time Xia Qingqing had called her sis since their arrival in this world. This term of endearment was like a ray of sunshine, dispelling all the shadows in her heart. "Do you still remember? Before, you always avoided me, calling me hey." Xia Qingqing's voice quivered. "But now, you call me Qingqing every day." He sniffed. "Sis, I know you've changed, truly changed." Tears finally cascaded down Xia Linlin's face uncontrollably. She extended her hand, gently caressing her brother's cheek, sobbing softly. "Qingqing, sis." Xia Qingqing tightly embraced Xia Linlin, burying his head on her shoulder. "Don't be afraid. I'll protect you." Xia Linlin lightly patted her brother's back, overwhelmed by emotion and newfound strength. She lifted her head, her gaze firm as she looked into the camera. "I won't turn off my live stream. I believe that the clear will naturally be clear." She picked up her chopsticks, delicately lifting a steamed bun and placing it onto the prepared plate on the table, then served a bowl of congee. Chapter 71, The Bastard. Xia Linlin picked up a steaming hot soup dumpling with her chopsticks and placed it on the plate, gently blowing on it before setting it down on the table. Then, she served a bowl of plain porridge and turned to say to Sisher, "Sisher, serve Mumu a bowl too." Sisher nodded, taking the bowl and carefully preparing breakfast for Mumu. In the live stream room, the audience watched her calm and orderly movements, speculating about what would happen next. Xia Linlin picked up a soup dumpling, biting into it. The delicious broth burst forth in her mouth instantly, and she smiled in satisfaction, closing her eyes briefly. "To be honest, I used to be very vain," she began slowly, a trace of self-mockery in her tone. "I loved beautiful clothes, I loved shiny jewelry, and I thought owning these things could win others' approval." She picked up another dumpling, chewing it carefully as if savoring the moments of the past. "I bought many expensive clothes and accessories, placing them one by one in my walk-in closet. I'd look at them and feel like a princess." The chat in the live stream began to scroll with messages. Some showed understanding, some were mocking, while others remained silent, quietly listening to her story. Xia Linlin didn't pay attention to the comments. She continued, "Because I spent lavishly, there were always people around me, catering to my every whim, calling me their best friend. Back then, I felt popular and had a sense of pride. She put down her chopsticks, a hint of loneliness in her gaze. But later, I realized that they only cared about my money and how easygoing I was. Whenever I bought them things, they'd smile and flatter me, but as soon as I refused to spend, they'd turn their backs on me instantly. She chuckled bitterly to herself. I was like a clown performing in front of them, trying to win their favor. Xia Linlin's gaze fell on the soup dumplings on the table, her thoughts drifting far away. There was once a time. She paused, her voice slightly trembling, as though still reliving the fear and shame of that experience. She picked up her chopsticks again, gently picking another dumpling, but instead of eating it, she let it spin slowly in her hand. It was Ching, my younger brother. He received a call from a stranger who informed him of my situation at a nightclub. Without hesitation, he came over and brought me back home. Recalling that moment, Xia Linlin felt immense gratitude. She remembered Ching's tired yet determined expression, the warmth of his hands lifting her up, and his deep, firm voice. Sis, I won't let you go through this kind of humiliation again. In that instant, she felt like she had awakened completely from an illusory world, realizing how naive and foolish her actions had been in the past. She continued, I used to think that as long as I spent freely, I'd have many friends. But I was wrong. Those people only wanted my money. The moment I no longer had it, they flipped their faces instantly. Ching, however, was the only person who showed up when I needed help most. He didn't disdain or blame me. He just silently stayed by my side and took care of me. Her voice softened gradually as she spoke. Xia Linlin set the dumpling down and took a deep breath, as if gathering her strength for the next words. I know that some people might read my posts and think I'm putting on an act, seeking sympathy. But I want to say that while there's some truth in those posts, there are also exaggerations. I wasn't doing it for attention. I genuinely wanted to tell everyone that the life I lived before wasn't what I wanted. What truly makes me happy now is this simple and genuine life. I've built a warm family, have a caring younger brother, and have adorable Moo. She smiled, looking at the soup dumplings on the table, as if seeing hope for the future. Just then, the chat in the livestream suddenly swelled with more messages. Some began questioning her sincerity, and even some fans started criticizing her, saying they'd unsubscribe. Xia Linlin glanced up at the screen, her lips curling into a slight smile, though her heart was already prepared. Taking a deep breath, she said firmly, no matter what, I will continue living my life well and won't let these voices affect me. She picked up the last soup dumpling, taking a gentle bite. The warmth of the broth spread through her mouth, as if telling her that a new chapter of life had just begun. What a hypocrite. Why didn't you say all this when you were showing off your wealth? A comment like a sharp blade pierced through the relatively peaceful atmosphere of the live stream. Then, similar comments flooded in, full of insults and doubts. Unsubscribing, tired of watching this actress perform. Hypocritical. Talk sweetly, but who knows what you're really like behind closed doors. Xia Linlin looked at the malicious comments refreshing constantly on the screen, her fingertips trembling slightly. She admitted to being vain in the past, admiring ostentation, but that didn't mean her private life was disorderly. Much of what was claimed in those posts was malicious fabrication and exaggeration. She took a deep breath, trying to steady her heartbeat, which had quickened slightly. A trace of barely noticeable tension crept into her tone. All those rumors about my private life are completely false. I admit that I used to be vain and made some mistakes, but I've never done anything that violates morality. The atmosphere in the livestream became tense immediately, with some people continuing their relentless attacks. Aggressive words were fired at Xia Linlin like a hail of bullets. Just as she was about to give in, some fans who supported her began speaking up. Linlin, we believe you. Don't pay attention to those haters. Just be yourself. No one is perfect. To know one's faults and correct them is the best course. These kind voices flowed into Xia Linlin's heart like a gentle stream, relaxing her taut nerves a little. She gave a grateful glance to the fans supporting her, her eyes showing more resolve. Thank you for believing in me. She paused, her tone becoming steadier. I will keep trying and prove myself through my actions. She picked up the plain porridge from the table, sipping it lightly, her gaze landing beyond the screen, as if seeing someone she cared about through the screen. In fact, she hesitated, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. After a brief silence in the livestream, the atmosphere began to ease. Some more forgiving fans started commenting. They thought the family matters and drinking mentioned in Xia Linlin's posts were simply youthful recklessness. Who hadn't made mistakes when they were young? Who didn't drink heavily when they were young? Linlin was just a rich second generation before. It's normal to spend money lavishly, said a fan nicknamed Starry Night Promise, his tone carrying understanding and tolerance. Other fans expressed agreement, thinking it was already very hard for Xia Linlin to be open about her past. That's true. Isn't Linlin reformed now? To recognize one's mistakes and make amends is the best thing. I think Linlin is very genuine, brave enough to admit her own mistakes, much better than those pure White Lotus pretenders. However, the relaxed atmosphere didn't last long. When the topic shifted to the rumors about an illegitimate child, the livestream erupted again. All kinds of discussions flooded in, guesses, doubts, insults. The entire screen was covered by barrage messages, lively and chaotic. Illegitimate child? Real or fake? Could someone be intentionally smearing her? I don't think Linlin is that kind of person. She's pretty straightforward. If there really was one, she'd probably admit it. Disgusting. Those smearers are terrible. They spread any rumor to defame. Xia Linlin watched the rapidly scrolling barrage on the screen and felt a headache coming on. She held her forehead and deeply inhaled. Those baseless rumors were tangled up like a ball of string, impossible for her to untangle. She lowered her hand, looked up, her eyes determined. Let me emphasize once again regarding the rumor of an illegitimate child. It's completely fabricated nonsense. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried an unyielding authority, cutting through the false veneer of the rumors like a sharp blade. She firmly declared, I don't even have a boyfriend. How could there be an illegitimate child? Those who say my private life is disordered are purely slandering. I, Xia Linlin, conduct myself uprightly and sit straight. I'm not afraid of anyone's slander. Her eyes stared directly into the camera after finishing her sentence. In the live stream, the barrage surged again. Some expressed belief in Xia Linlin, while others remained unyielding in their questioning. Facing the doubts, Xia Linlin showed no retreat. She met the camera head-on, her eyes bright and determined, with a faint smile curving her lips, like a flower standing proud after weathering the storm, unafraid of any frost or wind. At the end of the day, all I want to tell you is that I'm doing well. She paused. Suddenly, she stopped speaking, her gaze seeming to pierce through the screen, landing far away, or perhaps looking at someone nearby. She opened her mouth slightly, hesitated, and then only sighed lightly. Picking up her chopsticks, she grabbed a steamed bun, placed it in her mouth, and began chewing slowly. Chapter 72, Trouble Approaching. Xia Linlin swallowed her soup dumpling, and a series of heartbreaking for Linlin and Hug Linlin comments appeared on the screen as floating text. She managed to force out a smile, turning to look at Jiuyi beside her. You know, my negative posts are almost catching up to yours. Jiuyi pretended to be shocked with wide eyes, dramatically placing his hand over his chest. Linlin, those words cut deep. My entire collection of dirt has been a history of blood and tears. Back in the day, my ex-girlfriend accused me of cheating on her with a stream of snot and tears, and I was cursed online as a scum. During that time, I didn't dare go outside for fear of being ambushed and put into a sack. As he said this, he even shook his shoulders meaningfully, as if recalling those truly unforgettable past events. Xia Linlin gave a perfunctory nod, but wasn't entirely convinced in her heart. Most of Jiuyi's scandals were mere hearsay or inappropriate jokes he had made himself, whereas her recent negative posts were deliberately smeared by others. They were completely different in nature. She picked up her water glass on the table and took a small sip to hide the helplessness in her eyes. But on second thought, she placed the cup down, her tone carrying a trace of self-mockery. Even being notorious makes me known, doesn't it? This means I'm popular. Jiuyi quickly responded with an expression of, you finally learned something, saying, Hey, Linlin, you've finally seen the light. Back in the day, he cleared his throat, just about to begin one of his back-in-the-day series stories, when Xia Linlin interrupted him. Qingqing, what's the next comment? Xia Linlin turned her head to look at Xia Qingqing operating the back end. Xia Qingqing adjusted her glasses. Sis Linlin, someone asked what you're having for dinner. Xia Linlin showed a sweet smile towards the camera. For dinner, I want to eat. She intentionally prolonged the tone at the end, scanning the barrage comments. Seeing a line that read, I want to eat food made by Linlin, she smirked cunningly. I want to eat food made by you all. The live streaming room immediately erupted in chaos. Various, Linlin is so mean, and wishing to transmigrate to Qingqing, comments flooding the screen. Xia Linlin looked at the lively barrage, and the corner of her mouth curled slightly upward. After the live stream ended, Xia Linlin rubbed her temples and muttered softly, This generation of netizens is truly. Xia Linlin suppressed her laughter, gently shaking her head. This person Jiuyi always had a way of making serious matters sound lighthearted and humorous. Suddenly sitting upright, he coughed deeply, clearing his throat twice in a fake profound manner. Back in the day, I was the #1 nightclub prince of Days Planet. I dazzled countless girls, that scene. He illustrated with an exaggerated hugging gesture, as if holding numerous screaming fans. Xia Linlin couldn't help but burst out laughing. She knew Jiuyi was deliberately changing the topic, using his habitual, joking mannerisms to lighten the heavy atmosphere brought about by the negativity during the live broadcast. His self-deprecating humor, like bright fireworks, lit up the live streaming room, dispersing the tension filled with gunpowder. All right. We already know you're the first nightclub prince of Days Planet. Laughing, Xia Linlin interrupted his back in the day, reminiscing, and bit into a soup dumpling lightly. Speaking of which, I made too many of these soup dumplings. If you like, I can mail some to you. Jiuyi's eyes instantly sparkled, even brighter than when he heard the title, The First Nightclub Prince of Days Planet. Really? Great. I'll send you my private address now, he said, pulling out his light computer, his fingers tapping rapidly on the screen as if afraid Xia Linlin would change her mind. Upon seeing this, the fans in the live room started expressing sourly. I also want to eat the soup dumplings made by Linlin. Linlin is partial. I also want to be the first nightclub prince of Days Planet. Xia Linlin, looking at Jiuyi happily, smiled even deeper at the corners of her mouth. She then turned to Xia Qingqing and said, Qingqing, send my address to Jiuyi as well. Let him return that book he borrowed from me last time while he's at it. Xia Qingqing nodded, her fingers moving swiftly on her light computer. The glow from the screen reflected a cold light on her lenses. She looked up, her gaze falling on Xia Linlin's face, hesitating whether to say something. After the live broadcast ended, Xia Linlin stretched lazily, rubbing her somewhat sore shoulder. Jiuyi had already packed up his things and was ready to leave. He reached the door, suddenly stopping, turning around to look at Xia Linlin mysteriously and saying, Linlin, I just remembered something. Xia Linlin watched Jiuyi happily walk off holding the packed soup dumplings, and when she turned around, she saw Xia Qingqing still staring at the screen of her light computer, frowning slightly. Walking over, she noticed that Xia Qingqing was still observing the live broadcast data. Qingqing, what are you watching? The live stream has already ended. Xia Linlin asked softly. Xia Qingqing snapped out of her thoughts, hurriedly shutting off the screen with an apologetic smile. Nothing much, just checking if anyone's still posting those negative threads. There was a tinge of relief in his voice. Fortunately, there are far fewer now. Xia Linlin looked at how cautious he was and felt warmth in her heart. This child always silently thought for her. She couldn't help but pinch Xia Qingqing's cheek, causing his face to flush instantly. Well, don't worry anymore. Those black posts won't make any ripples. Xia Linlin smiled, pulling Xia Qingqing to sit down by the table. Hurry up and eat before the porridge gets cold. Xia Qingqing obediently picked up his bowl, keeping his head low, but the tips of his ears were red as if they would drip blood. Xia Linlin saw his shy appearance and couldn't help but find it amusing. She didn't tease him further, instead quietly eating the leftovers of her meal. After lunch, Xia Linlin finished handling some live streaming related matters and felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. Today's live stream effect wasn't good. Although Jiu Yi had distracted from the black posts, it still affected the audience's mood. No one had really enjoyed the food she made, and the chat was lacking the usual laughter and joy. She rubbed her slightly aching temples and sighed deeply. The live streaming industry might look bright and beautiful on the surface, but behind it lay countless hidden hardships. She glanced at Xia Qingqing who was tidying things up and suddenly remembered that line Jiu Yi said before leaving. Linlin, I suddenly remembered something. What did he want to say when he hesitated like that? Before Xia Linlin could ask Xia Qingqing, there came a series of urgent knocks at the door. The knocking was swift and forceful, carrying a sense of urgency. Xia Linlin's heart tightened, and an ominous premonition crept into her mind. She walked to the door and peered through the peephole, but only saw vague shadows. Who's there? Xia Linlin raised her guard, asking sternly. A slightly deep male voice replied outside. Interstellar Safety Administration Bureau, routine inspection. Alarm bells rang in Xia Linlin's head. Interstellar Safety Administration Bureau? Routine inspection? Could it be this coincidental? She instinctively glanced at Xia Qingqing, noticing his puzzled and uneasy expression. Qingqing, go take Moo into the room, Xia Linlin instructed softly, her tone trembling slightly. Though Xia Qingqing didn't understand what was happening, he still obeyed without question. He carried Moo and quickly closed the room's door tightly. Xia Linlin took a deep breath, trying hard to stay calm. She opened the door and saw two men in uniform standing there, their expressions serious and eyes sharp. May I ask what this is about? Xia Linlin asked as calmly as possible. We received a report claiming you're involved in illegal broadcasting and dissemination of inappropriate content. Please cooperate with our investigation, one of the men stated, his tone icy and firm. Xia Linlin's heart sank. It was Xiaoya. She knew this woman wouldn't let her off easily. I haven't done anything illegal. You must have mistaken me for someone else, Xia Linlin replied firmly, trying to appear composed. Mistake or not, we'll figure it out once you come with us, the other man said, reaching out to grab Xia Linlin. Xia Linlin instinctively stepped back, avoiding his hand. You don't have a search warrant. You can't arrest me arbitrarily, Xia Linlin shouted, her tone laced with panic. The two men exchanged glances. Enough talk, come with us. One of them attempted again to grab Xia Linlin. At this moment, Xia Qingqing suddenly rushed out of the room and stood in front of Xia Linlin. Don't touch my sister. His young voice was filled with determination and courage. Qingqing you. A warm feeling welled up in Xia Linlin's heart, yet she became even more worried. Sister, I don't want to move away. We won't compromise, Xia Qingqing declared firmly, his eyes glowing with determination. Seeing Xia Qingqing's resolute gaze, Xia Linlin felt a surge of strength. She couldn't yield, and she couldn't retreat. 40. Keep monitoring those who post these messages. I need all their information, Xia Linlin said into her communicator, her tone icy and decisive. Sister, I want to apply for the combat division, Xia Qingqing suddenly stated, his voice calm, yet firm. Xia Linlin froze for a second before smiling. All right, I support you. Xia Qingqing nodded, turned around, went back to the room, and started filling out the application form for the combat division on the light computer. Sister, the application has been submitted, and the tuition fee has been paid, Xia Qingqing's voice echoed from inside the room, carrying a hint of ease and joy. Watching Xia Qingqing's back, Xia Linlin felt comfort and deep emotion welling up within her. She believed that as long as the two of them, the siblings, worked together with one heart, they would surely be able to overcome all difficulties. Ding dong. The communicator suddenly rang. It was a message from Jiu Yi. Linlin, I've received the breakfast you sent me. Thank you. Xia Linlin smiled, and was about to reply when she saw another message from Jiu Yi. Linlin, may I add you as a friend? After Xia Linlin had carefully prepared the breakfast and sent it to Jiu Yi via Interstellar Express, her light brain made a ding-dong sound, showing a friend request. Requester, Jiu Yi. With an attached message, Xia Linlin smiled faintly and clicked agree. The next second, a holographic video call request popped up, still from Jiu Yi. After connecting, Jiu Yi's handsome face filled the entire screen. Linlin, I didn't expect you to be even more beautiful in person than on live streams. He sincerely praised, his tone carrying a hint of amazement. Xia Linlin's appearance was already remarkable. Now without the filter enhancement during broadcasts, she looked even clearer and extraordinary, with bright eyes shining radiantly. Xia Linlin slightly raised an eyebrow and didn't respond to his compliment, but instead cut straight to the chase. How did you know my communication information? There was a trace of subtle inquiry in her tone, her sharp gaze fixed on Jiu Yi. Jiu Yi's smile momentarily stiffened, then quickly returned to normal. It's like this, Linlin. Someone spent 20,000 star coins hiring internet trolls to defame you. I happen to know the person in charge of that deal, so? 20,000 star coins. Xia Linlin chuckled softly, with a note of disdain in her voice. I thought she would go all out. Guess not. Jiu Yi assumed she already knew someone was going to defame her, just not expecting such a small amount. So he consoled her. It's competition among peers. These kinds of things are bound to happen. Rest assured. I've already made them stop the operation and delete all the previous posts. Competition among peers. Xia Linlin stroked her chin. Jiu Yi felt uneasy under her gaze, sensing something wasn't right. What? It's not competition among peers. The one who hired the internet trolls is Wu Xuanzi, not some random paper. Xia Linlin said each word distinctly, her burning gaze focused on Jiu Yi. Jiu Yi's smile froze completely, his pupils contracted sharply, and he subconsciously swallowed. He knew the real name of not paper was Wu Xuanzi, and her family had some power. Chapter 73, and is coming. When Jiu Yi heard Xia Linlin mention Azi's name, the smile on his face froze completely. He swallowed, his eyes flickering nervously but forced himself to say, Sigh, Linlin, you're really something. It was indeed Azi who hired someone to do this. Her real name is Wu Xuanzi, and her family has considerable influence, so you should still be careful. Upon hearing this, Xia Linlin felt a wave of complex emotions rise in her heart. She had originally thought it was just an ordinary case of malicious competition, but now it seemed that things were far more complicated. Behind Azi lay the power of a massive family, which made her mood heavy. Azi, Wu Xuanzi. Xia Linlin softly repeated the name, her eyebrows furrowed deeply. Her eyes carried a trace of doubt and vigilance, as if pondering something deeply. Suddenly, she looked up, her sharp gaze locking onto Jiu Yi, asking, Do you know why she did this? Jiu Yi became somewhat nervous, but he tried to calm down and explained, It might be because your previous live streams made her feel threatened. After all, your live stream room is getting more popular and audience interest is rising. This isn't a good thing for her. Xia Linlin nodded, but questions still filled her heart. She didn't think Azi's motives were so simple. Gradually, one name emerged in her mind, Xiaoya. Xiaoya was one of her competitors on the live streaming platform, and their relationship had never been harmonious. Xia Linlin couldn't help but suspect whether Xiaoya was in league with Azi, working together against her. Is there someone else behind Azi? Xia Linlin's voice carried a firmness. Her gaze directly pierced Jiu Yi, as though trying to find answers from his words. Jiu Yi, under her piercing gaze, felt a little uneasy but still struggled to remain composed. Linlin, if you need, I can help investigate clearly. After all, I have connections in this area. Xia Linlin shook her head, a faint smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Thank you for your help, Jiu Yi. But this time, I want to handle it myself. Some things are better dealt with personally. Seeing her resolute attitude, Jiu Yi said no more. He nodded and laughed. All right then, Linlin. If you need help, contact me anytime. Don't worry. I'm looking forward to the dumplings from your home. Xia Linlin smiled faintly, yet waves of turmoil swirled in her heart. She knew the road ahead wouldn't be smooth sailing, but she had already prepared herself. As Xia Linlin watched the screen dim, she exhaled lightly. Jiu Yi's cheerful laughter seemed to still echo in her ears, carrying a touch of genuine concern. Involuntarily, she smiled, this warm-hearted friend always ready to lend a hand when she needed it most. Thinking of his constant longing for her steamed buns, warmth welled up inside Xia Linlin. Apparently, she would need to display her skills in the next live stream, letting this loyal audience enjoy a feast. Just then, Seashire's voice suddenly interrupted the tranquility in the room. Linlin, a starship is about to enter the atmosphere of Osai planet. According to the identification code, it belongs to Ms. Xia. Seashire's voice, emotionless as ever, struck like thunderclap in Xia Linlin's ears. Startled, she stood up quickly, nearly spilling the nutrient liquid in her hands. The aunt was coming. A chill rushed up from her feet to the top of her head, making her scalp tingle. What did her aunt's arrival mean? Xia Linlin almost dared not think about it. Would her only relative, Qing, be taken away by her aunt? Would the home she had worked so hard to build fall apart? Xia Linlin's heart beat fiercely, as if trying to burst through her chest. Her fists clenched tightly, nails digging deep into her flesh, without her even feeling any pain. The air in the room seemed to freeze, making it hard for her to breathe. Fear, anxiety, unease. All these negative emotions surged over her like a tide, submerging her completely. Walking to the window, she looked out at the bustling interstellar city outside. Neon lights flickered, traffic streamed endlessly. Yet, everything before her eyes lost its color, becoming blurred and unclear. She felt as if she were in a foggy mist, unable to see the path ahead or find her direction. 40. Xia Linlin's voice trembled slightly, carrying a hint of barely noticeable despair. Prepare the ingredients. I'm going to cook a sumptuous dinner. 40 mechanically responded and began preparing the ingredients. Xia Linlin took a deep breath, struggling to suppress the unrest in her heart. If challenges come, she will face them. If water comes, she will block it. She wasn't afraid. She could still fight against a relic of the past. So what if it's her aunt? She wasn't the weak person of the original body. Deciding swiftly, Xia Linlin rolled up her sleeves and started busying herself in the kitchen. In the Star Era, there were many kinds of ingredients, strange-looking vegetables and fruits causing one's vision to blur with variety. Xia Linlin carefully selected the ingredients, imagining the expression of surprise her aunt would have when she saw this lavish feast, and couldn't help but smile faintly. Braised Star River fish, steamed universe crabs, stir-fried 7-color mushrooms. One by one, these dishes that were appetizing in color, aroma, and taste came to life under her hands, filling the kitchen with an irresistible fragrance. "Aching, your aunt is coming," Xia Linlin cheerfully shouted towards Xia Qingqing's room, her tone filled with joy as if the one arriving wasn't a difficult relative, but a long-lost good friend. Xia Qingqing poked her head out from the room, her eyes flickering somewhat nervously. "Sister, my aunt. I called her." The sound of Xia Linlin's spatula hitting the ground with a clang startled everyone, splashing oil onto her hand, but she felt no pain. Her heart tightened, as if clutched tightly by an invisible hand, spreading suffocating pain throughout her chest. You called her?" Xia Linlin's voice trembled, her eyes full of disbelief. Xia Qingqing kept her head down, not daring to look at Xia Linlin's eyes, softly replying with a nod. The kitchen once again fell into silence, only the buzzing noise of the range hood sounding exceptionally jarring. The smile on Xia Linlin's face gradually faded, replaced by a trace of unhidden disappointment. "I." Xia Linlin opened her mouth, yet found herself at a loss for words. She suddenly remembered Mumu, the baby hidden in her room. What would her aunt think if she found out about Mumu? What would she do? "Aching." Xia Linlin's voice was low and hoarse. "Go. Bring Mumu over here." Xia Linlin stood dumbfounded in place, the echo of the spatula falling still resounding in her ears. The stinging pain from the scalded oil on her hand slowly spread, but it paled compared to the burning sensation in her heart. Xia Qingqing's flickering gaze and bowed head were like countless sharp needles pricking at her nerves. She remembered how in recent days Xia Qingqing had frequently ducked away to answer messages while thoroughly clearing the call logs. Only now did she understand that all this was done to secretly contact their aunt behind her back. Why did he do that? What did her aunt's arrival mean? Was he dissatisfied with their current family life? All kinds of guesses surged toward her like tidal waves, making Xia Linlin unable to catch her breath. Disappointment enveloped her like a vast net, trapping her tightly within. She mechanically picked up a cloth and began wiping the places touched by the oil splatters, her movements stiff and slow. The rich fragrance permeating the kitchen now became stifling, as if foreshadowing an impending storm. "Aching," Xia Linlin spoke again, her voice so low it was almost inaudible. "Go, bring Mumu over." She didn't dare to imagine how her aunt would react upon seeing Mumu. In this star era, unmarried childbirth or adopting an unknown infant was something that would invite society's condemnation. Her aunt was the most rigid and conservative person in the family. If she discovered Mumu, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xia Linlin's heart raced wildly, as if trying to leap out of her chest cavity. She hurried to the window, pulling aside the curtain slightly, anxiously glancing outside. Far in the distance, a small spaceship was landing slowly, its surface shimmering coldly in the fading sunlight. "Hurry up, Aching," Xia Linlin urged, her voice trembling faintly. She turned and walked to the room, intending to find a secluded spot to hide Mumu. Inside the room, Mumu lay in the crib, waving his little hands, giggling innocently, completely unaware of the impending danger. "Sister, Xia Qingqing stood at the door, holding Mumu, hesitating, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Chapter 74, Foster Care. Xia Linlin tightly bit her lower lip, pacing back and forth. The existence of Mumu was like a time bomb, ready to destroy the peaceful life she had barely managed to rebuild. The arrival of her aunt, Xia Shi, undoubtedly increased the risk of this bomb exploding. She anxiously rubbed her temples, glancing over the kitchen and finally focusing on the fridge. "That's right, Mrs. Rod." She quickly walked to the fridge, taking out a bottle of treasured Yinhua water. The pale blue liquid sparkled with fine shards of light under the lamplight, exuding a fresh aroma. It was a rare natural drink in the interstellar era. Mrs. Rod always liked this beverage. Perhaps she could ask her for help. With this thought, Xia Linlin felt as if she had grabbed onto a lifeline, and her anxious heart calmed down a little. She immediately called Mrs. Rod, briefly explaining the situation before nervously awaiting her reply. The communicator emitted Mrs. Rod's hearty laugh. "Of course there's no problem, dear Linlin. Bring little Mumu over. I'm bored anyway." Upon hearing Mrs. Rod's positive response, Xia Linlin let out a long sigh of relief, and her tense nerves finally relaxed. Her suspended heart returned to its rightful place, and a smile of relief appeared on her face. "Thank you so much, Mrs. Rod." After disconnecting the call, Xia Linlin immediately summoned Seashur and carefully handed over Mumu to it. "Seashur, take Mumu to Mrs. Rod's house. Remember, you must be cautious on the way and ensure that no one discovers Mumu's uniqueness." She reiterated her instructions, a trace of barely noticeable worry in her tone. After arranging matters regarding Mumu, Xia Linlin hastily made her way to the nearby Interstellar Mall to buy some fresh ingredients, preparing for her aunt's arrival. While selecting the ingredients, she silently prayed in her mind, hoping that her aunt's arrival wouldn't cause too much commotion. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Xia family residence, Xia Qingqing stood by the door, anxiously waiting for his aunt to arrive. He clutched a bottle of Yinhua water tightly in his hand, specially prepared for his aunt. As the sun set, it stretched his shadow long across the ground. The air was filled with a mix of tension and anticipation. He deeply inhaled and murmured to himself, "Aunt, you're finally coming." Suddenly, the sensor outside the courtyard emitted a soft beep. The courtyard gate slowly opened, revealing a tall woman dressed in a dark blue uniform walking in, followed by a frail boy of about 5 or 6 years old, timidly hiding behind her. The woman was none other than Xia Linlin's aunt, Xia Shi, and the boy was her son Ningbayan. Xia Shi glanced around, her gaze landing on the bizarre mutant plants and clucking fat chickens in the yard, slightly frowning. To her, these things were merely stuff that country folk would keep. Ching. Xie, she called out loudly, her voice crisp, yet carrying an authoritative undertone. Upon hearing her voice, Xie Qingqing hurriedly ran out of the house, still tightly clutching the bottle of Yunhua water. Aunt, you've arrived. His face lit up with a brilliant smile as he offered the Yunhua water in his hand. This is Yunhua water, give it a try. Xie looked down at the pale blue liquid. What is this? Can it be drunk? In the interstellar era, natural drinks were scarce, and Yunhua water, being especially precious, was something unfamiliar to Xie. Xie Qingqing quickly explained, sister bought it. It's very tasty. Though skeptical, Xie took the Yunhua water but didn't drink it immediately. Instead, she turned around and gestured to Ning Bian behind her. Bian, you try it first. Ning Bian cautiously extended his tongue for a taste, and his eyes instantly brightened. Mom, it's sweet and delicious. Hearing her son's words, Xie finally took a sip herself. A refreshing aroma instantly spread throughout her mouth, prompting her to comment. It's indeed excellent. Walking into the house, Xie's eyes swept over the furnishings inside. Though simple, they were neat and tidy, providing her some solace. She put down her luggage, sat on the sofa, and asked, Where's Lin? Why haven't I seen her? Sister went shopping, she'll be back soon. Xie Qingqing replied obediently. Qing, come here. Xie waved her hand. When Xie Qingqing approached, she lowered her voice and asked, Has your sister bullied you? Xie Qingqing shook his head frantically. No, sister treats me well. Looking at Xie Qingqing's innocent eyes, Xie still harbored some doubts in her heart. Lin wasn't like this before. After that accident, she became a bit strange. However, seeing Xie Qingqing's current state, she felt that perhaps she might have been worrying unnecessarily. Suddenly remembering something, Xie Qingqing said, Aunt, let me show you my room. He stood up and walked to a small room, excitedly opening the door. Sister, help me clean this up. Xie followed and went inside. Seeing the toys and books that little boys liked in the room, she felt warmth in her heart. It seemed Lin had truly changed, becoming more caring towards her family than before. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound broke the quiet. Xie Qingqing immediately rushed to the door and opened it to find a tall robot, holding a baby. Xie Qingqing curiously looked at the robot. Xie ignored Xie Qingqing, walking straight to Xie and respectfully said, Madam, Mrs. asked me to leave the young master in your care. With that, he handed over the baby in his arms. After transferring Mumu to Xie turned and left. Holding Mumu, Xie felt somewhat at a loss. At this moment, Xie Lin finally returned from outside with several bags of purchases. Xie, help me bring these things to the kitchen. Xie Lin called out habitually but stopped mid-sentence when she noticed another woman in the room, holding a baby. This woman was elegantly dressed with an air of refinement, though there was a faint trace of worry between her brows. Xie Lin froze, almost dropping the nutrient solution in her hands. Sister, you're back. Xie Qingqing ran out from the room and took the items from Xie Lin's hands. Anne is here. Xie's gaze fell on Xie Lin, carrying an inspecting tone. Xie Lin suddenly felt awkward, her face burning hotly, her heart pounding hard. She hadn't expected her aunt to arrive so soon. She was still wearing her house clothes, her hair untidy like a sleepy slug. Aunt. Xie Lin forced herself to greet her, feeling anxious. Xie nodded slightly without speaking. Xie Lin quickly grabbed the items from Xie Qingqing's hand and carried them into the kitchen together with her brother. Xie followed behind while holding Mumu, glancing over the ingredients stacked in the kitchen. Her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Lin, with these things, the Empire's allowance probably isn't enough to buy all this, right? Xie Lin carefully arranged the ingredients, turning around and looking at Xie firmly. Aunt, I bought all of these myself. Before this, Xie Lin had always spent money extravagantly without any sense of saving, let alone earning her own income. Really? Xie's tone relaxed a bit, seemingly surprised by Xie Lin's response. Did you get a job? I haven't taken a job, but I'm doing live streaming, and the credits I earn are enough to support myself and Qingqing. Xie Lin spoke confidently, with a hint of pride in her voice. Upon hearing this, Xie's perfectly arched eyebrows rose slightly. Live streaming? Is live streaming really that profitable now? I heard recently that a food live stream became quite popular. Could it be? Xie's words were interrupted by a crisp voice. Wow, you're the Ling live stream host, Sister Lin. A boy in a blue uniform came running out from the room, his eyes shining brightly as he looked at Xie Lin, excitement clear in his voice. He was none other than Xie's son, Ning Bian. Xie Lin's eyes widened in surprise, realizing her little cousin was one of her fans. A warm feeling surged within her, and her lips involuntarily curved upward. You watch my live streams too? Ning Bian nodded vigorously, his cheeks flushing red. Sister Lin, I love your salt-baked star shrimp the most, but I can never manage to grab any. His mouth pouted petulantly, as if still upset about not securing the food. Xie Lin chuckled at his cute expression, a deep sense of achievement welling up inside her. She gently patted Ning Bian's head. Next time, Sister Lin will make some especially for you, alright? Ning Bian's face lit up immediately, jumping joyfully. Seeing her little cousin's affection for her live stream made Xie Lin's heart blossom with happiness. But at the same time, a thought crossed her mind. If Ning Bian knew she was a streamer, did Aunt Xie know as well? And if Aunt Xie knew she was a streamer, could she also know about Momo? Xie Lin's heart sank heavily, her gaze unconsciously shifting towards Xie. Xie was watching her interact with Ning Bian, a faint smile on her face, seemingly unaware of anything unusual. Xie Lin secretly sighed in relief, praying that Ning Bian wouldn't mention anything about Momo. The atmosphere in the room became somewhat heavy due to Xia Linlin's unease. Xia Linlin took a deep breath, trying her best to remain calm. She walked up to Xie Shi and softly asked, "Aunt, why have you come this time?" Xie Shi retracted her gaze, a fleeting complicated emotion flashing through her eyes. "Linlin, I saw a post on StarNet." Chapter 75. What exactly do you mean? Xia Linlin's heart sank heavily at the mention of a post. What kind of post? Could it be about Momo? She took a deep breath and forced herself to stay calm. "Aunt, what exactly did you see?" Xie Shi's gaze fell upon Xia Linlin's face, filled with an air of inquiry and scrutiny. "Linlin, is it true that the post claims you mistreated Aching?" Xia Linlin's complexion turned pale instantly. Her mouth opened, but no words came out as she struggled for an explanation. Memories of the previous owner's coldness and harm towards Xie Qingqing surged into her mind like a tidal wave, almost suffocating her. After a long pause, she finally managed to utter one sentence. "Yes, Aunt. I haven't treated him well in the past." The atmosphere inside Xie Shi's room seemed to freeze, the oppression making it hard to breathe. After a long silence, Xie Shi's voice rang out again, resolute without room for debate. "Linlin, Aching cannot stay with you anymore. Let me take him. I will take good care of him." Xia Linlin felt as though all her blood had frozen. She leaned helplessly against the wall, watching as Xie Shi stood up, walked over to Xie Qingqing, and took his hand. "Aching, let's go home with Aunt." Xia Linlin wanted to say something, but found her throat dry, unable to produce any sound. She watched helplessly as Xie Qingqing was led away, his small figure disappearing from the doorway. An overwhelming sense of loss welled up within her, as if something important had been forcibly torn away. "Aunt," she stretched out her hand weakly, only to grab nothing but emptiness. Suddenly, a crisp voice echoed from the doorframe. "Wait." Xie Qingqing's clear voice shattered the silence in the quiet room, akin to a bolt of thunder that stunned both Xia Linlin and Xie Shi. He forcefully broke free from Xie Shi's grasp, a small but unignorable determination evident in his demeanor. "Aunt, I don't want to leave with you." Xie Shi was shocked and incredulous, staring at Xie Qingqing. "Aching, what are you saying? Weren't you wronged under Linlin's care? Aunt will take you home, buy you lots of tasty food and fun toys." Xie Qingqing shook his head, revealing a trace of helplessness on his youthful face. "Aunt, I haven't been wronged. I just want to ask you a question." "Question?" Both Xie Shi and Xia Linlin spoke simultaneously, exchanging confused glances. Xie Qingqing scratched his head shyly. "Well, I called you wanting to ask about that interstellar history question, but you hung up before I could finish explaining." He paused, lowering his voice. "I thought you didn't want to talk to me anymore." Xia Linlin's brain buzzed loudly, going blank. It felt as if someone had drenched her with a bucket of icy water, chilling her to the bone. All the feelings of injustice, reluctance, and the urge to explain evaporated in this moment, turning into absurd bubbles. She remained rigid in place, gazing at Xie Qingqing, then back to Xie Shi. She tried to speak, but couldn't muster any sound. The air in the room felt completely frozen, where even the drop of a pin could be heard. Xie Shi's expression transformed from shock to awkwardness. She coughed lightly, trying to break the suffocating silence. This. At this very moment, a bright voice rang out from the doorway, breaking the tension. "It seems like I missed something pretty entertaining." Ning Bian leaned casually against the doorframe, holding an apple in his hand, taking a slow bite, while a hint of playful smile lingered on his lips. His gaze swept over Xia Linlin and Xie Shi before settling on Xie Qingqing. "Kid, what's your little drama all about?" Seeing Ning Bian, Xie Qingqing's eyes lit up, as if he had found a savior. "Big brother Ning." Just as he was about to explain, he was cut off by Ning Bian. "I have a pretty good idea." Ning Bian chuckled as he stepped inside and handed the bitten apple to Xie Qingqing. "Your older brother here is always impetuous, too commanding with your aunt, but..." He paused, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "In fact, he truly cares for both of you." Xie Qingqing accepted the apple and took a bite, the crisp chewing sound echoing distinctly in the quiet room. He nodded, seemingly agreeing with Ning Bian's words. Xia Linlin watched this scene unfolding, feeling mixed emotions. She had originally thought she was about to lose Xie Qingqing, yet never expected such a dramatic twist in events. She looked toward Ning Bian, her eyes filled with gratitude. As for Xie Shi, her expression became rather complicated. She glanced at Xia Linlin, then at Xie Qingqing, eventually sighing. "Aching, what do you really want to ask Aunt?" Xie Qingqing hesitated, looking at Ning Bian, then at Xia Linlin, finally leaning close to Xie Shi's ear, whispering quietly. Xie Qingqing stammered for quite some time, finally mustering up the courage, getting closer to Xie Shi's ear, speaking in a nearly inaudible tone. Because of how close he was, Xie Shi could even feel the warmth of his breath brushing past her ear, tickling her. However, the content of this whisper froze Xie Shi's previously awkward expression instantly. She abruptly straightened up, incredulous as she stared at Xia Linlin, her gaze sharp like a blade. "Linlin," Aching said. "You want to take him to Daysai Planet? Is this true?" Xia Linlin felt utterly confused. Daysai Planet? What place was that? She had never heard of it, let alone taken Xie Qingqing there. She was about to explain but was cut off by Xie Qingqing. "Sister said it." This sudden answer made Xia Linlin even more bewildered as she looked helplessly towards Xie Qingqing, hoping for a reasonable explanation. However, Xie Qingqing merely kept his head down, restlessly fiddling with the apple in his hands, unwilling to meet her eyes. Ning Bian arched an interested brow, the curve at the corner of his lips widening, as if enjoying a fine drama. Xie Shi's gaze shifted back and forth between Xia Linlin and Xie Qingqing, her confusion growing like a snowball rolling downhill. Lin, you. Just as she was about to ask, a hurried knocking interrupted her. Knock, knock, knock. This abrupt knocking sounded like thunder, exploding in the silent room. Everyone froze momentarily, instinctively looking towards the door. Who is it? Asked Xie, puzzled. A deep male voice came from outside. It's me. This voice. Xie Linlin's eyes widened suddenly, her heart rate accelerating sharply. This was a voice she knew very well, yet held a tinge of unfamiliarity. It was. Xie took a deep breath, her complex expression gradually softening into a faintly awkward smile. Daysai planet. Actually, I once thought of taking Aching there. She paused, her gaze landing on Xie Qingqing with a hint of apology. Aching, Aunt did consider bringing you over before, but then I realized it was too dangerous. Ningbian picked up where she left off. He chuckled lightly, teasing mingling in his tone, yet also a note of warning. Daysai planet is no ordinary place. The environment there is harsh, with all sorts of strange creatures. Even I wouldn't dare approach lightly. As he spoke, he gave Xie Linlin a seemingly casual glance, his gaze profound and inscrutable. Besides, there are many secrets unknown to people. One misstep, and it could cost lives. Secrets. Xie Linlin and Xie Qingqing said simultaneously, both filled with curiosity and doubt in their eyes. Daysai planet. Its name alone exuded a sense of mystery, as if hiding countless unknown dangers and treasures. Xie did not explain further. She turned her head, refocusing her attention on Xie Qingqing, her tone becoming serious. Aching, Aunt will ask you again. Was your call really about asking an interstellar history question? Her gaze was penetrating, capable of seeing through any disguise. Or, do you want to confirm whether your sister is truly your real sister? Xie Linlin's heart skipped a beat. Instinctively holding her breath, her eyes were fixed intently on Xie Qingqing, waiting for his response. The air in the room seemed to freeze solid, so oppressive that one could hardly breathe. Xie Qingqing's face flushed red. He shifted uncomfortably, glancing around uneasily, avoiding direct eye contact with Xie Linlin and Xie. His small hand tightly gripped the apple in his hand until his knuckles went white. His mouth opened, but no words came out for a long time. It was as if something blocked his throat, making it hard for him to breathe. Aching, Xie's voice echoed again, trembling almost imperceptibly. Tell Aunt what exactly you want to say. Xie Qingqing suddenly raised his head. Sister, he called out feebly, his voice as light as silk thread. I. His body swayed unsteadily, as though he might collapse at any moment. Seeing this, Xie Linlin rushed forward immediately, catching him firmly. Aching, what's wrong with you? She asked anxiously, a quiver in her voice. Xie Qingqing's face was deathly pale, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. He clutched onto Xie Linlin's hand tightly, his lips trembling slightly, but he failed to form a complete sentence. Chapter 76, Background. Ai Qing. Xie Qi's voice rang out again, carrying a faintly detectable tremble. Tell Auntie, what exactly do you want to say? Xie Qingqing abruptly raised her head, eyes flickering as she didn't dare look straight at Xie Linlin and Xie Qi. Her little hands tightly clenched the apple in her grip, her knuckles turning pale white as if she had gathered all her strength to utter just a few words. Sister. I. She gave a weak cry, her body wobbling unsteadily. Xie Linlin quickly rushed forward to support her, anxiously asking, Ai Qing, what's wrong with you? Xie Qingqing's face was as white as paper, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. She firmly grasped Xie Linlin's hand, her lips trembling, but unable to fully speak the words she intended. Xie Qi walked over to Xie Linlin, pausing her gaze briefly on her before speaking in a cold, yet slightly caring tone. Linlin, how has your body been feeling recently? Is there any discomfort? Xie Linlin was immersed in the memory of Ai Qing's previous behavior, warmth rising within her heart. This child, could he be worrying about herself? She spaced out for a moment, momentarily missing Xie Qi's question. Seeing Xie Linlin's reaction, Xie Qi's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Nevertheless, she patiently repeated her question. Linlin. Xie Linlin snapped back to reality. I am doing fine, Annie. She hesitantly replied, still replaying in her mind Ai Qing's earlier weak state. Beside them, Ai Qing suddenly spoke up, his tone unusually calm. There is an energy inside sister that she cannot control. Upon hearing Ai Qing's words, Xie Linlin finally emerged from her concern for her younger brother, her expression becoming more serious. Auntie, I truly feel an energy within me, sometimes strong, sometimes weak, hard to control. It's completely different from gene energy, closer to some external force. She paused, carefully sensing the flow of this energy. It seems to have a connection with my mental power, but not entirely under my control. Sometimes, I even feel it possesses its own consciousness. Xie Qi arched her long eyebrows. Suddenly standing up, she moved gracefully to Xie Linlin's side. A delicate arc formed by her palm in midair gradually condensed a ball of blue-green light. The light shimmered, resembling playful fairies, illuminating Xie Qi's exquisite features and adding an air of mystery. A faint fragrance of grass and wood filled the room. It was the special scent unique to Xie Qi, blending with the slight electric current generated by the energy fluctuations, making the air seem thicker. Xie Linlin felt her vision blur for a moment as the blue-green glow instantly surrounded her, an odd wave of energy piercing through her body and reaching deep into her soul. Her consciousness seemed drawn into a peculiar space where all around was chaotic and countless dots of light flashed. Buzzing sounds echoed in her ears like whispers from ancient times. She experienced a wave of dizziness, swaying slightly and almost falling. Lin Lin. AI Qing cried out in alarm, attempting to move forward to help her balance. However, Xia Linlin soon stabilized her spirit, inhaling deeply and subduing the dizziness. She blinked in confusion, staring blankly at Xie Qi who stood close to her, a touch of puzzlement evident in her eyes. What happened just now? She touched her burning forehead gently. The room was quiet, only interrupted by soft breathing sounds. That blue-green glow had already disappeared, leaving behind a lingering scent of grass and trees slowly dissipating, along with traces of faint energy ripples spreading like ripples in the air. Xie Qi withdrew her hand, the blue-green light vanishing at her fingertips. She looked fixedly at Xia Linlin, her eyes profound, as though capable of seeing through everything. Linlin, Xie Qi's voice low and magnetic, laced with a touch of incomprehensible emotion. You. Xie Qi slowly settled back onto the plush sofa, her fingertips lightly tapping the armrests, issuing crisp sounds that broke the solemn atmosphere in the room. Linlin, the energy fluctuations within you are chaotic, indicative of incomplete awakening of supernatural powers. She paused briefly, her tone growing serious. Remember, do not attempt to regulate this energy, or the consequences would be disastrous. Though Xie Qi's voice wasn't loud, it carried an indisputable authority, every word resonating sharply in Xia Linlin's heart like a serious warning. After hearing this statement, Xia Linlin's heart calmed down significantly. Exhaling deeply, the tension previously locked in her shoulders eased off too. Thankfully, it wasn't some kind of mutated power which she needn't worry about being captured for experimentation anymore. The feeling of relief was akin to finally being freed from the oppressive weight of a massive stone after enduring its pressure for far too long. She could even feel her heartbeat strengthening, blood flowing joyously through her veins, bringing waves of warmth. Your psi energy is immense, with limitless potential. Xie Qi's gaze fell on Xia Linlin, her expression serious. I can arrange for you to study at Starlight Academy, where there are the finest psi ability mentors and the most advanced training facilities. Xie Qi's voice was sincere and encouraging, as if she were opening a door for Xia Linlin to a new world. The room fell silent again, and Xia Linlin could hear the howling wind outside the window, like the low growl of a wild beast, contrasting sharply with the quiet atmosphere inside. She lowered her eyelids, lost in thought. Xie Qi's proposal was undoubtedly tempting. Starlight Academy was the dream destination for countless psi ability practitioners. But, Auntie, Xia Linlin raised her head, determination in her eyes. I want to consider Wulj Academy. Before she could finish, Xie Qi interrupted her. Linlin, there are two streams of psi energy within you, and they seem to be repelling each other. Xie Qi's tone carried a trace of gravity. This situation is extremely rare. Perhaps it's related to your origins. Xia Linlin took a deep breath, trying to calm the surging emotions inside her, her voice firm. Auntie, I understand your kindness. Starlight Academy is indeed the best choice. But I still want to consider Wulj Academy. After all, that's my hometown. My friends and family are there. The previously silent Xie Qingqing suddenly lifted her head, solemnly interjecting. Auntie, I've already paid 30,000 star coins in tuition fees, and I'm going to attend Wulj Academy. She straightened her back, her face tense, as though announcing something significant. Xia Linlin's heart skipped a beat, nervously glancing at Xie Qi, fearing she might get upset. She lightly tugged at Xie Qingqing's sleeve, signaling her not to speak out of turn. Xie Qingqing, however, acted as if she hadn't noticed, still looking directly at Xie Qi with clear and resolute eyes. Seeing the earnest look on Xie Qingqing's face, a faint smile crossed Xie Qi's lips, her eyes reflecting satisfaction. Qing really has grown up, knowing how to save money now. She turned to Xia Linlin, her voice gentle. Linlin, you've taught Qing well. Hearing Xie Qi's praise, the weight hanging over Xia Linlin's heart finally lifted, and she exhaled in relief. She surreptitiously patted Xie Qingqing's head, her heart brimming with gratitude. This child always knew how to help her at critical moments. Xie Qi's focus returned to Xia Linlin, her expression becoming more serious. Linlin, even though you've decided to go to Wulj Academy, I must remind you, the two streams of psi energy inside you are reacting to each other with repulsion. This condition is highly unusual. Xie Qi paused, her tone growing heavier. Moreover, this is very likely connected to your origins. Origins? Xia Linlin's eyes widened. She had always thought she was just an ordinary orphan adopted by the Xie family, never imagining that her origins would have any special aspects. A tingling sensation surged from her feet to her head, making her heartbeat accelerate abruptly and her breathing become rapid. Instinctively, she clutched her chest as if it harbored some secret about to burst forth. The air in the room seemed to freeze, heavy and stifling. The wind howling outside became fiercer, echoing her inner unease and fear. Chapter 77, Old Carl. Xia Linlin widened her eyes, her heart pounding like a drum in her chest. Her origins? She had always thought of herself as an ordinary orphan, adopted by the Xie family, never imagining that her background concealed any secrets. Could it be that she was not a native of this star system, but from some unknown planet? Or perhaps she possessed special bloodlines, destined for an epic and tumultuous life? All sorts of speculations flooded her mind like tidal waves, leaving her unable to process them all at once. A tingling sensation, like an electric current, surged from her feet to the top of her head, causing her breathing to become rapid. Instinctively, she clasped her chest, as if hiding some secret there that was about to break free and cause monumental changes. She must uncover the truth. This thought burned in her mind like a wildfire, raging fiercely. Among the family, Who would be most likely to know about her origins? The answer came naturally, old Carl. As the eldest member of the family, he had witnessed its rise and fall, and surely knew many undisclosed secrets. Aunt, I want to go find old Carl and ask him, Xia Linlin said urgently, her eyes shining with desperate light. She slightly furrowed her brows, seemingly hesitant. Old Carl hasn't been in good health recently. He rarely receives visitors. I know, but I have to go, Xia Linlin stated firmly, allowing no room for argument. She realized time was of the essence, and she must quickly uncover the mystery of her origins. She glanced deeply at her one last time before finally nodding. All right, I'll take you. Xia Linlin thanked her and quickly turned toward the door. Seeing this, Xia Qingqing silently followed behind. The three traversed a long corridor, with ancient family portraits hanging on both walls. In the dim light, these images appeared exceptionally mysterious. Xia Linlin paid no attention to them, her mind consumed with urgency, longing only to see old Carl as soon as possible. The corridor was silent, save for their hurried footsteps echoing loudly, creating a particularly stifling atmosphere. A faint sandalwood fragrance permeated the air, yet it did not calm Xia Linlin. Instead, it made her even more tense. At the end of the corridor, a heavy metal door was tightly shut, as if it were sealing off all secrets. Xia Linlin took a deep breath and reached out to push the door. The heavy metal door creaked open slowly, emitting a low resonant boom, like a sleeping giant opening its eyes. Behind the door, in the dim light, two guards dressed in black uniforms stood rigidly, like two cold sculptures. Their sharp eyes scanned over Xia Linlin's group, exuding an invisible sense of oppression. Mr. Old Carl does not receive visitors, one of the guards said coldly, without any emotion, as though merely stating a fact. Xia Linlin's heart sank and a surge of anger rose within her. I have something important to discuss with him. It concerns my origins, she exclaimed hastily, almost shouting. The guards remained unmoving. No one is allowed to disturb Mr. Old Carl's rest. Xia Linlin felt a fire of rage burn in her chest. Clenching her fists tightly, her nails nearly pierced into her skin. You are deliberately making things difficult for me. I must see him. Her voice trembled with anger. The two guards exchanged glances. One of them slightly frowned, seemingly taken aback by Xia Linlin's resolute attitude. Still, he did not give in. Without Mr. Old Carl's permission, no one may enter. Just as Xia Linlin was close to losing hope, Xia Qingqing suddenly stepped forward from behind her. He pulled out a piece of intricately carved metal from his pocket and presented it to the guard. This is the family emblem. We can proceed. The guard took the metal emblem, scrutinized it carefully, and his expression instantly changed. With respect, he returned the emblem to Xia Qingqing and then stepped aside to make way. Please enter. Xia Linlin looked at Xia Qingqing in surprise, filled with both doubt and gratitude. She hadn't expected that this seemingly frail youth could so easily resolve their predicament. After passing the guards, they entered a spacious room. The room was dimly lit, permeated with a gentle scent of sandalwood. In the center of the room, a stooped figure sat on an ancient wooden chair, as if resting quietly. Old Carl, Xia Qingqing softly called out. The figure slowly opened his eyes, and a pair of cloudy yet profound eyes turned toward the three figures at the door. You've come. His voice was low and hoarse. The smell of sandalwood lingered in the room, bringing a touch of antiquity and mystery. Old Carl slowly opened his eyes. Although they were cloudy, wisdom gleamed deep within. He looked at Xia Linlin and Xia Qingqing, and a kind smile appeared on his face, like warm sunlight in winter, dispersing the chill in the room. A warm current surged through Xia Linlin's heart, and her previously taut nerves gradually relaxed. Children, you've come. Old Carl's voice was low and raspy, but carried a reassuring strength. Xia Linlin took a deep breath and summoned her courage. Old Carl, I want to know about my origins. Old Carl's gaze fell upon Xia Linlin. He listened patiently as she recounted her doubts and desires, filling the room with a warm ambience, as if time itself had stopped. Child, your origins. Old Carl hesitated for a moment, his brows slightly furrowed. They are intertwined with many secrets of the family, and I have been debating whether to tell you everything. The atmosphere in the room instantly became oppressive, the sandalwood fragrance seeming heavier, tinged with a sense of stiflingness. Xia Linlin's heart began to race again. She felt an inexplicable unease, as though some immense secret was about to be revealed, one that might change her life forever. Old Carl's fingers tapped lightly on the armrest, producing a rhythmic thud, thud sound that rang particularly clear in the silent room, further amplifying the heavy atmosphere. His mind was fraught with conflict. On one hand, he wished to fulfill Xia Linlin's wish and let her know her origins. On the other hand, he worried these secrets might endanger her and even threaten the safety of the entire family. Child, do you really want to know? Old Carl's voice was low and raspy, carrying a tinge of helplessness and gravity. Child, I am old, and there are some things I must tell you now. Old Carl sighed deeply, as if unburdening himself from a 1,000-pound weight. He slowly began to recount. Xia Linlin's origins unfolded like a long-sealed story within the swirling smoke of sandalwood. She was not an orphan, but rather a descendant of an ancient family within the Star System Alliance. Due to political struggles, she had been sent to a remote planet as a baby for refuge, which is where the Xia family now lived. Old Carl's words struck her like thunder in her ears. She was stunned, momentarily unable to process this overwhelming information. Star System Alliance? Ancient family? Political struggle? These terms swirled in her mind like giant vortices, pulling her in and making her feel dizzy and disoriented. Before Xia Linlin could recover from the shock, Old Carl delivered another bombshell. Child, I know your family has financial difficulties recently. He paused, his cloudy eyes showing concern. Hearing this, Xia Linlin's eyes lit up like stars shimmering in the night sky. What task? She asked excitedly. Old Carl slowly explained. We need you to go to Planet X-42 and retrieve an important item. He handed Xia Linlin a metal box. This contains detailed information about the mission, along with some necessary equipment. Xia Linlin accepted the box. The metallic touch was cool, yet it made her feel incredibly excited and thrilled. She eagerly opened the box. Inside were a star chart, a small communicator, and a uniquely designed energy gun. As she touched these items, she envisioned rays of hopeful light in her future. The atmosphere in the room immediately lightened, the sandalwood aroma becoming fresh and pleasant, as if foretelling good fortune. Xia Linlin's face radiated with joy, her smile bright and striking like blossoming flowers in spring. Thank you, Old Carl. I will definitely complete the mission. Her voice was crisp and resonant, brimming with confidence and vitality. Just as Xia Linlin was about to take her leave, Old Carl suddenly called her back. Child, wait. His voice was low and raspy, tinged with a subtle note of concern. This mission, it's dangerous. Old Carl's words hit Xia Linlin like a cold gust of wind, instantly erasing the smile from her face. Her smile froze as she turned her gaze toward Old Carl, her heart filled with questions as she waited for his explanation. Child. Old Carl's voice was slow and solemn, as though each word weighed 1,000 pounds. Planet X-42. It's not as simple as you imagine. Chapter 78. X-42 Planet. Xia Linlin's smile froze on her face as the danger level of the X-42 planet magnified infinitely in Old Carl's low voice. She knew that Old Carl wouldn't make groundless warnings, which cooled her initially high spirits a little, but the flame in her heart did not extinguish, instead burning even brighter. I understand. She took a deep breath and suppressed the unease within. I will be careful. The next day, with the dawn's light barely visible, Xia Linlin bid farewell to Old Carl and resolutely embarked on the journey towards X-42 planet. The spaceship zipped through interstellar routes, while outside was an endless universe, profound and mysterious. She clenched her fists tightly, palms sweating slightly. Beneath her determined expression lay a hint of imperceptible tension. As the spaceship gradually approached X-42 planet, what greeted the eyes was a desolate landscape. The brown land cracked open, full of bizarre rocks, and no grass could be seen anywhere. The surroundings were silent, as if the air had frozen. Only the howling wind echoing in the ears made it seem all the more desolate and sinister. The moment she stepped into the mission area, the alarm suddenly rang out. The sharp sound cut through the deathly silence. Xia Linlin's heart tightened instantly, and she immediately activated her energy shield. Before she could steady herself, the ground began to tremble violently, with dust flying around and fragments of rocks rolling down. Watch out, came Su Yao's hurried voice from the communicator. Immediately after, a group of large alien creatures emerged from underground. They had tough shells, sharp claws and teeth, along with blood-red eyes, greedily staring at Xia Linlin while letting out growls. These creatures moved extraordinarily swiftly, surrounding Xia Linlin instantly. Damn, Xia Linlin muttered a curse, retreating quickly while raising her energy gun to pull the trigger at the nearest creature. A beam of blue energy shot out and hit the creature's head, leaving merely a shallow mark on its shell. The defense strength of these creatures far exceeded her imagination. Xia Linlin dared not linger long, dodging their attacks while looking for a chance to counterattack. Energy beams crisscrossed in the air, explosions occurred one after another, and dirt and gravel flew everywhere. Her heartbeat accelerated drastically, adrenaline surged, the tense atmosphere nearly consuming her. Linyan, I'm here. Xia Qingqing's voice came from the communicator, followed by a dazzling laser cutting across the sky, accurately hitting an eye of one of the creatures. The creature let out a harsh cry of pain, fell to the ground, twitched a few times, then became motionless. Qingqing, great job, praised Xia Linlin, seizing the opportunity to shoot a beam of energy towards the abdomen of another creature. The creature winced in pain and angrily charged towards her. At this moment, Xia Linlin suddenly felt an immense force coming from behind, and she turned back sharply, seeing Xia Qingqing trying hard to push her away. Watch out, Xia Qingqing shouted loudly. The huge creature passed by Xia Linlin's sleeve, smashing heavily against the rocks behind her. Fragments of stones flew about, and the deafening crash caused her eardrums to buzz incessantly. Breathing heavily, still startled, she looked back at Xia Qingqing. Are you crazy? Why did you push me? You almost got us killed. Xia Linlin couldn't help yelling furiously, the scene earlier replaying constantly in her mind, making her voice quiver with fear. If she hadn't reacted fast enough and promptly activated her energy shield, she would probably have been crushed into minced meat by the monster. Xia Qingqing looked aggrieved, his face turning red. I saw it about to attack you. I just wanted to save you. His head lowered, voice getting quieter and quieter, resembling a child who made a mistake. Save me? You almost killed both of us. Xia Linlin's anger hadn't subsided. Do you know how dangerous it was just now? We should protect each other rather than. All right, stop fighting. A crisp female voice interrupted their argument. Xia Linlin and Xia Qingqing turned heads simultaneously, seeing a tall woman in tight combat uniform standing nearby with crossed arms, mockingly observing them. With a nimble leap, the woman landed before them, lifting her chin arrogantly, disdain evident in her tone. Your cooperation is so bad, yet you want to accomplish Old Carl's task? Don't make me laugh. She adjusted the stray hair at her forehead with raised hands, displaying a confident smile. Xia Linlin and Xia Qingqing were immediately overwhelmed with shame, their faces burning. Their previous quarrel indeed seemed childish and impulsive. In such a perilous environment, any tiny mistake could prove fatal. The woman seemed to have no intention of letting them off the hook and continued. Your moves just now were like kids playing house. If I hadn't stepped in, you two would already be nothing but bone shreds. As she spoke, there was a trace of amusement in her eyes, as if she were watching two little rabbits that had wandered into a wolf pack. Xia Linlin bit her lips, feeling a bit bufuchi, but having to admit that the woman was right. If it hadn't been for her timely intervention, the consequences would have been unimaginable. You, Xia Linlin was about to speak when she was interrupted by the woman. Enough, don't bother explaining, I've seen everything. The woman shrugged with a casual tone. However, considering your commendable courage, I might lend you a hand. She paused, her lips curling into a meaningful smile. How about joining forces with me? Xia Linlin and Xia Qingqing exchanged a glance, both showing a flicker of hesitation in their eyes, but ultimately choosing to trust her. Xia Linlin took a deep breath and nodded. All right, we're willing. Su Yao gave a satisfied smile, one filled with chivalry. Good, follow me then. She turned and walked forward with light, yet determined steps, as if the desolation and danger of the entire X-42 planet posed no threat to her. The three quickly replanned their strategy. Xia Linlin and Xia Qingqing sat behind a massive rock, listening attentively to Su Yao's instructions. Sunlight filtered through cracks in the rocks, casting a warm glow over them. Su Yao's voice was low yet powerful, echoing in their ears. This time, I'll draw their fire while you two attack from the sides, trying not to let these creatures get close. Got it? Su Yao asked. Xia Linlin nodded, gripping her energy gun tightly as the sweat on her palms dried, replaced by a firm resolve. Xia Qingqing also held his laser gun firmly, his eyes shining with determination and courage. Understood, we trust you. Xia Linlin's voice carried a touch of excitement, as if this wasn't merely faith in Su Yao, but also in each other. Su Yao gave another satisfied smile before turning and heading towards the alien creatures. Her figure stretched long under the sunlight, appearing especially resolute. The tense atmosphere gradually dissipated, replaced by a sense of unity. The three quickly positioned themselves. Xia Linlin and Xia Qingqing concealed themselves on both sides, waiting for Su Yao's move. Dust swirled in the wind, the howling sounds echoing in their ears, as if cheering them on for the battle. Suddenly, Su Yao leapt out from behind the rock, shouting and charging directly at the alien creatures. Her movements were agile and swift, like a bolt of lightning breaking through the tranquil wilderness. The alien creatures were immediately drawn to her actions, rushing towards her and emitting spine-chilling roars. At that exact moment, Xia Linlin and Xia Qingqing launched simultaneous attacks from the sides. Blue beams of energy and dazzling lasers crisscrossed in the air, striking down one alien creature after another. In the sudden assault, the creatures panicked, falling one after another, but more surged up from underground, continuing their attacks. Linyan, over here, came Xia Qingqing's voice from the communicator, a laser precisely hitting an alien's head. The creature screamed and fell to the ground, twitching a few times before lying still. Qingqing, excellent work. Xia Linlin praised, simultaneously adjusting her energy gun and aiming at a creature lunging towards them, pulling the trigger. The energy beam pierced through the creature's armor, eliciting a piercing scream as it fell incapacitated. The alien creature's roars interwove with explosion sounds, dirt and gravel swirling in the air, making the battle scene exceptionally fierce. Su Yao gracefully dodged attacks in front, occasionally delivering precise shots to knock down one creature after another. Xia Linlin and Xia Qingqing closely coordinated from the sides, continuously launching flanking attacks to push back the alien creatures step by step. Just as they were gaining the upper hand and about to claim victory, a huge creature suddenly erupted from the ground, causing Xia Linlin to instinctively take a step back. But she felt someone flash past her, blocking in front of her. Watch out! Su Yao's voice rang in her ears as she leapt up, instantly shooting a scorching beam of light from her energy gun, hitting the giant creature. The creature emitted a thunderous roar and collapsed onto the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. The three looked at each other, ready to continue advancing, when suddenly a powerful gust of wind blew in from not far away, raising dust clouds that blocked out the sky and sun. A sudden tightening gripped their hearts as they gazed in the direction of the airflow. Emerging slowly from the dust was a colossal beast unlike any they had ever seen, its eyes flashing with a cold light, as if heralding the onset of a new battle. It seems our fight is only just beginning. Su Yao's voice carried a hint of icy amusement, her gaze resolute. The rumbling of energy guns gradually quieted, the air thick with the acrid scent of burnt flesh. The swirling dust began to settle, vision clearing bit by bit. Alien creatures lay sprawled haphazardly, motionless. Xia Linlin's legs went weak, yet her excitement could not be masked. She looked around cautiously, ensuring there were no further threats, then exhaled deeply. Finally over, Xia Linlin cheered, collapsing onto the ground as her energy shield faded. The intense battle had left her exhausted, but the joy of victory banished her fatigue. Linyan, look! Xia Qingqing pointed excitedly towards a shimmering object nearby. Following his gesture, Xia Linlin saw a crystal-clear stone lying quietly, radiating soft light. It was precisely their target, the unique energy crystal of X-42. Fantastic! Overwhelmed with excitement, Xia Linlin leaped up, hugging Xia Qingqing and spinning around in delight. We've succeeded. Su Yao approached, observing the energy crystal with evident satisfaction. Not bad. Kids, you're tougher than I thought. She patted Xia Linlin's shoulder, approval laced through her tone. Xia Linlin and Xia Qingqing exchanged smiles, filled with triumph at their success. Through combined effort, they'd overcome all obstacles and completed their mission. Just as they prepared to leave this desolate planet, the surrounding environment underwent an abrupt change. The once clear sky turned dark in an instant, a formidable force enveloping them, leaving them immobile. The trio's triumphant expressions vanished instantly, replaced with looks of terror. They realized in horror that the ground beneath their feet was shaking, rocks crumbling around them, as if the entire planet trembled. What's happening? Xia Linlin asked fearfully, her voice trembling. Xia Qingqing clutched Xia Linlin's hand tightly, his face pale, unable to utter a word. Su Yao too appeared serious, scanning their surroundings. Something's wrong here. Her sentence trailed off as the earth split open suddenly with a massive fissure, swallowing the three of them whole. Darkness engulfed everything, their ears filled only with roaring wind and the thunderous collapse of rocks. Xia Linlin felt as though she were caught in a massive vortex, her body spinning uncontrollably as it plummeted downward. Su Yao! Qingqing! Xia Linlin shouted in despair, her cries echoing through the darkness without reply. Suddenly, the falling sensation ceased, and Xia Linlin hit the ground hard, an intense pain causing her to groan involuntarily. She struggled to open her eyes and found herself in a completely unfamiliar place. What is this place? She murmured, her voice reverberating in the vast emptiness, tinged with fear and confusion. Slowly rising to her feet, she glanced around, seeking some trace of familiarity, only to be met with endless darkness. Is anyone there? Chapter 79, Trapped in a Dangerous Place. Darkness, endless darkness. Each breath that Xia Linlin took felt as though she were swallowing a thick glob of ink, making it hard for her to breathe. She clung tightly to the back of Xia Qingqing, feeling the faint tremors emanating from the youth's body, tremors of fear, just like hers. Su Yao stood by their side. Though her expression was indiscernible in the dark, the tension in her posture revealed that this experienced adventurer had found herself in an unprecedented predicament. The surroundings seemed distorted as if stirred by an invisible hand, becoming blurred and twisted. The once hard rock surfaces now appeared as though melted wax, with an eerie sense of fluidity. A nauseatingly sweet smell permeated the air, stimulating their nerves and warning every pore of impending danger. We need to leave here. Su Yao's voice, deep and calm, broke the suffocating silence. She slowly turned around, attempting to observe the surrounding environment, but the darkness enveloped them like an airtight net, smothering all hope before it could even take root. Xia Linlin drew a deep breath, forcing herself to stay calm. She knew that in such a situation, panic would only hasten death. She tried to recall the adventure films she'd watched before her time travel/transportation, hoping to glean some inspiration from them. Let's try moving in one direction to see if we can find an exit, Xia Linlin suggested. Her voice, although steady, betrayed her growing tension through her tightened grip on Xia Qingqing's hand. They chose the path directly ahead and began to move step by step, cautiously venturing forward. The darkness surged like a living entity, eroding their senses. They could feel something watching them in the shadows, a sensation so oppressive it sent shivers down their spines. Yet, no matter how long or far they walked, they inevitably returned to where they started, the rock floor exuding that cloyingly sweet stench. Cold sweat broke out on Xia Linlin's forehead as helplessness filled her heart. It was as though they were trapped in an infinite maze loop, never able to escape. This doesn't feel right. We might be stuck, Su Yao said, a rare note of anxiety in her voice. From her backpack, she pulled out a luminous device, trying to light up their surroundings, but the feeble rays extended only a few meters before being swallowed whole by the darkness. Xia Linlin felt a deep despair creeping over her. The darkness seemed to mock their struggles, mocking their helplessness. She began to doubt whether they would ever escape, whether they would truly return alive to the surface. What should we do? Xia Qingqing asked in a trembling voice, his tone breaking Xia Linlin out of her thoughts. Looking at the youth's face filled with terror, a strong sense of responsibility welled up inside her. She couldn't give up, not under any circumstance. She had to protect both Qingqing and Su Yao at all costs. She closed her eyes, trying to steady her breathing and focus all her attention inward. She could feel a strange power coursing through her body, a foreign energy, yet somehow familiar. Sis Linlin, your hand. Xia Qingqing's voice suddenly quivered with fright. Xia Linlin opened her eyes abruptly, noticing her fingers glowing faintly with a mysterious light. This is... Su Yao's voice echoed shock as she stared intently at Xia Linlin's glowing fingers, as though witnessing an impossible phenomenon. Stunned, Xia Linlin couldn't explain where this force originated from, but she sensed it might hold the key to escaping their dire situation. This could be our hope, Xia Linlin whispered to herself, a spark of hope igniting in her eyes. She extended her hand cautiously into the dark void. The air grew thicker with its sickly sweet aroma, nearly solidifying and further pressing on their lungs. Time itself seemed lost in the endless blackness, leaving behind only the spreading waves of fear. Xia Qingqing's intermittent sobbing resembled the whimpers of a wounded animal, cutting deeply into Xia Linlin's heart. Su Yao's breathing became heavier too, her lips pressed together tightly, her face pale. A crack had appeared in her usually stoic demeanor. Xia Linlin felt her body grow increasingly heavy, each step feeling like carrying 1,000 gene burden. Despair rushed over her like a tidal wave, threatening to drown her. She recalled life on Earth, the warmth of sunlight, the sweetness of milk tea, all those beautiful moments that seemed forever lost to her now. Was this truly where they would die? As Xia Linlin teetered on the edge of giving up, Xia Qi's words suddenly resounded in her mind. Everyone has their own special ability. You've just not discovered yours yet. Special ability? Xia Linlin hesitated, wondering if she too possessed some hidden power. She recalled the glow emitted by her fingers earlier. Could that have been an indication of her special ability? In despair, she tightly clasped her hands together, trying to awaken that mysterious power once more. Sister Linlin, what are you doing? Xia Qingqing's voice was hoarse and weak, laced with a hint of confusion. Su Yao also looked at Xia Linlin. They didn't understand why. In such a situation, Xia Linlin would waste time on futile actions. Xia Linlin did not respond. She closed her eyes, focusing her spirit, sensing the flow of feeble energy within her body. In the darkness, her fingers began to tremble faintly, a pale blue light gradually seeping from their tips, like fireflies, dim yet imbued with a spark of hope. What is this? Xia Qingqing's eyes widened as he gazed fearfully at Xia Linlin's glowing fingers, as if seeing something unbelievable. Su Yao was also stunned. She could hardly believe what she saw. Could this be her special ability? Xia Linlin closed her eyes and focused intently, mobilizing her latent power. Her face became extraordinarily determined. Despite their doubts, Xia Qingqing and Su Yao silently guarded her side. Qingqing clutched Linlin's clothes tightly, his eyes fixated on her fingers, shimmering with a flicker of hope. Su Yao's expression grew graver, her hands balled into fists, prepared for any possible sudden event. The surrounding air seemed frozen, a suffocating tension spreading, even making breathing heavy. Xia Linlin's power started to awaken inside her. Two forces intertwined like crossing rivers, surging through her veins. One was as gentle as water, the other, scorching like blazing fire. As these two forces merged within her, they began to consolidate into a powerful energy. The faint blue light on her fingers grew increasingly bright, like the most dazzling star in the night sky, quietly illuminating the deep darkness. Suddenly, a formidable power burst from Xia Linlin's fingertips, akin to a bolt of lightning splitting the night sky, breaking the surrounding stillness. This power clashed against the mysterious force, triggering a series of astonishing changes. The surroundings became distorted. The rock's surfaces waxed like fluidity intensified violently, as if about to swallow them whole. In Xia Qingqing's ears, a whoosh-whoosh sound resounded, like waves crashing onto rocks, each collision filling him with fear. Su Yao felt the ground beneath her feet shake, as if the entire world was swaying. Xia Linlin's battle between her power and the mysterious force was fierce, the two intertwining forces creating streaks of brilliant light that illuminated the dark around them. Xia Qingqing and Su Yao's faces were illuminated by the light, appearing even paler, their heartbeats rapid like war drums. Xia Qingqing shut his eyes tightly, on the verge of tears out of terror. Su Yao stared wide-eyed, gripping the nearby rocks fiercely, as if wanting to crush them. At this moment, Xia Linlin's power reached its peak, releasing a mighty energy from her fingertips. The surrounding scenery instantly warped as if space itself had torn apart. Her eyes reflected determination and resolution, her fingers' glow becoming blinding, almost painfully so to everyone. A strong sense of hope spontaneously rose in Xia Qingqing and Su Yao, as if glimpsing a glimmer of salvation. Hold on, we will definitely get out. Xia Linlin's voice echoed in the darkness, firm and powerful, like a beacon guiding them forward. As the radiant light gradually subsided, the distorted scenery slowly returned to normal. The nauseating sweet smell was replaced by fresh air. Xia Linlin felt her body become weightless as the force restraining them disappeared. Exhausted, she fell to her knees, panting heavily, all her strength drained. The world returned to its original state, no longer a suffocating darkness or twisted vision. Instead, it became a slightly dim cave, the walls shimmering with faint bioluminescent dots like stars across the night sky. Fresh air filled their nostrils, carrying a subtle earthy fragrance, driving away the earlier revolting sweetness. Xia Qingqing was the first to react. Overwhelmed with emotion, he flung himself at Xia Linlin, hugging her tightly, his voice choked with sobs. Sister Linlin, we've made it out. His body still trembled slightly, but his tone was brimming with joy after surviving a great ordeal. Su Yao approached Xia Linlin as well, lightly patting her shoulder with a look of satisfaction in her eyes. You did well. Her voice remained calm, but there was a touch of warmth undetected in her tone. Xia Linlin managed to force a smile, feeling as though her body had fallen apart, every joint protesting. But she knew they were safe now, which mattered more than anything else. Just as the three were in Ed in the joy of surviving their ordeal, Xia Linlin suddenly felt an unusual sensation in her fingertips, like an electric current passing through them, causing a tingling numbness. She looked down and realized that her fingers were still emanating a faint blue glow, much dimmer than before, but still clearly visible. This power, where does it come from? Xia Linlin was filled with doubts. She tried clenching her fists, and the glow intensified, as a strange energy flowed within her body, making her feel extraordinarily powerful. When she loosened her fists again, the light gradually faded and eventually disappeared. Sister Linlin, your hands. Xia Qingqing noticed Xia Linlin's anomaly. He pointed at her hand, his tone carrying a hint of surprise and confusion. Su Yao also looked at Xia Linlin's hand. She seemed to sense something, but remained silent without asking any questions. Xia Linlin gazed at her own hands. What exactly was this power? Why had it appeared in her? Besides helping them escape danger, what other purposes did it serve? She slowly extended her hand once more, her fingertips flickering with the pale blue light, resembling the stars shining in the night sky, beautiful and mysterious. This seems to be more than just helping us escape, Xia Linlin murmured to herself. Her voice was soft, yet laced with an undeniable excitement and anticipation. Chapter 80, Family Conflict. Xia Linlin walked heavily along the familiar cobblestone path toward the center of her family's estate. The blooming wisteria flowers emitted a rich fragrance, but today, instead of bringing her peace and joy as they always had, the scent now seemed strangely sweet and cloying, filling her with a growing unease. A residual energy fluctuation lingered at her fingertips, coursing through her heart like an electric current, sending waves of tingling sensations through her body. Without thinking, she clenched her fists, feeling the power lurking within her, much like a dormant beast ready to burst forth at any moment. Everything around her felt unfamiliar: lofty family buildings, fellow clan members passing by, even the cobblestone road beneath her feet. All were shrouded in a mysterious haze, blurring her vision and confusing her touch. The news from the family council chamber spread rapidly throughout the estate like it had wings. Everyone's gossip at tea time now revolved around Xia Linlin's unusual new abilities. She could feel it. Wherever she went, pairs of eyes followed her, filled with curiosity, inquiry, jealousy, or fear. These gazes stung her nerves like needles, making her feel constantly uneasy. The air was heavy with tension, oppressing everyone so that they struggled to breathe. "Linine, are you alright?" Xia Qingqing's worried voice pulled her out of her chaotic thoughts. She turned to look at the young man beside her, forcing a smile. "I'm fine, just a little tired." Xia Qingqing wanted to say more, but was interrupted coldly by Xia Qi. "Don't delay. The elders are waiting." Her tone was icy, showing no emotion as she maintained her usual cool sense of responsibility. Xia Linlin took a deep breath, trying hard to calm the unrest inside her, and followed Xia Qi toward the council chamber. The massive wooden doors opened slowly, releasing a solemn atmosphere. Inside the chamber, the higher-ups of the family were already seated. Old Carl sat on the leftmost position, his eyes penetrating and observant, as if he could see everything. Grand Elderly presided over the central seat, his expression serious, exuding an aura of authority. Xia Linlin's gaze swept across familiar faces, but found them all alien now. She had never felt this overwhelmed by the family's grandeur and pressure as she did now. "Xia Linlin, you're here." Grand Elder Li's deep, powerful voice resonated through the spacious hall. Xia Linlin's heart plummeted, a foreboding premonition flooding her mind. Subconsciously, she looked at Xia Qingqing, only to find his face equally troubled as he looked back at her. Old Carl finally spoke, his voice trembling slightly, though barely noticeable. "Linine, regarding your newfound ability." Grand Elder Li's sharp gaze locked onto Xia Linlin like a hawk's. He struck his staff on the ground with a thunderous noise, making her heart tremble. "Xia Linlin, we need a reasonable explanation for your newfound power. Where did this force come from?" His thick, authoritative voice echoed throughout the hall. A chilling sensation ran up Xia Linlin's spine from the bottom of her feet. She tried to explain but found her throat dry, as though squeezed tightly by an invisible hand. I don't know." She managed to choke out, her voice faint as a mosquito's buzz. "You don't know?" Grand Elder Li's tone grew colder still. "Such immense power, and you expect us to believe a mere I don't know? Could it be that you've conspired secretly with some malevolent force, acquiring forbidden powers?" His words struck her like lightning, instantly paling her face. "It's not true. I haven't." Xia Linlin raised her head abruptly, intending to defend herself, but was mercilessly cut off by Grand Elder Li. "We need to further investigate the truth. Before we uncover it, you must accept the family's supervision." The suffocating atmosphere made it nearly impossible for Xia Linlin to breathe. Filled with injustice, tears brimmed in her eyes. Why did she have to endure such doubts and pressure? All she ever wanted was to live peacefully, protecting herself and her family. Was there something wrong with that? At this moment, a calm voice broke the deadlock. "Elder, I understand Linine's character. She would never do anything to harm the family." Xia Qi stood up, her expression stern, her eyes determined, and her speech sincere. "I believe that without concrete evidence, Linine should not be subjected to any restrictions. We should give her time to figure out the truth herself." Xia Qi's unexpected action caught everyone off guard, drawing everyone's attention to her. Even the usually stoic Grand Elder Li slightly furrowed his brow. The initially oppressive atmosphere eased somewhat, surprising Xia Linlin as she glanced at Xia Qi, warmth swelling in her heart. Xia Qian continued. "Even though Linine's new abilities have an unknown origin, they haven't caused any harm to the family so far. On the contrary, she used this power to help us solve the baby trafficking crisis. We should trust her and give her a chance to prove herself." Xia Qian's words echoed forcefully through the council chamber. Her statement was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, rippling out in waves. Old Carl's profound gaze scanned back and forth between Xia Linlin and Xia Qian, deep in thought. "Xia Qian, you," Elderly began, but was cut off by Xia Qian. "Elder, please trust my judgment." Her tone was firm and left no room for argument. Elderly fell silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. "All right, we'll do as you say. But, Linlin, you must quickly uncover the source of your powers and give the family an explanation." Xia Linlin looked at Xia Qian gratefully, deeply moved. She knew that Xia Qian was taking a risk by helping her, and she would never forget this bond of friendship. "Linine, tell me, when was the first time your powers manifested at your fingertips?" Old Carl's rich voice, tinged with a subtle tremble, rang in Xia Linlin's ears. Xia Qingqing's hand was warm and strong, tightly enveloping Xia Linlin's icy fingertips. He could feel her faint trembling and the latent energy fluctuations. His eyes were firm and gentle, like a warm ray of sunlight, illuminating the turmoil in Xia Linlin's heart. Gradually, she calmed down, taking a deep breath, striving to control her trembling body. However, the atmosphere in the council chamber grew even more tense. Some family members, especially those who had always envied Xia Linlin's special abilities, began to stir up trouble. I think she's just evasive and unwilling to tell the truth. A sharp, spiteful voice pierced through the air. Xia Linlin looked in its direction. It was Xia Rong, who had long resented Xia Linlin's favor within the family. She now stared at her with malicious glee. Yes, who knows where her power comes from? It might be some dark sorcery. Another voice chimed in agreement. Xia Linlin recognized it as Xia Chong, who had always coveted the family inheritance and harbored hostility toward her as a potential rival. You're slandering. Xia Qingqing abruptly stood up, glaring fiercely at Xia Rong and Xia Chong. We all know what kind of person Linlin is. Don't spread such baseless rumors. Hey, Qingqing, why are you so worked up? Could it be that you're involved in something unsavory with her? Xia Rong said sarcastically, her eyes filled with malice, as if trying to drag both Xia Linlin and Xia Qingqing into the abyss. You? Xia Qingqing's face turned red with anger, his fists clenched, ready to lash out at Xia Rong until Xia Linlin stopped him. Qingqing, don't lose your cool. Xia Linlin shook her head gently. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to calm down and spoke slowly. Elder, fellow clansmen, I understand your doubts and concerns about the sudden emergence of my powers. I swear upon my life that I've done nothing harmful to our family. As for the source of this power, I indeed do not know it, but I will find out as soon as possible and give an account to the family. Though Xia Linlin's voice was soft, it was full of strength. Her determined and sincere gaze made people instinctively want to believe her. Yet, Xia Rong and Xia Chong had no intention of letting up. Sounds nice, but how can we be sure you're not putting on an act? Xia Rong sneered. I think we should lock her up and investigate properly. Yes, lock her up. Xia Chong also shouted loudly, their voices rising higher and higher, as if they were about to consume Xia Linlin. The tension in the council chamber reached a breaking point, the air heavy with the threat of conflict. Xia Linlin felt a wave of despair. She didn't know how she could prove her innocence. Just then, old Carl finally spoke. Enough. His deep and powerful voice carried an unchallengeable authority, instantly silencing all the noise. His piercing gaze swept over everyone. Then he slowly continued. Linlin, come here. Old Carl's solemn voice resonated throughout the council chamber, carrying an irrefutable dignity. Enough. The clamor came to an abrupt stop, all eyes turning to this revered elder. His deep gaze landed on Xia Linlin, carrying a hint of appreciation. Perhaps Linlin's newfound ability isn't a misfortune, but rather an opportunity for our clan to rise again. Upon hearing these words, there was a commotion throughout the hall. Xia Rong and Xia Chong's faces paled instantly, staring wide-eyed with disbelief. They had intended to use this incident to suppress Xia Linlin, only to find that old Carl would stand firmly by her side. Old Carl scanned the crowd with a gaze sharp as a blade. All you see is the unknown origin of Linlin's power, but you fail to recognize its enormous potential. Imagine if we were able to harness this power and apply it to our family's development. What kind of change could it bring? He paused, his tone becoming even more resolute. Our Xia family might achieve unprecedented glory because of it. His words carried great weight, striking like thunder and silencing those who harbored ill intentions. Xia Rong and Xia Chong's faces turned pale, their lips quivering, yet they dared not voice another doubt. They realized that their plans had completely fallen through. The tension in Xia Linlin's mind also began to ease as gratitude welled up inside her toward old Carl, filling her heart with warmth. She knew that old Carl was using his authority to protect her and giving her an opportunity to prove herself. After the meeting ended, Xia Linlin was informed that she would undergo special training organized by the family. As she stepped out of the council chamber and basked in the warm sunlight, a strange sense of unease crept over her. She didn't know what lay hidden behind this training or what awaited her in the future. Gazing into the distance, her eyes filled with confusion and her heart brimmed with doubts. Come on, Linlin. A slightly raspy voice called from behind her. Xia Linlin turned around to see a man dressed in black, standing some distance away. His face bore no expression, but his eyes were as sharp as hawks, sending shivers down her spine. You are? Xia Linlin asked cautiously. The man inclined his head slightly. I'm your training instructor. You may call me Ying. His voice was cold and devoid of emotion. From now on, you must follow all my arrangements without question. A chill ran through Xia Linlin as she sensed that an unforeseen challenge was about to begin. She followed Ying deeper into the compound, leaving behind only a fading silhouette. The wisteria flowers still exuded a rich fragrance, but they no longer brought her comfort. The air buzzed with tension, foretelling an impending storm. Suddenly, Ying stopped and turned to hand Xia Linlin a black bundle. Change into this. Chapter 81, Special Training. Xia Linlin changed into a black training suit, the tight material outlining her well-proportioned figure. Inside the package was also a pair of specially made soft-soled boots, which were lightweight and non-slip. She took a deep breath and followed Ying into the training ground. In the center of the wide venue, various complex training facilities were scattered about, emitting a cold metallic sheen. The air was filled with a special smell of oil and sweat, making Xia Linlin feel a bit nervous. A tall man stood in the middle of the field. With his copper-toned skin and sharply angular face, his hawk-like eyes keenly swept over Xia Linlin, as if he could see through everything about her. He was the family's special training instructor, Jack. Xia Linlin, welcome to the family's special training. Jack's voice was deep and powerful, carrying an authoritative tone that brooked no questioning. Here, you will face the cruelest tests. Only the strong can survive. He paused for a moment, his gaze becoming even more piercing. I hope you can hold out until the end. Jack started introducing the training content. High-altitude zip lines, laser mazes, gravity rooms, simulated combat. Each task was full of danger and challenges. Xia Linlin looked at the tough training facilities before her, feeling uneasy inside, but she did not retreat. She knew that only by going through these trainings could she survive in this unfamiliar interstellar era, protect herself, and safeguard her family. The training officially began. Xia Linlin first entered the simulated combat zone. It was a virtual battlefield where all sorts of dangerous simulation scenarios would appear randomly, with enemies constantly launching attacks on her. The alarm suddenly went off, red lights flashing, and the first scenario appeared. In a dense jungle, several enemies lay hidden, armed with laser guns, ready to strike. Xia Linlin held her breath and carefully evaded the enemies' attacks while seeking chances for counterattack. As the enemies' attacks grew increasingly fierce round by round, Xia Linlin gradually found it hard to keep up. Sweat trickled down her forehead, her heartbeat quickened, and her breathing became more rapid. The surrounding alarms grew denser, and the red lights flashed even more wildly, pushing the tension-filled atmosphere to its peak. Just when Xia Linlin was about to give in, she suddenly felt a surge of great power welling up from within her. What's happening? Why has the difficulty of this scenario suddenly increased? Jack stared at the data on the monitoring screen, his eyebrows knitted tightly together. The alarm system is malfunctioning. He abruptly turned his head towards the control station and barked fiercely. Go check the equipment. The operator at the control station turned pale and trembled, reporting. Report to the instructor. The system detected an intruder modifying the simulated combat program. Jack's pupils contracted sharply. Someone wanted to harm Xia Linlin. At this moment, Xia Linlin darted left and right in the virtual jungle, laser beams narrowly missing her body, their scorching heat causing her skin to feel stinging sensations. She sensed something was wrong. The attack intensity far exceeded what she could currently withstand. Suddenly, a massive rock plummeted from the sky, accompanied by whistling winds, hurtling towards her. Xia Linlin perilously rolled to the side. The rock landed with a deafening roar, shaking the ground beneath her. Damn, this isn't training, it's murder. Xia Linlin gritted her teeth, anger and fear intertwined within her. She looked around, trying to find the person secretly controlling all of this, but all she saw were shadowy tree shapes of the virtual jungle. Her sweat had soaked through her training suit, sticking tightly to her body, bringing a sticky sensation. Despair washed over her heart like a tide. Wasn't today the day she was meant to die here? No, she couldn't give up. She still had a family to protect. She still needed to live well in this world. Xia Linlin took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She recalled the power she felt earlier, the strange energy that danced at her fingertips. Previously, she had continuously tried to use it to enhance her strength and speed, but with little effect. Maybe I shouldn't use it in the conventional way. Xia Linlin closed her eyes, no longer paying attention to the dangers outside, instead focusing all her attention on her fingertips. She could feel that energy flowing within her, like a nimble dragon, flexible and full of vitality. She tried to guide this energy, no longer trying to control it, but instead feeling it, understanding it. An unusual ripple emanated from Xia Linlin, distorting and flickering the sights within the simulated combat area. The mysterious figure hiding in the shadows shot up from his seat, staring disbelievingly at the surveillance screen. She actually... The wine glass slipped from his hand, shattering on the ground with a crisp sound. Xia Linlin suddenly opened her eyes, a strange light flashing in them. I can feel it. Xie Qingqing paced back and forth outside the training ground, his hands tightly clenched into fists, his palms already soaked with sweat. He tried to tiptoe for a better view through the tall walls, but all he could see were flashes of red light and towering training equipment. Anxiety and worry were clearly visible on his young face. Sister Linlin has been inside for a long time now. Why hasn't there been any sound at all? He mumbled uneasily, the unease in his heart growing like wild grass. He well knew the cruelty of the family's special training. Adult warriors who went in would come out feeling as if they had lost a layer of skin. How much more arduous must it be for Sister Linlin? Finally, he could no longer endure this torture and rushed toward the entrance of the training ground. I'm going in to check. Sister Linlin is surely in danger. Stop right there. Xie Qingqing, you cannot go in. Two guards in uniform immediately stopped him, their cold faces devoid of any expression. But Sister Linlin is inside. Xie Qingqing attempted to explain, only to be rudely interrupted by the guards. This is the family's rule. No one may enter the training ground without permission. Just wait here properly. The guards did not budge, standing before him like two iron towers. Xie Qingqing's eyes reddened in frustration. He knew he could not possibly fight these highly trained guards, yet he could not suppress his concern for Xia Linlin. Please let me go in just to take a quick look. I promise I won't disturb her training. I'll just glance once. His voice cracked with tears, full of pleading. The guards remained expressionless, unmoved. Xie Qingqing's overflowing worry was clear, but he remained fated to be barred from entering. Meanwhile, within the virtual jungle, the scenes around Xia Linlin became increasingly unstable, as if ready to collapse at any moment. The strange fluctuations emanating from her fingertips were like an undercurrent below tranquil water, containing an unsettling power. Come on, let's see what this power can really do, Xia Linlin whispered. She stopped dodging, ceased defending, and instead launched a direct attack on the enemies. She gathered the energy from her fingertips into an invisible blade, striking fiercely ahead. The enemies clearly did not anticipate Xia Linlin's sudden counterattack, nor had they foreseen such an odd method of assault. The laser beams danced chaotically in the air, failing entirely to strike her. Instead, they were interfered with by the energy emitted from her fingertips, becoming more and more unstable. Growing stronger in battle, Xia Linlin moved faster and wielded greater strength. She darted like a cheetah through the jungle, every attack precise and deadly. One by one, the enemies fell, dissipating as streams of data into thin air. The virtual jungle lit up with the glow of psychic abilities, transforming its previously dark and damp environment into something dreamlike. Xia Linlin's figure flickered within the luminance, resembling a goddess wielding lightning. The mysterious man hiding in the shadows stared in terror, murmuring while gazing at Xia Linlin on the surveillance screen. This isn't possible. How could she? Just as Xia Linlin was about to destroy the entire simulated combat system, her body suddenly shook, and a tremendous burst of energy surged out, instantly breaking down all her defenses. Huff! Xia Linlin spat out a mouthful of blood, her body flying backward like a kite cut loose from its string. So, it was too forceful after all, wasn't it? She lay weakly on the ground, her consciousness gradually fading. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed in her mind. Do you wish to gain true power? Then, submit to me. Xia Linlin's energy fluctuations grew stronger at her fingertips, distorting the scenery of the virtual jungle, ultimately collapsing with a thunderous crash. Her eyes shot open, and she found herself back in the real world, everything around calm once more. It's over, she whispered softly, feeling an overwhelming wave of exhaustion. The previous battle had drained a great deal of her physical strength and energy, leaving her feeling powerless. Jack approached Xia Linlin. You've done well, Xia Linlin. Your performance exceeded my expectations. He patted her shoulder, his tone tinged with relief. The courage and perseverance you have shown are worthy lessons for all of us. Xia Linlin managed to squeeze out a faint smile. Thank you, instructor. You've earned it. Jack handed Xia Linlin a metal box. This is the family's special reward, and I hope it will help you better master your psychic powers. Xia Linlin took the box, her heart brimming with joy. Opening the box, she saw a crystal stone that emitted a faint glow. She could feel the immense energy contained within the crystal, resonating with the powers inside her. This crystal will assist you in enhancing your psychic abilities and strengthening your control, Jack explained. I hope you make good use of it. Xia Linlin nodded, carefully storing the crystal. She knew that this crystal held extraordinary significance for her. It was not only a recognition of her efforts, but also a guarantee for her survival in this world moving forward. The oppressive atmosphere of the training ground had vanished, replaced by ease and joy. Xia Linlin congratulated the other trainees, sharing experiences and insights with them. Sunlight streamed through the windows of the training ground, illuminating everyone's faces as if foretelling a bright future. On her way home, Xia Linlin continuously felt the energy fluctuations at her fingertips, discovering that her psychic abilities were now more powerful and precise than ever. She could even sense the subtle energy flows in the air around her, which filled her with confidence about the future. However, just as she basked in her happiness, she suddenly felt a mysterious force watching her, filling her with unease and fear. She abruptly stopped, alertly scanning her surroundings, but found nothing. Who's there? She whispered, confusion filling her heart. I know your secret. A cold voice echoed in her ear, making her shiver involuntarily. Xia Linlin turned sharply, only to see an empty street and distant neon lights flickering in the distance. Chapter 82, Shadow Conspiracy. After the sound disappeared, an eerie silence returned once more. The streetlights stretched Xia Linlin's shadow long across the empty street, making her appear especially lonely in the vast emptiness. She took a deep breath, suppressing the unease in her heart as she told herself to stay calm. She quickened her pace and left the street. When she returned home, Xia Linlin locked herself in her room, repeatedly recalling that mysterious voice. She was certain it wasn't a hallucination, but rather some real existing force. She began to wonder if this power was related to the abnormal abilities of her fingers, or if it had something to do with her being transported to this world. In the following days, Xia Linlin started covert investigations. She carefully moved through the various corners of her family estate, trying to find the source of that mysterious voice. Using her familiarity with the family grounds, she avoided surveillance cameras and guards, moving silently like an agile cat. The night at the family compound was unusually quiet, punctuated only occasionally by insect chirps and the distant hum of machinery. This silence made Xia Linlin feel somewhat anxious. Her palms were slightly sweaty, a sense of impending danger lurking around her. As she passed the family archives room, where various documents and historical records were stored, she remembered Xia Qingqing mentioning that there might be clues about interstellar travel there. After hesitating for a moment, she finally decided to go inside. The door of the archive room was tightly shut, covered with complicated electronic locks. Xia Linlin took a deep breath and gently placed her finger on the door. She could feel the energy surging from her fingertip, resonating subtly with the lock. She focused her mind, attempting to use her strange powers to open this door. However, at that very moment, she felt the strong sense of a mysterious gaze again, even stronger than any previous instance. She quickly withdrew her hand, looking cautiously around. Who's there? Xia Linlin whispered harshly, her voice echoing through the empty corridor. No one responded, only endless darkness and silence. But Xia Linlin knew that the mysterious presence was nearby, and it seemed aware of her actions. As the investigation progressed, Xia Linlin gradually discovered that this mysterious force was not just a random occurrence, but tied to a grand conspiracy aimed at her. From some hidden files within her family's resources, she found faint traces pointing to a mysterious organization that appeared to have immense interest in her, or perhaps in some kind of power within her. She felt unprecedented pressure, as if the oppressive atmosphere enveloped her like dark clouds. She realized that this conspiracy wasn't just against her personally. Her family and friends, including Xie Qingqing, Mumu, and even Su Yao, might be implicated. She had to uncover the truth as soon as possible and stop the conspiracy from occurring. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deeply into her palms, bringing sharp pain. She knew she couldn't back down. She must protect herself and those she loved. No matter who you are. Xia Linlin's voice reverberated in the empty room, trembling slightly, yet filled with unusual determination. I will definitely find you. The sense of being watched tightened around her like an invisible net. Xia Linlin knew she had to speed up her actions. What she didn't expect was that the other party moved even faster. In the morning, the shrill alarm shattered the tranquility of the Xia household. Xia Linlin sat straight up in bed, a wave of intense unease washing over her. Before she could react, hurried footsteps reached her door. Linlin's sister. It's bad. Brother Qingqing is in trouble. It was Mumu's voice, crying. Xia Linlin yanked open the door, finding Mumu standing there with tear-filled eyes and a pale face. What happened? What's wrong with Qingqing? Brother Qingqing. Brother Qingqing has been accused of stealing family secrets. He's already been taken away by the guard. Xia Linlin felt a loud buzzing in her head, a wave of anger rising. Stealing family secrets? There was no way Xie Qingqing would do such a thing. It must be a trap set by that mysterious person. Linlin's sister, please save Brother Qingqing. Mumu tightly gripped Xia Linlin's clothing, sobbing. Xia Linlin took a deep breath, striving to remain calm. She stroked Mumu's head and softly comforted him. Don't worry, Mumu. I'll rescue Qingqing. She then turned around and rushed out of her room towards the family security team. On the way, she tried hard to remember everything that had recently occurred, searching for any trace of the culprit behind the scenes. She vividly recalled the day at the entrance of the archives room when she had felt that sense of being watched, followed by all sorts of anomalies thereafter. Damn, I've been too careless. Xia Linlin cursed herself inwardly, realizing now she should have foreseen that if the other side had noticed her investigation, they'd certainly take action. Xie Qingqing was the bargaining chip used by that mysterious person to threaten her. The gate of the security team's compound was tightly shut, with 2 armed guards standing by. Xia Linlin rushed forward without hesitation. I want to see your captain. Her tone was icy, and her eyes sharp like a drawn sword. Miss Xia Linlin, without the captain's order, no one is allowed in. The guard said expressionlessly as he blocked her way. Move aside. I know Xie Qingqing is being held inside. I must see him. Xia Linlin's voice rose several octaves, carrying an undeniable air of authority. Sorry, Miss Xia Linlin, this is the rule. The guard stood firmly in place. Xia Linlin could no longer suppress her anger. She knew it would be useless trying to reason with these people. She took a deep breath, and an unusual energy began to build at her fingertips. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being unfriendly. Just as she was about to take action, a familiar voice came from behind her. Linlin, stop. Xia Linlin turned around and saw Su Yao walking quickly over, a look of anxiety on her face. Su Yao? Why are you here? Xia Linlin was a little surprised. Su Yao didn't answer, but gave a mysterious smile as she pulled out a small chip from her pocket and handed it to the guard. Take this to your captain and tell him Su Yao has something to say. The guard took the chip, eyeing Su Yao suspiciously before turning and walking into the compound. Not long after, the head of the security team came out personally, respectfully asking Su Yao to enter. Su Yao gave Xia Linlin a wink and then walked straight into the compound. Xia Linlin followed closely behind. Inside the interrogation room, Xie Qingqing sat with his hands cuffed to a chair, looking tired and helpless. Seeing Xia Linlin walk in, Sister Linlin, why did you come? Leave quickly, it's dangerous here. Xia Linlin approached Xie Qingqing, looking at him with pain in her eyes. She knew Xie Qingqing must have suffered greatly. Qingqing, don't worry, I will definitely save you, she said resolutely. At this moment, Su Yao walked to the interrogation table, turned on a projector, and a clear video appeared on the wall. In the video, a mysterious figure in a black cloak was secretly slipping a document into Xie Qingqing's storage locker. How about that, gentlemen? Isn't this evidence clear enough? Su Yao asked the dumbfounded head of the security team smugly, her lips curling into a meaningful smile. The carefully planned conspiracy by the mysterious person was shattered by Su Yao's sudden appearance. Just who was he? And how would he respond? How did you? The black-robed man widened his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing on the screen, unable to finish his sentence. A warm glow enveloped the 3 of them. Xia Linlin and Xie Qingqing hugged Su Yao tightly, their gratitude evident. Su Yao laughed heartily, patting their backs gently. All right, big deal, whose family if not us? Xia Linlin sniffed softly, feeling the warmth emanating from Su Yao, her heart brimming with strength. Xie Qingqing also nodded forcefully, his eyes red. The joy of surviving adversity and the warmth of friendship dispelled the previous gloom, and the air was filled with a light fragrance, Su Yao's distinctive perfume mingling with the faint sweat scent from all 3 of them. interweaving into a peculiar yet reassuring aura. Now, we need to take the initiative, Xia Linlin declared with determined eyes, a touch of coldness in her tone. Su Yao and Xie Qingqing retracted their smiles and solemnly nodded. They understood that the real battle had only just begun. Based on the clues provided by Su Yao, they identified the hideout of the mysterious person, a dilapidated warehouse at the edge of the family estate. Night fell, and the three stealthily infiltrated the warehouse. The air was filled with a nauseating damp and decaying smell. Inside the warehouse, it was pitch black except for weak lights shining through cracks, outlining blurry silhouettes. Be careful, there might be an ambush here, Xia Linlin whispered in warning. The energy at her fingertips pulsated slightly, ready to act at any sudden situation. Suddenly, the sound of metal clashing broke the silence. Then, a few shadowy figures darted out of the darkness, surrounding them completely. It seems we've been discovered, Su Yao chuckled coldly, drawing the energy sword from her waist. It emitted a buzzing low hum. Xie Qingqing was no less defiant, activating the energy gun in his hand. Dangerous flashes shone at its muzzle. Attack! At Xia Linlin's command, the battle erupted immediately. The sounds of energy swords clashing with metal, the thunderous blasts of energy guns, and the shouts from both sides intertwining formed an ear-deafening cacophony, breaking the quietness of the warehouse. With her agile movements and the unusual energy at her fingertips, Xia Linlin weaved through the shadows. Each of her attacks was precise and deadly. Su Yao's energy sword formed an impenetrable defense, pushing back any enemy who dared to approach. Xie Qingqing's energy gun provided long-range firepower support, suppressing the enemy's offensive. The fierce battle went on for a long time, and the warehouse became thick with the pungent smell of gunpowder and blood. Xia Linlin felt her strength gradually waning, but she did not dare to relax even a bit, knowing that the outcome of this fight meant life or death for them three, as well as the entire family's fate. Suddenly, a shadow stood out from the melee and rushed directly towards Xia Linlin. Linlin, be careful! Su Yao cried in alarm, too late to offer assistance. The shadow moved incredibly fast, reaching Xia Linlin in a blink of an eye, its blade flashing coldly. Do you really think this can stop me? A chilling voice echoed by Xia Linlin's ear. The edge of the blade carried the scent of death, aiming directly at Xia Linlin's throat. At a critical moment, Xia Linlin threw herself backward sharply, barely dodging the fatal strike. The energy surged at her fingertips, instantly forming an invisible barrier that blocked the subsequent attacks from the shadow. To die! Xia Linlin roared angrily, holding nothing back now. Her fingertips unleashed a powerful energy surge, pouring down like a storm. The shadow, caught off guard, was struck by the energy, letting out a painful cry before being flung away. Seeing this, Su Yao and Xie Qingqing immediately joined the fray. The three of them stood back to back, forming a solid defensive formation that tightly suppressed the remaining shadows. With the cooperation of Xia Linlin's abilities, Su Yao's swordsmanship, and Xie Qingqing's gunnery, the shadows were gradually forced into retreat and eventually fell one after another, groaning painfully. Useless trash. Su Yao spat contemptuously, retracting her energy sword into its sheath. Don't get too cocky. The real player hasn't appeared yet. Xia Linlin's eyes scanned the dark depths, where it seemed a ferocious beast lurked, ready to devour them. Suddenly, a chilling laugh came from deep within the warehouse, and a black-robed figure slowly emerged. It was that mysterious person pulling all the strings. Xia Linlin, you've indeed not disappointed me. The raspy voice of the mysterious person reverberated throughout the vast warehouse. However, your luck runs out here. Lifting his hand, a black sphere of energy began to form, emanating an ominous aura. Die! The mysterious man roared, throwing the energy ball at Xia Linlin. The energy ball tore through the air with a whistling sound, moving at incredible speed. Xia Linlin's pupils shrank dramatically, feeling a never-before-seen danger. She knew that this energy ball contained terrifying power, and if hit, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this hair-raising moment, Xie Qingqing stepped forward, shielding Xia Linlin. Qingqing! No! Xia Linlin cried out, trying to stop him, but it was too late. The energy ball smashed into Xie Qingqing's body, bursting with blinding light. Xia Linlin felt as if the world had turned blank, her ears ringing so loudly she could hear nothing. When the light faded, Xia Linlin saw Xie Qingqing swaying weakly on his feet. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his face pale as paper, yet his eyes remained resolute. Sister Linlin, run quickly. Don't worry about me. Xie Qingqing struggled to say. Xia Linlin's heart twisted in agony as she hugged Xie Qingqing tightly, tears streaming uncontrollably. No, I won't leave you behind. Xia Linlin choked out. We will go together. She mobilized all the energy within her, attempting to heal Xie Qingqing's battered body. However, the mysterious man's energy was far too potent, and her abilities were powerless against it. It's useless, Xia Linlin. His life has already come to an end. The mysterious man laughed coldly, but soon, you'll join him. Once again raising his hand, the mysterious man prepared to unleash an even stronger attack. Just as all hope seemed lost, Su Yao suddenly charged forward, her energy sword bursting with dazzling brilliance. She poured all her strength into the blade, swinging it down forcefully at the mysterious man. Ah! The mysterious man screamed in pain, struck by Su Yao's blade energy, and flung backward. Linlin, run. Leave it to me. Su Yao shouted aloud, her voice filled with determination. Xia Linlin understood that Su Yao was creating an escape opportunity for her. She couldn't let Su Yao's sacrifice be in vain. Clutching her teeth firmly, She picked up Xie Qingqing and decisively turned, running toward the exit of the warehouse. Struggling to his feet, the mysterious man glared at Xie Linlin's fleeing silhouette. Xie Linlin, I won't let you go. You just wait. He howled furiously, his voice echoing through the warehouse endlessly. Hugging Xie Qingqing tightly, Xie Linlin ran frantically and finally managed to escape the warehouse. Looking back, she saw the warehouse engulfed by roaring flames, smoke billowing into the sky, blocking out the sun. When Xie Linlin returned to her family and recounted the events, the entire clan was shocked. Everyone mourned Xie Qingqing's sacrifice and admired Su Yao's bravery. The whole family united in an effort to hunt down the mysterious man. It wasn't long before his true identity was uncovered. He was actually a traitor within the family, coveting its power all along. With the collective efforts of the family, the mysterious man was finally captured and punished as he deserved. Xie Linlin and her companions became heroes of the family, earning the respect and admiration of everyone. At the celebration banquet, people cheered joyfully for their victory. However, Xie Linlin did not have a trace of smile on her face. She felt something was amiss. This victory seemed too easy. Suddenly, her personal terminal received a mysterious message. Beware, the real danger has only just begun. As Xie Linlin stared at the words on the terminal, her smile froze instantly, her gaze becoming solemn. She tightly gripped the terminal until her knuckles turned white, a sense of unease rising in her heart. Amidst the clinking of glasses at the feast, where laughter filled the air, Xie Linlin had no heart to join in. She quietly slipped away from the banquet hall, stepping alone onto the vast balcony. The night wind blew through her long hair, carrying a hint of chill. Lifting her head, she gazed at the starry sky, where the twinkling stars seemed to conceal boundless perils. Taking a deep breath, she firmly clasped the terminal in her hand, then resolutely turned and walked into the endless darkness. Chapter 83, Seeking the Truth. Xie Linlin stared at the blinking text on her terminal, her heart feeling as if gripped by an invisible hand. The real danger has only just begun? These few short words struck her like a massive bomb, sending shockwaves through her mind. Her intuition told her that this was no ordinary matter. It could even endanger her entire family. She had to uncover the truth, but this time, she decided to act alone. In the banquet hall, laughter and clinking glasses filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. Xie Linlin observed her surroundings discreetly, a polite smile plastered across her face, while her inner emotions churned violently. No one noticed the unease hidden deep in her gaze or the fingers clutching her terminal, which had turned slightly pale. She resembled an elegant leopard, lurking amidst the bustling jungle, waiting for the right moment to strike. Seizing an appropriate opportunity, Xie Linlin quietly slipped away from the banquet hall. A cool night breeze brushed past her cheeks, easing her taut nerves slightly as it brought with it a refreshing chill. Raising her head to look at the starry sky, the stars twinkled but seemed shrouded in a mysterious veil, giving her a strange sense of oppression. The location mentioned in the message was on the edge of her family's territory, in an arid and barren wasteland fraught with peril. Xie Linlin piloted a small spacecraft towards the destination. As the spacecraft glided smoothly through the night sky, she felt as though she were navigating through thick fog, unaware of what awaited her ahead. Upon reaching her destination, Xie Linlin cautiously disembarked from her spacecraft. The ground beneath her feet was dry and hard, the air filled with the pungent smell of sulfur. Around her lay an eerie silence, punctuated only by the whistling winds echoing around her ears. Switching on her detection device, the screen displayed various danger signals, with red warning lights flashing incessantly, hinting at hidden dangers lurking there. Taking a deep breath, Xie Linlin grasped an energy gun firmly in her hands, carefully advancing forward step by step. Each step was exceptionally cautious, sweat drenching her clothes, clinging uncomfortably to her body. Feelings of loneliness and suffocation surged over her like waves, almost swallowing her whole. Suddenly, she felt her footing give way. Before Xie Linlin could let out a startled cry, her body plummeted rapidly. Darkness enveloped her like an enormous web, swallowing her up instantly. The sensation of weightlessness made her dizzy, and instinctively she reached out to grab something, but only managed to clutch a handful of cold air. Damn, she cursed mentally, forcing herself to stay calm. Years of adventurous experience had cultivated within her a habit of staying composed in moments of peril. She quickly adjusted her posture, searching during her fall for a point that might serve as some form of cushion. Suddenly, a blinding light flared up around her, followed immediately by countless beams of energy, akin to raindrops, rushing toward her. The energy beams varied in color, carrying an intimidating aura of destruction, as if intent on tearing her apart into pieces. Restrictions. Xie Linlin realized instantly that she had triggered some kind of powerful restriction, despair rising in her chest. She frantically dodged, but the energy beams were far too dense, offering no place to escape. Blazing energy grazed her cheeks, leaving behind a fiery sensation of pain. The shadow of death loomed over her, the suffocating sensation making it almost impossible to breathe. Just when she thought she would meet her end here, a streak of silver light suddenly flashed. A furry little creature darted out like lightning, weaving bizarrely through the energy beams and drawing most of the fire. What is that? Xie Linlin widened her eyes in astonishment. This small creature looked like a mutated squirrel but much larger, and its speed was astonishing. It leaped about skillfully, occasionally emitting crisp cries, as if taunting the energy beams. These energy beams that were initially surging towards Xie Linlin, now, under some sort of guidance, all turned and chased after the little squirrel. While dodging, The squirrel ran towards a direction, seemingly leading Xia Linlin to safety. Surprise mixed with joy eased the tension in Xia Linlin's nerves slightly. She didn't know where this little squirrel had come from or why it was saving her, but it was undoubtedly her sole hope. Without wasting another thought, she immediately followed, chasing after the direction the little squirrel ran. The surrounding energy fluctuations grew increasingly intense, and the sulfurous smell in the air became even more pungent. Xia Linlin felt as though her lungs were on fire, each breath bringing excruciating pain. However, she dared not stop. She knew she must seize this one chance to survive. The little squirrel sped up faster and faster until it vanished into the darkness. Gritting her teeth, Xia Linlin pushed hard to keep up. Suddenly, she heard a low, menacing roar coming from ahead, a sound filled with danger and ferocity, making her skin crawl. She hesitated, pausing to decide whether she should continue moving forward. At this moment, the terminal suddenly rang, and a message from Su Yao appeared on the screen. "Linine, where are you?" Xie Qingqing searched everywhere in the banquet hall for Xia Linlin's figure, feeling uneasy inside. He knew Linlin. Whenever she had that pensive look on her face, it meant she was coming up with a new plan, usually one filled with danger. "Big Sister Su Yao, have you seen Big Sister Linlin?" Xie Qingqing anxiously asked, pulling aside Su Yao who was talking to someone. Su Yao put down her wine glass, looked around, but found no sign of Xia Linlin. A trace of concern also surfaced on her normally jovial face. "I haven't seen her. I just wanted to toast her. What's wrong? Is something the matter?" Xie Qingqing showed Su Yao the message on the terminal. Immediately, Su Yao's expression turned serious. "That silly girl. She's trying to be a lone hero again. No, we must find her." Without hesitation, they both left the banquet hall, following the direction they suspected Xia Linlin might have taken. The night wind howled past their ears, ruffling their hair, but not easing the worry in their hearts. Finally, at the edge of the family's territory in the barren wasteland, they discovered Xia Linlin's spacecraft. They exchanged a glance, their uneasiness growing stronger. "Linlin," Su Yao called out loudly, her voice echoing across the desolate landscape. "Big Sister Linlin." Xie Qingqing shouted as well. Suddenly, a faint reply came from the darkness. "I'm over here." Following the sound, Xie Qingqing and Su Yao ran toward it, and saw Xia Linlin standing by the edge of a deep pit, covered in dust and looking disheveled. "Linlin, are you okay?" Su Yao rushed to Xia Linlin's side, checking her thoroughly to make sure she wasn't hurt before sighing with relief. "Big Sister Linlin, you scared me half to death." Xie Qingqing also ran over, concernedly asking. Seeing them, Xia Linlin finally allowed herself a faint smile through her tension. "I'm fine, I just accidentally fell into a trap." "How could you be so careless?" Su Yao scolded, but her tone carried deep care. Xia Linlin shrugged, about to explain when suddenly a metallic scraping sound came from the darkness. The three immediately grew wary, gripping their energy guns tightly and standing back to back, vigilantly watching their surroundings. From the shadows emerged a group of puppets with stiff bodies and hollow eyes, moving like zombies. Their bodies were covered in scars, and their joints emitted an unpleasant grinding noise, giving off a nauseating stench of decay. "What are these things?" Xie Qingqing frowned and asked. "They're puppets controlled by forbidden restrictions," Xia Linlin replied seriously. "Be careful, they're dangerous." The puppets didn't give them a moment's rest and immediately launched an attack. Wielding their weapons, they lunged fiercely toward the trio. Energy beams, laser blades, and various other attacks descended upon them like storms. Without delay, Xia Linlin, Su Yao, and Xie Qingqing fought back. Relying on her rich combat experience, Xia Linlin accurately struck the vital spots of the puppets. Su Yao swung her laser sword, slicing nearby puppets cleanly in half. Though young, Xie Qingqing was extremely agile, using his speed advantage to weave between the puppets, looking for chances to attack their weak points. However, the number of puppets was overwhelming. Even after being struck down, they would quickly rise again to continue attacking. Gradually, the three began to tire, their wounds multiplying. "We can't keep this up, we'll be exhausted to death," Su Yao exclaimed anxiously while fighting. Just then, one puppet broke through their defense and lunged at Xie Qingqing. Upon seeing this, Xia Linlin instantly leapt forward, pushing Xie Qingqing aside. However, she herself was struck heavily by the puppet. "Big Sister Linlin," Xie Qingqing cried out, attempting to rush forward but held back forcefully by Su Yao. Xia Linlin felt excruciating pain, flying backward like a broken kite before crashing heavily onto the ground. She struggled to stand up, but realized she was too weak, unable to move at all. "Am I going to die here today?" she thought hopelessly. At that moment, she suddenly felt a searing heat emanate from her finger, a powerful energy surging through her body. Unconsciously raising her hand, she saw it shining with blinding light, a mysterious force radiating outward from within her. "This is..." Xia Linlin stared in surprise at her hand. Before she could fully comprehend, those ferocious puppets abruptly froze, stopping their attacks as if under some enchantment, standing motionless. Su Yao and Xie Qingqing were also stunned. They didn't understand what had happened, but they could feel the air around them seeming to become solid. "Linlin, what did you do?" Su Yao asked cautiously. Xia Linlin didn't respond, just stared intently at the puppets, her fingers trembling slightly as a powerful force began to awaken. Chapter 84, The Ruins. At the entrance to the ruins, an ancient stone gate stood weathered and battered by time, its surface covered with the marks of many years. Xia Linlin looked at the slowly opening door and felt an inexplicable sense of unease rise in her heart. She knew that inside lay unknown dangers, but also the possibility of a destiny-altering opportunity. In the end, she took a deep breath, and her gaze became resolute. Let's go. Great wealth lies amid great danger. Xie Qingqing tightly grasped the energy gun in her hand, her face marked with both excitement and tension. Su Yao remained as calm and decisive as ever. She inspected her weapon carefully, her sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. As they stepped into the ruins, a bone-chilling draft hit them, as if they had suddenly been placed inside an enclosed ice cellar. The air was filled with an ancient and mysterious scent, creating feelings of oppression and discomfort. The area around them was dimly lit, with only faint glimmers of light on the walls flickering like ghost fires. Be careful, something isn't right here, Xie Linlin whispered lowly, sensing that something seemed to be watching them from the shadows. They cautiously moved forward, every step taken with extreme care. Suddenly, a chilling laughter sounded from ahead, making everyone's spines tingle. What a fine path to heaven you ignore, and instead walk boldly into the clutches of hell. Then, a mysterious figure appeared accompanied by a group of black-robed individuals. The face of the mysterious person showed a grin filled with triumph and malice. Xie Linlin, we meet again. Do you really think hiding here will save you from my grasp? How naive. Xie Linlin's expression grew grave. It was clear that the other party had come prepared, numerous people with formidable strength. Her glance met Xie Qingqing's and Su Yao's faces, who now also displayed signs of anxiety. Su Yao, Qingqing, be cautious, they're difficult opponents, she said. Su Yao nodded and aimed her energy gun directly at the mysterious individual. Xie Qingqing also gripped his energy gun tightly. They formed a defensive posture back-to-back, ready for the impending battle. Overconfidence is your downfall. Laughable. The mysterious person scoffed coldly, then waved his hand. Immediately, the black-robed individuals charged towards Xie Linlin and her companions, signaling the start of a fierce battle. The oppressive feeling in the air intensified, much like the calm before a storm. Linlin, what do we do? We're surrounded. Xie Qingqing's voice quivered slightly. Xie Linlin drew another deep breath, forcing herself to remain calm. She realized panic would only quicken their demise. She needed to find a way out if they were to escape this alive. There's still hope. Qingqing, don't fear, she said, observing her surroundings closely. She suddenly noticed that deep within the ruins, there seemed to be something hidden. Let's head that way, Su Yao and Qingqing. Xie Linlin pointed towards the depth of the ruins and called out loudly. Without hesitation, Su Yao and Xie Qingqing followed Xie Linlin, dashing toward the deeper regions of the ruins. Seeing this, the face of the mysterious person darkened, and he quickly commanded his followers to give chase. Don't let them get away. Pursue. Thus, a tense chase unfolded in the shadowy depths of the ruins. Just as Xie Linlin and the others were about to reach the heart of the ruins, a raspy voice boomed. Trespassers die. The mysterious person burst into maniacal laughter, mockery dripping from his tone. Xie Linlin, did you think running here could free you from my control? Foolish fantasies. This ruin belongs to me. You've walked right into my trap. Infuriated, Xie Linlin clenched her fists so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Forcing down her rage, she retorted coldly. Your wicked schemes won't succeed. We won't let you have your way. Haha, arrogance indeed. Do you honestly believe the likes of you can stop me? Roared the mysterious person in derision. Xie Qingqing also erupted in fury, tightening his grip on the energy gun, yelling furiously at the mysterious person. Cease your arrogance. We'll make sure your plans fail. Meanwhile, Su Yao remained calm, her piercing eyes locked onto the mysterious person, dangerous glints flashing in her stare. The air grew thick with tension as a massive clash loomed near. As both sides braced themselves, a majestic and authoritative voice echoed through the ruins. Who dares cause commotion here? An immense wave of powerful energy instantly enveloped the entire ruins, pinning everyone in place. An old man dressed in ancient robes, with silver hair but youthful features, emerged before them, his gaze penetrating as if he could peer into their souls. A suffocating pressure emanated from him. I am the guardian of these ruins. None shall intrude here and disrupt order without punishment. Boomed the elder's voice, thunderous like a tolling bell. The mysterious person's face paled drastically upon realizing the might of the ruins' protector. He had originally thought that victory was within his grasp, but he hadn't anticipated this kind of complication. Xie Linlin and her companions were also stunned. They hadn't expected such a powerful guardian to suddenly appear. The tense atmosphere was tinged with a subtle change. The old guardian scanned everyone with a weighty voice. This ruin is a sacred place, not to be desecrated. None of you shall fight here. Though the mysterious person was inwardly reluctant, he could only temporarily abandon his plan to engage Xie Linlin and the others. He knew all too well that before the elder guardian, he stood no chance at all. Xie Linlin glanced at Xie Qingqing and Su Yao beside her, silently signaling them with an unspoken understanding. They caught on immediately. Xie Linlin's gaze flickered as she quickly shot a meaningful look at Xie Qingqing and Su Yao. It was the voix between them that required no words, trust honed through countless battles fought side by side. Xie Qingqing straightened up instantly, loosening the tension on his face slightly, while Su Yao gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. With the arrival of the elder guardian, the oppressive tension in the air lessened subtly. For the time being, both sides were forced to set aside their grudges. Lucky bastards. The mysterious man glared venomously at Xie Linlin, like a venomous snake ready to strike at any moment. With a wave of his hand, he signaled his subordinates to step back for now. However, just when everyone thought they would get a brief respite, the ruins came alive with deep, resonating rumbles. The ground began to shake as strange patterns emerged on the walls, pulsing with eerie light. Watch out, Xia Linlin cried sharply, sensing the impending danger. Before anyone could react, countless arrows shot forth from the wall holes, slicing through the air with piercing whistles, heading directly toward them. The arrows glowed with an ice-blue hue, clearly coated with potent poison. With a roar of rage, Xie Qingqing unleashed a burst of powerful energy beams from his energy gun, knocking down the incoming arrows. Su Yao, on the other hand, moved agilely to evade, her daggers spinning precisely and cutting down any stray projectiles. But this was merely the beginning. Suddenly, the ground caved in, revealing bottomless pits armed with gleaming blades. Then, massive stone walls descended from above, dividing the once open passage into numerous cramped spaces. Damn it, these are trap mechanisms. The mysterious figure's demeanor changed. His subordinates varied greatly in strength and couldn't cope with such dense attacks. Screams echoed incessantly as blood stained the floor red. Xia Linlin remained calm, analyzing the environment rapidly around her. She needed to find a way to deactivate these traps soon, or else they'd all perish here. Qingqing, Sister Su Yao, stay close to me, Xia Linlin shouted, taking off towards a certain direction. Guided by her sharp instincts and premonitions about danger, she adroitly avoided each deadly trap. Xia Qingqing and Su Yao followed closely behind. They trusted Xia Linlin's judgment. It was trust built through countless life and death tests. As the mysterious figure watched helplessly as his men continued to fall, anger and frustration surged within him. He roared furiously. Kill them, whatever the cost. Nevertheless, against the intricate mechanisms, brute force tactics proved utterly useless. His men scattered wildly like headless flies, eventually falling victim to the traps. Just as Xia Linlin and the others were about to break free from the maze of traps, a stone wall fell abruptly from ahead, blocking their way. Sister Linlin, what do we do? Xia Qingqing asked anxiously. Staring intently at the stone wall before her, Xia Linlin's expression grew profound. She slowly extended her hand and gently traced the patterns engraved on the stone wall, as if feeling its breath. This stone wall, she muttered under her breath, a flash of peculiar realization in her eyes, has some meaning. Xia Linlin's fingertip lightly touched the wall, causing a peculiar energy vibration to course through her body. She closed her eyes, and in her mind, the complicated ancient patterns etched onto the wall transformed into winding rivers, interwoven into a mystical web. Suddenly, an idea struck her, as if she had grasped a critical point. I've got it. Xia Linlin snapped her eyes open, confidence gleaming within them. These patterns aren't mere decorations. They form an energy circuit. If we can identify the correct nodes, we can deactivate the traps. Swiftly, she pinpointed several key nodes, channeling delicate strands of energy from her fingertips into them. As the energy flowed in, the patterns on the wall began to glow softly, and the sealed passage slowly opened. Quick, let's go, Xia Linlin commanded and rushed into the corridor first. Xia Qingqing and Su Yao followed closely behind, filled with trust in Xia Linlin's judgment. The mysterious man's face turned incredibly grim at the sight. He hadn't anticipated that Xia Linlin would so easily decipher the mechanisms, which left him somewhat unsettled. Clenching his teeth, he led the remaining subordinates into the passage as well. After the mechanisms were deactivated, the passage became level and wide, but the air was thick with an even more intense sense of danger. They moved cautiously forward, not daring to let their guard down for a moment. Linlin, you're really amazing, Xia Qingqing sincerely complimented. Xia Linlin smiled faintly and replied, it's just good luck. Su Yao also gave her an admiring glance and said, Linlin, your calmness and intelligence are our greatest reliance. Xia Linlin modestly smiled, though her heart remained alert. She knew that the real test was only just beginning. Sure enough, just as they thought the danger had temporarily passed, the Elder Guardian suddenly appeared before them, blocking their path. You have passed the trial, but to obtain the treasure within the ruins, you must complete one final task. The Elder Guardian's voice was deep and authoritative, leaving no room for argument. Xia Linlin and the others' hearts sank. They could sense this task wouldn't be simple. What is the task? Xia Linlin asked solemnly. The Elder Guardian slowly extended his hand, revealing a crystal in his palm that shimmered with strange light. Place this crystal on the altar in the deepest part of the ruin. The Elder Guardian's tone carried an aura of mystery. But remember, this crystal possesses immense power, and any mishandling will cause catastrophic destruction. Xia Linlin and the others gazed at the crystal in the Elder Guardian's hand, realizing that this mission was far more perilous than they had imagined. Xia Linlin hesitated for a moment, but eventually accepted the crystal. We will do our best to complete the task. The Elder Guardian nodded, his figure gradually vanishing into thin air. Xia Linlin and the others looked at the crystal in their hands, lost in thought. They understood that what lay ahead would be an even sterner challenge. This crystal, Xia Linlin felt waves of heat emanating from it, warming her palm slightly. It seems like. Su Yao leaned closer, carefully observing the streams of light on the crystal's surface. It's breathing. Chapter 85, Summoning. Place it in the deepest part of the ruins, on the altar. Xia Linlin muttered the old guardian's words, her brows furrowed deeply. This demand sounded simple enough, but an eerie undertone unsettled her. Altar? Why the altar? And just what is this crystal? A string of questions swirled in her mind, yet no answers came. Elder, wait. Su Yao shouted toward the direction where the old guardian had vanished, but only echoes returned in the empty ruins, as if mocking their ignorance and powerlessness. Xia Qingqing also called out a few tentative shouts, with no response either. The three looked at each other in silence, an uneasy premonition surging up in their hearts like a flood tide. The murals in the ruins, which originally flickered with a gentle glow, seemed to have dimmed slightly now. The surrounding air grew heavy, an intangible pressure creeping upon them quietly. Xia Linlin felt her breathing become somewhat difficult, as if a mountain pressed against her chest. Sweat trickled down from her temples, soaking through her collar. This oppressive feeling almost prevented her from thinking clearly, her brain blank. What's happening? Su Yao's voice trembled as she clutched tightly onto Xia Linlin's arm, her fingers icy cold. Xia Qingqing also sensed something unusual. He tightened his grip on his weapon, looking around alertly, yet discovered nothing. The temperature began to drop, the air filled with a bone-chilling coldness. Xia Linlin could even see the mist of her own breath. The ground beneath their feet started to quiver faintly, releasing deep humming sounds, as if some sleeping giant was awakening. Linlin's sister, I'm a little scared. Xia Qingqing's voice carried a trace of sobbing as he clung closely to Xia Linlin, seeking a bit of security. Xia Linlin forced herself to endure the fear rising in her heart, striving to remain calm. Don't be afraid, Qingqing. We'll be all right. She consoled Xia Qingqing while also consoling herself. However, the uneasiness in her heart grew stronger, as if something terrifying was about to happen. What exactly is going on? Su Yao's voice shook more violently. She felt her body frozen stiff, unable to move. The sense of oppression grew stronger, and Xia Linlin felt her bones crackling under the pressure. She clenched her teeth, desperately resisting this invisible force. Xia Linlin struggled to speak, discovering how hard it was just to talk. I can't move. Suddenly, the crystal in Xia Linlin's hand emitted a brilliant light, a wave of intense heat spreading throughout her body. Xia Linlin let out a low cry. Xia Linlin gritted her teeth, her entire body muscles tensed, attempting to counteract this invisible pressure. She could feel her veins pulsating violently, as if they were about to burst at any moment. Sweat soaked through her clothes, sticking to her skin damp and icy, contrasting sharply with the scorching air around her. She tried to lift her arms but found them immobilized, as if pressed down by a 1,000-gene boulder. A sense of helplessness surged like a tide over her heart, engulfing her completely. No, I can't give up, Xia Linlin cried inwardly, yet her trembling legs began failing to support her weight, and she sank slowly to her knees, her knuckles whitening due to strain. The surrounding air grew increasingly thin, feeling as though her lungs were emptied, making her breathing rapid and difficult. Her vision blurred, her ears ringing with buzzing sounds, as if countless bees danced nearby. The shadow of death enveloped her, fear coiling around her heart like a venomous snake, leaving her nearly suffocated. Just when Xia Linlin was about to lose consciousness, a voice broke the silence. It seems we've all been tricked by that old man. This voice was deep and hoarse, tinged with a barely perceptible mockery. Xia Linlin struggled to raise her head. Through her blurred sight, she saw a figure slowly stepping out from the darkness. It was the mysterious person. Xia Linlin wanted to say something, but found her throat dry, producing no sound. The mysterious person approached them, a meaningful smile playing across his face. Don't misunderstand, I bear no ill intentions. He paused briefly, glancing over the trio. On the contrary, I believe we should cooperate now. Cooperate? Su Yao's voice was full of doubt and vigilance. Exactly, the mysterious person nodded. This elder guardian obviously has hidden agendas. His demands are fundamentally traps. If we don't join forces, none of us might be able to leave here alive. Xia Qingqing gripped his weapon tightly. Why should we trust you? The mysterious person chuckled lightly, as if hearing some amusing joke. Do you have another choice right now? He shrugged. You choose. And, he paused for a moment, his gaze falling on the crystal in Xia Linlin's hand. I think we all share the same goal. Xia Linlin gritted her teeth to endure the excruciating pain coursing through her body as she swiftly exchanged a glance with Xia Qingqing and Su Yao. No words were needed. They all understood that cooperating with the mysterious man was their only way out at this moment. The oppressive sensation in the air lessened slightly, like a fleeting calm before the storm. The three silently adjusted their breathing, ready to face the impending fierce battle. Old man, stop your mystifications. Su Yao took the lead, her energy gun bursting forth with dazzling light, beams of energy streaking like lightning towards the old guardian. Xia Qingqing followed suit, wielding his alloy knife skillfully, darting about in the ruins as he sought any weak point in the old guardian's defense. Xia Linlin trailed after them, her body still weak but forcing herself to concentrate fully, observing every move the old guardian made in an attempt to find his vulnerability. However, the old guardian's power far surpassed their expectations. Facing Su Yao's relentless energy assaults, he merely waved his wooden staff casually, creating intangible barriers that effortlessly deflected all the energy beams. As for Xia Qingqing's attacks, they were akin to ants attempting to topple a towering tree, utterly ineffective against the old guardian. With just a flick of his wrist, a formidable force sent Xia Qingqing flying back, crashing heavily onto the ground where he lay unable to rise for quite some time. The battle escalated instantly, filling the ruins with the thunderous roar of energy explosions and the shrill clangs of metal-on-metal collisions. The old guardian stood cold and merciless, each strike carrying the power to devastate. Though doing everything they could, Xia Linlin and her companions felt increasingly powerless. Their attacks disappeared into nothingness, posing no real threat to him, while his counterattacks forced them into constant retreat, gradually leaving marks of injury on their bodies. standing aside. The mysterious figure did not immediately join the fray, instead observing the situation unfold with interest. A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips, as if watching an exhilarating show. Only he knew he was waiting for the opportune moment, a chance to fully control the situation. This can't go on. Anxiety surged within Xia Linlin as she realized how rapidly her strength and spirit were being drained. If they continued like this, they would surely be defeated by the old guardian. She clenched her teeth, trying desperately to come up with a strategy. Yet in the face of such overwhelming power, she found herself at a loss. Just when despair crept over Xia Linlin, she suddenly sensed an abnormal vibration from the crystal in her hand. A surge of powerful energy flowed into her body, reviving every single cell like parched land meeting sweet rain. She felt her strength increasing rapidly, an unprecedented sensation washing over her. This feeling, the mysterious person abruptly ceased spectating. He narrowed his eyes, locking onto Xia Linlin with a serious expression. Blistering energy coursed through Xia Linlin's body, akin to a slumbering volcano erupting without warning. The crystal in her hand glowed brighter than ever, its radiant brilliance lighting up the entire ruins, banishing the surrounding shadows. A potent force erupted from her, forming a luminous pillar of light that shot straight toward the heavens. This is... Both Su Yao and Xie Qingqing were stunned by the sudden turn of events, their incredulous gazes fixed on Xia Linlin, even catching the attention of the disinterested observer beside them, who furrowed his brow in evident concern. Xia Linlin felt an unrelenting power flood her system, granting her dominion over nearly everything. Slowly raising both hands, vibrant energy pulsed from her palms, resembling lively spirits dancing. The air around her distorted with loud snapping sounds, the ground beginning to tremble violently, as though it couldn't bear the weight of such immense power. Sister Linlin. Xie Qingqing voiced his awe-filled respect. Xia Linlin said nothing, closing her eyes as she embraced the energy rushing through her veins. She perceived a resonance between this newfound force, Su Yao's energy gun, and Xie Qingqing's alloy knife. The three powers interwove, crafting a vortex of even more potent energy. Now, Xia Linlin snapped her eyes open, determination gleaming in her pupils. Stretching out both arms, she united the three forces, channeling them into one enormous beam of pure energy that hurtled ferociously towards the old guardian. Boom! An ear-splitting roar echoed as the energy beam struck the old guardian, unleashing blinding radiance. The entire ruins quaked violently, clouds of dust swirling amid scattering debris. When the brilliance finally faded, there stood the battered figure of the old guardian facing them. His wooden staff was already broken, his robes torn and tattered, his face filled with shock and disbelief. How could this be possible? He muttered to himself. Xia Linlin, Su Yao, and Xie Qingqing exchanged a smile, their faces glowing with the joy of victory. Just as they were savoring their triumph, a melodious sound suddenly emanated from the depths of the ruins, akin to an ancient ballad or a call from primordial times. The sound pierced through the thick walls, echoing throughout the entire ruin as if summoning Xia Linlin. Xia Linlin's heart jolted violently. She felt an inexplicable force pulling her, compelling her to move involuntarily toward the source of the sound. Linlin, where are you going? Xie Qingqing's voice brimmed with worry. Xia Linlin halted her steps and glanced back at Xie Qingqing and Su Yao. However, that melodious sound gripped her like a spell, making it impossible for her to resist. I'm just going to check. Xia Linlin's voice trembled slightly as she turned around resolutely and marched deeper into the ruins. Wait, Linlin. Xie Qingqing tried to stop her, but Xia Linlin's figure had already vanished into the darkness. The melodious sound became increasingly clear, as though it was whispering directly in her ear. Curiosity filled Xia Linlin's heart. She didn't know what lay behind this sound, yet she had a premonition that it would alter her life forever. She quickened her pace, running towards the source of the sound. Ahead, shrouded in darkness, the unknown awaited her. I must go, Xia Linlin murmured softly to herself, her tone resolute. Chapter 86, Elder Lingying. Xia Linlin's steps were firm and quick. She clenched her fists tightly, her eyes shining with determination. Although the darkness ahead instilled fear in one's heart, that sound seemed like an invisible force, pulling her forward without pause. Her heartbeat quickened, each step resonating as if in harmony with the mysterious sound. Big Sister Linlin, wait for us. Xie Qingqing followed closely behind Xia Linlin, his voice tinged with a hint of tension and worry. Su Yao was not far behind either, her face carrying a bold smile, yet her eyes revealed a concealed alertness to the unknown. Xia Linlin did not look back, she only quickened her pace. That sound grew clearer, seemingly reverberating right by her ear. She ignored her companion's calls, driven by an intense desire to uncover the truth behind this mysterious summons. The passage gradually filled with thick mist, blurring their vision. Xia Linlin felt a cold wind brush past her, causing goosebumps to rise on her skin. Linlin, be careful, Su Yao hurriedly warned, but her words were swallowed by the dense fog, making the sound seem distant. Xia Linlin felt as though countless eyes were watching her from all around. That sensation of being observed sent chills down her spine, sweat breaking out on her forehead. She instinctively tightened her fists, trying to muster some courage. This fog is too thick. We need to be cautious. Xie Qingqing's voice trembled slightly as the light stick he held quivered faintly, its glow appearing even weaker in the dense mist. Xia Linlin nodded, striving to keep herself calm. Despite her overwhelming curiosity, she also recognized the danger of this exploration. Suddenly, an indescribable wind swept through, carrying a chilling aura that involuntarily caused their hearts to contract. Xia Linlin stopped, carefully listening to the surrounding sounds. The sound appeared to grow clearer, seeming to emanate from somewhere not too far ahead. She took a deep breath and resumed her steps forward once more. Big Sister Linlin, are you really going? There was a note of uncertainty in Xia Qingqing's voice. Xia Linlin turned around, gazing at him with resolute eyes. We must go. This sound definitely hides some secret. After saying this, she continued moving forward without hesitation. Su Yao and Xia Qingqing exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to follow along. Ahead, amidst the thick fog, a vague outline emerged, seemingly an ancient door. Xia Linlin's heartbeat accelerated. She sensed a powerful force beckoning her. At this moment, the ground beneath them suddenly began to tremble slightly, a tiny crack appearing under their feet. Be careful, Xia Linlin shouted in warning. But no sooner had her words left her mouth when the ground started shaking violently, the cracks rapidly spreading. The violent vibrations were akin to a colossal beast rolling beneath the earth, making Xia Linlin feel as though the ground beneath her feet had transformed into stormy seas, threatening to engulf them at any moment. She steadied herself firmly, trying to find a foothold. However, the cracks in the ground spread like a spider web, producing bone-chilling cracks. Fear gripped Xia Linlin's throat like a cold hand. She felt her breathing become rapid and difficult, her heart pounding as if it would leap out of her chest. This sudden misfortune made her realize that she was trapped in an extremely perilous situation. Just as they teetered on the brink of disaster, a figure suddenly dashed forward. The mysterious man's expression was grave, and somehow, there was now an ancient compass in his hand. The compass was inscribed with strange runes, emitting a faint golden light. He muttered incantations under his breath, raising the compass high. With the mysterious man's actions, the golden light intensified, a wave of powerful energy spreading outward from him. As the golden light passed, the ground's vibrations seemed to slow down, and the wildly spreading cracks began to slowly seal. Xia Linlin watched in astonishment at what unfolded before her eyes. She could hardly have imagined that this mysterious man, who had previously been her adversary, would step in to help at such a critical time. Could it be that he truly changed his mind and decided to cooperate with her? Su Yao and Xia Qingqing were equally stunned. They originally viewed the mysterious man with suspicion, but seeing him make every effort to stabilize the ground softened their doubts somewhat. The air remained tense, yet a subtle opportunity for cooperation appeared. Yet, things were not as simple as they seemed. As the ground vibrations gradually subsided, a sly smile curled at the corner of the mysterious man's lips. He whispered softly, "This is just the beginning." Though the trembling had slightly eased, the dangerous atmosphere in the air became increasingly oppressive. Xia Qingqing suddenly grabbed Xia Linlin's hand, his palms sweating lightly, his knuckles whitening from the forceful grip. He could feel the coldness in Xia Linlin's palm, as well as her slight trembling. Su Yao also moved closer. The weapon in her hand gleamed with a cold light, her eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings, ready to respond to any sudden danger at any moment. The three of them formed a defensive triangular formation by standing back to back. Xia Linlin saw trust and concern in Xia Qingqing and Su Yao's eyes, and a wave of warmth surged into her heart. In the depths of this perilous ruin, this precious friendship gave her an incredible sense of reassurance and strength. Suddenly, a chilling wind blew from the ground fissure, carrying bone-chilling coldness. Then, a group of ghostly creatures surged out from the crack. Their figures were ethereal, like drifting mists, emitting sharp and piercing hisses that made one's bones shiver. These ghosts were extremely fast, closing in on the trio in the blink of an eye. Be careful, Su Yao shouted loudly, swinging the weapon in her hand. A fierce energy wave slashed towards the foremost ghost. As the energy wave touched the ghosts, it emitted a shrill explosion. The ghosts' bodies slightly twisted, but they soon returned to their original state and continued charging towards them. Xia Linlin also reacted, channeling her internal energy. A dazzling light sphere condensed at her fingertips, which she fired toward another ghost. When the light sphere struck the ghost, a muffled sound was heard. The ghost's body exploded with a gap, but it quickly healed as if it had not been injured at all. Xia Qingqing wielded a short sword, skillfully dodging the ghost's attacks. With a robust figure and swift actions, each strike was precise and powerful, but these attacks seemed to have no substantial effect on the ghosts. The battle was extraordinarily intense, with more ghosts appearing and their assaults becoming increasingly violent. Xia Linlin and the others gradually felt overwhelmed, and wounds began to appear on their bodies. The mysterious man standing aside watched the ongoing brawl, a cunning smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He muttered softly, "This is just the beginning." The ghostly hisses grew sharper, as if mocking their powerlessness. Xia Linlin could feel her stamina rapidly draining, but she clenched her teeth, unwilling to give up. At this moment, she noticed a detail. The ghostly hisses became sharper, yet Xia Linlin realized that whenever light illuminated them, their bodies briefly distorted and paused. Could it be? Light is their weakness? Qingqing, use the light stick. Yao Yao, try to concentrate your energy waves into beams of light. Xia Linlin shouted aloud, her tone full of decisiveness. Xia Qingqing and Su Yao immediately understood Xia Linlin's intent. Xia Qingqing adjusted the brightness of his light stick to its maximum, shooting a radiant beam straight into the ghostly crowd. Wherever the beam touched, the ghosts let out agonizing shrieks, their bodies violently twisting, as if melting. Su Yao also condensed her energy waves into narrow beams of light. coordinating with Xie Qingqing's attack to precisely strike against the ghostly horde. Xie Linlin focused all her internal energy onto her fingertips, forming luminous spheres that shot like meteors into the ghostly cluster. The moment the light spheres exploded, they emitted blinding radiance, dissipating much of the surrounding fog. Under the strong illumination of light, the ghosts screamed in agony, their forms gradually turning transparent until they disintegrated into specks of starlight that vanished into the air. After the crisis passed, the three stood panting in place, covered in many injuries, but their eyes glimmered with excitement. They succeeded. Sister Linlin, you're amazing. Xie Qingqing excitedly grabbed Xie Linlin's hand, admiration filling his voice. Yes, Linlin. Thanks to you, we managed to turn the tide. Su Yao sincerely praised, gratitude shining in her eyes. Xie Linlin smiled faintly, filled with the joy and satisfaction of victory. She glanced around, noticing that the mysterious man had disappeared without a trace, leaving only the remnants of the ghostly corpses, evidence of the earlier perilous battle. As they delved further into the ruins, the air carried a mysterious and ancient aura. At the end of the passage, there appeared a spacious hall. In the center of the hall floated a gently glowing orb, beneath which sat a white-haired elder with his eyes tightly closed, seemingly isolated from the world. You've come. The elder slowly opened his eyes, his gaze profound and wise, as if able to perceive everything. Are you? Xie Linlin cautiously asked. I am Elder Lingyin. Having guarded these ruins for 1,000 years, the elder slowly stated, his voice deep and resonant, bearing an ancient elegance. Elder, we want. Before Xie Linlin could explain their purpose, Elder Lingyin interrupted her. I know what you seek. Elder Lingyin's gaze fell on Xie Linlin. But to proceed further, you must agree to my one condition. Xie Linlin's heartbeat quickened slightly. She sensed that this condition was going to be extraordinary. What condition? Elder Lingyin smiled faintly, his smile carrying a hint of mystery. Tell me, what price are you willing to pay for your companions? Xie Linlin fell into deep thought. Price? What kind of price? She looked at Xie Qingqing and Su Yao beside her. Their gazes were filled with trust and expectation. Xie Linlin began to speak, but Elder Lingyin suddenly raised his hand to cut her off. There's no need to rush your answer. You still have time to think. He paused, his gaze turning profound and inscrutable. But remember, your choice will determine your fates. With that, Elder Lingyin slowly closed his eyes, plunging the hall back into silence once more. Only the floating glowing orb continued to emit a gentle light, illuminating Xie Linlin's bewildered face. Sister Linlin. Xie Qingqing gently tugged at Xie Linlin's sleeve. Chapter 87, Puppet on Strings. The floating halos cast a cascade of starlight upon the dome. Xie Linlin stared at the old man with white hair seated on the stone throne, her fingertips unconsciously caressing the hidden patterns on the sleeve. The elder Lingyin's robes seemed woven from moonlight, and the flowing runes at the sleeves reminded her of the Shangzhou bronze artifacts she had seen in the museum before she crossed over. I want the bronze zune from the Xie family ancestral hall. The ancient voice startled Su Yao into gasping, and Xie Qingqing even accidentally knocked over the stone-carved candle holder behind him. Amidst the crisp sound of the bronze artifact hitting the ground, Xie Linlin felt a throbbing in her temples. This bronze zune was a sacred object worshipped in the Xie family temple, one that not even the patriarch could touch without permission. Impossible. Xie Qingqing stepped on the shards of pottery, his clear young voice breaking. That was what grandfather traded his life for. When I touched it during last year's grand sacrificial ceremony, my second uncle almost broke my hands. Xie Linlin reached out to steady the trembling youth by the shoulder, feeling how hot he was. Only then did she notice the abnormal red flush on the back of Xie Qingqing's neck where the prosthetic skin lay, a sign of overload when his emotions were out of control. In these 3 months since she had crossed over, she had seen numerous times how honestly this mechanical body reacted to its owner's mood. You can discuss anything else. She moved Xie Qingqing slightly behind her, and the silver bracer partially slid out from her sleeve. I heard you like Earth's ancient civilization. By coincidence, I do know a few undeveloped ruin coordinates. What I want has never been dead objects. Elder Lingyin suddenly raised his hand, and the star charts on the 4 walls of the great hall twisted abruptly, transforming into countless points of light gathering into his palm. Your Xie family has guarded this bronze zune for 300 years. Haven't you realized that it is actually a key? Scarlet spots meandered between the cracks of the elder's fingers. Xie Linlin suddenly felt a burning sensation in her left ring finger. Since crossing over, this metallic phalanx capable of manifesting weapons out of nowhere produced an autonomous reaction for the first time. She barely resisted the impulse to shake her hand off, and saw out of the corner of her eye that the mysterious figure was slowly creeping towards Su Yao. Don't fall for it, head of the Xie family. The mysterious person suddenly spoke up, the electronic voice beneath the mask quivering strangely. Who doesn't know that the Lingyin clan excels in mind control? After giving up the sacred relic, your Xie family will probably become puppets on strings. You shut up. Xie Qingqing sharply shook off Xie Linlin's hand, and 3 cold glows erupted from his mechanical arm. You've been stealthily following us ever since the black market, now trying to sow discord again? Do you believe I'll dismantle all your scrap iron and feed them to the mech beasts? Tiny electrical arcs exploded in the air as Xie Linlin watched the boy's pupils start to turn blue, the precursor to entering combat mode. Just as she was about to activate the tranquilizer inside her wrist guard, she suddenly heard a sharp, ringing sound of metal collision. Su Yao turned around, inserting the twin blades back into her waist, and strode between the two. The adventurer's tawny skin still gleamed with bioluminescent moss collected from the tomb chambers, while her collar revealed a fragment of an old burgundy scarf, an item Xia Linlin found in an escape pod and gave her when they evaded pursuers on the junk planet. In my opinion, whether or not to give up this Zune depends on whether it's worth it. She slapped her hand onto the mysterious person's shoulder armor in what appeared to be a casual gesture, but caused the mechanical body to creak under strain. If some people keep murmuring complaints, I don't mind helping the elder clean house first. Xia Linlin looked at the bronze hairpin swinging from Su Yao's voluminous ponytail. It was a battle trophy she herself gifted her after they narrowly escaped death at an auction. At this moment, though the female adventurer turned her back toward Elder Lingyin, she mouthed 3 words to her: "Trust you." The burning sensation in her ring finger suddenly dissipated, and Xia Linlin noticed beads of sweat oozing from her palm glowing with a strange blue light under the starshine. Turning her head, she glanced at Elder Lingyin, who faintly smiled with amusement on his lips, revealing green hues beneath his droopy eyelids that were indistinguishable from the glow of the bronze Zune. "I need to confer with my kinsfolk," she heard herself say, astonishingly calm. But before that, the instant the wrist armor snapped open, 16 laser beams accurately locked onto every joint of the mysterious person. Would this friend trouble himself by handing over the memory crystal hidden in your sleeve? Xia Linlin smirked amidst the bewildered gaze of the mysterious individual, her peripheral vision catching Su Yao's slightly trembling fingertip where half a strand of nearly broken nanowire was wound. The floating light balls flickered uncertainly, stretching everyone's shadow into monstrous shapes. The halo at the top of the dome darkened momentarily, projecting delicate shadows from Xia Linlin's lashes onto her cheek. As Su Yao wrapped the nanowire back around her waist, she winked at Xia Linlin with her right eye. That was their agreed-upon signal on the junk planet, meaning, work together perfectly. Xia Linlin nodded slightly, catching a glimpse of the fading cold light on Xia Qingqing's mechanical arm out of the corner of her eye. So the head of the Xia family has been hiding this trick. The mysterious person's mechanical joints turned bright red from the laser burn, yet he still sneered in a distorted electronic tone. But are you really willing to gamble your entire clan's fate on an old monster's promise? Xia Linlin's metallic phalanx suddenly trembled, and the star charts on the dome flickered with her heartbeat. Elder Lingyin's white hair swayed despite no wind, and the floating runes suddenly coalesced into the shape of a tripod bronze ding, precisely resembling the sacred vessel in the Xia family temple. She felt a metallic taste rising in her throat, the memory of her original self surging up. The image of her ancestor 300 years ago holding the sacred vessel while crossing the Stargate was searing her nerves. "Shut up, tin can." Su Yao suddenly threw half an energy bar at the mysterious figure's mask. "Keep blabbering, and I'll retrofit you into an automatic toilet." Her fluffy bangs brushed against Xia Qingqing's nose as she turned, making him sneeze and instantly extinguishing the blue glow in his eyes. Xia Linlin caught the rebounding energy bar, her fingertips brushing over the twisted engravings on its wrapper. It was the best partner wording carved by Su Yao 3 days ago at the supply station using a particle knife. The female adventurer flashed 3 fingers behind the elder's back, and Xia Linlin immediately understood. They had 3 minutes until the star track shifted, which would be when the Lingyin clan's energy field was weakest. Qingqing. She suddenly turned and pressed her hand on the burning metal shoulder of the youth. "Do you remember that night we fixed the spaceship engine? You asked me why I insisted on bringing that broken navigation device." Xia Qingqing froze, his mechanical eye flashing a series of error codes. That night in the repair bay, Xia Linlin inserted the inherited star chart chip into the rusted navigator, leading them to evade the interstellar pirate's pursuit. The warmth of the girl's palm pierced through the synthetic skin, reminding him of the feeling of his mother's hands warming his cold fingers before she passed away. Suddenly, bronze-colored rain fell from the dome, each drop reflecting fragments of different times and spaces. Xia Linlin saw an old man kneeling in one of the drops. It was her original grandfather, the bronze Zune half embedded in his chest, blood dripping along the Taotai patterns into the cracks of the ground. She suddenly clenched her left hand, her metallic phalanxes piercing through her palm, suspending droplets of blue-gold blood in the air resonating with the bronze rain in ancient melodies. "I can provide you with the projection of the Zune." She suddenly spoke, her voice carrying a peculiar echo. "The real Zune is already fused with the Xia family's bloodline, and the memories of 300 years are concealed within this droplet of blood." Elder Lingyin's robe suddenly surged like ocean waves, lifting his hand to catch that droplet of blue-gold blood. Xia Linlin's vision suddenly split into countless dimensions, where she saw Su Yao's scarf transform into a crimson snake wrapping around the mysterious figure's ankle, Xia Qingqing's mechanical arm reconstructing with bronze patterns, and the small bronze Zune totem emerging on her own ring finger. The projection can only last for 30 stellar hours. She fought through the dizziness of temporal and spatial fissures, but it will suffice for you to open the door you desire. All the bronze rain in the hall stopped suddenly. Elder Lingyin's white hair entwined with the droplet of blood, his ancient face starting to peel like shedding skin, revealing a flowing visage of stardust beneath. Only then did Xia Linlin realize the so-called elder was not a physical entity, but rather a collective consciousness anchored onto the bronze vessel. Clever child. The stardust gathered into a new face, surprisingly bearing 7/10 resemblance to Xia Linlin's appearance before she crossed over. But do you know what happens when the projection dissipates? At that time, I myself will become the new receptacle. Xia Linlin interrupted him, subtly forming a tactical gesture used across star systems with her right hand. Su Yao immediately pulled Xie Qingqing back to the edge of the energy field, while the memory crystals slipping out of the mysterious person's sleeve began reverse decoding. All due to the nanobot Xie Linlin had secretly tampered with earlier. The stardust constituted elder burst out laughing, causing the entire relic to collapse into a bronze Rubik's Cube. Xie Linlin's last awareness lingered on the protective mask tossed by Su Yao and the sudden illumination of the clan emblem on Xie Qingqing's mechanical arm, a pattern identical to the inscription at the bottom of the bronze zone. When everyone reappeared outside the ruins at the meteorite belt, the mysterious person's mask suddenly cracked. Xie Linlin stared at the face revealed, none other than Xie family's uncle too, and finally comprehended the true meaning of the temple restriction. She crushed the final positioning chip, the star chart emerging in the blue light displaying their destination in 30 stellar hours. The wormhole where the first clan leader of the Xie family vanished 300 years ago. Amidst the roaring startup of the hover vehicle, Xie Linlin pretended to adjust her tactical bag, her fingertips gently grazing below the seat of the mysterious individual. A nano-tracker there was heating up, and in the car window reflection, she clearly spotted the fleeting shadow of the bronze Zune on the back of his neck, exactly like Elder Lingyi's fading form. Chapter 88. Behind the door lies a mirror, beware of your true self. The energy ripples stirred by the flying car passing through the asteroid belt had not yet dissipated when Xie Linlin's fingertips already touched the pulse dagger in the tactical bag. She observed the thing sitting at the rear that looked like Uncle Second of the Xie family. Through the reflection on the car window, the shadow of the bronze Zune was flickering with the light and shadow of the asteroids, just like a ghost fire parasitic on flesh and blood. There is an interstellar turbulence at 12 o'clock. She suddenly raised her voice and tapped out 3 short and 2 long Morse codes on Su Yao's knee with her left hand. Xie Qingqing's mechanical arm emitted a barely noticeable hum, and the particle shield generator built inside was quietly charging. The mysterious person suddenly adjusted his collar. This movement made Xie Linlin's pupils abruptly constrict. 3 days ago, in the forbidden area of the ancestral hall, the real second uncle of the Xie family would absolutely not use his left hand to touch the dragon carving button on the right front of his jacket. It was a taboo set by the ancestors of the Xie family to warn the body snatchers. Stop the car. When Xie Linlin's dagger was pressing against the driver's neck, there was suddenly an explosion of ink-colored thick fog outside the car window. A shrill warning came from the nano-tracker under the seat. 17 kinds of toxin analysis were rolling wildly on Xie Linlin's retina. Su Yao threw out an electromagnetic net, which just covered Xie Qingqing, and the black robe of the mysterious person swelled into a black cocoon covering the sky. Do you really think you can see through the chess game of star orbits? The hoarse laugh was mixed with metallic scraping noise. Xie Linlin looked at those dark shadow creatures crawling out of the black cocoon, and suddenly remembered Elder Lingyi's words before he dispersed. Stardust forms shapes, and blood must be used as the guide. She cut the back of her palm with a reverse hand slash. Ancient runes floating in the blood drops suspended and formed an array. As soon as the dark creatures touched the blood array, they let out cries like baby cries. However, Xie Linlin felt cold tentacles entwining her ankles. Xie Qingqing's mechanical arm burst out with blinding bright light. The crest projection collided with the shadow of the bronze Zune in the air and sparked off bronze-colored sparks. A memory crystal slid out from the sleeve of the mysterious person and suddenly cracked open. The star coordinates from 300 years ago exploded into a star chart above everyone's head. Do you think by reversing the nanoprogram, you can control the ruins? Xie Linlin smirked in the bloody wind while nanorobots were weaving star sand chains between her fingers. You even didn't realize Elder Lingyi's star core had. Her voice abruptly stopped. A cool mental force suddenly pierced her neck, but it wasn't the expected attack. The bronze star dust remained from Elder Lingyi's disappearance regathered in her consciousness and solidified into a line of burning interstellar ancient characters. The vessel is not merely a container. The star core is the heart. The mysterious person emitted a non-human roar. The entire asteroid belt started to rotate in reverse. In the midst of the energy turbulence, Xie Linlin saw that Su Yao's protective suit had been corroded by shadows to produce tears. Xie Qingqing's mechanical arms were running at overcapacity. She inserted the bloody dagger into the ground, and the inscriptions at the bottom of the bronze Zune rose from the crest, resonating with the star dust remaining from Elder Lingyi. Now, Xie Linlin screamed while crushing the biological chip hidden behind her wisdom tooth. The ancestor armor spread along her veins covering her whole body. The skin on the mysterious person's face began to peel off in patches, revealing the flowing bronze liquid underneath. When the first strand of star dust chain wrapped around his neck, the sigh of Elder Lingyi seemed to echo throughout the universe. In the moment when darkness receded like ebbing tides, Xie Linlin collapsed into the wreckage of the flying car. She watched Su Yao use the electromagnetic wire to stitch up the ruptured energy pipe of Xie Qingqing, and then noticed that at some point, the star map of Elder Lingyi appeared on the inside of her own battle armor. Xie Qingqing's oil-stained left hand suddenly grabbed her wrist, with stars flowing in the boy's eyes. Sister, the bronze Zune in the forbidden ancestral hall, is crying. The wormhole coordinate 300 light years away flickered faintly on the control panel. Xie Linlin wiped off the blood foam from the corner of her mouth. When the remaining bronze liquid of the mysterious person suddenly coalesced into an arrow pointing at the starship engine, she instead revealed a confident sneer. The most critical piece in this game of wits was finally about to surface from the star sea. Su Yao slapped the last clotting gel onto the side of Xie Linlin's neck and drew an inverted crest of the Xie family in her palm with her fingertip. Xie Qingqing silently disassembled his mechanical arm, exposing the power core etched with the handwriting of the first-generation clan leader on the inner layer. The space outside the wreckage of the flying car began to twist into a vortex, and an older resonance than darkness awakened deep within everyone's bloodline. An energy storm formed twisted light bands outside the wreckage of the flying car. As Xie Linlin stood up leaning on the battle armor's knee, she heard an abnormal sound of gears jamming from Xie Qingqing's mechanical arm. The pale-faced boy with dark purple energy liquid on his face hid the bursting energy pipe behind him. Sister, star orbit deviation remains 3 minutes. Su Yao threw off the broken electromagnetic line and crushed the bronze liquid that had condensed on the floor under her tactical boots. She slapped the last 2 nanorepair patches onto the back of Xie Linlin's neck. The residual clotting gel from her fingertips traced fluorescent patterns on the other party's battle armor. Family Xie, your battle armor's energy tank is bleeding. What's seeping out is Elder Lingyi's star dust. Xie Linlin wiped the blood, blurring her vision, and the star chart on the inside of her battle armor was absorbing the blood flowing from her wounds. Those bronze veins crept up to her temples along with the blood vessels, and suddenly memories of an ancient battlefield 300 years ago surged into her mind. Ancestors wrapped in starlight stood at the edge of a wormhole, their long spears holding liquid beings identical to those controlled by the mysterious person now. The remaining bronze liquid of the mysterious person suddenly erupted into blinding light, solidifying into 7 arrows hovering above the starship engine. In the throes of agony, Xie Linlin noticed a familiar crest of the Xie family carved onto the arrowheads. It was the defensive sigil personally designed by the first-generation patriarch, which had now become a deadly weapon aimed straight at the heart of the starship's energy core. Do you want to gamble? Su Yao suddenly gripped her trembling wrist, her adventurer's distinctive amber eyes reflecting countless stars. Use that forbidden technique taught to you by the old monster. Xie Qingqing's mechanical arm emitted a sharp buzz, its built-in holographic projector assembling the starship structure in midair. With blood-stained fingertips, the boy pointed to the engine core. The overlap between the trajectories of these arrows and the star track altar in the ancestral shrine is 92.7%. They are waiting for some kind of resonance. Gravity waves rippled from the asteroid belt as an ancient starship approached, while the star chart glowing on Xie Linlin's battle armor began resonating with the altar projection conjured by Xie Qingqing. She remembered how the fragments of the star core left by Elder Lingyin were integrated into her bloodstream, then suddenly plunged the pulse dagger into her left shoulder. This wasn't self-harm, but rather a way to awaken the dormant nanobots nestled in her spinal cord. Cover your ears, Xie Linlin growled, pulling out the dagger, nanorobots mixed with bronze star dust gushing forth from the wound. The phantom arrows of the mysterious figure abruptly changed direction only to be intercepted just as they were about to pierce through her brow by Su Yao's thrown electromagnetic net. Xie Qingqing's mechanical arm sparked electrically, and the boy astonishingly caught 2 liquid arrows with his bare hands, the skin at the point of contact raising clouds of blue smoke carrying the stench of burning flesh. The mental fluctuations of the mysterious person showed signs of disturbance for the first time. How can you possibly control the star track altar? Because the star core was never in the ruins, Xie Linlin placed her bloody palm on Xie Qingqing's back, the signature of the first-generation patriarch hidden within the layers of his mechanical arm lighting up with a red glow. Under the erosion of the nanobot swarm, the 7 arrows let out mournful wails akin to infant cries, transforming into pools of bronze liquid that dripped onto the starship's deck. The star map embedded in Xie Linlin's battle armor expanded to envelop the entire cockpit, enveloping the 3 in the hologram of the ancestors' battleground. From hundreds of light years away, the real body of the mysterious figure roared furiously, shattering the last piece of protective glass on the flying car with his sonorous cry. Su Yao swung out a magnetic rope to secure Xie Linlin's waist. Her specialized adventurer suit hardened instantly in the vacuum. He's going to detonate the wormhole. But at this moment, Xie Linlin closed her eyes. The star dust passed down from Elder Lingyin sang in her veins, and she saw the unwavering resolve of the first patriarch as he sealed the star core into their bloodline. That bronzed encoding now flowing through every Xie family gene awakened in response to the mysterious figure's power oscillation. Qingqing. Suddenly, she grabbed the intact left hand of the boy and pressed it against her chest. Use the mechanical arm to read my bioelectric frequency. The instant Xie Qingqing's mechanical fingers pierced through her battle armor's surface, the entire starship was swallowed by a bronze-colored glow. The hologram of the ancestral battlefield materialized into thousands of chains made of star dust, flowing upstream along the mental link of the mysterious person, eroding him in reverse. Staring in astonishment at the ancient characters surfacing on the chains, Su Yao watched each one reshaping into the genetic sequence of the Xie family genealogy. The final shriek of the mysterious person reverberated throughout space. You have no idea what you've awoken. As the explosion engulfed their field of view, Xie Linlin felt a desperate embrace around her waist. Su Yao's magnetic ropes held their wrists tightly together, the adventurer's gravity buffer device creating a faint blue field in the vacuum. When the brilliance faded, they found themselves sitting on the starship deck, a floating bronze figure of Elder Lingyin's form before them. The elder's fingers brushed against the clotting gel on Su Yao's neck, turning its dark red color into flickering starfire. Children, the door is opening. The whole starship started shaking, yet not from any known propulsion system. The handwriting of the first-generation patriarch projected from the inner layer of Xie Qingqing's mechanical arm, fused with Xia Linlin's still fresh blood on the control panel, spinning into a portal of starlight. Su Yao suddenly pressed her pulsating temple. My genetic lock is resonating. This isn't possible. The bronze liquid gathered before the Stargate, forming guiding beams. However, Xia Linlin noticed remnants of nanobots floating within the beams. These were the reconnaissance models she had released 3 days ago when she infiltrated the shrine's forbidden area. When the Stargate emitted energy fluctuations traceable to Elder Lingyin, she finally saw the edge of the gate etched with the Lin family's millennium-old maxim: use blood as the key and the soul as the guide. Are you ready to go in? Su Yao's breath fogged up her mask with white mist. The adventurer showed doubt for the first time. My danger warning gauge is off the charts. Xie Qingqing suddenly plugged his mechanical arm into the control panel port, streams of data cascading from his eyes like a waterfall. The flow of time at the other end of the Stargate is abnormal. 1 second equals 3.7 light years in the outside world. Wait, this set of spatial coordinates is devouring Elder Lingyin's stardust. The moment Xia Linlin's fingertips touched the edge of the Stargate, the star chart inside her battle armor began to rotate in reverse. The shouts of their ancestors intertwined with Elder Lingyin's sighs in her ears, and she smelled the bloodiness from the battle 300 years ago. And deeper still, the call of an ancient presence seeking the bloodline of the Xia family. The Stargate's light curtain reflected her blood-stained face, but the reflection wore the war robe of the first clan leader. When Xie Qingqing's mechanical arm issued an overload warning, Xia Linlin hastily pulled back her fingers, only then noticing that her sleeve was inexplicably soaked with evaporating bronze liquid. Deal with the wounds first. Su Yao ripped open a new hemostatic gel package, her voice slightly strained. The nanobot swarm on your nape is rejecting the Stargate radiation. As Xia Linlin was about to speak, the entire spaceship was abruptly hurled into a chaotic timeline. The star chart on the console screen blinked wildly as Xie Qingqing futilely tried to stabilize the navigation system. When the Stargate started consuming surrounding metal debris, Xia Linlin observed her droplets of blood hovering into strange spirals, exactly matching the formation diagram used by the clan leader 300 years ago to seal the star core. Su Yao suddenly grabbed her shoulder. Your battle armor's energy slot. The rest of the sentence was torn apart by temporal chaos. Looking down, Xia Linlin saw that what seeped out of the cracks in her battle armor wasn't blood anymore, but flowing stardust. These specks of light automatically converged into arrows pointing towards the Stargate, only to be devoured entirely by the suddenly awakened nanobot swarm just before they touched the gate. The spaceship's alarm abruptly stopped, and darkness enveloped them like velvet. Xia Linlin heard Xie Qingqing's mechanical arm emitting an encrypted frequency left by the first clan leader. The Morse code translated into a chilling warning. What lies behind the door is the mirror. Beware showing your true form. Chapter 89. Direct Physical Decryption. The bronze door trembled under Xia Linlin's palm, shedding its rust. The blotchy rust marks transformed into fine star shreds, coalescing at her fingertips to form the snake-shaped totem left by the first clan leader 300 years ago. Su Yao suddenly grabbed her combat suit hem, soaked with stardust. Wait until the radiation levels drop. My medical pod can still. There's no time. Xia Linlin tore the blood-soaked bandage with her teeth as nanobugs were eating away the radiation pollution along the veins on the back of her neck. The starship's energy will only last 7 minutes. She took one final look at the frantic countdown displayed on the holographic screen, where those numbers gradually overlapped with the red ink annotations in the clan leader's diary retained in her retinal memory. Xie Qingqing's mechanical arm suddenly burst with sparks, and the young boy staggered as he inserted the decoder into the door crack. Password decryption is down to the last 3 layers of encryption. Direct physical decryption. At the moment Xia Linlin grabbed the door handle, the star shreds on the bronze door abruptly reversed their flow, reflecting 7 overlapping stellar orbits in her pupils. The floating droplets of blood began spiraling again, and the star dust seeping from the gaps in her battle armor traced an incomplete array pattern in midair. The moment the door opened, Xia Linlin heard the echo of ancient times. It was not a sound wave, but rather a vibration that pierced directly into her nerves, as if someone were scraping her brain marrow with fragments of a star core. When she stumbled into the light curtain, Xie Qingqing's mechanical arm was playing the holographic image of the clan leader's final moments. The old man with white hair continued to repeat that warning with his shattered lips. In the darkness, stars were born. Xia Linlin's 5 senses were enveloped by some kind of viscous substance, and the gravity field had changed direction 17 times within 30 seconds. Her coughed-up blood mist solidified into ice crystals, then turned into charred coal in the next instant. The nanobug swarm suddenly erupted collectively, gnawing through her combat suit to carve blazing runes onto her spine. It was the sealing incantation inscribed on the surface of the star core by the first clan leader. The energy pressure exceeds the critical value. Su Yao's shout cut through the distorted spacetime cracks. Xia Linlin saw fragments of the medical pod outside forming brilliant star rings at the door. Quickly activate the emergency. The command was crushed by an unexpected gravitational well. Xia Linlin's knee smashed heavily against an invisible barrier as her liquid metal armored suit was flowing backwards in defiance of the laws of physics, weaving itself around her bleeding fingertips into a cocoon. The star shreds on the bronze door suddenly came alive, turning into millions of luminous chains pressing deep into her bone crevices. Linlin's sister. In the moment Xie Qingqing's mechanical arm penetrated the light curtain, it was corroded to just its skeletal frame. The young boy frantically tapped on his personal smart brain device. The secret key left by the clan leader is rewriting your genetic sequence. Intense pain made Xia Linlin's irises glow gold as she watched her blood evaporating into nebulae. When the seventh sealing curse appeared on her collarbone, the nanobug swarm suddenly all detonated, with splashed metal solutions freezing instantly into mirrors in space. Countless reflections of Xia Linlin in the mirrors made different gestures. Some formed seals, others screamed in agony. The central reflection slowly raised her stardust-covered right hand. It's like this. She laughed suddenly, allowing the gravity field to pull her long hair apart. Xia Qingqing, convert the seventh notation of the clan leader's secret key into a Mobius loop. Outside came the harsh sound of metal friction. The young boy screamed as he jammed his mechanical arm into the control panel. At the moment Xia Linlin's blood touched the mirror, the star core energy sealed 300 years ago surged out like a supernova explosion. Those chains began consuming the bronze door's energy in reverse, and the star dust on her combat suit suddenly converged to form a shadowy vision of the clan leader's staff. Deep in the darkness lit up 7 ancient lamps, each wick dancing with flames of different colors. Xia Linlin wiped the star shreds trickling from the corners of her mouth, and realized these flames were actually composed of countless nanobug carcasses. When the last seal mark fused into her pupils, the entire space suddenly resonated with a buzzing sound like morning bells. The energy pressure is starting to decrease. Su Yao's voice trembled after surviving disaster. But life sign monitors show inside your body. Xia Linlin looked down and saw the constellation emerging on the palms of her hands. Those nanobugs were inscribing new patterns on her bones. Suddenly, there came Xia Qingqing's pitch-changed shock from outside. His hologram projection was displaying a terrifying scene. All the Xia Linlin's reflections in the mirrors now stretched their arms slowly toward reality. Xia Linlin's combat boots crushed countless star shreds underfoot, and every step splashed faint fluorescent lights. Just when the bronze door slammed shut behind her, the entire space suddenly warped into kaleidoscope-like patterns. Countless prisms refracted her shadows in a 360-degree arc. Su Yao's screams folded into the wrinkles of space-time, leaving only the bloody traces drawn by fragments of the medical pod floating in space. Keep the communication frequency harmonic. Xia Qingqing's mechanical arm suddenly shot out dazzling electric arcs, and the young boy stumbled and hit the liquid metal wall. The originally silver-white metal suddenly turned up emerald-green patterns, as if some kind of ancient giant beast was awakening from slumber. Xia Linlin's pupils contracted sharply at the sudden golden streaks. She raised her hand to wipe off the stardust oozing from the tip of her nose and realized that the suspended specks were automatically aligning themselves into a dodecahedron structure. When the first energy life forms squeezed through the crystal fissures, she finally made out their translucent appearances. They seemed like auroras torn into pieces, with quantum lights flashing in every joint. 3 o'clock direction. Xia Qingqing's mechanical arm abruptly shot out liquid nitrogen, freezing the tentacles about to brush against Xia Linlin's hair. The ice crystals exploded mid-air into purple fog, which was sucked into the lifeform's mouthpieces, only to reassemble as light blades in an instant. Xia Linlin spun around to evade the light blade grazing her ear. Her nanotech battle armor materialized a beehive-structured shield at her waist. As the second wave of attacks surged from the ground cracks, she suddenly remembered the resonant frequency she had comprehended while cracking the Patriarch's key in the medical pod. Those flowing star particles inside her veins vibrated wildly right now on the 7th sealing mark near her collarbone. I need 10 seconds. She roared, jabbing her fingertips into her armor, seems to scrape out blood-soaked star shreds. Those gene-coded specks of dust painted a Mobius loop in the air, creating an eerie resonance with the snake-shaped totem on the bronze door. Xia Qingqing's mechanical arm suddenly thrust itself uncontrollably into the control panel. The pale youth stared at the holographic screen where the passwords were madly backflowing. They're rewriting the energy field formula. Agonizing pain clouded Xia Linlin's vision in red. She saw the blood droplets she had sprinkled weaving spiderweb-like patterns under gravity. At the moment the 7th energy life form lunged forward, she slammed her stardust-covered right hand onto her heart position. Suddenly, the swarm of nanobugs poured out en masse from the battle armor seams, clustering into a miniature nebula in front of her chest. Right now, she bit through her tongue, spitting out bloody mist. The crimson droplets touched the nebula, triggering a chain reaction immediately. The entire space plunged into absolute silence instantly, every motion of the energy life forms frozen like insects trapped in amber. Golden streaks expanded in Xia Linlin's pupils as she witnessed minuscule star nuclei pulsing within each energy life form. Her combat boots shattered time-space solidified before her. Xia Linlin became a streak of silver lightning. At the instant her fingertips brushed the first star nucleus inside the energy life form, the primeval instinct engraved by the first patriarch 300 years ago in her genes awoke. Every segment of vertebra bitten by the nanobug cluster gleamed brightly, trailing a comet-like afterimage. Sister Linlin, energy readings are collapsing. Xia Qingqing's warning pierced through along with the acrid smell of melting metal. Half of the boy's body was embedded in the liquefying wall as his mechanical arm frantically analyzed the physics laws constantly being rewritten. With one spin, Xia Linlin kicked open the second energy life form's chest cavity. Then her right hand clutching the star nucleus felt a burning sensation. The stolen star nuclei began to arrange themselves autonomously, piecing together a fractured star map in midair. As the last energy life form dissipated into a light mist, a thunderous gear meshing sound filled the entire space. Be careful. Su Yao's voice broke through the quantum barrier as medical pod fragments coalesced into a particle gun in her hands. They're regrouping. Xia Linlin took half a step back and discovered the scattered star dust ascending against gravity. The newly born energy life forms no longer held transparent forms. Snake-like totems akin to those on the bronze door emerged on their exoskeletons. The lead creature suddenly opened its maw, not spraying out a light blade, but a micro black hole instead. Alarm bells from the combat suit rang simultaneously with Xia Qingqing's scream of agony. Xia Linlin looked down to find her left arm's armor breaking down at the quantum level as nanobugs frenziedly gnawed at her skin attempting repairs. The pull of the black hole strained her internal organs, making the recently acquired star nuclei vibrate violently in her palm. To fuse. She coughed out blood mingled with star shards, recalling records in the Patriarch's manual about binary star systems. The star nucleus in her left hand burst into blue light, while the one in her right turned crimson. The two energies spiraled along the seal pattern engraved on her forearm bones. At the exact moment the seventh Mobius loop formed before her chest, Xia Linlin felt her soul splitting into halves. The army of energy life forms came to an abrupt halt. For the first time, fear flickered in their compound eyes. As Xia Linlin ascended step by step in midair, every footstep left burning trails of star dust behind. At the instant of collision between dual-colored energies, the time axis of the whole space snapped into 7 illusory layers. I command you all. The moment both hands clasped together, all black holes imploded into singularities. The energy creatures shrieked beyond the limits of human hearing as the snake-shaped totems on their shells came alive, wriggling vigorously. Xia Linlin's irises were entirely engulfed in golden glow. She glimpsed 3 centuries earlier when the first clan leader precisely sealed the runaway starship engine here. Annihilate. The fusion energy transformed into a supernova's light cone, vaporizing space-time itself in its path. Xia Qingqing's mechanical arm suddenly regained control. The youth seized the chance to insert the decoder into the collapsing ground. Sister Su Yao, throw the medical pod debris into the energy vortex. When the last trace of quantum luminescence dissipated, Xia Linlin knelt down on one knee on the melted crystalline floor. The nano-battle armor had degraded to its lowest energy consumption state, revealing fresh scars on her back. Those sealing runes were absorbing the residual energy and outlining a complete starship blueprint. Vital signs are chaotic, but the gene lock is restructuring. Su Yao dragged herself over with her half-melted protective suit, as fragments from the medical pod coalesced into an injector in her palm. Immediate. Xia Linlin lifted her hand to stop her. The residual stardust on her fingertips suddenly pointed toward the far end of space. There, the void that should have vanished with the energy beings now spun a vortex over 100 meters in diameter. A structure resembling a starship bridge faintly appeared at the center of the vortex, but all observational equipment showed it as absolute vacuum. It's not a vacuum. Xia Qingqing's mechanical arm suddenly twitched and pointed to the holographic screen. Gravitational lensing effect. There's something that distorts reality hidden there. Xia Linlin shakily stood up, fragments of her battle uniform falling off with every movement. As her shadow touched the edge of the vortex, the star nuclei that had already gone silent suddenly reignited on her wounds. Deep within the vortex came a deep hum like morning bells, perfectly resonating with the ancient echoes when the bronze doors opened. Shall we go? Su Yao's hand trembled slightly while reloading the energy cells for her particle gun. The clan leader's notebook never mentioned. Xia Linlin remained silent. She stared at the gradually clearer snake-shaped totems at the center of the vortex, only to find her heartbeat synchronizing with it. Nanobug swarms crawled out from her wounds, weaving a carpet of starlight beneath her feet, leaving trails of burning genetic sequences with each step. When her fingertips were about to touch the edge of the vortex, the remnants of the vanished energy beings suddenly reassembled in the void. But this time, they didn't attack. Instead, they bowed in unison, their carapace totems blazing with golden light signifying submission. From deep within the vortex came the rumbling sound of gears turning, a kind of energy surge far beyond that of a starship engine awakening. Xia Linlin swallowed the stars churning in her throat, as the remaining power readings on her battle suit began wildly fluctuating. Behind her, Xia Qingqing suddenly let out a terrified gasp. The hologram in the young man's hand revealed that the life monitoring system inside the medical pod was generating new data streams. Every reflection of Xia Linlin in the mirrors was now wearing a strange smile towards the direction of the vortex. Chapter 90, Cycle 4792 Sample. A dark blue vortex slowly rotated in the void. The damaged areas of Xia Linlin's combat suit were seeping silver blue light points. The stray star specks floated towards the center of the vortex as if drawn by a magnet, turning into tiny sparks upon touching the snake-shaped totem. Energy concentration exceeds the safety threshold. Su Yao's hoarse warning came through the earpiece. Ahead is an unmapped area. Xia Linlin wiped the cracked wound on her collarbone with her fingertips. The nanoscopic repair fluid coagulated with blood droplets into ice crystals. She suddenly realized that the suspended star specks were not randomly scattering. Instead, they traced out patterns resembling the bronze door's engravings. When the 23rd star speck passed the edge of the vortex, the entire totem trembled and split into 7 overlapping images. Xia Qingqing's exclamation came from behind. Medical pod readings are synchronously trembling. Before the boy finished speaking, Xia Linlin's combat boots suddenly sank into a sticky pool of energy. Countless semi-transparent tentacles emerged from the center of the vortex, wrapping around her wrists and rotating counterclockwise. The floating star core fragments suddenly accelerated, weaving a hexagonal prison cage around her. Don't move. Su Yao's particle gun buzzed sharply in the energy turbulence. These are quantum-entangled bioelectrical waves. Suddenly, countless light spots exploded in Xia Linlin's retina. When she refocused her vision, she was horrified to find the tentacles piercing through her skin, dyeing her veins an eerie indigo color. Nanobots rushed madly towards the wounds but froze instantly upon contact, crystallizing into icy blue structures. A spiritual chant echoed from deep within the vortex, like overlapping echoes from millions of different timelines. Xia Linlin tried to activate her powers, but found her consciousness heavy, as if filled with liquid mercury. Her fingertips began to fade, transforming into glowing particles drifting toward the snake eye at the center of the totem. Warning, degree of life sign dispersion exceeds critical value. The mechanical voice from the medical pod cut through the silence. Suggest immediate molecular freeze. Suddenly, Xia Linlin violently coughed up star specks that formed a mini version of the bronze door in midair. When the third drop of golden light blood dripped into the doorway, the entire vortex abruptly collapsed into a singularity. Terrifying gravity yanked her body into the void, sparking energy flares all over her combat suit surface. Sis Linlin. Xia Qingqing's sob-filled shout was shredded by the quantum turbulence. In the final moment before plunging into absolute darkness, Xia Linlin saw all her mirror reflections reaching out to her. The strange smiling Xia Linlins moved their lips, synchronously reciting the cuneiform text inscribed on the bronze door, the ancient maxim she kept dreaming about while recovering in the medical pod. Chilling coldness seeped into every cell. Struggling amidst the sensation of weightlessness, Xia Linlin turned to find countless frozen corpses floating around her. The versions of herself, dressed in different era costumes, some holding photon swords, others draped in animal skins, all eternally captured in expressions of terror. Cycle 4792 sample. The cold mechanical voice resonated inside her skull. Genetic chain collapse countdown. 300 seconds. Xia Linlin's irises suddenly glimmered with bronze-colored patterns. She bit fiercely on her tongue, mixing the blood with star specks into a solid short blade in midair. As the blade pierced her palm, the previously dormant nanobot swarm erupted in violence, gnawing at the tentacles moving beneath her skin. Warning: unauthorized alteration of the timeline. The mechanical voice hadn't finished when a radiant beam of gold suddenly split the darkness. Xia Linlin watched, stunned, as the boy broke through the energy barrier. His protective suit family crest melted under high temperature, yet he held tightly onto the glowing green medical core. Qingqing, don't come near. Her voice twisted unnaturally into an odd low-frequency wave. Xia Qingqing's goggles were already shattered, her eye sockets reddened by energy radiation. But the boy grinned through his bleeding lips and slapped the medical core forcefully into the energy slot on her chest. Do you still remember the Morse code you taught me? The vortex emitted a death-like shriek. Xia Linlin felt the grip imprisoning her crack, and she instinctively grabbed the boy's wrist, seeing in the temporal chaos the last frame of the medical pod screen. All mirror reflections used her face to call out Xia Qingqing's name. At the moment the medical core embedded itself, Xia Linlin suddenly understood the terror in those frozen corpses' eyes. Their right hands were all abnormally curled, as if trying to grasp a forever unreachable illusion. But now Xia Qingqing's scorching palm pressed against the old wound on her wrist where the freshly woven star map by nanobots faintly heated. Xia Qingqing's hands were astonishingly hot. The interlaced new and old scars on the boy's fingers pressing against Xia Linlin's wrist provided more reassurance than any safety tether ever could. The green light from the medical pod core coursed through the gaps of their intertwined fingers, scorching the semi-transparent tentacles that attempted to re-wrap around them into wisps of bluish smoke. 45 degrees to the left rear. Suddenly, Xia Linlin reversed her grip on the boy's wrist and spun around. 3 sapphire energy arrows grazed past their uplifted hair strands and pierced into the void. At the instant the arrows exploded, the previously dormant bronze door patterns suddenly illuminated beneath their feet. Xia Qingqing stumbled onto a snake-shaped pattern, and the entire space abruptly flipped by 90 degrees. Innumerable mirror shards erupted out from the collapsing singularity. In a state of weightlessness, Xia Linlin pulled the boy close into her embrace. The shield formed by the stimulated nanobot swarm clashed with the mirrors, sparking blinding flashes. She smelled the burnt odor of Xia Qingqing's protective suit mixed with the tang of rust, and only then noticed a palm-sized fragment of star core embedded in his back. Don't move. Xia Linlin's fingers cut through the chaotic energy streams like a blade, the bronze-colored patterns coalescing at her fingertips resonating with the vortex. These mirrors are replicating our movement trajectories. Before she could finish speaking, the arc of light she had slashed 3 seconds ago suddenly refracted back from the mirrors. Xia Qingqing hastily tackled her onto a floating bronze slab just as the particle flow barely severed half a strand of his silver hair. The blood-streaked lashes of the boy trembled violently, but still managed to produce a feeble smile. Sis Linlin's angle of attack was off by 2.7 degrees compared to the last special training. A muffled sound of gear meshing emanated from deep within the vortex as 72 prisms simultaneously mirrored their overlapping silhouettes. Xia Linlin suddenly realized the different mouth shapes of each Xia Qingqing in every prism. When she dodged the replicated attack for the 7th time, she finally deciphered the star chart coordinates composed of those mouth shapes. Follow my breathing rhythm. She pressed his bloodied palm against her carotid artery where swarms of nanobots surged into his body along the skin contact. When the star specks passed the 3rd phantom bronze door, count 3 heartbeats and move sideways to the left. Xie Qingqing suddenly rolled them in the opposite direction. Black lotus blossoms erupted from where they had originally stood. As the mirrored refractions synchronized their movements, they were somehow guided to shatter 3 concealed dark energy nodes. Pained grunts escaped from the boy's throat, but he wrapped the wires of the medical pod core around both of their wrists. The resonance frequency is gradually converging. Suddenly, the sharp howl of the vortex turned into a mournful wail. The bronze patterns dilated within Xie Linlin's pupils. Leveraging Xie Qingqing's shoulder, she leapt high into the air. Blood droplets laced with stardust traced along the tracks paved by the nanobot swarm, sketching the complete totem of the bronze door midair. When the final stroke was completed, all the mirror shards started spinning counterclockwise, taming the wild energy flows into docile galaxies. Now, both shouted in unison. Xie Qingqing tore apart the charred front piece of his protective suit, revealing the faintly glowing family crest on his chest. At the moment Xie Linlin touched it with her blood-soaked fingertip, the ancient bronze door boomed open, releasing massive primordial energies like tired birds returning to their nests, flowing into the boy's body. The indigo tentacles coursing through Xie Linlin's veins softened instantly, transforming into crystalline threads that temporarily linked their neural networks. The contraction speed of the vortex escalated drastically. In the 10,000th of a second before annihilation, Xie Linlin saw the simultaneous relieved smiles across all 72 versions of herself in the prisms while all versions of Xie Qingqing behind the bronze doors were making identical gestures, the universal stellar distress signal she had taught him just yesterday. As the final star speck vanished into the seam of the reclosing bronze door, they fell onto the solidified metal floor. Xie Qingqing maintained the pose of shielding her within his arms, the glow of his chest emblem fading to reveal an unprecedented starship crest underneath. Medical pod. Xie Linlin paused abruptly as she propped herself up. Her combat suit, originally shredded by the chaotic energy currents, now looked immaculate. Only the newborn star map imprint on her wrist proved that what happened wasn't an illusion. Even stranger, the cobalt blue walls around displayed fluid patterns that perfectly matched the crest on Xie Qingqing's chest. Suddenly, Xie Qingqing pointed upwards, gasping sharply. On the 300-meter-high domed ceiling, 7 shadows of the bronze door were slowly rotating. Each shadow illuminated different galaxies across various dimensions. And when the second door rotated to a certain angle, they clearly witnessed Su Yao's particle gun explode with sparks in a reflected scene. That very battle 15 minutes earlier. These aren't projections. Xie Linlin stroked her abruptly heated star map imprint as swarms of nanobots gathered beneath her feet, forming directional arrows. Their real-time observation windows. As if in response to her judgment, the 3rd bronze door rippled unexpectedly. The blood-drenched Su Yao tumbled out from within but dissolved instantly upon touching the ground, turning into data streams. Xie Linlin suddenly grabbed Xie Qingqing, who was about to rush forward. On the inner side of the Xiaolian's wrist, an unknown countdown was flashing in a vivid red, 14 minutes and 33 seconds. The sudden hum of mechanical operations broke the silence as the cobalt blue walls exuded a pale golden liquid. The liquid abruptly suspended 10 meters away from them, coalescing into arrows pointing toward the dark corridor. Xie Linlin bent down and picked up a reflective shard. It reflected her pupils, rimmed with bronze-colored eyelashes, revealing the silhouette of a starship slowly taking shape amidst a supernova explosion. Chapter 91, New Realm Emerges. The arrow-shaped swarm of nanobugs trembled slightly on the ground as Xie Linlin clenched the reflective metal fragment in her palm. Su Yao flung the blood-stained strands of hair from her forehead, pointing the particle gun towards the bronze door direction. The battlefield images from 15 minutes ago. Now another data puppet has appeared. She suddenly stopped speaking, the gun barrel reflecting a fading prismatic spot deep in the passage. When the countdown on Xie Qingqing's wrist hit 14 minutes, the 3 finally stepped into the passage. The bluish-green walls were covered with honeycomb-like holes, and every 10 steps emitted a buzzing sound akin to bone flutes. The star map mark on the back of Xie Linlin's neck continued to burn hot, while the nanobug cluster formed a thin cushion under her boots, muffling even the sound of her footsteps into soft rustles of sand. The 3rd wall brick on the left, Su Yao suddenly grabbed Xie Linlin's shoulder. 20 seconds ago, there was a fleeting resemblance to the virtual image of a starship console. The edges of her military goggles had scorch marks, but accurately pointed to that patch of bluish-gray wall fading away. Just as Xie Qingqing was about to touch it, the entire wall rippled suddenly. The swarm of nanobugs instantly formed a protective net around the young boy's fingertips. Bronze rust-colored ripples spread over the wall, and Xie Linlin saw countless overlapping remnants of starships floating in the void. A woman wearing an emerald earring placed an infant wrapped in swaddling clothes into the escape pod. When she turned around, she revealed a side face 7/10 similar to Xie Qingqing. The scene was suddenly drenched in blood red as the temporal artery of Xie Linlin throbbed, and her retina retained the final smile of the woman falling into a black hole. Its mother. Xie Qingqing crashed into Su Yao's outstretched arm, and the diamond-shaped mark on the youth's neck flashed in sync with the countdown. Is this wall reading our memories? Suddenly, Su Yao yanked open her combat suit collar. The horrifying scar below her clavicle was oozing drops of blood. No, it's the physical projection of cause-effect chains. She pressed her bloodied fingertip against the wall, where the blood color immediately absorbed into fine golden threads. This scar I got when I was chased by pirates in Centauri years ago, and what it's showing now. All three pupils contracted simultaneously. The wall showed an 18-year-old Su Yao curled up in the corner of the transport cabin, and the man holding a particle knife lurking behind her distinctly wore Xia Linlin's pre-travel self's face. At the moment the air froze, the entire passage violently trembled. When Xia Linlin was thrown onto the ground, she saw endless golden threads spewing out from the honeycomb holes, forming a massive star chart right before her eyes. A familiar mechanical voice resonated within her skull. Cognitive contamination, level 37%. Memory stripping procedure recommended. Don't look at those threads. Su Yao's shout came with electromagnetic interference noise, and her boot soles exploded adhesive nails across the walls making sparks. But Xia Linlin reached out as if entranced toward the floating star map, with the nanobugs forming a tweezer shape on her fingertips and accurately seizing one of the trembling golden threads. Suddenly millions of voices surged into her mind. She saw the cruel laugh of the original self stuffing the baby into the smuggling compartment, saw Xie Qingqing searching for expired nutritional agents in the slums alleys, and everything eventually froze at the sparks flying off Su Yao's particle gun, turning into a galaxy on the bronze doors. The throbbing in her temples felt like the vessels were about to burst. Xia Linlin screamed as she tore the golden thread apart, and the voices immediately turned into howling hurricanes. Use the resonance of the star map mark. Suddenly, Xie Qingqing embraced her shaking body from behind, and the countdown timer on his wrist had somehow turned to a ghostly blue without them noticing. Amid the excruciating pain, Xia Linlin struggled to call forth her consciousness. Suddenly, the burning heat traveled from the nape of her neck down her spine to her fingertips. The swarm of nanobugs emitted a high-frequency hum, reassembling the collapsing golden star map into a circular formation. At this moment, Su Yao's particle gun blasted open the right side wall, exposing the biological nerve bundles hidden within the metallic layers. It truly is a living observation station. Yanking two pieces of pinkish pulsating flesh lines and smashing them together violently. Show yourself. The ceiling echoed with the sharp sound of breaking glass. Those floating fragments of the star maps abruptly swirled backward into a vortex. At the very moment Xia Linlin was pushed into the center of the vortex by Xie Qingqing, she saw 15 versions of herself from parallel universes simultaneously turning their heads. Each pair of her eyes reflected different forms of starship explosions. The intense pain turned into icy clarity. In the space-time turbulence, Xia Linlin grasped two overlapping memory fragments. On a stormy rainy night, she knelt before the medical capsule signing an organ donation agreement, while Su Yao in white coat injected sedatives through the foretube. In another vision, blood-soaked, Xie Qingqing stuffed the energy core into her palm, behind which the wormhole collapsed. Are these all possible futures? She muttered to herself as the nanobugs devoured the overly vivid visions. The wristwatch suddenly emitted an intensely glaring red light. Xie Qingqing's countdown showed 7 minutes and 12 seconds, and the anxious face of the youth flickered and disappeared intermittently in the distorted space. Su Yao's roar echoed through the layers of dimensions. Cover it with your mistake. Her military uniform was full of holes eroded by data streams, but she had modified the particle gun into an energy amplifier and aimed it at the vortex. Do you remember what you said? That day you broke the tequila in the bar. Xia Linlin's pupils suddenly contracted. The memory of the night before departure when she was drunk became suddenly clear. She swayed her glass pointing point by point to the interstellar news on the holographic projection. If I were to install the warp engine backward. The swarm of nanobugs suddenly gathered excitedly on her left fingertip, and in the bluish light emitted by the star map mark, those fragments of the future began to rearrange and recombine. When the last temporal mirror image was rewritten, the entire observatory let out a thunderous alarm. As Xia Linlin fell back to reality, she saw her nanobug swarm weaving a golden neural network on Su Yao's wound, while the countdown on Xie Qingqing's wrist turned into random glitching codes. Cognitive contamination, level 0'd. The mechanical voice carried reluctant electrical noise as the teal walls began peeling off in pieces. When Xia Linlin stood up with Xie Qingqing's support, she discovered that what was embedded in those honeycomb-like holes weren't mechanical components at all, but countless amber-colored biocrystals. Su Yao used her combat knife to pry a piece of crystal and aligned it with the light source. Inside, the imprisoned swallowtail butterfly, which seemed about to spread its wings, suddenly opened 3 pairs of compound eyes. Xia Linlin's star map mark at the back of her neck grew hot again. This time, she clearly perceived a certain call, from the depths of the crystal, from the space-time vortex she had just stirred up, from. With only half an inch remaining between Xia Linlin's fingertip and the amber crystal, the nanobug swarm suddenly shifted direction. Tens of thousands of silvery gray particles condensed into a vortex-shaped mirror in her palm, reflecting the layered folds of space-time within the crystal's depths. When the first nanobug penetrated the surface of the amber, the gravitational coefficient of the whole realm began to fluctuate. Don't touch those butterflies. Su Yao's warning was torn apart by the sudden surge of the energy storm. The swallowtail butterfly with purple glowing compound eyes burst free from its cocoon, and the scales falling from its wings coalesced into a hologram in midair. The very scene from the night Xia Linlin broke the tequila in the bar. Quantum-entangled blue light flickered in Xia Linlin's pupils, and the mirror formed by the nanobug swarm rippled unexpectedly. As if guided by an unseen hand, she inserted her finger into the hologram's wine glass, the broken shards turning into star sand upon touching the paradox of spacetime. The originally frozen image suddenly came to life, and the bartender turned around, revealing none other than Xie Qingqing with golden nerve bundles coiling around his neck. This is a bidirectional channel. She abruptly stepped back, the nanobug swarm forming protective armor around her arm instinctively. The Xie Qingqing in the hologram suddenly grabbed her wrist, the real tactile sensation causing her hair to stand on end. Su Yao's particle blade zipped past her ear, severing not only the blade, but also 2 memory fragments solidifying into existence. More amber crystals spewed from the honeycomb holes, each crystallizing memories from different timelines. Xia Linlin's star map mark was so hot it could fry an egg, and she viciously plunged her entire arm into the nearest projection, that of the original self cramming a baby into a smuggling compartment. The nanobug swarm let out a sharp buzz. When her fingertips touched the corner of the original self's upward smirk, the crime scene instantly pixelated and reorganized itself. The infant in the smuggling compartment transformed into a curled-up swallowtail butterfly, the grimacing face of the original self froze in shock, and beyond the compartment door, an unfamiliar star chart unfurled across the stardust. Cover it. Use your perception to cover the established fact. Xie Qingqing's voice drifted in and out. The chaotic code on the youth's wrist had spread to the forearm, and blue specks exploded in his pupils like nebula patterns. Su Yao was painstakingly moving using the magnetic nails under her military boots against the energy storm. She tore off her burning goggles and threw them toward a key crystal. 3 o'clock direction. Xia Linlin spun around, her arm swinging out. The silver whip composed of nanobugs shattered the goggles. Splintered shards of the mirror refracted 18 rifts in space-time, and in each rift stood a differently attired version of herself, an exosuit mechanic, a space pirate, even one draped in a white lab coat. A realization detonated in her mind like a supernova. She leaped headlong into the largest fissure, with the nanobug swarm automatically weaving into a protective suit during the descent. When her toes touched solid ground, she found herself inside a ring-shaped laboratory filled with incubation pods. In the central operating table lay a swaddled female infant. Cognitive synchronization rate 89%. Warning: externally sourced consciousness intrusion. A familiar robotic voice with static interference resounded. Xia Linlin rushed to the operating table, her breath fogging up the glass dome. Floating in the amniotic fluid, the back of the female infant's neck bore a star map mark exactly identical to hers. The holographic log suddenly unfolded above her head. The female researcher in the white lab coat was recording cruel experimental data. Gene hybridization attempt 147 failed. Temporal spatial affinity carrier rejected. Xia Linlin watched with chills as the baby girl was injected with a nanobug swarm. The lab collapsed in an explosion, and the researcher leapt into an escape pod holding the infant. When she turned back, her jade earrings left an emerald green trail in the firelight. Mother! She shivered as she reached out to touch the hologram. Suddenly, the nanobug swarm surged uncontrollably toward the control table. At the moment the silver flood flowed into the incubation pod, the entire lab scene began to digitally disintegrate. The baby girl suddenly opened her eyes, the galaxies flowing in her pupils creating quantum resonance with the star map mark on Xia Linlin's neck. Su Yao screamed somewhere in the reality field. Her old wound beneath her clavicle burst forth with golden neural bundles, intertwining with Xia Linlin's nanobug swarm in a double helix structure. Xie Qingqing's countdown of glitch codes reset to 0 at that exact moment, revealing intricate star charts etched into his scara. So we're all. Xia Linlin gripped the baby girl's tiny hand amidst the time-space turbulence. 2 generations of test subjects' memories colliding like faster-than-light particles. When the last data packet completed synchronization, all the amber crystals in the field exploded simultaneously, the cloud formed by the swallowtail butterflies gently lifting her back to reality. Su Yao was using her teeth to bandage herself, rolling her eyes dramatically upon seeing Xia Linlin. Next time you go insane, warn us first. She pointed an accusing bloody finger at the shattered crystal fragments around them. This cursed place is probably your ancestral grave. Xie Qingqing's state was even more alarming. Blue data streams coursed beneath his skin, his voice carrying metallic resonance as he spoke. The ARC program Mother participated and used star map imprint bearers as living coordinates. He suddenly coughed violently, nanoparticles leaking through his fingers. Xia Linlin suddenly opened her arms and embraced both of them. Su Yao's military uniform still smelled of plasma burns, while the scent of cheap cleaning agents lingered in Xie Qingqing's hair. These real-world smells dispelled the antiseptic odor embedded in her bones from years in the lab. Regardless of which test subject I am, she felt her star map mark cooling down. I'm here now, a tequila-breaking drunkard, Mumu's guardian, and a madwoman who could install the warp engine backwards. Su Yao chuckled, shaking her injured ribs and grinning despite the pain, dissipating the sentimental atmosphere. Xie Qingqing's regenerated countdown flashed to midnight, glowing a brilliant golden color. As the 3 leaned on each other toward the exit, the mark on Xia Linlin's neck suddenly throbbed with a warning pain. Amidst the thunderous collapse of the realm, she clearly heard the fluttering sound of swallowtail wings coming from a certain direction, its frequency identical to the cries of the baby girl moments before the lab exploded. Chapter 92, Initial Command Code. Xia Linlin's fingers were deeply embedded in the crevices of the metal wall, and her ears still resonated with the frequency of a baby's cry. The collapsed metal corridor twisted into a vortex behind her, while ahead in the unknown darkness, the flapping wings of the phoenix butterfly resonated with the star map mark on the back of her neck. Su Yao, take Qingqing to the escape pod on the east side. She suddenly let go of her companion's hand, her combat boots skidding out a half-circle on the water-seeping alloy floor. That sound. I need to confirm it. The countdown timer around Xie Qingqing's wrist glimmered with golden light in the dark. When the youth grabbed her sleeve, a sudden surge of indigo data flow burst beneath his skin. That's a quantum entanglement trap from the mother lab. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Yao had already covered his mouth. The female officer's blood-soaked bandages around her ribs oozed with dark red. When the Martian fortress fell 12 years ago, I also heard this kind of sound wave. Su Yao's electronic eye flashed with streams of data as she snapped an amethyst solvent vial from her waistband into Xie Linlin's palm. Remember, when the nanobug swarm drills through your ear, break this open. The sapphire thorns at the end of the corridor grew wildly, each prickle performing billions of quantum leaps. Xie Linlin clenched the solvent tube between her teeth. The sudden burst of cold light from the star map mark froze the thicket ahead for a moment. Within that thousandth of a second gap, she saw fragments of a milky white swaddling cloth tangled around the spines. The pain began in her left ankle. After the fifth attempt to break through the barrier, 3 thorns suddenly pierced through the protective layer of her combat boots, biological electricity surging along her bone marrow straight to the top of her skull. Xie Linlin sank heavily to her knees on the ground mottled with electromagnetic scorch marks. The taste of laboratory disinfectant rose in her throat, but she could still hear Xie Qingqing's voice from 20 hours ago in the slums. They say the chosen carriers all turned into humanoid star maps in the end. Don't move. The metallic resonance in the youth's voice exploded behind her. Cold fingers pressed onto her bleeding neck arteries, and Xie Qingqing's subsurface data stream began devouring the spilling bioelectric current. Xie Linlin started trembling violently. All the broken tequila bottles during those drunken nights, the temperature of Mumu's first grasp on her fingers, the misaligned crystal tubes while assembling the warp engine. Countless memory fragments reorganized in the electric flash. The thorn bush suddenly emitted a high-frequency buzzing sound, and Su Yao's military blade cut open an electromagnetic barrier. These damn things are mimicking the defense structures of the Chronos system. Smoke rose from the mechanical arm of the female officer, who abruptly slammed a metal device onto Xie Linlin's back. In 3 minutes, there will be a micro-black hole here. Grab what you need fast. The star map mark was now painfully hot. Xie Linlin spat out the shattered solvent tube, and the instant the purple liquid touched the air, the entire thorn domain plunged into a bizarre stillness. Within the crack of 10,000ths of a second in space-time, she saw the energy nodes on every spine, like the displaced crystal tubes she'd seen that night while reversing the warp engine. It's a Mobius loop. Her blood-streaked fingertip pointed to a distorted node, and the entire thorn array started to collapse in reverse. Countless memories surged into her mind. The crying of a baby girl, the last orders before the explosion, and the icy touch when she was injected with the star map mark while lying in the experimental chamber. Xie Qingqing's exclamation seemed muffled as if heard through a water curtain. The countdown around the youth's wrist was floating mid-air at some point, its radiant golden numbers beginning to resonate with the collapsing domain. Xie Linlin reached out to touch the nearest remnant of thorns, and the scorched edges actually sprouted glowing butterfly wing patterns. Energy purity 92.3%, conforms to the characteristics of the Phase 3 test subject in the ARC program. Xie Qingqing's voice suddenly became mechanically cold, and the data flow under her skin coalesced into a protective shield. Warning, detected quantum entanglement signals from the puppet army. Amidst the crashing collapse sounds, Su Yao suddenly threw both of them to the ground. The protection plate on the female officer's back was slashed open by an invisible blade, and the 3 claw marks gleamed with strange orange light. The same energy residue as left 3 hours ago in the slums by their attackers. Run! Xie Linlin dragged both individuals into the shrinking escape tunnel, the shrill cries of metal warping echoing behind them. At the last moment before falling into the transmission vortex, the star map mark on her neck suddenly projected the 3-dimensional outline of the entire laboratory. Within a red light flickering cultivation chamber curled a baby girl with the phoenix butterfly birthmark. Metal wreckage formed an eerie ring structure amidst the energy storm. Just as Xie Linlin reached out to touch the remaining piece of swaddling, 7 purplish-red arcs suddenly shot out deep from the thorn bush. Energy puppet. Su Yao's mechanical arm instantly deployed a defensive shield, and the impact waves from the collision of arcs tossed all 3 off. Xie Linlin's back crashed heavily against the quantum barrier, and the star map mark on the back of her neck suddenly resonated with a broken thorn. The burnt black spine was reforming into a human-like silhouette. 12 puppets condensed from energy thorns burst through the air, their joints sparking with dark purple electrical flashes. Xie Linlin flipped over to dodge an incoming electric arc blade. Her combat suit's left shoulder was scorched, leaving behind a burnt mark. Xie Qingqing suddenly rushed out from the side, and the data flow beneath the youth's skin transformed into physical chains that wrapped around 3 puppets. Their core is in the right eye. Su Yao's electronic prosthetic eye spun rapidly as her military blade pierced through a puppet's chest, splashing quantum ripples. Damn it, it's a Klein bottle structure. Xie Linlin felt a sudden sharp pain in her fingertips. The light filaments extended by the star map mark were automatically connecting to the fragmented shells of the puppets, and the fierce bioelectric currents surged through her body along the filaments, projecting the lab operation interface onto her retinas. As the claw of the fifth puppet grazed her cheek, some instinct drove her to grab the energy core with her bare hands. The purplish-red electric arcs raced wildly along the grooves of her arm armor, instantly carbonizing and dislodging her combat gloves. Xia Linlin realized the rampant energy was being tamed by the star map mark into a docile stream, stirring an eerie joy in her veins. She kicked at the knee joint of the puppet in front of her, pressing her hand coated with energy residue against its eye socket. So this is the misplaced crystal tube. Amidst the thunderous explosion of purple light, the puppet turned into a sky full of star dust. In Xia Linlin's ears echoed the alarm sound 20 hours ago when she incorrectly assembled the warp engine crystal tubes. Those once confusing energy circuits now perfectly overlaid with the quantum network inside the puppets. Su Yao, weak point at 3 o'clock. She spun her body and flung the absorbed energy beam, and the trajectory of the purple electricity drew a symbol of the Mobius ring in the void. Understandingly, the female officer shot the electromagnetic pulse bullet toward the designated coordinate, and amidst the bursting blue light, 6 sets of quantum entanglement traces of the puppets became visible immediately. Xia Qingqing's chain suddenly emitted a wail. The youth collapsed on the ground, the data streams under his skin uncontrollably devouring the puppet fragments. Sister, cut it off quickly. Azure codes overflowed from between his fingers and began reconstructing the broken puppets. Xia Linlin lunged forward to pin down the trembling hand of the youth, and the white light exploded by the star map mark formed an absolute field. When her forehead touched the code-leaking temple of Xia Qingqing, the uncontrollable data streams gently flowed into the star map mark. A huge projection of the Klein bottle floated beneath their feet, and the puppet fragments being reorganized instantaneously collapsed into a singularity. Now's the time. Su Yao threw the last antimatter grenade towards the singularity. Within the black hole horizon created by the explosion, Xia Linlin dragged both of them into the energy turbulence, with the shrill scream of spacetime splitting trailing behind. When the three tumbled out from the warped spacetime bubble, the sight before their eyes froze their breaths. Floating in the deep azure quantum sea was a gigantic regular dodecahedron seal, each facet rippling with homologous patterns of the star map mark. Inside the seal came rhythmic heartbeats, and those patterns transformed topological structures according to the heartbeat frequency. The mark on the back of Xia Linlin's neck suddenly resonated with the seal, forcing her uncontrollably toward its surface. When her palm touched the cold interface, 3 peacock-tailed butterfly-like pupils opened within the seal. A tremor deep within her genes swept across her entire body, and she clearly saw her reflection on the seal's surface. The her, wearing a lab coat, stood in front of the cry chamber, embracing a weeping infant. Warning, quantum assimilation rate exceeds critical value. The mechanical voice prompt from Xia Qingqing crackled with static noise. The countdown on the wrist of the youth had somehow turned into a vivid red negative number. The struggle within the seal suddenly intensified, a starlight-covered chain piercing through the interface to wrap around Xia Linlin's ankle, while Su Yao's exclamation was drowned by a sudden burst of gravitational waves. In the fleeting moment before consciousness faded, Xia Linlin finally heard the information hidden in the baby's cries. It was the initial command code she entered 12 years ago into the ARC system. Chapter 93, Sealing the Strange Object. The quantum sea formed a spiral vortex around the seal. As Xia Linlin shakily got to her feet, she realized that those star chart patterns were absorbing her blood. She wiped the trickle of blood from the corner of her mouth. Light particles drifted from her fingertips toward the central gap in the dodecahedron, coalescing into a fragmentary model of a broken gene chain in midair. The resonant frequency is still rising, said Xia Qingqing as her mechanical arm extended a spectrometer. The waveforms on the floating screen suddenly merged with the sound of a baby's cry. The young boy abruptly grabbed Xia Linlin's clothes. Those chains are altering your biomagnetic field. Su Yao's particle knife emitted a buzzing sound, and the meteorite crystal embedded in the handle spontaneously lit up. When she thrust the weapon into the quantum sea, the entire space refracted countless mirrors of the seal. In each mirror, different aged versions of Xia Linlin appeared. The youngest one was curled up inside an incubation pod, her wrist connected to an 4-drip for purple medicine. It's a memory corridor. The temples of Xia Linlin pulsated violently as she finally understood why the seal resonated so closely with her bloodline. Every facet of the dodecahedron contained memories of her deleted clone forms. As her palm touched the surface of the seal again, the previously cold interface suddenly became scorching hot. Simultaneously, 3 peacock-tailed butterfly eyes projected indigo light beams. An energy turbulence formed a circular storm around the seal. Xia Linlin's combat suit began breaking down quantumly. She stared at her reflection within the interface, a self who cradled an infant. She then noticed that the number marked on the cultivation tank perfectly matched the brand on Mumu's neck. This revelation caused her to surge with strength amidst excruciating pain. The droplets of blood spurted from her split tiger mouth, transformed instantly upon contact with the seal, becoming golden glyphs. Now, Su Yao's particle knife cleaved through the berserk streams of energy, scattering sparks like fragments of the galaxy when it contacted the star chart patterns. Xia Qingqing's mechanical arm shot out a gravity anchor, only to be jolted away by the sudden shift in topological structure of the space fixing the seal. The youth slammed hard against the barrier formed by the quantum sea, his protective suit tearing and releasing blue-purple energy fluid from the cracks. Xia Linlin's pupils abruptly constricted into vertical slits, revealing countless infant-shaped energy bodies huddled inside the dodecahedron. At its very center lay a figure clutching an instruction module she had left in the ARC system years ago. The cries transforming into data flows were eroding the seal program like mad. The moment her fingertip penetrated the interface layer, the entire quantum sea began boiling. 12 chains pierced through her body from various dimensions. Warning, gene collapse progressing at 37%. Xie Qingqing's electronic eyes blinked red lights. He tore off the skin of his right arm to reveal dark silver mechanical bones, directly connecting his energy core to the quantum sea. Su Yao's meteorite crystal exploded spectacularly at this moment. Flying fragments assembled themselves onto the surface of the seal, piecing together a damaged constellation coordinate map. Xie Linlin could faintly hear Mumu's laughter amid the fading consciousness. That baby, who always loved sucking her fingers, was now transmitting some sort of encrypted signal to her through quantum entanglement. When she forcefully twisted the direction of the gravitational pull of the chains, the dodecahedron unfurled into a Stargate configuration. Beyond the gate, the sound of scales scraping echoed as black matter surged forth. The powerful burst of light from the sealing core consumed all sounds. In her final moments, Xie Linlin saw the truth. What they called a seal was actually some kind of interdimensional incubation device. And the command she had set in the ARC system years ago was the last key to awaken the incubation program. Finally, when Su Yao's particle knife cut open the spatial folds, there came a brittle sound from the dodecahedron like eggshells cracking, and viscous fluids carrying constellations oozed out from the gaps. The gravitation anchor reached critical values as the quantum sea collapsed into a singularity. The moment Xie Linlin pulled the two others toward the Stargate, sticky drops fell behind them, sounding like thousands of new wings opening in the darkness. The singularity formed by the collapse of the quantum sea started to tremble violently, and the edges of the Stargate spewed out asphalt-like dark material. No sooner had Xie Linlin dragged Xie Qingqing away from the energy vortex than she witnessed the viscous liquid coalesce in the air into hundreds of compound-eyed monsters. Their segmented limbs shimmered with a metallic cold glow. Black arcs spurting from their mandibles tore the space apart into irregular fragments. Retreat to the edge of the coordinate diagram. Su Yao slashed back at 3 advancing beasts, sparking bright purple-red flashes as the particle knife collided with the black arcs. Xie Linlin noticed that whenever the creatures attacked, the centers of their compound eyes would display dark red energy vortices. She kicked away a creature sneaking up on Xie Qingqing. The clash between her boots and its carapace produced a sharp metallic sound. Suddenly, Xie Linlin's combat uniform sleeve was torn. On her exposed forearm appeared faint golden stars. When she grabbed a monster's tentacle with her injured right hand, the star patterns suddenly emitted searing light. "Attack their eyes," she shouted as she pushed Xie Qingqing, whose mechanical arm had transformed into a light blade, to the left. The energy core is in the center of their compound eyes. The fragments of Su Yao's meteorite crystal suddenly hovered beside her, each accurately piercing into the compound eyes of the monsters. The struck monsters emitted high-frequency hisses and dissolved into black mists that vanished in the quantum sea. Taking advantage of this moment, Xie Linlin leaped onto a floating fragment of the seal. Her pupils contracted again into vertical lines, and the trajectories of energy flows across the entire battlefield suddenly became vividly clear in her vision. 3 o'clock direction, ready the gravity anchor. She threw out the quantum chain wrapped around her waist. Xie Qingqing's mechanical arm shot out a gravity device in response, and together they formed an energy net that trapped 7 monsters inside. Su Yao's particle knife slashed through dazzling arcs of light, and when the blade pierced into the energy web, it triggered a chain reaction that vaporized the trapped monsters in intense brightness. As the last monster was destroyed by Xie Linlin, who manually extracted its energy core, the entire quantum sea fell into an eerie silence. The dissipated black mist reassembled on the surface of the seal, sketching dark patterns resembling neural networks on the dodecahedron. When Xie Linlin's palm unconsciously pressed against the crack of the seal, the star patterns on her arms suddenly resonated with the seal. "This is..." She watched her blood coursing over the seal's surface, gradually forming patterns identical to the star marks. When Xie Qingqing tried to approach, those dark patterns wriggled alive and bound his mechanical arm. Su Yao quickly chopped off the energy filaments, only to find the severed parts regenerating incessantly. Xie Linlin's temples began throbbing violently. She realized those dark patterns were decoding her genetic sequence. Ancient memories suddenly surged into her mind, countless herself, opening their eyes in incubation pods, all wearing metal rings etched with Mumu's number on their wrists. When she submerged her consciousness into this unique resonance state, the facets of the dodecahedron suddenly started rearranging and combining. "Step back," she sternly warned the 2 others approaching, pressing her palms gently onto the changing surface of the seal. Those originally aggressive dark patterns now docilely coiled around her fingertips, revealing the full energy circuits within the seal to her. Data streams flowed through Xie Linlin's irises, and she finally deciphered the hidden gene keys in the star charts. The entire quantum sea glowed with soft silver light, and the formerly violent energy currents began to follow the path she constructed. Su Yao looked astonished as the obstinate seal chains peeled off layer by layer, exposing the cube-shaped crystals flashing blue light at the core. Xie Qingqing's electronic eyes flickered wildly as he detected Xie Linlin's biomagnetic field reaching perfect synchronization with the seal. Just as the cube crystal was about to be fully revealed, There came a sharp sound of breaking glass from deep within the seal. Xia Linlin's energy conduit instantly turned ink black, and 100 times more fearsome energy pressure surged forth from the cracks. The previously purified dark patterns twisted again into grotesque demon faces, plunging the whole space to near absolute zero temperature. Turn off the gravity anchor. Xia Linlin's scream was drowned out by the energy storm. She saw a holographic projection on the surface of the cubic crystal, herself holding Moo, with black liquid oozing from the corner of her mouth. Xia Qingqing's mechanical arm sparked electricity under overload operation. Su Yao's particle knife froze completely with frost. Even the meteorite crystals were cloaked in thick black fog. When the first drop of black liquid dripped onto Xia Linlin's hand, the star patterns on her arm suddenly emitted a piercing wail. Out of the wounds caused by the liquid corroding her skin, emerged tiny metallic worms with human faces. The core cube of the seal had now turned pitch black, displaying countless shadows of crying Moo on its surface. The quantum sea began spinning in reverse, as the seal broken by Xia Linlin was restructuring into a much more perilous form. Su Yao desperately hacked away the energy tendrils binding Xia Qingqing, only to realize her shadow was being torn from the ground by some unknown force. Xia Linlin glanced down at the metal worms squirming in her palm, realizing what was truly terrifying wasn't the encroaching darkness, but rather, the seal was awakening something intentionally concealed within her genes. Chapter 94, Time Reversal Symbiosis. The turbulent undercurrent of the quantum sea pushed the three towards the core of the seal. Suddenly, the star-shaped tattoo on Xia Linlin's neck burned as if it were red-hot iron chains. She bit her tongue to maintain consciousness with the metallic taste in her mouth, and in her retinas still lingered the image of Moo crying. Those cries of infants that should have been purified in the energy cycle were now echoing from inside the cube, tearing through space-time with a sharp wail. The gravity anchor has gone out of control. Xia Qingqing's mechanical prosthetic eye emitted a blue light. The energy tendrils on his back suddenly wrapped around Su Yao's ankles like living creatures. These dark matters are tampering with the program. Before he could finish speaking, the entire space collapsed into a two-dimensional plane. Xia Linlin felt her internal organs crushed against a glass panel, while she noticed out of the corner of her eye her hair tips decomposing into pixel particles. Su Yao slashed an orange-red fissure in the void with her particle knife, but instead of slicing through quantum strings, its blade froze into icicles, refracting thousands upon thousands of upside-down black suns. This isn't a reformation of the seal. Xia Linlin suddenly grabbed Xia Qingqing's wrist. Between their skin contact flowed silver fluid. We're being dragged into the entropy abyss. The black sludge lingering at her fingertips turned into chains that pulled the trio towards the surface of the cube. The moment Xia Linlin's back collided with the core of the seal, those metal worms covered in human faces collectively let out laughter resembling that of infants. Her star-shaped tattoos shifted like living things to her collarbone, tracing out fragmented star charts beneath her skin, patterns never seen in her original body's memory. Suddenly, Su Yao's protective suit caught fire, revealing densely packed purplish-black crystals on her forearms. Those radiation residuals which should have been cleared up 3 months ago now resonated with the energy within the cube. Xia Linlin, she screamed as she plunged the particle knife into her own arm, cut off the connection using star pattern resonance. In the span of 10,000ths of a second, drastic changes occurred. Xia Linlin's vision split into countless fragments. She saw 20 years ago in a medical chamber where her birth mother was injecting some kind of silver substance into the embryo. Baby MMU curled up in the petri dish, umbilical cord connected to the wormhole generator. As she tried to touch these fragments of memory, translucent crystals grew suddenly from her fingertips. Look at her eyes. Xia Qingqing abruptly used his mechanical arm to prop up an energy barrier. In the depths of Xia Linlin's pupils, spinning nebulae appeared, wounds corroded by darkness seeping out galaxy-like, brilliant fluids. The black chains coiled around them convulsed violently when they encountered this substance, as if facing their nemesis. The cube began to emit high-frequency vibrations, blood dripping from Xia Linlin's eardrums. She glimpsed deep inside the seal core a shadowy human figure hunched over, one identical to her own silhouette before crossing timelines. The shadow raised its hand to press against the transparent barrier, causing the star pattern on the back of Xia Linlin's hand to shoot out a blade of light that sliced across time-space in ways defying the laws of physics. This isn't a seal, it's a mirror trap. Xia Linlin suddenly realized something, grabbing Su Yao's collar and shouting, "Use the radiation crystal as coordinates." Within her irises, covered by star patterns, the topological structure of the entire quantum sea was mirrored. Energy wave patterns once considered random fluctuations now clearly displayed the folding trajectories of 12 dimensions. Xia Qingqing's mechanical arm twisted in reverse, sparks flying from between gears like dancing fireflies. With data flows, these glowing points automatically arranged themselves into the shape of a Klein bottle, enveloping the trio in a temporary space protected by topology. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yao drove the bloodied particle knife into the ground. As radiation crystals met the glow of star patterns, the entire entropy abyss fell into a peculiar stillness. Only 7 seconds left. Xia Linlin's vocal cords, overused from her special abilities, rasped as metal worms sprouting from her palm consumed her star patterns. Listen to me count backwards. At the exact moment the field of stillness shattered, Xia Linlin made an unexpected move. She suddenly tore open her neckline, pressing the area densest with star patterns directly against the cube's surface. Upon contact, The black sludge immediately boiled as if exposed to scorching heat. Sister Linlin. Xie Qingqing choked on his scream. He watched as a complete star chart emerged on the girl's back, filling in previously incomplete lines with the black material. More terrifyingly, Xie Linlin's hair was losing color, turning from jet black into a silvery white akin to a galaxy, each strand shimmering with the brilliance of miniature starbursts. Suddenly, Su Yao pulled Xie Qingqing backward quickly, saying, "This isn't evolution, it's dimensional assimilation." Before her words could fully escape her lips, supernova-level flashes erupted all around Xie Linlin. The metal worms devouring her flesh vaporized in the intense light, condensing into floating dark matter inscriptions. When the radiance faded, Xie Qingqing witnessed a sight he would never forget. Xie Linlin single-handedly holding a seal core shrunk to the size of a Rubik's Cube, her fingertips encircled by DNA double-helix light bands constantly recombining. What was even more unsettling was that her left eye had completely turned into a deep blue like starry sky, with energy trajectories similar to Feynman diagrams floating in her iris. "Take this." Xie Linlin tossed the Rubik's Cube to Su Yao, her voice carrying multiple echoes. "Go to the White Dwarf Fortress and activate." A sudden temporal disturbance swallowed the rest of the sentence. Xie Qingqing's mechanical prosthesis I captured terrifying energy readings. The entire entropy abyss was forming a Dirac sea around Xie Linlin. Those negative energy particles, which should have consumed everything, were now gently rotating around her, forming a path of shimmering starlight beneath her feet. Su Yao suddenly grabbed Xie Qingqing, who was about to rush forward. "Don't move." Her genetic lock. The warning came too late. Xie Linlin suddenly turned to look at her companions, and on her familiar face emerged an otherworldly divinity. She raised her hand and lightly tapped the void, instantly teleporting them to the edge of the quantum sea. In the fleeting moment before consciousness faded, Xie Qingqing saw from the distant center of the energy vortex, Xie Linlin reaching out towards something made of dark matter. The remnants of a supernova eruption flowed among Xie Linlin's silver-white hair as she hovered over the Dirac sea, her left eye's Feynman diagram trajectories wildly recombining quantum foam. "It's not enough," she murmured to herself, suddenly plunging her right hand into her own chest. Galaxy-like blood sprayed out but instantly solidified into crystal keys upon touching air. As her fingers danced across the bloody keyboard, the entire entropy abyss began to play a symphony defying causality. Xie Qingqing's mechanical arm emitted a sharp alarm. A holographic screen showed bright red 12-dimensional topological maps. Sister Linlin is rewriting the reality anchor. Before he could finish speaking, the radiation crystals on Su Yao's arm suddenly grew into tree-like shapes, their branches penetrating the temporary space into the quantum sea. They were horrified to discover that the crystalline veins flowing inside were actually infant forms of dark energy. At this moment, Xie Linlin stood at the space-time singularity. She saw the laboratory from 20 years ago where the tube held by her birth mother wasn't filled with genetic medicine, but rather a black hole compressed to the Planck scale. The cries of an infant overlapped with the laughter of metallic worms. Moo Moo in the petri dish was reaching through the umbilical cord wormhole toward her. "I see." The nebula in Xie Linlin's right eye suddenly collapsed into a singularity, her left hand grabbing the baby's hand from the past, her right hand grasping the chain of dark matter representing the present. When they touched each other, a time-space explosion like the cry of a newborn echoed throughout the entropy abyss. Reality started reshaping itself centered on her. The black chains coiling around the three snapped inch by inch, turning into scattered Riemann surfaces. The core of the cube violently trembled, its surface showing the holographic projection of the car accident scene she saw just before her crossing. Those flying glass shards were reconfiguring themselves into the structure of a Klein bottle. "Now's the time." Xie Linlin's sound waves materialized as golden gears in the vacuum, and she gripped the largest gear and forcefully turned it. Xie Qingqing's mechanical prosthesis eye suddenly overflowed with blood. He saw countless parallel realities, Xie Linlin's synchronizing this action. Su Yao's particle knife uncontrollably flew toward the center, the handle's radiation crystal fusing with the star-patterned light into a rainbow bridge. The dark force let out a dying screech, those baby cries materializing into physical entities. Countless infants of dark energy crawled out from the void, but turned silver-white the moment they touched Xie Linlin's hair tips. They held hands forming a Mobius strip, starting to consume the source of darkness in reverse. Sister Linlin is absorbing the entropy abyss. Xie Qingqing's mechanical tentacles suddenly pierced into the outer wall of the temporary space, reading horrifying energy data. "No, it's dimensional absorption after." Before he could finish his sentence, the entire quantum sea suddenly collapsed inward. The starburst glow of Xie Linlin's silver-white hair formed an event horizon, compressing the dark forces into the singularity spinning in her palm. Su Yao suddenly realized her protective suit was decomposing, revealing the shining star chart under her skin, perfectly matching the pattern on Xie Linlin's back. When the last dark matter infant merged into Xie Linlin's left eye, the entropy abyss gave out a brittle sound like breaking glass. The floating seal core suddenly burst forth pure white light, with a Klein bottle-encased crystal floating within. This dodecahedral crystallization automatically flew into Xie Linlin's chest, imprinting a 3D star symbol on her heart. "Is it successful?" Su Yao tremblingly touched the glowing star chart on her arm, those radiation crystals converting into flowing stardust. Xie Qingqing's mechanical arm suddenly disintegrated automatically, its parts reassembling into a ring device never seen before in the quantum sea, with a miniature model of the Dirac Sea suspended in its center. Xia Linlin slowly descended, every step producing four-dimensional ripples in the void. Her right eye reverted to amber, but the Feynman diagram in her left eye had solidified into an eternally rotating galaxy. As her fingertips lightly touched the star pattern on her chest, the entire quantum sea suddenly blossomed with starlight roses, completely purifying the remaining dark matter. This is Xie Qingqing's circular device suddenly projected a holographic star map, showing 3 stars forming an equilateral triangle. Su Yao's particle knife automatically flew back into her hand, its blade revealing the same Feynman diagram patterns as Xia Linlin's left eye. All 3 simultaneously sensed some kind of calling. Xia Linlin suddenly turned to gaze deep into the rose nebula, where a streak of light flashed momentarily. That was certainly not a naturally formed celestial body. The trail it left while moving clearly resembled the genetic helix structure from the lab 20 years ago. Even more unsettling was when she tried to analyze it with her left eye, and the trajectory actually revealed its 4-dimensional coordinates to her. "Senior Sister Linlin, your hair!" Xie Qingqing suddenly cried out in surprise. The originally milky river-like long hair was reverting to black, but the residual star dust at the tips formed unfamiliar characters. Su Yao used the particle knife to cut off a bit of the star dust, and the blade immediately displayed the latitude and longitude coordinates of Earth before they crossed over. Xia Linlin held her wildly beating heart, feeling the newborn star pattern resonate with the distant light shadow. She suddenly realized why that light figure seemed familiar. It was precisely the mysterious meteorite that had streaked across the sky at the car accident scene on the night of their crossing. When she tried to sense deeper, the Dirac Sea suddenly surged, and some transcendent spatio-temporal will forcibly encrypted this memory. "We should go back." Su Yao wiped the completely renewed particle knife. At some point, Mumu's infant footprint had appeared on the handle. The coordinates for the White Dwarf Fortress have already. The quantum sea suddenly trembled violently, and the galaxy in Xia Linlin's left eye began rotating counterclockwise. In her retina was reflected a collapsing wormhole. Clearly, it was the umbilical channel during Mumu's birth. When she tried to see the scenery on the other end of the wormhole, the mysterious light figure reappeared again. This time, it left behind a blood-stained swaddling cloth. The starlight roses suddenly all pointed toward the same direction, laying down a luminous passage in the void. Xia Linlin clenched the star pattern crystal on her chest tightly, trembling throughout her body from a certain kind of throbbing originating deep within her bloodline. She suddenly remembered the last page of her mother's embryo experiment logbook, where the blood-stained lines seemed to be reorganizing themselves right before her eyes. Observed reverse-time symbiont, experiment codename. Chapter 95, Mumu. Xia Linlin's fingers dug deeply into the star pattern crystal, its icy sensation racing up her nerves to the back of her neck. The afterimage of that mysterious light still lingered on her retina, perfectly overlapping with the scene of the car accident that changed her destiny deep in her memory. She could hear the sound of her rushing blood, as if countless fragments of stars were colliding inside her veins. Coordinates have shifted by 17 quantum degrees. Su Yao suddenly held the particle knife horizontally across her chest, the footprints of Mumu on the handle glowing with a dark blue light. "There's something wrong with the space-time curvature of this forest." Xie Qingqing immediately erected a protective force field, the pale golden light membrane barely blocking 3 incoming thorns. Those pitch-black branches grew directly from the void, the liquid dripping from their tips hissing as it touched the quantum soil. The teenager's bangs clung to his forehead with cold sweat, but his voice was unusually steady. "There's an energy vortex at the 3 o'clock direction." As the 3 of them moved back to back, the galaxy vortex in Xia Linlin's left eye began spinning rapidly. Her vision suddenly split into double images. The misty forest of reality overlapped with the memory corridor deep within the quantum sea. In an instant, she saw the incubation pod in her mother's laboratory slowly opening before her eyes. "Watch out!" Su Yao's sharp cry tore through the space-time layers. Xia Linlin instinctively turned her head, and an intense pain exploded from her earlobe. A broken piece of thorn grazed her cheek, leaving dazzling sparks on the surface of the star pattern crystal. Warm drops of blood hovered in midair, coalescing into tiny red corals within the quantum cloud. Xie Qingqing's pupils constricted sharply as the protective force field suddenly tripled in strength. The dark golden patterns on the boy's neck appeared faintly. These were the unique energy marks of the Xie family lineage. "Sister Linlin, your blood." He pointed to the coral crystals with a trembling voice. "They're recombining genetic chains." As if responding to these words, the star pattern on Xia Linlin's chest suddenly erupted with a rainbow glow. The wound cut by the thorn healed visibly, new skin flowing with fine star dust beneath it. She reached out to touch the floating blood coral, and the crystals instantly transformed into luminous butterflies, flitting towards a certain direction. "Follow them." Su Yao split open the attacking thicket with a reverse hand strike, the baby footprints on the particle knife shining like stars. Wherever the blade passed, the quantum cloud scattered, revealing the winding trails of light beneath. The adventurer's gaze remained shrouded in shadow. Mumu's time-space imprint is guiding the way. The deeper they went, the more bizarre the fog colors became. At first, it was pearl-gray quantum clouds gradually turning into a dark purple streaked with rust-red hues. Xia Linlin could feel the resonance between the star pattern on her chest and some ancient frequency. As she attempted to analyze these fluctuations, she suddenly saw a projection of her mother's lab. The woman in the white coat trembled before the recorder, her abdomen showing an unnatural curve. The subject shows signs of temporal counterflow reaction. The fragmented voice played intermittently. The umbilical cord connects to a node in the Dirac Sea. Xie Qingqing suddenly grabbed her wrist. The boy's palm was scorching hot. The dark gold patterns had spread to his fingertips. The ground is becoming quantumized. No sooner had he spoken when the land under their feet suddenly turned semi-transparent and gel-like. Countless luminescent roots intertwined below, each bearing cocoon-like pods the size of bells. Su Yao abruptly plunged the particle knife into the ground. Centered on the knife tip, silver-blue ripples radiated outward in all directions. The cocoons about to burst suddenly stilled, the footprint mark of Moo Moo on the hilt flashing 3 times. We have 3 minutes of safe time. Veins bulged at her temples. This forest is alive. It's deliberately letting us in. Suddenly, the swarm of fluorescent butterflies collectively shattered, their star dust coalescing into an arrow pointing upward. When Xie Linlin looked up, the galaxy vortex in her left eye seemed nearly detached. Hanging deep within the thick fog was half of a blood-stained swaddling cloth, identical to what she had seen earlier in the wormhole illusion. A kind of genetic primal tremor swept over her entire body, and she suddenly understood the smeared content in her mother's experimental log. Temporal counterflow symbiote. She murmured unconsciously, the star pattern crystal suddenly shooting out a beam of light. Illuminated by the light, countless infant palm prints floated in the mist, each fingerprint forming different star maps. The nearest print was bleeding, the blood flowing along invisible tracks towards the location of the swaddling cloth. Xie Qingqing suddenly grunted and fell to his knees. The outer layer of the protective force field was covered in web-like cracks, and the dark gold patterns on the boy's neck began to flow in reverse. The spatial curvature has exceeded the critical value. Gritting his teeth, he tore open his sleeve, revealing the protruding energy veins on his arm. Sister Su Yao? Take Sister Linlin first. The deafening buzzing suddenly drowned out the latter part of his sentence. The floating cocoons burst collectively, the sticky fog beginning to solidify into a gel-like substance. The particle knife in Su Yao's hand emitted a sharp alarm, and the baby footprints on the handle began to seep blood droplets. Xie Linlin saw that the umbilical cord mark on the inside of her wrist floated up, exactly the same as the one when Moo Moo was born. The star pattern crystal suddenly disintegrated automatically, transforming into thousands of luminous particles rushing toward the direction of the blood-stained swaddling cloth. At the moment 76 cocoons exploded simultaneously, Su Yao's particle knife burst with blinding strong light. The footprint mark of Moo Moo on the handle cracked into a spiderweb pattern, the floating blood droplets forming a countdown. Fall back. Xie Linlin grabbed the waistband of Xie Qingqing's protective suit, the star patterns on her fingertips suddenly burning hot. Her left eye's galaxy vortex expanded out of control, everything in her sight covered with pale blue quantum clouds. Not flying insects but countless twisted dark purple mists emerged from the broken cocoons. Xie Qingqing's protective force field groaned like strained metal. The dark gold patterns on the boy's neck had spread to his collarbone. Energy veins were pulsing under his skin. They're restructuring the space. Anomalies and entropy at 3 o'clock. Before he finished speaking, the first mist condensed into substance. A deep red insect the size of an adult palm flapped its wings towards them, its proboscis spraying greenish-black venom tracing a parabolic trajectory in the air. When the venom hit the ground, the quantum soil smoked black like it had been corroded by strong acid. It's a time-devouring bug. Su Yao swung her knife to split 3 flying insects apart, sparks flying where the blade met the insect wings. Don't let the venom touch your protective suit. The adventurer chip on the back of her neck flashed red as her mechanical eye instantly completed a 360-degree scan. Xie Linlin stepped back half a pace, her heels sinking into the suddenly softened ground. The newborn star pattern shield unfolded faster than thought, the faint golden light membrane enveloping all 3 of them. The 3 jets of venom splashed against the shield, spreading out like raindrops hitting glass. She surprisingly found that spiral gene patterns similar to those on the star pattern crystal floated on the surface of the shield. The highest density is at 10 o'clock. Xie Qingqing's pupils contracted to needlepoint size. The youth placed both hands on the protective force field generator, the dark gold patterns crawling along his wrist bones onto the operation panel. Sister Su Yao, an energy vacuum will appear in the southeast corner in 7 seconds. The swarm of flying insects suddenly changed formation. The initially chaotic attack trajectories began presenting Fibonacci spirals. Xie Linlin's shield buzzed under the pressure, and she clearly felt a connection beyond her 5 senses. Every time the insects changed position, ripples would correspondingly rise deep in her left eye's galaxy. They're not living creatures. Xie Linlin suddenly reached to touch her temple, the shield glowing brighter. 3 sneaking flying insects crashed into the sudden materialization of the light wall, instantly vaporizing into quantum dust. They are physical manifestations of space-time rifts. Su Yao cut through the string wave nodes in the 3rd quadrant with the particle knife. Upon hearing this, the female adventurer leapt into the air, her hydraulic device for the mechanical leg emitting an explosive sound. The silver-blue arc drawn by the particle knife precisely cut into the core of the swarm of flying insects, Moo Moo's blood droplets floating to form a Mobius ring. The severed insect swarm emitted high-frequency laments, while Xie Linlin's star pattern shield took the opportunity to expand, driving away all the mist within a radius of 5 meters. Xie Qingqing suddenly knelt down on one knee as smoke came out from the protective force field generator. The young man tore off the sleeve of his right arm. The exposed energy veins turned a dangerous deep purple. Underground. They're transferring their nest via quantum rootlets. Streams of data passed over Xia Linlin's iris, her newly awakened ability penetrating through the mist layers. She saw countless glowing veins intertwined beneath the earth, forming a honeycomb-like structure, with curled larval forms of spacetime rifts in each hexagonal cell room. The galaxy in her left eye suddenly reversed. She had a divine inspiration to bite her fingertip. Follow the blood butterflies. The blood drops shot out, crystallized into red coral, soon turning into fluorescent phoenix-tail butterflies. Su Yao's particle knife followed closely behind, slicing open the ground as the quantum soil rolled back like receding tides. As the trio fell along the underground corridor, Xia Linlin's shield automatically distorted into a spindle shape. Thousands of flying insects surged out from the depths of the nest, their venom eroding colorful spots on the protective cover. Xie Qingqing suddenly undid the collar of his protective suit. The dark gold patterns already covered his entire chest. Give me 30 seconds. The young man thrust both hands into the walls of the nest, forcefully connecting the surging energy veins with the quantum rootlets. Su Yao's mechanical eye suddenly overflowed with blood, but she laughed out loud. I see. She heavily plunged her particle knife into the junction created by Xie Qingqing, causing Mu Mu's blood bead mark to explode. Xia Linlin stretched out her arms amidst the energy storm, and the star-patterned shield instantaneously swallowed the core of the entire nest. She saw the projection of her mother's lab reappear again. The blood-stained swaddling cloth was floating in the quantum sea. When the devastating white light swallowed her vision, she finally heard the sentence erased from the experimental log. The umbilical cord of the temporally symbiotic body must be cut by twins connected by blood across time and space. Amidst the deafening roar, the nest transformed into a shower of luminous raindrops. Xia Linlin stumbled to the ground, noticing that the umbilical cord mark on the inside of her wrist had turned into a dark golden color. Su Yao was binding her seeping mechanical eye with a bandage, while the patterns on Xie Qingqing's neck had faded to light gold. Look ahead. The youth's hoarse voice carried an undertone of astonishment. At the edge of the forest where the mist had cleared, a majestic palace stood towering above the quantum clouds. 12 colossal pillars carved with star charts supported the Rue dome, each tile shimmering with constellations from different eons. The main doors of the palace flowed like liquid mercury, and the keyhole upon them resembled the shape of an infant's hand. Suddenly, the star pattern on Xia Linlin's chest began to flicker, as if breathing autonomously, perfectly resonating with a dormant frequency deep within the palace. She pressed her hand against the inexplicably burning umbilical cord mark and heard the cry of a baby carried by the quantum wind, identical to Mu Mu's cries on the day she was born. Chapter 96, Palace Mysteries. The crystal dome refracted 12 rings of star reflections. Xia Linlin's combat boots crushed the quantum frost flowers frozen on the steps. Her fingertips skimmed over the mercury-like substance flowing on the door, and suddenly the silver liquid transformed into countless tiny streams of data, pulsing in her palm to form 3 ancient stellar characters. Time reverser. Watch out. Su Yao's mechanical cybernetic eye suddenly emitted a red glow. Beneath their feet, circular light patterns illuminated as the entire tile floor unexpectedly sank without warning. Xia Linlin's tactical belt instantly shot out a magnetic rope, embedding itself into the wall, but it twisted into a pretzel shape within the quantum turbulence. She desperately gripped the engraved star patterns while the golden marks on her wrist suddenly erupted with scorching energy. It's a negative mass trap. With a dazzling trail carved by the gravitational vortex, Xie Qingqing's blade cut through the air. The youth thrust his blade into the ground cracks as dark matter energy surged from the blade edge, managing to create a half-meter safety zone amidst a force akin to a black hole. Su Yao's mechanical arm creaked and morphed. 6 titanium alloy probes deeply lodged themselves into the stone walls. Gravitational tidal peak will be reached in 3 seconds. Xia Linlin felt her internal organs almost squeezing out of her throat. The star pattern on her chest was resonating wildly with the gravitational waves. The pebbles sucked into the abyss were suspended in front of her eyes, abruptly forming broken holographic projections. Mu Mu, swaddled in a blanket, floating in the quantum sea with an umbilical cord entwined around 12 bronze star discs. We can't retreat. Clenching her teeth, she looped the magnetic rope around the fangs of a sculpted beast head. Along her spine, dark gold patterns spread into feather-shaped energy veins as her torn combat suit was pulled by the gravitational forces. Look at those rocks being sucked in. In the core of the vortex, sapphire bioluminescence flickered. Every fragment showed shadowy echoes from alternate timelines. There were images of Xie Qingqing's neck tattoos becoming fully blackened, scenes of Mu Mu inside an incubation pod, and ultimately settled on the moment of Mother's laboratory explosion. The woman in a white lab coat cradling the baby rushing into a time-space rift, with the same dark golden markings spreading across her face. Su Yao's mechanical arm abruptly spewed bright orange plumes. Grab onto me. Just as retractable hooks wrapped around Xia Linlin and Qingqing's waists, her quantum thrusters roared loudly. Like birds breaking free from a web, the 3 crashed toward the palace dome. Below them, the collapsed zone suddenly sealed shut, swallowing all remnants of the gravitational disturbance. Xia Linlin knelt on the crystal floor tiles, coughing violently, as dark gold patterns coalesced into constellations on the back of her hand. Xie Qingqing's glowing blade vibrated uncontrollably before her. 28 constellation marks appeared on the blade's surface, echoing those on the dome above. Do you too? Su Yao wiped blood seeping from her mechanical eye as its iris switched into spectral analysis mode. Don't this palace's structure resemble that of a womb? She pointed at the luminous energy flowing between the 12 pillars bearing star maps. These energy flows frequencies perfectly matched the monitoring data of Mumu's heartbeat. As if responding to her words, the infant palm print lock on the main gate overflowed with milk-white halos. Uncontrollably, Xia Linlin's mark adhered to the gate. In the moment the dark gold vein touched the luminous energy, the whole palace resounded with the deep sound of fetal heartbeats. The 10,000-year-old star charts on the walls lit up one after another, as 12 statues draped in stardust detached from the pillars. Their palms held star dials, which started rotating counterclockwise. Amidst the light beams projected from the crystal dome, a bronze cradle bound by quantum chains slowly emerged. That's Mumu's cry. Suddenly pressing her temples, Xia Qingqing saw ripples forming along the faint golden lines around her neck. Her glowing blade flew automatically towards the nearest statue. As the blade touched the star dial, translucent umbilical shadows appeared on everyone's wrists, connecting them to the bronze cradle above the dome. Xia Linlin's star marks pierced with pain. She observed how her umbilical shadows led to the baby at the moment of her mother's lab explosion. At the very moment the two shadows overlapped, the star map statues turned in unison. Their hollow sockets glowed with crimson lights. Su Yao's mechanical eye blared in alarm. Life-form energy response detected. Those reliefs. Before she could finish, the nearest star dial in the statue's hands exploded violently. The shards restructured mid-air into a wormhole vortex. A colossal claw covered with quantum scales protruded from the vortex, beneath which the broken floor tiles reverberated with an incessant sound of hard objects rubbing against each other. Pressing her palm to her star mark, Xia Linlin channeled dark gold energy along her umbilical shadow into the bronze cradle. Suddenly, 7 layers of protective fields descended from the projection of the dome, but disintegrated immediately upon contact with the massive claw, transforming into streams of data. In every fragment dispersing from the fields, she witnessed the fleeting images of her mother holding the infant and traversing through stargates. Prepare for temporal jump. Su Yao's mechanical arm unfolded into a honeycomb shield, while the 6 miniature black hole generators began overloading. Xia Qingqing's glowing blade was etched into the ground, drawing a teleportation matrix. The golden patterns on the youth's neck had already spread to his collarbone. Sis Linlin, which umbilical cord should we sever? From deep within the palace came the sound of a bronze cradle cracking, and the 12 divine statues simultaneously raised their star dials. In the instant that the force field completely collapsed, Xia Linlin saw 2 shadows of umbilical cords intertwining before her eyes, one wrapping around Mumu's swaddling clothes, while the other disappeared into the space-time rift where her mother had vanished. The moment the teleportation blue light engulfed everyone, Xia Linlin's star patterns suddenly reflected terrifying images. Those shattered divine statue fragments were autonomously reassembling, the star dial shards transforming into spears, and blood seeping out from the starry animal carvings on the murals. Her final glimpse at the dome's star chart showed a change. The star clusters originally symbolizing rebirth twisted into a constellation shaped like a weapon of slaughter. Before the quantum teleportation blue glow had fully dissipated, the carved pillars trembled and cracked with spiderweb-like patterns. The star dial fragments scattered on the floor floated and reassembled, the broken remnants of the 12 divine statues rising from the ground, with cracks oozing dark red energy liquid. Taking half a step back, Xia Linlin felt her combat boot heel bump against a wriggling metal mass. The crushed floor tiles from earlier were automatically piecing themselves together into mechanical spiders. Defensive formation. Su Yao's mechanical arm clicked open to form a honeycomb shield, 6 hovering artillery platforms rotating and locking onto targets. Xia Qingqing's glowing blade emitted a high-frequency hum, the golden patterns on the youth's neck shining so brightly they were blinding. These fragments are absorbing the palace's energy. Before he could finish speaking, 3 reassembled divine statue guards thundered to the ground. Their defective heads glowed with crimson electronic eyes, and the star dial fragments in their hands reformed into particle spears. At the very moment the first spear point pierced through the shield, Xia Linlin's dark gold patterns spread along the ground, forming a star point array at Su Yao's feet. A 360-degree no-dead angle attack. Su Yao's mechanical eye flashed wildly, reassembling the shield fragments into an electromagnetic net at her fingertips. Xia Qingqing's glowing blade drew a golden arc, severing the second incoming spear, but the splashing dark red energy liquid corroded the ground into a black hole. Suddenly gripping her temples, Xia Linlin noticed how those piercing metallic grinding sounds resonated in her ears as some kind of pulse signal. The star map patterns on her wrist suddenly projected 3-dimensional star tracks, encircling the nearest divine statue guard. Stop! Instinctively reaching out to clench her hand. Dark gold energy flowed along the star track into the guard's core, its electronic eyes turning a startling shade of blue, striking back with its spear into a companion's chest cavity. The explosive shockwave flipped up Xia Linlin's tactical visor, showing the star pattern on her palm blinking in sync with the guard's core. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yao cast a gravity anchor rope. Beautiful. How long can you control it? 30 seconds. Xia Linlin felt like her nerves were being pricked by millions of steel needles. The controlled divine statue guard attacked its own kind ferociously, yet the dark gold energy visibly receded. Xia Qingqing suddenly leapt onto the damaged giant pillar of the star chart, his blade slicing through the energy flow dropping from the dome. Their cores are located at the third section of the spine. Rainbow-colored energy liquid poured down like a heavy rain. Xia Linlin dodged and rolled under the corrosive liquid. Her left sleeve of the combat suit was burned through, revealing the dark gold patterns on her bare forearm, which inexplicably absorbed the splashed energy liquid. When the seventh guardian emerged from the ground, she suddenly grabbed Xia Qingqing's wrist. "Can I borrow your blade for a moment?" Without hesitation, the young man threw the weapon over. Xia Linlin infused dark gold energy into the blade, and as she leaped, the star patterns behind her condensed into wings of light. The moment the glowing blade pierced into the guardian's spine, a heart-wrenching wail echoed throughout the entire palace. The core exposed burst into 12-sided crystal nuclei, which hovered and crazily spun in midair. Energy resonance. Su Yao's mechanical arm shot out a laser cutter. Destroy the structure of the crystal nuclei. But instead of following this suggestion, Xia Linlin rushed toward the rain of crystal nuclei. Her star patterns strangely resonated with the crystal nuclei, causing these lethal polyhedrons to swarm toward her as if drawn back to a nest. When the dark gold patterns climbed up her neck, she suddenly pressed both hands on the ground. All the crystal nuclei simultaneously exploded into light dust, resembling a meteor shower flowing backward into the ground crack. The surviving guardians froze collectively, their electronic eyes flickering uncertainly. Xia Qingqing took the chance to stab through 3 more husks with his glowing blade. Gasping for breath while pointing at the crystal nucleus remains, the energy source is underground. Su Yao's mechanical foot launched a drill head, but upon touching the ground, it was repelled. Quantum encryption layer. She pulled up a holographic projection, 30 meters underground. There was a luminous energy cluster in the shape of an infant wrapped in swaddling clothes. We need star pattern resonance. Xia Linlin's combat suit had been corroded to shreds. She pressed her bleeding star pattern palm onto the ground, the dark gold energy spreading downward like tree roots going wild. As the floor melted into a liquid state, everyone witnessed a breathtaking sight. Thousands of crystal nuclei composed a fetus figure, the umbilical cord connecting to 12 bronze incubators. That's Mumu's energy frequency. Xia Qingqing's glowing blade suddenly flew out of control, embedding itself at the fetus heart position. The palace was flooded with dark red warning lights as the deactivated guards suddenly began to dissolve, their bodies turning into blood water that seeped into the ground cracks. Xia Linlin gripped the falling light blade, and star pattern energy surged along the edge, splitting through the quantum encryption layer. The energy fetus emitted a shrill cry akin to an infant's wail. In the moment the light blade severed the umbilical cord, all the bronze incubators simultaneously exploded, showering starlight that flushed the remains of the guards into powder. The dome star map suddenly projected streams of golden light rain, while the eroded floor tiles began to self-repair themselves. Life sign scan complete. Su Yao's mechanical eye restored its azure glow. Palace energy has decreased by 67%. She wiped the energy liquid from her face and chuckled. That star nucleus resonance move earlier could earn me brags in the black market for 3 years. Xia Linlin knelt on the restored glassine flooring as the dark gold patterns gradually retreated back to her wrists. Xia Qingqing silently bandaged her wound, but when his fingertip gold patterns touched her star patterns, they sparked small bursts of star-like explosions in the air. When the last trace of alarm sound faded, Su Yao suddenly pointed towards the depths of the palace. The repaired columns automatically moved aside, revealing an indigo energy barrier. As the trio approached, the barrier rippled like water, exposing a 100-meter-tall bronze gate behind it. The inscriptions carved onto the gates were hybrids of star charts and genetic chains. Every time one focused on them, the lines would twist and reform into different shapes. At the moment Xia Linlin reached out to touch it, her dark gold star patterns detached from her skin, spinning before the gate to form the shape of a rotating Klein bottle model. Space-time anchor verification failed. An ancient mechanical voice echoed from inside the door. Detected the fracture of the maternal gene chain. Su Yao's disassembly tools were instantly deflected upon touching the seam of the gate. Quantum-level encryption. It incorporates technology from at least 20 civilizations, she said, switching 17 scanning modes with her mechanical eye. Wait, the arrangement of these runes. Xia Qingqing suddenly clutched his pulsating temple. The golden patterns on the youth's neck extended to behind his ears, his light blade chopping uncontrollably into the void. Wherever the blade slashed, the bronze gate's surface oozed fresh red liquid, and the runes began to rotate counterclockwise. Don't touch. Xia Linlin grabbed the young man's wrist. When her star patterns came in contact with the liquid coating the gate, the entire palace trembled violently. Dark gold patterns traced baby palm print outlines across the gate. Just as the outline was about to close, the shattered remnants of 12 divine statues emerged from underground and formed a bloody warning emblem before the gate. The energy barrier strengthened abruptly, flinging the 3 of them several meters backward. As Xia Linlin propped herself up, she noticed a countdown appearing in the center of the bronze gate. Numbers composed of stardust were counting down from 12, each shift accompanied by collapse, sounds coming from different sections of the palace. Su Yao's mechanical arm shot out a stabilizing anchor. It's a self-destruction program. Xia Qingqing's glowing blade carved a teleportation matrix into the ground, golden patterns already spreading across half of his face. Should we force our way through? But Xia Linlin stared intently at the palm print becoming clearer on the gate. When the countdown hit 7, she suddenly pressed her star-patterned hand onto Xia Qingqing's back, allowing the dark gold energy to flow through the boy's golden patterns into the teleportation matrix. In the instant the quantum light illuminated, she caught a glimpse of what leaked out from the bronze gate seams. Half of an umbilical cord coiled around a star dial, with an end tied to a scientist's nameplate, stained with blood. Through the intense brightness of the teleportation light, Xia Linlin clearly saw the frozen writing on the nameplate. The name covered in blood was one she had seen in her mother's lab archives before she crossed timelines. As the energy turbulence began tearing apart consciousness, she felt the star patterns on her wrist tremble like a fetal movement, as if invisible hands were guiding her wrist to press a palm print on the bronze gate. Chapter 97. The Secret Behind the Bronze Door. When the countdown of stardust on the bronze door shifted to 6, Xia Linlin's fingertips were brushing over the quantum patterns at the edge of the door. The flowing dark golden runes wrapped around her star patterns like living creatures, rippling tiny energy waves across her skin. These aren't defensive runes. She spoke suddenly as a burst of purple light from her fingertip scorched a mark on the bronze surface. This is a password lock, a quantum key woven with mental force. Su Yao's mechanical arm popped out a triangular prism scanner with a soft click, and a pale blue beam scanned the umbilical cord seeping from the door seam. The scan shows biomaterial resonance behind the door. This door is breathing. Suddenly she grabbed Xia Linlin's wrist. Her mechanical joints buzzed warning sounds. Your vital signs are in quantum entanglement. Xia Linlin shook off the scanner as tiny starlight exuded from her forehead. As she fully overlaid her star patterns onto the bronze surface, the dormant patterns from 10,000 years ago came alive. Dark golden runes spiraled upward along her arms, converging into 12 spinning star charts on her collarbone. Agony erupted instantly. Quantum information streams encrypted in 7 layers pierced her brain domain like sharp spikes, causing Xia Linlin to stumble backward and collide with the door. Myriad ghostly eyes appeared on the bronze surface, each gaze accompanied by murmurs transcending space and time. She heard the roaring of ancient starships blending with an infant's cry, saw cultivation chambers floating throughout the galaxy, filled with clones resembling her own face. Linin, the light blade wielded by Xia Qingqing abruptly extinguished, blood trickling from his golden-patterned right cheek. While the transit matrix cracked under the tremor of the 5 countdown, he erected the remaining energy as a shield covering his trembling sister. Su Yao's mechanical armor projected 6 stabilization anchors, forming triangular force fields under the collapsing dome. She bit open the backup energy valve and threw a pale violet neural link cable to Xia Linlin. Connect to my central nervous system. Share 50% of the pain. Xia Linlin snapped the link cable, and her star-patterned palm suddenly inserted into her temple. Purple gold cerebrospinal fluid dripped down through her fingers, etching burning trails on the bronze door. Don't come closer. This is a Star Spirit Clan's spiritual trial. Each word she uttered tightened the contracting umbilical cord seeping from the door gap. Must resonate at the primordial frequency. When the countdown hit 3, the foundation of the palace began to quantitatively collapse. In the depths of Xia Linlin's pupils, starbursts exploded, revealing those pieces of encrypted information devouring her brain marrow. She saw the embryo cultivation chamber flickering in her mother's laboratory, every plaque engraved with the same star code as her own. So this is how it is. Her bloodied fingers suddenly pierced into the palm print groove on the bronze door. The star patterns on her wrists pulsed rhythmically with the fetal heartbeat. It's not about solving the password, but proving. The dark golden energy transformed into an umbilical-like link, connecting the door with her uterus location. As the colossal bronze doors opened with a roar, what surged out wasn't physical space, but countless suspended star disk embryos. Each embryo was linked by a broken umbilical cord, its end plates flipping butterfly-like in the quantum storm. Welcome home, experimental subject number 121. The electronic voice reverberating from the void overlapped with her mother's tone, while Xia Linlin, amidst chaotic energy flows, clutched the blood-stained plaque. Upon recognizing the scratched maternal genome source, inscription next to the identification number, the star patterns on her wrists spontaneously extended photon umbilical cords, pulling the nearest star disk embryo into her embrace. At the moment the countdown reached 0, Su Yao's mechanical armor shattered into fireworks behind her. Xia Linlin glanced back before falling into the star disk vortex, seeing the gold patterns fully covering Xia Qingqing's face as the youth, before transforming into light particles, shouted something that seemed like. Just as the tail sound was swallowed by the energy turmoil, all the embryos inside the door simultaneously opened their dark golden pupils. A heartbeat echoed from the life support capsule held tightly in Xia Linlin's arms, while the star patterns on her wrist flashed in sync with the fetal heartbeat rhythm. While the star dust from the shattered bronze doors still hovered in the air, the cry of the embryo in Xia Linlin's arms abruptly turned into a high-frequency scream. Violet-red electrical arcs spurted from the remnants of Su Yao's exploded mechanical armor, interconnecting the floating star disk embryos into a web-like cage. Beware of dark matter tides. When Xia Qingqing reformed from light particles, his left arm had crystallized into a gold-patterned armor. His swung blade cleaved through the energy streams rushing towards Su Yao, only to see the severed star dust twist into humanoid shapes. 12 semi-transparent energy ghosts emerged from the rune fissures, carrying fragments of the quantum storm, occasionally turning into enormous pythons coiling the dome, other times splitting into glowing particle swarms. Suddenly, the star patterns on Xia Linlin's wrist contracted, compressing the embryo in her arms into pendant size, which she stuffed into her neckline. She tore 3 photon umbilical cords and tossed them towards Su Yao. Catch them. Use the jump anchor to stabilize the spacetime node. The mechanic somersaulted in midair to catch the umbilical cord, and the pale purple neural link cable suddenly pierced her carotid artery autonomously. Su Yao groaned as she inserted the stabilizing anchor into the quantum-structured ground. 6 mechanical legs sprayed antimatter flames. These things are reading our combat memories. As if confirming her judgment, the energy ghost that was wrestling with Xie Qingqing suddenly split into 2 mirror images. The palm of the ghost on the left side blossomed with a golden light blade identical to the youth's, while the mechanical armor of the ghost on the right ejected the same triangular prism scanner as Su Yao's. Xie Linlin took half a step back and collided with the trembling bronze fragments, discovering that her star patterns were resonating with the ghost cluster. It's not just reading, it's replicating. She suddenly inserted her star pattern hand into her abdomen, pulling out a glowing umbilical cord to wrap around Xie Qingqing's ankle. Follow my energy frequency. The intense pain made the dual illusions in her field of vision even clearer. Xie Linlin saw a star pattern brand floating at the core of the ghost cluster, identical to hers, those dark golden runes greedily devouring the scattered energies from their battle. When one ghost transformed into her holding a knife towards Xie Qingqing, an insight suddenly came to her, and she spread her 5 fingers. Come here. The bloodstained star patterns erupted with a black hole-like suction force, shattering the entire light sword materialized by the ghost. Purple golden energy flowed through the umbilical cord into her body, causing the starlight between her eyebrows to surge dramatically, forming a rotating miniature nebula above her head. Su Yao's mechanical armor emitted a shrill warning. Her cellular activity has exceeded the critical limit. Keep luring them to me. Xie Linlin spun to dodge 3 beams of energy, directly penetrating the quantum core of a ghost with her star-patterned hand. The absorbed ghosts exploded into light rain, coalescing behind her into physical light wings. These are the Star Spirit Clan's energy storage units. Xie Qingqing. Hearing this, the youth flipped in midair, his light blade accurately piercing into the 3rd rib node of some ghost's energy matrix. The bursting golden spots were entirely absorbed by Xie Linlin's light wings. Su Yao seized the moment to throw the neural link cables to entangle 3 ghosts. Come here. The battle momentum suddenly reversed. Whenever the ghosts attempted to replicate their combat methods, Xie Linlin could always predict the energy nodes in advance. She seemed like an unrelenting swallowing vortex. As her light wings proliferated with absorbed energy, they finally formed 12 overlapping luminous wheels behind her. When she pressed the last ghost against the fractured bronze slab by its throat, the entire space's quantum tremors ceased abruptly. Xie Linlin's light wings folded into a cocoon, compressing the ghost into a pulsing energy nucleus before swallowing it. At the instant of swallowing, the star charts on her collarbone lit up completely, projecting stereoscopic starship structure diagrams onto her skin. The password is the retrograde phase star orbit. Her bloodied fingertips suddenly pierced into the mechanical armor interface of Su Yao. Help me connect to 3 seconds of void computing power. Still recovering from the shared pain sensation, the mechanic's body executed the command autonomously. 300 nanoprobes shot out from her spine, weaving a network of nerve currents around Xie Linlin. When the inverted starship projection coincided with the runes on the fractured bronze plate, the originally collapsing energy gate reorganized into a rotating Mobius ring. The moment Xie Linlin pulled the other 2 into the inner vortex of the gate, she heard the cries of embryos echoing from deep within the void. The energy tree started growing from the retina. At the moment of their fall, Xie Linlin's star patterns touched a certain soft barrier first. Countless luminous roots drilled out from the void, climbing and growing along her light wings. When her vision refocused, they were floating inside a colossal tree spanning 12-dimensional quadrants. This is Xie Qingqing's gold-patterned armor peeled off piece by piece in the energy flow, revealing the startled face of the youth. Each branch supported spinning star systems. The leaves were folded space stations, and what flowed through the wood grain wasn't sap, but condensed dark energy. Xie Linlin's light wings suddenly exploded entirely. Energy roots surged furiously through her star patterns all over her body, transforming the battle scars into flowing spots of light. Su Yao's mechanical armor decomposed and reformed itself automatically, with nanoclusters greedily consuming the scattered energy crystals. This energy is rewriting my gene chain. Don't resist. Xie Linlin's voice carried triple resonance. Her irises had turned into rotating nebulae. This is the inheritance of the Stars Spirit Clan. The moment the first energy root pierced her uterus position, the entire spacetime echoed with the rumbling of fetal heartbeats. Suspended at the center of the trunk, Xie Linlin watched her star patterns fully fuse with the tree veins. Those fragmented memories that had troubled her for so long suddenly became clear. The embryo chambers in her mother's lab, the clone code on the bronze door, the flashing genetic chart deep in the starship. At the peak of the energy surge, she saw every blood vessel in her body transform into a galaxy. Xie Qingqing and Su Yao's startled cries grew distant as some kind of transcendent dimensional perception bloomed at the tips of her nerves. When she casually flicked her fingers, 3 collapsing micro-universes were born and annihilated in the palm of her hand. Sis. Xie Qingqing's voice trembled with awe. The youth looked up at Xie Linlin encased in the cocoon of light. The golden patterns had spread deep into her pupils. Right now, you resemble the creator god from the interstellar legends. As Su Yao reassembled her 7th-generation mechanical armor, it suddenly knelt. Nanoclusters formed the attire of ancient star spirit pilgrims. The energy tree is bowing to you through me. This armor now recognizes you as the core processor. Xia Linlin lightly touched down, and where her toes met the trunk, stellar bouquets immediately sprouted. She could clearly perceive every vein of the energy tree, the roots flowing through the 11th dimensional space, and the dormant star spirit heritage hidden in the folds of spacetime. When her gaze fell upon Xie Qingqing, the youth's damaged body was instantly repaired by golden energy. This isn't the end. She suddenly furrowed her brow, looking deeper into the trunk, where the residual energy from her light wings formed a strange vortex. Someone is watching us. The lingering joy hadn't faded when a chill crept up her spine along the fused star veins. Xia Linlin shielded the other two behind her, pressing her star-patterned hand against the trembling trunk. In the very core of the energy tree's growth rings, a pair of dark gold pupils gazed at them through 12 dimensions. That gaze carried a familiar genetic frequency, but had more warmth of flesh than the electronic tones beyond the bronze door. The energy tree suddenly contracted violently, with all branches bowing toward the direction of the pupils. The star patterns on Xia Linlin's wrist erupted with an unprecedented fetal movement frequency, and the embryo pendant she kept close to her person suddenly transmitted a heartbeat perfectly synchronized with those pupils. Chapter 98. The Trial. The moment the dark gold pupils rotated, the gravity field of the entire star domain began to distort. Xia Linlin's star pattern on her wrist suddenly twisted into thorns, drawing fine beads of blood on her skin. She clenched the embryo pendant in her palm and discovered that the veins flowing with stardust were forming quantum entanglement with her pupils. Step back. The branches of the energy tree suddenly grew into a cage. Su Yao's alloy dagger struck against the vines, sparking whooshing. This tree is protecting that monster. Deep within the trunk came the sticky sound of flesh growing, and the 12 dimensions peeled away like an onion. What first pierced through the void was a mechanical prosthetic limb covered in glowing runes. The metal joints inscribed with Star Spirit Tribe sacrificial totems grabbed at spatial creases, forcefully dragging the entire body into the three-dimensional world. In the instant Mo Ying landed, Xia Linlin caught a whiff of the electronic storm from behind the bronze door. The man's left eye was a mechanical body pulsing with streams of code, while his right eye was precisely the same dark gold pupil deep within the tree trunk. He wore a withered star flower pinned at his military uniform collar, the edges of its petals still slowly collapsing into miniature black holes. The legacy of the Star Spirit Tribe should not be defiled by humans. Mo Ying's voice resonated with genetic hums as the suppression chip on Xia Linlin's nape suddenly began to heat up. As he raised his hand, all the light particles of the star domain converged into a spear of judgment, especially thieves who steal the sacred tree embryo. Xia Linlin pressed the wildly throbbing embryo pendant, as the root system of the energy tree suddenly formed a throne beneath her feet. Countless star veins emerged from the cracks in her armor, weaving a radiant crown on her forehead. And what if I say this tree chose us itself? The spear of judgment crashed down, but upon touching the crown, it instantly transformed into a swarm of fluttering light butterflies. Xie Qingqing's mechanical arms suddenly uncontrollably deformed and recombined, revealing a particle cannon engraved with star spirit writings. Sister Linlin, he's rewriting my genetic code. Su Yao threw an electromagnetic chain that wrapped around Mo Ying's ankle, but upon contact, tumors sprouted on the chain. Watch out for parasitic spores. Xia Linlin waved her light wings, raising a quantum storm that blew those wriggling biological tissues toward Mo Ying. You keep talking about protecting the legacy, but why are there biochemical weapons hidden within the sacred tree roots? Mo Ying's mechanical eye suddenly overflowed with dark red liquid, which turned into roaring star beasts upon landing. Xia Linlin suddenly noticed the bloodstains seeping from the sleeve of his military uniform. It wasn't the bright red of human blood, but rather the golden-tinged blood of the Star Spirit Tribe. Aren't you the real traitor? She deliberately let the star vein wrap around his injured arm. The sacred tree resists your touch. Those worshipping branches aren't bowing, but suppressing you. This statement seemed to trigger some kind of switch, as the space behind Mo Ying suddenly cracked open into bloody red fissures. Xia Linlin saw thousands of incubation pods floating in the fissure. Each pod contained glowing objects highly similar to the embryo pendant. And at the very center, a boy whose face resembled Mo Ying's lay curled up inside the central pod. I see. Xia Linlin's fingertips traced over the vibrating embryo pendant as realization dawned upon her features. You're not the guardian, but rather a failed product rejected by the sacred tree. These embryos are all human-shaped keys you've created, but none have passed the sacred tree certification. Mo Ying's pupils abruptly contracted, and his entire right arm suddenly mutated into a tentacle filled with sharp spikes. At this point, Xie Qingqing's particle cannon completed its charging, while Su Yao's dagger cut through the air, producing an electric arc that severed the energy field. Xia Linlin's crown on her forehead blossomed with a supernova-like radiance. Her light wings unfurled layer by layer, each feather shimmering with moving star charts. Let me guess. She held the embryo pendant aloft amidst the storm, as the heartbeat it emitted resonated with the sacred tree's root system. What you truly desire is this one successful test subject, isn't it? The energy tree suddenly let out a deafening wail, all its branches beginning to grow inversely. Cracks resembling a spider web appeared beneath Mo Ying's feet, while the embryo pendant in Xia Linlin's hand pulsed with infant-like energy waves in rhythm with the spreading cracks. Crimson spots wildly proliferated in Mo Ying's mechanical eyes, causing the star flower at his military uniform collar to abruptly collapse into a mini-singularity. The suppression chip at Xia Linlin's nape emitted a mournful metallic deformation sound, and sudden encrypted star maps flashed across her retina in 37 layers. Adjust the particle cannon to the 45 degrees star orbit. She shattered the coagulated blood droplets on her wrist, splashing them into navigation coordinates in the vacuum. Xia Qingqing's mechanical arm emitted a crisp gear-meshing sound, and the overloaded cannon discharged just past the sacred tree's roots toward Mo Ying's left shoulder, where a patch of reverse-growing scale tissue was emitting an ethereal blue fluorescence. Mo Ying's tentacles melted into quantum dust in the cannon fire, while Su Yao took the chance to throw the electromagnetic chain into the gap of code flow in his mechanical eye. The sizzling tumors climbed along the chain, but when they touched her wrist, they were burned into ashes by the star veins flickering under Xia Linlin's fingertips. It's now. Xia Linlin's diadem on her forehead suddenly peeled off into 12 rhombus fragments, which spun and embedded into the annular grooves of the energy tree. The wailing sound emitted by the embryo pendant broke through dimensional barriers, and the web-like space cracks beneath Mo Ying's feet began to inversely devour his body. The dark gold pupil in his right eye suddenly fell off, turning into a burning key of a stargate. Xia Linlin's light wings uncontrollably pierced into the void, pulling out a bronze compass carved with Star's spirit tribe forbidden symbols from the cracks. The moment the compass needle coincided with the embryo pendant, the gravity coefficient of the entire star domain started to exponentially surge. Do you think that analyzing the genetic code will enable you to control the sacred tree? Mo Ying's body, swallowed up to his waist by the space cracks, suddenly froze as the golden blood flowing out of his military uniform sleeves turned back into strings, playing an eerie requiem in the vacuum. Let me teach you what true. His words were torn apart by the quantum storm, and Xia Qingqing's particle cannon eventually broke through the energy field restriction. Xia Linlin's pupils suddenly contracted. Those annihilation beams blasting towards Mo Ying's core were refracting shadows of infant handprints on the surface of the compass. Hold your fire. She whipped out her light wings to wrap around Xia Qingqing's mechanical arm, but it was too late. At the instant the annihilation beam touched the chest of Mo Ying, the bronze compass suddenly opened 360 compound eyes. Xia Linlin's embryo pendant transmitted intense fetal movement, and the root system of the energy tree began to inversely entangle her ankles. Mo Ying's ruined face twisted into a smirk as the fallen mechanical eye exploded into a scarlet-red spore cloud in midair. Su Yao slashed at the nearest spores with her alloy dagger, yet the blade passed through the shadow, directly plunging into Xia Linlin's shoulder blade. While everyone stared in shock, their attacks began uncontrollably turning against their companions. Cognitive pollution. Bearing severe pain, Xia Linlin crushed 3 star vein crystals, and the burst strong light temporarily solidified the expansion of the spore cloud. She suddenly noticed the star map appearing on the back of the bronze compass, which was clearly the energy fluctuation curve captured by the ward monitor during Mumu's birth. When the 7th wave of spore clouds enveloped memory fragments, Xia Linlin made a startling move. She actively tore open the protective layer of her combat uniform, exposing the Star Spirit Tribe birthmark appearing on her chest. It was the glowing palm print the baby unconsciously pressed onto her chest while she was feeding him 3 days ago. The wildly proliferating spore clouds suddenly collectively changed direction, rushing toward that glowing palm mark like pilgrims. For the first time, Mo Ying's howl mixed with terror. How could you possibly bear? Taking advantage of this moment, Xia Linlin pressed the embryo pendant into the birthmark, and the root system of the energy tree instantly wove into the ghostly image of a nursing woman on her back. Under the matriarchal totem, the gravity field of the entire star domain temporarily recovered balance, and Su Yao's chain finally succeeded in wrapping around Mo Ying's neck. It's over. Lifting her hand to condense a star vein spear, Xia Linlin saw galactic material flows gushing out from Mo Ying's severed neck. Those twinkling stardust particles formed the scene of her drunkenness on the night she crossed dimensions in midair. Behind the bar, neon lights clearly fluttered the same dark golden pupil. The branches of the energy tree gently extended to enfold everyone. Before Xia Linlin could react, she glimpsed the warning wordlessly uttered by Mo Ying's remaining lips. The embryo pendant held in her arms trembled faintly, emitting laughter, whereas the star domain beneath their feet faded into the grid background pattern of an old-fashioned holographic projection. Sister Linlin. Xia Qingqing's exclamation sounded as if coming from deep underwater, and the dagger thrown by Su Yao hovered in the air, starting to pixelate and disintegrate. Xia Linlin attempted to activate the star vein, but found her hands becoming semi-transparent data streams. The last thing she saw was millions of bronze flower buds suddenly blooming on the branches of the energy tree, each petal reflecting different versions of herself across various timelines. Chapter 99, Cognitive Contamination. A bronze glow scorched intricate cracks onto Xia Linlin's retina, while data streams climbed along her translucent arms. Su Yao's dagger shattered into blue light particles in the pixel storm. As Xia Qingqing pulled her back, the heels of her military boots were melting into tar-like code. Gravitational parameter disorder. The silver light of data streams rippled in Xia Qingqing's irises, and the family totem on the boy's neck suddenly lit up. Sister Linlin, energy density anomaly at 3 o'clock. Xia Linlin pressed the embryo pendant against her birthmark, and a shadowy figure of a lactating woman flickered behind her. As the residual galactic material of the ink shadows passed over the edge of the projection, she suddenly smelled a rustiness that shouldn't have been in the tequila from the night she crossed. It was the metallic smell peculiar to the roots of the energy tree. Don't trust your eyes. Su Yao broke her hairband, winding it around their wrists. The iron lock chain moaned in the data storm. Back then, when we encountered a space fold in the shattered star belt, illusions loved to attack. Her words were interrupted by the sudden materialization of a memory. Xia Linlin saw the hospital corridor on her 18th birthday spread out in the star field, the antiseptic smell mixed with the sharp odor of mechanical lubricant. Her, in the patient gown, was curled up on the bench, holding a swaddling cloth that continuously leaked data streams. It's cognitive contamination. Xia Qingqing's warning carried an electric crackle. A hexagonal protective matrix lit up in the palm of the young man, but as it touched the memory projection, burn marks appeared on his hand. These scenes will extract our... Xia Linlin's temples pulsed. When she clearly saw the dark golden pupils between the infant's brows and the swaddling cloth, the embryo pendant let out a shrill cry. Energy tree branches penetrated the space-time barrier, shoving a cold metal object into her trembling palm. A half-broken pocket watch with ancient Earth inscriptions before the establishment of the Galactic Alliance. Xia Linlin. Su Yao's roar shattered the materializing delivery room scene. The mechanical eye of the female adventurer erupted with supernova-like brilliance, temporarily solidifying the boiling data flow around them. Look at the root system of the energy tree. Millions of luminous roots were weaving a stellar domain model. Xia Linlin suddenly realized that the arrangement pattern of those bronze buds was exactly the same as the flashing frequency of the neon lights in the bar on the night she crossed. When a bud suddenly burst open on one branch, she saw herself 23 hours ago adding energy agents to the whiskey. Time anchor point. Her body went cold as she touched her birthmark, and the laugh of the embryo pendant suddenly became clear. Qingqing. Convert the protective matrix into a Mobius topology. The boy bit his tongue and sprayed a crimson mist, forming a scarlet geometric body wildly reconfiguring in the void. Xia Linlin pressed the pocket watch fragment into the groove patterns on Su Yao's chains. Instantly, a galaxy-orbiting hologram appeared on the surface of the black iron. The hairbands on their wrists caught fire, transforming into 3 interwoven Klein blue arcs of light. The energy tree trembled with pleasure. As Xia Linlin extended her hand to touch the nearest bronze bud, the silent warning from before the ink shadows dissipated finally appeared on her retina. Beware of the moon during lactation. Xia Linlin's fingertips traced ripples through space-time across the bronze bud's surface, and the burning sensation on her birthmark abruptly turned into icy pain. She watched the hospital corridor from her 18th year begin to pixelate and peel off. The fragments of memory reorganized themselves within the data storm into the ring patterns of the energy tree's growth rings. Reverse the Mobius loop. Su Yao's mechanical eye emitted pulse beams of light, causing the star charts projected on the black iron chains to rotate in reverse. Xia Qingqing coughed blood as he rewrote the protective matrix into a Klein bottle structure. The tar-like codes devouring the boots screeched sharply. The root system of the energy tree wove a bronze compass in the void. Xia Linlin noticed that each mark represented fragments of her memories since crossing timelines. When the pointer stopped at the moment the neon lights exploded in the bar, the embryo pendant projected a holographic image of a lactating woman. It was her mother, someone she had never met. The cognitive anchor is here. Xia Linlin drove the pocket watch fragment into the heart of the projection. The milk made of galactic matter suddenly filled the cracks in the data flow. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yao flung her chains. The celestial charts on the surface of the black iron precisely captured the collapsing gravitational parameters. The space-time trembled amidst the cries of breastfeeding. Xia Linlin watched as the leftover energy of the ink shadows transformed into silvery colostrum flowing backward along the leaves of the energy tree into the bronze buds. When the first bud blossomed into a quantum rose, the illusion finally revealed its true form. They stood inside the weakest annular fissure of the energy tree. Right now, the totem on Xia Qingqing's neck lit up brilliantly like a supernova. The boy tore open the protective matrix and pushed all 3 of them into the core of the flower. Countless crystal clusters of memory flew past in the azure corridor. Xia Linlin detected the hidden spatiotemporal coordinates in the tequila from the day she crossed. As the intense bronze glow faded, they fell onto the amber altar at the core of the energy tree. The extraordinary treasure suspended beneath the crystalline dome was inhaling and exhaling nebulae. It was a nursing bottle inlaid with dark golden pupils, its galactic material resonating with Xia Linlin's birthmark. Star Core Nurser. Su Yao's mechanical cybernetic eye flashed with database light streams. It can extract stellar embryos. Her voice was cut off by a sudden phase dagger attack as Luo Chen's figure emerged from the quantum foam. The interstellar treasure hunter's dark matter net covered the altar while Xia Linlin noticed the pocket watch fragment heating up uncontrollably. Luo Chen's phase boots crushed space-time amber, his greedy eyes locking onto the nursing bottle. Hand over the star core, and maybe I'll let you. Su Yao's chains suddenly tangled with the dark matter net, the black iron colliding with the nebula producing supernova sparks. Taking advantage of the distraction, Xia Qingqing rewrote the protective matrix into a pulse blade, but was burned on the wrist by sudden flames of ash as he swung at Luo Chen. Watch out for antimatter backlashes. Xia Linlin pulled back the young man as the nursing bottle suddenly ejected Milky Way colostrum. Luo Chen's phase armor began melting under the star core radiation, but he grinned wickedly as he tore open a spatial capsule. Do you think only you guys can play space-time tricks? The energy tree rings suddenly glowed with bloodlight as Xia Linlin's birthmark throbbed with labor-like pain. When the nursing bottle's dark golden pupil reflected 7 lunar phases, The silent warning before the ink shadows dissipated exploded across her retina. That truth folded within the space-time crease now revealed its fangs through the Inferno Wind Legion summoned by Luo Chun. Chapter 100, Star Nucleus Incubator. Xia Linlin's combat suit moaned under the dark matter net. Su Yaoxuan iron chains suddenly stretched into sharp angles. When the dark gold pupils reflected the third moon phase, the blood drops seeping from the energy tree rings suddenly floated into a star chart. Star Nucleus Incubator reaches critical value of 87%. Xia Qingqing screamed as she threw out an impulse blade. The flying blades cut through the antimatter aftermath, but were blasted into photon dust before touching Luo Chun by Yan Feng's hand cannon. The residual image of the shadow dissipating scorched warning patterns on Xia Linlin's retina. She quickly retreated holding the hot baby bottle. The moment the phase dagger grazed her ear, the fragments of the pocket watch suddenly projected a hexagonal light cage that froze Luo Chen's quantum leap trajectory in a 0.03-second fissure. Time-space anchoring. A metallic grinding tone laced through Luo Chen's smirk. 18 streams of energy burst from the cracks in his phase armor. Do you think that you can? With this antique pocket watch? Su Yao's chain tightened the dark matter, net pressing down sharply. Dense ancient star scripts floated over the surface of the spin iron. In the gravity vortex formed by the two forces clash, Xia Linlin suddenly inverted the milk bottle. Galaxy milk formed a rainbow of 7 colors piercing through the battlefield. The energy tree roots suddenly broke through the altar. Hurry! Rewrite the energy matrix. Xia Qingqing's protective gloves melted into liquid metal. The young man with bloody fingers carved burning codes into the void. We have 3 seconds. Yan Feng's silhouette suddenly split into 12 energy entities. The focus spots of the hand cannons glowed like the precursors to a supernova explosion. An intense pain shot from the birthmark on Xia Linlin's body. The dark gold pupil in the milk bottle suddenly opened. Inside the 7th moon phase it reflected, the energy blades from the warning left by the dissipating shadow became materialized. As black tides poured out from the spatial capsule torn open by Luo Chun, Xia Linlin finally saw what was wrapped inside those wriggling shadows. Thousands of curled-up stellar embryos. Bathed in the bloody glow emitted by the energy tree rings, she held the materialized pocket watch needle and thrust it towards the heart position of the melting phase armor. As the battle reached its fiercest stage, the sudden spout of galaxy milk from the milk bottle created a mini nebula on the battlefield. The energy tree root-covered altar started disintegrating and reassembling. Gold blood oozed from Xia Linlin's birthmark. At the moment of resonance with the fragments of the pocket watch, the energy tree seeds planted before dissipation sprouted instantly in her palm. 12 shadows of Yan Feng collapsed into singularities. The fibers of Xia Linlin's combat suit cracked in the distorted gravity field sounding like shattering glass. She stumbled back onto the protruding energy tree roots. The hexagonal prison light from the pocket watch fragments refracted to reveal the 7th moon phase. The matrix has been rewritten. Bloodied fingers of Xia Qingqing pierced the hologram screen, and droplets of molten protective gloves coalesced in the air, forming fiery runes. Blood beads seeping from the energy tree rings suddenly reversed their flow, dyeing the 18 energy nozzles fractured from Luo Chen's suit a monstrous purplish red. Su Yaoxuan iron chains vibrated like dragon roars, and burnt holes appeared on the dark matter web scorched by the star script. The golden blood emanating from the birthmark followed the contour of the combat suit. The galaxy map reflected in the milk bottle's dark gold pupils materialized into rotating galaxies. When the black tide of the Yan Feng Legion surged forward carrying the stellar embryos, she instinctively inserted the pocket watch needle into the crack of the energy tree root. Time stretched out momentarily into a thin string. The annual ring fragment embedded in Luo Chen's phase armor grew with vessel-like textures, entangled into a tight knot with the dark matter suppressor on his neck. Xia Linlin watched the energy sapling planted by the dissipated shadow penetrate her palm, green buds instantaneously blooming into tendrils crossing the battlefield upon contact with the stellar embryos. Star Nucleus Incubator Overload. Xia Qingqing cried while lunging towards the control panel, pale face beneath the thrown-away antimatter shield exposed amidst rushing data streams. Suddenly reversing the direction of flow, the rainbow formed by the galaxy milk washed the 12 separated energy bodies of Yan Feng into free-floating particles. The sleeve of Xia Linlin's combat suit ripped apart, exposing the gold veins sprawling across her forearm. Seizing the phase dagger ensnared by the vines, she used the vibration wave of the reassembled altar as momentum for a spin strike. The annual ring fragments erupted from the gaps in Luo Chen's armor and punctured her shoulder, but turned into a brilliant shower of light the instant they touched the golden blood. How could this be? Luo Chen's frozen smirk remained under the broken phase visor as the spatial capsule he tore open was suddenly penetrated by the burgeoning energy tree branches. Thousands of stellar embryos awakened within the green vines, spurting primal starfire, which evaporated the black tide into cotton-like nebulae clouds. As Su Yao's mechanical cybernetic eye suddenly ejected 37 layers of filter lenses, Hurston iron chains twisted around the dark matter net. In the moment when they locked together, she caught sight of the warning patterns left by Mo-een embedded in the star texts. Lenine, the blood glow from the tree rings, is about to explode. The ancient star scripts at the end of the chains abruptly detached from the metal surface and reassembled in midair to form a rotating 6-pointed star array. Xia Linlin's baby bottle violently trembled in her arms as the dark gold pupils reflecting the seventh moon phase suddenly opened a third eye. Instinctively raising her arm coated with golden blood, she watched as the sapling of the energy tree grew wildly along the direction of the pocket watch needle, blooming silver-white buds after devouring 3 firewind shadows. The true form of Yanfeng suddenly appeared at the edge of the battlefield, the energy-gathering spots on his hand cannon projecting holographic images of the entire dark matter network. Just as Xia Linlin was about to retreat, she realized her combat boots had been fixed to the altar's center by newly grown roots of the energy tree. Luo Qin's shattered phase armor exploded suddenly, and the erupting purplish-red energy streams clashed against the galaxy milk rainbow, creating circular shockwaves. Right now, with bloody fingers, Xia Qingqing etched the final burning code into the void, aligning the opening of the protective matrix straight at Yanfeng. Xia Linlin noticed the blood droplets spilling from the boy's nose and mouth, suspending in zero gravity to form a cross-star pattern. As if sensing it, the vines of the energy tree wrapped around his swaying body. Su Yao's chains pulverized the last piece of the dark matter net just as her mechanical cybernetic eye started smoking due to overload. When all the star inscriptions on the surface of the Shbin iron transferred completely to the 6-pointed star array, the flower on the palm of Xia Linlin's energy tree burst open. From its silvery white light emerged Mo Yin's faded silhouette. Those scattered particles of energy dust recongealed into translucent long blades. At the instant Yanfeng's hand cannon reached critical energy level, the hollow projection of the dark matter network bizarrely refracted back onto his own chest. Seizing this millisecond-sized opening, Xia Linlin overlapped the pocket watch needle with the blade of the energy tree, golden blood coursing through the weapon patterns illuminating the entire star chart. Amidst the hum of space-time anchoring, Luo Qin's spatial capsule got torn apart instantly by the reversed gravitational pull of the stellar embryos. Xia Linlin observed these curled star nuclei unfurling into infant-like forms upon contact with the galaxy milk. The root system of the energy tree wove starlit cradles for them immediately. When the first star nucleus baby emitted an energy pulse akin to a cry, the black shadows of Yanfeng's army started uncontrollably consuming each other. Do you think it's over? Yanfeng suddenly tore his combat suit, revealing azure patterns on his chest that pulsed in harmony with the dark matter network. With his remaining 6 energy entities simultaneously lifting their hands toward the sky, the quantum foam remnants on the battlefield's edge condensed into a pitch-black prism. Just as Xia Linlin was ready to press the attack, the sapling of the energy tree in her palm convulsed violently. Cracks appeared in the light cage projected by the pocket watch needle, while Mo Yin's left blade began dissipating from its tip. More horrifyingly, those star core babies protected by the energy tree were now stretching their tiny hands towards the azure pattern on Yanfeng's chest. Su Yao's chain lost control and flew towards the black prism, the surface of the Shbin iron dropping precipitously to absolute zero. Xia Qingqing vomited blood trying to restart the protection matrix, only to find that the bloodlight rings of the energy tree were inversely rewriting his codes. The golden patterns on Xia Linlin's combat suit flashed madly. In the very moment the 7th moon phase fully opened, she glimpsed inside Yanfeng's split chest. Battle abruptly halted as the concentrated psychic flames in Xia Linlin's fingertips flickered, the azure patterns on Yanfeng's chest suddenly collapsing into a darkness vortex devouring everything. Chapter 101, Lunar Phase. Xia Linlin's combat boots were deeply embedded in the fractured crystal rock layers, and the golden patterns on her battle suit had melted into liquid metal. She stared at the collapsed azure vortex on Yanfeng's chest. The star core infants entangled by energy tree roots were emitting high-frequency screams, and the entire quantum foam battlefield was warping and folding as if kneaded by an invisible giant hand. The shield will fail in 3 seconds. The artificial intelligence of the battlesuit emitted a sharp mechanical sound. Xia Linlin could feel the rootlets of the energy tree seedling spasm within her veins. She placed her right hand, which glowed with golden flames, on her chest. The protective matrix, which had been corroded into a honeycomb pattern of holes, suddenly rotated counterclockwise, converting half of the infant cries into migration string waves. Yanfeng's laughter sounded like sandpaper scraping metal. Do you think you can withstand the resonance of the dark matter network? 6 energy bodies simultaneously raised their black prisms. The Su Yao chains frozen at absolute zero temperature exploded into silver flakes. Each metal shard reflected the 7th lunar phase flickering in Xia Linlin's pupils. Cracks spiderwebbed across Xia Linlin's energy shield, and blue blood began to seep from her ear bones. The quantum foams hovering outside the protective matrix suddenly took the form of countless infant hands, splashing against her barely standing luminous shield with the characteristic corrosiveness of dark matter. The liquid metal on the right arm of the combat suit began to vaporize, revealing the proliferating crimson rings on her forearm. Sister. Xia Qingqing coughed out crystallized blood chunks before crashing into the protective circle. The holographic projector on the youth's chest turned the code of the energy tree into crimson vines. However, these plant tendrils that should have wrapped around the enemy now twisted his neck like venomous snakes. The rings are tampering with my neural impulses. Suddenly, Xia Linlin's left fingers pierced into her own carotid artery, channeling golden flames through her blood vessels into the energy tree seedling. When her irises were completely overtaken by the lunar phase, those tendrils that were eroding, Xia Qingqing spasmed and blossomed with frost flowers. The remnant image of Su Yao trapped in the adamantine chains roared furiously. A totem from an ancient star system glimmered faintly in the silver, shards frozen at absolute zero. The azure patterns on Yanfeng's chest collapsed into a miniature black hole, and the 6 prisms held by the energy bodies all pointed towards Xia Linlin's forehead. Xia Linlin could clearly see the 12 shadowy images of star core infants imprisoned in each prism. Their cries generated energy pulses resonating with the black hole string. The AI's alarm suddenly became a piercing buzz, and countless fragments of memories burst in front of Xia Linlin's eyes. The maniacal laughter as the original self planted the energy tree seeds into the hearts of the babies. Mo Ying's side profile as he slid his wrist in the moon phase forest to water the seedlings, and Xia Qingqing secretly modifying the protective code, the ice crystals condensing on his eyelashes. You haven't even comprehended the starlight resonance. Yanfeng's main body suddenly tore through space and appeared inside the protective matrix. His extended fingertips of dark matter tendrils directly pierced through Xia Linlin's left shoulder blade. The floating azure patterns on those tendrils perfectly aligned with the crimson rings on the rootlets of the energy tree seedling. The severe pain made Xia Linlin's abnormal light flame instantly surge threefold, but the shield distorted by the black hole instead accelerated its disintegration. She stumbled into the crystallizing quantum foam and saw the last engraving on the long blade of Mo Ying disappear in her right palm. These engravings suddenly resonated with the crystallized blood vomited by Xia Qingqing, cutting scarlet cracks across the battlefield at absolute zero. Linine, look at the rings. Su Yao's frozen residual image in the silver flakes suddenly blinked. An ancient totem sealed by the adamantine chain collided into Xia Linlin's retina. Her cracked iris suddenly reflected the growth trajectory of the energy tree roots in the black hole. Those blood-colored rings everyone thought were sources of corrosion were now blooming pale blue buds in the dark matter vortex with reverse growth. Xia Linlin suddenly let go of the left hand pressing on her carotid artery, allowing Yanfeng's dark matter tendrils to pierce through her chest. The moment her heart was exposed to the gravitational field of the black hole, 12 ice crystal branches grew wildly from her wound. At the end of each branch, there bloomed flower buds, shaped by the shadow images of star core infants. Impossible! Yanfeng's roar shattered 3 energy bodies, and the remaining 3 black prisms simultaneously shot towards Xia Linlin's heart. But these ice crystal branches swayed gently, and the space-time warped by the black hole rippled like water waves. Xia Linlin finally realized that what was recorded in the blood-colored rings wasn't corrosive code, but star maps engraved by Mo Ying over 30,000 years. Xia Qingqing's protective matrix suddenly emitted an ancient whale song-like rumble. Blue particles surged from the blood-stained throat entangled by the crimson vines. Sister, the rings are coordinates. His bloody fingertip tapped on the crystallizing holographic projection, and a piece of code that Xia Linlin misinterpreted as a corrosion instruction suddenly rotated into a spiral galaxy. Xia Linlin's battlesuit completely vaporized under the gravitational force of the black hole, but similar azure patterns to those on Yanfeng's chest appeared on her bare skin. Only her patterns flowed with liquid moonlight. When the 7th level of the lunar phase fully covered her pupils, the ice crystal branches suddenly pierced into the core of the black hole, and flower buds bloomed as the cries of 12 star core infants turned into laughter. The dark matter tendrils of Yanfeng's main body began to crystallize suddenly. In his surprise and anger, he tried desperately to cut off his connection with the black hole. He discovered that Xia Linlin's heart had formed a quantum entanglement with all-star core infants through the energy tree roots. The frozen chain fragments of Su Yao suddenly gathered into an ancient totem, and the shadow of a slumbering celestial beast at absolute zero swallowed half the black hole upon lifting its head. This isn't protection, it's symbiosis, whispered Xia Linlin faintly, realizing this as she saw the last trace of Mo Ying's energy fading into void and flowing along the inverted growth rings into Xia Qingqing's nearly shattered protective matrix. As the ice crystal branches intertwined with the azure patterns on her wound forming a star map, a power surpassing the limits of their energy system awakened at her fingertips, a primitive pulse unrecorded by the energy trees that dated back to the dawn of galaxies. The ice crystal branches of the energy tree exploded inside the black hole core. 12 phantoms of star core infants transformed into a brilliant galaxy. Suddenly enveloped in blue blood, Xia Linlin's fingers tore through dimensions and space. The cries trapped within prisms by Yanfeng suddenly reversed, condensing as shimmering star chains in the quantum foam. Starlight resonance. Yanfeng's body violently trembled within the fractured space-time folds, his chest's azure patterns beginning to flow in reverse. How could you possibly master Mo Ying's? Xia Linlin's hand enveloped in liquid moonlight abruptly seized Yanfeng's crystallizing dark matter tendril. Energy tree roots embedded in her veins emitted ancient whale songs. When the light halo of the 7th lunar phase swept across the battlefield, all suspended quantum foams concretely manifested into countless prisms refracting Yanfeng's energy fluctuations into hundreds of contradicting slices of space-time. You misunderstood the resonance target, echoed Xia Linlin's voice thrice, her pupils reflecting phantom images of 12 star core infants spinning hands in hand. The blood-red rings mistakenly identified as corrosion codes suddenly detached from her skin, reassembling in midair to construct the incomplete star map left behind by Mo Ying. Yanfeng's remaining 3 energy bodies suddenly emitted ear-piercing screeches, and the surface of black prisms revealed web-like cracks. As Xia Linlin leaped amidst crystallizing spatial shards, where her battlesuit had vaporized, Crescent-shaped butterfly wings composed of lunar phase halos spread from her exposed back. As she dived through the central coordinate point of the star map, the entire quantum foam battlefield began contracting inversely. No. Yanfeng's chest black hole abruptly swelled into a deformed ellipse. The initially energy-devouring dark matter tendrils began devouring themselves instead. Wherever Xia Linlin's butterfly wings passed, phantom images of star core infants transmuted into beams of light integrating into blood-red rings, piecing together a complete spiral arm galaxy from the fragmented star maps. Su Yao's frozen chain silver flakes fused suddenly into a star beast's maw, biting the distorting black hole into scattered star dust. In the chaotic energy currents, Xia Linlin grasped Xia Qingqing's wrist. The blood-red vines on the young man's neck blossomed with ice crystals flowers, these inverted growing energy tree roots wrapping both into a cocoon-structured shield pod. As the seventh lunar phase glow reached its zenith, one of Xia Linlin's outstretched fingers punctured Yanfeng's main entity precisely at the center of his brow. The blood-red rings circulating within the star map manifested into physical chains, pinning Yanfeng's crystallizing form onto the rifts of space-time. This is not dark matter. Yanfeng's final words froze amidst sudden silence, as the azure patterns on his chest flickered twice, like faulty holograms, before dispersing into particles of lost energy. The quantum foam battlefield faded away like receding tides, revealing the topography beneath the lunar phase forest. Xia Linlin stumbled and fell beside the energy tree sapling. She found herself continuously marked by vanishing and reappearing azure patterns over her skin. Coughing up a mouthful of crystal-tinged blue blood, Xia Qingqing watched healing occurring visibly along the vine wounds around his neck. Lin Yun's sister. The residual image of Su Yao broke free from the chained silver flakes, her adventurer's battered body slowly reshaping itself. The rings. Xia Linlin started to speak, but felt a peculiar hollow echo originating from her heart. She looked down to find the roots of the energy tree sapling weaving constellations within her ribcage. The blood-red rings running inversely underneath her skin seemed to be nurturing some life form beyond comprehension. From deep within the forest came the crisp sound of metal colliding. The instant the silver-white ion blade tore through the spatial curtain, 12 mechanical night owls streaked across the battlefield sky, trailing indigo blue-tail flames. The woman in the star sand cloak landed gracefully on the crystallized ground. The tactical monocle on her left eye was rapidly analyzing the residual energy fluctuations. Interstellar Ranger Lan Yu. The woman flicked her waist-length ice blue hair, and suddenly the starlight stone-embedded bracer projected Luo Chen's wanted poster hologram. I've been tracking this group of space locusts for 3 months. Was the black hole oscillation wave just now from them trying to unseal ancient star marrow? Xia Linlin instinctively shielded Xia Qingqing behind her as the sapling's roots in her palm condensed into a moonlight spear. Lan Yu's tactical monocle suddenly emitted a warning red light, and the ranger's right hand with its electromagnetic glove swiftly moved to the pulse generator at her waist. Don't be tense. Lan Yu suddenly flashed a cunning smile as she stepped closer on the crystallized ground. There's Mo Ying's energy residue on you too. Suddenly lifting her left hand, when the mechanical night owl flock dived, in the photon dust they scattered appeared the holographic projection of Luo Chen leading his remnant forces tunneling into the Earth's core. The young energy tree sapling in Xia Linlin's chest cavity trembled violently. An ancient pulse from deep within the core transmitted along its roots into her nerve endings. Lan Yu's starlight stone bracer abruptly burst forth with blinding light. Her ice blue hair danced wildly in the energy storm. Looks like we need to speed up. What Luo Chen is digging into isn't ordinary star marrow. Xia Linlin's moonlight spear suddenly pointed uncontrollably towards the southeast. The crescent halo coalescing at the spear's tip was sketching out the massive outline of something sleeping deep within the mantle. When the seventh lunar phase glow resonated with Lan Yu's starlight stones, the entire surface of the lunar phase forest suddenly revealed star chart patterns covering the whole continent. Each end of the patterns pointed towards the mine shaft where Luo Chen's team was excavating furiously. Chapter 102, Resonance Talent. Xia Linlin's combat boots crushed the crystallized ground, while her moonlight lance hummed in her palm. On the holographic sandbox made of photon dust, 17 red dots were spiraling downwards towards the Earth's core. In the projection, Luo Chen's team's drilling mech glimmered with a greedy blue light. They used the Star Track calibrator to break through the energy barrier. Lan Yu's tactical visor flickered with data streams as the mechanical nightjars on her shoulders spread their metallic wings. Moink's mother tree roots can only hold for another 3 hours at most. Xia Qingqing suddenly grabbed Xia Linlin's wrist, and a pale green energy pattern flowed under the young man's fingertips. 7 kilometers southeast, the star marrow veins in the mantle layer are resonating. The jade pendant passed down through his family floated into the air, projecting ancient characters that corresponded perfectly with the star map on the surface. The resonance talent of the Xia clan? Moink's voice was intertwined with the sound of energy tree roots breaking through the soil. The silver eyes of the black-clad guardian swept over the jade pendant. It seems the piece of star marrow that Luo Chen stole originally belonged to your family, from 300 years ago. Su Yao's electromagnetic twin daggers suddenly discharged arcs of electricity, and the female adventurer pulled Xia Qingqing back quickly. Almost simultaneously, 12 columns of molten rock erupted through the crystallized ground, and a mechanical python controlled by Yan Feng surged forward enveloped in magma. Xia Linlin's spear drew an arc-shaped blade of moonlight intersecting with Lan Yu's pulse firestorm. creating a net of light in midair. Be cautious of illusions. Moying's root-like appendages pierced into Xia Linlin's nape, causing her retinas to display Luo Qin's true form. This man wearing the neural connector actually stood 30 meters away from the battlefield, with the star marrow fragment in his hand reconstructing reality projections. Xia Linlin felt the sapling of the energy tree inside her chest emitting shrill cries, its roots growing wildly along her blood vessels. When she reopened her eyes, the moonlight spear had already penetrated the core of Yin Feng's mechanical python. The liquid metal writhed like an injured snake, revealing the hidden Star Trek calibrator in the power chamber. Do you think stolen technology can defeat the mother tree? Moying's roots formed a cage trapping Yin Feng, but were instantly counterattacked upon touching the star marrow fragments. Luo Qin's sneer echoed from all around. Protector Moying didn't notice? Your precious symbionts are being contaminated by the star marrow. Xia Linlin suddenly knelt, dropping her moonlight spear which inserted itself into the crystallized rock stratum. She saw dark gold patterns appearing on her arms similar to those originating from the star marrow, as the energy tree sapling's roots uncontrollably consumed geomantic energies. Moying's silver eyes froze abruptly, and a skyful of roots pointed like arrows towards her throat. Sister is impossible to be polluted. Xie Qingqing's jade pendant emitted a blinding azure light, forming a star chart chain between the extended arms of the youth. This is a unique energy filtration feature for Xie family protectors. His explanation was interrupted by an explosion, and Luo Qin finally revealed himself, the star marrow fragment in his palm, transforming into a prism. Lan Yu's mechanical nightjar flock suddenly self-destructed collectively, scattering photon dust refracted through the prism to create memory projections. The image showed the original Xia Linlin stealing star marrow 10 years ago. Moying's roots suddenly entwined around Xia Linlin's neck. So you are the offspring of the traitor. That body has long been occupied by an alien soul. Su Yao's electromagnetic sword slashed through the roots, and the female adventurer threw out a magnetic storm grenade. Use your symbiotic senses to see carefully. As Moying's roots pierced into Xia Linlin's forehead, a sudden ancient bell toll reverberated from underground. Every leaf of the energy tree sapling displayed star charts, and in her consciousness Xia Linlin witnessed endless memories. 300 years ago, ancestors of the Xia clan sealed the star marrow deep within the Earth's core. But now, the fragments in Luo Qin's possession were awakening something that lay dormant. A star marrow colossus. Lan Yu's starseed stone wrist guard shattered suddenly, and strands of her ice blue hair turned silvery. That's why they're digging into the core. This isn't a vein of ore, it's a coffin. The entire moonscape forest began to collapse, its crystallized geography rearranging like puzzle pieces. Xia Linlin's moonlight lance flew back into her hand autonomously, with its spear tip condensing the seventh phase of the moonlight halo, now forming a resonance with vibrations emanating from the Earth's heart. Xie Qingqing's jade pendant floated in midair, its projected star map gradually aligning perfectly with the surface patterns. Luo Qin's star marrow prism suddenly shot toward a fissure, while the remnants of Yin Feng's team's control over the drilling mechs led to their simultaneous explosions. From the towering golden pillar of light erupting skyward, everyone witnessed the colossal metallic colossus, the 12-pointed star array in its brow missing the most critical fragment, and the energy tree sapling growing in Xia Linlin's palms, sprouting branches perfectly matching the gap. Cracks resembling spiderwebs spread across the crystallized rock layers as tremors marked the awakening of the star marrow colossus, and Xia Linlin's moonlight lance resonated with dragon-like hums. The seventh phase of the moonlight halo condensed into tangible luminous wheels at the spear's tip, slicing the approaching wreckage of machinery into powder. Southeast quadrant. Lan Yu leaped onto the remains of a mechanical nightjar, firing consecutive shots from her pulse pistol. Ultramarine bullet tracks accurately pierced through the energy cores of 3 drilling mechs, the explosion shockwaves entirely absorbed by Su Yao's erected electromagnetic barrier. Moying's silver eyes flashed with streams of data as energy tree roots suddenly pierced into the ground. Luo Qin is reconstructing the geomantic energy. Before the words had even faded, 12 dark golden light pillars burst forth from the soil, dividing the battlefield into fragmented dimensional spaces. Yin Feng's broken mechanical body reassembled within the pillars of light, and the magma python had fused with the star marrow fragment into a monstrous hybrid of metal and flesh. Xia Linlin suddenly spun and hurled her spear, transforming moonlight into meteors that pierced through 3 overlapping spatial realms. The instant the blade touched Yin Feng's true form, Xie Qingqing's star chart chains coiled precisely around the python's throat. The youth's jade pendant resonated with the Earth's core, as green radiance traveled along the chains to flood the creature, temporarily restraining its star marrow energy. Right now, Su Yao's electromagnetic twin daggers crossed in an X shape, magnetic storm arcs traveling along the green radiant chain straight to Yin Feng's neural connector. Amidst the harsh mechanical shrieks, Moying's root-like appendages transformed into thousands of silver needles, accurately striking the energy nodes where the star marrow fragments interfaced with the mechanical bodies. Lan Yu suddenly flung Starsene's stone powder, her ice blue hair wildly dancing amidst the energy storm. Beware of space folding. Before her words were done, Luo Qin's real body erupted from Yin Feng's chest cavity, the star marrow prism refracting 12 phantom silhouettes. Each phantom clutched miniature versions of the Star Trek calibrator, emitting piercing frequencies that began vaporizing the crystallized ground. Xia Linlin suddenly felt the energy tree sapling violently tremble at her heart position as dark golden patterns climbed up her neck along her blood vessels. Clutching the spiraling moonlight spear with gritted teeth, she unleashed the 7th level of moonlight brilliance, illuminating all phantoms to expose Luo Qin's true form, his left eye neural connector flashing ominous red light. Southwest Kuan location. Xie Qingqing's star chart chain suddenly shifted direction, green radiance weaving bagua diagrams in the air. Mo Ying's roots pierced into the elemental array foci upon hearing this command, energy ripples spreading like water ripples. This instantly froze all the frequency oscillations of the Star Track calibrators. Su Yao seized this fleeting opportunity, turning her electromagnetic twin daggers into 2 bolts of thunder, slashing down. Cracks appeared on the protective shield hastily erected by Luo Chun, just as Lan Yu's pulse bullets struck the same spot. When the crisp sound of the shattered shield came, Xia Linlin's moonlight spear already pressed against the man's throat. You don't understand the true value of star marrow. Luo Qin suddenly revealed a strange smile with broken pieces of the star marrow prism floating around him. What your CF family protector sealed away 3,000 years ago isn't. Mo Ying's roots abruptly pierced through Luo Qin's shoulder as the black-clad guardian's silver eyes flashed brightly. Silence. The energy tree roots burst forth with purification light, yet upon touching the star marrow fragments, they were tainted into dark gold. Xia Linlin noticed her moonlight spear beginning to tremble uncontrollably, its moonlight drawn by vibrations originating from the Earth's core. Sister. Xie Qingqing's startled cry cut across the battlefield. The star chart chains held by the young man suddenly snapped, as the ancient star map projected by his jade pendant resonated with the rising colossus emerging from crustal fractures. The star marrow colossus, dormant for 30,000 years, lifted arms mountainous like peaks, the missing core position in its brow's 12-pointed star perfectly aligning with the energy tree sapling growing inside Xia Linlin's chest. Lan Yu suddenly released all her star-seen stones, gemstones burning in the energy storm to produce blue fireworks. Everyone withdraw from the energy field. Mechanical nightjars formed a temporary barrier, but then the star marrow fragments suddenly escaped Mo Ying's control, flying towards the central giant like meteors. Xia Linlin's moonlight spear flew out of her hand, colliding with fragments in midair, sparking brilliant showers. When the 7th phase moonlight halo penetrated the crack between the colossus's brows, the crystal landscape of the entire moonscape forest suddenly froze. Inside her chest, the energy tree sapling sprouted, as dark golden patterns spread over her whole body in an instant, allowing her to hear the mechanical heartbeat emanating from deep within the star marrow colossus. Mo Ying's roots suddenly ensnared everyone's waists, withdrawing them sharply backward as cracks appeared in the silver eyes of the black-clad guardian. Energy tides will reverse. His words not yet ended, when the crystalline rock layers halted gravity and ascended. The 12-pointed star array embedded in the colossus' brow started rotating in reverse. As Xia Linlin grabbed the suspended moonlight spear, she discovered its tip no longer gathered moonlight, but instead channeled dark golden energy surging from the Earth's core. Her gaze meeting the hollow eye sockets of the colossal figure triggered memories of the ancestors of the Xie family sealing away the star marrow 300 years ago to erupt in her mind. That core fragment was fundamentally not. Energy restriction released 37%. An archaic robotic language suddenly echoed through heaven and earth as the fingers of the star marrow colossus quivered slightly, joint movements creating ion storms. In the midst of the storm, the mangled form of Luo Qin floated, his neural connector emitting red light, which resonated with the colossus' massive eyes. Xie Qingqing's jade pendant exploded with unprecedented brightness, the star charts swirling in the boy's pupils perfectly superimposed with the formation between the giant's brows. When dark golden pillars of light surged from the ground cracks, everyone saw the energy tree sapling in Xia Linlin's hand growing metallic veins that were of the same origin as the star marrow. Chapter 103. The Truth of the Strange Treasure. Amidst the thunderous cracking of crystallized rock layers, Xia Linlin's knuckles were scorched by the energy tree's metallic veins. The star marrow colossus hovering in midair spread its 5 fingers. The inverted flow of energy tides surged like a galaxy reversing, carrying specks of dark gold past everyone's ears. The core fragments are resonating. Mo Ying's roots suddenly pierced into the ground covered with crystal clusters, streams of data flashing wildly in his silver eyes. Before he finished speaking, Xie Qingqing's jade pendant at her waist broke free from its silk cord, transforming into a streak of light and merging into the formation diagram on the forehead of the colossus. The star chart in the young man's pupils abruptly collapsed into a vortex, stumbling as he collided with Su Yao's erected energy shield. Luoqin's neural connector on his severed arm emitted a sharp hum. In his manic laughter, entangled with the energy turbulence, he cried out, "It seems that the Xie family bloodline is the key." Several crimson beams shot out from his spine, weaving into a blood-red chain in midair that lashed towards Xia Linlin's neck. A dark golden spear light slashed across, severing the blood chains. Lan Yu's crescent blade swept past Xia Linlin's ear. Be cautious of the backlash from resonance. As the ranger twisted her wrist, 12 diamond-shaped flyers formed a web of light, temporarily isolating the surging core energy 5 meters away. These beams of dark golden light striking the web sounded like ancient bells resonating deeply. Xia Linlin's back suddenly bumped against cold metal, and turning her head, She found it was the star marrow colossus raising its index finger. Metallic veins of the energy tree sapling penetrated through her combat suit, blooming near her collarbone into pale golden flower buds. Memories from 300 years ago came rushing over her nerves. An ancestor of the CF family knelt in the palm of the colossus, pressing a bloody seed of the energy tree into their chest. Confinement lifted 49%. Mechanical roaring reverberated in Xia Linlin's throat, making her feel a sweet metallic taste. She saw her hand holding the moonlight spear starting to crystallize. Su Yao's angry shouts cut through the energy turbulence. Lin, don't touch those metallic veins. The adventurer tore open a space capsule, hurling frozen agents, which turned into purple mist before reaching halfway. Mo Ying's roots suddenly wrapped around everyone's ankles. Retreat to the altar quadrant. The black-clad guardian raised his hand to carve a hexagonal light membrane. Crystallized rocks levitating against gravity froze in place, revealing the ring-shaped formation diagram underneath, etched with ancient runes. At the moment Xia Linlin fell into the center of the array, she saw Luochen's mechanical eye explode into fragments. The liquid metal flying off was sucked into the black hole at the heart of the colossus. Energy confinement released 63%. Suddenly, energy tree branches sprouted from the collar of Xia Linlin's combat uniform, metal leaves grazing Xia Qingqing's bleeding forehead. With bloodied hands, the young man pressed onto the formation's indentations. His pupils showed rotating star charts synchronized with the blue lights glowing in the colossus' eye sockets. Sis, the jade pendants are transmitting star charts passwords. Su Yao ejected laser blades from her armored bracers to slice through incoming energy turbulences, yelling as she turned. Resonance is imminent. Mo Ying, protect Linlin's heart meridians. Before the adventurer finished her sentence, ancient runes encircling the formation lit up layer by layer. Dark, golden energy coiled around Xia Linlin's limbs like an awakened giant python. She heard the sound of gear meshing inside her chest cavity. The metallic roots of the energy tree were establishing a link with some colossal entity. Lawn use flyers suddenly all plummeted to the ground. The ranger pressed on her bleeding ear, shouting, ancient frequencies. Before her words ended, the moonlight spear held by Xia Linlin bent into a crescent shape. The dark gold energy concentrated at the spear tip transformed into a beam of light, automatically pointing towards the position of the colossus' heart. Don't resist the connection. Mo Ying's roots pierced into the nape of Xia Linlin's neck. For the first time, cracks of anxiety appeared in his silvery gaze. The energy tree is reconstructing the star marrow core. Suddenly, flashes of images from 300 years ago flashed on Xia Linlin's retinas, when her ancestor embedded the energy tree seeds into their hearts. The exact crescent mark on the palm of the colossus had illuminated then too. Dark golden patterns had spread all the way to her jaw. When the metallic veins punctured her skin, she heard the lament of the mechanical life emanating from inside the star marrow colossus. Luochen's remaining body abruptly broke through the energy chaos. Red light burst forth from his neural connectors, forming a huge claw. Give me the core. Roaring madly, he lunged at the central point of the array but was pinned down into the crystallized ground by a sudden reversal of the gravitational field. Yanfeng's chain blade skimmed past Xia Linlin's hair strand but melted instantly upon contact with the dark golden energy. Confinement released 81%. Xia Linlin felt her consciousness splitting into two halves. One half was the rapidly growing metallic veins while the other half was Su Yao's warm palm patting her back. Bright healing rays emerged from the adventurer's blood-streaked fingertips. Think about Mumu waiting for us to return home. Suddenly, Xia Qingqing pushed the jade fragment into the array diagram. A radiant silver glow erupted from the star charts within the young boy's pupils. Sister, the last segment of the password is the wavelength of the Xia family bloodline. All of Mo Ying's roots snapped at once. The black-robed guardian's silver hair danced wildly. It's coming. Raising his hand, he summoned 6 prismatic shields. The 12-pointed star diagram on the forehead of the star marrow colossus projected a holographic star chart. In the midst of the energy turbulence, Xia Linlin made out the rotating coordinates. They were precisely the secret coordinates 30 kilometers below the Xia family estate. When the dark golden light pillars completely engulfed the array diagram, Xia Linlin saw the metallic buds of the energy tree blossom on her chest. The mechanical heartbeat of the star marrow colossus suddenly synchronized with her pulse, and the metallic veins flowing through her bloodstream transformed the memories of the 300-year-old seal into new energy circuits. Endless Night star chart authenticated. The mechanical rumble turned into an ancient sigh as the fingertip of the colossus lightly touched her forehead. Welcome home, successor of the Xia family. The crystallized rock layers surrounding the array collapsed with a thunderous roar, revealing the bottomless metallic passageway underneath. Xia Linlin caught the falling leaf of the energy tree with her hand, noticing that the dark golden veins were forming interstellar coordinates in her palm. It was unmistakably the initial impact site of the star marrow core recorded in the first-generation head of the Xia family's diary. The energy tide from the dark golden passage suddenly solidified into liquid crystal pillars, causing the metallic buds on Xia Linlin's collarbone to abruptly contract. The fingertip of the star marrow colossus hovered in midair, its lustrous mechanical patterns flowing inversely, slicing the entire space into thousands of prisms. Authentication program initiated. An archaic tone of gear engagement came from the chest cavity of the colossus, and 12 holographic projections separated everyone into different spaces. Xia Linlin's combat suit was torn apart by the energy tides, exposing the spreading dark gold veins under her collarbone. These veins were currently undergoing quantum entanglement with the star charts on the fingertip of the Colossus. Luochen's severed arm suddenly pierced through the prism barrier, red light condensing into serpentine shapes. Do you think this is over? His frenzied howl refracted through the 1,000 faces of the prism, turning into ear-splitting cries. Xia Linlin suddenly noticed that her shadow was splitting into 7 duplicates on the crystallizing ground. Mo Ying's roots pierced through 3 prisms, and the silver-haired guardian pressed his hand against Xia Linlin's bleeding ear canal. Ignore his infrasound waves. The black-clad protector's pupils suddenly split into data grids. This is the quantum examination left by the first-generation patriarch. Every choice affects the gravitational coefficient of reality. Suddenly, images from 300 years ago flashed across Xia Linlin's retina. The flowing metal veins did not pierce into the heart of the ancestor of the Xia family, but gently coiled around their wrists when they knelt in the palm of the giant statue. She quickly seized the crystallizing moonlight spear, its tip bending impossibly, striking precisely at the throat of the 7th shadow. Integrity verification passed 30%. The mechanical voice of the Colossus shook off clusters of crystals, and suddenly the gravitational field beneath Xia Linlin's feet flipped. Using the force, she leapt up and saw Luochen's mechanical prosthetic eye explode into blood mist in the prism, those splashing drops of liquid metal coalescing into star chart passwords midair. Su Yao's laser blades cut through 6 layers of prisms. Catch this, Linlin. The adventurer's bloody fingertips flicked a frozen capsule towards her, which Xia Linlin shattered midair with her teeth, while flipping upside down. In the instant ice fog spread, she saw 5 of her 7 shadows raising weapons aimed at Xia Qingqing. Metallic flowers suddenly bloomed on Xia Linlin's chest, memories from 300 years rushing in like a flood. The first patriarch, in the final moments, had extracted the energy tree seed from their chest and planted it into the earth. Dark golden veins climbed along her neck to her cheeks, but stopped tenderly at the teardrop mole near her eyes. Strength verification passed 60%. The mechanical hand of the Colossus suddenly clenched into a fist, and Xia Linlin felt her internal organs being wrapped by quantum threads. Luochen's remaining body suddenly broke through the prisms, blood-red chains shooting out of his spine accompanied by fiery wind targeting the focal point of the array. Lan Yu's crescent blades slashed horizontally just in time, yet the 12 flyers melted into molten iron upon contact with the chain. Be careful of antimatter. The warning from the ranger was swallowed by the energy turbulence. Xia Linlin suddenly plunged the moonlight spear into the crystallizing ground, the dark golden energy surging up along the shaft, forming a crescent moon mark between her eyebrows. The weapon projections about to strike, Xia Qingqing suddenly froze and dissipated into starry brilliance in the quantum tide. Mo Ying's silver eyes overflowed with data streams. Its emotional resonance. His roots pierced into the bleeding palm of Xia Qingqing, quickly synchronized the bloodline wavelength with Linlin. The star chart in the young man's eyes suddenly projected into the void, resonating with the metallic flower on Xia Linlin's collarbone. Taking advantage of the moment, Luochen threw out neural chains that twisted into pretzels. Xia Linlin saw countless infant cries swirling within the crimson energy, precisely the souled embryo data flows from long ago. You really don't deserve it. Xia Linlin's angry shout caused the star marrow colossus to tremble, and the metallic flower instantly blossomed into a 12-petaled halo. The crying sounds trapped in the chains turned into golden butterflies flapping their wings, shredding the crimson energy field. Dark golden veins weaved into a radiant battle armor around her body, and the moonlight spear automatically flew back into her hand, its tip condensing into a miniature black hole. Final authentication completed. The mechanical heart of the Colossus suddenly projected a holographic star chart, and Xia Linlin saw the first-generation family master from 300 years ago smiling into the void. When her fingertips touched the core of the star chart, the entire metallic corridor suddenly contracted into a starlight bracelet, perfectly fitting around her wrist. The flowing dark golden energy suddenly became as gentle as water, coalescing in her palm into continuously changing starlight cubes. Luo Chen's dismembered body suddenly emitted the brittle sound of parts disintegrating. It can't be. He crazily tore open his chest to reveal the pulsating antimatter core within. If I die, you all die with me. Stop him. Mo Ying's roots suddenly wrapped around everyone. The starlight bracelet on Xia Linlin's wrist automatically deployed an energy shield. However, Luo Chen's exploding core didn't cause an explosion. Instead, it ripped open a crimson fissure in the void. Yanfeng suddenly laughed maniacally as he rushed towards the fissure, his broken chain blades reforming in the energy turbulence into a giant sickle. As Xia Linlin was about to pursue, the bracelet on her wrist suddenly flashed with a blinding warning. The holographic projection cast by the starlight cube showed the star marrow core sealed 300 years ago wildly pulsing at some coordinate, its position exactly coinciding with the secret laboratory 30 kilometers below the Xia family estate. The gravitational field is beginning to collapse. Su Yao's warning rang out just as the crystallized rock layers shattered. Xia Linlin turned to pull Xia Qingqing, only to find the boy being dragged toward the crimson fissure by some kind of gravity. The shards of Lan Yu's flying shuttle suddenly formed a temporary stepping stone, the scout's bloodied hand pressing the switch of the energy shield. Stabilize the core resonance first. The sudden surge of energy from the starlight bracelet catapulted everyone over 100 meters away. As she tumbled, Xia Linlin saw Luo Chen's mechanical limbs reassembling at the edge of the fissure. Dark golden veins suddenly covered her pupils, and the star marrow energy flowing through her bloodstream was restructuring her neural pathways beyond the limits of physical laws. When the collapsing gravitational field reversed direction for the third time, Xia Linlin heard the sigh of the first-generation family master transmitted from the Starlight bracelet. The Starlight cube suddenly split into 12 light shuttles, forming an ancient array diagram around everyone. Mo Ying's broken root tendrils were instantly repaired by the energy tide as the silver-haired guardian raised his hand to sketch a hexagonal key. Get ready for the impact. The screams emanating from the crimson fissure began to sound inhuman, and the moment Xia Linlin gripped her moonlight spear tightly, she saw a bloodshot mechanical giant eye open deep within the fissure. Chapter 104, the final chapter. The gravitational flow erupting from the crimson rift blew up, shards of crystals scattered on the ground. Lei Ba's bronze-colored mech armor crushed pieces of the energy shield and thundered as it hit the ground. This 3-meter-tall war machine shook ripples through the starlight formation with every step, while Luo Chen's particle cannon mounted on the mechanical arm emitted an icy blue glow. Surrender now, and I'll leave you a full corpse. Spare me your nonsense. Xia Linlin's moonlight spear hummed and vibrated at her fingertips, the dark gold patterns already spreading to her collarbone. The star marrow energy projected Lei Ba's energy node distribution map onto her retina. She suddenly remembered the first patriarch's whisper in the energy tide. Resonance was the key. The moment Lei Ba's heavy hammer smashed down, 12 light shuttles suddenly formed a star chain that wrapped around the hammer handle. Energy leaves falling from Mo Ying's silver hair seeped into the formation diagram, and Xia Linlin's spear tip accurately pierced the resonance point at the elbow joint of the mech. Break! With the star marrow energy exploding through the nanoscopic cracks, the heavy hammer disintegrated into metallic dust amid everyone's cries of shock. Watch out behind you. Xie Qingqing's warning came with a cry of pain. Half of the youth's body was suspended by the rift's gravity, just as Su Yao threw crystal chains to wrap around his waist. At the same time, Luo Chen's mechanical centipede surged up from underground, aiming for Xia Linlin's neck. The bloody fragments of Lan Yu's flying shuttle abruptly reassembled into a triangular shield. The wandering adventurer coughed blood and laughed. This armor didn't shatter for nothing. Unexpectedly, the beams refracted by the energy shield activated Xia Linlin's bracelet. Suddenly, the first patriarch's ghostly figure grasped her spear-holding hand and thrust it toward the energy core in Lei Ba's chest, carrying the battle spirit of 1,000 years past. The instant the spear tip pierced the mech, the entire starlight formation reversed. Dark gold spread wildly in Xia Linlin's pupils as she realized that what flowed within Lei Ba was not bioelectricity, but countless distorted streams of crimson data. These data streams were frantically copying her combat patterns. In the depths of the rift, the mechanical giant eye had somehow opened its second pupil. He's evolving. Mo Ying's secret key shattered into light points, and the roots of the energy tree fractured again. Lei Ba's roar shattered 3 energy shields, and from the seams of the mech sprouted bloody tentacles intertwined with residual gravitational forces from Xie Qingqing. They dragged the boy towards the mechanical giant eye. Xia Linlin ripped her moonlight spear apart, transforming it into a luminous net to cover Xie Qingqing. However, she herself was dragged toward the rift by the tentacles coiling around her ankles. At this moment, the dark golden patterns covered her entire body. Her last vision was of Luo Chen coldly smiling as he crushed some controller, and Lei Ba's mech overheated and began to expand beyond frequency limits. Suddenly, the starlight cube let out an unbearable cracking sound. When Lei Ba expanded to 5 meters tall and lifted his palm covered with blood-red crystals, Xia Linlin, in zero gravity, suddenly noticed miniature star marrow energy patterns flashing deep within the mechanical giant eye. Fine electric currents erupted from the back of Xia Linlin's neck, just as the mechanical centipede's fangs grazed her artery, releasing a scorched metallic smell as it was burned by the moonlight. The star marrow bracelet around her waist suddenly burst forth with 7 overlapping halos, while the ghostly figure of the first patriarch sketched 3 intersecting energy trajectories across her retina. Su Yao southeast jolt position. She roared, plunging the moonlight spear into the edge of the rift and propelling herself into the air over Lei Ba's swinging alloy tentacles. The dark gold patterns crept up her spine and enveloped her nape as the starlight formation suddenly projected 3 overlapping rhombic boundaries beneath her feet. Responding to her cry, Su Yao's crystal rock chains shattered 7 hovering meteoric iron blocks, their splinters embedding perfectly into Mo Ying's distributed energy nodes. As Lei Ba's scarlet core in his chest initiated its 8th energy pulse, 12 glacial blue pillars of light suddenly shot skyward from gaps in the boundary seals, pinning the mech's left leg firmly into the starlight formation. This is it. Lan Yu threw her final 3 flying shuttle fragments, her bloodstained fingertips drawing ancient totems in the void. The triangular shield formed by the flying shuttle fragments disassembled and reformed, wrapping around Xia Linlin's moonlight spear like a streak of flowing light. Xia Linlin felt the ancient battle intent transmitted through the spear grip, while the dark gold patterns completely covered her irises. She leaped off Lei Ba's incoming mechanical arm, the spear tip cloaked in fragmented starlight driving straight toward the mech's energy conduit at the neck. 17 crimson data streams were furiously replicating her movement trajectory from 3 seconds ago at that very location. Resonance frequency, 3.1415926. Emoing suddenly projected the entire energy tree into the formation, silver leaves drifting from her hair, turning into fluorescent codes all around the skies. Lei Ba's mechanical pupil contracted sharply, and the armored plates covered in blood-red crystals suddenly emitted an unendurable buzzing sound. The instant the moonlight spear pierced the conduit, a crisp sound of glass breaking echoed throughout the starlight space. Xia Linlin saw the particles of dark gold radiating from the spear tip, eroding the data streams in Fibonacci spirals. Lei Ba's roar turned into an ear-piercing synthetic screech of electronic noise. The crimson tentacles at the joints of the mech started convulsing violently, smashing 3 floating platforms into powder. Ching-ching. Xia Linlin abruptly spun around, hurling the moonlight dagger in her left hand. The light blade severed the last 3 data tentacles trapping the youth. Xia Qingqing rolled into the crystal rock shield Su Yao had erected, the protective suit on her back torn apart by the gravitational flow, leaving a spiderweb pattern of cracks. Lei Ba's 5-meter-tall mech crashed to its knees, the energy core on its chest showing a web-like crack. The particle cannon embedded in Luo Qin's mechanical arm suddenly changed direction, the dark blue cold light aiming at his own ally. Waste belongs in the recycling bin. He smirked as he pulled the trigger, and at the same moment, Yanfeng's heavy laser gun pierced Lei Ba's power chamber from the rear flank. They're eliminating failures. Lan Yu coughed up blood foam while raising a half-shield of energy. The stardust emblem on her ranger suit suddenly flashed with warning red lights. Xia Linlin suddenly noticed that Luo Qin's mechanical centipede was devouring Lei Ba's scattered energy fragments, those crimson data streams creeping up Yanfeng's weapon along the centipede segments. Mo Ying's energy tree projection violently swayed, the silver-haired guardian suddenly pressing her hand against her chest. They're reconstructing the energy diagram. Before her words even faded, the entire starlight formation suddenly began to rotate in reverse, shattered mech debris being drawn together by some invisible magnetic force, forming a black energy vortex between Luo Qin and Yanfeng. The star marrow patterns on Xia Linlin's bracelet started uncontrollable proliferation, the dark gold light under her skin forming a dense network of circuit diagrams. When Luo Qin tore open the synthetic flesh of his right arm to reveal the mechanical skeleton, she finally saw the pulsating crimson codes hiding the wave frequencies perfectly synchronized with the star marrow energy. This isn't plunder. Xia Linlin's moonlight spear suddenly emitted a mournful wail, glyphs appearing on the spear handle that warned of the first patriarch seal. This is resonance. The black vortex suspended between the two abruptly collapsed into a singularity, a mysterious energy fluctuation surpassing interstellar comprehension, shattering the last 3 starlight cubes. As Xia Linlin dragged Xia Qingqing toward the remnants of the energy tree root, she saw Luo Qin's and Yanfeng's weapons merging into a double helix structure of light blades within the singularity, while the mechanical giant eye behind them had its third layer pupil slowly opening. Chapter 105, World-Shocking Demon Power. The moment the third layer of the mechanical giant eye fully opened, viscous purple-black electric arcs exploded in the air. Xia Linlin's moonlight spear disintegrated inch by inch in her palm. The star marrow patterns grew wildly along her trembling fingertips, like thorns trying to pierce through her joints. Energy field overload. Su Yao's alloy bowstring suddenly snapped, sparks splashing on her bloodstained combat suit. Those data streams are rewriting the spatial laws. 30 meters away, the energy vortex had collapsed into a fist-sized black hole. Luo Qin and Yanfeng's dual spiral light blades emitted an eerie hum similar to a baby's cry. Xia Linlin watched the dark golden patterns bulging under her skin and suddenly remembered the forbidden totem she saw 3 days ago at the interstellar black market. That was an ancient ritual sacrificing life forms using star marrow energy. Gravity coefficients are geometrically increasing. Mo Ying's silver hair was scattered by the wild wind. The remaining roots of the energy tree cracked behind him with spiderweb-like blue lights. In 3 seconds, the shield will. Warning sounds were drowned out by the shrill screeches of metal twisting. Xia Linlin felt blood seeping from her molars, and triple overlapping shadows suddenly appeared in her vision. The crimson code flickering on Luo Qin's mechanical arm, the wriggling black mycelia on Yanfeng's battle axe, and the hexagonal imprint barely visible on Su Yao's neck. The brittle sound of the energy shield shattering was akin to cracking ice. Xia Linlin's knees crashed heavily onto the alloy ground as she helplessly watched Xia Qingqing's mechanical prosthetic emit blue electrical arcs. But the youth stubbornly grabbed her torn combat uniform collar with his remaining left hand. Sis, the star marrow is resonating with your heartbeat. Don't listen to their nonsense. Suddenly, Su Yao threw half of a broken arrow, nailing it into the ground. The crimson energy stance barely held up a half-meter safety zone. Her blood-streaked palm pressed on Xia Linlin's nape. Do you remember what you said when you changed Momu's diaper? Energy resonance is like a baby's cry. The key isn't the volume, but the frequency. Suddenly, 7 spiral light columns shot out from the center of the black hole. Lan Yu's photon sword shattered instantly, and the female ranger spun at the last moment to knock Emoing down. The blue light bursting forth from the remains of the energy tree collided with the crimson codes, producing a bizarre pinkish-purple mist. Xia Linlin's retina suddenly flashed with the warning runes from the first-generation Headmaster's seal. They aren't trying to swallow. Xia Linlin's vocal cords bled from being shaken by the energy wave, and the dark gold patterns had already climbed onto her cheekbones. These crimson codes are imitating the energy fluctuations of the star marrow, just like. Just like the wine bottle she broke in the bar the night she crossed over. Shards of broken glass reflecting neon lights refracted different timelines from each fragment. Xia Linlin began to tremble violently, and the dark gold patterns under her skin started flowing in reverse, a mutation that had never appeared in the original body. Watch out! Mo Ying's urgent shout carried the final remnants of the energy tree's blue light. The shockwave erupted from the center of the black hole, throwing everyone around. Xia Linlin's back slammed against a suspended piece of mech wreckage. She heard at least 2 ribs crack, but more terrifying was the constantly flickering crimson code in her sight. These characters were assembling into the sign of the bar she last saw before crossing over. Moonlight Forbidden Zone. Xia Linlin's pupils suddenly contracted. The light blade merged by Luo Chun and Yin Feng split into countless data streams, each reflecting fragments of different timelines. She saw the rainy night when the original body sold infant Mumu to a black market merchant. The morning Xie Qingqing got electrocuted while stealing energy batteries on Garbage Planet, and the dusk when Su Yao destroyed the lab logs in a blood-red laboratory. This is a memory corridor. Lan Yu's voice sounded as if it came from the deep sea. They're extracting our. Warning sounds were swallowed by the black hole. Xia Linlin felt cold data streams drilling into her temples, and the dark gold patterns started burning her nerve endings. As the excruciating pain reached its peak, she suddenly saw her wrist from before she crossed over. There should have been bruises from hangovers, but now they appeared as imprints perfectly overlapping with the star marrow patterns. So from the very beginning, a light sound akin to breaking jade echoed from Xia Linlin's throat bone. Her combat suit spontaneously combusted, revealing a crescent-shaped birthmark the size of a baby's fist at her heart. When the rapidly proliferating star marrow patterns met the birthmark, they suddenly redirected, heading toward her heart in unison. Xie Qingqing's mechanical prosthetic suddenly emitted excessive blue light. The boy used his body to block a data stream impact, his severed left hand firmly gripping her wrist. Sis, look at Luo Chen's energy core. Through her bleeding vision, Xia Linlin saw the exposed mechanical heart in Luo Chen's chest, which suddenly displayed a translucent image of Mumu. That baby who loved biting her fingers now stared with emerald green eyes, the pupils swirling with a dark golden vortex identical to the star marrow energy. At this moment, the remains of Mo Ying's energy tree completely crumbled. The silver-haired guardian was soaked in blood, the shattered blue light coalescing into an arrow-like shape. Xia Linlin, now's the moment. As the black hole was about to swallow the last of the brightness, the crescent birthmark on Xia Linlin's chest suddenly reflected the full moon from the night she crossed over. In the depths of her scattered pupils, golden specks like stardust began to reassemble. Those dark gold patterns once mistaken for curses were now weaving an ancient star map around the birthmark, a star map that perfectly matched the spiral in Mumu's eyes. Blood droplets seeped through Xia Linlin's fingers, each one hovering as a dark golden dot. The wounds from when she cut herself with broken glass during a drunken binge, and the blisters she got while preparing nutrition agents for Mumu after crossing over, now all transformed under the star map's illumination into resplendent stars. She suddenly burst into laughter, and the blood foam in her throat bloomed like roses in the energy field. Turns out, the vertigo from a hangover is a sign of spatial folding, she said, letting the star marrow patterns pierce her heart as the shreds of her combat suit fluttered away like butterfly wings. Suddenly, the infant silhouette inside Luo Chen's mechanical heart opened its mouth and emitted the lullaby Xia Linlin had hummed the night before she crossed over. Su Yao's broken arrow burst into red light at this moment, the adventurous blood-stained eyelashes hiding rapidly contracting pupils. Its energy resonance. Quick, cut it off. The warning was drowned out by the data flood. Xia Linlin's crescent birthmark emitted a silvery, white beam, creating perfect resonance with the dark gold vortex in Mumu's eyes. The blood droplets floating in midair suddenly shifted direction as if guided by an invisible commander, rushing forward in unison to collide with Luo Chen's mechanical heart. It can't be. Yin Feng swung his battle axe, severing the data flow, yet the black mycelia began to burn themselves. This is the first-generation star marrow apostles. The roar was swallowed by the thunderous sound. Xia Linlin leapt onto the cracked alloy floor, leaving blazing crescents with every step. Her fingertips brushed against those suspended star points, and the dark gold patterns began weaving the outline of an infant's swaddling clothes in the air, exactly the star-studded blanket she had wrapped Mumu in that night. Mo Ying's blue light arrows abruptly changed direction, the remnants of the energy tree transforming into thousands of filaments binding Lan Yu's broken sword. The ranger understood and spun, the photon fragments restructuring into prisms under the pull of Xia Linlin's star map, refracting the 7 spiral light columns into chains of rainbow hues. This is the time. Xie Qingqing's mechanical prosthetic accelerated to super speed, and the boy charged like a cannonball toward Yin Feng. He quickly sketched symbols in the data flow using his remaining left hand, symbols representing the initial sounds of the Chinese character for home, as taught by Xia Linlin. Luo Chen's mechanical heart emitted a shrill lament. Xia Linlin dived through the storm of stars, the silver glow from her birthmark revealing 3 overlapped images, the broken wine glass before she crossed over reflecting different lives, trembling fingers vending infants back then, and Xie Qingqing scavenging for food in the trash heaps with frostbitten hands. You call it a memory corridor. She clutched the casing of the mechanical heart, her star marrow patterns penetrating the crimson code. But to me, it's only a fraction of what I've experienced. Suddenly, an infant's cry rang throughout the battlefield. Mumu's silhouette extended a chubby little hand, jade green eyes swirling with rapid spirals. Xia Linlin's birthmark burned hot, and the dark gold patterns previously seen as a curse were rewriting Luo Chen's mechanical heart into star marrow crystals. Yanfeng's battle axe abruptly turned and slashed at his ally. Lei Ba surged forth from the shadows, only to have his ankles ensnared by Lan Yu's thrown photon lock. The entire space began to distort as Su Yao used the opportunity to slash her wrist with the broken arrow. Her blood congealed into an anti-gravity matrix under the influence of Xia Linlin's star map. The data is collapsing. Mo Ying's silver hair turned a deep shade of blue, and rings reminiscent of the energy tree appeared in the Guardian's eyes. At the 3 o'clock position, Xia Linlin spun and threw the star-covered swaddle bundle. An impact wave carrying the scent of infancy cleared the chaotic data flow, revealing the control cabin where Luo Chen's true self lay. Just as she was about to deliver the fatal blow, the Mumu silhouette within the mechanical heart blinked. An actual baby's cry reached them from 300 light-years away. Caught in that fleeting moment of distraction, the entire battlefield abruptly fell silent. Xia Linlin saw her star-cloaked swaddling bundle suspended in midair, the sticky black substance oozing from Luo Chen's shattered mechanical heart, ignoring physical laws as it flowed back to Yanfeng's battle axe, and thereupon crystallized into a bronze key under Lei Ba's roar. Xia Linlin. Su Yao's warning came half a beat too late. The bronze key suddenly plunged into the void, and the entire star domain crumpled like paper torn by a child's hands. A glowing mark lit up on Mo Ying's forehead, but through the distorted lines, shadows of blood-red flowers blossomed from the phantom form of the energy tree. Amidst the spinning chaos, Xia Linlin seized Xia Qingqing's residual limb. In the blue light emitted by the youth's mechanical prosthetic, it reflected an eerie scene of everyone being swallowed by a spatial fold. They were like ants trapped in a kaleidoscope, with each mirror surface reflecting Mumu from different spacetimes, as an infant, in a walker, and even wearing a starship uniform in some future timeline. When the distortion finally ceased, Xia Linlin felt her back touch a gel-like surface. She opened her blood-caked eyes to see Su Yao's broken arrow slowly spinning in midair, its tip dripping blood that traced spiral trajectories against the dark purple sky. More horrifyingly, everyone's star marrow energy had turned into visible threads, slowly being siphoned off by some unseen force. Gravity coefficients. Mo Ying's silver hair moved without wind, his voice strained. No, the time flow here. Xia Qingqing suddenly started coughing violently. Instead of blood, a radiant blue data stream seeped from the stump of his prosthetic connection. The boy used his remaining 2 movable fingers to scratch marks on the ground. When Xia Linlin recognized the distorted character for home, she suddenly heard familiar giggles from 300 meters away. Emerald green eyes peeked through shadows behind the mushroom-like clusters formed by dark matter. They flickered intermittently like a dimming light. Chapter 106, Bao Ding. The dark purple sky pressed down like an inverted cranium, as Xia Linlin wiped the blood scab from her eyelid, and noticed the blood droplets floating in the air were beginning to coalesce in reverse. Xia Qingqing's incomplete mechanical arm buzzed with the sound of a current short-circuiting. The youth lay curled on the gelatinous ground, repeatedly tracing with his remaining 2 fingers the crooked character for home. Energy extraction rate is 0.3 carats per minute. Mo Ying's silver hair shimmered with a soft blue light as he let his fingertips graze over the congealed blood bead on Su Yao's broken arrow. Suddenly, it transformed into fragments of a star chart. This isn't a normal dimension. We're being parsed at the molecular level. 300 meters away, the mushroom patch trembled faintly, while Mumu's emerald green pupils flickered under the canopy of dark matter. Just as Xia Linlin was about to rise, the gelatinous ground beneath her feet surged with silver waves, causing her to stagger and clutch onto Xia Qingqing's metallic shoulder armor. She noticed that the data stream oozing from the boy's wound was weaving itself into some kind of encrypted rune. Beware of illusions. Lan Yu swung out a photon whip to catch Lei Ba, who was about to fall into a fissure, but suddenly the stardust emblem on the ranger's suit burst with a brilliant light. These mushroom spores can induce. Her warning was cut off by a sudden temporal crease. Underfoot, the gelatinous layer crystallized instantly, and countless translucent projections of Mum appeared. A baby swaddled in blankets holding a plasma bottle, a toddler giggling in an anti-gravity walker, most disturbingly, a grown-up Mum wearing a starship uniform. The amethyst badge pinned to his chest bore a striking resemblance to the Guardian mark imprinted between Mo Ying's eyebrows. Luo Chun suddenly lunged forth, ripping open the space-time film with the phase gloves specially designed for treasure hunters. The anomaly is on that adult phantom. Behind him, Yanfeng's particle battle axe followed, aimed towards Xia Qingqing, but was halted just in time by Su Yao's broken arrow. The female adventurer spat a mouthful of bloody froth, as the broken arrow sprouted photon feathers. You'll have to ask my Nirvana arrow before harming this child. Xia Linlin felt a burning sensation in her ring finger on her right hand, as the silver pattern present since her journey through dimensions started consuming the ambient dark matter. She pressed her bleeding palm against the crystallizing ground, where she observed countless golden threads reversing their path along the energy extraction trajectories, each thread winding around the necks of her unconscious companions. Mo-ing, there's an abnormality in space-time curvature at 3 o'clock. Shrieking, she pounced toward the illusionary Mum dressed in a starship uniform. As the silver light from her fingertips intensified, An infant-like wail echoed throughout the alien space. The projection of the adult mum dissolved into streams of data entering her palm, as rows of interstellar coordinates flashed rapidly across her retina. Xie Qingqing emitted a sharp electronic squeal as the damaged mechanical arm emanated ultrasonic bluish light. The young man gripped the leg that was crystallizing with his metal knuckles and forcibly tore off a prosthetic component etched with runic patterns. Sister, energy matrix, inverse phase sequence. Mo Ying's silver hair abruptly bound together to prevent Lan Yu from being consumed by a spatial fold, as the guardian imprint on his forehead left behind burnt marks. Everyone, gather up. He waved his staff, woven from branches of energy saplings, erecting an emerald barrier surrounding them all. Beyond the shield, Luo Chun and Lei Ba went madly attacking a spacetime node that pulsed with purple mist, each strike making the entire alternate space tremble and exhale more blood-red petals. Su Yao suddenly pulled Xia Linlin back by her collar, avoiding a fissure opening below. From its depths, instead of magma, emerged innumerable wailing baby arms. These ghost things are testing our killing intent, gasped the adventurer, wiping sweat and thrusting the broken arrow into the ground. Not a test, said Xia Linlin staring at her own quantum-transforming fingertip. They're searching for a vessel. As soon as she finished speaking, 300 meters away, the mushroom thicket violently exploded as the real mum floated amidst a storm of dark matter, his emerald eyes gradually tinted with the silvery glow of the guardian imprint. Suddenly, Xie Qingqing emitted a high-pitched electronic howl, and his shattered mechanical body released a light akin to a supernova. In the moment all were blinded, Xia Linlin glimpsed those golden threads suddenly redirecting, piercing into Mum's chest like ravenous vessels. When vision returned, the gelatinous ground had transformed into a black marsh flowing with starlight. Mo Ying's staff had split in two, Lan Yu's photon whip snared 3 melting copies of Yen Feng, and Luo Chun was pressing his phase glove against the unconscious Lei Ba's back. On the explorer's neck appeared none other than a scaled-down version of the guardian imprint. The gravity factor has returned to normal. Su Yao wiped blood from her protective goggles, but froze in place. Following her trembling finger, at the end of the marsh stood a colossal door cobbled together from baby carts, walkers, and starship debris. Between the cracks seeped purple mists forming visions of everyone's deepest fears. Xia Linlin shielded Xie Qingqing behind her, noticing the boy had written the character for home on the ground using data streams, which was now absorbing the blood-red petals floating in space. As the last petal merged with the strokes, a sudden mechanical roar filled the entire alternate space. The hovering blood droplets exploded into stardust and formed a spinning star chart before their eyes. The dark matter mushroom patch trembled again, but this time Mum crawled out on all fours. The infant's mud-streaked hands held a glowing fragment, and its emerald green pupils shimmered with an empathy far beyond its years. It was the remnant of the adult Mum's illusion that had been infused into Xia Linlin's palm just moments ago. Don't touch it. Mo Ying's warning came too late, as Xia Linlin's fingertips had already brushed against the fragment. In an instant, the entire anomalous space collapsed into a Klein bottle-shaped channel, forcing everyone to uncontrollably plummet toward an abyss radiating a rose-like fragrance. Before losing consciousness completely, Xia Linlin saw Mum's emerald green eyes suddenly turn blood red, while rows of pearl-like baby teeth gleamed in its open mouth. Shards of broken moonlight floated in the rose-scented abyss as Xia Linlin clutched a crystal fragment amidst weightlessness. Suddenly, countless pairs of overlapping irises appeared on those facets refracting 7-color lights, each iris reflecting different versions of herself, from infancy to old age, strung together like specimens along a timeline. Beware of the illusory pupils. Mo Ying's voice sounded muffled, as if heard through liquid glass. Reacting swiftly, Xia Linlin flipped her wrist, causing the crystal fragment to cut her fingertip. The silver blood oozing forth coalesced into the shape of an energy sapling seedling midair. The roots of the sapling burrowed into pieces of floating starship wreckage, and in an instant blossomed into a vast field of blue flowers covering their entire field of vision. When the shower of petals finally subsided, they found themselves standing in a circular plaza built from fragments of memories. Adhering to the sole of Xia Linlin's combat boots was half a faded family photograph, where the father figure dressed in a starship uniform bore a striking resemblance to the adult version of Mum's hologram. Welcome to the memory atrium. A serene feminine voice descended from the galaxy above, as a graceful figure with luminous bare feet stepped lightly onto ripples of antimatter. Her silver-white hair wove amongst stardust, each strand ending in a pulsating heart model. Thieves tampering with temporal entropy. Are you ready to pay the price? Su Yao attempted to release her broken arrow, but the tip abruptly warped into the shape of a baby's hand. The adventurer staggered back, noticing her combat suit transforming into swaddling cloth. What sort of sorcery is this? It's not sorcery, it's cause and effect inversion. The Serenity pointed gently, and Mo Ying's guardian staff shattered instantly into parts of a feeding bottle. Emerald green iris is identical to Mum's reflected within her gaze. Each use of your abilities regresses you into more primitive life forms. Xia Linlin grabbed her quantum-transforming right hand, noticing the silver pattern consuming spatial folds around it. She abruptly seized Xie Qingqing's damaged mechanical arm, channeling the data flow seeping from his wound into her own palm. Do you still remember the inverted phase alignment of the energy matrix? Xie Qingqing's electronic eye blinked twice. Then he tore apart his chest armor revealing the energy core. Using metallic teeth, the young man bit through 3 red glowing wires and slapped the sparking circuit board onto Xia Linlin's hand. At the collision of the opposing energies, a sharp sound of shattering glass echoed across the plaza. A crack appeared in the regression domain woven by Serenity. Seize the moment. Leaping skyward, Xia Linlin's fist enveloped in silver light smashed toward the floating galaxy. Amidst the burst of stellar shards into crystal powder, she caught sight of tens of thousands of infant incubation tanks floating behind Serenity. Each tank contained embryos bearing a striking resemblance to Mo Ying's branches of energy suddenly pierced through the barrier of regression, emerald vines tangling around Serenity's ankle. You're not the true guardian. These clones. You've stolen Mom's genetic sequence. Battles erupted in flashes of lightning. Lan Yu's photon whip whipped up clouds of interstellar dust forming a shield. Su Yao's broken arrow split into phoenix-shaped energy entities, and Xia Linlin guided the silver patterns devouring degeneration factors dispersed in space. Every clash of special powers generated temporal waves, causing intermittent appearances and disappearances of the group's regressive effects. Take notice of entropy fluctuations at 3 o'clock. Xia Linlin shouted amid the energy storm. The left sleeve of her combat suit had regressed into baby clothing fabric, while her right arm was covered in future tech-styled mechanical armor. This disordered state of spatiotemporal chaos instead allowed her to pinpoint Serenity's energy trails. Those heart models dangling from the ends of her hair strands resonated harmoniously with the amethyst insignia resting upon Mom's chest. Xia Linlin abruptly shifted her attack, directly grabbing at Serenity's hair strands encased in silver light. Upon making contact with the heart models, an awe-inspiring vision unfolded before her eyes. Amidst an endless expanse of abandoned starships stood adult Mom embedding the amethyst insignia into some massive culturing apparatus, inside which hundreds of Serenity's clones lay dormant. You're the one who was manufactured. Xia Linlin's silver pattern suddenly materialized into data chains, binding the barcode mark on Ling's neck. Mom's adult form is the original guardian. The entire anomalous space trembled violently, and the ground of the circular plaza began to flip over. Ling let out an inhuman scream. Those heart models simultaneously exploded, but what splashed out wasn't blood, rather, a viscous spatiotemporal gel. Mo Ying's energy tree suddenly bloomed with black flowers, each petal revealing images of Mom at different ages. Stop this. Xia Linlin pressed her silver pattern onto Ling's forehead, and behind her floated a holographic projection of the energy matrix. Every time you use your power, your real age decreases by 1 year. Look at your left hand. Ling stared at her shrinking palm in shock, her emerald green pupils revealing fear for the first time. Her silver-white long hair began to lose its color, and one by one, the heart models tied to the ends of her hair withered. Impossible. Mother said we would forever. Xia Linlin suddenly reached out to catch a crystalline tear falling from Ling's eyes. The tear transformed into a key in her palm. Take us to the true control center. I'll help you recover your tampered memories. As the key was inserted into the void lock, the treasure unexpectedly broke free from Xia Linlin's tactical backpack. This cube condensed from star chart fragments emitted supernova-level brilliance, and amidst the light appeared a sight that left everyone breathless. Adult Mom stood shoulder to shoulder with Mo Ying beneath the energy tree, hundreds of incubation tanks floating before them containing Xia Linlin's clones. Is this a picture from 20 years ago? Mo Ying's energy branches grew wildly, and the usually cold voice of the guardian cracked. Why does it contain my memory data? The brilliance suddenly warped into a vortex, and on the surface of the treasure appeared a young holographic image of Xia Linlin's mother. This woman in a white lab coat was embedding a silver chip into infant Xia Linlin's forehead. More shockingly, the electronic calendar on the laboratory wall showed the date. Year 357 of the star calendar, the very year Mom as an infant was found by Xia Linlin. Xia Linlin felt the silver pattern on her ring finger grow hot, and all the golden threads entangled around her companions abruptly turned and entered the treasure like pilgrims. At the peak moment of the light, she saw the apparition of adult Mom again. This time his lip movement clearly said, "Be careful of Mother." Chapter 107, The Devil's Emotion. At the moment when the silver chip faintly appeared on Xia Linlin's forehead, the whole alien space suddenly emitted a crisp sound like breaking glass. Su Yao's particle gun fell to the ground with a click, and the gun barrel melted into crimson metal droplets in the strong light. This is not a holographic projection at all. Lan Yu suddenly covered her right eye and stepped back 2 steps. Indigo blue blood seeping through her fingers. Energy is rewriting the reality dimension. Before she finished speaking, Luo Chen's mechanical arm had already slashed through the curtain of light. The greedy wrinkles on the face of this starseeker were clearly visible under the strong light. The modified triangular claw hook went straight for the mysterious treasure floating in midair. Yanfeng skillfully threw out the magnetic storm chain, and 8 dark purple arcs precisely sealed off all retreat routes for Xia Linlin. Watch out! Xie Qingqing's quantum shield unfolded at a critical moment, and the pale golden light membrane collided with the arcs, exploding with azure sparks. The youth knelt down on one knee and coughed up glowing heart tissue fluid. Under the energy counterattack, his cyborg body made a sound as parts loosened. Suddenly, the silver pattern on the nameless finger of Xia Linlin surged, and those originally golden threads coiled around the ink shadow formed a star map on the surface of the strange artifact. She somersaulted in the air due to the energy resonance guidance. The anti-gravity device at the bottom of her tactical boots brushed past Yan Feng's blade chains, while the high-frequency particle knife in her hand split towards Luo Chen's mechanical joint. You bastards who even sell infants. Do you deserve to touch the time-space hub? The sparks bursting from the blade cutting into the alloy bone lit up the silver data stream, leaping in her pupils. A fighting instinct beyond physical memory awakened along with the chip, each move carrying a chilling hostility that spanned 20 years. The energy tree's branch of Mo suddenly pierced through the battlefield. The Guardian's pale fingertip touched the surface of the strange treasure, and those boiling golden threads instantly solidified into tangible chains. Protocol 327 activated. His toneless voice froze the air. Eliminate all who covet the origin of the energy tree. Wait. Xia Linlin suddenly grabbed the branch piercing through Luo Chen's chest. The sensation transmitted to her palm was unlike that of a plant, but more like some kind of flowing liquid metal, bringing a chill and pain that scorched her soul. There must be something behind him. The silvery gray eyelashes of the Guardian trembled. When the tip of the branch was 0.3 millimeters away from Luo Chen's heart, the strange artifact suddenly emitted a buzzing sound similar to a swarm of bees flapping their wings. The luminous computers on everyone's wrists simultaneously popped up with blood-red warnings. The root system of the energy tree was undergoing quantum collapse. My mother hid something in the chip. Xia Linlin pressed her temple, where images from the lab 20 years ago overlapped with the present. She saw the tender branches of Mo Ying's energy tree wrapping around the infant cultivation chamber in her vision, looking completely different from the weapon now piercing the enemy. Lei Ba's angry shout interrupted her thoughts. This giant man over 2 meters tall saw his muscles swell, and after modifying, his sonic cannon directly blasted toward the floating strange artifact. None of you will have it alone. Find death. Just as Mo Ying raised his hand to form a seal, Xia Linlin suddenly collided into his arms. The girl's smoke-smelling hair brushed against his collarbone, and her rapidly rising chest tightly pressed against his cold long robe under her tactical uniform. This instinctive protective movement caused a disturbance of 0.07 seconds in the Guardian's energy field, causing spiderweb-like cracks in the barrier of the energy tree hit by the sonic cannon. Luo Chen seized the opportunity to throw out a space folder. The pitch-black crack resembled the fangs of a giant beast, swallowing Yin Feng and Lei Ba instantly. This cunning treasure hunter wiped the blood foam from the corner of his mouth with a smirk. Miss Xia, we'll see you in the hell corridor. When the bright light swallowed the entire space again, Xia Linlin felt an additional energy branch loop around her waist. Mo Ying's voice reverberated close to her earlobe, causing her neck to tingle. Don't touch the collapsing point. Your mother set up a jump program inside the chip that would. The strange artifact exploded into stardust. Countless luminous cubes cascaded like an overturned galaxy, each fragment reflecting scenes from different timelines. In the shower of light rain, Xia Linlin saw her 18-year-old mother cradling a baby and kneeling in the parliament hall, Mo Ying stabbing the energy branch into his own chest, and a rainy night 20 years later when Mumu, drenched in blood, held the silver chip and dashed into the fiery explosion. These are possibility fragments. An ethereal voice came from all directions, and the figure of the alien space guardian became intermittently visible in the stardust. When you gaze into the abyss also. Warning, warning. All images abruptly twisted into bloody red vortexes. Xia Linlin's emergency protective bracelet automatically ejected nano armor. She saw Mo Ying's energy branches shattering inch by inch amidst the rampant energy streams, Xia Qingqing's mechanical bionic eye exploding into crystalline powder, and the spatial crack left by Luo Chun swallowing everything like a black hole. Hold on to me. Mo Ying suddenly tore open the collar embroidered with the energy tree totem, revealing the silver chip embedded in his chest, identical to the one on Xia Linlin's forehead. Countless golden threads drilled out from his skin, weaving a cocoon-like barrier between them. The final command set by your mother is about to activate. Xia Linlin struggled to turn her head amidst the energy storm. The last thing she saw was Su Yao being thrown away, tossing a storage device, Lan Yu shielding Xia Qingqing's battered body with hers, and the reformed fragments of the strange treasure condensed into an infant fist-sized star map cube. As the blue light of temporal spatial transition swallowed her consciousness, she heard two overlapping voices echoing in her mind. One was Mo Ying's trembling yet cold stay alive, while the other was Muumu's tearful mom, don't go. In the depths of the raging energy vortex, a figure wearing a silver mask slowly walked toward her. The space-time stabilizer in his hand emitted energy waves resonating with Xia Linlin's chip, leaving traces of blood-red mandalas in the void with every step he took. Before the temporal spatial transition's blue glow completely faded, Luo Chun had already torn open a spatial rift with his mechanical tentacles. This star-seeking adventurer had half of his face embedded with quantum crystals as dark red energy liquid dripped down from the fractured metal bones. Do you think you can escape? Hundreds of magnetic storm chains extended from the folded space behind him, each chain segment vibrating at high frequency. Xia Linlin's tactical suit energy indicator let out a sharp warning sound. She swirled to avoid two intersecting electric arcs, forming a silver moonlight arc with the particle knife in her palm. The chip suddenly emitted a burning sensation, like data falling in cascades across her retina. Those energy formulas her mother once wrote using stardust were reorganizing themselves. Southwest 45 degrees. Xia Qingqing screamed as she launched the last 3 quantum darts, while the young boy pumped out pale gold repair fluid from the mechanical heart inside his chest cavity. The interference particles exploded upon hitting Yanfeng's wrist perfectly, allowing Xia Linlin's blade to slice into Luo Qin's defensive blind spot. Mo Ying's energy branches suddenly wrapped around her waist. The guardian's pale skin illuminated with golden veins, the tips of the branches blooming with millions of photon buds. Don't touch his spine. There's an antimatter bomb inside. This made Xia Linlin forcibly stop her momentum just as her blade was about to touch Luo Qin's back. The high-frequency particle knife scraped off sparks due to inertia, and she twisted her waist mid-air, heavily stomping down on Lei Ba's approaching sonic cannon with her tactical boots. Nanomaterial cracked under the impact, but it deflected the gun barrel by a fatal 3 centimeters. Beware of the energy reflux. Lan Yu threw a photon shield that just managed to cover Su Yao at the critical moment. Instead of lasers, the female adventurer's particle gun shot out stardust extracted from the strange treasure fragment. When those glowing blue spots touched the magnetic storm chains, they transformed the deep purple arcs into butterfly-shaped energy beings. Luo Qin's sneer froze on his face. His mechanical arm joints were eroded by the star-dust butterflies, creating honeycomb-like holes, and Yin Feng covered his right eye, which suddenly crystallized as he stepped back in agony. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the silver pattern on Xia Linlin's ring finger suddenly erupted into a luminous sword, turning her entire body into a silver meteor piercing towards the suspended strange artifact. Stop her! Lei Ba swung a 2-ton heavy gravity hammer, only to have it immediately entangled around his neck by Mo Ying's branches. The guardian's long robe embroidered with the energy tree totem fluttered in the wind, and the star core energy condensed at his fingertips instantly coated the surface of the gravity hammer with frost. The star map on the surface of the strange artifact suddenly came alive. The moment Xia Linlin touched the cube, the chip channeled her mother's voice directly into her mind. Linlin, remember the breathing frequency of the energy tide. Her pupils burst into galaxy-like spirals, and the previously raging energy streams became as gentle as a brook. Now, the high-frequency particle knife plunged into the center of the energy spiral, and Xia Linlin used the counterforce to throw the strange artifact towards Mo Ying. The chip on the guardian's chest synchronized with the mark on her forehead, weaving golden threads into a hexagonal matrix between them. The remodeled stardust energy poured down like a waterfall, reducing Luo Qin's mechanical army to quantum dust. When Su Yao caught the strange artifact falling through the shower of light, a baby-like energy pulse reverberated through her fingertips. She was astonished to discover Mu Mu's shadow curled up inside the cube, with white lights piecing together the dome pattern of the interstellar conference hall. Did we win? Xie Qingqing leaned against the damaged quantum shield, gasping for breath, while sparks spat from the broken mechanical arm of the youth. Lan Yu was repairing his pierced left shoulder with photon sutures, looking up when hearing the question. Temporarily. Before they could cheer, the entire space suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Mo Ying's energy branches wilted without warning, and the golden leaves drifting down froze into ice crystals midair. The burning sensation in Xia Linlin's chip turned into a bone-chilling coldness as she watched the white mist from her breath coalesce into an eerie human-like silhouette before her. The star map on the surface of the strange treasure began rotating counterclockwise, with each edge of the cube oozing asphalt-like black substance. These viscous liquids expanded upon hitting the ground into 3-meter-tall shadows that emitted suffocating decay. Su Yao fired her particle gun at the shadow 3 times in quick succession, but the light bullets vanished without a trace as though swallowed by a black hole. This isn't Luo Qin's doing. Mo Ying suddenly gripped Xia Linlin's wrist. The guardian's normally icy palm was trembling. His energy branches attempted to form a defensive barrier, but turned instantly into murky brown upon contact with the shadow. Xia Linlin heard her mother's hurried warning through the chip, filled with fear she'd never heard before. Linlin, cut off the energy connection immediately. That thing is. The warning cut off abruptly. The first to collapse was Xie Qingqing's mechanical cyber eye. The young boy suddenly clutched his bleeding left eye as his modified limbs convulsed uncontrollably. Something's gnawing at my neural network. Lan Yu's photon shield shattered into fragments, and Su Yao stumbled to her knees, the strange artifact rolling out of her trembling fingers. The shadow slowly raised its arm composed of countless screaming faces. Wherever it moved, it left behind space fractures resembling asphalt, from which countless infant-sized hands emerged, each bearing blood-red electronic eyes in their palms. Xia Linlin's chip suddenly went into overdrive, and amidst the excruciating pain, she saw security footage from a lab 20 years ago, her mother fleeing in panic with a baby, followed by an identical shadow. Mo Ying's energy field exploded with a thunderous sound. The guardian wrapped his arms around Xia Linlin, using his last ounce of strength to whisper 3 words in her ear. This sentence caused the girl's pupils to contract sharply, and before she could react, she saw the shadow's hand press against the surface of the strange artifact. The cube let out the brittle sound of glass shattering, and the star map within its confines began to burn. Chapter 108, Star Map Fragments. The air was filled with the smell of scorched electronic components. Xia Linlin's face was splattered with blood from Mo Ying's energy field fragment, and the words "Star Map is you" traced by the guardian's broken lip remained imprinted on her retina. She knelt in the energy vortex emitted by the strange treasure. Her right fingertips felt like a baby's palm. Those blood-red electronic eyes that stretched out from the spatial crack were wrapping around her mechanical joints like slugs. 45 degrees to the right rear in 3 seconds. Lan Yu's throat, cut by fragments of a photon shield, let out a scream. The ranger's unique sonic power shattered 3 baby palms reaching for Xie Qingqing's nape. Blue-purple sparks burst from the adolescent's modified spine. The remaining optic nerves in his mechanical prosthesis barely supported combat calculations. Sis. The energy tree roots are consuming the protective canopy frequency. The shadow's torso, made up of screaming faces, suddenly split open into a huge mouth, spewing out asphalt-like matter. Just then, Su Yao's mystic iron chain melted into liquid in midair. The female adventurer stumbled against the burning star map cube. The lava patterns flowing over its surface suddenly reversed, branding a smoking mark onto her collarbone. It's reverse resonance. The ethereal silver-haired protector's hair stood up. The barrier formed by hand seals was being corroded into honeycomb-like holes by baby palms. It's using our fears as nourishment. Xia Linlin's temples throbbed. The surveillance footage from her mother's lab 20 years ago overlapped with the hellish scene before her eyes. In the depths of those crimson electronic eyes, there lay clearly the Tri-Helix code symbolizing the Federal Academy of Sciences. She finally understood Mo Ying's dying words. The burning patterns of the star map crawled along the veins of her wrists, forming an eerie resonance with the excruciating pain generated from the overloading chip. Watch out! Xie Qingqing suddenly leaped forward, shielding her with his metallic back from the shadow's slashing claw. Silver-blue blood mixed with nanobots spewed from the boy. His enhanced limbs groaned with the sound of metal fatigue. Sis, remember when you upgraded my prosthetic eye? You said even a mechanical heartbeat can convey warmth. The roar of the shadow shattered the last 3 floating barriers. Xia Linlin watched helplessly as Lan Yu's photon sword vaporized upon touching the core of the shadow, and the ranger's right arm dissipated into streams of data. Su Yao tightened the bleeding wound on her abdomen with her mystic iron chain. The adventurer's hearty laughter mixed with bloody foam. Don't give me that expression. Hunting pirates in the dark nebula back in the day was way more thrilling. Suddenly, the cube artifact emitted a hum akin to the collapse of a star. The fiery patterns of the star map had already crept up Xia Linlin's neck, creating a perfect resonance frequency with the scorching pain from the chip. She saw Kongling use dimensional folding techniques to move Leiba, who was about to be swallowed by baby hands, away. The protector's silvery white hair was visibly turning ashen gray. Aren't you supposed to take me around all the night markets in the 5th star domain? Xie Qingqing suddenly grabbed her trembling wrist, and his damaged mechanical prosthesis emitted its final azure glow. Use it. What you brought from Garbage Star. Xia Linlin's pupils contracted violently. Memories crashed into her consciousness like meteorites. The mysterious chip clenched in her hand after passing out that night. The abnormal abilities awakened at the garbage disposal station, and the energy tree totem branded on her collarbone before Mo Ying faded away. The star map pattern had already spread to her heart, perfectly overlapping with the infant cultivation chamber monitor image in her mother's arms 20 years ago. What touching bonds! Luo Chen's cold voice suddenly came from the space rift, half his face embedded in the shadow's body. I wonder how delicious the memories you cherish most will be when the star map completely burns. The artifact cube suddenly erupted with the brightness of a supernova explosion. In the blinding heat, Xia Linlin felt a cool touch on her left ring finger. It was the photon dagger Lan Yu condensed with the last flow of data. Su Yao's iron chain was coiling around her ankle to form a gravity anchor, and the sound of Xie Qingqing's broken mechanical heartbeat was the only frequency piercing through the shadow's shrieks. The moment the star map pattern covered her entire body, Xia Linlin heard a baby crying. It wasn't the terrifying echo created by the shadow, but the pure frequency from the cultivation tank 20 years ago. She suddenly understood why her mother fled with the star map, and also saw the direction of the star river formed by the scattered light points when Mo Ying's energy field exploded. I'm ready. She grasped Lan Yu's photon dagger with her other hand, and the burning star map reflected in her pupils showed the entire vein structure of the star domain. Xie Qingqing's mechanical heart suddenly emitted an ultra-high-frequency blue light. Bloodied but smiling with familiarity, the youth whispered, I've been waiting for this moment. The moment the last sealing layer of the cube peeled off, Xia Linlin's fingertips touched the cold metallic surface deep within the star map. Its shape was identical to that of the ancestral jade pendant she had drunkenly shattered on the night of her crossing. 7 beams of energy at different frequencies converged into a spiral-like column in midair, tearing the black shadow apart with cracks resembling spiderwebs. Xia Linlin could clearly feel the tremors transmitted by Su Yao's mystic iron chain. It was the sign of the female adventurer burning her life energy to activate her family's secret techniques. Lan Yu's remaining data stream coiled around her left wrist, forming a spectrum shield that kept reconfiguring itself. And Xie Qingqing's mechanical heart buzzed as it operated beyond its limits, achieving perfect resonance with the energy fluctuations of the strange treasure cube. Now, Kongling suddenly tossed out 320 crystals from folded space, the long hair of the interdimensional guardian now gray like that of an elderly person. The crystal formation above the black shadow formed an inverted stellar domain map, resonating with the burning star map patterns on Xia Linlin's body in a way akin to quantum entanglement. Xia Linlin suddenly smelled disinfectant from her mother's lab on the tip of her right finger. Memories from 20 years ago unfolded like a holographic projection. The baby in the cultivation tank opened its crimson electronic eyes just as her mother embedded the star map chip into her still unsealed fontanelle. All the experimental data erased by the Federal Academy of Sciences now flowed into her neural center through the star map patterns. It's like this. At the moment the star map pattern touched the jade pendant, the entire space suddenly fell into an eerie silence. The shadow's piercing scream tearing through space, the roar of energy explosions, even the pounding heartbeats of all present were swallowed by some higher dimensional force. Xia Linlin saw her own mechanical joints beginning to undergo quantumization. The blood-red electronic eye baby palms wrapped around them recoiled wildly, as if encountering a natural predator. Fear can also be nourishment. She allowed the star map patterns to pierce through her pupils. The moment emerald light erupted from the center of the jade pendant, the anomalous abilities suppressed by the chip for 20 years finally broke free of their shackles. But it can fear too. The emerald light swept through space, causing all forms of energy to reverse transform. Lan Yu's vaporized right arm reformed into moonlight-laden data streams. Su Yao's broken mystic iron chain emitted gravitational waves of supernova-level intensity, and even Kongling's grayed long hair regained its silver glow. Xie Qingqing suddenly burst into laughter. In the blue light emitted by his mechanical heart appeared traces of the golden patterns of the star map. Sis, your eyes are snowing. Xia Linlin raised her hand to catch the falling stardust. Each flake was a fragment of the data from her mother's laboratory. The moment they touched the shadow's body, the screaming faces froze in expressions of shock. The strange treasure cube completely disintegrated, exposing a core jade pendant weaving the star map patterns into an energy net spanning 12 dimensions. Impossible. The half-face of Luo Chun embedded in the shadow began to dissolve. This is what the Academy has sealed away. His cries of agony were drowned out by the emerald light. Xia Linlin felt as though she existed simultaneously in countless timelines. The storm during which she awakened her anomalous abilities on the garbage star, the particles of energy that scattered when mowing dissipated, and even the crisp sound of shattering the jade pendant while drunk before the crossing, all connected into a dazzling Milky Way within the star map network. When the last speck of starlight seeped into the core of the shadow, the terrifying energy vortex collapsed into a singularity. The instant the impact wave threw everyone against the spatial barrier, Xia Linlin saw the young holographic image of her mother appear on the surface of the jade pendant. The woman in the white lab coat tenderly caressed the cultivation tank. In the tank, the infant's electronic eyes pulsed with the same emerald code as the jade pendant in this moment. Did we win? Su Yao wiped blood foam off her mouth as she struggled to sit up. Her abdominal wound, wrapped in the mystic iron chain, was being covered by starlight. As Lan Yu's trembling right hand tried to form a photon sword, the scout's unique dimensional perception triggered a sudden alarm. Wait. Energy readings are abnormally spiking. Before Xia Linlin could turn back, the remnants of the dispersed shadow reassembled simultaneously at 6 locations. A pressure 10 times more terrifying crushed 3 floating continents. The divided shadow projections took on the forms of each person's greatest fears. For Xie Qingqing, it was the mechanical tentacles emerging from his spine. Above Su Yao hovered a starship filled with the corpses of her relatives, and facing Xia Linlin was the very infant from 20 years ago crawling out of the cultivation tank, its pupils pulsing with the triple helix code. The star map patterns on the surface of the jade pendant suddenly dimmed, and Xia Linlin felt her newly awakened abilities being restrained by some rule. The 6 shadow clones simultaneously raised their claws made of dark matter, weaving an inescapable web of death as the trajectories intersected within the ethereal star map domain. The interdimensional guardian suddenly spat out streams of silvery white blood, and cracks resembling spiderwebs appeared on the folded barrier. Frequency interference. Xie Qingqing abruptly tore off the synthetic skin of her left arm, revealing the dense network of backup interfaces beneath. We need synchronized attacks with different energy attributes. The young man clenched his bloodied teeth around the exposed wires, and the electrical sparks from his mechanical heart burst into fragments of a star map in the air. Xia Linlin tightened her grip on the jade pendant growing warm in her hand, while the holographic projection of her mother twisted and distorted under the influence of the intense energy field. When the claws of the 6 shadow clones were only half a meter away from everyone's throats, she suddenly saw that at the core of each clone, there was Luo Chen's neural docking port flashing. This greedy interstellar treasure hunter had actually split his consciousness into 6 parts. Chapter 109, Baoding Legend. The sound of 12 dark matter claws tearing through space was like billions of glass beads falling into an abyss. As Xia Linlin's silver hair, lifted by chaotic energy currents, brushed past the ice shield condensed from Mo Ying's shadow, she saw 6 fragmented reflections of herself in the starlight refracting ice crystals. Coordinates will overlap in 3 seconds. Drenched in blood, Xie Qingqing's mechanical arm pierced into the ground. The burst circuits sprayed cyan sparks as the fragments of floating star charts suddenly reversed and embedded themselves into Kong Ling's unfolding star domain map. Su Yao's starship debris illusion corresponds to Tianji position, and Lan Yu's ranger insignia can activate Kaiyang. The cry of the baby Mumu suddenly pierced through the energy barrier. A jade pendant on Xia Linlin's left wrist responded by emitting a blood mist. 20 years ago, the original infant body in the incubation chamber was now piercing its tendrils of dark matter into the cracks of the folded barrier. Surprisingly, web-like cracks began to ooze a silver-white liquid resembling the blood of Kong Ling. Mo Ying's energy tree formed a hexagonal array beneath everyone's feet with vines. Each node blossomed with buds of different colors. I can hold it for 20 breaths. As he spoke, his right eye exploded, scattering crystalline shards that transformed into glowing butterflies mid-air, precisely enclosing the pulse bullets secretly fired by Yin Feng. You're leaving no room for others to shine. Lan Yu's twin blades crossed to form a star-shaped glow, shattering the mechanical tentacles falling from above. Instead of oil spurting from the severed metallic veins, it was the white rose petals from Xie Qingqing's childhood memory of her mother's funeral. The young ranger's pupils suddenly contracted. The momentary hesitation in her blade allowed the avatar controlled by Luo Qin's main consciousness to seize the opportunity. In a critical moment, Su Yao leaped high into the air, carrying an electromagnetic cannon taller than herself. The phantom image of the starship, covered with her loved one's remains, suddenly materialized. Stepping on her father's cherished antique piano keys as she jumped forward, when the cannon port lit up, the melody of a wedding march unexpectedly filled the battlefield. Old villain Luo Qin, you control 6 avatars simultaneously. With the power reaching its critical point, the cannon barrel began to melt. Are you not afraid of a split mind? The shockwave generated by the collision between the dark matter claw and the electromagnetic cannon overturned 3 floating continents. In the chaos of energy, Xia Linlin noticed the surface of the jade pendant revealing the fingerprints from her infancy. The spiral patterns resonated with the residual dark matter on her fingertips, unleashing a flood of previously suppressed abilities rushing into her spine. Xie Qingqing, catch it! She tore off the necklace around her neck and threw it toward the youth, where 18 nanocapsules assembled into a temporary energy matrix in midair. The overloaded wiring clenched in Xie Qingqing's teeth erupted with electric light, finally completing the full Nendo 6 stars array from the fragmented star charts. The silver blood sprayed by Kong Ling suspended itself into strings, the swordlight cut by Lan Yu transformed into a bow, and Mo Ying's luminous butterflies became jumping notes. At the carefully leaked loophole created by Xia Linlin for Luo Qin, these 3 distinct energies converged, triggering a chain reaction inside the greediest of his avatars. Now is the time. Xia Linlin advanced upon the sonic ripple created by Su Yao, as her mother's holographic projection within the jade pendant reached out to stabilize her trembling wrist. As her fingertips touched the original baby body in the incubation chamber, she glimpsed the flashing neural docking ports in the laboratory from 20 years ago, completely identical to the interface present on one of Luo Qin's avatars at this very moment. Yan Feng's chainsaw sword split open the protection of the energy tree just then, while Luo Qin's real body emerged halfway through the fractured spatial creases. This interstellar treasure hunter held the exotic artifact Star Core in his left hand and a mechanical heart replaced 3 years ago from Xie Qingqing's body in his right. Little girl, do you think seeing through the secret of my avatars means victory? He licked the residual dark matter from his lips. When I divided my consciousness, I retained 37% of pure greed. Suddenly, Xia Linlin felt a burning sensation at the back of her neck. The jade pendant had somehow embedded itself into the groove of her 3rd cervical vertebra. The last flower bud of the energy tree bloomed before her eyes, revealing a miniaturized version of Mumu curled up inside. The instant the baby opened its eyes, the entire anomalous space's laws began to reverse, causing the star domain images corrupted by dark matter to flow backwards like old film reels. So, you've known all along. Mo Ying's remaining intact left eye flowed with bloody tears as the vines entwining everyone grew wildly into a towering ancient tree. Through countless intersecting timelines, Xia Linlin witnessed 12 possibilities. When Luo Qin's claw was only a half-inch away from the star core, she let her consciousness sink deep into the blood-red galaxy within the jade pendant. The instant the purple-red energy beam pierced through Xia Linlin's pupil, she saw 12 shattered mirrors floating in the blood-red galaxy. Each reflection played out a different ending. Luo Qin ripping apart the star core resulting in the universe's collapse, Mo Ying transforming into an energy tree devouring the entire anomalous space, or Mumu curling up in the incubation chamber with increasingly transparent hands. 37% of greed. Xia Linlin's lips curled into a cold smile identical to her mother's holographic projection as the antimatter powers surging through her spine suddenly coalesced into tangible nerve bundles. The silver-white nerves with star chart patterns pierced through the void, connecting the consciousness interfaces of Luo Qin's 6 avatars into a star chain. Then I'll use the 63% of conscience you cut away to bury you. The ethereal silver blood spattered on the barrier began to boil, while Lan Yu's blade light hung above Xia Linlin's head like a crescent moon. When Mo Ying's energy tree roots pierced into her ankles, the matrix formed by 18 nanocapsules suddenly collapsed into a singularity. 3-fold spiral codes projected from her retina into the real dimension, reassembling the consciousness fragments Luo Qin had severed within the antimatter networks. No. The true body of Luo Qin emitted a grinding scream akin to sandpaper against metal as his 6 avatars simultaneously clutched their chests and knelt down. Xia Linlin's fingertips, adorned with dark matter tendrils, were suddenly infused with starlight. She soared into the sky riding the electromagnetic pulse waves unleashed by Su Yao, trailing a river of bloody stars that dyed the entire battlefield crimson like twilight. Mo Ying's vines wrapped around Xia Linlin's waist at this moment, and the last flower bud of the energy tree blossomed on her shoulder. The miniature Mumu opened its amber eyes, and the baby's cries transformed into substantial soundwave blades. These sound waves precisely targeted the seams of the consciousness interfaces of Luo Qin's avatars, allowing Xie Qingqing to seize the opportunity and plunge her mechanical arm into the ground fissures. A sapphire electric light surged through the array formed by the fragmented star charts, rushing towards the heavens. South Dipper 6 stars, Seal Soul. Bloodstained teeth bit through wire insulation as the overloading mechanical arm skin crumbled piece by piece. The floating continents began to reverse their rotation, and the star domain images corrupted by dark matter flipped like mirror reflections, revealing numerous neural docking ports on Luo Chen's hand gripping the star core. Su Yao's electromagnetic cannon completed its final charging just then, the ghostly starship overlapping with her weapon, filled with her family's remains. As the wedding march transformed into a requiem, the electromagnetic torrent carrying shards of piano slammed through 3 floating continents. Yanfeng's surprise attack chainsaw sword was blocked by Lan Yu's twin blades. In the eyes of the young ranger reflected the white rose petals sprayed by the mechanical tentacles. Your bloody scent has the fragrance of violets? A strange silence abruptly engulfed the center of the battlefield. Xia Linlin's silver hair stood on end amidst the antimatter storm as the slot in her cervical vertebra embedded with the jade pendant burst forth with supernova-like brilliance. She witnessed the hologram of the laboratory 20 years ago overlapping with the current battlefield, her mother's trembling fingers pressed onto a crimson button. The patterns on it perfectly matched the energy circuitry currently displayed on the surface of the star core. So, you had etched the answer into my gene sequence long ago. She let loose the flood of abilities destroy the last mental barrier, her right-hand fingers suddenly developing crystal-textured neural dendrites. As these dendrites penetrated the star core, all the dark matter throughout the anomalous space scattered wildly, as if meeting its natural enemy. Luo Chen's true body began to carbonize under the intense light, followed by his avatars exploding one after another into phosphorescent powder. Lei Ba's stout figure was pierced through by the energy tree roots, while Yanfeng's chainsaw blade started cutting back against his own mechanical limb in reverse. The expanded star domain map shrank into a cocoon of light, completely sealing the struggling Luo Chen within it. We won. Xia Qingqing slumped on the crystallized ground, her smoking mechanical arm dangling by her side. Su Yao leaned on the melted electromagnetic cannon, watching the gradually dissipating ghost ship illusion with an expression that seemed both joyful and tearful. Lan Yu's trembling blade tip lifted half a white rose, the dewdrops on the petals refracting Mo Ying's fading fluorescent form. Yet Xia Linlin suddenly dropped to one knee, the star core in her palm shaking violently. The previously calm antimatter channels erupted once more, and the fetal heartbeat emanating from the jade pendant resonated eerily with Mumu's cries. The last flower bud of the energy tree bloomed fully, with tiny transparent fingers of Mumu gently touching the neural docking ports appearing on the star core surface. Wait, this thing is absorbing the residual energy of the battlefield. Mo Ying's remaining left eye suddenly leaked silvery blood as the vines encircling everyone withered visibly. That's not an ordinary star core, it connects to. His warning was drowned out by the sudden tidal wave of energy. Millions of spinning nebula spirals surfaced on the treasure's face, sweeping through the battlefield with life pulses beyond human comprehension. The jade pendant automatically detached itself from Xia Linlin's neck, floating above the star core to form a double helix structure. The remnants of the defeated enemies, the splattered blood, and even shattered starlights all started flowing toward the celestial artifact. The crowd's cheers ceased abruptly. Lan Yu's twin blades flew out of her hands and stabbed into the ground, with red warning lights bursting from the clan insignias on the hilts. Su Yao stumbled backward into a crystallized pillar as the navigation system of the phantom spaceship emitted shrill alarms. Xia Qingqing's mechanical arm pointed uncontrollably toward the sky, as deep blue sparks traced the outline of an ancient star chart in the void. Xia Linlin tried to step back, but found her neural synapses already fused with the star core. The triple spiral code on her retina began rotating in reverse, and her mother's residual gestures in the holographic projection suddenly overlapped perfectly with the patterns on the surface of the star core. As the first ray of light, like a glimmer of dawn, emerged from within the celestial treasure, the energy fluctuations across the entire battlefield strangely ceased. The roots of the energy tree, fragments of the floating continents, even the scattered droplets of blood, were all suspended midair. A sense of scrutiny beyond time and space swept over everyone's soul. Xia Linlin witnessed 12 pulsating light cocoons appear on the surface of the star core. In one of them, curled up was the translucent silhouette of a baby with the same amber-colored pupils as Mumu. Chapter 110. The 28 Lunar Mansion's Star Chart. The 12 light cocoons on the surface of the star core were pulsing at a frequency akin to quantum entanglement. The triple helix code in Xia Linlin's retina was nearly burning through her crystalline lens. She suddenly realized that the star chart patterns surfacing on the light cocoons were identical to the matrilineal clan totems she had seen 3 months ago in the wreckage of an abandoned starship. The energy tides are rewriting the spatial rules. 3-dimension strings wrapped around Kong Ling's fingers snapped suddenly, and a pale purple ripple of spacetime exploded beneath her skirt. That child's spectral pupils. Before she could finish her sentence, the blood droplets suspended in midair transformed into countless crimson rays. Lu Chen's mechanical cybernetic eye flashed with a surge of data, and he shoved Yanfeng toward the direction of the light cocoons. Use the Star Devourer gene lock. He used the recoil to lunge towards the double helix jade pendant behind Xia Linlin, while the interstellar pirate insignia embedded in his arm plate ejected a cloud of toxic particle mist. Lan Yu's twin blades cut out a cross-starlight pattern within the particle mist. As her blade clashed with the protective shield emitted from Xia Qingqing's mechanical arm, icy blue sparks erupted. Be careful of the energy collapse at 3 o'clock. Su Yao's starship illusion materialized just in time to deflect a dark matter dagger thrown by Yin Feng. The weapon, glowing with a violet light, passed close to Mo Ying's energy root tendrils and vaporized 3 tree-sized crystallized roots instantly. You have no idea what true evolution means. Lu Chen's sonic weapon pierced Xie Linlin's eardrums, causing them to bleed. The space-folding device on his back suddenly unfurled 6 metallic wings. What this universe needs is... The neural synapses bursting from Xie Linlin's fingertips suddenly bound 2 of the metallic wings as the baby's phantom on the surface of the star core opened its eyes at that exact moment. A millennium-old jade chill ran down her neck like it was dipped in ice spring water as her mother's holographic fingertip, left behind across 30 years of time, gently touched her heart, which was pounding wildly. What this universe needs are greedy beasts who devour their own kind, right? Xie Linlin's voice reverberated with the resonance of the star core, and the jade pendant suddenly projected the 28 Lunar Mansion star chart, enveloping Lu Chen. Look at your awakened star devourer gene lock. The broken gene chains of those lives you treat as tools are wailing inside these light cocoons. An infant-like energy wail suddenly echoed throughout the battlefield. Fragments of the floating continent began to spin backward. Dark golden flowers bloomed on Mo Ying's energy root tendrils, each petal reflecting different shadowy images of Mu Mu from various timelines. Xie Qingqing's mechanical arm involuntarily reached for the nearest crystal pillar, painting an azure star chart in the air with sparks that resembled the cocktail layer structure Xie Linlin had observed in the bar on the night she crossed through dimensions. Watch out, sister. Xie Qingqing suddenly rammed his flesh body into the flying debris created by the energy tides, leaving a deep, bone-revealing wound on his left shoulder's protective shield. The family mark on the young man's forehead shone as bright as daylight. Ancient genes long dormant awakened in response to the star core fluctuations, coagulating his spattering blood into prism shields protecting Xie Linlin. Su Yao's starship navigation system suddenly emitted a hum resembling ancient whale songs. She staggered against a crystalline column. These light cocoons are absorbing our memories. I saw. Her next words were crushed in her throat by a sound bomb thrown by Yin Feng, but Xie Linlin clearly discerned in her contracted pupils the same vortex image of the starry sky from her last memory before crossing. Moing, energy node at 3 o'clock. Lan Yu's dual swords suddenly stabbed into the ground, their handles emitting red light interweaving with the dimensional threads wrapped around Kong Ling to form a net. The instant Lu Chen's metal wings tore through the star chart prison, the energy tree roots pierced exactly through the nerve junctions in his right leg, and dark green energy liquid splattered on the star core surface, causing spiderweb cracks to appear simultaneously on 3 of the light cocoons. Xie Linlin suddenly felt a touch similar to Mu Mu's fetal hair on her palm, looking down to discover her neural synapses unknowingly wrapped around the star chart projected by the jade pendant. When the 5th light cocoon started to pulse, the triple helix in her retina suddenly accelerated its reverse rotation. Her mother's residual hologram finally completed that intricate gesture spanning time and space, perfectly aligning with the black hole spiral forming on the surface of the star core. Now, Kong Ling suddenly pressed her hands wrapped in dimensional strings onto Xie Linlin's back, and 7 layers of differently colored ripples of spacetime exploded along her spine. Use the imprint resonance from your temporal travel. In intense pain, Xie Linlin heard her bones cracking like colliding crystals. The levitating jade pendant suddenly liquefied into her neural synapses. At the moment Lu Chen's metal wings were about to pierce her throat, all the frozen energies on the battlefield suddenly cascaded down like a melting star river. The baby phantom on the star core's surface revealed dimples exactly like Mu Mu's as it smiled at her. Dual helical light patterns emerged deep within Xie Linlin's pupils, as the shattered memories originally belonging to the former owner suddenly recombined under the fluctuations of the star core. When she raised her hand to block Lu Chen's fatal strike, what flickered at her fingertips was no longer merely neural synapses, but ripples of spacetime entwined with the jade pendant starlight, some force beyond physical laws awakening in her fragmented and reconstituted gene chain. Xie Linlin's fingertips, encased in spacetime ripples, suddenly burst forth with dazzling starlight. The 28 Lunar Mansion star chart burned marks onto Lu Chen's metallic wings. Su Yao, energy threshold at the southwest quadrant. She screamed as she drove her neural spikes into the suspended fragments of the star core, splashing dark green energy liquid onto the blood prism coagulated by Xie Qingqing, refracting 720 entangled light waves. Lan Yu's spinning dual swords suddenly halted, their blades reflecting a ghostly pale face. The Dimension Guardian's swirling skirt drew out 6-dimensional strings, those pearly lustered lines accurately piercing through the wriggling mechanical tentacles on Lu Chen's back. 3 seconds. Her chilly voice was shredded mostly by the particle storm, yet Xie Linlin could read the countdown from her moving lips. The floating jade pendant shards suddenly emitted an ancient chime-like reverberation. The triply reverse-rotating spiral embedded in Xie Linlin's retina abruptly paused. As the energy wave from the explosion of the second light cocoon threw Yin Feng off balance, she suddenly grabbed Xie Qingqing's bleeding left arm, only to find that the droplets of blood spurting from the youth's wound had coagulated mid-air into miniature black holes. Right now, Su Yao's starship illusion suddenly disintegrated into myriad points of light, its navigation system humming with a whale song eerily resonating with the chimes of the jade pendant. Xie Linlin somersaulted mid-air using the force transferred from Xie Qingqing's push. Her neuron tendrils wrapped in starlight suddenly split into a neural tree-like network, each tip precisely penetrating the joints of Lu Chen's metallic wings. A dark matter dagger whistled past her neck, and Mo Ying's energy tree suddenly bore ice-blue fruits. In the very instant those fruits hit the ground, the battlefield floor instantly displayed the cocktail vortex Xia Linlin had seen before crossing dimensions in the bar. Lu Chen's cybernetic eye flashed frantically, his folded device spewing out black mist. "You insignificant worms. It's you who needs to wake up." Xia Linlin's pupils suddenly reflected twin infant phantoms, liquid energy from the jade seeping into her body, exploding into 7 stellar rings along her spine. As the 5th light cocoon fully shattered, the inverted vortex of the floating continent abruptly ceased. The matrilineal totems surfacing on the star core overlapped perfectly with the family mark on Xia Qingqing's forehead. The fingers entwined with dimensional strings suddenly pierced into the energy vortex, as pale purple ripples of space-time flowed upstream along Xia Linlin's neural dendrites. Lu Chen's howl of rage turned into a cry of terror. From the wound in his right leg, where the energy tree roots had pierced through, clusters of crystals sprouting, resembling Mu Mu's fetal hair were growing. No! Yanfeng's sound bomb bizarrely reversed direction midair, while the dark matter dagger's violet glow was tinted amber by Xia Qingqing's blood prism. As the 6th light cocoon began pulsing, Xia Linlin felt the warmth left by her mother's holographic image 30 years ago in her palm. The wailing of the fractured gene chains suddenly transformed into the clear cry of a phoenix. The suspended star chart prison contracted with a thunderous roar, crushing Lu Chen's metallic wings into powder. Mo Ying's energy tree blossomed with dark golden flowers, each petal reflecting battle conclusions from different timelines. Xia Linlin saw 720 possibilities within the space-time ripple, her fingertips starlight suddenly thrusting into the brightest future branch. "It's over." She gently tapped the infant phantom on the surface of the star core. The triple helix coating within her pupils reformed into a complete gene chain. As the last light cocoon dissolved into stardust, Lu Chen's battered mechanical body was already dragged into quantum foam by energy tree roots, Yanfeng screaming as he plummeted toward the void fissure at the edge of the floating continent. Xia Qingqing stumbled as he supported himself with his mechanical arm, the blood prism congealed at his wounds suddenly reflecting Mu Mu's sleeping face. "Sis, energy readings are dropping." His hand covered in energy fluid pressed against the star core surface, as those web-like cracks began healing slowly. The hands intertwined with dimensional strings trembled uncontrollably. "Not right. The relic is reconstructing the spatial anchor." Before she could finish her sentence, the seemingly calming star core unexpectedly erupted with a siphon effect. Su Yao's just materialized starship illusion was immediately shattered into glowing streams. Lan Yu's dual swords gouged deep grooves in the ground with ear-splitting screeches. "Hold on to the energy tree roots." Mo Ying's cold voice quivered for the first time as his pale fingers deeply penetrated the crystallized trunk. Xia Linlin's neural connections desperately grasped the nearest crystal cluster, only to realize that her legs were beginning to quantize. The shimmering pixels were the neon lights she'd seen in her drunkenness before crossing dimensions. The infant phantom suddenly emitted giggles. The black hole vortex appearing on the star core engulfed the entire 28 lunar mansion star chart. In the moment weightlessness struck, Xia Linlin caught a glimpse of the family totem revealed in Xia Qingqing's fractured energy shield. It was identical to the matrilineal runes carved on a dead star 30 light-years away. When the siphon storm swallowed the last glimmer of starlight, all that remained on the floating continent was half of Mo Ying's dark gold energy tree, struggling to hold its ground. The phantom of Mu Mu reflected on the dark golden petals suddenly turned their heads simultaneously, as the gazes of 720 infants pierced through dimensions, landing on an odd space warping into a Mobius strip. In some chaotic quantum superposition realm, Xia Linlin's neural synapses were slowly merging with the lingering starlight from the jade pendant. On her fragmented retina, there gradually appeared mysterious coordinates interwoven with cocktail vortices and star charts. Clearly the final reflection of neon lights cast into her glass at the bar the day she crossed dimensions. Chapter 111, Jade Rain. The crystalline space emitted a brittle sound like shattering glass. Xia Linlin's quantum legs flickered between light and shadow in the energy stream. Energy tendrils resembling neural synapses from her fingertips were entangled with Mo Ying's dark shadowy tree roots. Those emerald-colored veins resonated with the faint glow of a jade amulet, drawing winding star tracks in the void. 30 degrees northeast. Lan Yu threw out a hexagonal ice shield to block the incoming crystalline arrow rain. Her silver combat suit was scorched by energy ripples. Behind her, the floating star track compass spun wildly, with blood beads continuously seeping from the needle's tip. In Xia Linlin's pupils, double mirages were reflected. On the left was the twisted Klein bottle structure in the quantum space, while on the right were the diamond-shaped light spots refracted in cocktail glasses from before she time-traveled through the bar neon lights. As 3 illusory beasts covered with streaming data surged forth from the Klein bottle gap, she suddenly embedded the stellar core coordinates into Xia Qingqing's protective totem. Reconstruct the defense matrix with maternal runes. She screamed as she smeared the energy tree sap across her eyelids, causing the cocktail coordinates on her retina to perfectly align with the Xia family totem. The youth's clan mark at the back of his neck suddenly became scorching hot. Those previously dormant matrilineal symbols ignited like a starry river, blooming into the 28 lunar mansion's constellation on the protective shield. Mo Ying's pale fingers suddenly pierced into his own chest, pulling out half of an energy tree core and throwing it towards Su Yao. Catch it. The crystallized trunk grew wildly upon detaching from his body, with 720 dark golden buds blooming simultaneously on its branches. Each stigma curled with Mu Mu's quantum projection. The cries of the infants materialized into sound waves that shattered the oncoming data illusion beasts into pixel dust. Beware of dimensional folding. An ethereal warning wrapped in purple mist seeped out from a four-dimensional crack. Xia Linlin abruptly sidestepped as the place where she stood collapsed into a Mobius ring, a fragment of her partially quantumized combat boot getting trapped forever in the infinitely looping surface. Su Yao's mechanical arm suddenly emitted a muffled sound of gear jamming. Spitting out a mouthful of bloody saliva, she laughed. This damn space is rewriting the laws of physics. As she spoke, she ripped off her left arm and embedded it into the energy tree core, causing the artificial nerves to instantly fuse with the crystallized veins, bursting forth gamma-ray streams akin to supernovae. Everywhere the rays swept over, the twisted spatial folds were briefly smoothed out. Xia Linlin felt the jade amulet devouring her neural synapses. When another group of illusionary beasts surged forth from the Klein bottle, she suddenly projected the stellar core coordinates onto Lan Yu's ice shield. Give me 3 seconds. The fractured retina reflected the rune inscriptions of a dead star 30 light-years away. Suddenly, the neon light spots in her hangover memories overlapped perfectly with the star chart. She leaped into the group of phantom beasts, her quantum legs materializing upon contact with the data flow. The 7-color spectrum of bar neon lights burst forth from her fingertips, dyeing the entire otherworldly space with cocktail-like ambiguity. Those rushing phantom beasts suddenly stiffened, their electronic eyes flowing with the same drunken light waves as the night Xia Linlin crossed over. It's now. Xia Linlin's neural synapses suddenly pierced into the stellar core coordinates, and 720 Mu projections emitted clear chirps simultaneously. Mo Ying's energy tree burst into crimson flowers instantly, each petal imprinted with the transcription of the Xia family maternal runes. As the star chart and rune dual imprints covered the entire space, the Klein bottle structure beneath everyone's feet started to rotate inversely. Xia Qingqing suddenly coughed up blood interlaced with starlight. The 28 lunar mansions on the protective shield were consuming his life force. The young man smiled as he pressed the family crest into Xia Linlin's back. Sister, look, the maternal star charts and paternal war patterns can indeed resonate. Beneath his combat suit appeared dark red battle marks intertwining with silver star tracks to form a DNA double helix structure. The entire alien space let out a groan under unbearable weight as a bronze chain suddenly stretched out from a fissure spanning 12 dimensions. However, when the chain was about to touch the stellar core coordinates, the 720 Mu projections suddenly formed a human wall hand in hand, their foreheads glowing with the remnants of Xia Linlin's jade amulet. It's time to pull the net. Lu Chen's cold laugh echoed from higher dimensions. The star thievery compass in his hands was consolidating the scattered energies of everyone's hard-fought battles into a single beam. Yan Feng's double-bladed axe cleaved through quantum foam. The blade shimmered with the excess power spectra from Xia Linlin and others' earlier battles. Just as the compass needle and the stellar core coordinates were about to align, one of the baby projections spat out a colorful bubble toward Lu Chun, distinctly the last bubble in Xia Linlin's glass on the night she traveled through time. And within the topmost dark golden bud on the energy tree, the real Mu curled up in the shape of a universal embryo. In her chubby little hand, she clutched half a jade amulet, the other half gleaming in Xia Linlin's heart. When the stellar core coordinates finally manifested completely, the 720 quantum projections shouted in unison with fragmented syllables. Mom, be careful. The entire alien space collapsed into a singularity amidst the wailing cries, and at the moment everyone fell, Xia Linlin saw that the star thief compass in Luo Chen's hand had revealed a pattern originating from the same source as her jade amulet. In the final glimpse of light, Yan Feng's double-bladed axe suddenly changed direction. The reflection on the back of his axe showed a certain maternal rune 30 light-years away that was faintly glowing on the back of Luo Chen's neck. When the emerald energy flow receded like an ebbing tide, Xia Linlin's quantumized right leg was stuck in a spatial fold. She watched Luo Chen suddenly redirect the star thief compass, the dark red beam entwining with Yan Feng's blade storm and bombarding the Klein bottle gap. The 12 data illusion beasts exploded into purple stardust under this dual attack. Amidst the metallic friction sound as the chain strangled, there was mixed with Luo Chen's casual chuckle. Shouldn't temporary allies say thank you? Xia Linlin's neural synapses suddenly stung. She saw that among the 720 Mu shadows, 3 were fading away. The babies pointed desperately at Luo Chen's neck before disappearing, where a maternal rune that should have been hidden now shimmered with the ethereal blue glow related to the jade amulet. The broken cocktail memories surged all at once. The drunk man who bumped into her shoulder on the night of the crossover seemed to also have a similar mark on his neck. Sister. Xia Qingqing's exclamation echoed beside her ears. The right hand of the youth, covered with battle markings, pressed against her back. Suddenly, the double helix formed by the maternal star track and paternal war pattern began rotating in reverse. Xia Linlin felt her heart being gripped by a warm force, and the dead star runes 30 light-years away on her retina started rearranging and recombining. When the 6th wave of phantom beasts surged out from the collapsing Klein bottle, Xia Linlin suddenly realized that her quantumized legs were emitting remnants of the jade amulet's glow during their reality shift conversion. For no apparent reason, she plunged her fingers into the spatial folds, and the neon lights from her hangover memories flowed along her neural synapses into a river of starlit sands. A consciousness slumbering deep within a strange treasure suddenly awakened, and the 720 Moo shadows simultaneously shouted a complete syllable. Mom, reverse the siphon. The entire alien space suddenly became eerily silent. Xia Linlin saw her upraised strands of hair solidified into energy strings, each strand linking the infant shadows and the stellar core coordinates. As the star thief compass in Luo Chen's hand emitted a greedy tremor, she suddenly realized that the so-called purple stardust left behind after the destruction of the illusionary beasts was gathering into the shape of a cocktail glass in her palm. Originally, you were teaching me. She lightly laughed as she crushed the stardust cocktail glass, and the emerald liquor flowed upward against the energy tree roots. Emoing suddenly grunted softly, and the energy tree core erupted in a supernova-like brilliance. 720 dark golden buds simultaneously spewed out rainbow-colored energy tides. Wherever the tides passed, the residual data phantasmal beasts melted like frost flowers under the sun. Xia Linlin's quantum legs turned completely physical, her combat boots shattered an incipient Mobius ring forming somewhere, and her heels struck drum rhythms reminiscent of the night when she crossed over. Su Yao's mechanical arm disintegrated and reassembled automatically, the clicking of the gears synchronizing perfectly with the beat of the drums, releasing a resonance wave that reverberated through the 12 dimensions. The stellar core coordinates are resonating. A transcendent exclamation came wrapped in joyous tremors. Lan Yu threw an ice shield suddenly covered in maternal glyphs. In the frozen ripples of energy, an apparition of the Xia family ancestral shrine hovered. Xia Linlin felt a burning sensation in her back as the life force overflowing from Xia Qingqing's battle patterns fed back into her neural synapses via the DNA helical structure. When the last phantom beast dissolved in the rainbow tide, the alien space suddenly experienced an emerald rainstorm. The trajectory of falling raindrops distinctly followed the writing order of Xia's maternal clan symbols. Emoing caught a drop of rain, and crystalline vines instantly sprouted from his pale fingertips. The energy tree is evolving. Luo Chen's clapping broke the brief silence. He elegantly wiped the cracks on the surface of the star theft compass, the dark red energy licking each crack like the forked tongue of a venomous snake. An exquisite mother-son resonance. Suddenly, he shoved the compass into Lei Ba's energy core, and the bronze chains laced with newly collected star dust blasted towards Xia Linlin. Unfortunately, it must be returned. Xia Linlin's pupils abruptly contracted. The floating dark red veins on those chains resonated with the remaining glows of her jade pendant. Suddenly, data turbulence rippled through the defense matrix formed by the 720 Moo projections. The several Moo illusions closest to the chain began fading, their brow jade pendant images forcefully peeled off by some force. Beware of the energy siphoning. Mo Ying's energy tree burst with blood-red alarms, and crystalline leaves freshly grown on its branches stood upright. Xia Linlin felt an invisible hand gripping her heart as the drunkenness of crossing over swept over her again. She staggered and clutched the pendant flashing at her heart, suddenly realizing that the matrilineal rune on Luo Chen's neck was madly absorbing the energy of Xia Qingqing's battle patterns. Yan Feng's double-bladed axe unexpectedly split the four-dimensional crack, and the dead star 30 light-years away refracted by the axe blade suddenly exploded. When the shockwave shattered the spatial barriers of 3 dimensions, Xia Linlin saw the sign of the bar she had been in before crossing over emerge in the explosion-light spots. The insignia at the lower right corner of that sign, inconspicuous as it was, clearly shared the same origin as the rune on Luo Chen's neck. Big sister, look up! Xia Qingqing screamed, and spat out a starlight blood mist. The family birthmark on the youth's neck floated up from his skin, and the 28 constellation maps above their heads formed the phantom image of a bronze compass. As Luo Chen's sneering voice came from the center of the compass, Xia Linlin finally saw that each constellation light point curled a quantum projection of Moo. The wailing of strange treasures suddenly pierced through the 12 dimensions. Xia Linlin's neural synapses uncontrollably pierced into the stellar core coordinates, blending her hangover memories and the maternal runes into a broken star chart on the retina. When Luo Chen's chains were about to touch the suspended family birthmark, she suddenly slammed half of her jade pendant into her heart. You want resonance? Here's the real stellar core. The emerald rain suddenly froze in midair, every raindrop reflecting Xia Linlin's determined smile. The flower bud at the very top of the energy tree erupted open, and the real Moo opened his eyes. In the form of a cosmic embryo baby, he held the other half of the jade pendant, which was now fusing with the glow at Xia Linlin's heart to form the complete Xia family totem. Chapter 112, a fake? The moment the bronze compass trembled, Luo Chen's chains had already ensnared 3 starry points of light. Xia Linlin's maternal rune on her retina suddenly flared hot, and she turned her hand to grasp Xia Qingqing's bleeding palm. Let me borrow your star chart. The 28 constellation star map shattered and reformed, turning into a cascade of emerald green code. Su Yao's mechanical arm shot out an octopus-like particle net, accurately catching Moo's quantum body about to fall into the 4-dimensional crack. Mr. Luo, stealing kids will cut your life short. 12 vector thrusters on her back roared to life as her mech's suit tail flames carved a phoenix emblem in the void. Xia family's stellar core resonance shouldn't be used like that. A dark purple energy vortex rose from Luo Chen's fingertips. Lei Ba's chain hammer unexpectedly emerged from the spatial crease behind Xia Linlin. The energy roots of Mo Ying's shadow tree system rapidly expanded, instantly coagulating 30,000 transparent vines into an amber shield. The shockwave of metal collisions caused data rain to fall simultaneously across 18 parallel spaces. Lan Yu's twin pupils lit up with a galactic whirlpool, and the 3 arrows on her celestial bow pointed to different timelines. They've locked onto the causal attack trajectory. Even before she finished speaking, Yan Feng's axe blade had shattered her leftmost defense matrix. Kong Ling suddenly tore open a rift in space-time, diverting half of the attack's energy into the imaginary domain, but blood began to seep from the ice crystals forming at the tips of her hair. Do you guess how many dimensional threats hide within this drop of rain? Xia Linlin suddenly leapt forward against the flow of emerald rain towards Luo Chun, the jade pendant in her palm glowing brighter than a supernova. As her neural synapses pierced into the top bud of the energy tree, the slumbering universal embryo abruptly opened 9-fold eyes. Inside them was reflected the image of 300 years ago, when Luo Chen picked up the inherited jade pendant from a pool of blood after the explosion of the Xia family mothership. Suddenly, Luo Chen's nape runes manifested into a black hole, swallowing all stardust within 10 light seconds. Does a fake even deserve to speak of the stellar core resonance? His cloak of dark matter unfurled, revealing numerous infant quantum bodies, each with eyes similar to Mumu's. Xia Linlin's combat suit began to ooze star-blue blood, and those maternal runes were crawling along her veins toward her heart. When Xia Qingqing's starlit blood mist stained the center of the bronze compass red, she suddenly heard Mo Ying transmit a secret message via his energy roots. Let the stellar core remember the pain you felt crossing over. Amidst memory floods akin to a supernova explosion, Xia Linlin finally saw the engravings inside her jade pendant. It was the irregular crack she had made using a drunken knight's broken wine glass on a bar sign. The little Mumu at the very top of the energy tree suddenly started crying, causing the entire universal embryo to begin collapsing inversely. Now, Xia Linlin seized the jade pendant piercing into the star chart's core, and a phantom image of the Xia family ancestral hall appeared in 12 dimensions. When Luo Chen's chain wrapped around her neck, all emerald raindrops simultaneously displayed the scene from that night's bar surveillance. The bartender wearing the same jade pendant pushed the cup marked with Luo Chen's runic signature towards her. Xia Linlin's pupils reflected the explosive residues from 300 years ago, and the excruciating pain from the scorching chains around her neck transformed into a cool resonance. The star-blue blood in her throat transformed into light particles, climbing up Luo Chen's cloak of dark matter in reverse. Each starlight carried fragments of the shattered wine glass from that drunken night in the bar. A fake. Blood smeared across her lips as she smiled coldly, allowing the chains to crush her shoulder armor. Did you not notice the 8th crack's blueprint of the mothership when you stole the pendant? When the last word turned into a sound wave weapon, the emerald raindrops floating across 18 realms exploded simultaneously. Each fragment of the rain curtain refracted a holographic projection of the Xia ancestral hall. 300 starships' wreckage screamed through the void, precisely impaling Lei Ba's chain hammer just as he was trying to ambush Mo Ying. Yan Feng's axe blade froze 3 centimeters away from Lan Yu's throat. Su Yao's particle net had somehow caught his timeline, and the phoenix formed by her mech's tail flames was breaking apart his causality barriers with its beak. Kong Ling's blood-streaked ice crystals on her hair tips suddenly burst open, converting the imaginary energy pouring from the interdimensional rift into chains that nailed Yan Feng's quantum state body down at the origin point of the 4th dimension coordinate system. Impossible. The baby quantum bodies behind Luo Chen suddenly cried in unison, their eerily similar eyes to Mumu leaking dark purple fluid. I've clearly tampered with the black box of the mothership. His roar was interrupted by the sudden dragon call erupting from the bronze compass. Xia Qingqing's starlight-infused blood coagulated on the surface of the compass into a DNA strand totem, and fragments of the 28 constellation star map rearranged themselves into a double helix structure. Mo Ying's energy tree roots penetrated 12 dimensions, delivering the jade pendant shards in Xia Linlin's palm to the 9-fold pupil of the universal embryo. Time froze in an eerie silence for a moment. Xia Linlin felt her neural synapses extending infinitely. The scorching heat from the mothership explosion 300 years ago, the sharp pain of a hangover when a glass cut her palm, and the trembling sensation of interstellar turbulence tearing through her soul during that crossing. All of it transformed into surging star rivers flowing into the jade pendant's cracks. As the flower bud atop the energy tree bloomed, she saw each vertebrae in her spine light up, resembling a string of lighthouses connecting the entire galaxy. This is the true stellar core resonance. Her scream reverberated, and the infant quantum bodies imprisoned in Luo Chen's cloak suddenly opened their eyes collectively. What was reflected in those pupils was no longer Mumu's silhouette, but images of Xia Linlin embracing infants across 300 parallel timelines. The dark matter cloak emitted a crisp sound of fabric tearing, and the confined quantum bodies transformed into streams of light flooding toward the universal embryo. Lei Ba's massive figure started to pixelate and dissipate. He discovered with horror that his chain hammer was consuming his right arm. Thus, brother, the dark matter core you gave me. Shut up. A savage look flashed in Luo Chen's eyes as the dark purple vortex at his fingertip abruptly shifted direction, plunging into Lei Ba's chest. But before the ingestion completed, An emerald code stream interrupted the energy flow. Su Yao's mechanical arm had somehow decomposed into nanobugs, frantically devouring his energy channel. Seizing the opportunity, Lan Yu drew her celestial bow string fully, with 3 arrows piercing through Luo Chen's shadow in the past, present, and future dimensions. Causal loop complete. Galactic spirals madly spun in her eyes as the locked temporal coordinates began to collapse. You have no idea the real value of this anomalous treasure. Luo Chen suddenly tore open his chest cavity, revealing the pulsating crimson star core inside. Let the entire Emerald Star system accompany me into my grave. The instant the crimson light surged, Kong Ling appeared behind him. The guardian of the anomaly space formed hand seals, the ice crystals on her hair strands converting entirely into transparent chains. The 37 timeline anchors you stole should be returned. With a light tap of her finger, the star-core surface of Luo Chen suddenly showed the palm print of Mumu. Xia Linlin opened her eyes amidst the energy flood. She saw Mumu smiling within the universal embryo, the star map floating on the baby's forehead perfectly aligning with the blood mist on Xie Qingqing's palm. When the jade pendant completely merged into her heart, 18 parallel spaces abruptly converged, transforming into a brilliant light belt coiling around her left fingertips. It's over. Gently uttering these 3 words, Xia Linlin herself was surprised by the cosmic resonance contained in her voice. She merely lifted her left hand slightly, and Luo Chen's collapsing star core was compressed into a red crystal the size of a fingernail. The energy attempting to explode obediently restructured within the Emerald Code. Yan Feng's curses while being dragged into the eternal night black hole, Lei Ba's roaring defiance before dissolving into stardust, and the lament triggered by Luo Chen's star core crystallization falling into the bronze compass, all vanished in the star river flowing between Xia Linlin's fingertips. Looking down, she beheld the true form of the anomaly treasure suspended in her palm. It was a 6-sided object crafted from both the mothership remnants and bar neon lights, each facet reflecting her smiles and tears before and after her journey. Success. Su Yao's mech exploded into celebratory electronic fireworks in midair, its fragments forming 4 cursive characters meaning Xia family glory. Mo Ying's energy tree suddenly blossomed with 300 temporal flowers, every petal being a smiling infant face. Lan Yu sat gasping on a star ring as her celestial bow turned into a bracelet encircling her wrist. Could we resolve things sooner next time? All 3 of my puppet clones were destroyed. Her complaints came with tear-filled eyes. Before Xia Linlin could speak, she suddenly felt her heart pound heavily 27 times. The 6-sided anomaly object automatically embedded itself into her chest, with the hum of the mothership engine and the blues music from the bar simultaneously flowing in her bloodstream. She noticed the bronze compass's shadow appear on her palm, where Xie Qingqing's star map blood mist slowly revolved. Linlin's sister. Xie Qingqing pointed at her hair with sudden alarm. At some point, the tips of her dangling black hair had turned star blue, each strand shimmering with mini-star maps, and the faint shadows of the Xie family ancestral hall flickered among them. Kong Ling silently appeared behind everyone as rifts swirled around her dress. Fusion degree 92.7%. The remaining 7.3% rejection response corresponds to. She suddenly fell silent, her gaze towards Xia Linlin filled with unprecedented gravity. Cheers continued, yet Xia Linlin felt a pricking pain in her fingertips. Looking down, she noticed a flash of red light from Luo Chen's star core crystal on a certain facet of the anomaly cube, which disappeared so swiftly it seemed like an illusion. Chapter 113 Countdown. The star blue strands fell over Xia Linlin's shoulders. The shadow of the Xia family shrine at the tips of her hair condensed into tiny star fragments. At the moment she gripped the bronze compass ethereal projection, the entire anomalous space trembled and suddenly lost its chaotic hues. The floating time-space flowers dissolved into showers of light rain. The energy circuit synchronization rate has surpassed the critical value, said a hollow voice as silver hair fluttered without wind, and streams of data followed fingers brushing past Xia Linlin's hair tip. The blessing mark of the 12 star tracks. It seems the Xia ancestors favor this rebellious descendant more than expected. Lan Yu wiped her face and jumped up, her stellar bow rematerializing firmly in her palm. So now we can blast through the spatial barrier? I'm sick of all these sticky energy streams. She deliberately poked Mo Ying's cloak with the bowstring. The otherwise motionless black robes suddenly churned out dark golden patterns. Don't touch it, warned Mo Ying coldly, the sound of an energy tree rustling mixed into his tone. Each temporal ripple might cause. Before he could finish, Xia Linlin's chest suddenly erupted with 6-color rainbow light. The hexahedron treasure resonated deeply within her chest, emitting vibrations. Strangely, the humming sounds of the flagship engine and the melody of a blue-tuned saxophone intertwined into tangible waves of sound in the void. Su Yao's adventurer badge at her waist burst into red light spontaneously as 17 ancient copper talismans aligned themselves automatically into a defensive formation. It's coming. Xia Linlin's pupils contracted into thin vertical lines, and the star charts on her hair tips began to rotate counterclockwise suddenly. Energy tide will reach its critical point from the 3 o'clock direction in 7 seconds. As if validating her warning, what had been quiet, empty space suddenly cracked open with web-like streaks. Luochen's sinister laughter carried by dark red stardust rushed toward them, and behind him floated 3 blood-dripping star core crystals. Every rotation of these crystals caused black vines to sprout from the void. Miss Xia, do you think combining the odd treasures will be enough to Spare us the talk. Xia Linlin interrupted his incantation, the bronze compass projection suddenly enlarging into a radiant wheel. Last time when I shattered 2 of your back molars, you weren't nearly this chatty, were you? Suddenly, Xia Qingqing's star map blood mist began to boil violently, revealing star-shaped patterns identical to those at the ends of Xia Linlin's hair along the young boy's neck. Sister Linlin, the energy fluctuations from his body correspond to the remnants in the ancestral shrine's restricted area. The meteoric iron used in the Xia ancestral shrine? Su Yao suddenly drew her photon dagger, with talisman arrays attaching themselves to the blade edge automatically. That explains how you managed to break through Mo Ying's space-time blockade. You stole the tomb-guarding star core of the Xia family's graves. Luoqin's veins bulged furiously, and slowly, 2 distorted figures appeared behind him. Inferno wind stomped through the space barrier in magma armor, while Lei Ba's imposing frame crushed 3 planetary remains into meat hammers effortlessly. What was even more alarming was the dark purple energy flow swirling beneath their feet that strangely resonated with the star charts at the tips of Xia Linlin's hair. 92.7% fusion ratio. Luoqin licked the bloody star dust from his lips. Perfect for awakening. Xia Linlin abruptly pressed down on the wildly vibrating hexahedron. The residual jazz music from the odd treasure suddenly distorted into sharp alarm tones. Her falling hair strands quivered without any wind, each strand extending micro-star tracks and intertwining with her companion's wrists. All prepare for resonance. 3, 2, 1. Mo Ying's energy tree suddenly bloomed into 300 time-space chains, interlacing perfectly with Xia Linlin's star track like a net. Lan Yu's stellar bow charged with starbursts compressed to their limit, while Su Yao's talisman array formed concentric layers into a 6-pointed star seal around them. Even the ethereal cracks under Ling's floating skirts started swallowing shadows of the bronze compass projection. Xia Qingqing. Xia Linlin suddenly pulled the young boy to the front. Do you remember the 3rd restriction in the temple secret room? His pupils instantly lit up with starry azure as both hands overlapped against Xia Linlin's back. Star map mirrors blood. 10,000 phenomena returned to their source. At the instant where 2 compatible energies collided, the hexahedron treasure emerged physically from Xia Linlin's chest. Each facet reflected respectively Mo Ying's energy tree, Lan Yu's stellar bow, Su Yao's talisman, Ling's crack, Xia Qingqing's blood fog, and Xia Linlin herself. The rotating bronze compass mirrored in her eyes. The moment the deep purple energy summoned by Luoqin collided with these 6 barriers, the entire star domain fell into an eerie silence. In the vacuum devoid of any sound, Xia Linlin saw a blood-red countdown flash across one of the hexahedron facets. Precisely what Ling had mentioned earlier, the 7.3% rejection reaction. So that's how it is. She suddenly smiled faintly and mouthed to Luoqin silently amidst absolute silence. What you awakened isn't some reinforcement. When the sound wave crashed back into space, everyone heard Luoqin's heart-wrenching scream. The star core crystals he so proudly summoned were being reverse-eroded by some ancient willpower. Yinfeng's magma armor crawled with bronze-green rust, and Leiba's meat hammer uncontrollably devoured its master's flesh. The curse mark of the Xia family shrine. Kongling suddenly appeared beside Xia Linlin, silver-white data streams furiously brushing against the hexahedron. You rewrote the meteoric iron into 3 days and 3 nights on my knees in the shrine weren't wasted after all. Xia Linlin caught a falling space-time petal, the infant smile turning into starlight that disappeared into her fingertips. When you said the fusion was 7.3% short, I already guessed what this final gap was for. The odd treasure hexahedron suddenly emitted a clear hum, and the missing side astonishingly revealed the holographic projection of the Xia family shrine. The meteoric iron energy stolen by Luoqin now transformed into 300 beams of starlight, chains binding all intruders. Lan Yu seized the opportunity to shoot her fully charged starburst arrow but was stopped at the last moment by Xia Linlin grabbing the tail feather. Wait, something's wrong with the energy flow. As if validating her warning, the dark purple energy supposed to be suppressed suddenly collapsed into a black hole. Under Luoqin's tattered cloak, the star core computer embedded in his chest exposed itself, with scarlet data streams rapidly reconstructing his body at an alarming rate. You think, cough. How long can your Xia family tricks hold me? With each word he spoke, mechanical parts dropped from his lips. The real reinforcements aren't these 2 failures. Suddenly, the void echoed with the crisp sound of shattering glass, as an energy surpassing everyone's understanding tore through the dimensional barrier. Xia Linlin's hair strands began spinning uncontrollably in reverse, and the shrine projection within the hexahedron facet turned ominously grayish-white. Kongling, take them away. Xia Linlin suddenly pressed the bronze compass projection into the main trunk of the energy tree. An energy surge of this magnitude can only be handled by. Her incomplete words were swallowed by an oscillation wave sweeping across the entire star domain. Mo Ying's energy tree let out its first painful wail, as the 300 spacetime flowers simultaneously withered into ash. Xia Linlin's final vision before the chaos engulfed her was of Xia Qingqing rushing forward with blood-red star patterns exploding from his neck, and Kongling's eyes revealing a fleeting trace of fear. Chapter complete. The hexahedron's rainbow light hadn't fully dissipated when 7 colossal bronze fingers abruptly emerged from the void rift. Each joint was wrapped in spiral nebulae, and their fingernails blazed with stellar fragments that, upon falling, trailed ion plumes instantly burning through the 3 layers of barriers Lan Yu had erected. a planetary-destroying war puppet of the Star Sea Scavengers. Kongling's voice cracked for the first time, weaving streams of silver data into an 8-sided barrier. The perpetrator behind the destruction of the Cygnus constellation chain 300 years ago. Her statement was cut off by shockwaves reverberating from the bronze fingers striking the vacuum. Su Yao's talisman array exploded into tiny fragments just as it lit up, and the red light emanating from the adventurer badge was forcibly driven back onto its metallic surface. Star dust on Xia Linlin's hair tips trembled violently as a crimson energy vein abruptly manifested on one of the hexahedron facets. Energy-tied secondary explosion coming from the 3 o'clock direction. Blood seeped out from Xie Qingqing's neck where star patterns had engraved themselves. With both hands delving into the void, he pulled out 2 sections of star tracks. Sister Linlin, the resonance frequency of the ancestral hall is decreasing. Xia Linlin bit her tongue, spitting a bead of blood toward the hexahedron, and the bronze compass projection solidified somewhat. Treading over countercurrent star shards, she leapt above the war puppet. The shrine's reflection amongst her locks became vividly manifest as a 9-tiered carved doorframe. At the 3rd bell-like ring of the doorknob, the scorched star sectors unexpectedly bloomed with cyan blue auroras. The Xia Ancestral Hall's 7th Prohibition meteorite corridor. With her shout, the stellar debris coating the war puppet collectively collapsed. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Ying's energy tree shot 72 spacetime anchor chains, with each chain tip spiraling around reverse-rotating black holes. Amidst bloody coughs, Lan Yu drew her celestial bow fully. The stored energy of her starburst arrow split into a galactic vortex on the string. Now, Kongling materialized at the core of the war puppet. The space-time crack lifted by her dress directly consumed 3 bronze fingers. The energy node is at the 2nd knuckle's iron groove. Xia Linlin's pupils froze the rotating bronze compass, accurately reflecting the war puppet's power circuitry through one of the hexahedron facets. Reversing her palm, she pressed the projection of the meteorite corridor into her own chest, transforming the peculiar treasure's multicolored light into a dazzling supernova explosion. As the light swept over Su Yao's broken charm pieces, they reassembled into a stereoscopic trigram glyph. At its center stood a fanged-faced doorknob of the Xia family shrine. Heaven and earth reversed, with Su Yao's blood mist painting the glyph crimson. The remaining 4 colossal fingers of the war puppet uncontrollably clawed towards Luo Chen's remnants. Infeng's magma armor vaporized instantaneously as the bronze finger joints neared him, while Leiba's meat hammer fused into molten iron, cascading over his own head. Taking advantage of the situation, Xia Linlin grabbed the starblood mist streaming from Xie Qingqing, and together they turned into entwined light particle flows penetrating the defensive layer at the war puppet's elbow joint. The 3rd technique of the shrine prohibition, Xie Qingqing struggled to turn his head in the chaotic energy flow and saw the ancestral shrine inscriptions glowing at Xia Linlin's fingertips. Sister Linlin, when did you? It wasn't just repentance during those 3 days in the shrine. Xia Linlin smiled as she pressed the inscription into the meteoric iron groove, and the 6-sided prism's rainbow light suddenly materialized into a bronze carving knife. Our ancestors hate nothing more than seeing their descendants bullied by outsiders. As the carving knife struck, a gear-jamming friction sound came from the war puppet's core. The dimensional rift torn by Kongling suddenly expelled 300 compressed neutron stars. Mo Ying arranged these star bodies on the surface of the war puppet to form the Xia family constellation map. When Lan Yu's starburst arrow drained her last ounce of strength to pierce through the energy hub, the terrifying weapon that once destroyed galaxies froze stiff like a paused button had been pressed. Did we succeed? Su Yao staggered, supporting herself with floating charm fragments, but noticed her adventurer badge was trembling violently. Wait, the energy reading isn't right. Xia Linlin's yet-to-be-retracted bronze carving knife suddenly burst into scorching heat, and the 6-sided prism projected an image of the war puppet beginning to repair itself in reverse. Even more horrifying was the hum of re-engaging gears from the void rift, where some oppressive force beyond physical laws caused Mo Ying's energy tree to instantly wither by half. Foolish. A hoarse mechanical synthesized voice descended from a higher dimension, as every inch of bronze on the war puppet's surface revealed blood-red equations. Star Sea Scavengers never die. The originally rigid bronze giant fingers suddenly softened and reorganized, fusing 7 fingers into a massive palm filled with eyeball-shaped sensors. A chasm opened in the center of the palm, spilling dark matter floods carrying remnants of shattered galaxies. Xia Linlin managed to keep open the meteorite corridor for only an instant before it corroded with holes, and Kongling's attempted dimensional tear was forcibly stitched shut by some rule-based power. Linlin, Xie Qingqing abruptly tore his star patterns, the blood mist drawing a flawed ancestral shrine star chart in the void. Use this as the resonance medium. At the moment the shrine illusion merged with the youth's blood, ancient bell sounds echoed across the entire star domain. In the places where dark matter had corroded gaps, translucent bronze branches began to grow, jade bells hanging from their tips shaking and scattering inhibiting light against dark energies. Child of the CF family. The mechanical synthesized voice showed emotional fluctuation for the first time. The formulas on the giant palm's surface began to disarray. You dare desecrate. Its roar was interrupted by the sudden manifestation of the shrine gate tower. 9-tiered flower-carved gates thunderously burst open, revealing not the ancestral spirit tablets familiar to Xia Linlin within, but countless rotating bronze gears and celestial instruments. Xie Qingqing's blood coagulated into a crimson compass in front of the gateway, creating a quantum entanglement-like resonance with the hexahedron in Xie Linlin's palm. Thus, the so-called seventh prohibition. Kongling suddenly showed an enlightened expression. Silver data streams actively infusing into the bronze branches, is the overlapping state of machinery and shamanistic rites. Xie Linlin pulled Xie Qingqing toward the gateway, and, as their bodies penetrated the bronze, through the hexahedron backward, the odd treasure's rainbow light collided with the crimson star chart, creating peculiar space wrinkles. Reorganizing components of the war puppet were sucked into the Klein bottle structure formed by these wrinkles. Lan Yu seized the opportunity to shoot her final starburst arrow at the bottleneck, while Su Yao sealed the exit with the binding array constructed from burning charm fragments. Amid deafening metal distortion sounds, the mighty Star Sea war puppet was compressed into a palm-sized bronze model. Breathless, Xie Linlin caught the falling core of the war puppet. Noticing a certain facet of the hexahedron revealed a dark gold countdown, precisely the 7.3% rejection reaction value Kongling had mentioned earlier. Warning dismissed. She wiped away the energy residue bleeding from her mouth, only to find Mo Ying's energy tree still maintaining a defensive stance. No, something's off about the surrounding space parameters. As if validating her suspicion, what should have been quieted vacuum unexpectedly showed honeycomb-like cracks. An energy pressure 100 times more terrifying than the war puppet seeped down from the sixth dimension. All metallic items everyone wore simultaneously levitated, pointing toward a certain direction. The star pattern on Xie Qingqing's neck reversed its flow, causing the young man to painfully kneel in the void. The shrine's resonance is being tampered with. Quickly cut off the energy link. Kongling suddenly screamed as she ripped her dress to create a space crack, which unfortunately stuck like glued together. It's a conceptual level blockade. Xie Linlin decisively crushed the bronze war puppet model, but its fragments transformed into liquid metal seeping into her fingertips. The alarms from the hexahedron intertwined with the shrine's bell sounds into a death dirge, and she saw her skin manifesting with mechanical patterns similar to Luo Chen's. In the moment she tried to activate the treasure's power, the entire star domain was suddenly encapsulated in a transparent, 12-faced crystal. This is Mo Ying's energy tree collapsed in tumult inside the crystal, and Lan Yu's just-formed starburst arrow directly vaporized. Xie Linlin was horrified to discover her yin fading like a receding tide, leaving only the countdown of the hexahedron's rejection reaction still ticking. Outside the crystal, a colossal shadow slowly emerged, enveloped in a star cluster-level energy halo. Its outstretched finger gently tapped on the crystal surface, and the entire cage rapidly collapsed toward an unknown dimension. Chapter 114, Ancestral Hall Resonance. The 12-faced crystal emitted a grating sound in the void, as the energy tide of the six-dimensional space was compressing the cage into a warped polyhedron. Xie Linlin leaned against the remnants of the energy tree, while the countdown on her wrist's hexahedron emitted a blinding red light. Only 23 minutes remained until total collapse. The pressure increase has exceeded the limit value of an interstellar jump cabin. Su Yao futilely swung her alloy dagger, creating sparks on the surface of the crystal. My spatial folder is ineffective. Mo Ying propped up the collapsing main branch of the energy tree with one hand, blood droplets from his silver hair forming eerie spirals. The sudden eruption of ethereal blue arcs from his fingertips were swallowed by some kind of viscous substance upon touching the crystal wall. The conceptual lock is absorbing attack energy. His voice carried an unusual trace of agitation. We must find the source point resonance frequency. Try my star pattern. Xie Qingqing pulled open her collar, revealing dark red veins flowing counterclockwise beneath the pale skin of the young boy. At the moment he placed his palm on the crystal wall, the bell sounds from the ancestral hall suddenly exploded within everyone's skulls. Kongling screamed as she clutched her ears. The extra-dimensional matter spilling from her torn skirt began weaving into symbols similar to star patterns. Xie Linlin suddenly pressed on her throbbing temple as the sensation of liquid metal flowing through her veins grew clearer. She saw that the floating stardust outside the crystal was composing encrypted runes often used by Luo Chun. It was the coordinate code for the auction venue in the interstellar black market. Don't touch the crystal wall. Lan Yu yanked back Xie Qingqing, who had almost been sucked in by the star patterns. The arrow launcher at the wanderer's waist suddenly disassembled itself, and its parts formed a miniature star map in a state of zero gravity. The interference energy is inducing us to self-destruct. As if corroborating her words, the broken branch of Mo Ying's energy tree suddenly shot forth sharply towards Kongling's brow. At the critical moment, the hexahedron on Xie Linlin's wrist emitted a bronze-colored halo, those liquid metals coagulating into a semi-transparent film in her palm, which deflected the trajectory of the attack. Miss Xie's mechanical patterns are resonating. Kongling gasped as she tore open the second layer of her skirt. The extra-dimensional rift finally ripped open a fingernail-sized gap. Give me 30 seconds to analyze the energy structure. Agony swept across Xie Linlin's nerves at this instant. She saw the silver-gray patterns under her skin pulsating synchronously with the red glow of the hexahedron. The bell sounds from the ancestral hall suddenly turned sharp as fragments of memories surged like tides. Kneeling in the family forbidden land, handing over the infant to the cloaked person while Luo Chen's mechanical patterns blinked on the altar. It's not just an energy barrier. She suddenly grabbed Mo Ying's wrist. Data streams sparked off where their skins touched. This is a cage made from a star domain level causality weapon. Our attacks will be converted into nourishment. Su Yao's alloy dagger burst apart with a crackling sound, fragments drawing bloody parabolas inside the crystal. Lan Yu suddenly slapped the star chart onto the remains of the energy tree. Xie Qingqing, use your reverse meteor pattern to activate the ancestral hall resonance. Kong Ling, prepare the space displacement. When the boy's bloodied palm touched the star chart, the entire crystal violently trembled. The countdown red glow on Xie Linlin's wrist started to flicker. She clearly saw golden threads oozing out of the wounds of everyone being devoured by the star cluster-sized figure outside the crystal. He's extracting our life entropy. Mo Ying's energy tree suddenly blossomed with crimson flowers, every petal reflecting Luo Chen's smirking face. Su Yao, cut off my left arm. What? The female adventurer's mechanical ocular implant flashed wildly. The energy tree is rooted in my spirit core. It has been contaminated now. The silver-haired man directly shoved the energy blade into her hand. Cut. With a dull thud of metal cutting through flesh, silver blood spattered and coalesced into spherical shapes in zero gravity. Xie Linlin suddenly discovered that the reflections on these blood droplets contained continuously flashing six-dimensional coordinates. Just as Kong Ling's torn-apart fissure expanded enough to allow one person through, a distorted laugh from Luo Chun came from outside the crystal. Miss Xie, might want to guess whose soul imprint among you I've already carved onto the auction hammer? This statement triggered an unexpected chain reaction. Xie Qingqing's star pattern went berserk, turning the ancestral hall bell sounds into physical shockwaves that shattered the just-formed replacement array Lan Yu conjured. The hexahedron on Xie Linlin's wrist emitted a shrill alarm as she saw the ghostly image of baby Mumu appear within her own mechanical pattern. That child's forehead glaringly displayed the auction house mark. Don't look at the patterns. Mo Ying's damaged energy tree suddenly entwined around everyone's waists. He's implanting a cognitive virus. Xie Linlin deeply dug her nails into her palms as liquid metal flowed along the wounds into her meridians. On the verge of collapse, she suddenly remembered the starry sky she saw after drinking that night when she first arrived. The constellation composed of countless bronze war puppets perfectly overlapped with the energy circuit inside the hexahedron at that moment. Su Yao, throw me towards the top edge. She tore off her necklace, letting the bronze shards cut her fingers. Mo Ying, pierce through my Zhongshan acupoint with the energy tree roots. Are you insane? Lan Yu's starburst arrows were violently vibrating with residual energy. Luo Chen's causality weapon needs a medium. Xie Linlin allowed the mechanical patterns to crawl up her neck as the hexahedron's red light suddenly began flowing in reverse and inside my body. There's the seed he planted 3 years ago. At the moment the energy tree roots pierced her heart, the entire crystal cage suddenly rang with the brittle sound of shattering glass. In excruciating pain, Xie Linlin saw an incredible sight. The liquid metals were restructuring into bronze-colored neural networks. Within the depths of her dissipating powers, some older fluctuations were quietly awakening along the reverse flow of the star patterns. Bronze halos ascended step by step along Xie Linlin's spine, while the energy tree roots suddenly blossomed into 7-star rings at her chest. The blood beads that oozed from Mo Ying's silver hair coagulated midair, forming quantum clouds where every particle reflected the ancient totems of the bronze war puppets. 3, 2, 1. Su Yao's mechanical bionic eye emitted a hyper-frequency blue light, and she threw out the grappling hook, which wound around Xie Linlin's waist. Energy tide peak is here. As the 6-star ring crashed against the top of the crystal, the entire 6-dimensional space suddenly fell into absolute silence. Xie Linlin saw her pupils split into countless bronze gears, and the liquid metals were reconfiguring into dimensional energy strings spanning different realities. Luo Chen's encrypted runes went madly flashing on the crystal walls, but could not withstand the bronze-colored lightning condensing in her palm. Burst! In dazzling radiance, the 12-faced crystal shattered like a broken glass goblet. The remnants of Mo Ying's energy tree suddenly surged and wrapped around Kong Ling, who was about to be swept away by the energy turbulence. Xie Linlin stumbled into Su Yao's arms and saw the bronze threads of energy falling from her fingertips, tearing nearby rescue mecha into scraps of metal over 100 meters away. The life entropy has reversed. Lan Yu stared at the automatic recharging red glow of the starburst arrow tube. Is that guy absorbing our energy? The shockwaves swept through the asteroid belt, distorting Luo Chen's projection into a grotesque face amidst the chaotic energy flows. Xie Linlin suddenly grabbed Xie Qingqing's wrist. The boy's skin revealed star patterns resonating strangely with the remaining bronze energies. He implanted antimatter bombs within us. From Mo Ying's damaged left arm, a crystalline energy branch sprouted, piercing into Xie Linlin's nape. Don't move, he's activating a cognitive virus. The intense pain darkened Xie Linlin's vision, and she saw the silver blood coursing through the veins of the energy tree encapsulating the latent viral particles into cocoons. A fragment of a mechanical arm spewed out from the rip torn by Kong Ling, obviously Lei Ba's bionic prosthetic limb. Beware of secondary collapse. Lan Yu cast magnetic locks around everyone. Su Yao, space anchor point at 9 o'clock direction. When the final wave of energy dissipated, Xie Linlin knelt among the floating stardust as the hexahedron on her wrist turned into a disordered grayish-white. The branches of Mo Ying's energy tree extracted themselves from her wounds, its tip carrying a black cube shape shifting continuously. Concept materialization virus. The instant the silver-haired guardian crushed the cube, an infant's wailing echoed throughout the star domain. It's Moo Moo's voice frequency. Xie Qingqing suddenly clutched his chest, the auction venue mark appearing in his star pattern, now synchronously blinking with a distant dead star. Su Yao's mechanical bionic eye projected a holographic star map. 7 crimson points formed the pattern of the Devourer constellation. Luo Chun isn't the final buyer. Lan Yu wiped off the energy residue on her starburst arrow tube. He's helping someone collect keys. As if corroborating this statement, a sapphire beam suddenly shot out from the wreckage of the floating mecha. The instant Mo Ying swung the energy tree for defense. All clearly heard Luo Chun conversing with an ambiguous gendered voice on the quantum communication channel. 6 of the 7 stellar keys have been collected. The baby of the CF family is the last sacrifice. Xia Linlin's mechanical patterns started burning as she glimpsed the star disk in the black-robed figure's hands from her memory fragments, which now perfectly overlapped with the star map Su Yao had projected. As the 7th light point appeared at the position of the Sagittarius arm, Mo Ying's energy tree suddenly bore blood-red flowers shaped like eyeballs. It's the stellar altar. Kong Ling's shredded skirt automatically stitched itself as the otherworldly substance condensed into a star sand compass in her hand. They're restarting the ancient warp gate. Xia Linlin picked up a floating bronze shard, seeing the faint image of Moo Moo sucking a pacifier reflected on its surface. The star pattern shimmering on the back of the infant's neck unmistakably matched the frequency when Xie Qingqing lost control. The energy tree ruins suddenly let out a mournful cry, as an incomprehensible pressure spread through the stardust. Miss Xie, please cut all energy links immediately. Mo Ying's silver hair was visibly turning starry blue. He is using the causality weapon to trace our space-time coordinates. Su Yao suddenly plunged an alloy dagger into the seam of her mechanical prosthesis, and amidst the sparks, 3 nanobots flew out. I've intercepted Luo Chen's jump trajectory, but someone needs to endure 20 seconds of quantum resonance. I'll do it. Xia Linlin pressed the bronze shard onto the through-and-through wound on her chest. I have triple karmic entanglements with him. When the nanobots burrowed into the mechanical patterns behind her ear, the entire universe seemed to pause. In excruciating pain, Xia Linlin saw countless bronze war puppets emerge from the void, their chests pulsating with star pattern cores that originated from Moo Moo. Luo Chen's mocking laughter abruptly turned into a terrified gasp as a figure cloaked in stardust emitted an inhuman scream over the communication channel. Error. Detecting observer. Initiating elimination program. Mo Ying's energy tree suddenly enveloped everyone in a cocoon. The last thing Xia Linlin saw was the horrifying image reflected in Su Yao's mechanical bionic eye. 6 stellar keys were merging at the edge of the universe into half a bronze eye, while Moo Moo's cries echoed eerily from deep within its pupil. Chapter 115. Cause and Effect as a Toy. The bronze giant eye formed by the merging of the star domain keys slowly opened in the void. The penetrating wound on Xia Linlin's chest suddenly burst forth with a blue-golden light. Mo Ying's energy cocoon cracked under dimensional oscillation, revealing through the fissures Luo Chen's fleet of starships consolidating dark matter cannons. Quantum synchronization has 15 seconds left. Su Yao's mechanical left hand had completely disintegrated. Nanobots formed a star chart covering the surface of the energy cocoon. Xie Qingqing. Establish a quantum link with your mechanical spiders. The 16-year-old boy bit his tongue and smeared the blood on the chip at the back of his neck. Hundreds of luminescent spiders surged out from his combat suit. These intricate machines wove a spiderweb in the void, forcibly anchoring the dissolving consciousness into the real dimension. Luo Chen's sneer came from all around. You actually managed to withstand the annihilation ray. Looks like I underestimated you. A dark purple energy coalesced in his palm into a star-patterned spear. Wherever the spear pointed, space itself began to corrode. But this farce is about to end. You're wrong in treating the law of causality as a toy. The mechanical patterns behind Xia Linlin's ear had spread down to her collarbone. The bronze fragments were resonating with the star-patterned core. 37 jump days ago, when you stole the star domain key from the Beta 32 space station in the Sagittarius constellation. Shut up. Luo Chen suddenly erupted, the spear transforming into a 9-headed serpent that lunged towards the energy cocoon. Lei Ba's massive axe simultaneously split the barriers of 3 dimensions, while Yanfeng's plasma storm painted the entire battlefield blood red. Lan Yu's photon twin blades refracted countless lights on the spiderweb. Kong Ling. Dimensional fold at 3 o'clock. The ranger's figure instantly transformed into a streak of light, severing the power conduits of 3 starships undergoing recharging. Mo Ying's sky blue hair had fully energized. Countless branches pierced through the void to bind the leader of the reinforcement's black hole weapon. In the depths of her consciousness, Xia Linlin saw the bronze war puppets kneeling on one knee. The star-patterned cores in their chests were resonating with Moo Moo's cries. At the moment Luo Chen's spear pierced through the energy cocoon, she suddenly grabbed the blade protruding from her chest. Didn't you notice that what you've stolen was just a counterfeit key? The entire battlefield suddenly fell into an eerie silence. The 6-part combined eye trembled violently. The originally bronze-colored irises were fading into a ghastly white. Luo Chen's star-patterned spear began to disintegrate from its tip. The dark energies corrupting space instead coiled around his own mechanical prosthetics. It can't be. I clearly verified the quantum imprint. The true key requires the genuine tears of a sacrifice. Blood laced with starlight gushed from Xia Linlin's wound, solidifying into bronze chains in the void. And you will never understand what true sincerity is. Mo Ying's energy tree suddenly bloomed with supernova-like brilliance. All branches simultaneously pierced the pupil of the bronze giant eye. Amidst the rumble of collapsing dimensions, the remnants of Su Yao's nanobots formed a string bridge, leading everyone toward the closing temporal rift. Stop them! The leader of the reinforcements finally broke free his black hole weapon, but half of Luo Chen's body was drawn into the singularity. Yin Feng was pinned against the starship debris by Lan Yu's photon blade when attempting retreat. Lei Ba's great axe having been teleported into a mini black hole he created himself. Xia Linlin glanced back as they passed through the crack, seeing Mu Mu sleeping peacefully within the deeps of the bronze giant eye. The star pattern on the infant's neck exactly matched the patterns of the cores inside those war puppets. Before she could ponder further, Emoing suddenly pushed her towards the end of the string bridge. Watch out for the residual waves of the synchronized oscillation. The starlight of the real universe stung everyone's eyes. Only 3 of Xie Qingqing's mechanical spiders were still operational. Su Yao managed to stand with only half a mechanical limb. Lan Yu's photon blade was lodged in a floating meteorite. Kong Ling was using her abilities to repair damaged protective suits. Are we? Xie Qingqing began, suddenly noticing the bronze fragments on Xie Linlin's chest fusing into the wound. At the place where the through-and-through injury once was, a star pattern identical to Mu Mu's now appeared. Mo Ying's energy branches suddenly pointed in unison towards a certain direction. His sky-blue tresses swayed without wind. Something is responding to the star pattern resonance. His pupils contracted into vertical lines. It's 10,000 light years away. His words were cut off as all the pulsars in the entire star domain blinked simultaneously. All quantum clocks on everyone's protective suits went madly into reverse count. The mechanical patterns behind Xie Linlin's ears seemed to come alive, moving toward the star pattern position. A blue-golden light erupted from the through-and-through wound on Xie Linlin's chest, colliding with the bronze giant eye formed by the star domain key in midair. Energy ripples spread layer upon layer like shattered mirrors, while Luo Chen's starship fleet warped grotesquely into bizarre geometric forms under the dimensional oscillation. Reversal of causality. Xie Linlin's hands formed ancient seals, and the star patterns entwined around the bronze fragments suddenly flowed in reverse. The dark matter beams piercing through the energy cocoon were like reversed images, retreating back into the muzzle of Luo Chen's cannons. Mo Ying's energy tree branches suddenly pierced through 9 dimensions, his starry blue long hair flapping in the quantum storm. Broken bronze chains emerged from void fissures, twisting Lei Ba's massive axe into metallic powder. The temporal anchor point has been locked. His cold voice cut through the explosions. Su Yao, the string bridge has 3 seconds left. The mechanical engineer's remaining half-limb exploded, nanobots carrying starlight forming a rainbow bridge. Xie Qingqing's neck chip emitted red light. The youth's blood from biting his tongue drew arcane symbols in the void. Full quantum link activation. Hundreds of mechanical spiders simultaneously self-destructed, their blue glow pulling everyone's consciousness back to the real dimension. Luo Chen's roar shattered 12 floating meteorites. Black blood sprayed from the joints of his mechanical prosthetics. How dare you? The star pattern spear suddenly reversed direction, piercing its own chest, as dark purple energy receded along the patterns on the gun body back into the star domain key. The counterfeit key's backlash has begun. Xie Linlin lightly touched the fading bronze giant eye with her fingertips. Those dissipating star patterns drilled into her wound like living creatures. Did you think about its need for genuine nourishment when you stole the star domain key? The entire alternate space began to collapse. Lan Yu's photon twin blades severed the last 3 dark energy tendrils binding everyone. Through the tear in space, she could see the starlight of the real universe. Yin Feng's hand attempting to detonate the plasma core froze. He was terrified to discover that his mechanical heart was beating backward. Time to say goodbye. Xie Linlin flicked her finger lightly, and the star pattern that had appeared on Luo Chen's forehead suddenly exploded. Those dissipated bronze chains acted like sharks smelling blood, pinning the reinforcement's leader, trying to escape to other dimensions onto dimensional creases. Mo Ying's energy tree suddenly closed into a light cocoon, wrapping everyone up and rushing into the string bridge made by Su Yao. At the moment the dimensional rift closed, they saw Luo Chen's semi-mechanical body being swallowed by the remaining iris of the bronze giant eye, while Lei Ba's roars vanished with the starship debris in the quantum turbulence. The starlight of the real universe fell upon their battered protective suits. Xie Qingqing knelt on a floating meteorite, with most of the chip at the back of his neck burned due to the spider explosion. Su Yao used her remaining right hand to catch the scattering nanobots. These silver dots formed an incomplete star chart in her palm. Have we won? Lan Yu's photon blade was stuck in the crack of a meteorite. The ranger's combat suit was full of scorch marks from energy burns. Kong Ling was using her abilities to repair the spatial cracks caused by dimensional oscillations. The silvery white pupils in her eyes reflected the abnormal glow of pulsars. Xie Linlin suddenly pressed her chest. The bronze fragments integrated into her wound were resonating with the star pattern core. The mechanical patterns behind her ear resembled awakened star rivers, flowing under her skin toward her collarbone. Mo Ying's energy tree branches suddenly pointed in a certain direction, his starry blue irises contracting into dangerous vertical lines. A star region 70,000 light years away is responding to the resonance. Everyone looked in the direction indicated by the branches. The observation screens on their faceplates automatically zoomed in. Xie Qingqing suddenly started coughing violently. The youth's blood-streaked scream got stuck in his throat. What was once a tranquil star region now twisted into a vortex shape. with 6 pulsars arranged into an eye pattern defying physical laws. That is Su Yao's mechanical eye flashed with data streams. Gamma Cygni, 227 star area? 3 hours ago, it was still a normal open cluster. Lan Yu's photon blade hummed suddenly. The ranger instinctively drew her sword to block in front of Xia Linlin. Bronze mist seeped out from the spatial rift created by Kong Ling. The mist condensed into battle puppet outlines in the vacuum before dispersing instantly upon touching starlight. Xia Linlin's star pattern at the nape of her neck suddenly grew hot. She looked down at Mu Mu sleeping inside her protective suit. The star pattern on the baby's neck was resonating with the vortex in the distant star region. Mo Ying's energy tree branches suddenly shot out wildly. His starry blue hair floated upward in the windless universe. Someone is manipulating the resonance frequency of the star domain key. Everyone retreat. Kong Ling suddenly shouted loudly. Her silver-white hair wrapped around everyone's waists. Almost simultaneously, the originally static star region vortex began to rotate counterclockwise. Gamma ray bursts from 7 pulsars coalesced into the outline of a bronze giant hand in the vacuum. Xia Linlin's wound suddenly burst forth with azure light. The star patterns coursing beneath her skin broke free, weaving into an ancient bronze shield in front of her. The star chart emerging on the shield resonated with Mu Mu's cries. The tiny hands of the infant sprinkled points of starlight. The quantum clock is reversing. Su Yao stared at the wildly fluctuating numbers on her wrist. The energy fluctuations we just experienced 15 minutes ago are starting to repeat now. Mo Ying's energy tree suddenly plunged all its branches into the void. Starry blue irises reflected the orbits of billions of stars. It's not a reversal, it's a mirror image. His voice carried an unprecedented sense of gravity for the first time. Someone is using a higher dimensional star domain key to replicate our combat data. Lan Yu's photon blade suddenly flew out of her hand, forming a luminous net above everyone's heads. The ranger gripped her violently vibrating weapon, her face ashen. My photon resonance frequency has been locked down. They're analyzing the composition of our abilities. Xia Linlin's bronze shield on her chest suddenly developed fine cracks. Through the fissures, one could see a bronze eye opening at the center of the star domain vortex, with nebula patterns rotating in its pupil that matched Mu Mu's star patterns on his neck perfectly. The baby suddenly let out a sharp wail as the temperature control system inside his protective suit failed instantly. Sever all energy leakage. Mo Ying's energy tree branches erupted into ethereal blue flames. Kong Ling, seal off 36 subspace dimensions. Just as the silver-haired girl raised her hand to form seals, all the pulsars in the entire star domain went out simultaneously. In absolute darkness, the star patterns at Xia Linlin's wound burned brighter. She saw nebulae billions of light years away coalesce into a translucent bronze hand, the lines in its palm entangling with Mu Mu's star patterns on a quantum level. When the starlight re-emerged, a nightmarish sight appeared simultaneously on the faceplates of everyone's protective suits. The star domain vortex spanning 12 light years was now hovering directly in their path back home. Chapter 116, Vortex Mystery. The massive bronze eye in the depths of the vortex slowly blinked, and Xia Linlin felt her protective visor suddenly covered with ice crystals. At the moment she reached to wipe it, she realized what was condensing wasn't water vapor, but rather crystallized fear. These visible pale purple particles were seeping out from the seams of everyone's protective suits, flowing into the breathing valve like liquid metal. Don't make eye contact with it. Mo Ying's energy tree suddenly exploded into thousands of branches, burning with an ethereal blue flame that formed an ancient star map in the air. 15 burning constellations exactly blocked the giant eye's sight. Xia Linlin heard Mu Mu, in her arms, emit a hacking cough. The star pattern on the baby's neck was getting hot. Su Yao's combat boots plowed 2 streaks of sparks through the chaotic energy flow as she shoved a magnetic storm grenade into Xia Linlin's emergency pack. This thing can interfere with quantum entanglement for 30 seconds, when I shout 3, 2, 1. Before she finished speaking, the entire vortex suddenly collapsed into a bronze corridor. Xia Linlin's back slammed hard against the cool metallic wall, and she heard Xia Qingqing's distorted scream in her ear. The photon crossbow in the boy's hand began disintegrating. Those intricate components, like being dismantled by an invisible hand, hovered in midair forming strange geometric patterns. The other side is analyzing our weapon structure. Lan Yu's photon blade suddenly changed direction, its dazzling edge almost slashing towards the spirit ling. The silver-haired girl's eyelashes were encrusted with frost as she tore open cracks in the subspace barrier with 10 fingers. Mo Ying, burn away the data stream in the 7th dimension. The branches of the energy tree abruptly pierced into the void. The sound of database explosions reverberated in the blazing blue flames. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Linlin bit her fingertip and smeared the blood, glowing with star-patterned golden light, onto Mu Mu's forehead. The infant's wail suddenly transformed into a spiritual chant, and the floating weapon parts crashed to the ground. Follow the blood marks. Xia Linlin suddenly noticed her wound was glowing, and golden-red blood beads floated forming directional threads. She tore off the storage module of her protective suit and slapped it against the metallic wall. In the explosive spark, an ancient star map full of scratch marks revealed itself. Mo Ying's energy tree suddenly emitted a piercing scream, pointing at a certain place on the star chart with a burning branch. Is this a distress signal from the Bronze Age? The whole corridor unexpectedly flipped without warning, tossing everyone together like parts thrown into a blender. Xia Linlin grabbed Su Yao's tactical belt amid the chaos, her fingertips touching an abnormal metal bulge at the back of the other person's waist. It was clearly half of a broken bronze chain. "Watch out above," Ling warned with a metallic tremble in her voice. Xia Linlin looked up and saw the bronze dome open countless eyes, each pupil spinning with the star pattern on Mu Mu's neck. The baby in her arms suddenly reached out to grab her necklace, and the quantum chip on the pendant cracked into two halves with a snap. A vast azure data current surged out from the crack, coalescing in front of everyone into a semi-transparent figure. It was a woman in bronze armor. The star pattern on her brow perfectly overlapped with Mu Mu's, and in her left hand, she held the cracked pendant that belonged to Xia Linlin. Energy retrace. Mo Ying's yell shattered the illusion. But Xia Linlin stared at her empty palm, where, unbeknownst to her, there now appeared a palmar pattern identical to the one on the bronze woman. It was absorbing scattered starlight around them. From deep within the vortex came the rumbling of gears turning, as alarms lit up simultaneously across all 36 subspace dimensions. Xia Linlin suddenly pressed down on the wildly flashing star pattern, a resonant vibration spanning time and space, making her blurt out. "Shut down all protective barriers." Now, her 5 fingers tightly clenched, star patterns spiraling on her fingertips into a helical light cone. The energy module in her protective suit melted into liquid metal in the palm of her hand, fusing with the light cone in a burst of blinding rainbow light. She could distinctly feel some kind of constraint inside her body breaking, as if fragments of stars had awakened in her veins. "Photon resonance," the young girl commanded clearly, the rainbow light sweeping through the entire corridor like a comet's tail. Instantly, those bronze pupils oozed viscous liquid shadows, burning under the brilliance and releasing a burnt smell of quantum matter. Taking the chance, Su Yao threw a magnetic storm chain around Xia Qingqing's waist, dragging the boy away from the vortex of solidifying fear particles. Mo Ying's energy tree suddenly rooted itself within the rainbow light, its ethereal blue flames spreading crazily along the light cone grooves. "Maintain the frequency." His stern face, illuminated by the blue light, nearly became translucent. "These bronze substances are recording your energy profile." Gritting her teeth, Xia Linlin's wrist star patterns extended into golden meridians. The rainbow lights somehow interwove into a prism matrix in midair, refracting the incoming liquid shadows from all sides into fragmented spots of light. Lan Yu took advantage of the moment to cleave the crystallizing barriers with her photon blade, its edge carrying fragments of subspace, plunging into the giant eye's pupil. The entire bronze corridor violently shook, metallic powder coated with rust falling from the ceiling. Kong Ling's 10 ethereal fingers plucked at dimensional threads, weaving a shimmering star net beneath everyone's feet. The retreat route is generating. Her silver-white long hair suddenly took on a bronze hue. But something is tampering with. Xia Linlin suddenly spun around, and threw Mu Mu towards Xia Qingqing, the star pattern on the baby's neck drawing a brilliant light arc in the air. With her palm glowing golden, she struck the ground heavily, causing the rainbow prism matrix to instantly collapse into an energy pulse. The suspended bronze eyeballs exploded simultaneously, their liquid metal coalescing midair into 36 spinning star rings. Right now, Su Yao pulled open a hidden compartment in her tactical belt, activating 5 magnetic storm grenades at once. Brilliant blue arcs danced between the star rings, forming chains, creating a temporary opening as the collapsing corridor was forced apart. Everyone rushed out following the chaotic energy flow. When Xia Linlin looked back, just before exiting, she caught sight of a massive bronze hand reassembling deep within the shattered star rings. The moment they escaped the vortex, Xia Linlin stumbled and knelt onto the platform made of meteoric iron. Her trembling fingertips still retained traces of the rainbow glow as the star vein patterns under her skin gradually faded. Xia Qingqing hurriedly checked on Mu Mu, but the infant giggled, grabbing the bloodied remnant of the photon crossbow belonging to the young man. "We're still within the influence zone of the star domain vortex." Mo Ying's energy tree suddenly bloomed with ice crystal flowers. Wherever the petals fell, revealed distorted spatial wrinkles. Lan Yu's photon blade was embedded into the gap of the platform, its edge reflecting countless overlapping illusions. "These are..." The exclamation was cut off by a sudden roar. The entire platform trembled like thin ice thrown into boiling water. Projections from 36 dimensions appeared simultaneously around everyone. Xia Linlin's star pattern flared in sudden pain. She noticed the newly healed lines on her palm were oozing light particles tinged with blood, these particles defying gravity as they floated towards some spot in the void. From the remnants of the vortex, a mountain-like shadow rose slowly. Its surface flowed with the etched patterns of the Bronze Age, yet bore a blurry quantum state edge. Su Yao's magnetic storm chain suddenly disintegrated on its own, metallic shards in the air assembling into bizarre, triangular symbols. "Don't touch those symbols." Kong Ling's hand froze as she tore the dimensional barrier. "They're rewriting the rules of reality." Before her sentence ended, the edges of the platform began vaporizing, Mo Ying's energy tree wildly swaying its branches while the sapphire flames couldn't burn through the suddenly materialized darkness. Xia Linlin stuffed Mu Mu into the protective suit's inner layer, pressing her bloody palm onto the platform's surface. As the golden star pattern light seeped into the metal, she saw a star map billions of light years away unfold within her consciousness. A particular dazzling coordinate point suddenly exploded, turning into the crack pattern on the bronze giant hand, exactly a variant of Mu Mu's star pattern. The shadow's roar turned into tangible shock waves. Xia Linlin's rainbow light shield collided with the sound waves, creating lattice-like fractures. She suddenly noticed that the bronze chain on Su Yao's lower back was glowing. Intricate star vein patterns were growing at the broken ends, wriggling towards the direction of the shadow like a living entity. Mo-ing, burn away the reality anchor point in the 7th dimension. Xia Linlin screamed while tossing the energy storage module. As the rainbow prism matrix unfolded again, ancient characters of the Bronze Age emerged on the platform's surface. Those characters moved and crawled all over everyone's protective suits. Xia Qingqing's photon crossbow fragment suddenly reassembled itself, but its muzzle pointed toward Mu Mu's location. The space surrounding the shadow began to collapse. The 36 subspace dimensions, like shattered mirrors, each fragment reflected entirely different terrifying images. When Xia Linlin's star patterns synchronized in resonance with Mu Mu's wail, she saw temporal spatial coordinates left behind by the bronze woman appear within her palm's creases. As the last piece of dimensional shard was devoured by darkness, Xia Linlin suddenly perceived an energy field surpassing physical laws being generated. On the surface of her rainbow light shield, circular arrays composed of Bronze Age star patterns surfaced. These ancient symbols began to reverse engineer the construction rules of the star domain vortex. Mo Ying's energy tree emitted a tearing sound akin to silk being ripped apart. At the end of one burning branch, half of a bronze armor was slowly emerging from the void. Chapter 117. Counterattack to break the array. The burning branches of the energy tree emitted a sound like tearing silk in the void, and at that instant, the gravity field of the entire star domain vortex suddenly reversed. Xia Linlin floated suspended in midair supported by an iridescent light shield. The bronze characters covering her protective suit suddenly exuded beads of blood, which coalesced into a floating red star river in the zero-gravity environment. Dimension anchor point at 3 o'clock direction. Lan Yu flung out a silver-white chain to bind Xia Qingqing, who was about to fall into a fissure. The photon scales on the ranger's cloak shed noisily in the energy storm. The ethereal interdimensional barrier unfolded with a brittle sound like breaking porcelain. Countless fragments of mirrors reflected 36 tragic endings of parallel universes. Within one fragment, the shadowy figure's energy tree was being devoured by bronze armor. Xia Linlin inserted her 5 fingers into the matrix of rainbow light, and the coordinates of space-time imprinted in her palm patterns surged forth into light cones. As the 7th dimensional anchor point was scorched through by Mo Ying's dark blue flames, the whole platform resonated with a roar like that of an ancient giant beast awakening, and the stellar pattern network of bronze chains suddenly surged up to bind Su Yao's waist. Catch it! Xia Linlin hurled the blood-soaked energy storage module towards Xia Qingqing. At the very moment the youth flipped midair and caught it, the remnants of the photon crossbow suddenly liquefied into metallic fluid and reformed along the star pattern veins on his arm into a long spear. When the spear tip pierced into the bronze inscriptions on the platform, the entire star region suddenly plunged into an eerie silence. In the silence, the shadow's howl of rage congealed into physical ice prisms hovering 5 centimeters before Xia Linlin's eyelashes. She saw within the ice prism the imprisoned war echoes of the Bronze Era, countless starships surging from deep within Mu Mu's pupils. Now's the time. Xia Linlin suddenly ripped the necklace of rainbow light around her neck. From the splashing energy particles, Su Yao's bronze chains sprang forth like live snakes from her lower back, ensnaring the contracting subspace dimensions surrounding the shadow. When those writhing star patterns touched Mo Ying's energy tree, they suddenly erupted in bright light akin to a galactic explosion. Kong Ling, hands forming seals, tore open a crack in interdimensional space, while Lan Yu flicked her ranger's cloak into a star ring to bind the shadow's feet. Xia Linlin felt the temporal spatial coordinates in her palm consuming her own life force. Yet she utilized this excruciating pain to restructure the iridescent light shield into a prism matrix. As the horrifying imagery from 36 dimensions were refracted and focused by the prism, Xia Qingqing's photon spear suddenly changed direction, piercing through the defensive barrier Xia Linlin had erected herself. The muffled thud of metal-penetrating flesh caused the shadow to tremble with pleasure. Xia Linlin, however, used the momentum to lunge towards Mu Mu's incubation chamber. The bronze star pattern shining in the baby's brow synchronized with her wound, causing the spurting blood to solidify into constellations of ancient symbols in the weightless environment. You think destroying the anchor point will? The shadow's voice was suddenly jammed at some high-frequency band. Mo Ying's energy tree abruptly extended burning branches, pressing half of a bronze armor into Xia Linlin's bleeding wound. The excruciating pain caused her iris to project bronze gear patterns, and those suspended blood droplet constellations started spinning in reverse. In the chaos, Xia Linlin seized the most critical fragment of memory. Her original self had, under the influence of alcohol, rewritten the infant's genetic chain into a bronze cipher. She suddenly grabbed hold of the photon spear piercing her body, and, utilizing the energy link between weapon and owner, hurled Xia Qingqing towards the central star pattern emblem on the platform. The trajectory of the youth's fall coincided perfectly with the overlapping of 36 dimensional fragments, and the bronze characters on his protective suit suddenly came alive, burrowing into his pupils. As Xia Qingqing let out an inhuman scream, Mu Mu's cries materialized into the tolling of a bronze bell. Now, Xia Linlin lunged forward holding the spear impaling her, heading straight for the shadow. Su Yao's chains, Lan Yu's star rings, and Kong Ling's mirrors contracted simultaneously, forcing the shadow into the bronze inscriptions swirling within Xie Qingqing's eyes. Mo Ying's energy tree suddenly blossomed with flowers wreathed in dark blue flames, each petal reflecting different forms of the shadow across various time spaces. At the instant Xie Linlin's blood-stained finger touched the core of the shadow, the entire star domain vortex flattened into a star map. She witnessed the temporal spatial coordinates embedded in her palm patterns consuming the shadow's energy as the sinister array patterns twisted into frequencies of a distress signal. You dare to. The shadow's roar was interrupted by the sudden burst of bronze aura from Moo Moo's cradle. Countless star-patterned tendrils stretched out from the swaddling cloth, devouring any remaining energy from the array. Taking advantage of the moment, Xie Linlin drove the shards of the photon spear into the platform fissure, using the counterforce to collide with Moo Moo into the materializing Mo Ying. The branches of the energy tree suddenly wrapped around them, the burning leaves weaving a network of bronze star patterns to stop the bleeding from Xie Linlin's wounds. As the final glow of the array was absorbed by Lan Yu's ranger cloak, Kong Ling unexpectedly noticed reverse-eroding star patterns surfacing on the interdimensional barrier. Be wary of dimensional backlash. The ranger's warning resounded simultaneously with the collapse of the star domain. Suddenly, Moo Moo in Xie Linlin's embrace opened his eyes, revealing within the depths of his pupils the figure of a bronze woman wielding a starship. The entire platform began to undergo quantum collapse, and Mo Ying's half-body was abruptly enveloped by bronze armor emerging from the void. As Xie Linlin struggled to reach for Xie Qingqing's hand, the bronze inscriptions flowing in the youth's eyes suddenly projected 36 overlapping shadows. Each shadow narrated ancient languages of different dimensions, and these voices were merging into an existence beyond comprehension. When the 37th ripple of quantum collapse spread through the void, Xie Linlin's retinas suddenly felt searing pain. The congealed blood beads on her protective suit reboiled, forming rotating bronze star rings around her. Mo Ying's right hand, now encased in bronze armor, suddenly surged with purple arcs of electricity, jerking Xie Qingqing back onto the platform as he nearly fell into the dimensional fissure. Watch out for the backlash of the causality chain. The ethereal interdimensional barrier shattered into powder, revealing the distorted face of the shadow among the cascading shards of mirror fragments. The photon scales on Lan Yu's ranger cloak all dislodged, forming a hexagonal defensive matrix above everyone's heads. Each facet refracted the surging starship clusters in Moo Moo's pupils. The black shadow's roar whipped up an energy hurricane, and the bronze inscriptions at the center of the platform suddenly activated into venomous snakes, crawling frantically up along the star patterns on Xie Linlin's calf. Su Yao's chains tensed straight into silver lines amid the storm. As their sharp ends pierced into Xie Qingqing's back, the 36 shadows in his eyes instantly collapsed into the pattern of bronze gears. Hold the resonance. Xie Linlin tore apart her bloody protective suit, revealing the pulsating star totems beneath her collarbone. Moo Moo's cries suddenly rose 8 pitches, shattering the quantum barrier of the incubation chamber. The infant's bronze halo in his brow exploded into a pillar of light, exposing every detail of the subspatial wrinkles surrounding the shadow. Mo Ying's energy tree suddenly extended its 7th branch from the void, weaving a starship control panel out of burning leaves at the place where Xie Linlin was wounded. When her blood dripped onto the bronze star patterns, a sudden gear-engaging rumble resonated throughout the star domain. Those floating blood droplet constellations had perfectly merged with the shadow's array patterns. It's like this. Through excruciating pain, Xie Linlin grinned coldly and suddenly gripped the photonic spear piercing her chest. Liquid metal boiled instantly, flowing against gravity through her veins to solidify into a dark matter sight before her left eye. Layer upon layer of war echoes from 36 dimensions appeared in the lens, finally focusing on the pulsing bronze chip embedded in the shadow's chest. Lan Yu's star rings suddenly contracted to nanoscale filaments as Kong Ling created seals with both hands to rip through 7 layers of mirrored spaces. With the aid of the bronze inscriptions reflected in Xie Qingqing's eyes, Xie Linlin leaped into the air. The photonic spear carved a physically impossible zigzag line under zero-gravity conditions. At the moment the spear tip struck the shadow, the entire star domain emitted a brittle sound like shattering glass. Impossible. The shadow's roar carried the fragments of broken dimensions while Mo Ying's energy tree blossomed into azure flowers. As the burning petals landed on Su Yao's chains, they melted the bronze serpents into liquid star rivers. Xie Linlin could feel the temporal spatial coordinates in her palm collapsing into a singularity, pulling her toward the core bronze chip of the shadow. Moo Moo's cries materialized as 12 strikes of the bronze bell deep within the infant's pupils, spewing a surge of starships outward. When the first starship lit up its dark matter cannon, the shadow's array patterns twisted into the waveform of a distress signal. Xie Linlin seized this fleeting flaw with her blood-soaked finger and drove the remnants of the photonic spear deeply into the gap between the chips. The star domain vortex froze in eerie silence for 1,000th of a second. It was then followed by a supernova-like flash of blinding light. The shadow's wailing turned into physical bronze chains, which softened unexpectedly when they touched Moo Moo's swaddling cloth. Mo Ying's energy tree extended burning branches, dragging the dissipating shadow's remains into the wound on Xie Linlin's chest. Agony caused her vision to explode with images of war from the Bronze Era, countless starships ascending orderly from her bone marrow. Is it done? Su Yao's chains abruptly fragmented into photon dust. Lan Yu caught the falling Xie Qingqing and noticed that the bronze gears in his pupils were spinning in reverse. When the interdimensional barrier reformed, its surface now showed reverse erosion star patterns. Staggering, Xie Linlin knelt on the quantumizing platform. The infant Mu Mu in her arms suddenly extended a small hand to press on her bleeding wound. In the shining bronze halo of the baby's palm, memories of the original self rewriting the genetic chain under the influence of alcohol emerged. The instant the two star patterns resonated, the entire incubation chamber burst into superdimensional vibrations. Be careful. Mo Ying's warning was drowned out by the roar of space, tearing apart. Countless bronze arms suddenly appeared at the edge of the platform, each gripping collapsing micro-black holes. Lan Yu's ranger cloak disintegrated into photon clouds, enveloping everyone within a temporarily constructed Klein bottle space. In the midst of chaotic energy currents, Xie Linlin witnessed a horrifying sight. The shattered array patterns were reassembling on the surface of the black hole. Each twisted symbol reflected the sinister grin of the shadow's face. Xie Qingqing suddenly let out an inhuman roar as bronze star glyphs erupted into luminous wings on his back. The wingtips were composed of compressed war echoes from 36 dimensions. He's transforming. Kong Ling rapidly formed 7 layers of seals with her hands, but the interdimensional barrier melted away like butter against a hot blade. Mo Ying's energy tree suddenly sprouted burning branches, pulling Xie Qingqing and his glowing wings into the tree trunk. As the boy's screams resonated with the tree rings, the entire star domain began to rain bronze-colored blood. The infant Mu Mu in Xie Linlin's arms suddenly floated up as the swaddling cloth disintegrated into star pattern chains. When the first chain pierced into the platform's crack, a massive bronze array diagram lit up beneath their feet, extending across the whole star domain. This was not a broken formation, but merely the tip of some far greater entity. Hurry, sever the energy link. Su Yao swung the remnants of her photon crossbow into a ring of lightning. But Lan Yu suddenly grasped her wrist. The reflection in the ranger's pupils revealed a suffocating truth. The star patterns on Mu Mu's forehead were undergoing quantum entanglement with the bronze runes on the surface of the black hole. Mo Ying's energy tree suddenly exploded into a shower of fiery leaves, each leaf illuminating the shadow's new form. Through intense agony, Xie Linlin saw her own bleeding wound drawing stargate patterns on the platform's surface. When the infant's cries resonated with the stargate, 36 black holes began to rotate in perfect synchronization. Hold on to me. Xie Linlin drove the remnants of the photon spear into her thigh, using the excruciating pain to stay conscious. The heterospace expanded by Kong Ling was suddenly reverse eroded by bronze star patterns, and countless mirror shards displayed the same image of the shadow raising its arm. Lan Yu's Klein bottle space emitted a strained cracking sound, and the remaining photonic scales on the ranger's cloak suddenly converged into a distress signal frequency. Just as the Stargate was about to take form, Mu Mu suddenly released an ancient sigh that no child should possess. Xie Linlin saw the translucent silhouette of a bronze woman rise from the quantum wreckage of the incubation chamber. With a gentle touch, the synchronized black holes suddenly froze. But this tranquility lasted only for an instant. On the surfaces of the halted black holes, countless crimson eyes suddenly opened, each pupil reflecting a new form of the shadow. The scattered bronze star patterns were now reassembling into even more terrifying formations on the event horizons. The rainbow necklace around Xie Linlin's neck suddenly melted on its own, liquid energy flowing through the star glyph veins toward the awakening Stargate. Chapter 118. The day the carrier awakens, when the Stargate restarts. At the moment 36 crimson pupils contracted simultaneously, the gravitational coefficient of the entire star domain suddenly became chaotic. Xie Linlin stumbled and knelt on the trembling platform. The molten liquid energy from the rainbow necklace coiled around her neck like venomous snakes, weaving an eerie totem of bronze and crimson along the Stargate patterns. The Stargate is reversing its energy absorption. Lan Yu wrapped Klein bottle fragments with photon scales, while ice crystals on the ranger's cloak fell off in pieces. Those eyes are rewriting the rules of black holes. The ethereal mirror shards suddenly turned collectively, reflecting 18 arms of shadows lifting up from every dimension. Su Yao's particle knife struck against the solidified space folds that emerged abruptly, with sparks lighting up Xie Qingqing's ashen face. The photon wings behind the youth were being devoured by bronze star patterns, resembling a mechanical butterfly infected by some ancient virus. Ink Shadow's tattered windbreaker began moving without any wind. He pressed his fingers, smeared with ashes of the energy tree, onto Xie Linlin's bleeding wound. Look at the 7th node of the Stargate. Between the burning star patterns, the phantom image of a bronze woman was being entangled by crimson threads, and a baby-like cry emanated from the remnants of Mu Mu's incubation chamber, like gears jamming. The shadow's attack crashed down at this moment. 18 beams of crimson light pierced through from different timelines, evaporating Su Yao's repulsion shield into honeycomb-like cavities upon contact. Klein bottle fragments hurled by Lan Yu carved paradoxical curves in space-time, yet they vanished silently, like stars cast into mud. The most fatal beam of light pointed straight at Xie Linlin's brow center, but was refracted by 72 layers of mirrors just before touching the rainbow totem. Ethereal collapsed out of hyperspace, coughing blood, still clutching half a time sandglass that reversed causality. Don't stare directly at the pupils. Ink Shadow suddenly pushed Xie Linlin to the ground. Where the two had been moments ago, space appeared spherical hollows as if eaten away like an apple. Xia Linlin saw the star patterns emerging on the back of his neck, oozing blood, painfully resonating with the stargate on the platform. Xia Qingqing's photon wings eventually completely transformed into bronze, yet the youth revealed a serene smile. He broke his wing and crossed it over the platform crack, the flowing golden energy temporarily solidifying the collapsing spatial anchor. Sister, look at the star pattern gap at the 7th node. Xia Linlin looked up amidst excruciating pain. The liquid energy of the rainbow necklace had already spread throughout her body, forming dual runes together with the blood seeping from her wounds. When the next wave of the shadow's attacks shredded Lan Yu's last defense, she suddenly perceived the reflections deep within those crimson pupils. The surface of each black hole's event horizon revealed versions of herself from different timelines. There was the one cradling Moo Moo in the slums evading pursuers, the bloody self during her first activation of the rainbow necklace, and the one debating about the dangers of the Stargate under the energy tree with Ink Shadow. Endless despairing moments flashed through the crimson pupils and finally settled on the current figure enveloped by rainbow and bronze. You see, the shadow is afraid. Su Yao suddenly pointed at the twisting crimson light pillars. The attacks piercing through space-time would split into mutually destructive particle streams when reaching 3 meters from Xia Linlin. Ink Shadow's bloodied fingers clenched suddenly. It's not fear, it's cognitive contamination. Your state. His words were interrupted by the sudden eruption of bronze brilliance. In the center of the platform, 72 holographic screens rose from the remains of Moo Moo's incubation chamber, rolling with galactic coordinates Xia Linlin had never seen before. Ethereal wiped the blood from his mouth as mirror shards began circling Xia Linlin. Your life frequency is resonating with the Stargate in phase. The shadow emitted a dimension-penetrating screech as 36 black hole pupils shed blood tears simultaneously. The Crimson Formation unfolded a 6-dimensional topological structure in the star domain, trapping the entire battlefield in a bizarre slow-motion state. Xia Linlin saw Lan Yu frozen in the act of throwing a photon dart. Su Yao's particle knife stopped 3 centimeters before her nose tip, while the ashes on Ink Shadow's fingertips retraced their steps at the speed of 1 light-year per second. Only thoughts remained operational. A sensation of intertwined ice and fire came from the rainbow energy around her neck. In absolute silence, Xia Linlin heard 421 frequency heartbeats. The beats belonging to Xia Qingqing carried the unique resonance of machinery. Ethereal's heartbeat hid within the gaps of mirror refractions and Moo Moo's. It wasn't an infant's heartbeat, but rather the sound of precision clocks mixing with biological tissues. As the shadow's claw broke through the time arrest and approached, Xia Linlin found herself capable of seeing the miniature black holes spinning at the claw tips. Inside those light-sucking vortices floated the cadavers of bronze star patterns, precisely the memory fragments of the first-generation Guardian's extinction that Ink Shadow had once shown her. So you're also afraid of the cycle? Xia Linlin spoke suddenly, her voice carrying a bronze echo. The stagnant rainbow energy exploded suddenly, and she saw her flowing blood tracing out the 7th Stargate node on the platform. The bronze woman's shadow in the incubation chamber remnants finally opened her eyes. In the instant space-time resumed its flow, Xia Linlin's rainbow rune collided with the shadow's crimson formation in 12 dimensions. Ink Shadow's energy tree ashes reignited into a protective dome as Lan Yu's photon dart arrived late, but struck the shadow's temporal anchor point precisely. Xia Qingqing's broken bronze wings transformed into a rain of light, temporarily sealing 6 black hole pupils. Now, Ethereal screamed sharply, all mirror fragments focusing on Xia Linlin's chest. Su Yao's particle knife and Lan Yu's Klein bottle fragments were embedded simultaneously into the 7th Stargate node. Moo Moo's cries suddenly turned into an incantation of activation commands. Xia Linlin felt the rainbow energy begin to be injected in reverse. Those crimson patterns from the black hole pupils were restructuring under her skin. As the shadow tore through Ink Shadow's last defense and lunged forward, she gripped the half-photon spear Xia Qingqing handed over, letting 2 repelling energy streams pass through her body completely. In the explosion where bronze and crimson intertwined, Xia Linlin glimpsed the projection of the 3rd unit deep within the Stargate. It was a chaotic star system wrapped in a rainbow membrane, each celestial body's surface floating with familiar bronze star patterns. A burning sensation surged through her neck as the energy fully integrated. She finally understood the meaning of the ancient interstellar words inscribed on Moo Moo's incubation chamber. On the day the carrier awakens, the Stargate restarts. 7-fold energies collapsed in her palm into a singularity, causing the rainbow necklace to burst forth with tangible bronze star patterns. Those ancient symbols glowing with bloody light penetrated dimensional barriers, weaving a causality net of reverse collapse around the shadow. She heard Moo Moo's cries resonate in subsonic waves with the energy tree ashes, as the entire Stargate platform began disintegrating into primal string particles. Space-time curvature overload. Ethereal's mirror fragments melted and reformed in intense light, refracting 720 possible futures. Xia Linlin saw 3 timelines where versions of herself were being devoured by the shadow, yet more possibilities revealed phantom images of bronze Stargates that sparked her resolve. Rainbow energy synchronized and boiled together with the blood in her wounds, solidifying on her skin to form crimson matrices resembling the shadow's pupils. Suddenly, the 18 arms of the shadow twisted spastically, revealing bronze rust spots on the black hole core in its chest. Ink Shadow seized this 1 in 1,000 second opportunity, injecting the memory fragments of the whole energy tree into the star pattern on the back of Xia Linlin's neck. Burning ash traced two intersecting spirals in the void, perfectly aligning with the remaining gear structures of Mu Mu's incubation chamber. Now, Xia Qingqing's broken wing erupted with supernova-level bursts of light. Liquid photons flowing from the young man's mechanical bones traced out the complete star map of the seventh node beneath Xia Linlin's feet. Su Yao's particle knife and Lan Yu's photon dart were simultaneously embedded into the star map's fissure, reversing the gravitational coefficient of the entire star domain. The world in Xia Linlin's eyes suddenly stratified. She saw the true form of the shadow composed of countless bronze gears and crimson energy threads, the trapped souls of the first-generation guardians in each black hole pupil's depth, and the bronze woman sleeping inside her rainbow necklace slowly opening her eyes. At the moment the two opposing energy streams converged in the singularity, she suddenly comprehended the mathematical beauty of the gears turning on Mu Mu's incubation chamber. Cognition is a cage. In Xia Linlin's scream, bronze star patterns and crimson matrices shattered simultaneously. The shadow emitted a piercing screech spanning 12 dimensions, exposing a bronze compass at its core, which was exactly the slice of the energy tree's annual rings guarded by ink shadow. Ethereal seized the moment and hurled the time's sandglass, dragging the entire battlefield into a state of absolute stasis encapsulated in a temporal amber. In the frozen moment, Xia Linlin touched the true form of the seventh Stargate node. It was not an energy construct, but a topological model woven from the memories of countless guardians. When her blood quantumly entangled with Mu Mu's gear cries, the halted energy erupted in the shape of a Klein bottle. The crimson pupils of the shadow went out one after another, and the bronze compass melted in the rainbow glow into the shape of the Stargate key. It's over. Ink Shadow's voice carried the ethereal resonance of the dying energy tree. His tattered windbreaker dissolved into star dust in the energy storm, revealing the bronze star pattern resonating synchronously with Xia Linlin's wound on his back. Xia Linlin gripped the formed Stargate key, watching the shadow's final remnant collapse into the third quadrant. When the bright light faded, the star domain was filled with energy embers in the form of a rainbow membrane. Only half the handle of Su Yao's particle knife remained, while Lan Yu's ranger cloak became tattered cloth hanging with ice crystals, but their eyes burned brightly with the joy of surviving the calamity. Xia Qingqing knelt at the edge of the platform, her exposed mechanical skeleton flashing with a bronze luster resonant with the Stargate. That is, Ethereal suddenly pointed towards where the shadow had vanished. In the swirling aftermath of energy, 72 bronze gears were arranging themselves into a Mobius ring. When Xia Linlin's rainbow necklace resonated with it, the gears suddenly shattered into star dust, tracing 3 overlapping Ouroboros symbols in the void. Ink Shadow lightly touched the symbols with his ash-covered fingers, and ancient star patterns suddenly projected a star chart they had never seen before. A chaotic star system wrapped in a rainbow membrane slowly rotated in the projection, each planet's surface floating with gear totems identical to Mu Mu's incubation chamber. The burning sensation in Xia Linlin's neck intensified suddenly, and she saw the shadow of the bronze woman overlapping with her own reflection in the rainbow light. The Chaos Gate in the third quadrant. Lan Yu's photon dart fragments suddenly levitated, marking a blood-red spot on the star chart. These gears are the same frequency material as Mu Mu's incubation core. Xia Linlin bent down to pick up a vaporizing bronze gear, its tip vibrating like an infant's cry. When she turned to look at Mu Mu's incubation remains, she noticed the gear fragments reassembling themselves into a miniature Stargate model. Even more bizarrely, at the center of the model floated a bronze compass identical to the shadow's core. Cognitive pollution hasn't disappeared. Ink Shadow suddenly gripped Xia Linlin's shoulder, blue fire igniting in the palm from the energy tree ashes. The Stargate key is rewriting our memory frequencies. As if to confirm this, the entire platform suddenly echoed with infant laughter and the sound of gears turning. The star patterns beneath their feet began flowing in reverse, tearing open a channel emanating emerald mist. In the depths of the channel, faint outlines of floating bronze city-states could be glimpsed, their architectural style startlingly similar to the guardian sanctuaries Xia Linlin had seen in the Rainbow Realm. Su Yao's mechanical eye leaked energy liquid. This mist is the physical manifestation of time folds. Xia Linlin clenched the Stargate key, seeing Mu Mu's pupil reflection appear on its surface. When the emerald mist washed over her rainbow combat boots, the star pattern on the back of her neck suddenly surged with the excruciating pain of being bitten by tens of millions of gears simultaneously. In the instant before her consciousness blurred into chaos, she heard 421 frequencies of heartbeats resonating deep within the channel. Among them, a wave perfectly synchronized with Mu Mu pulsed with an ancient pressure that made the Stargate key tremble. Chapter 119, Materialization. Emerald mist condensed into tiny crystals at the edges of Xia Linlin's rainbow light war boots. As she lifted her foot, those crystals turned into star dust and fell into the void. Dark gold runes floated on the walls of the passage. These symbols, which had been silent for 1,000 years, were now swirling like living things. Under the illumination of the Stargate key carried by the group, they gradually formed a star map pointing to the core of Unit 3. Be careful with your breathing frequency. Emoing suddenly raised her hand and brushed over Lan Yu's neck side. The residual energy tree ash on her fingertips shook several emerald crystals into powder. The time fold is assimilating our biological clocks. Xia Linlin pressed her fingers against the gear bite mark on her nape that hadn't yet faded, and the Stargate key in her palm hummed. The reflection of Mumu's pupils on the key's surface suddenly contracted. The dark gold runes twisted and recombined accordingly, coalescing into 3 interlocking bronze gates 10 meters in front of them. The star track patterns engraved on the gate surfaces perfectly matched the Stargate model formed by the remains of the incubation pod. Liquid starlight surged in each groove. This is strange. Su Yao's mechanical cybernetic eye suddenly emitted 2 clusters of electric arcs. She stepped back half a step after covering her bleeding ear canal. The resonance frequency is 12 orders higher than calculated values. These runes are mimicking our brainwaves. Before her words could finish, the triple-ring bronze gate thunderously opened. Instead of the expected passageway, behind the door was layer upon layer of diamond-shaped energy barriers, as if compressing the gravitational field of an entire galaxy into a tangible form. Xia Linlin's rainbow light war boots carved 2 scorch marks on the ground. The protective dome erected with the Stargate key immediately filled with web-like cracks. Retreat to my energy field coverage area. A resonant voice with metallic vibration commanded. The alternate space barrier she expanded collided with the energy barriers, bursting with bright white sparks. Simultaneously, in everyone's ears resounded the overlapping concert of 421 heartbeats. Some kind of pressure beyond 3-dimensional space was reshaping their neural synapses. Xia Linlin's nails deeply pierced her palms. The pain awakened her from the dizziness caused by rewritten memory frequencies. She noticed that in the center of each energy barrier, there was embedded a miniature bronze compass whose needle's rhythm perfectly synchronized with Mumu's heartbeat. When the 7th barrier crushed the photon shield deployed by Lanyu, Xia Linlin abruptly pressed the Stargate key into the gear bite mark on her own nape. Sister Linlin. Xia Qingqing's cry was shredded by the tide of energy. Rainbow light exploding from the gaps in the maiden's war armor intertwined with the bronze glow of the key, forming a spiral. Those wandering dark gold runes surged toward her like returning bees to their hive. In the moment when excruciating pain made her retina turn red, she finally discerned the truth deep within the barriers. Each miniature compass was reflecting Mumu's sleeping face. Su Yao's mechanical arm suddenly gripped Xia Linlin's shoulder. Don't be consumed by cognitive contamination. These illusions. Her statement got interrupted by the overflow of energy liquid from her throat. The display of her mechanical eye showed their biological clocks had accelerated to 173 times the normal speed. They're not illusions. Bloodied fingers of Xia Linlin brushed over the Stargate key, and the star patterns on the rainbow combat armor started generating quantum entanglement with the compasses on the barriers. These energies are mimicking Mumu's life characteristics. They need. Suddenly, the girl plunged the sharp end of the key into the star pattern beneath her feet. Amidst the piercing sound that tore through space-time, the 421 heartbeats collapsed into a single frequency. Mo Ying's ash flames suddenly soared dramatically. All of you synchronize your breathing rhythm. The blue fire in his palms spread along the star patterns, enveloping everyone in 27 concentric luminous cocoons. At the moment when Xia Linlin's combat armor touched the 9th barrier, the pupil reflection on the key's surface revealed the full view of the Bronze City, those architectural clusters floating deep within the emerald mist. Atop every spire hovered remnants of gears identical to those on Mumu's incubation pod. It's now. Ling's alternate space barrier transformed into flowing light and infused into the Stargate key. Xia Linlin felt as though her bone marrow resonated. Clutching the key as it seemed to struggle free, she thrust it towards the central miniature compass intertwining rainbow and bronze in one attack. The sound of cracks continued for 17 heartbeat cycles. As the energy barriers scattered like shards of a shattered mirror, Xia Qingqing suddenly clutched his chest and knelt down. Bronze liquid oozed from the star patterns on the youth's neck, and similar star chart patterns appeared on his irises as those seen on the fragments of Mumu's incubation pod. The cognitive contamination is transferring. Mo Ying's ash flame enveloped the trembling body of Xia Qingqing, while the rapidly wilting shadows of energy trees became visible within the flames. The Stargate key has rewritten our memory anchor points. Now each of us carries part of Mumu's. Suddenly came the sound of gear meshing from deep within the passage. The energy barrier fragments that had yet to dissipate suddenly hung suspended in midair, assembling into a colossal bronze sundial projection. Xia Linlin's bite mark on her nape transmitted waves of excruciating pain again. She saw a star map in the sundial shadow that didn't belong to this era, with the trajectories of 7 stars perfectly overlapping with the star patterns on Luo Chen's sword. The dark gold runes trembled amidst the energy reverberations, and suddenly Xia Linlin felt an intense burning sensation from her rainbow light war boots. She abruptly spun around, positioning the Stargate key horizontally across her chest. The instant the bronze glow collided with 7 purple crystal arrows, all the emerald mist in the passage transformed into an eerie deep purple. Luo Chen. Lan Yu's photon crossbow spun rapidly in her palm, but the 12 charged rounds strangely twisted into hoops just before striking the target. He altered the trajectory using gravitational strings. The man floating in front of the bronze sundial projection smirked as the star patterns flowing from his sword's tip corresponded remotely with the remaining 7 stars on the dome. Xia Linlin suddenly noticed that the hidden patterns on the hem of his cloak matched exactly with the gear cracks on Mumu's incubation pod, making the bite mark on her neck burn fiercely. Watch out for your breathing rhythm. Mo Ying's ash flames exploded beneath their feet, forming a protective barrier, just as Luo Chen's violet crystal sword strike collided with the shadows of the energy trees, scattering sparks that eerily traced 360 star orbit equations in midair. Su Yao's mechanical cybernetic eye flashed violently as she injected energy liquid into her throat and screamed. He's using star track resonance to assimilate our shields. Xia Linlin's rainbow-like combat armor buzzed unexpectedly, while dark gold runes shot out of the crystalline fragments crushed by her boots. As the maiden's pupils reflected the star patterns on Luo Chen's sword, she suddenly pierced her bleeding palm with the Stargate key. At the moment when the key devoured the blood, those wandering runes instantly solidified into tangible chains, traveling against the gravitational string created by Luo Chen. Can cognitive contamination be used like this? Ling's alternate space barrier folded into a prism, refracting Xia Linlin's bronze chains into 17 dimensions. Luo Chen's defensive sword let out an overloaded cracking sound as the iris of his left eye displayed a miniature sundial projection, precisely the star chart Xia Linlin had seen previously within the energy barriers. Xie Qingqing's startled shout was swallowed by the chaos of energy currents. Bronze fluid leaked from the star patterns on the youth's neck, condensing in midair to form a scaled-down model of the incubation pod. Seizing this 1,000th of a second opportunity, Lan Yu's photon crossbow sent a fully charged arrow piercing through Luo Chen's left shoulder, causing the entire passage to echo with the clicking sound of incubation pod gears. Beautiful. Su Yao's mechanical arm ejected a particle knife, whose cutting produced fissures resonating with the Stargate key's glow. Yet no red blood flowed from Luo Chen's wounded shoulder. Instead, it exuded liquid starlight. Beneath the shattered mask, a corner of the man's lips contorted into an unsettling curve. Xia Linlin's rainbow-light war boots were suddenly embedded into the ground. She observed how the liquid starlight flowing from Luo Chen interacted quantumly with the remnants of Mumu's incubation pod, causing the dark gold runes on the walls to reorganize themselves in ways defying three-dimensional space. While enduring excruciating pain emanating from inside her skull, the girl inserted the key into the sundial projection. As the bronze glow exploded, everyone heard 421 heartbeats accelerate into perfect unison. Step back. Mo Ying's ash flames enveloped the runaway energy flow only to find within them appearing the sleeping face of Mumu. The otherworldly alternate space underwent violent quakes as the surface of her expanded barrier suddenly filled with star patterns identical to those on Xie Qingqing's neck. Luo Chen's figure blurred and reassembled in the chaotic energy streams, and he suddenly pressed his light-flowing hand toward the void. The entire bronze passage warped as if folded like paper, forming 17 microscopic black holes above their heads. Xia Linlin's combat armor emitted sounds of metal fatigue. Seizing Su Yao's mechanical arm for leverage, she leapt skyward as the Stargate key traced arcs following quantum rules in the emerald mist. Now, the girl's rainbow glow intertwined with the bronze hues of the key forming spirals, causing the black holes summoned by Luo Chen to reverse their rotations. Lan Yu's photon crossbow precisely hit each singularity point of the black holes. The shockwaves generated from the colliding energies ripped open new fissures in the channel. Luo Chen staggered back finally, his sword star pattern flickering like a faulty holographic projection. Taking the chance, Xia Linlin drove the sharp end of the key into the gravity string nodes made by him. Dark gold runes swarmed like living things binding the man's limbs. When Su Yao's particle blade was only 3 centimeters away from his throat, an ear-piercing sound of incubation pod gears locking came from deep inside the passage. Sister Linlin. Xie Qingqing's alarmed cry carried metallic resonance tones. The bronze liquid oozing from the youth's neck condensed into a star chart in midair, revealing at its center Mumu's heterochromatic eyes opening. Luo Chen emitted a raspy laugh as his light-streaming body began to dissolve quantumly. Haven't you realized yet? The true key has never been the Stargate. The remnants of the man's cloak suddenly exploded, forming a shield composed of 300 bronze compasses that sent everyone reeling back. The ethereal alternate space barrier cracked with spiderweb patterns. She clutched her bleeding cochlea and shouted. The frequencies of these compasses are synchronizing with Mumu's vital signs. Xia Linlin's bite mark on her nape suddenly transmitted waves of excruciating pain. The girl looked up to see, behind the dissipated compass shield, 12 enigmatic figures clad in liquid starlight combat armor materializing from the emerald mist. The star tracks flowing on their weapon surfaces perfectly corresponded with the cracks on the incubation pod debris. Cognitive contamination is becoming physical. Mo Ying's ash flames suddenly dimmed as distorted images of everyone appeared on the leaves of the energy tree illusions. Luo Chen used the Stargate key to replicate our combat data. Xia Linlin's rainbow light war boots suddenly emitted an unprecedented intense glow. She saw the blood beads oozing from her palm congealing into miniature bronze city-states in midair. The star tracks on the stranger's weapons mirrored symmetrically with the arrangement of the city-state spires. The girl suddenly realized something and turned her gaze toward the still-rotating incubation pod model in the air. Mumu's eyelashes were lightly trembling inside the model. Chapter 120, Reorganization. The energy tree shadow behind Mo Ying trembled violently, as the ash flames transformed into thousands of venomous snakes wrapping around the 12 liquid armor strangers. Xia Linlin's rainbow light combat boots scraped sparks on the star track fragments. She flung the blood pearl from the bronze city back high into the air. Sister Su Yao. I've been waiting. Su Yao's mechanical arm instantly disassembled and reorganized into a precision forceps, clamping the floating blood pearl. The incubation pod model suddenly emitted a buzzing sound similar to an infant's cry. Lan Yu's photon whip curled around the 12-star track cracks, her ethereal bloody fingertips drawing a crescent moon curve on the barrier of the extra-dimensional space. Frequency calibration completed. Xie Qingqing pressed her forehead against the trembling spine of Xie Linlin, while blue patterns illuminated on the neck of the youth. 300 bronze compasses suddenly all reversed simultaneously, projecting the star tracks on the surface of the mysterious men's weapons into vascular patterns inside the incubation pod model. Mo Ying's ash fire snakes suddenly changed direction, drilling along the star track cracks into the gaps of the liquid armor. The foremost mysterious man suddenly grabbed his throat, as the image of Mumu curled up in the incubation pod was projected on the surface of his battle armor. The bite mark on the back of Xie Linlin's neck suddenly became scorching hot. She saw that the miniature city coagulated from the blood pearls in her palm had begun quantum entanglement with the energy core of the incubation pod model. Right now, ethereal ear torn out oozed silver blue liquid as the extra-dimensional barrier collapsed into a black hole. Su Yao's mechanical arm propelled the blood pearl right into the center of the black hole, causing the liquid armor of the 12 mysterious people to glow bronze alerts. The star tracks on their weapons were inversely eroding their own energy circuits. Luoqing's remaining cloak shards suddenly combined into a star chart, with Yanfeng's interstellar merchant ship crashing through the emerald mist falling from the sky. Before the greedy merchant could discern the battlefield situation, he was bound by chains of the backward rotating bronze compass, cursing. Damn it! How are these antiques extracting my memory data? Xie Linlin suddenly stumbled, dropping to one knee. Her rainbow light combat boots were absorbing pale golden liquid seeping out of the incubation pod model. She observed how the frequency of Mumu's eyelashes flickering was completely synchronized with the bronze gears of 300 compasses. Mo Ying's energy tree shadow suddenly blossomed blood-red buds, each petal a fragment of everyone's memories during the fight. The source of cognitive contamination materialization is. Xie Qingqing suddenly pulled Xie Linlin to roll leftward, enduring 3-star track shock waves on the back of the boy. Su Yao's scattered mechanical arm pieces covered the floor. Lan Yu's photon whip choked the necks of 2 mysterious people. Ethereal stitched her injured cochlea with extra-dimensional space fragments. Yanfeng's merchant ship unexpectedly ignited the bronze compass with its purple propulsion flame. Suddenly, 300 bronze chains turned direction and stabbed towards the 12 mysterious people. Xie Linlin felt the temperature of the incubation pod model in the blood pool, the star track cracks reconstructing themselves as 3D star maps in her palms, each crack endpoint pointing to Mumu's little fist clenching softly. The energy node is in the 7th encryption layer of the incubation pod. Xie Linlin shouted hoarsely, as her rainbow light combat boots automatically disintegrated into nanoparticles, infiltrating through the star track cracks into the mysterious people's liquid armor. Mo Ying's ash fire traveled through the nanopath straight toward the enemy's core, as the energy tree shadow suddenly bore 300 bronze fruits. When the first fruit hit the ground and exploded, the time stream rate of the entire battlefield suddenly slowed down. Xie Linlin watched as every star track attack turned into slow-motion dazzling rivers of stars, and Mumu opened her eyes within the incubation pod model. The baby's pitch-black pupils reflected faint images of the bronze key shadows flickering inside the 12 mysterious men's liquid armor. Qingqing. Xie Linlin abruptly threw the incubation pod model into the sky, revealing light wings unfurled across the energy circuit on the youth's back. Remnants of Su Yao's mechanical arms were formed into particle cannons. Lan Yu's photon whip lashed onto Yanfeng's spaceship anchor chains. Ethereal's stained blood space barrier transformed into a refraction prism. As the 12-star track attack struck the prism simultaneously, Xie Linlin leapt up to grab the beginning to be quantumized incubation pod model. Her neck bite marks suddenly tore open spacetime, sucking all the burning bronze compasses into the wound. The sounds of the turning gears of those compasses perfectly matched Mumu's heartbeats. The process of physicalization of cognitive pollution has been reversed. Mo Ying suddenly fell to one knee, as the root system of the energy tree shadow pierced through the battlefield ground. The liquid armor of the 12 mysterious people began to collapse. Yanfeng's merchant ship suffered from its own purple propulsion flames, while Luoqing's remaining star map struggled fiercely within the nanoparticles restructured from Xie Linlin's rainbow light combat boots. When Xie Linlin hugged the starting materialized incubation pod landing down, she noticed the ashes of 300 bronze compasses forming celestial coordinates in the air. These coordinate points penetrated through the gradually dissipating emerald mist, vaguely revealing the majestic contours of the bronze city-state at the back, exactly matching the miniature architectural cluster she saw in the blood pearl. The entrance of the 3rd unit. Xie Qingqing suddenly began to cough violently, as the energy circuit on the back of the youth started bleeding. Su Yao used her last fully functional mechanical knuckle to wipe the blood off Lan Yu's face. Ethereal knelt on the cracked hyperspatial barrier and pressed the bloody cochlea against the battlefield ground that was beginning to crystallize. Mo Ying suddenly reached out to place a hand on Xie Linlin's shoulder. The leaves of the energy tree shadow rustled as they fell. The key is inside your body. His ash fire entered through the bite mark on the girl's neck, causing the incubation pod model to suddenly project Mumu's phantom. The baby's pupils had now completely transformed into bronze gears, slowly turning. In the locations where the 12 mysterious figures had completely dissipated, 300 bronze chains burst out from the ground. Yanfeng's merchant ship, in its final second before explosion, redirected the remnants of its antimatter engine toward the battlefield center that was starting to crystallize. Xia Linlin clutched the incubation pod model amidst the energy storm, noticing how all the ends of the bronze chains pointed toward her heart. Prepare for synchronization. The girl suddenly stomped her rainbow light combat boots hard into the star track cracks as Xia Qingqing's energy light wings enveloped everyone. When the crystallizing battlefield ground started quantum jumping, what they saw last was the frequency of the lashes trembling of Mu Mu's phantom overlapping perfectly with the flickering lights of the bronze city-state main tower. Crystallized battlefield fragments rustled as they fell, while Xia Linlin's rainbow light combat boots plowed spots of star track cracks into bright flares. Su Yao's broken mechanical arms suddenly erupted with blinding blue light, and 720 bronze gears ejected from within the incubation pod model, precisely embedding themselves into the bleeding energy circuits on Xia Qingqing's back. The quantum entanglement disconnection countdown begins. Ethereal's bloody cochlea suddenly emitted crescent moon-like wave patterns as the hyperspace barrier fragments sliced through Yanfeng's spaceship shield like knife edges spinning. Lan Yu's photon whip tightly coiled around 3 bronze compasses, sketching trajectories of dark matter amidst the fiery glow of the propulsion system explosions. The remains of the 12 liquid armor strangers abruptly converged, forming bronze fluids surging towards the incubation pod cradled in Xia Linlin's arms. Mo Ying's energy tree roots shot up wildly, ash flames condensing into 300 thorny chains. Cognitive contamination is reorganizing. Block those fluids. The bite mark on Xia Linlin's nape suddenly tore open, the spilling bronze-colored blood congealing mid-air into a microstructure resembling a city-state. Xia Qingqing's energy light wings thunderously expanded, the bleeding circuits on the boy's back resonating with the incubation pod model to forcefully shatter the incoming bronze fluid into stardust. Yanfeng's laughter pierced through the quantum barrier as the leftover waves of the antimatter engine condensed into a crimson phoenix. The greedy merchant stepped over the burning bronze chains onto the battlefield, with dark matter crystals suspended in his palm after being stripped from the ship core. It's time to clean house. As the phoenix spread its wings, triggering a stellar storm, Mo Ying's ash thorns instantly vaporized. Xia Linlin stumbled into the crystallizing energy tree shadow, but the nanoparticles of her rainbow light combat boots spontaneously reorganized, forming architectural patterns identical to those of the bronze city at her ankle. Synchronization rate at 98%. Ethereal's torn cochlea sprayed silver-blue blood drops as hyperspace fragments suddenly refracted into 12 prisms. Su Yao grabbed 2 rotating bronze gears with her remaining mechanical arm and brutally inserted them into her temples. Let it rip. Amidst the hum of quantum entanglement, the incubation pod model suddenly projected a 3-dimensional image of Mu Mu. The baby curled up in a posture completely overlapping with that of the bronze city main tower as 300 star track cracks simultaneously exploded in emerald brilliance. The moment Yanfeng's phoenix touched the light curtain, its wings began reverse growing. It's now. Xia Linlin bit her tongue and sprayed saliva mixed with bronze blood onto her rainbow light combat boots. Nanoparticles instantly swelled, forming a city projection that resonated with the bronze key held by Mu Mu's phantom. Mo Ying's energy tree shadow bloomed with the 27th blood-red bud, each petal reflecting images of everyone's fight. Yanfeng's pupils contracted sharply as the dark matter crystals suddenly cracked in a web pattern. He frantically struck the Interstellar Merchant Guild emblem on his wrist. How could this be? These antiques are rewriting physical laws. Xia Linlin crushed the last piece of star track fragment under her rainbow light combat boots as the encryption layers of the incubation pod model unfolded like a lotus flower. 12 bronze fluids suddenly reversed direction, converging in her palm to form an exact replica of the dark matter crystal Yanfeng held. Except this one pulsed with a blood-colored star chart. Cognitive projection materialization complete. Ethereal's bloody fingertips suddenly inserted into her own cochlea, pulling out a crescent moon-shaped energy beam. The hyperspace prism refracted the phoenix's attack into 300 beams of light, all smashing into the wreckage of Yanfeng's own merchant ship. In the deafening explosion, Xia Linlin saw the projection of the bronze city consuming antimatter flames. Mo Ying's energy tree bore fruits of a dark red hue, each fruit sealing fragments of everyone's shattered memories. Yanfeng staggered back, covering his exploded right arm, as the Merchant Guild emblem melted in his palm into bronze liquid. The star chart is reconfiguring. Xia Qingqing suddenly coughed up a blood clot containing gear fragments, as the energy circuit on the youth's back had spread to his neck. The incubation pod model suddenly emitted 7 layers of encryption rings, each projecting different images from the bronze city-state era in the air. Just as everyone prepared to deliver the fatal blow, the crystallizing ground at the center of the battlefield suddenly collapsed. Emerald mist surged out from the ground, and amidst the fog, bronze doorways faintly appeared. The 12 keyholes on the doorframes perfectly matched the key held by Mu Mu's phantom. Yanfeng suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, dark matter tentacles sprouting from his shattered right arm wound. So the legend is true. The wreckage of his broken merchant ship suddenly coalesced into a mechanical giant hand, reaching for the doorway in the mist. Xia Linlin's nape bite mark suddenly burned with intense pain, causing the nanoparticles of her rainbow light combat boots to uncontrollably flow towards the bronze doorway. Empty Spirit's torn cochlea suddenly emitted an infant's cry. The prismatic reflection of the doorway revealed Luo Qin's star map, cloak clearly condensing within the mist. Stop them. Mo Ying's ash flames suddenly turned bronze, as energy tree roots pierced through Yin Feng's mechanical giant hand. Lan Yu's photon whip coiled around 3 burning bronze gears, only to see the keyholes absorbing all the battlefield's energy. The incubation pod model suddenly disassembled itself, Muumuu's phantom floating directly in front of the doorway. In the baby's opened eyes, 300 bronze compasses were reorganizing into interstellar coordinates. Xia Linlin felt a vibration of gear meshing from her heart position, and the dark matter crystal in her palm suddenly projected Luo Qin's smirking face. Cognitive contamination, it's bidirectional. Xia Qingqing screamed as he tackled Xia Linlin down, the boy's back shielding her from the suddenly materialized memory shards. Su Yao's mechanical eye suddenly exploded, but instead of blood, bronze sand sprayed out. The door is rewriting our forms of existence. Yin Feng's mechanical giant hand suddenly sprouted Luo Qin's star map cloak, his left eye transforming into a bronze compass. So you've been. His unfinished words were swallowed by the thunderous roar of the opening doorway, as emerald mist extended bronze chains that simultaneously stabbed towards Xia Linlin and Yin Feng's hearts. At the critical moment, Xia Linlin blocked herself with the remains of the incubation pod, the bronze chains softening the instant they touched the model. Muumuu's phantom giggled, the infant's small hand gripping the key, turning gently, as the entire bronze doorway suddenly erupted with supernova-level brightness. When the light faded, only the beginning lattice-forming bronze sandstorm remained at the center of the battlefield. Xia Linlin's rainbow light combat boots were deeply embedded in the quantumizing ground, and she saw the pattern of the door appear on the back of her left hand, while the same pattern seeped blood-streaked stardust from Yin Feng's exploded right arm wound. Chapter 121, Treasure Snatching. Xia Linlin's rainbow war boots left searing trails on the quantized ground, while the imprint of the bronze gateway on the back of her left hand was dyeing her neural network star blue. Yin Feng, clutching the bleeding wound on his right arm, watched greedily as the shattered mechanical arm of the merchant revealed crimson stardust flowing inversely along similar gateway patterns. Cognitive contamination is bidirectional. Xia Qingqing's warning came in and out amidst the energy turbulence. The wounds on the boy's back, cut by fragments of memory, were crystallizing. Those diamond-shaped crystals shining with bronze light seemed alive, spreading toward his heart. The entire passage suddenly trembled violently. The moment 300 bronze compasses reassembled on the dome, a dark purple energy vortex exploded in the center of the battlefield. Luo Qin's star chart cloak suddenly came to life, and the silver lines depicting star system trajectories turned into snakes, entwining around the collapsing core of the secret treasure. It's time to close the net, said the member of the mysterious organization as a cognitive encoder lit up at their fingertips. Su Yao suddenly let out an agonizing scream. Within her cracked mechanical eye frames, grains of bronze sand were congealing into miniaturized compasses. Mo Ying's energy tree root system pierced through the quantum barrier, but was devoured by an azure flame upon touching the secret treasure core. Yuing appeared without any forewarning. A shadowed dagger pierced through 3 spatial dimensions, cutting through Lan Yu's ion shield like it was paper. The strand of silver hair of the starry ranger was shorn off, decomposing into bronze powder before hitting the ground at the quantum level. Weak energy at the 3 o'clock direction. A ethereal voice rang out within Xia Linlin's consciousness. The shadowy outline of the guardian from another space flickered between reality dimensions, and those bronze chains that should have pierced through Xia Linlin's heart were dissolving into stardust in the ethereal figure's hands. Xia Linlin sidestepped Yinfeng's massive mechanical palm, just as the remnants of the incubation chamber emitted a baby's cry. Muumuu's shadow held onto the key, floating among the energy chaos. Xia Qingqing coughed blood while grabbing her wrist, shouting, "Cognitive synchronization over 70% will cause quantumization." The battle entered its white-hot phase. Mo Ying's black windbreaker had been torn apart by the energy root structures. The glowing plant veins covered with starlight were now intertwined with the venomous snakes of Luo Qin's star charts. Su Yao's biomechanical prosthetic limb suddenly sprouted biological nerves. From the eyes that spewed bronze sand emerged wildly proliferating new flesh and tissue. They are rewriting the rules of reality. Lan Yu severed 3 spatial fissures with her photon sword, and the star emblem on her ranger suit suddenly lit up like a supernova pattern. Yuing's second attack was blocked by this intense light. The shadow assassin's figures appeared simultaneously in 7 dimensions. Xia Linlin could feel the imprint on the back of her left hand devouring the dark matter crystals. When the quantum model of the incubation chamber's remains resonated with Muumuu's key, all 300 bronze compasses abruptly stopped rotating. The entire passageway began peeling away pixel by pixel in absolute silence, revealing the surging jade mist behind it. Right now, Xia Qingqing suddenly pressed the bleeding youth's back against the imprint on her hand. Those crystal lattice wounds burst forth with brilliant starlight, creating quantum entanglement with the genetic code on Muumuu's key. At this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, the ethereal entity channeled interdimensional energy into the collapsing core of the secret treasure. With only half an inch left for Yuing's dagger to reach Xia Linlin's throat, the incubation chamber's ruins unfolded into a star chart. Muumuu's shadow opened her eyes, revealing emerald green irises swirling with the complete bronze gateway. Time flows across the battlefield suddenly became disordered. In the reversing timeline, Luo Qin's cognitive encoder rusted into ash. As Xia Linlin's rainbow war boots shattered the last piece of crystalline flooring, she saw the imprint on the back of her left hand expanded into a three-dimensional star chart. Deep within the jade mists, the real bronze gateway was slowly opening. Not light, but something beyond comprehension leaked from the cracks. Star blue energy streams coalesced into spiral crystals at Xia Linlin's fingertips. She leaned back to avoid Yoying's shadowed dagger, and the bronze hair ornament 3 inches behind her ears suddenly erupted in emerald light. Su Yao, she shouted toward the woman whose mechanical prosthetics were mutating within the quantum flux. Spatial fold at the 3 o'clock position. Suddenly withdrawing the energy root systems while wrestling with the star chart snake, Mo Ying instantaneously wove the starlit plant veins into a cage. Su Yao's mechanical right arm, brimming with biological neurons, suddenly elongated dramatically. Amethyst veins twisted around grains of bronze sand as it precisely pierced the marked energy nodes. The whole space gave off the brittle sound of shattering glass. All the shadows of Yoying across the 7 dimensions froze simultaneously, and the quantum patterns on her dark purple combat uniform began to flow in reverse. The bronze gateway imprint on the back of Xia Linlin's left hand suddenly transformed into a physical object, spinning and embedding itself into the recess of the secret treasure core. This is the moment. Lan Yu's photon sword severed 3 timelines, and the star emblem on the chest of the Interstellar Ranger burst forth with superstellar level light. Yoying emitted a shrill quantum scream, her dark energy dagger melting into liquid in the absolute brightness and dripping onto the lattice floor to corrode deep pits exuding emerald mist. Xia Qingqing coughed blood while pressing the genetic key on the incubation chamber's remains. The crystalline wounds on the youth's back suddenly burst forth with emerald light identical to the green irises of Mumu. The entire battlefield's bronze sandstorm suddenly ceased as 300 floating compasses simultaneously pointed toward the core of the secret treasure. Luo Chen's cognitive encoder suddenly triggered an overload warning, and the star chart snakes coiled around the treasure began to counterattack their master. In Yinfeng's shattered mechanical arm, the crimson stardust flowing inversely suddenly solidified into crystals. The desperate merchant screamed in despair. No! My quantum anchor point. Mo Ying's energy tree root system penetrated through 3 spatial dimensions, pinning Luo Chun who was attempting to escape against the crystallized wall. The ethereal figure fully materialized in the reality dimension. The otherworldly guardian's silver-white long hair waved without wind as the wandering bronze chains reformed into cages at her fingertips. As the last trace of dark energy dissipated in the quantum turbulence, Xia Linlin staggered to support herself on the ruins of the incubation chamber. The bronze gateway imprint on the back of her left hand had expanded into a 3-dimensional star chart, with emerald energy streams coursing along neural pathways. We have succeeded? Su Yao asked disbelievingly, seeing the metallic luster returning to her mechanical arm while bronze sand grains trickled from her ruptured eye sockets. Lan Yu's photon sword propped her body against the crystalline floor as the ranger's suit emblem dimmed like a dying star. Don't let your guard down. Mo Ying pulled at his torn black windbreaker as energy root systems wriggled beneath his skin, repairing his wounds. Cognitive contamination from the treasure continues. Xia Qingqing suddenly began to cough violently as the crystalline wounds on the youth's back started to lose their bronze hue. The incubation chamber's remnant emitted harmonious quantum notes, those floating star chart patterns gradually congealing into a physical key. Synchronization rate has dropped to a safe threshold. A resonant voice sounded oddly as her silvery white pupils reflected the self-repairing spacetime structure. The tense nerves of all slightly relaxed. Su Yao picked up the fallen cognitive encoder of Luo Chun, brushing her burnt mechanical fingers over its scorched surface. This device's recording module is still operational. Perhaps we can find traces of the mysterious organization. She abruptly stopped speaking. The core of the secret treasure suddenly erupted with emerald light as 300 bronze compasses spun rapidly at once. The star map imprint on the back of Xia Linlin's left hand grew unbearably hot, causing errant neural pathways to uncontrollably pierce the incubation chamber's remnants. Linlin, Xia Qingqing attempted to grab her wrist, but was repelled by the quantizing energy flow. The whole space began to pixelate and collapse. Mo Ying's energy tree root system wildly sprouted, trying to stabilize the dimension, only to be devoured by emerald flames upon touching the secret treasure's core. Lan Yu's photon sword emitted a mournful cry as the supernova pattern on the star emblem rotated counterclockwise. The spacetime anchor point has been rewritten. The ethereal silver-white hair began quantum decomposition as the dimensional guardian formed 72-layered dimensional barriers with her hands. Hold on to each other. Through the intense light, Xia Linlin saw the shadow of Mumu open her eyes. The baby-like jade-green irises rotated complete bronze gateways within them. The incubation chamber's ruins suddenly unfolded into a starship-scale star chart, with dark matter civilization lines resonating with her neural pathways. When the light faded, the crystal grid battlefield had vanished. They fell onto a damp metal surface, surrounded by an unending emerald mist. Struggling to rise, Xia Linlin found that the mark on the back of her left hand was absorbing quantum dust from the mist, the 3D star chart gradually coloring with ominous dark red tones. 5 meters away, the remains of the incubation chamber lay quietly in the mist, covered with crystallized dewdrops. The sound of Xia Qingqing's cough came from the left as fresh star-blue blood oozed from the youth's just-healed wounds. In the distance, Mo Ying's energy tree roots uneasily twitched in the mist, detecting some indescribable presence. Xia Linlin touched the edge of her rainbow combat boots where the quantum dagger was tucked. In the blade's reflection, her pupils were splitting into dual star tracks. A cognition transcending low-frequency vibration traveled from deep within the mist, a sound resembling both a baby's wail and a starship engine's lament. Chapter 122. Crisis in the Strange Realm. Emerald green mist rose from the damp metallic floor. Su Yao held her photon crossbow on her shoulder with a backward motion, while the corroded metal armor emitted fragmented bursts of sound. Xia Linlin's pupils suddenly saw dual star tracks accelerating its rotation, and the dark red star map on the back of her left hand unleashed a triangular energy beam that melted the approaching bone spikes into quantum dust. There's something alive approaching fast at 300 meters. Mo Ying's energy tree roots pierced through 3 stacked metal plates all of a sudden, as the cyan leaves burned into navigational coordinates in the fog. At 7 o'clock, it carries a sawtooth-shaped energy field. Before he finished speaking, the bone spear covered with luminescent moss tore through the fog. Red masks covered with symbiotic vines appeared, as 12 natives materialized out of the quantum-folded state. The weapons they carried were vertebrae of some kind of live stellar beasts, with dark matter gushing from their ends, burning honeycomb-like holes into Lan Yu's protective shield. Retreat. Silver-white long hair coiled around Xie Qingqing's waist and abdomen, and 72-dimensional boundary seals bloomed like frost under everyone's feet. Xia Linlin somersaulted towards the remains of the incubation pod, as her iridescent combat boots scratched sparks on the metal ground. At the very moment her quantum dagger penetrated the mist, the reflection on the blade's edge revealed the sudden alignment of split-star orbits, forming a bronze door pattern. Sun Luo let out high-pitched shrieks, as his living spine weapon began proliferating nerve endings. Xia Linlin felt the star map on the back of her left hand beginning to inversely erode her nerves, the dark red patterns crawling up her forearm and over her clavicle. Su Yao's photon crossbow was entangled by the tendrils during the charging gap. Suddenly, Mo Ying's energy tree drove 3 main roots into his own chest. They're devouring the energy fields. Lan Yu hurled out gravity daggers to cut off the bone spears aimed at Kong Ling's star-blue blood seeped from her tiger's mouth, but suspended to form a defensive matrix. Xia Linlin. The mist is amplifying their quantum entanglement. Xia Linlin's back collided with the remains of the incubation pod when the crystallized dewdrops suddenly vaporized into an information torrent. Innumerable bronze gears floated within the emerald mist, and the cries of a baby coincided with the wail of a starship engine in some dimension. Her trembling fingertips grazed over the patterns of the dark matter civilization engraved on the incubation pod surface, only to realize these patterns resonated with Xie Qingqing's star-blue blood from her wounds. Qingqing, give me 3 milliliters of blood. Xia Linlin ripped apart the power conduit of her combat suit, locking her dual-orbit pupil onto Sun Luo, who was undergoing quantum transition. Sister Su Yao, break the crystalline cluster at 9 o'clock. Qingqing tossed the bloody tactical dagger, and the star-blue blood seeping from the youth's back drew Klein bottle trajectories within the mist. Xia Linlin smeared the blood into the star map groove of the incubation pod's remains, and the emerald mist instantly materialized into countless bronze chains. Sun Luo's howling suddenly shifted pitch, as the neuron connections of the native people's organic weapons began uncontrollably thrashing their companions. Kong Ling seized the opportunity to unfurl the 13th dimensional boundary seal, encasing 3 natives in time wrinkles with 72 layers of frozen blossoms. Mo Ying's energy tree unexpectedly yanked a glowing organ from the earth, whereupon the cyan leaves unveiled the sleeping shadow of Mu Mu. The dark red star map on the back of Xia Linlin's left hand began peeling off the skin, floating modules creating a Mobius strip structure with the patterns on the incubation pod's remains. It's now. Xia Linlin leapt onto Su Yao's raised photon crossbow, her iridescent combat boots spraying quantum streams, turning her golden hair bronze. Emerald mist congealed around her, swirling into a portal-shaped vortex. The star map module hovering to her left suddenly projected Mu Mu's awakening, the infant's pupils containing the bronze gate resonating with Sun Luo's mask. Sun Luo's crimson mask shattered upon hearing this, revealing a non-human face covered in star maps. The attacks of the natives abruptly ceased, as the neuron endings of their organic weapons surged toward the incubation pod remains. As she plummeted forward, Xia Linlin noticed a colossal bronze wheel appear deep within the mist. Rotating around its axis were fragments of Mu Mu's swaddling clothes. Sister Linlin, 7-fold string vibration. Xie Qingqing suddenly coughed out star-blue crystal blood, the unexpected release of energy striking one of the depressions on the edge of the wheel. The entire strange realm began a quantum collapse, and the metallic ground beneath everyone's feet turned transparent, revealing a vast starry sky, slowly opening below. In her fall, Xia Linlin tightened her grip on the star map module, finding within the dual-orbit pupils reflecting 2 versions of Mu Mu, one asleep in the incubation pod remains, the other standing on the iris of the starry sky eye, greenish pupils rotating with complete bronze gates. The emerald mist condensed into physical crystal clusters in the energy resonance, and Xia Linlin soared into the air stepping on the photon crossbow. The star map module detached from her left hand formed a spiral nebula with the incubation pod remains. Fragments of Sun Luo's mask hovered along Klein bottle trajectories, refracting 12 quantum states of bronze wheels. Lan Yu, lock down the gravity dart at 3 o'clock. Xia Linlin's golden hair stood on end amidst the energy turbulence, as the dual star orbit irises suddenly projected a holographic star map. Su Yao's photon crossbow responded with a circular shockwave, throwing two natives into the collapsing quantum foam. Mo Ying's energy tree suddenly emitted tremors akin to ancient whale songs, as three root systems piercing through his chest burst forth with cyan-colored arcs of electricity. Sun Luo's living spine weapon convulsed in these arcs, with the dark matter gushing from its end reversing back into the symbiotic vines. Xie Qingqing seized the opportunity to throw her bloodstained tactical dagger. The star-blue crystalline blood carved Riemann's surface trajectories in the fog, accurately striking Sun Luo's energy node on his right shoulder. It's now. Kong Ling's 72-dimensional boundary seals collapsed into singularities as silver hair entwined the remnants of the incubation pod, rising from the ground. Xie Linlin felt the star map module floating over her left hand, overlapping with Mu Mu's shadow, as the bronze gates within the baby's pupils seared four-dimensional topological structures onto her retina. Sun Luo emitted a screech that tore dimensions, with his symbiotic vines proliferating wildly into fleshy barriers. Diving forward, Xie Linlin caught Su Yao's thrown photon recharger. Her rainbow combat boots shattered 3 superimposed metal plates, as her quantum dagger plunged into the mist. Instantly, the bronze patterns on the remains of the incubation pod seemed to come alive and wrap around the blade. Boom! A dark red beam of energy pierced through 12 quantum disks, turning the jade-green mist into a rain of bronze gears under the shockwaves. The star map module red herring to Xie Linlin's left hand radiated supernova-level brightness, causing Sun Luo's symbiotic vines to dissipate into data streams under the intense light. Galactic dust poured out of the fragments of the natives' masks while the neuron endings of their live weapons receded into the depths of the strange realm like ebbing tides. Lan Yu's gravity darts wove into string nets in the air, binding the last 3 natives inside Klein bottle traps. Suddenly, Mo Ying's energy tree pulled half an ancient starship engine from the ground, wrapping it with cyan leaves carrying Mu Mu's shadow into its core. The entire metallic floor of the strange realm began to vibrate at high frequency, as the starry sky below the transparent areas gradually closed. Energy field stability 42%. Xie Qingqing wiped the blood crystal from her mouth, the wounds on the youth's back resonating with the remains of the incubation pod. Sister Linlin, the bronze disc is restructuring spatial anchors. Xie Linlin flipped onto a matrix of crystallized dewdrops, her dual star orbit irises locking onto the collapsing quantum foam. She inserted her blood-stained quantum dagger into a depression on the incubation pod, the emerald information torrent suddenly reversing back into the star map module. The moment the metallic ground beneath everyone solidified again, 12 phantom outlines of bronze doors thunderously closed within the fog. Su Yao's photon crossbow was smoking white-hot from overheating, while corrosion marks on her metal armor were being restored by cyan energy. Kong Ling expanded the 7th dimensional seal as silver hair wrapped around Mu Mu's shadow swayed gently. Star domain coordinates are being re-anchored, but we only have a 3-minute window to withdraw. Suddenly, Lan Yu threw a gravity dart breaking the crystallized cluster on the left side, her star-blue blood coagulating into warning sigils in the air. Something's wrong, abnormal oscillations in the quantum readings. Just as she finished speaking, the phantom shadows of the just-closed bronze doors oozed tar-like substances, and some low-frequency vibrations beyond human hearing made the energy tree's leaves curl collectively. Mo Ying's energy tree roots pierced into his own abdomen, with cyan electric arcs leaping between branches forming ancient star maps. Something is tampering with spatial parameters. His words cut off abruptly as 3 burning leaves turned to ashes without warning. Xie Linlin felt the star map module on her left hand grow scorching hot, while the dark matter patterns on the incubation pod residue pulsed like veins. As she prepared to activate the quantum migration module of her iridescent combat boots, the jade-green mist of the whole strange realm was suddenly sucked away by an unknown force, revealing the slowly rotating antimatter nebula above. Watch out! Xie Qingqing suddenly pushed Xie Linlin down as the star-blue blood exploding from the boy's back solidified into a shield in the air. Some kind of pitch-black, concept-based substance melted Su Yao's photon crossbow into liquid metal after passing through the 12-dimension barrier. Kong Ling's silver hair burned into pure white flames, with 72 ice flower seals blossoming above everyone's heads. This isn't Sun Luo's energy signature. Her dimensional barriers cracked under the black substance's erosion, leaving behind emerald crystalline clusters crumbling into fundamental particles. Xie Linlin's iris star tracks spun furiously as she saw familiar bronze door contours emerge within the collapsing quantum foam. Except this time, instead of symbiotic vines, they were wrapped in locks glowing with antimatter light. Mu Mu's shadow suddenly opened its eyes within the incubation pod remnants, the baby's pupils reflecting overlapping bronze wheels. Everyone tighten your defense circles. Lan Yu's gravity darts formed string webs in the air, star-blue blood oozing from her temples. A high-dimensional entity is attempting to break through. Severe spatial tremors interrupted the warnings as the metallic floor beneath everyone suddenly split into fissures resembling the starry sky eye. Xie Linlin grabbed Xie Qingqing's wrist amidst the energy turbulence and saw the star-blue blood oozing from the youth's wound flying toward the crack's depths against gravity. The incubation pod remnants suddenly erupted with supernova explosion intensity, while the star map module on Xie Linlin's left hand uncontrollably floated and spun in midair. In the blinding light capable of scorching retinas, she vaguely perceived the shadowy outlines of 12 bronze doors opening simultaneously, with a slender black silhouette extending fingers entwined with antimatter chains through the cracks. The moment the jade-green mist completely dissipated, all quantum readings in the strange realm reset to 0. Suddenly, intricate fissures appeared on everyone's protective barriers, as an oppressive sensation quieter than the vacuum descended simultaneously from 12 directions. Xia Linlin's star-orbit irises projected bizarre double images. She saw her reflection on the surface of the incubation pod wreckage, revealing a smile that was not human. Chapter 123, The Secret Mechanism of the Relic. The 12 bronze door shadows had yet to dissipate when a violet-purple particle stream tore through the spatial curtain. Xia Linlin hurled Xia Qingqing toward the energy barrier of Mo Ying. The star chart module hovering on her left hand suddenly emitted smoke. She finally recognized whose fingers those were, coiled with antimatter chains. The interstellar one had noticed didn't say you're good at babysitting. Yu Ying stepped out on ripples of void, her silver-white faceplate refracting the cold light of the damaged incubation pod's remnants. Behind her hovered a 3-meter-tall mechanical warrior, its dark matter engine buzzing in its chest cavity. A gravity dart grazed past Xia Linlin's ear, embedding itself into the metal floor as Lan Yu coughed up star-blue blood foam and screamed, "Watch out for particle resonance." Before she could finish, the tungsten steel greatsword of the mechanical warrior already split through the quantum shield. Xia Linlin rolled and crashed into the remains of the incubation pod as the star chart module on her left hand resonated with the bronze door shadows. "Sister." Xia Qingqing's irises sparked with silvery spots of energy overload. As the youth dodged the second slash from the mechanical warrior, Yu Ying's phase dagger pierced his left shoulder. Before the star-blue blood hit the ground, it dissolved into photodust. Suddenly, Xia Linlin realized these droplets were being absorbed by the bronze disc. "Don't touch that blood." Kong Ling's long hair burst forth into silver chains, but melted instantly upon touching the star-blue blood. Space Guardian staggered, bracing Su Yao's shoulder as half-transparent skin revealed the imprint of the bronze door beneath her translucent flesh. The roots of Mo Ying's energy tree emerged from the soil only to be consumed by the mechanical warrior's dark matter engine. The stern protector showed a grave expression for the first time, flinging 7 jade leaves at Yu Ying's faceplate. "This isn't the equipment of ordinary space pirates. Since we bring greetings from the Star Sea Emperor." Black mist seeped from cracks in Yu Ying's faceplate as the mechanical warrior's engine overloaded into a black hole. Xia Linlin felt the star chart module on her left hand melting. In the supernova glow of the broken incubation pod, she saw the 12 bronze doors reconfiguring themselves into a wheel. Just as Xia Qingqing shoved her away, the sword edge of the mechanical warrior grazed down the youth's spine and embedded into the ground. Star-blue blood splashed across Xia Linlin's face, her pupils' starry tracks rotating synchronously with the bronze wheel. A low murmur beyond three-dimensional space exploded in her mind as shards of the broken incubation pod floated to form a star chart. "It's now." Lan Yu drove the gravity dart into her own bleeding ear canal, forcefully unfurling the quantum string net. Kong Ling transformed into streams of light entwining the mechanical warrior, while Su Yao's ion double blades flashed sparks in the shape of a cross against Yu Ying's faceplate. Xia Linlin knelt within the bronze wheel's shadow, watching as star-blue blood flew from Xia Qingqing's wounds to form ancient text. Mo Ying's energy tree suddenly bloomed jade flowers. He grabbed Xia Linlin's wrist and pressed it onto the wheel's center. "Follow the trail of the blood." The moment their contact was made, 12 bronze doors thunderously opened in her consciousness as an entity bound by chains prepared to step beyond nothingness. "Be careful." Xia Qingqing's warning came with the sound of bones cracking. The young man endured Yu Ying's particle cannon on his back, star-blue crystals crazily growing from his wound. The star track patterns in Xia Linlin's pupils suddenly reflected dual images. She saw the entity behind the bronze doors overlapping with the star chart on her left hand. Metal sheets from the remnants of the incubation pod floated and formed star chains as Xia Linlin involuntarily recited the words composed of Xia Qingqing's blood. The mechanical warrior disintegrated within emerald mist, but the black hole engine began consuming the entire space. When Mo Ying's energy tree roots ensnared everyone, Xia Linlin finally recognized the groove in the center of the bronze wheel, perfectly matching her star chart module on her left hand. In the instant quantum turbulence swallowed everything, Xia Linlin thrust the burning red star chart module into the wheel. Amidst the universe's mournful cries, she heard the simultaneous sighs of life forms from 12 dimensions. Main text. The moment the star chart module collided with the bronze wheel, 12 layers of dimension exploded in Xia Linlin's retina. She watched as Xia Qingqing's star-blue blood twisted into luminous vines in four-dimensional space, winding around the cracks in the antimatter chains on every bronze door. Her palm burned soul-searing pain, yet it made the ancient texts leap more clearly along her nerve endings. "This isn't a star chart," she suddenly whispered in the gaps of quantum entanglement. "It's a torture rack." The mechanical warrior's black hole engine let out a wail of gears seizing up. Black mist coagulated into claws from the cracks in Yu Ying's faceplate, reaching toward the wheel, only to see Xia Linlin's emerald jade green light streaming from her fingertips and retroactively eroding along the text of the blood. As the first chain on a bronze door shattered, the entirety of the incubation pod remnants suddenly folded in five-dimensional space, becoming a string blade. Mo Ying's energy tree roots suddenly punctured the black hole event horizon as jade leaves turned into stardust in the flood of dark matter. 3 seconds phase difference. His cold voice cut through dimensional barriers. Kong Ling's silver chains instantly wrapped around the ankles of Yu Ying's mechanical warrior, while Su Yao's ion double blades carved out Klein bottle trajectories in the spacetime curvature. Sister, look up! Xie Qingqing shouted, coughing out star blue crystals. Xie Linlin looked up to see the star tracks in her pupils perfectly overlapping with the ancient star patterns on the outer rim of the bronze wheel. The texts awakened by Xie Qingqing's blood suddenly detached from the wheel, forming a 3-dimensional cage totem around her. The moment Yu Ying's phase dagger pierced the totem, 12 bronze doors simultaneously projected bloody shadows. Xie Linlin felt the bones in her left hand becoming quantized as she grabbed Mo Ying's emerald branch and slammed the totem heavily into the black hole engine. The universe suddenly fell into absolute silence. As the bronze wheel began to rotate in reverse, Xie Linlin saw giant figures appear in every dimension, each wrapped in chains. In the instant those beings raised their hands to tear apart the veil of reality, Yu Ying's mechanical warrior was suddenly devoured by its own dark matter engine. When the black vortex collapsed into a singularity, Xie Linlin used her last strength to tear the star chart module off the wheel. Retreat. Yu Ying's faceplate shattered completely in an emerald light explosion, revealing half a mechanized grotesque face beneath. Her aide dragged her into a wormhole that had just appeared, the remaining dark matter engine grinding the last 3 pieces of incubation pod debris into elementary particles. When Mo Ying's energy tree roots pulled everyone back to the real dimensions, Xie Linlin noticed her left hand had already become translucent. The star blue crystals crazily growing from Xie Qingqing's back suddenly disintegrated as the youth fell into her arms, his eyelashes still clinging to quantum foam. We won. Su Yao's ion double blades clattered to the ground. Lan Yu laughed, covering her bleeding ear canals while Kong Ling's semi-transparent figure slowly recovered in the starlight. Mo Ying's energy tree suddenly bloomed a bud containing a shadow of a bronze door. The stern protector reached out to catch the falling petal, his pupils slightly contracting. Before Xie Linlin could speak, a throatful of blood foam laced with star fragments surged up. She looked down to see the star chart module in her palm had fused with her skin, sketching chain-shaped patterns under it. Xie Qingqing's trembling fingers traced over those patterns. Star blue photodust suddenly formed an indistinct star map at their point of contact. Good job. A raspy voice came from above as Mo Ying's energy tree abruptly entered defense mode. The barrier formed by intertwined jade branches outside. A man with a bronze staff stepped forward on quantum ripples. His faded interstellar robe was embroidered with patterns of 12 gates, a miniature black hole floating in his clouded right pupil. The prophet lifted a bony finger to lightly touch the barrier. The chain patterns on Xie Linlin's palm burned suddenly. To endure the 7-day erosion of the penal star chart is stronger than I imagined, he said with cracked lips, the bronze wheel on his staff beginning to resonate with the patterns in Xie Linlin's body. Mo Ying's jade leaves hovered 3 inches before the prophet's throat. You know the origin of this device. Not only do I know it. The prophet's black hole-like eyes turned toward the remains of the incubation pod. 15 galactic years ago, what sealed in Miss Xie's left hand tore apart 3 star systems. Suddenly, his staff shot out a beam of light, revealing a large array diagram on the metal floor under their feet, identical to the palm print in Xie Linlin's hand. Xie Qingqing suddenly coughed violently, and star blue blood droplets landed on the array diagram, transforming into ghostly images of infants entwined with chains. The prophet's laughter carried metallic friction noise. To fully master the penal star chart, you need 3 keys. You've already found 2. Cracks suddenly appeared on the energy tree's barrier, the prophet's figure beginning to quantum dissipate. When all 12 bronze locks are broken, you'll be crying and begging me to explain the cost. As the last half sentence dissipated into star dust entering Xie Linlin's ear, her left hand patterns pierced through bone marrow pain. Mo Ying placed her hand on Xie Linlin's trembling shoulder, her energy tree's roots gathering the prophet's left-behind bronze powder for sealing. The key he mentioned, the guardian stared at Xie Qingqing's wound yet to heal, is likely related to your symbiotic relationship. Xie Linlin gazed at the star blue blood stains flashing on the incubation pod ruins, suddenly remembering the illusion she saw after a drunken haze during the night crossing, herself wearing a bronze mask dragging 12 coffins wrapped in chains through the endless stars. Chapter 124 The Seer. As Mo Ying's vines formed a seal boundary on the bronze powder, all the leaves of the energy tree trembled. Xie Linlin stared at the shifting dark golden glow in her left palm. The bronze coffins from her hangover hallucinations seemed to emit sounds of chain collisions deep within her memory. Symbiotic relationship? Su Yao tapped Xie Qingqing's healing wound with her mechanical arm. The star blue blood of the young boy instantly solidified into crystals upon contact with air. So you 2 siblings are live keys. A particle gun hovering by Lan Yu's waist suddenly emitted a warning, and its muzzle automatically turned toward a certain direction of the dome. Kong Ling placed her hand over the barrel, her silver eyelashes trembling as a guardian of interdimensional space. Someone is decoding the coordinates of the energy tree. A string of quantum codes flickered at her fingertips, and the floating incubator debris above their heads refracted a distorted star chart. Xie Linlin's left hand suddenly lost control and pressed onto the center of the array diagram. Countless bronze spots rose from the metal ground, forming 3 peculiar key contours before her eyes. Two of them resonated with the energy in her palm prints, while the third was shrouded in a mist-like shadow. The third key that the seer spoke of, an emerald leaf of ink suddenly cut across his fingertip, and light gold sap dripped onto the array diagram. The bronze spots instantly transformed into 12 ghostly silhouettes of shackles, each one entwining around starry coffin sarcophagi she had seen in her illusions. Xie Qingqing suddenly groaned and collapsed to the ground, and an imprint perfectly matching the shackle patterns emerged under his skin at the back of his neck. When the boy grabbed his sister's wrist, their blood mingled on the array diagram, forming a spiral-shaped light band. The star chains on the surfaces of the sarcophagi emitted a grinding sound as they cracked. Turn it off. Mo Ying's roots grew madly, wrapping around the array diagram, but the branches of the energy tree began to ooze amber resin. In the observation point on the 7th branch of the energy tree, the lens of the quantum telescope shattered into crystal powder. The man wearing an obsidian mask wiped bloodstains from his fingers. 12 android puppets floated behind him, synchronously replicating the energy fluctuations from the lab below. Continue stimulating the symbiotic keys, said the shadow messenger, scattering blood-tainted crystal powder into the cultivation chamber. The infant embryo soaking inside abruptly opened pupilless eyes. Before the third star chain breaks, we must gain control of the penal star map. Inside the core laboratory of the energy tree, Xie Linlin was nailed to the spot by excruciating pain. She saw herself 15 stellar years ago, suspended in a bloody nebula, where tears of dark matter leaked out beneath her bronze mask. The trajectory of those falling tear drops perfectly overlapped with the shackle patterns moving in the current array diagram. Sis! Xie Qingqing suddenly rushed over and hugged her quivering body, the star blue blood flowing from his back, converting into energy threads. As Mo Ying's vines wrapped layer after layer around the two, Su Yao's mechanical eye suddenly caught a quantum entanglement signal at the edge of the array diagram. Someone is remotely resonating with the penal star map. A magnetic storm grenade thrown by Lan Yu exploded in dazzling electric arcs above the array diagram, allowing Kong Ling the opportunity to weave an isolation net with stardust. Amidst the energy vibrations, Xie Linlin saw some of the mist clearing from the third key, revealing unmistakably the outline of a baby with a bronze mask. Mo Ying suddenly threw the two out of the array range, with his long hair fully transforming into emerald vines. You should listen to the warnings from the energy tree. In the projection of the tree core appearing in his palm, 5 out of 12 shackle marks had already broken, each crack corresponding to an abrupt surge in dark matter tides in certain star domains. Xie Linlin stood up supported by the remains of the incubation pod. The illusory night sky crossed during her drunken passage, overlapping with the scene before her eyes. Her left hand pressed onto the still bleeding wound on Xie Qingqing's back, and bronze-colored energy suddenly repaired the shackle imprint on the boy's neck. The price the seer spoke of could be a temporal paradox. Kong Ling inverted the stardust hourglass, and the grains floated into a star map of an ancient civilization. When the penal star map fully activates, you too, as keys, might get permanently anchored in time rifts. Su Yao's mechanical arm suddenly launched laser blades, and the bold adventurer slashed through dark purple vines suddenly emerging from underground. Save your poetry for after we deal with these nasty things. Even before she finished speaking, Lan Yu's particle cannon had already blasted apart metallic bee swarms rushing in through ventilation ducts. Mo Ying's emerald vines suddenly pierced into Xie Linlin's palm, and memories of the energy tree flowed through her bloodstream into her mind. She saw 20 stellar cycles prior, when the rulers of 12 star domains sealed forbidden technology inside the bronze sarcophagi, and the seal's keys were forged from the bone marrow of first-generation test subjects. Were the descendants of those test subjects? Xie Linlin trembled as she came to this conclusion. At that moment, the shackle imprints on Xie Qingqing's back suddenly began to hum in resonance. Star blue pupils of the young boy flickered with streams of bronze codes. So the 3 keys mentioned by the seer refer to us, and the remains of the incubator suddenly projected a hologram, showing Mumu sleeping inside a transparent chamber with a breathing mask on. A sudden formation of the third key's outline in Xie Linlin's left palm connected with the life monitor of the infant's chest, generating quantum entanglement. In the observation point of the shadow messenger, cracks of blood red appeared on the onyx mask. Behind him, all the culture tanks burst simultaneously. The pupilless embryos emitted high-frequency screams. Third key detected to awaken, initiating B-level purge program. The outer defense barrier of the energy tree lit up with 7 authentication halos. Mo Ying's vines pulled Xie Linlin into the tree core at that moment. The guardian pressed her left hand onto the veins flowing with golden sap. The penal star map is warning us. All 12 star chains must not be unlocked. Xie Linlin suddenly had dual images superimposed on her retina, seeing her current self synchronously lifting her hand alongside a phantom wearing a bronze mask. When the tips of 2 phantoms touched a critical point together, the entire energy tree emitted an ear-splitting wail. Before the wailing from the energy tree subsided, 7 beams of dark purple light pierced through the dome protection layer. Su Yao instantly deployed an energy shield with her mechanical arm, while Lan Yu threw a magnetic storm grenade, which exploded into an electric grid midair. Metal bee swarm debris rained down like a storm onto the incubator wreckage. 12 o'clock direction. Kong Ling star dust suddenly coalesced into arrows. Silver light pierced through 3 descending android puppets. As those mechanical bodies exploded, Xie Linlin saw them spilling dark red embryonic tissues. When Mo Ying's emerald vines shredded the fifth wave of attackers, he suddenly shouted, "Don't touch that slime." Xie Qingqing narrowly avoided the wriggling dark red substance under his combat boots. Drops of star blue blood from the abrasion on his hand burned the slime, creating wisps of green smoke. Probing attack. Lan Yu changed the particle gun's power cells so fast that only afterimages remained. Her waist space folding device suddenly ejected micro-reconnaissance drones. Abnormal energy fluctuations in the southwest corner. Xie Linlin's left hand involuntarily drew patterns of bronze in the air. As the dark golden glow collided with Mo Ying's emerald vines, the entire metal ground suddenly revealed a lattice of star chains. 7 mechanical remnants in the cage violently convulsed, emitting shrill sounds from their chest embryos. Its sound resonance. Kong Ling inverted her stardust hourglass, instantly enveloping everyone in a silver-white barrier. Xie Linlin watched as the bronze pattern in her palm extended across the surface of the hourglass, transforming those shrill sounds into terrified howls. Mo Ying's vines suddenly penetrated the core of the cage, injecting jade-green energy along the lines of the star chains into the machine carcasses. As the first bionic puppet's eyes transformed into translucent green gems, 3 sparks suddenly erupted in the Shadow Messenger's observation point. Resonance backfire. The man wearing the onyx mask coldly chuckled as he crushed the communicator. Embryo culture tanks behind him sprouted countless neural tendrils. Retract Night Owl Squad. It's time for the Seer's old friend to make an appearance. In the core laboratory of the energy tree, the last metallic drone was split into 2 halves by Su Yao's laser blade. Xie Linlin suddenly clutched her chest as the phantom of the bronze mask flashed repeatedly before her retinas. Someone is altering the basic code of the penal star map. Mo Ying's vines abruptly wrapped around her wrist. The emerald eyes of the guardian displayed the annual rings of the energy tree. Did you hear it? Those starchain coffins are awakening. Xie Linlin's palm print suddenly blazed, dark golden streams climbing along Mo Ying's vines upward. When their energies intersected in the tree core, millions of luminous roots emerged from the energy tree, tracing the outline of the seer in midair. A 3-hour advance from what I anticipated. The translucent figure raised a hand to lightly touch the glowing tendrils. These luminescent strands immediately wove themselves into a star map seed. It seems the acceleration of the penal star map awakening has been caused by the dark matter tides. Xie Qingqing stumbled and supported himself against the incubator, the shackles marks on his back exuding star blue mists. Are you the one who left the cryptic messages on the star network? The flow of bronze codes under his neck resonated with the star map on the seer's seat. The seer's gaze swept over Mumo's incubator, and ice frost suddenly covered the breathing mask in the hologram. The 3 keys correspond to 3 temporal anchor points. When you accept the secret covenant, he flicked out a bronze coin with his finger. On its face, an image of the starry sky during Xie Linlin's traversal night emerged. Xie Linlin pressed her throbbing temples as fragments of memories during her drunken episode suddenly became crystal clear. She saw herself floating inside the bronze coffin, the baby wearing the mask locking her ankle with star chains. What if we refuse? The entire energy tree suddenly shook violently, and Mo Ying's vines instantly pierced 30 meters into the ground. The seer's figure became blurred, but his voice cut directly into everyone's minds. When the 12th lock breaks, you will lose even the qualification to become temporal anchor points. Lan Yu's particle gun suddenly issued an overload warning as she turned to look at the defense barrier outside the lab that was flashing wildly. No time to hesitate. The dark matter concentration in the southeast quadrant is surging. Xie Linlin's left hand suddenly reached out automatically toward the bronze coin, with streams of dark gold light intertwining with star blue bloodlines in her palm. As the bronze coin embedded itself into the central indentation missing from the penal star map, the metallic floor beneath their feet suddenly transformed into a vast star chart. A wise choice. The seer's outline abruptly solidified into a silver-haired youth, the star-chain earring dangling from his earlobe synchronously blinking with Mumu's life monitor. Now listen carefully. The true function of the penal star map isn't to seal, but rather. A sudden anomaly occurred. The entire space was suddenly torn apart by 7 fissures, with dark purple tentacles sweeping in, accompanied by stellar storms. Su Yao's mechanical eyes instantly locked onto 300 attack coordinates. Lan Yu's particle gun forcibly twisted by an unknown force before it could fully charge. It's a space curvature bomb. Kong Ling screamed as she hurled her stardust hourglass. The silver-white barrier clashed with the incoming tide of dark matter, erupting in a supernova-like brilliance. Xie Linlin was thrown back against the main trunk of the energy tree. She saw the seer's teaching hologram flickering rapidly. The star chains of the penal star map suddenly reversed their flow, dragging Mumu's incubation pod into a collapsing spatial vortex. Don't touch the collapse point. Mo Ying's scream was drowned out by the thunderous sound of space splitting. Yet Xie Linlin's left hand moved uncontrollably toward the vortex, the shadow of the bronze mask appearing behind her, its dark golden radiance forcefully carving out a path amidst the torrent. The Shadow Messenger's derisive chuckle seeped through each spatio-temporal crack. Do you like this grand gift? Projections of 12 starchain coffins suddenly descended, the seals on their lids resonating lethally with the mark on Xie Qingqing's back. Amidst the chaos of energy, Xie Linlin grabbed Xie Qingqing's wrist, their blood blending into a bronze shield within the storm. In the instant the first wave of spatial collapse arrived, she saw the bronze coin left by the seer suddenly reflect the golden pupil of a baby. The core of the energy tree erupted with unprecedented brilliance, and at that moment, everyone heard the brittle snap of star chains breaking. Chapter 125, The Incubation Pod. The ripples generated by the collapse of space-time crashed against the bronze shield at the moment when Xia Linlin's eardrums nearly shattered from the energy flow's shrill scream. The 12 star chain coffins manipulated by the Shadow Messenger were reassembling the spatial structure, and she personally witnessed a 3-meter distant metal column suddenly twisting into a pretzel shape, fragments refracting countless reflections of assassins wielding poison daggers. 7 o'clock to the left. Xia Qingqing suddenly pulled her as they dived diagonally, and the boy's back collided with the protruding roots of an energy tree, bursting into blood blossoms. 3 indigo light blades grazed past Xia Linlin's hair tips, pinning themselves into the ground. The exploding electromagnetic web melting star dust within 2 meters into glass crystals. Su Yao slid along the glass surface, dual guns spraying antimatter bullets which detonated into purple-red vortices among the assassin group. These bastards are syncing with our neural impulses. She threw out the gravity tether wrapped around her waist, ensnaring Lan Yu, who was about to fall into a space rift, dragging the rogue back into the safety zone. Underneath the broken protective suit, Lan Yu's exposed collarbone bore a wound that showed bone, dark green toxins creeping along the veins. Xia Linlin's left hand twitched uncontrollably, the illusion of a bronze mask flickering between her fingers intermittently. She suddenly realized that the movement patterns of those assassins perfectly overlapped with the star chains imprinted on the remnants of the celestial chart. The shadowy figure's raspy laughter came from all directions. Isn't it ironic to be buried by your own star charts? The intense light emanating from the core of the energy tree abruptly dimmed, and the ancient bronze coin left by the prophet floated before Xia Linlin, reflecting a golden-eyed baby in its face. She heard Mo Ying's roar of anger mixed with metallic cracking sounds 100 meters away. The always poised guardian was nailed to the tree trunk by 3 star chain coffins, while dark matter condensed ropes wildly siphoned off his emerald green glow. Sister, check the trajectory of the incubation pod. Xia Qingqing's bloody finger traced data streams in the void, the holographic projection showing Mu Mu's incubation pod undergoing a Mobius loop motion within the 12-layered, overlapping time-space vortexes. Xia Linlin suddenly comprehended the Shadow Messenger's true target. When the baby completes the 144th cycle, the seal patterns on the star chain coffins would fully activate. The climax of the assault reached its peak as 36 space nodes simultaneously exploded in poison mists. The stardust hourglass thrown by Kong Ling was suspended in midair by some unknown force. Lan Yu swiftly plunged a plasma short sword into the ground, forming an ion barrier. Su Yao's mechanical arm components sparked under the intense electromagnetic interference. Xia Linlin noticed the resonance between Xia Qingqing's mark on his back with the coffin, instantly forming a web-like network of dark green veins around the boy's neck. Don't lose focus. Mo Ying suddenly broke free from the bonds, hurling a piece of an energy branch, and as the emerald branch pierced into the ground, Xia Linlin's bronze mask hallucination suddenly materialized. Ancient energy surged through the star chain patterns inversely, and she clearly felt the baby's cry echoing deep from the penal chart, piercing straight through 12 layers of spacetime and striking her temples directly. The Shadow Messenger's coffins began high-frequency vibration, indicating the formation of an attack dimension beyond 3-dimensional space. In excruciating pain, Xia Linlin bit her tongue, mixing the taste of blood with the cool energy seeping from the bronze mask into her throat. She placed her trembling hands over Xia Qingqing's onto the star pattern carved on the main trunk of the energy tree, and their intertwined blood suddenly engraved a bronze totem on the bark. This is it. Kong Ling's voice ripped through the toxic mist as the stardust hourglass finally freed itself, beginning to reverse. Xia Linlin watched as the instructor's hollow impressions of the prophet reconstituted amidst the collapsing spacetime, fragmented holographic leftovers assembling into the curled silhouette of a baby. Her left hand became completely enveloped in bronze, and as her fingertips touched the bronze coin, the star map dormant within the energy tree's growth rings erupted like an awakened galaxy. The poisonous blade of the night assassin stopped 0.3 millimeters from her throat, and for 1,000th of a second, the flow of time across the battlefield staggered slightly. Through the phantom of the bronze mask, Xia Linlin saw the squirming cores of dark matter inside the 12 star chain coffins, their curled energy fingerprints identical to those from Mu Mu's incubation pod. The main trunk of the energy tree emitted a second round of strong light, causing all star chain patterns to grow in reverse direction. Xia Linlin's irises turned a dark gold, and she felt a vast presence transcending dimensions establishing a connection with her through the bronze coin. The baby in the incubation pod suddenly opened eyes that sparkled brilliantly like supernovae. When the bronze light pattern exploded along her fingertips, she heard the ancient hum resonate deep within the penal chart. At this moment, the rings of the energy tree disintegrated into numerous floating particles, weaving into a semi-transparent star dome shield the instant the artifact activated. The toxic blades of the assassins collided with the light curtain, bursting forth crystalline fractures, while bronze ripples rippled simultaneously through 36 spatial nodes. Star chain reassembly at 78%. Kong Ling's warning was lost amidst the energy storm as the stardust hourglass she tossed suddenly began rotating horizontally, its silver sands coalescing into an inverted waterfall mid-air. Xia Linlin felt the ancient bronze coin in her left palm melting, liquid metal coursing up her forearm in sync with the strange resonance of blood beads seeping from Xie Qingqing's back wound. The Shadow Messenger's chilling laugh pierced through the shielding barrier. Do you really think you've awakened a guardian? The 12-star chain coffins suddenly linked end to end, and collapsing spacetime tore spiderweb-like cracks across the surface of their shield. Xie Linlin watched Mo Ying's emerald glow being voraciously consumed by the coffins, his right arm already semi-transparent. Su Yao's mechanical arm suddenly shot out jagged blades as she leaped across the ionizing barrier erected by Lan Yu. Take this. Antimatter bullets mixed with plasma streams blasted against the junctions of the coffins, yet the energy waves dissipated without a trace like stones thrown into deep water. Shadows of the night assassins multiplied in the explosion aftermath, splitting into hundreds of overlapping phantom reflections. They're in a mirrored space. Lan Yu suddenly plunged her plasma short sword into her own poisoned clavicle, the splashing dark green toxic blood-scorching star chart patterns onto the ionizing barrier. Xie Linlin's pupils constricted sharply. The patterns etched by the toxic blood were identical to Mu Mu's incubation pod's Mobius loop. The roots of the energy tree trembled violently, and the prophet's hollow fragment reconstructed within the protective shield. The curled silhouette of the baby gradually became clear. Xie Linlin was stunned when Mu Mu's pupils synchronized, glowing with a bronze hue. Her left hand involuntarily pressed against Xie Qingqing's back wound, and the mingling of their blood immediately etched a three-dimensional star chart within the celestial shield. A subhuman howl issued from the Shadow Messenger as the crimson seal patterns on all 12 coffin surfaces flared simultaneously. Kong Ling's stardust hourglass exploded with blinding light, scattering silver sand that formed an inverted galaxy above their heads. Now, Mo Ying roared, his voice rasping with metallic tension, while his chained chest erupted with emerald nebulae. Xie Linlin could feel the bronze coin fuse completely with her bones, her left hand transforming into a radiant blade slicing towards the shield's fissure. At the moment the quantum entanglement between the star map and coffin seals reached a breaking point, the secret treasure finally unleashed its stored energy. A blinding white light surpassing even the brightness of supernovae swallowed the entire battlefield. When the light dimmed, the assassin's phantom images evaporated like dew under the noon sun. Crimson patterns on the star coffins fractured inch by inch, exposing the Shadow Messenger's true form emerging from the warped spatial folds, sticky tar-like substances dripping from his black robes. You don't know what it is you've awoken. His cry transformed into dispersing dark mist, the remnants shaking leaves off the energy trees. Lan Yu steadied herself on her plasma sword, blue light shards fracturing in her hands. Toxin, it's fading? Indeed, decay stopped spreading on her collarbone wound. Su Yao's mechanical arm emitted wisps of smoke, but blew a celebratory whistle. Nice one, little Linlin. That old bastard won't be troubling us for a while. But Xie Linlin stared at her hand, now regaining its normal pigmentation, as the residual vision of the bronze mask still lingered on her retina. On the main trunk of the energy tree, the totem carved by the sibling duo's blood infiltrated the growth rings, the bronze patterns reminding her of Mu Mu's incubation pod's Mobius ring. Xie Qingqing suddenly coughed violently, star-speckled droplets of blood oozing from the boy's wound on his back. Something's not right. Mo Ying's voice came from within the tree, 2/3 more transparent now. The coffin has planted anchor coordinates at the collapsed point. His emerald eyes gazed toward Mu Mu's still performing Mobius motion incubation pod. Frost crystals unexpectedly gathered on the baby's lashes. Kong Ling hesitated for a brief moment, reconstructing the stardust hourglass. There's a 0.7 second time difference in the tree rings. She flipped the hourglass, yet the descending silvery grains suspended mid-air, freezing like static mist. As if to validate their unease, a high-pitched screeching noise akin to glass scraping echoed throughout the area. Xie Linlin noticed two shadows beneath her feet, one bearing an unnatural curve where horns would be on the head. The hologram of the prophet flickered again, and a fragment of his wisdom showed compassion aimed directly at the incubation pod. Beware. Driven by instinct, Xie Linlin tackled Xie Qingqing just as the spot they'd stood on imploded into a two-dimensional plane. Unknown to them, the dispersed dark fog of the Shadow Messenger had reconcentrated, now hovering atop the energy tree absorbing emerald flows. Even worse, fragments of the crushed star chain coffins started leaking tar-like fluids from temporal rifts, slowly outlining the contours of something much larger. The warning from the Shadow Messenger rang out simultaneously with the mournful cry of the energy tree. He's sacrificing his dimensional coordinates. The remaining left arm of the Guardian suddenly vaporized, an emerald nebulae wrapped around the incubation pod that was about to be sucked into the black hole. Xie Linlin felt the bronze coin re-solidify deep within her bone marrow. She could clearly see hundreds of compound eyes opening beneath the dark robe of the Shadow Messenger, each eye reflecting the curled silhouette of Mu Mu. As the energy storm swept across the battlefield once more, ancient whispers from a dimension beyond reached Xie Linlin's ears. She hugged Xie Qingqing, who had curled up in agony, and saw the reverse star chart appear on the back of her own left hand, completely opposite to the seals on the coffins. Unnoticed by all, in a higher dimension, an even more ancient resonance was quietly awakening within the fractured folds of spacetime. Chapter 126, The Hard Battle. The protective shield of the incubation pod emitted fine, fragmented cracking sounds in the Emerald Nebula. Mo Yin's mystified left arm suddenly burst into dazzling light. Xie Linlin's neck hair stood on end. At the moment she rolled with Xie Qingqing toward the base of the energy tree, 20 dark purple energy blades cut the ground where they had been standing into a honeycomb pattern. Tri-stacked phase. Lan Yu's chain blade broke into 3 pieces mid-air, but the silver metal reformed itself into a protective net as it fell. Su Yao's mechanical arm barely grazed the edge of the ice shield formed by ethereal condensation before firing the particle cannon. However, the artillery fire strangely refracted toward the sky upon touching the black robes of the Shadow Messenger. The emaciated fingers of the Shadow Mage crushed a crystal, and Xie Linlin suddenly found her retina covered with tiny hexagonal grids. The emerald glow of the energy tree twisted into countless screaming human faces in the grid, and Mu Mu's cries surged from every direction simultaneously. Don't listen. Xie Qingqing suddenly pressed her bloody palms over Xie Linlin's ears. The emergency mode blue light illuminated the electronic tattoo on the boy's neck. It was then that Xie Linlin realized those so-called cries were actually infrasound waves produced by the collision of the skull at the top of the Shadow Mage's staff. As the Dark Knight Assassin's curved knife slid past Su Yao's waist, the entire battlefield suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Xie Linlin saw Mo Yin's mystified left arm suddenly solidify. A look of shock flashed across the Guardian's incomplete face. 6 of the 7 petals blooming at the top of the energy tree had now turned into asphalt-like star-chain material. Welcome to the Shadow Abyss Theater. Hundreds of compound eyes beneath the Shadow Messenger's black robe blinked simultaneously, and an intense burning sensation coursed through the inverted star map on Xie Linlin's left hand. She stumbled into Xie Qingqing's arms, noticing that her comrades around her were slowly being enveloped by some sort of viscous dark matter. The Shadow Mage's staff struck the ground heavily, and the metallic floor beneath everyone's feet instantly transformed into a mirror-like surface. Among countless reflections, Xie Linlin saw 20 different versions of herself, some hugging Mu Mu and crying amidst the remnants of a starship, others driving a light blade into Xie Qingqing's heart, and in one reflection, Mo Yin was pushing the incubation pod into a black hole. All fakes. Xie Qingqing suddenly bit his tongue, and blood beads splashed onto Xie Linlin's brow center, carrying the taste of rust. With his right hand burned by magic, he tightly grasped the bronze bracelet around her wrist. Do you remember when we disassembled the illusion projector on the garbage planet? The core frequency is always 3 short, 2 long. Xie Linlin suddenly caught hold of that resonant pain piercing her nerves, and the 7 nodes of her left hand's inverted star map began pulsating simultaneously. Facing the light blades advancing from the mirrored reflections, she spread her fingers, just as Su Yao in the real world was driven to this exact coordinate by the Dark Knight Assassin. The sparks of metal colliding illuminated a detail. All the Shadow Mages in the reflections held skulls at the top of their staffs that each had an odd number of teeth. Sister Su Yao hit his 3rd rib on the right side. Xie Linlin screamed as she hurled the bronze bracelet, which split into 12 spinning gears in midair. Caught between reality and illusion, she spotted the Shadow Messenger injecting some embryo-shaped energy body into the main trunk of the energy tree. Mo Yin's mystified left arm suddenly wrapped around Lan Yu, who was about to be swallowed by the mirror. Blood tears streamed down the remaining human eye of the Guardian. He's altering the growth epoch of the energy tree. The ethereal condensed ice shield shattered in response, and numerous shards in the air composed a temporary star chart. Through excruciating pain, Xie Linlin discerned how the arrangement of these shards mirrored the inverted star map on her left hand. When the Dark Knight Assassin's curved knife attacked again, she suddenly threw herself forward. Sis! Xie Qingqing shouted in alarm, yet the curved knife pierced through a fading phantom instead. The real-world Xie Linlin leaped out from behind the assassin in the mirror, and with her palm bearing the inverted star mark, she delivered a heavy slap to the mechanical joint at the back of the assassin's neck. As the assassin convulsed into his true form, the mirror theater suddenly developed cracks resembling a spider web. The ancient murmur in Xie Linlin's ears grew clearer, and she saw, within the folds of higher-dimensional spacetime, the shadow of a bronze coin generating quantum entanglement with her inverted star map. The Shadow Mage's scream tore through the illusion as a fetus-shaped energy body injected into the main trunk of the energy tree in the real world sprouted countless vein-like tentacles. Mo Yin's mystified left arm could no longer maintain its solid state, and the protection shield of the incubation pod finally shattered completely. When Xie Linlin caught the falling Mu Mu, the inverted star map on her left hand automatically imprinted itself onto the baby's forehead. A resonance beyond interstellar language exploded between them, and she clearly felt the wave frequency of the secret treasure penetrate 6 overlapping dimensions. When hundreds of compound eyes of the Shadow Messenger simultaneously locked onto this direction, the baby Mu Mu in Xie Linlin's arms suddenly let out a silvery laugh. Deep within the infant's pupils, the star chart revealed aligned perfectly with the only surviving emerald petal atop the energy tree. The moment the star chart began to flow in reverse, the bronze glow at the tip of Xie Linlin's fingers finally pierced through the core of the mirror theater. As the bronze light penetrated the mirror surface, the remaining emerald petal on the energy tree suddenly burst into a spectrum of rainbow hues. The stream of light flowing between Xie Linlin's fingers wrapped around the star map mark on Mu Mu's forehead. The asphalt-like star chain material retreated violently, as if encountering its natural enemy. 7-dimensional resonance. Ethereal ice crystals suddenly floated around Xie Linlin, each refracting battle scenes from different dimensions. The skull atop the Shadow Mage's staff emitted a piercing scream, and dark purple energy beams covered the entire battlefield like spider webs. However, they melted into liquid metal upon touching the rainbow light. Su Yao's mechanical arms suddenly transformed and restructured, with the particle cannon nozzle extending into a triangular prism amplifier. Linine, weakness at 10 o'clock. She shouted just as the Dark Knight Assassin's curved knife had already sliced off some strands of her hair. Xie Qingqing's electronic tattoo erupted in blue light, forming concrete data chains that pinned the assassin's wrist to the semi-melted mirror. Mo Yin's mystified left arm suddenly wrapped around the incubation pod falling toward the space rift. The Guardian's right human eye suddenly flashed with emerald stardust. The growth epic is resetting. His incomplete face reflected the wildly proliferating vein-like tentacles on the main trunk of the energy tree. The fetus-shaped energy bodies had swelled into 3-meter-high meat cocoons. No way. Lan Yu's chain blades suddenly split into hundreds of silver darts, each one precisely striking the neural nodes on the surface of the cocoon. The compound eyes under the Shadow Messenger's black robe simultaneously excreted black blood. Behind him, the space warped into a vortex shape as 6 scaly mechanical claws tore through dimensional barriers and emerged. The inverted star map on Xie Linlin's left hand suddenly decomposed and reassembled itself automatically, while the baby Moo Moo emitted giggles in her arms. The moment the infant's pupil star map completed resonance with the last surviving emerald petal on the energy tree, the hexagonal grids covering everyone's retinas suddenly reversed into gold. Now's the time. Xie Linlin stepped onto the ice stairs condensed by Su Yao and leapt up. The rainbow light coalesced in her palm into a spiral-shaped spear. The Shadow Mage's shriveled face suddenly peeled away, revealing wriggling electronic neural networks beneath. The teeth of the skull on his staff grew wildly, but shattered instantly upon contacting the rainbow light. The Dark Knight Assassin suddenly exploded his left arm to break free from the data chain. The flying mechanical parts reorganized mid-air into a swarm of drones. Xie Qingqing's electronic tattoo overloaded and started smoking, yet the boy grinned and rushed toward the drone swarm. Sis, buy me 3 seconds. Mo Yin's mystified left arm suddenly enveloped the entire battlefield, slowing down the flow of time tenfold. In this slow-motion world, Xie Linlin saw the embryo-shaped energy body hidden beneath the Shadow Messenger's black robes. Its core flickered with an inverted star map identical to the one on the back of her left hand. I see. Suddenly reversing her glowing spear, she plunged it into her own left hand. Instead of blood spurting out, countless dancing streams of bronze data poured forth. The entire mirror theater shattered like a broken kaleidoscope, and all false reflections converged into particles of light rushing toward the wound. The Shadow Mage let out an inhuman howl as the skull atop his staff suddenly began devouring him in reverse. The mechanical claws manipulated by the Shadow Messenger twitched violently in the dimensional vortex, their vein-like tentacles carbonizing and peeling off visibly. Retreat. The Shadow Messenger's black robe exploded into myriad electronic bats, and hundreds of bloody pupils opened on the surface of the cocoon. As Lan Yu's chain blades shredded 7 mechanical claws, Su Yao's particle cannon had already blasted through 3-dimensional space barriers. The core embryo must not be allowed to escape. The ethereal ice shield suddenly transformed into a stargate when the white-robed prophet appeared without warning in the center of the battlefield. The old man's crystal ball refracted 7 layers of flames in different colors, freezing all energy flows with some ancient restriction. The thread of fate has not yet permitted closure. The cracked finger of the prophet gently touched Xie Linlin's still bleeding left hand, and the streams of bronze data suddenly wove themselves into an Ouroboros totem at her wound. When you touch the truth of the 6th dimension, you will understand that this victory now is merely. The sudden intense light burst from the remnant petals of the energy tree drowned out the latter half of the sentence. Amidst the emerald glow, 12 upside-down bronze doors floated into sight. Moo Moo and Xie Linlin's arms suddenly extended a small hand toward the void, and where his fingertip touched, there floated an energy circuit completely identical to the one on Xie Qingqing's electronic tattoo. Mo Yin's mystified left arm suddenly quaked violently, his right human eye completely transforming into an emerald crystal. The epic coordinates have changed. For the first time, a near-panicked expression crossed the Guardian's damaged face as the fragments of the incubation pod were drawn together under some force, the hull revealing a completely opposite star chart pattern to what was on the back of Xie Linlin's left hand. The prophet's crystal ball suddenly developed spiderweb-like cracks, and from beneath the old man's white robes seeped a light mist resembling the Milky Way. The moment of decision has come sooner than expected. His profound gaze swept over everyone, finally resting on Moo Moo's gradually dimming star map mark on his forehead. When the bronze doors open for the 3rd time, you will yearn for this moment of pure battle. The last petal at the top of the energy tree suddenly withered, its emerald fragments dissolving into light dust before touching the ground. The Ouroboros totem in Xie Linlin's left palm suddenly began rotating counterclockwise, and she heard ancient bells ringing simultaneously from 6 overlapping dimensions. Chapter 127, Decision. Shards of the incubation pod hovered in mid-air, refracting millions of rays of light. Mo Yin's misty left arm, which had broken, suddenly solidified into a crystalline cluster. The star chart on Xie Linlin's left hand was resonating with the dim one between Moo Moo's eyebrows. The infant's throat emitted a low-frequency hum similar to the activation of an ancient starship engine. Do not touch the bronze doors. The seer's white robes were suddenly lifted by an invisible force, revealing a chest covered in nebula-shaped scars. Each change in epic coordinates will trigger a chain collapse. You have no idea what is sealed within the secret treasure. The elder's words were swallowed by a sudden distortion of spatial folds. Fragments of the crystal ball in his palm traced light patterns resembling a galaxy. The mechanical tentacles under the shadow messenger's black robes suddenly pierced into the ground, spreading black energy along the energy tree's root system. Xia Linlin felt the Ouroboros tattoo on her wrist begin to burn. Among the 12 floating shadows of the hanging bronze doors, the third doorframe revealed runes completely symmetrical to Xia Qingqing's electronic tattoo. Sister, look at Mu Mu's eyes. Xia Qingqing suddenly grabbed Xia Linlin's sleeve. Originally jet-black pupils of the baby now split into 6 emerald iris rings. Each ring deeply reflected bronze doors of different forms. At the junction where shards of the incubation pod combined, silver-blue liquid oozed out, forming on the ground a star chart opposite to the pattern on Xia Linlin's left hand. Mo Yin's emerald right eye suddenly emitted a beam of light, enveloping the transforming incubation pod. The epic anchor point deviated by 0.3 seconds difference. The energy tree is rejecting my access. The Guardian's shattered face glowed eerie green as his vaporized left arm crystal cluster grew energy circuits identical to those on Mu Mu's fingertips. What a touching family reunion. The shadow messenger's mechanical tentacles suddenly split into hundreds of fine threads, weaving a black spider web over everyone's heads. But you probably haven't noticed that when the seer's crystal ball shattered, the resonance of the star chart has already completed 97.6%. Beneath his black robe, his electronic eyes flickered with symbols matching those on the bronze doors. It's too late to stop it now, unless you're willing to let this infant become the sacrifice for the new epic. Su Yao's particle double blades suddenly sounded an alarm buzz. She noticed the outline of Mu Mu appearing in each of the bronze door's phantom images. Lan Yu's star energy bow automatically condensed 3 light arrows, but strangely, their tips pointed toward the electronic tattoos on Xia Qingqing's neck. Kong Ling attempted to activate space displacement, only to find all of her hyperspace coordinates aligned with the interior of the bronze doors. Do not be disturbed by the chaos sequence. The seer suddenly pressed the broken crystal ball into his chest, creating a protective sphere of nebula-like light around him. The decision mechanism of the secret treasure is using your fears to create cognitive contamination. Xia Linlin, focus on feeling the pulse frequency of the Ouroboros. Xia Linlin's left hand suddenly sank into some viscous spatiotemporal medium, as sounds of 6-dimensional bells wove into the roaring of a starship engine in her ears. She saw the 12-year-old Xia Qingqing smiling upwards under the energy tree, saw Mu Mu dissolve into light and merge into the bronze door, and finally saw the star chart on the back of her left hand perfectly overlap with the reverse star chart of the incubation pod. Qingqing, hold Mu Mu's left hand. Xia Linlin's voice suddenly carried metallic resonance. She placed her right hand on the wildly growing root system of the energy tree. Sister Su Yao, please cut the 3rd and 7th tendon nodes of the shadow messenger with your particle blade. Mo Yin, prepare to restart the epic anchor point. Use my biocoding as the key. The shadow messenger's mechanical tentacles suddenly twitched and retreated into his black robes. Shockingly, he discovered that the star chart beneath Xia Linlin's feet was absorbing the black energy. The galactic light mist in the seer's chest abruptly surged, freezing the nearly closed phantom images of the bronze doors at a quantum state. When Xia Linlin placed the infant's small hand onto the center of the incubation pod's reverse star chart, the entire space suddenly fell into absolute silence. The last wilting petal of the energy tree bloomed anew, emerald lights revealing 12 different versions of Xia Linlin's figure, each holding a bronze door key. So this is the real choice. Xia Qingqing's electronic tattoos suddenly detached from her skin, unfurling into a 3-dimensional star chart in the air. Sister, our fate spiral has been intertwined from the very beginning. His words were interrupted by a sudden distortion of gravitational waves, as the sound of an ancient machine starting up echoed from beneath the shadow messenger's black robes. The reverse star chart on the surface of the incubation pod suddenly reversed, reflecting in Mo Yin's emerald right eye a star 300 light-years away that was collapsing. In dimensions of quantum reality unobservable by others, the 12 bronze doors simultaneously opened for 0.03 seconds. Suspenseful ending. The petals of the newly sprouted energy tree suddenly clouded over with gray spots, and without warning, the galactic light mist shielding the seer disappeared for 3 seconds. A half-mechanical scale fell silently from the edge of the shadow messenger's black robes. On it was carved a smile identical to the one in Xia Linlin's childhood photograph, an ancient material that should not exist anywhere in the entire star domain. The mechanical tentacles of the shadow messenger suddenly exploded into a storm of steel needles, and a downpour of dark purple electric arcs enveloped the entire space. The Ouroboros tattoo on Xia Linlin's wrist suddenly contracted, encasing Mu Mu's incubation pod in a cocoon-like energy shield. Su Yao's particle dual blades drew 2 intersecting crescent trajectories in the air, and the sparks generated when they precisely severed the 7th tendril node actually burned with a caramel scent even in the vacuum. The 3rd node is below the right rib. The electronic tattoos on Xia Qingqing suddenly projected a holographic anatomical diagram, and his neck skin exuded blue blood beads due to overloaded calculations. Lan Yu's star energy arrows split into 12 beams of light as soon as they were released, but strangely refracted back to everyone's feet when they touched the black robe of the shadow messenger. The arrowheads etched taboo symbols on the ground identical to those on the bronze doors. Mo Yin's crystalline left arm suddenly swelled into an emerald giant net, forcibly connecting the root system of the energy tree with the inverse star chart of the incubation pod. Xia Linlin saw that the star pattern on her left hand was dissolving, silver-blue liquid light seeping into the annuli of the energy tree. Those petals which had withered only to be reborn suddenly froze into the shape of a supernova explosion from 300 years ago. Key authentication passed. A deeper resonance than any starship engine resounded from within the energy tree as the shadows of the 12 bronze doors materialized into dark matter prisms. The river of milky mist in the seer's chest followed the crystal cluster veins to infuse into Xia Linlin's spine. Before her eyes flashed an image of herself across 12 different spacetimes simultaneously, holding the bronze key. The black robe of the shadow messenger suddenly faded into pallor, revealing beneath it a body composed of amalgamated mechanical gears and biological tissues. At the position of his heart, a black crystal core displayed prominently six-fold emerald patterns identical to the iris of Mu Mu. You have no idea? His voice abruptly mixed with infant cries and metallic friction. The treasure itself is a ring-shaped trap. Xia Linlin's right hand suddenly pierced through the surface of the energy tree, her fingertips touching some pulsating stellar core material. Where the reverse star chart overlapped with the normal star chart of the incubation pod, supernooster-level intense light erupted. The shadow messenger emitted an unearthly scream, his mechanical tentacles evaporating into quantum dust under the intense light. The curse black mist hurled by the mage from the shadow condensed into brilliant rose constellations upon contact with the glow. Right now, the seer's white robes dissolved into flowing star dust under the bright light. His incomplete right hand suddenly pierced through time and space to press on Xia Linlin's shoulder. Use the thought frequency resonance of the starship engine. In her ears, 12-dimensional steam whistle sounds suddenly exploded, and she saw the graffiti she painted on the wall in the orphanage during her childhood, that lopsided Ouroboros pattern, which now burned on the surface of the bronze door. The root system of the energy tree suddenly shrunk into cable forms, encasing everyone inside a sort of biomass cabin. The baby Mu Mu in Xia Linlin's arms suddenly opened his eyes, and the bronze gate images deep within the infant's pupils began high-speed rotation. When Xia Linlin placed the last star pattern on the core of the incubator, the whole space suddenly contracted like crumpled tinfoil. The 12 bronze gates dissolved into streams of light merging into Mu Mu's forehead. As the bright light dispersed, before them floated a passage constructed from shattered nebulae. The liquid, dark matter flowed along the surfaces of the channel, and every 3 seconds, fragments of their childhood memories would appear. Mo Yin's emerald right eye suddenly leaked silver blood, and he stared at a flickering spot deep within the passage. The epic anchor point is forming a closed loop. Our journeys. Big sister, quick look. Xia Qingqing suddenly pointed at the star dust at the entrance of the passage. These shining particles were piecing together a holographic image of their previous battle. But in the crystal core of the heart of the figure shown as the shadow messenger, there clearly reflected the scene where 7-year-old Xia Linlin found the remnant pieces of Mu Mu's incubator on Garbage Star. Lan Yu lifted a wisp of mist at the edge of the passage with her star energy bow, and the bowstring vibrated out the melody of a funeral march. Kong Ling attempted to initiate spatial detection, only to find her hyperspace filled with bronze-textured vines. Su Yao's particle blade automatically formed the shape of a key, and on the handle appeared a nebula pattern matching the scars on the seer's chest. The fate spiral has begun to converge. The seer's voice suddenly came from deep within the passage, carrying eerie metallic echoes. Xia Linlin noticed her left-hand star pattern turned into a Mobius strip form, and on the surface of Mu Mu's incubator, fine cracks had appeared at some unknown time, seeping golden liquid marked with star map patterns. When everyone stepped into the passage, Xia Linlin heard from 300 light-years away the sound of a new sprout breaking through the soil from the energy tree. The skin behind her neck suddenly revealed the smiling face pattern of the mechanical scales on the shadow messenger, and Mo Yin walking at the end, reflecting in his emerald right eye was not the scene in the passage, but rather the horrifying sight of 12 Xia Linlins turning around to smile simultaneously. The walls of the passage suddenly rippled like water waves, and amidst what should have been fragments of residual memories, a scene emerged that none of them had ever experienced. Xia Qingqing was entangled in the energy tree's root system, asleep in a bronze sarcophagus. Mu Mu's incubation pod was submerged in star-core magma, and Xia Linlin, with her left hand clutching a bloodstained bronze key, was driving the tip of the key toward her own beating heart. The shocking image vanished in an instant, but it left behind on the passage floor several drops of bright red blood that belonged to no one present. Chapter 128, The Initiative. The moment ripples appeared on the tunnel walls, Xia Linlin's retinas retained the image of Xia Qingqing's pale sleeping face inside the bronze coffin. She instinctively clenched her left hand, and the star pattern transformed into a Mobius ring beneath her skin, burning like an intense heat. It was as if countless grains of silver were flowing against her veins. Watch out! Mo Ying's sudden cry exploded in her ears. 37 dark, purple beams poured down from the top of the tunnel, while a shadow which emerged mid-air, his gray robe billowing. At the tip of his bone staff, the skull's eye sockets spewed black runes. Xia Linlin staggered, supporting the trembling wall, only to discover that the metal surface touched by her fingertips oozed viscous drops of blood. These blood droplets coagulated in the air, forming chains that resonated with the star cloud scar on the seer's chest. It's the memory anchor curse. An ethereal voice, fragmented by some force, sounded around them. As her finger pointed to create a spatial silver shuttle, it disintegrated into bronze dust upon touching the vines. They've trapped us in a space-time rift. The mechanical scales of the shadow messenger emerged from the void. The smiling face engraved on the back of Xie Linlin's neck was now shimmering on his chest. Miss Xie should be familiar with this technique. After all, you used a similar spell 3 days ago to destroy the Starline transfer station. He lifted his hand slightly, and suddenly intricate projections of electronic handcuffs materialized around Xie Linlin's wrists. They were the criminal marks once worn by her original self. Su Yao's particle blade emitted a shrill buzz, its key-shaped blade abruptly turning direction to pierce towards Xie Linlin's forehead. In the blink of an eye, Xie Qingqing stepped between them, using his back as a shield. When his shoulder blade struck the blade, no spray of blood erupted, but instead, a cascade of stardust. Don't touch those star fragments. Lan Yu threw out magnetic chains to secure Xie Qingqing's waist, her cloak flapping violently amidst the energy turbulence. These are memory entropy dust. Coming in contact with more than 3 grams will. Her sentence was interrupted by the Shadow Witch's piercing scream. The entire passageway began to fragment frame by frame like old film reels. Xie Linlin saw 12 versions of herself repeating the act of plunging their hearts. Suddenly, cracks on the incubation pod expanded, and Mumu's cries shattered the nearest 3 chains through the space-time barrier. Sister Linlin, look at the projection from the incubator. Wiping away the seeping energy fluid from the corner of his mouth, Xie Qingqing revealed a Mobius pattern mirroring Xie Linlin's, appearing on his inner wrist. Following the trembling point of his finger, they observed the surface of the incubation pod immersed in star core magma. Faint golden liquid was tracing a constellation coordinate along the cracks. Mo Ying's emerald right eye suddenly emitted an intense light. Ripping open his shirt to expose the pulsating young sapling of an energy tree on his chest, he exclaimed, "It's a double helix anchor point. Resonate your star patterns." Even as his words fell silent, the wizard's bone wand shot forth black flames, scorching charred marks onto his right shoulder. Xie Linlin suddenly realized that in Mo Ying's pupils, there were 12 reflections of herself, each holding keys of different shapes. Su Yao, give me the particle blade. Rushing toward the adventurer locked in combat with the runic chains, the star pattern on the back of her left hand transformed into flowing liquid metal the instant it touched the handle of the key. When her blood flowed into the groove of the key and merged with the nebula pattern, the whole passage reverberated with the sound of gear meshing. This noise wasn't coming from the current world, but rather from a budding energy tree seed located 300 light-years away. The silhouette of the seer flickered in and out amid the chaotic flow of energies. The scar on his chest began to flash synchronously with the pattern on Xie Linlin's left hand. The spiral of destiny isn't a prophecy, but a fact established by observation. With this sigh, Xie Linlin suddenly comprehended the true essence of the black fire runes. Within each twisted character, the phantom shadow of a weeping infant curled up. Mumu, she turned, smashing open the closing spatial fissure, the faint golden liquid leaking from the incubator reversing its flow, intertwining above everyone's heads into a dome of a star chart. The shadow messenger finally showed a change in expression. The smile on his mechanical scales started to twitch uncontrollably. How is it possible for you to awaken? Drenched in blood, Xie Linlin inserted the key into the Mobius ring on her left hand. In the throes of pain, she glimpsed the unfolding of 12 branches of her future. At the exact moment when the star patterns devoured the final drop of blood, a projection of a sapling sprouting 300 light-years away manifested in everyone's pupils, including the wailing skull atop the wizard's bone staff. Now, Lan Yu hurled 3 pulse darts hitting the intersection points of the star chart dome. Seizing the opportunity, Kong Ling plunged the spatial silver shuttle into the pattern etched on Xie Qingqing's wrist. Within the 12 layers of illusion reflected in Mo Ying's emerald irises, Xie Linlin saw one version of herself turning the key towards a void where there was a cluster of bronze flames, unaffiliated with any known star chart, flickering. Emerald energy fluid leaked from Mo Ying's scorched right shoulder. The drips coagulated midair, forming luminous vines. Suddenly, the Mobius ring on Xie Linlin's left hand erupted in bronze flames, while in her eyes, the projection of the burgeoning energy tree seed hundreds of light-years away grew frenziedly. Su Yao, 3 o'clock direction. Xie Linlin threw the blood-stained key into the air, and instantly the nebula pattern on the key handle formed a double helix-like column with the projection of the energy tree. At the core of the dark purple magic circle, a black hole as big as an infant's fist appeared. The phantom shadows of infants curled up in the runes suddenly all opened their eyes. The bone wand of the shadow sorcerer emitted a sharp mournful cry, and the mechanical scales on the front chest of the shadow messenger started to uncontrollably flip. Xie Linlin seized this fleeting opportunity, directly reaching into the core of the magic circle with her left hand wrapped in star patterns. At the moment her fingertips touched the edge of the black hole, a clear and resonant phoenix cry suddenly sounded throughout the time-space rift. Right now, Kong Ling thrust the spatial silver shuttle into her wrist, and the silver-blue blood drew out a phoenix totem in the void. Lan Yu's ranger cloak suddenly swelled 3 times in size. Magnetic lock chains swirling with stardust formed chainmail armor, covering her entire body. The young sprout of the energy tree in Mo Ying's heart shot out 7 glowing roots, re-anchoring the nearly collapsing passage back into the real dimension. The smile pattern on the front chest of the shadow messenger cracked with spiderweb-like patterns. His mechanical voice first showed fluctuation. You actually dared to use the star core magma. Before he finished speaking, it was cut off by Xie Qingqing throwing the star dust short blade, which caused the Mobius pattern on the youth's wrist to resonate with Xie Linlin's star patterns. The celestial coordinates on the surface of the incubator suddenly projected onto the core of the magic circle. Mumu, Xie Linlin screamed as she pressed the phoenix totem into the black hole, and the pale golden star core magma poured through the time-space cracks in reverse. The gray robe of the shadow sorcerer suddenly caught fire. The baby phantoms inside the black runes turned into streams of light fusing into the energy tree roots. The entire passageway began to fade like a waterlogged oil painting. The dark purple light columns exploded into crystal dust one after another. Su Yao's particle blade suddenly changed direction. The key-shaped blade precisely pierced into the crack of the smiling scale armor of the shadow messenger. The star track explosion 3 days ago. Was it you who used mental suggestion to induce the original self to do it? Her wrist lightly shook. Hundreds of memory fragments of Xie Linlin before she crossed timelines floated on the surface of the blade. The shadow messenger let out a mechanical and flesh-mixed wail. The scales on his chest fell off piece by piece, revealing the pulsing quantum heart inside. Mo Ying's jade right. I suddenly wept blood tears. Energy tree roots pierced through the void and clutched the mechanical heart. So you're the one who stole the tree seed years ago. At this moment, the passage collapsed completely, plunging everyone into a vortex composed of bronze starlight. In the state of weightlessness, Xie Linlin saw 12 branches of time-space blooming like fireworks, and in each branch, there was herself hugging different forms of Mumu. When her back collided with the cold metal floor, the cracks on the incubation pod just spread into the pattern of the Big Dipper. This is... Lan Yu supported herself. The magnetic lock chains on the ranger cloak suddenly all pointed in the same direction. A bronze steel covered in spiral patterns appeared at the end of the passage, with the star chips embedding the Mobius ring pattern on the back of Xie Linlin's left hand. Kong Ling's spatial silver shuttle shattered into powder the moment it touched the steel surface. Those powders in the air formed the shape of a galactic arm. It's the twin star pattern steel, only. Her words were swallowed by the sudden crack appearing in the stone tablet. The pale gold liquid seeping from the cracks formed a continuously shrinking protective cover under everyone's feet. The star pattern on the back of Xie Linlin's left hand suddenly detached from her skin, floating in the air and resonating with the steel inscription in a way resembling quantum entanglement. Mo Ying held his bleeding right shoulder. The energy tree roots projected a star map 300 years ago on the steel surface. This liquid is analyzing our gene chains. Mumu in the incubation pod suddenly burst into cries, the sound waves causing hexagonal ripples on the protective cover. The star pattern on Xie Qingqing's wrist uncontrollably lit up. The youth knelt down in pain. His pupils reflected the image of the steel characters reshaping. Someone wearing a bronze mask was stroking the young sprout of the energy tree. Don't touch the resonance point. The seer's voice came from the void. The nebula scar on his chest oozed silver-blue blood. The steel is recording our life forms. The protective cover suddenly contracted into a cocoon-like shape, enclosing everyone in pale golden amber. Xie Linlin saw her hair starting to crystallize, but the star pattern devoured the energy of the cocoon wall at this moment. When the feeling of suffocation reached its peak, Mumu's cries suddenly penetrated the amber. The cracks on the incubation pod extended out in branch-like lightning, burning the shape of a baby palm print on the surface of the steel. The entire bronze steel started to vibrate at high frequency. The star chips on the steel inscription poured down like a heavy rainstorm, each light spot reflecting the shadows of their infant selves. Mo Ying's jade right eye suddenly reflected the image of the energy tree withering. He tore open the crystallizing cocoon wall by hand. This liquid is extracting our timeline. The energy tree roots pierced into the crack on the steel inscription at the exact moment. The whole passage suddenly plunged into absolute darkness. Only the faint bronze glow of Xie Linlin's star pattern remained. Chapter 129. Amber-like crystals refracted fragmented bronze spots in the pitch-black darkness, and Xie Linlin's star patterns burned like fuses along her spine, extending to the back of her neck. She could feel clearly the liquid energy flowing under her skin, just as if someone had injected scorching star sand into her veins. 10 o'clock direction. Mo Ying's sudden shout echoed past the crystallized hair strands. The green light bursting from his emerald right eye wove a protective web in midair. 3 energy tentacles glowing with purple light were drilling out from the bottom of the stone steel. The sawtooth-shaped orifices at their tips bit onto the protective web, emitting a grating sound that made teeth grind. Xie Linlin flicked her crystallized hair tail behind her, and the splashing starseeds instantly formed a circular fire wall around Su Yao's feet. This red-haired female adventurer somersaulted gracefully into the fiery circle. The dual-bladed axe in her hand drew a blood-red light arc, severing 2 tentacles trying to ambush Lan Yu at their roots. The severed tentacles twisted in midair, taking on the shape of an infant's hand. Between their knuckles, the faces of everyone as children appeared. These damn things are reading our memories. Kong Ling screamed suddenly, clutching her forehead. Her silver-white long hair was fading into an infant's fetal down. The prophet's left star cloud scar suddenly lit up on her collarbone, and a spurt of silver-blue light flow enveloped the mutating tentacle, freezing it into an icicle-shaped crystal. Xie Linlin rolled away from a pursuing tentacle and collided into Xie Qingqing's arms. The family crest over the young man's chest scorched her shoulder blade painfully. The 17-year-old groaned low in his throat, suppressed by pain. The star patterns climbed up his wrist bones to his neck, sketching exactly the same spiral patterns as the bronze inscriptions underneath his skin. As he erected a one-handed energy shield, Xia Linlin glimpsed a bronze-masked figure emerging within his pupils, driving its fingertip into the growth rings of the energy tree. Don't lose focus. Lan Yu's ion whip coiled around Xia Linlin's waist and yanked her back to a safe area from the suddenly cracked ground. The soles of the ranger lady's combat boots shot out magnetic nails which embedded deeply into the crystalline floor. Prominent veins on her neck indicated the tremendous pull she endured. 3 tentacles fused into a monstrous python form, frantically retreating while gripping onto the end of her whip. Emoing suddenly appeared at the 7-inch spot of the energized python. The light fluid flowing from his emerald right eye solidified into a sickle in the air. This mysterious guardian possessed a certain cruel beauty in the way he tore through space. At the instant the sickle fell, the entire space resonated with the cries of the saplings of the energy trees. Milk-white fluid sprayed out from the severed ends of the tentacles, immediately sprouting countless miniature versions of the bronze monument where they splashed. They're replicating themselves. Kong Ling's warning came with a trembling voice. The hands of the interdimensional guardian forming seals were fast enough to leave afterimages. Countless semi-transparent spatial prisms floated around them. Each mirror reflected battle scenes from different timelines. In one mirror, Xia Linlin saw a completely crystallized version of herself holding Mumu's incubation chamber, falling into a black hole. Xia Linlin suddenly pressed her violently pulsating temple. The burning sensation transmitted by the star patterns reminded her of the hangover pills she swallowed after drinking heavily when crossing dimensions. The bitterness rolling over her throat at that moment eerily resembled the current taste of bronze rust on her tongue. A snow-bright light flashed in her clouded mind. The attack trajectories of those tentacles matched perfectly with the vibration frequency when the star pattern consumed the cocoon wall energy. Su Yao, sever the submonument at the 3 o'clock direction. Amidst another whooshing sound of an incoming tentacle, Xia Linlin's cry shattered the deadlocked battle situation. The red-haired female adventurer acted without hesitation. Her dual-bladed axe slashed downward with the force of splitting the stars themselves. Out of the splashing bronze fragments emerged a baby's cry, and the 3 main tentacles attacking Lan Yu stiffened accordingly. It was precisely at this moment that Mo Ying's sickle pierced through 3 layers of spatial prisms. The jade-green light accurately struck a broken fragment, displaying images of Xia Qingqing's childhood. The whole space then rang with the crisp sound of shattering glass, and luminous vein-like lines began to appear on the crystalline ground beneath everyone's feet. Xia Linlin suddenly kneeled down on one knee, her palm pressing against a glowing pattern resonating with the star patterns on Xia Qingqing's neck. I see. She looked up at the cryptic inscriptions constantly reassembling high above, and those flowing star particles transformed before her eyes into countless interwoven DNA spirals. When the 6th tentacle suddenly surged toward the location of the prophet's starcloud scar, Xia Linlin executed an action none of them expected. She voluntarily rammed herself into the poisonous tip of the tentacle. Xia Qingqing's scream and Mumu's crying exploded simultaneously. At the very instant the tentacle penetrated her shoulder blades, Xia Linlin's star patterns unexpectedly reversed, wrapping around the entire tentacle. Bronze light followed the energetic veins, counter-invading the main body of the stone tablet. Instantly, millions of struggling infant silhouettes appeared on the steel, each chest shimmering with star patterns identical to Xia Linlin's. A frantic chant from the shadow mage in the darkness was interrupted by Mo Ying's prearranged spatial trap, leaving only fragmented syllables in the air. As the final tentacle melted into bronze liquid within Xia Linlin's star patterns, cracks resembling Mumu's palm prints began to appear on the steel surface. But instead of blood, milk-scented pale golden energy dripped out from these fissures. The channel is reweaving, Kong Ling said as she caught a drop of the golden fluid on her hand. It transformed into a transparent butterfly flapping its wings before dissolving in her palm. But the weaver isn't us. Xia Linlin wiped away the star-blue blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, while the decoded shadows of the inscriptions still lingered in her irises. In a fleeting vision, she saw her bronze-masked self grafting an energy tree sapling onto Mumu's incubation chamber. Suddenly, ripples of starlight surged across the crystalline ground. Under the influence of the bronze solution, Xia Linlin's star patterns started growing in reverse direction. The dormant light veins deep within her spine awakened like budding vines, wrapping around the remnants of the retreating tentacles through her shoulder wounds. Su Yao, seal the energy node at the northeast corner. Kong Ling, prepare for dimensional displacement. Xia Linlin's voice quivered with stardust as she traced the energy currents in the air, outlining the silhouette of a curled-up infant. Just then, the fading tentacles convulsed violently, and the golden energy flowed back into the cracks of the steel where Xia Linlin's star patterns had split open. Mo Ying's emerald crescent blade suddenly appeared beside her neck, its green glow reflecting the spinning rings of the energy tree within her pupils. Are you insane? The usually stoic guardian's voice wavered slightly, as his blade severed 3 thin bronze filaments aimed at Xia Linlin's temples. Xia Linlin grabbed the blade's edge. The star pattern spread along Mo Ying's wrist. After 7 rotations, infuse energy into the 3rd crack. Images of Mumu drinking milk floated along her neck while the bronze liquid absorbed by her veins was restructuring into DNA chains within her body. When the 7th ripple bloomed beneath their feet, Xia Linlin channeled all her star patterns into the crystalline floor. An echoing chorus of baby cries resounded through space as floating bronze shards began rotating clockwise. At this moment, Su Yao's dual-bladed axe cleaved through the energy vortex at the southeast corner, revealing a scene from Xie Qingqing's 7th year, copying the steel's inscriptions within the sparkling starfire. Now, Xie Linlin dragged the sharp edge of Mo Ying's blade across her palm, splashing star-blue blood-laden energy onto the nearest fragment. The rotating inscription fragments suddenly halted, and the pulse of young energy tree sprouts emerged on each shard, the missing coordinates of the 7th quadrant in the starship navigation chart. Kong Ling's spatial prisms redirected towards Xie Qingqing. The spiral pattern on the youth's neck was resonating with the broken steel. Lan Yu's ion whip flicked 3 key fragments skyward, while Mo Ying executed 7 rapid spatial leaps, weaving them back into a hole. At the instant the final fragment fell into place, the star patterns behind Xie Linlin's neck detached themselves, transforming into luminous trails merging into the tree-like hollow in the center of the inscription. Beneath their feet, the crystalline ground trembled as miniaturized stone steels scattered in terror before melting into wisps of bronze mist upon touching the star pattern's halo. With stardust as guide, and age rings as the vessel, Xie Linlin softly recited the ancient lullaby she'd heard that night at the bar, pressing her hand against the palm print-shaped fissure now glowing with Mumu's marks. The steel projected a holographic star map. A blinking purple navigation beacon pointed toward a collapsing yet reforming wormhole. Xie Qingqing suddenly let out a low groan and dropped to his knees. The spiral pattern on his neck oozed drops of crimson blood. These droplets levitated in the air, arranging themselves into sequences corresponding to the stellar chart's encrypted code. Mo Ying's emerald eye shed a tear of light, which he deftly plucked and sent into the arrangement of blood droplets, causing the entire inscription to emit an aurora-like golden-red radiance. The second unit is west of the antimatter sea, Lan Yu suddenly shouted, pointing at a twisted coordinate on the star chart. The ranger lady's ion whip reacted to the energy fluctuations, sketching a translucent path of transposition in midair. Su Yao's dual-bladed axe hummed, its edge illuminating a space station interwoven with energy tree roots. All of Kong Ling's spatial prisms suddenly shattered, her silver-white pupils contracting into vertical slits. Something is tampering with the channel. Before she could finish, the purified bronze mist coalesced into black ice crystals, on which appeared the shadow caster's signature serpent mark. Xie Linlin immediately pulled Xie Qingqing behind her, condensing her star patterns into a rotating miniature black hole in her palm. Mo Ying's crescent blade carved out 37 spatial rifts. However, his protective web woven from emerald blade light began showing signs of peculiar corrosion. The originally milk-scented energy fluid suddenly degraded and turned black, corroding the crystalline floor and producing pits filled with toxic fumes. Take the coordinates and go ahead. Xie Linlin compressed the star chart codes into a sphere of light and stuffed it into Su Yao's weapon case, then threw out 3 chains of star patterns to bind the steel inscription undergoing metamorphosis. Lan Yu's magnetic nails suddenly ejected automatically, forming an electromagnetic barrier around everyone, yet they couldn't stop the crimson mist seeping from the black ice crystals. Mo Ying abruptly tore open a spatial rift and pushed Xie Qingqing inside before sealing it, choosing to stay behind on the gradually disintegrating battlefield. His emerald right eye began bleeding, the blood droplets coagulating in the air to form warning symbols. Some entity beyond dimensions was attempting to break through the blockade. As the final piece of the broken steel was swallowed by the crimson mist, Xie Linlin heard the cries of the energy tree sapling turn into eerie laughter. Suddenly, the black hole within her star patterns reversed its spin, crazily absorbing all energies that were mutating nearby. In the split second before her consciousness shattered, she saw within the black ice crystal the image of the shadow caster performing a sacrificial rite, as 7 bronze-masked priests were about to throw an infant-shaped energy body into a blood-red furnace. At the very moment the crystalline ground collapsed entirely, the ethereal spatial displacement was finally completed. Just as the sensation of weightlessness hit her, Xie Linlin clearly heard the mocking laugh of the shadow messenger graze her eardrum. Do you think unlocking the secret lock will let you escape? In the remnants of her star pattern glow, at least 30 black warships bearing serpent-shaped crests emerged amidst the crashing waves of the antimatter sea. Chapter 130, Archenemy. The purple waves of the antimatter sea surged outside the porthole as Xie Linlin, her back colliding with the metal cabin wall, smelled the burnt odor of ozone. The residual black hole energy within her star pattern was scorching her veins, and on her retina still lingered the distorted visage of an infant energy formed from the blood-colored furnace. Coordinate resolution at 67%. A ethereal voice transmitted through the communicator, weakened by spatial displacement. 30 snake-pattern warships unfolded in a wedge formation amidst the turbulent waves, while the shadow messenger hovered outside the flagship's cabin. The crimson mist flowing beneath its black robes was corroding the protective shield. Xie Linlin wiped away a nosebleed as her star pattern chains wrapped around 3 incoming quantum torpedoes. At the instant the chains touched the torpedoes, she suddenly perceived the internal countdown. This wasn't an illusion. The silver glow seeping from her fingertips was resonating with the weapon systems. Be careful. Xie Qingqing's protective barrier exploded to the left, but the emerald barrier left by Mo Ying deflected a curse cast by the shadow wizard. A sprout of energy tree around the young man's neck grew rapidly, green light shaped like vines piercing through the mechanical exoskeletons of 2 attackers. When Su Yao's particle blade cut open the seventh clone soldier, it suddenly emitted a buzzing sound. The light globe hidden in her weapon box began pulsating, projecting ever-changing star tracks onto the blade. Lin, these trajectories are reorganizing the battlefield energy, she shouted, swinging her blade to shatter an incoming ice crystal, only to find that each fragment reflected the face of a shadow wizard holding a bronze mask. Lan Yu's magnetic nails exploded on the cabin ceiling, unleashing an electromagnetic storm, yet the shadow messenger lifted his hand to tear apart the center of the storm. Those crimson mists congealed into hundreds of wailing infant apparitions. Their cries made Xia Linlin's temples throb violently. Suddenly, the star patterns on her right hand spun in reverse, grinding the two nearest apparitions into data debris. They're using mental pollution to interfere with secret treasure resonance. Space folding blade of Kong Ling carved into the battleship's armor, but more priests of the bronze masks emerged from the cracks. The prophecy book left by the seer heated up against Xia Linlin's waist, its parchment automatically unfolding to reveal ancient texts blurred by blood mist. Biting her tongue to maintain consciousness, Xia Linlin wrapped her star pattern chains around Xie Qingqing's protection dome and flung it toward the safe zone. As the youth crashed into Su Yao's embrace, the sapling of energy tree around his neck blossomed suddenly, its emerald light momentarily purifying the surrounding crimson mist. This fleeting sign of life caused Xia Linlin's pupils to contract. When the mist dissipated, she noticed that all 30 warships' energy cores were connected to a shadow of a bloody furnace. Attack the projections of the furnaces. Her voice was almost entirely drowned out by the curses of the shadow wizards, but Lan Yu precisely interpreted her lip reading. The adventurer hurled all magnetic nails, constructing a massive electromagnetic matrix above the antimatter sea. In the very moment the matrix collided with the bloody furnace, the black hole in Xia Linlin's star pattern unexpectedly expelled the previously ingested mutated energy. The derisive smile on the shadow messenger's face froze. That supposedly corrosive mutated energy was now gathering in Xia Linlin's palm, forming a starlight bow. When she drew the bowstring to full tension, the blood fog on the pages of the seer's prophecy book dissipated, revealing half a maxim: by their own way. This is it. Kong Ling's space-folding blade pierced into the core of the electromagnetic matrix. Xia Linlin released the bowstring, and the starlight arrow, carrying the wild energy of the antimatter sea, tore a rift through 13 warships in the fleet. Amidst the explosive brilliance, she vaguely saw the golden outline of Unit 2 flickering among the remains of the furnaces. The black robe of the shadow messenger was blown away by the aftershock, revealing the lower half of his face, etched with electronic circuits. Do you think this is victory? His voice reverberated directly in everyone's minds, causing the wreckage of the destroyed ships to transform into liquid, coalescing into a colossal blood-red hand blocking out the sun. Xia Linlin's starlight bow shattered piece by piece, the metallic taste rising in her throat signaling her reaching her limits. Xie Qingqing suddenly gripped her trembling wrist, the fresh leaves of the energy tree on the youth's palms emitting a refreshing aura. Sister, look, he pointed to the streaks of starlight leaking between the giant fingers. The emerald barrier left by Mo-ing is absorbing the energy of the blood hand. As if to verify this statement, the entire antimatter sea suddenly resounded with a peculiar harmony. A long-lost warmth vibrated deeply within Xia Linlin's star pattern, as though some slumbering entity was seeing through her eyes, gazing upon this war-spanning dimensions. The star patterns on Xia Linlin's wrist suddenly erupted in dazzling silver light, the blood energy absorbed by the emerald barriers condensing under her skin into a liquid galaxy. The giant hand transformed by the shadow messenger hovered motionlessly above the antimatter sea for a split second before numerous crimson pupils burst open in its palm. Resonance frequency synchronization rate 89%. Kong Ling's quantum transmission carried the trembling tone of metallic resonance. The liquid metal formed by the 30 warship wrecks began to boil. Each churning bubble reflected the inverted image of a shadow wizard holding a bronze mask. Xie Qingqing suddenly pressed the energy tree sapling against Xia Linlin's nape, and emerald light instantly coursed through their meridians. Sister, use this. The vitality force bursting from the youth's fingertips made the star pattern glow fiercely, causing Xia Linlin to see her pupils split into dual star spirals in the porthole reflection. Su Yao's particle blade suddenly spun out of her grip, its star map password sphere automatically disintegrating. 720 star tracks pierced through the protective dome, branding jet-black energy circuits on the surface of the blood-colored giant hand. These are Mo Ying's left space anchor points. Lan Yu nailed 3 magnetic nails at the intersection of the star tracks, the electromagnetic pulses produced by the explosion making the hand's crimson pupils burst successively. The electronic circuitry on the shadow messenger's face began malfunctioning, more crimson mist gushing from beneath his black robes to repair the damages. Xia Linlin suddenly detected minute crystal lattice structures within the mist. Evidently, the blood furnace's energy matrix was reorganizing. She ripped the silver chain from her neck, the blood-stained pendant transforming under the star pattern into a miniature black hole as she spoke. Su Yao, 7th frequency band of the coordinate device. Responding to her voice, the particle blade embedded itself into the triangular area formed by the magnetic nails, the star track patterns rapidly contracting into a cone of light. Xia Linlin channeled the black hole energy into the tip of the light cone, and an abrupt sound of shattering glass resonated across the antimatter sea. Crack-like fissures spread across the blood-colored hand, from each of which green jade creepers left by the shadow emerged. Inside the flagship cabin, bronze masks worn by shadow wizards exploded into fragments. The splintered metallic pieces aligned themselves spontaneously to form incomplete chapters of star maps. Kong Ling's space-folding blade punctured the throats of the last 3 priests, ancient runes floating around the blood-stained edges that echoed with the star maps. The energies are synchronized. She hurled the folding blade to nail the shadow messenger's right arm, those scarlet mists vaporizing immediately upon contact with the runes. A sob akin to that of an infant energy being reached Xia Linlin's ears, this time tinged with the clarity of spring water. The core treasure slumbering deep within the star patterns finally awakened. Xia Linlin saw a microcosmic galaxy float upon her palm, every star a mirror projection of the blood furnace. As the shadow messenger screamed, summoning forth his final strength, Xia Linlin smiled faintly. It's over. The emerald vine-entwined starlight cones collapsed abruptly, the void energy from the black hole swirling alongside the tumultuous tides of the antimatter sea, encircling Xia Linlin in a silvery stellar ring. Stepping on the starlight rings, each stride sent ripples cascading across the vacuum. When the shadow messenger attempted to rearrange the wreckage of the warships for defense, he discovered all liquid metal bound by the blood-red words manifested from the seer's prophecy book. By their own way, Xia Linlin's star pattern chains penetrated 13 layers of shields. The moment her fingertips brushed the electronic circuitry of the shadow messenger, reap what you sow. The core treasure's eruption bathed the entire star domain in silver light, reducing the blood-colored giant hand to fragments amidst absolute brightness. With an inhuman shriek, the shadow messenger wrapped himself in his black robe with half the bronze mask remaining, fleeing into the rifts of space. An eerie tranquility engulfed the antimatter sea, purple waves solidifying into crystalline forms resembling glass. A new leaf unexpectedly fell from Xie Qingqing's energy tree sapling, drifting towards the explosion center, where it outlined a golden portal. Su Yao caught the descending particle blade, noticing the star map passwords were updating autonomously. These coordinates, they're guiding us toward. Beware. Lan Yu suddenly erected an electromagnetic shield. The frozen antimatter crystals began sublimating, countless bronze masks surfacing from the violet fumes. Just as Kong Ling's space-folding blade was about to strike, these masks arranged themselves into patterns indicating star routes. Coughing up blood, Xia Linlin kneeled halfway on the deck, residual silver glimmers forming ice crystals on her eyelashes. Lifting her head towards the silhouette of the golden portal, she found the blood characters in the seer's prophecy book rearranging themselves into fresh precepts. Shattered emerald barrier fragments gathered voluntarily toward the portal, each reflecting celestial maps from different dimensions. The energy reading is abnormal, Kong Ling said while wiping her bloody blade. These crystals are emitting transdimensional signals. Xie Qingqing suddenly pointed to his energy tree sapling, whose originally emerald leaves now emitted halos identical to the golden portal's light. Upon touching the leaf, the youth triggered an ethereal hymn resounding through the fleet wrecks, the petrified crests of the antimatter sea, illuminating sequentially like countless beacons pointing deep into the star seas. Su Yao's particle blade buzzed abruptly, the star chart reflected on the blade perfectly overlapping with the blood-written words on the seer's prophecy book. Look, she thrust the blade into the deck, projecting a 3-dimensional star map showing their universe bubble structure. The golden gateway lies in the 7th quadrant's entropy change zone. As Lan Yu prepared to activate the thrusters, the whole space folded dimensionally. Amidst the violet crystalline mist, baby energy beings phantoms emerged, this time holding bouquets of stardust and gesturing invitingly toward the direction of the golden portal. A warm pull emanated from the depths of Xia Linlin's star pattern, as if some slumbering entity was gently plucking the strings of fate. When the last speck of crimson energy vanished in the quantum tide, the ripples of the antimatter sea surged anew. The bronze masks that had guided their way suddenly all turned toward a shadowy expanse of stars, where countless gazes converged on a shape darker than darkness itself, slowly unfurling its form. Xia Linlin wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth, and a new flame of silver starlight ignited in her pupils. She knew that this Pyrrhic victory was merely the prelude to uncovering the truth. When the golden portal truly opened, the ancient beings lurking in the cracks between dimensions would likely have been waiting for an eternity. Chapter 131, The Confrontation. The purple crystalline mist floated like a gauzy curtain among the wreckage of the fleet, while fine ripples of energy spread across Xia Linlin's combat suit. She pressed her palm against the bulkhead, feeling the vibrations emanating from deep within the metal. They were the direction where over 100 bronze masks focused their gazes. In the dark star region, a lurking shadow was slowly breathing with the ebb and flow of the antimatter sea. The end of the energy tree's root extension is the 7th quadrant. Mo Ying's voice came from deep within the crystalline mist, faintly revealing his pale fingers wrapped in star dust under his black robe. In the vacuum he pointed to, countless semi-transparent golden veins were spreading out from beneath everyone's feet. A closer look revealed that these were the paths formed by the starlight bouquets previously held by the infant energy entities. Lan Yu adjusted the energy valve of the thrusters, her icy blue protective goggles reflecting the distorted entropy zone ahead. 3 quantum jump points away, but the curvature of dimension here. She suddenly stopped as the red light representing danger on the particle detector poured down like a blood cascade. Her ethereal white hair moved without wind, and an interdimensional barrier instantly enveloped everyone. but it still couldn't block the sharp laughter coming from all directions. The silhouette of the shadow messenger seeped out from the folded dimensional crack. The shadows beneath his feet were devouring the starlight bouquets like living creatures. 12 ghostly green runes spun into a circle behind him, and each rotation bloomed into new magic arrays in the void. We should thank you for clearing our path. As he lifted his hand, the bony fingers of the shadow witcher crushed some kind of crystal, and dark purple energy webbed around the golden veins like a spider net. Xia Linlin's star patterns had just coalesced into a silver glow at her fingertips when a six-pointed star array abruptly lit up beneath her feet. Su Yao's particle blade emitted a piercing wail, and the energy stone embedded in its handle started to fade in color. It's an entropy corrosion trap. Xia Qingqing grabbed Xia Linlin to pull back, just as the original guiding starlight paths twisted into ropes. The ancient incantations chanted by the Shadow Witcher made the entire universe bubble ooze black pus. My particle blade is consuming its own energy. Su Yao knelt down halfway as the blade trembled and tore apart the stellar map projection into fragments. Lan Yu tried to start the thrusters, but found the antimatter in the fuel tank flowing in reverse. The ethereal space barrier crawled with web-like cracks. Xia Linlin's combat suit warning sound crazily howled as the star pattern's silvery light flickered on and off beneath her skin, resembling fireflies trapped in amber. The shadowy tendrils of the shadow messenger had already wrapped around 3 bronze masks. While you were busy interpreting the prophecy, we planted energy-devouring spores in every wave of energy. From the magical tome unfolded behind him flew countless blood-red butterflies, each wing bearing inverted stargate patterns. The Shadow Witcher's staff struck the void with force, causing the corrupted starlight bouquets to explode. The splashing purplish-black liquid began to erase the historical existence traces of the fleet wreckage. Xia Qingqing groaned and ghostly silver lines emerged on the teenager's hand, but now those silver lines were turning into dirty brown hues. Sis, the energy tree. He painfully pointed towards the direction where Mo-ing disappeared. There a segment of golden root was wilting under the erosion of magic. Xia Linlin bit through her tongue to maintain consciousness as she saw those blood-red butterflies laying eggs in the eye sockets of the bronze masks. Each egg reflected a miniaturized version of the Golden Gateway. It's my fault. Xia Linlin's nails dug deeply into her palms while the medical module of her left-arm combat suit automatically injected adrenaline. I clearly detected abnormal frequencies in the energy fluctuations even in the antimatter sea. Suddenly, Xia Qingqing grabbed her shoulder. The youth's burning forehead touched her cool combat collar. Did you smell it? When the magic array was activated, those energy-devouring spores exuded the scent of hibiscus flowers. At this moment, the ethereal barrier shattered completely. The top of the Shadow Witcher's staff opened 7 blood-colored pupils. The shadow beneath the shadow messenger suddenly surged, transforming into a python devouring the dematerializing structure of the universal bubble. At the critical moment, Lan Yu ripped off the star chain from her neck and hurled it to the ground. Amidst the burst of bright light emerged the ghostly appearance of the Seer's prophecy book, the bloody letters rearranged into a totally different sequence under the strong light. It's not a trap. Su Yao suddenly slashed her palm with the particle blade, letting her blood soak the handle. It's a translation error. What the seer referred to as gate is not a noun. Her blood-streaked finger drew burning tracks in the air, and the previously corroded pieces of the star map suddenly reversed, exposing the smiling ghost image of the infant energy entity in the hexagram array laid down by the Shadow Witcher. Xia Linlin's silver flame in her pupil surged violently, and for the first time, the star pattern forcibly ruptured her combat suit to flow along her skin surface. When one of the blood-red butterflies flew past her eyes, she finally discerned the outline of a half-bronze mask hidden within the inverted stargate pattern, identical to the ones they discovered earlier among the ship wreckage, except that the mask's corner of the mouth was curled upwards. Qingqing, adjust the energy resonance frequency to the band before the mothership's fall. She suddenly grabbed Xia Qingqing's hand and pressed it against her chest. The star patterns on the youth's hand instantly resonated with hers. Sister Su Yao, use your particle blade to cut through the dimensional membrane in the southeast quadrant. There are residual jump echoes from when the fleet sank. The shadowy python of the shadow messenger suddenly let out a painful roar as the universal bubble structure it had bitten into somehow turned into a mirror. The blood-red pupils on the Shadow Witcher's staff began oozing black liquid, and the blood-red butterflies that were laying eggs suddenly reversed direction and pounced on the caster himself. Lan Yu took the opportunity to open a new interdimensional space, directing the most lethal entropy corrosion energy towards the core of the magic array. When Xia Linlin's star patterns resonated with the ancient engines of the sunken fleet, she finally noticed that within the seemingly chaotic magical runes lay wave frequencies identical to those found in the eye socket engravings of the bronze masks. Xia Linlin's combat suit cracked inch by inch under the energy resonance, while the flowing star patterns glowing silver on her skin strangely harmonized with the bronze rust marks of the fleet wreckage. She grabbed Xia Qingqing's wrist and used his strength to ascend, the gray-brown patterns on the youth's hand fading the moment they touched the metal of the starship. Those energies being devoured were now flowing back along the engravings of the bronze masks. Southeast quadrant now. She concentrated the star pattern silver light into a beam and shot it at Su Yao's particle blade. The moment the blade was stained with blood, the residual jump echoes left when the fleet sank materialized into countless bronze gears, tearing apart the 6-pointed star array the Shadow Witcher had just cast. Lan Yu seized the chance to open an interspace vortex, diverting the scattered entropy corruption energy towards the shadow python beneath the shadow messenger's feet. The star chain around Lan Yu's neck suddenly hovered mid-air as the blood-letter projections of the seer's prophecy book collided with the shadow witcher's grimoire in the air. As these inverted stargate patterns flipped during collision, they revealed the smiling face of the infant energy entity on their backs. Xia Linlin suddenly realized something and turned to inject the star-patterned silver glow into the root of the withering energy tree. This isn't corrosion, it's image inversion. As if confirming her hypothesis, the starlight bouquets supposedly eroded by the energy-devouring spores suddenly burst forth with dazzling golden light. Black slime seeped out of the blood-red pupils on the tip of the Shadow Witcher's staff as those blood-red butterflies turned into mini bronze-mast starships the moment they came in contact with the inverted energy. Su Yao's particle blade hummed happily, its once-fading energy stone re-illuminating, splitting the overwhelming magical characters into halves. So, Xie Qingqing suddenly tore open his combat suit collar, revealing a bronze engraving identical to that on the wreckage of the fleet floating on the youth's heart. What they've altered isn't the energy frequency, it's our perception dimensions. The silver light coalescing at his fingertips suddenly pierced through an apparently chaotic magic array, revealing a concealed bronze door behind it. The engravings on these doors were remarkably similar to the remnants of the fleet discovered initially. An enraged howl escaped the shadow messenger as the shadowy python split into countless tentacles, wrapping around the roots of the energy tree. But Xia Linlin had already woven the star-patterned silver glow into a net, each silver line passing precisely through the axles of the bronze gears. As the Shadow Witcher attempted to chant new spells, Lan Yu abruptly compressed the interspace vortex into a pinpoint size, directly piercing the blood pupil of his staff. Now, Lan Yu released all the reverse-flowing energy from the propeller fuel tank, and the explosion of antimatter flames burned holes of scorched blackness into the projection of the prophecy book. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Xia Linlin synchronized the star-patterned silver glow with the fleet engine's jump echo for oscillation. Suddenly, the entire universal bubble gave out a brittle sound like glass shattering, and the altered perception dimensions fell away like peeling paint. The Shadow Witcher's bony body suddenly swelled, the blood pupils on the tip of his staff bursting one after another. You have no idea what you have unleashed. He tore open his black robe to reveal a black crystal cluster embedded between his ribs. The shadowy tendrils of the Shadow Messenger abruptly reversed direction, plunging into his companion's body, and the magic array under their feet immediately turned a dirty purplish black. Xia Linlin instinctively sensed danger as the star-patterned silver light automatically wove a shield in front of her. All hands retreat. Energy readings are abnormal. The warning was drowned out by the shrill scream of dimensional tearing. Each vertebral segment of the Shadow Witcher's spine exploded, oozing thick dark matter from every joint, causing spaces it touched to collapse like melting wax statues. Su Yao's particle blade suddenly trembled violently, pointing at a direction unnoticed by everyone until now, where half a bronze mask covered by blood-red butterflies floated. When Xia Linlin illuminated the inner side of the mask with her star-patterned silver light, everyone drew a sharp breath. Inside the mask were inscriptions identical to those on the crystal cluster in the Shadow Witcher's ribcage, and scrawled deep within in the interstellar ancient language was a coordinate. The 7th quadrant. The ethereal white-haired woman's hair suddenly grew wildly, weaving a dense net in the void. These dark matters are reorganizing the space structure. Before she finished speaking, the Shadow Witcher's exploded body had entirely turned into a vortex like a black hole, while the Shadow Messenger let out a mad laugh and leaped into the expanding dark core. Xia Linlin's star-patterned silver glow surged uncontrollably toward the black hole. The bronze gears of the fleet wreckage began to rotate in reverse. When the eye socket of a certain bronze mask suddenly flowed with black liquid, she finally saw the star charts floating within those murky substances, the very last missing petal of the starlight bouquet that the infant energy entity had initially held. Chapter 132, Crisis. The black liquid flowing from the bronze mask suddenly coagulated into spikes, and Xia Linlin's star-patterned silver shield emitted a harsh metallic warping sound. She saw the black hole formed by the explosion of the Shadow Mage swallowing dimensional rifts. The bronze gears of the fleet wreckage shattered into powder in the dark red energy stream, and those powders were formed in mid-air to display the ghostly image of infant energy bodies holding bouquets of starlight flowers. Watch out! Xie Qingqing's mechanical arms suddenly extended 3 layers of energy barriers, and dark matter tentacles swiped past her neck, burning his protective suit with hissing charm marks. The boy's back tightly pressed against Xia Linlin's trembling shoulders as the energy readings on both their protective suits skyrocketed on their wrist terminals simultaneously. The entire space began to collapse violently, and Su Yao's particle blade suddenly erupted with arcs of blue-white electricity. This usually brash adventurer now had a trembling voice. There is an energy resonance at 7 o'clock. She hacked through the approaching dark tendrils, revealing the hovering bronze mask. This thing vibrating at a strange frequency, its surface displaying blood butterflies flapping wings in perfect synchronicity with the star patterns flickering on Xia Linlin's wrist. These aren't ordinary dark matter. The ethereal white hair suddenly entangled Lan Yu's particle gun. The moment the barrel turned, it shot out a silver blue beam. The light pierced through 3 shadow vortexes merging, exposing the wriggling crystalline clusters within. They carry the genetic sequences of infant energy bodies. As if validating this statement, a baby's cry echoed from the core of darkness. Xia Linlin's star-patterned silver glow uncontrollably formed a cocoon-shaped protective shield, encompassing everyone inside. She noticed the pupils behind Su Yao's protective visor contracting sharply. Within those silver-lit dark substances, countless starlight petals were reforming energy veins. The coordinates of the seventh quadrant are moving. The seer suddenly plunged his scepter into the ground, golden inscriptions creeping up cracks towards Xia Linlin's boots. Secret treasure resonance requires a carrier. Xia Linlin used the star pattern to connect to the bronze mask. Before the words could fully fade, a hoarse laughter squeezed from all sides like shadows pressing inward. An ink-like energy tree abruptly grew wildly behind Xia Linlin. At the moment emerald green branches pierced through the silver cocoon, she saw that Xia Qingqing's mechanical arm was corroded by dark matter, creating honeycomb-like holes. The young man grunted and used his body to knock away the crystal-clustered tendrils lunging towards her, blood dripping down his jaw onto the star-patterned silver shield, dyeing the flowing runes a pale gold. Don't lose focus. Suddenly, Lan Yu threw out a magnetic storm chain wrapping around Xia Linlin's waist, photon scales on the ranger outfit exploding into sparks in the dark. We can hold for 30 seconds, she said while forming a defensive circle back-to-back with Su Yao. The interwoven particle blades and particle guns temporarily halted the tentacle assault. At the instant Xia Linlin's fingertip touched the bronze mask, the star-patterned silver light transformed into countless delicate threads of silver silk. These silken threads pierced the interstellar ancient script inside the mask's wall, and each character started flowing inversely. She felt her consciousness pulled into the vast star sea, where a warm energy body lightly touched her spiritual domain. It was Mumu. The vibrations of the infant energy body came from deep within the mask, carrying the healing frequency unique to the bouquet of starlight flowers. So you're here. Xia Linlin's tears suddenly evaporated into quantum dust, seeing Mumu curled up within the dark matter core. The incomplete bouquet of starlight flowers held by the infant suddenly blossomed, its missing final petals still flashing deep within the bronze mask. The energy tree of dark shadows suddenly let out a thunderous cracking sound. Xia Linlin abruptly woke with a start, realizing that the silver cocoon outside was already full of web-like fractures. Xia Qingqing knelt in a pool of blood, maintaining the defensive posture. Su Yao's particle blade only retained a half-shard fragment, and Ling's white hair became transparent at a visible speed. This is it. Amidst the burst of golden light from the seer's staff, Xia Linlin injected all her star-patterned silver threads into the bronze mask. When the interstellar ancient script on the inner side of the mask began resonating with Mumu's fluctuations, the entire collapsing space suddenly fell into an eerie stillness. Xia Linlin's pupils reflected the flowing interstellar ancient script on the bronze mask, and these symbols, as if living stars, surged through her veins along the silver threads. The energy tree of ink shadow suddenly rooted itself in her mind's ocean. The emerald root system broke through the memory barrier. She saw Mumu curled up in a starlight swaddle, the chubby little hand pressing firmly on the missing seventh petal. Resonance needs a carrier. The seer's voice grew ethereal amidst the quantum entanglement. Xia Linlin suddenly realized that the temperature of the star pattern on her wrist synchronized perfectly with Mumu's cries. When the internal alarm system exploded in her ears, instead, she concentrated her mental force into a sharp probe, piercing deeply into the heart of the bronze mask. The dark core emitted a sudden, crisp sound like breaking glass. The partially reassembled ghost images of infant energy bodies suddenly froze. Under Xia Linlin's silver thread guidance, the starlight petals began rotating in reverse. Su Yao's broken blade suddenly emitted a bluer light than it ever had in its prime, and the adventurer seized this fleeting opportunity to thrust the blade into the collapsing dimensional rift. 3 seconds. Lan Yu's magnetic storm chain suddenly split into 7 forks. The photon scales on the ranger uniform scattered like meteors. Xia Linlin saw the ethereal white hair had become so transparent that the wriggling dark matter behind it was visible, while droplets of pale golden blood seeped from the corroded holes in Xia Qingqing's mechanical arm. The star-patterned silver shield suddenly fell off her wrist and unfolded mid-air into a disc covered with a star map. When the first speck of golden-red stardust seeped out from inside the bronze mask, a clear phoenix cry resonated throughout the collapsing space. The Shadow Mage's hoarse laughter abruptly stopped, replaced by the energy quakes of the Shadow Wizard in horror. Those fusing shadow vortices started devouring each other. Not enough. Xia Linlin bit her tongue until it bled, the metallic taste triggering the adrenaline injector built into her protective suit. She saw Mumu's apparition reaching for her from within the depths of the mask. The infant's fingertips touched the interstellar ancient script, causing it to suddenly ignite. The energy tree of ink shadow wildly swayed in her mind's ocean. The emerald leaves rolled off droplets that condensed into solid form in reality, pouring down like a rainstorm over them all. The burst of golden light from the seer's staff suddenly took on a bloody hue. Tiny wounds split open at the corners of the old man's wrinkled eyes, but his voice boomed like a bell. Use the star pattern to channel the secret treasure. Reacting instinctively, Xia Linlin raised the star-patterned silver shield, and the golden red stardust spilling out of the mask suddenly gathered on the shield face into a phoenix emblem. The moment the dark matter tentacles collided with the phoenix wings, the entire space rang with the sound of 10 million glass cups shattering simultaneously. Xia Linlin felt as if her nerves were being roasted on the surface of a star, yet she clearly saw every speck of light rewriting the physical laws around it. The black hole formed from the explosion of the shadow wizard began spitting out bronze gears, and the fleet wreckage that should have been swallowed was reassembling in reverse. Now, Su Yao suddenly dragged Lan Yu towards Xie Linlin's left side, pressing her bloodstained palm against the edge of the star-patterned silver shield. The instant the energy fluctuations of the three women forcibly merged, the phoenix emblem unfurled its vast, blocking out the sky wings, and its golden red light swept across the space like a supernova eruption. The body beneath the shadow mage's black robe began to carbonize, and the shadow wizard's final scream turned into a string of data glitches. The wriggling crystalline clusters of biological tissue twisted into pretzels under the bright light and ultimately exploded into star dust with a burnt smell. Xie Linlin heard Mumu emit giggles as the infant energy body held a complete bouquet of starlight flowers, winking at her from the center of the phoenix chest. The strong light lasted precisely 13 seconds. When their vision returned, they found that the collapsing space had transformed into a cavern covered in diamond-shaped crystals, with slowly rotating nebulae sealed inside these crystals. Xie Qingqing knelt on the ground, coughing violently, as the honeycomb holes in her mechanical arm were being filled with a pale gold substance. Her ethereal white hair had reverted to moonlit silver, now wrapping around the seer's staff to absorb residual dark energy. Passage. Lan Yu suddenly pointed at the top of the cave. At the skylight gap, made of 7 diamond-shaped crystals, an indigo energy flow was weaving itself into a spiral staircase. Su Yao wiped the bloodstains off her protective goggles and gasped sharply. These energy patterns. They are encrypted coordinates of the second quadrant. The energy tree of ink shadow had somehow shrunk to potted plant size and was now hovering on Xie Linlin's shoulder. When she touched the blue glow projected on the ground by the spiral staircase, the bronze mask in her arms suddenly buzzed. The missing 7th petal shadow was flashing at the center of the glow, but some incomprehensible energy pressure triggered all their protective suit alarms simultaneously. It's an antimatter ripple. The seer drew star dust from the ground with his staff, his aged face divided into light and shadow by the indigo glow. The frequency of these energy fluctuations. Someone has modified the access rules of the passage. Xie Linlin's star pattern spontaneously activated, silver threads weaving before everyone into a projection of the star map. When the shadow of the 7th petal overlapped with the Orion arm on the star map, 3 drops of emerald liquid suddenly fell from the top of the cave. Those were exactly the droplets previously condensed from the ink shadow energy tree. A medium is required. The ethereal white hair suddenly wrapped around one of the droplets, the mysterious guardian's pupils turning vertical, a hybrid of living energy and mechanical creations. All gazes unconsciously turned to Xie Qingqing. The youth was about to install a spare energy box on his mechanical arm. Upon hearing this, he froze momentarily, watching as his pale golden blood trickled through the modification joints into the gear gaps. When he looked up toward the spiral staircase, his eyes, hidden behind the protective mask, gleamed brightly. My mechanical artificial eye can analyze energy structures. The cavern suddenly started to shake rhythmically, the indigo staircase flickering in and out with the shaking rhythm. Xie Linlin noticed that the bronze mask in her arms was shedding its patina, revealing a layer of liquid metal beneath. On the surface of the metal appeared Xie Qingqing's star coordinates at birth. Chapter 133, The Plunder. Stalactites at the top of the cave shed debris with a rustling sound, and the azure staircase trembled, cracking into web-like fissures. Xie Linlin clutched the bronze mask stripped of verdigris. The instant liquid metal seeped into her palm lines. She saw the pale golden blood at Xie Qingqing's modification interface suddenly float upward, forming beads. The passage is reconfiguring, said a hollow voice as white hair resembling spider's silk bound the falling jade dewdrop. The vertical pupils of the interdimensional guardian reflected the star tracks appearing on the spiral staircase. The antimatter ripples are about to devour organic energy. Suddenly, Mo Ying's black cloak whipped up a fierce wind as the energy tree guardian thrust his trident into a crack in the ground. As dark purple electric arcs exploded from the tip of the trident, the originally flickering azure passage solidified instantly, and 12 dark gold light gates lit up one by one at the end of the spiral staircase. The entrance to the second unit. Su Yao leapt high using the force from her laser whip entwining a stone pillar, but was repelled by an invisible barrier 3 meters away from the first light gate. The energy crystal around the waist of the female adventurer shattered into blue mist, throwing her heavily onto the stardust-covered rock wall. Xie Linlin's star patterns flared suddenly hot, and silver threads uncontrollably surged toward the passage. When the 7th silver thread touched the barrier, the entire cave rang out with an ear-piercing buzz. The jade dewdrops fragmented into millions of light points, each reflecting the golden blood seeping from the seams of Xie Qingqing's mechanical arm. Be careful! Xie Qingqing's mechanical ocular implant burst forth with a cruciform stellar glow just before 2 pits appeared where they had been standing moments earlier, carved by dark matter condensing into a black lightning bolt. Pale gold blood dripped from the neural connector at the back of the boy's neck, burning galaxy arm-shaped patterns into the crater floor. Lan Yu swung her photon double blades to cut through the second wave of incoming lightning. The sparks from her Space Ranger boots flashed across the surface of the energy ripples. These lightnings are reading our biological information. As soon as her words faded, Mo Ying's trident emitted a mournful cry, and the energy vines wrapped around its shaft visibly withered. The access rules have been tampered with. The star core at the top of the seer's staff violently quivered as the old man's wrinkled hand brushed over the bronze mask in Xia Linlin's arms. We need a sacrifice. My mechanical core. Xia Qingqing abruptly tore open his chest protection, revealing a metal torso with an embedded purple crystal. At the very moment the boy's fingertip touched the crystal, the stardust throughout the cave suddenly converged, forming a ring nebula that linked the 12 light doors, configuring them in the shape of Orion's belt. Shadow Messenger's sneer seeped out from beneath the cracks in the earth. What touching sibling affection it is. Suddenly, black tendrils coiled around Xia Qingqing's ankles as the spells chanted by Demon Shadow Mage caused foul-smelling slime to ooze from the walls of the cave. Unfortunately, half-blooded cyborgs. Suddenly, Xia Linlin's star threads congealed into blades, severing the tendril at once, while the bronze mask in her arms automatically flew toward the light door. Liquid metal spread out on the barrier surface, forming a star chart. When the coordinates projected by Xia Qingqing's mechanical eye overlapped with the star map, everyone heard the hum of vibrating cosmic strings. Now, Ling emptied the jade dewdrop into the center of the star map. Her white hair cascaded like a torrent, sweeping up a sky full of stardust. Xia Linlin grabbed her bleeding mechanical arm of Xia Qingqing and jumped. In the fleeting moment when they crossed the barrier, she saw non-human quantum runes flowing in the pupil behind the boy's protective mask. Intense pain swept through her body. Xia Linlin felt her genetic chain being disassembled and recombined by some kind of force, star-threaded silver wires weaving themselves under her skin to form new constellations. When she staggered and fell on the cold ground, the pattern of the cocktail she drank that night, she crossed over manifested on the metallic floor she pressed her palms against. The passage is analyzing our memories. Su Yao wiped blood off the corner of her mouth as she got up. Her battle suit was slashed with 17 wounds, each bleeding out a faint blue energy fluid. These energy ripples materialize in her fears. As if proving her point, an illusory withered energy tree appeared before Mo Ying, and the star core on the prophet's staff showed images of galaxies consumed by darkness. Before Xia Linlin could speak, Xia Qingqing suddenly convulsed severely. The transformation interface of his mechanical arm started to exude black slime. They altered the rules. The mechanical eye of Xia Qingqing flickered with corrupted codes, and the pale gold blood began to flow inversely into the neural interface. The passage is rejecting my mechanical modifications. The Shadow Messenger's silhouette flickered outside the light door, summoning demons that began eating away at the barriers. Photon twin blades wielded by Lan Yu shattered the third round of approaching black lightnings, but discovered corrosion marks on the weapon's surface. Energy is diminishing. We can't withstand the next round of attacks. Xia Linlin's fingernails dug deep into her palm. Star-threaded silver wires wandered restlessly under her skin. She realized all of a sudden that the liquid metal of the bronze mask was flowing within her veins. When the 137th bead of cold sweat rolled off her chin to strike the ground, she heard it, rain from the night of the hangover when she crossed over. Sister. Xia Qingqing's cool fingers suddenly gripped her wrist. The purple crystal in the youth's mechanical chest revealed cracks. Leave me here. Don't talk nonsense. Su Yao's laser whip lashed around the imminent falling stalactite and slammed it towards the light gate. Shattered stones sent golden ripples across the barrier. If anyone should stay behind, it's me. The vibration of the cavern abruptly ceased. Xia Linlin saw fine fissures splitting open the star core atop the seer's staff. In the dark gold light floated an infant's swaddling cloth, the star map printed fabric that had once wrapped Mu when he was sold, a memory tied to her past life identity. The vertical pupils of the interdimensional guardian contracted sharply. Organic energy resonance. The spectral being's white hair pierced like arrows towards Xia Linlin's heart before halting inches away, softening instantly. You are with child. A deafening explosion drowned out the rest of his words. Thrown back against the rock wall by the shockwave, Xia Linlin witnessed Mo Ying's trident pierce through the Shadow Demon Mage's right shoulder as the Shadow Messenger drove a pitch-black blade straight at Xia Qingqing's mechanical core. No! Star-threaded silver wires exploded with an unprecedented brilliance. She felt scalding fluid gushing out of her ears and nose. As consciousness threatened to slip away, she glimpsed the 12 star charts on the light gates flickering in a specific frequency, resembling the rate at which blood seeped from Xia Qingqing's modification interface. The pain receded like ebbing tide from the nerve endings, and when Xia Linlin's lashes trembled awake, she heard the distinctive buzzing characteristic of energy ripples resonating close by. Her eyes opened to see her silver threads intertwining midair with Xia Qingqing's exuding golden blood, their suspended droplets expanding and contracting with the same rhythm as the barrier pulses. 37-second cycle, rasped her hoarse voice, startling Lan Yu who had been tending to Mo Ying's wounds. The photon blades glimmered with celestial tracks flowing in the young woman's eyes. Blood droplet expansion corresponds to the barrier weakening. When the 17th peak occurs, the seer's age-spotted finger pressed upon the star core all of a sudden. The holographic projection emitted by the staff perfectly overlaid onto the floating droplets. Double helix resonance. These energy ripples form living genetic locks. Elderly panic echoed in the chamber as Xia Linlin staggered forward, the star patterns under her palm piercing into the barrier. Dark violet electric arcs climbed up her arm along the silver threads. She bit her tongue to stay conscious. Sister Su Yao, use your laser whip to strike the third stellar track in the southeast corner. Instructor Mo Ying, please throw the seed of the energy tree into the blood droplets. Liquid metal boiled in her veins, the ancient bronze mask's etchings spreading from her collarbone upward across her neck. From beyond the shield came the mocking laugh of the shadow demon mage. Desperate struggle. Spellworms transformed into a black tempest, colliding violently against the light door. A shadowy blade slashed sparks off Xia Qingqing's mechanical core. The purple crystal in the boy's mechanical chest erupted with bright light, while the 12 light doors resounded with the clear cry of phoenixes. Now, Xia Linlin's silver threads enwrapped the disintegrating stellar chart. Su Yao's laser whip struck true on the energetic nexus point. Mo Ying's emerald seeds rooted in the blood droplets sprouting branches immediately. The white hair swept up fragmented stardust, filling in gaps within the gene chain's fissures. As if the universe had just birthed from its initial explosion, everyone was cast to the ground by the overwhelming wave of force. While rolling, Xia Linlin grabbed hold of Xia Qingqing's mechanical arm and saw fragments of memories surface upon the barrier's surface. The overturned cup of the night of her intoxication, the star map printed on Mumu's baby swaddling, the quivering pin tip as her alternate self signed the selling agreement. The passageway is collapsing. Lan Yu's photon double blades dug trenches 10 meters long on the ground. The top of the prophet's staff projected a spinning galaxy, encasing them in a pale golden protective dome. The screams of rage from the shadow messenger blended with the sound of space tearing apart. The final image Xia Linlin saw was the spellworms retaliating against their master, the demon shadow mage. When the ringing in her ears faded, they found themselves standing in a corridor flowing with liquid metal. The star maps embedded in the walls matched perfectly with the coordinates projected by Xia Qingqing's mechanical eye. Suddenly, the power stones attached to Su Yao's combat boots flew automatically in one direction, exploding in blue fireworks at a corner about 100 meters ahead. The second unit's energy field. The vertical pupils reflected the rotating nebula deep within the corridor. Mo Ying's trident emitted a warning buzz. Energy vines coiled on its shaft, forming a shield-like shape. Just as Xia Linlin was about to take a step forward, the star pattern on her palm surged with burning pain. The seer's calloused hand rested upon her shoulder. The passage is warning us. Fine cracks appeared on the star core at the tip of his staff, projecting a holographic scene of their previous battle. Our progress has been too smooth. As though to verify these words, Su Yao's laser whip shattered unexpectedly into 3 parts without warning. Rust appeared on the surface of Lan Yu's photon double blades, and the energy vines coiled around Mo Ying's trident turned black and curled up at an alarming rate. Xia Linlin suddenly noticed her silver threads were becoming transparent, as if being erased by some force. Organic energy is dissipating. Xia Qingqing tore open her protective suit to reveal a dim purple crystal inside her chest cavity. The scan beam from the youth's mechanical eye swept across the wall of the passage and violently trembled at a certain star map node. These star tracks are inverted or ion. Spectral white hair flared out in an umbrella shape. The interdimensional guardian slapped 3 emerald dewdrops into the ground. Liquid metal began boiling to form vortices, and the star maps on the walls started rotating in reverse. Xia Linlin saw her reflection in the metallic wall smiling. That smile carried the unique malice of her original self. Cognitive pollution trap. The seer's staff struck the ground heavily. Amidst the burst of intense light from the shattered star core fragments, the metallic floor beneath their feet suddenly turned transparent. Xia Linlin looked down to see countless infant swaddling cloths floating in an endless abyss, each bearing a star-shaped birthmark identical to Mumu's forehead. The voice of the shadow messenger squeezed from all directions. Do you like this gift? The figure of the demon shadow mage materialized in the void, his hands holding a skull bowl filled with pale golden blood, hybrid bloodline modifications. Your every cell is singing. Xia Linlin's silver wires suddenly entwined themselves around Xia Qingqing's mechanical arm, pulling him into a collision against the right side of the passageway wall. What should have been indestructible metal rippled like water, and one after another they passed through the false dimensional barrier, falling into a dark space reeking of corruption. Antimatter swamp. Mo Ying's trident plunged into the viscous black substance, instantly eroding the energy vines into ash. The protection dome from the seer's staff shrank to 3 meters in diameter, while Lan Yu's photon blades diminished to dagger lengths. Xia Linlin felt cold fingers sifting through her memories, as the rain from her night of intoxication intertwined with Mumu's cries into a web within her mind. When the first wisp of black fog wrapped around Xia Qingqing's mechanical core, Xia Linlin found blood beads seeping from her silver wires. The blood droplets suspended in midair resonated with the infant swaddling cloths in the abyss, igniting weak starlight in the absolute darkness. Chapter 134, The Trap. The putrid darkness gnawed at the protective barrier like a living creature, while the sapphire atop the prophet's staff kept shedding fragments. Xia Linlin's silver threads trembled in the void, every droplet of blood reflecting the face of the sleeping infant swaddled within the crib. The starlight connected to her bloodline pierced through dimensional barriers, weaving into a blurry star chart deep within the antimatter marshes. Watch out! Su Yao's flame double pistols suddenly changed direction, and magma bullets grazed past Xia Linlin's ear. 3 decaying baby faces emerged from the black fog, the star-shaped birthmarks on their foreheads splitting open into jagged mouths. Lan Yu's photon blade split the centipede-like shadow approaching the prophet, but the blade was then entangled by sticky darkness. She decisively cut off the energy supply, watching the weapon worth 1 million star coins dissolve into points of light. These illusions are devouring our attack energy. Mo Ying's trident erupted with dazzling electric light, pinning the black tentacles wrapping around Xie Qingqing to the air. The joints of the young man's mechanical arm emitted unbearable friction sounds, while the protective coating oxidized and peeled off visibly. Sister Linlin, your silver threads. Following his gaze, Xie Linlin saw that the bloody silver threads were leading the starlight, outlining an incomplete six-pointed star beneath everyone's feet. The rain deep in her memory suddenly became clear. She recalled the shattered glass lamp from that drunken night, how the flying shards floated mid-air, refracting neon lights and starlight. The mixed blood enhanced humans. A whisper from the shadow wizard entered her ears, encased in black flames, making Xie Linlin feel icy fingers rummaging through her cerebral cortex. Mumu in the cradle suddenly opened her eyes in her memories, and the golden light erupting from the star-shaped birthmark between her eyebrows completely overlapped with the starlight being guided by the silver threads. The prophet suddenly coughed violently, causing the protective dome to shrink abruptly to a 2-meter diameter. Distorted laughter from the dark messenger squeezed in from all directions. How delicious this despair is. Keep struggling. Your fear will be the offering to awaken the ancient god. No. Xie Linlin suddenly grabbed Xie Qingqing's trembling mechanical hand, feeling hot energy fluctuations from the youth's palm. This starlight is resonating. Mumu's birthmark and my bloodline. She fiercely thrust the blood-streaked silver threads into the focal point of the six-pointed star beneath her feet, simultaneously hearing cries from the infant's cribs from the abyss. Corrupt space began to fracture, and the remnant of Lan Yu's photon sword recoalesced into a dagger. Follow the starlight. Xie Linlin pulled on the silver threads as she leapt toward the largest fissure, and they all plunged into a continuously collapsing dimensional crevice. Dark Messenger's enraged roar transformed into solidified sound waves, ripping 3 gashes into Mo Ying's back just as he completed his evacuation. When they landed on the metallic ground covered with energy circuits, the sapphire of the prophet's staff had completely shattered. Su Yao wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and ignited a signal flare, the dancing firelight illuminating densely packed constellations on the walls, murals constituted by star pirate tattoos, ancient totems, and genetic spirals that resonated with the remaining blood beads from Xie Linlin's silver threads. This place is. Lan Yu's photon blade unexpectedly recharged itself automatically, revealing star patterns on its blade that matched Mumu's birthmark. Mo Ying knelt down clutching his bleeding wound, his trident pointing towards a certain part of the mural. A navigation map for the starship graveyard? Silver veins twitched uncontrollably at Xie Linlin's temples, plunging her silver threads uncontrollably into the mural. The wall quivered as if it were a giant beast awakened, shedding its metal disguise to expose transparent tubes flowing with pale golden liquid inside. Thousands of babies hovered in the nutrient pods, each displaying faint star-like light between their brows. Mumu. Xie Qingqing's mechanical eyes suddenly overflowed with data streams as the boy painfully clasped his head. The life signals of these children are all synchronized with Mumu's brainwave frequency. The shadow messenger's projection suddenly materialized from the depths of the tubing, the flaming tips brushing over a particular incubation pod. Among millions of experimental bodies, there will always emerge the perfect specimen. His pupils fragmented into compound eyes, reflecting Xie Linlin's pale face. And you, dear Qi, it's time to fulfill your mission. Xie Linlin's silver threads went berserk, bloodstains corroding charred tracks along the surface of the pipes. When the first breath of fresh air invaded the sealed space, everyone heard the overlapping wails of infants emanating from the depths of the darkness. These voices weaved into a bizarre lullaby, causing the shards of the prophet's staff to float and piece themselves together into an arrow shape, pointing directly at the red dot flickering at the end of the star map. The fetid darkness congealed into gelatinous substances as a buzzing sound like mosquitoes droned in Xie Linlin's ears. From the cracks in the tubing eroded by her silver threads, oozed specks of pale golden fluid, uncannily similar to the energy core of secret treasures. She looked down at the star-shaped mark on her palm that was gradually heating up, then suddenly grabbed Lan Yu's wrist who was bandaging Mo Ying and said, "Cut through my protective suit with your photon blade." "Are you crazy?" Su Yao's flame double pistols were still on high alert for the swirling black mist around them. The air here is corrosive. When dark matter and antimatter intersect in the third quadrant, they need energy to neutralize field oscillations. Xie Linlin pulled open her collar to reveal the pulsating star pattern below her clavicle. The wounds carved by fragments of the prophet's staff were seeping light golden blood droplets. Do you remember the energy stone Mumu always liked grabbing while drinking milk? Its resonance patterns when absorbing black market radiation. Mo Ying's trident suddenly emitted a buzzing sound, and the electricity wrapped around its body uncontrollably flowed towards Xie Linlin's wound. The boy's pupils contracted sharply. Energy is reversing. Before he could finish speaking, the entire space suddenly seemed like an inverted reel of film. The black mist that had been eroding their protective barrier began rotating in reverse. Xie Linlin groaned as she drove the silver threads into the star mark. Sharp pain-flashing visions of infant incubators lined up in the lab before her eyes. The little figures suspended in the nutrient liquid simultaneously opened their eyes, and millions of faint starlight beams pierced dimensions, converging into a walnut-sized light sphere in her palm. The shadow messenger's projection let out a shrill scream, his fingertips burning with black flames reaching towards a certain control panel. Suddenly, the light sphere collapsed into a vortex-like black hole. "Hold on to me," Xie Linlin screamed hoarsely, the echo like metallic friction. Su Yao's magma bullets detonated near the edge of the black hole, splashing magma, twisting into dazzling stardust. Lan Yu's photon blade disintegrated and reformed amidst violent trembling, turning into 36 diamond-shaped light shields surrounding everyone. Mo Ying's trident pierced deep into the metallic ground, and the electricity ran along the energy circuits, forcing the nearly closed fissures to remain open. The spell of the shadow wizard suddenly stopped mid-chant as the body beneath his black robe swelled with numerous tumors. Each tumor cracked open into mouths filled with sharp teeth, yet not a single sound emerged. Xia Linlin's palm-sized black hole had expanded enough to encompass the entire space, and the churning darkness surged toward the pale gold radiating vortex like weary birds finding their nest. Stop her! The compound eyes of the shadow messenger exploded in crimson, his projection flickering violently between reality and illusion. However, the corrosive energy he manipulated dissipated into luminous dust upon contact with the edge of the black hole, vanishing into Xia Linlin's star pattern. The metallic floor beneath their feet started to crack, and the infants floating within the pipelines raised their tiny hands simultaneously, projecting beams of light from a million star-shaped birthmarks that wove a vast star chart on the surface of the black hole. Suddenly, the prophet grabbed Xia Qingqing's mechanical arm. In the elder's turbid pupils, a gradual shape formed behind Xia Linlin. The key and lock are resonating. On the youth's mechanical eye scanning interface, values indicating energy levels had broken past the red warning line, but oddly reset to 0 once they reached within 3 meters of Xia Linlin. As the last trace of darkness was consumed, the black hole abruptly shrank into a blinding white. Xia Linlin stumbled to her knees as translucent crystal shells appeared over her star pattern. The absorbed dark energy surged through her veins and finally coalesced into pitch-black starlight within her heart. Su Yao's flame double pistols automatically disassembled themselves. The molten remains sketched fiery star tracks on the ground. The navigation map is being reorganized. Lan Yu's photon blade suddenly pointed at the fading star chart mural. New points of light connected the incomplete routes. Fragments of the prophet's staff attracted by Mo Ying's trident tip automatically etched smoking energy patterns onto the metal wall. Xia Qingqing's mechanical arm issued an overload warning, but the young man persisted on aiming the scanner beam at the closing pipeline, whispering, "The vital signs of these children. They're laughing." Before completely dissipating, the shadow messenger's projection redirected all his compound eyes towards Xia Linlin. "You think you've mastered the key?" His burning fingertips lightly brushed her neck. "The vessel will eventually be full." Wiping away the blood from her nose, Xia Linlin stood up as the crystalline shell over her star mark shattered crisply. She reached out to catch the falling fragments. The angular crystals automatically assembled into a defective star chart in her hand. Follow the trail of newborn light. While passing through the still vibrating energy channel, Mo Ying's trident suddenly buzzed with alarm. Ahead of them stood a towering 10-meter-high stone gate. The runes flowing over the door moved slowly, as if they were alive. When Lan Yu's photon blade approached within 3 meters of the stone gate, it too manifested star patterns identical to those of Mumu's birthmark. "Don't touch it." Xia Linlin caught Su Yao's hand, prepared to reach for the runes. Her silver threads, unnoticed, had already wrapped around everyone's ankles. Light gold blood droplets dripped along the wires into the seams of the doors. Vein-like protrusions suddenly appeared on the surface of the stone gate, and under everyone's watchful eyes, the runes began to rearrange and recombine, eventually coalescing into 9 spinning star marks. Xia Qingqing's mechanical eye suddenly overflowed with black liquid as the youth painfully clutched his right eye. The arrangement of these runes is an exact match to the asteroid belt gravity field in the starship graveyard. His voice carried a metallic, grinding noise. The scanning beam on the stone gate's surface reflected layered, overlapping shadows. Each shadow was a star map from a different angle, yet at their core positions, there remained a consistently blank space shaped like a key. Mo Ying's trident tip lightly touched the ground, and as the energy ripples spread out, everyone heard giggling laughter of infants emanating deep within the stone gate. That sound, pure and bone-chilling, eerily harmonized with the cries of the million experimental subjects in the incubators. Xia Linlin's star pattern suddenly burned with intense pain. She stared at the automatically rotating fragments of the star chart in her palm, and suddenly realized that the missing parts were precisely mirror-symmetrical to the 9 star marks on the stone gate. Su Yao's flame double pistols had reassembled, but the gun barrels hesitated, lowering toward the ground. "Should we wait for the elder to recover?" She turned her head toward the old man leaning against the energy circuit wall, panting for breath, only to find his wrinkled palm pressed onto a familiar star pattern emblem, an emblem that matched Mu's birthmark perfectly. Chapter 135, Breaking the Enemy. Xia Linlin's boot soles were visibly sinking into the layer of biological membrane, the slimy sensation crawling up her ankles through the gaps in her battle armor. She stared at the embryo pod floating in midair. The reflections of crow masks on the pod's surface were spreading their wings, every movement guiding the flow direction of the purple mist. Fall back to the energy node intersection. Mo Ying's black robe suddenly fluttered without any wind as 12 bronze compasses flew out from his sleeves, forming a hexagonal defensive array above everyone's heads. When his pale fingers grazed the edges of the compasses, the star map fragments being devoured by biological tissue suddenly emitted a blinding blue light. Xia Qingqing's mechanical eye emitted the faint sound of gear engagement as the young man tightly grabbed Xia Linlin's wrist with his metallic prosthetic arm. Sis, the spatial topology structure is collapsing. Black liquid suddenly oozed from the crow mask fragment embedded in his eye socket, flowing along his cheekbones into the creases of his protective suit collar. Su Yao suddenly turned her particle gun towards Xie Qingqing. Be careful. Before she finished speaking, 3 purple beams zipped past the young man's ear, piercing holes into the fleshy wall behind him, leaving burnt marks. In the ruptured cross-section of the bioorganism, countless bioluminescent gene chains scattered like frightened sardines. A resonant wave similar to a baby's cry suddenly echoed through the space. The floating embryo pods simultaneously opened, not releasing babies, but rather humanoid creatures made of condensed purple mist. Their limb joints sprouted bone spurs made of black crystal, and every monster had half of a crow mask embedded in their foreheads. It's the Shadow Master's mental projection. Lan Yu's photon sword cut a cross-shaped beam of light in the air, slicing the fog monsters rushing towards her into 4 pieces. The severed remains of the monster hit the ground and immediately dissolved into slime, which was absorbed by the neural network on the floor and transformed into new luminescent substances. Xie Linling's palm suddenly felt searing pain. When she spread her hand, the hovering starship graveyard projections that were previously floating resonated with the mark left by the seer, projecting overlapping Klein bottle structures into the void. Suddenly, one of the embryo pods burst open, and the spilled slime solidified in the air into a holographic image of the Shadow Master. The game should be over. The hologram staff of black crystal slammed heavily onto the ground, causing the entire biological space neural network to boil instantly. Thousands of luminescent tentacles fell from the ceiling. Each tentacle tip opened an eyeball filled with blood vessels, reflecting everyone's panicked faces in their pupils. Moing suddenly pulled Xie Linling's hand to press it against the center of the bronze compass. At the moment when her star map came into contact with the oracle text on the surface of the compass, 12 blue light columns shot up into the sky, burning the nearest 20 or so eyeball tentacles into ash. Follow the resonance frequency of the star map. The skin under his black robes started to display tree-like energy patterns, the blood droplets escaping from his lips freezing into ice crystals in midair. Xie Linlin moved forward unsteadily amidst the hail of bullets, while Su Yao's particle barrage wove a protective net over her head. For a moment, she glimpsed Xie Qingqing's mechanical prosthetic arm being eroded by slime, hissing loudly, yet the boy stubbornly shielded her from behind. 30 degrees left. Lingling's voice pierced through the chaos of the battlefield. The diamond crystal on her forehead was resonating in tandem with the seer's birthmark. When everyone retreated to a circular recessed area, the floor violently convulsed. Xie Linlin helplessly watched as Lan Yu's photon sword was entangled by 3 tentacles, her right leg instantly wrapped in a cocoon of slime. Almost instinctively, she lunged forward, and the star map in her palm suddenly erupted with supernova-like brilliance. Don't touch that light. As Mo Ying's warning echoed, Xie Linling's fingertips had already touched Lan Yu's battle armor. The light of the star map flowed into the wanderer's body through her motion, transforming the corrosive slime into silver stardust. Lan Yu looked astonished at her newly freed limbs as her photon sword abruptly lost control, flying towards Xie Linlin and spinning into a brilliant ring of light above her head. The Shadow Master's sneering laugh reverberated from all directions. So the secret treasure was with you. All the embryo pods exploded simultaneously, the emerging black mist condensing into the robes of a sorcerer. At the moment the wizard raised his bone staff, Xie Linlin suddenly heard Moo Moo's cries penetrating dimensions. Xie Qingqing's mechanical eyes suddenly emitted 2 beams of red light. The boy let out a guttural roar, the crow mask fragment falling from his eye socket into the air, assembling into a complete black mask. The instant the mask was placed on his face, the entire neural network space emitted a death scream. Right now, Moing slammed the bronze compasses into the floor. The star map in Xie Linling's palm automatically flew toward the position projected by the seer's birthmark. The instant the 2 maps of the starship graveyard perfectly overlapped, everyone saw Xie Linling's hair fluttering despite no wind. Her pupils reflected the birth and destruction of the entire galaxy. Xie Linling's star map in her fingertips suddenly burst into a galaxy of light, and the viscous tentacles that had been homogenized by the secret treasure immediately changed direction, rushing into the light ring around her like returning silver fish. Mo Ying's bronze compass emitted a sound like tearing silk, and 12 ancient copper fragments suddenly embedded themselves into the crow mask on Xie Qingqing's face. The red light in the boy's mechanical eye instantly turned into star blue. Triple-layered force field. The crystal on Lingling's forehead suddenly exploded, showering everyone with crystalline powder and forming a 7-pointed star array under their feet. Lan Yu's photon sword struck the core of the array as ordered, while Su Yao followed up with her particle gun, firing another beam of energy. The moment Xie Linlin pressed the star map into the heart of the array, the fluorescent neural network throughout the space suddenly contracted into a cocoon, shuddering violently. The holographic image of the Shadow Master twisted into a distorted pretzel in the energy storm, but his bone staff pierced through into the ground veins during this opportunity. Countless obsidian spines erupted from beneath their feet, and the metal beak of the crow mask on Xie Qingqing's face suddenly opened wide, biting off 3 spikes directed at Xie Linlin right at their bases. Star Track overlay. Mo Ying's black robe exploded with power, revealing a chest covered in glowing energy tree patterns. He grabbed Xie Linlin's wrist and traced a topological Klein bottle in the air. Those starship projections transformed into miniatures charging straight toward the core of the dark magic. The sorcerer's robes suddenly swelled out like an expanding sphere, and the Shadow Master's image merged into it, emitting double-tone roars. 9 blood-red magic eyes opened atop the white-bone staff. Suddenly, Xia Linlin felt the star map in her palm melting. Those ship projections started to reverse decompose back into primitive gene chains. Resonance frequency 117.3 Hz. The seer's voice echoed piercingly through time and space around them. At once, Xia Qingqing's mechanical prosthetic disintegrated into countless gears which submerged themselves into the starlight matrix. Bright quantum sparks leapt from the exposed neural interfaces of the youth's body, creating jump resonance with Xia Linlin's star map. Xia Linlin's pupils dissolved entirely into stellar nebulae. Grabbing Lan Yu's tossed photon sword and stabbing it into her own chest. Instead of blood splattering, there was only the brilliant flash of supernova explosions engulfing all spaces. All the corrupted starship graveyard projections woke up simultaneously. 700 ghost ships pivoted their cannon barrels in unison. No, it can't be. The sorcerer screeched, driving his staff into one of his own magic eyes, where gushing black blood solidified in the air into antimatter shields. But already, Xia Linlin's flowing star map had enveloped the entire topology structure of the biological space. With just a single hand gesture, she gathered together the charging energies of all ghost cannons, their combined hum sounding as if resonating from the birth of the universe itself. When the two forces, one shimmering silver blue, the other deep crimson, collided, time seemed to tear apart into fragmented pieces. Xia Linlin could feel the energy tree pattern from Mo in climbing up her wrists along the bronze compasses. A soundwave construct shield formed around Xia Qingqing. Surprisingly, Su Yao ripped open her protective suit, connecting her mini-reactor directly into the starlight array. The core of the energy storm suddenly collapsed into a miniature black hole. The screams of both the Shadow Master and the Sorcerer Wizard were drawn out into strange low-frequency vibrations. Xia Linlin felt as though she were experiencing 3,000 forms of death simultaneously, until the star map in her palm finally gripped the edge of the black hole, shaking off all dark energies like crumbs falling off a napkin into hyperspace. As the strong light faded, the biological layer beneath their feet was fading into shades of gray. In the shattered remains of embryo pods, the projection position left by the seer's mark revealed a translucent passage, its end flickering with unique energy patterns of Unit 2 resembling honeycombs. We did it! Coughing and picking up the now-melted particle gun from the ground, Su Yao exclaimed, finding only molten metallic streaks remaining. Lan Yu's photon sword was reduced to just a warm hilt, and Kong Ling stood silently observing her fingers slowly turning transparent. Mo-ing coughed up a mist of ice crystals, and the energy tree pattern under his tattered black robe was quickly decaying. Clutching Xia Linlin's hand to his chest, he urged, 30 seconds till spatial annihilation, run. Beneath the skin they touched, a hybrid organ of machinery and flesh trembled wildly. Before Xia Linlin could reply, the sound of breaking glass reverberated from below. Everyone stared in horror as the passage created by the seer began disappearing in pixelated bursts. Unit 2's projection was warping into a Mobius strip shape. The crow mask on Xia Qingqing's face abruptly fell off, leaving behind 2 spinning wormholes in place of his original cybernetic eye. Follow the stardust. Kong Ling suddenly transformed into a stream of light, dissolving into Xia Linlin's hair tips. The floating specks of silver stardust coalesced into arrows, pointing towards a particular oscillation point within the passage. Mo-ing pushed Xia Linlin hard, and began forming seals with his hands. The energy tree pattern peeled away from his skin, weaving itself into buffering nets midair. The moment everyone darted into the passageway, a thunderous sound of ice mountain collapsing echoed from behind. Xia Linlin turned around just in time to see Mo-ing pierced through the chest by a purple-black icicle. The man used his last strength to mouth the words, "Go now." Then his entire figure shattered into countless fragments of bronze compasses. Watch out above. Lan Yu's warning made Xia Linlin instinctively lunge forward. A massive stone inscribed with a crow mask grazed her back as it crashed down, scattering gravel that sparked bright blue against her protective suit. Xia Qingqing suddenly let out a wild animal-like growl. The exposed neural interfaces on the boy stretched out data cables, pulling back a fragment of the star map, floating 5 meters away. The flesh walls on both sides of the passageway began secreting strong acid slime, while the projection mark left by the seer flickered on and off. Xia Linlin could feel the star map in her palm heating up. On the reaggregated starship graveyard maps, Unit 2's position suddenly exuded a fresh red warning mark. Shattered stones fell like a torrential rain onto the energy barrier, while Xia Linlin's protective suit let out an ear-splitting alarm. She gripped the scorching fragment of the star chart tightly and staggered forward on the violently trembling ground. The data cable from Xia Qingqing coiled around her waist like a spiderweb. 3 o'clock direction. Su Yao slashed through the falling ice crystal wall with her plasma blade, sparks splashing onto the prophetic projection birthmark left by the seer, which surprisingly refracted an eerie blue navigation light spot. Lan Yu hurled out a magnetic grapple lock to catch the protruding bronze pipe. Everyone used the recoil force to leap over the collapsing crevasse. Xia Linlin suddenly felt a burning sensation at the tips of her hair, as the ethereal light that had turned into flowing light whispered in her ear. The vibration frequency of the starship engine. Those floating silver stardust suddenly gathered into a spiral, pointing towards the metal gate at the end of the tunnel. Xia Qingqing's neural interface sparked electrical sparks. The boy gritted his teeth and inserted the data cable into the control panel of the gate. A dark red authentication beam scanned across his bloody forehead. At the moment the gate opened, a purple-black energy surge swept in. The birthmark left by the seer suddenly solidified into a luminous shield, colliding with the energy flow and emitting blinding auroras. It's a dark matter tide. Lan Yu pulled Xia Linlin behind a pillar. The armor plate on her shoulder was instantly corroded into a honeycomb-like pattern of holes. Xia Linlin's star chart suddenly hovered in midair, with the location marked in blood showing the totem of a crow mask. Looking at the rotating hexagram in the center of the totem, she suddenly grabbed Xia Qingqing's trembling hand. The growth rings of the energy tree. Emoing mentioned. Before she finished speaking, the entire dome collapsed with a thunderous crash, shattering the seer's light shield into star-like fragments. Hang on tight. Su Yao's hook claw deeply embedded itself into the fleshy wall membrane, suspending everyone like a pendulum above the abyss. Cracks appeared on Xia Linlin's protective visor. She saw countless bronze gears in the collapsed metallic structure assembling into a massive compass below. As the second wave of the dark matter tide approached, the energy tree patterns on her palm suddenly grew emerald green branches. Lan Yu abruptly cut her own safety rope and used gravity to propel Xia Linlin towards the center of the compass. Trust Mo Ying's mark. In that moment of weightlessness, Xia Linlin saw Xia Qingqing's data cable entwining around Su Yao's ankle, as the seer's light spots in the tide pieced together fragmented star map coordinates. When her back touched the icy bronze surface, the entire space inexplicably froze. The map of the starship graveyard unfolded before her eyes, with the outline of Unit 2 gradually materializing from the void. It was actually half of a starship hull embedded with energy crystals, with protective barriers flowing along its surface. The Shadow Messenger's mental imprint roamed along it like living creatures. The flowing light from her hair tip suddenly merged into the star chart, its ethereal voice vibrating with a metallic resonance. He transformed himself into a key. Xia Linlin's pupils sparkled with silver light, revealing Mo Ying's broken figure flickering deep within the barrier. She pressed her bleeding palm onto the dragon bone of the starship, and the branches of the energy tree suddenly pierced through the protective suit, violently colliding with the crow mask totem on the barrier. At the instant her fingertips touched the bronze compass, the entire collapsing space emitted a metallic groan. The energy tree patterns spread wildly along her wrist, emerald green light ribbons piercing through her protective suit, tracing out the three-dimensional coordinates of the starship graveyard in the void. There, Su Yao's hook claw tore through the last piece of squirming flesh membrane, revealing the other half of the broken starship hull. A dark purple protective glow enveloped Unit 2. Its runes flowing across its surface resembled some kind of organic script. Whenever the spatial oscillations intensified, those characters split off into tiny tendrils. Suddenly, Xia Qingqing's data cable tightened as the boy stumbled onto the light curtain, blood trickling down his forehead with blue-purple energy fluid. The authentication system is reverse analyzing our neural signals. Behind him, the metal gate crashed shut, grinding the final escape route into powder. The seer's light spots abruptly converged into arrow shapes. Lan Yu quickly threw out the magnetic chain. Follow the navigation. Tethered by the chain, everyone slid through the collapsing metallic tunnel. Xia Linlin's protective visor was eroded by acid fog until it was blotchy, yet she could still see those bronze gears reconfiguring themselves into the outline of a starship engine. The flowing light from the ethereal presence suddenly pierced into Xia Linlin's ear canal, causing her retina to project a trajectory of energy flow. Turn 30 degrees left. Mixed with the sharp sound of metal friction, everyone slammed into a circular chamber. Suspended stardust particles formed an enormous hourglass. At the bottom lay the core cabin where Unit 2 was located. Watch out. Xia Qingqing suddenly tackled Xia Linlin, the protective suit on his back being penetrated by the glyphs ejected from the light curtain. These character fragments transformed into micro-drones, each one glowing with the mental imprint of the Shadow Messenger, rushing towards the group. Su Yao's plasma blade sliced the air, leaving blazing white light arcs. Yet the severed drones fractured further into more fluorescent insects. Lan Yu channeled all her battle armor energy into the magnetic force shield, creating a sapphire electromagnetic net that enclosed the ever-multiplying insect swarm. Give me 3 minutes. She bit her tongue and smeared her blood on the control panel, as her battle armor joints erupted with overloaded electrical sparks. Xia Linlin suddenly grabbed Xia Qingqing's trembling hand, inserting his data cable into her neural interface at the back of her neck. The energy tree branches pierced through her skin, emerald veins flowing along the data cable into the console. The seer's light spots formed a protective barrier around the two, Xia Linlin's pupils turning entirely silver white. Mo Ying left behind a resonant frequency. It's the vibration wave when the starship engine starts. The protective light curtain suddenly collapsed into a vortex-shaped void. Taking the opportunity, Xia Qingqing hurled the decryption chip into the core. At the moment the chip touched the light curtain, an alarm sound akin to a baby's cry reverberated throughout the entire space. The floating hourglass flipped over abruptly, its stardust particles coalescing into the holographic projection of the Shadow Messenger. Foolish. The projection lightly tapped the air with its fingertip, causing the rune matrix around Unit 2 to instantly go berserk. The energy tree branches of Xia Linlin were pulled by some kind of gravitational force, emerald sap dripping through the cracks in her protective suit onto the metal ground, etching out the pattern of a crow mask. Su Yao's hook claw was deeply embedded in the ceiling. It's going to collapse. The circular dome began squeezing inward, while the seer's light barrier cracked under intense pressure, making a sound like shattering glass. Lan Yu's magnetic shield was already covered with fissures, the flying insects swarming through gaps in the electromagnetic web. Xia Linlin suddenly yanked the data cable apart, letting the energy tree branches pierce into the vortex of the light curtain. When the emerald veins came into contact with the purple runes, she saw fragments of memories from 20 years ago. Mo Ing pressing the bronze compass onto the starship Dragon Bone, the black robe of the shadow messenger sweeping past the porthole, the fluorescent glow of the energy tree seed illuminating the snake pattern markings on the infant's swaddling clothes. It's a gene lock. Shrieking, she tore open her protective suit, placing her palm exuding energy tree sap onto Xie Qingqing's bleeding forehead. The boy's pupils contracted abruptly, his whites taking on snake patterns identical to those of the shadow messenger. The protective light curtain emitted a deafening resonance as the rune matrix began reorganizing itself. At the instant the last fragment of the dome fell, Xia Linlin rolled into Unit 2's light curtain, hugging Xie Qingqing. Su Yao's hook claw wrapped around Lan Yu's waist, the four disappearing from the spot like stardust sucked into a vortex. The energy tree branches violently flailed outside the closing vortex, pulverizing the chasing insect swarms into powder. In the silent core cabin, the dark purple runes on the light curtain still flowed slowly. Shreds of Xia Linlin's protective suit hung on the protruding edges of the starship's dragon bone, the energy tree sap crystallizing into a six-pointed star mark on Xie Qingqing's forehead. The cabin walls suddenly lit up with the holographic projection of the maintenance log, the last entry marked with Mo Ying's electronic signature, but the date displayed as 20 years after their fall into this space. The starship graveyard's alarms echoed endlessly through the frozen spacetime. Chapter 137, Enemy Situation. Xia Linlin's back slammed heavily against the metal bulkhead, with energy tree sap sizzling through the crack in her protective suit. She stared at the dark purple rune matrix flowing before her eyes. Those geometric patterns were resonating with the hexagram mark on Xie Qingqing's forehead. These runes are mimicking the structure of DNA strands. Su Yao threw out a three-claw hook to cling onto the ceiling, hanging upside down and tracing the light curtain patterns with the tip of her dagger. Look at the spiral patterns in the third quadrant. Don't they resemble double-stranded base pairs? Lan Yu was suddenly flipped over by an energy fluctuation, sparking particles from her waist gun against the hull. Kong Ling grabbed her combat boots, with silver-blue halos emanating from her fingertips. Don't touch those ripples. This is a quantum barrier materialized from memory. Xia Linlin's fingertips pierced through the illusory light curtain again, reassembling the starship keel from 20 years ago. Mo Ying's white hair was whipped by the interstellar storm as he embedded the bronze compass into the dragon bone. The baby in swaddling clothes suddenly let out a cry. That sound perfectly overlapping with Xie Qingqing's suppressed groan at this moment. Sister. The youth knelt in the web formed by intertwining rootlets of the energy tree, his skin burning from the hexagram mark, the compound eyes of those flying insects. I saw the same snake-shaped patterns in their irises. The protective light curtain suddenly erupted in blinding light, causing Xia Linlin to instinctively lunge towards Xie Qingqing. The two protective suits melded together in the energy ripples, and as their noses touched, the light curtain transformed into Mo Ying's ethereal shadow. Use your quantum entanglement. The voice of the seer came from a broken ventilation pipe. When the binary system reaches its resonant frequency, Xia Linlin bit her tongue and smeared the tree sap onto Xie Qingqing's lips, making the snake-like patterns in the youth's scare wriggle as if alive. The dark purple rune matrix began to collapse, yet it was swallowed by a black vortex that appeared out of nowhere just as it was about to reveal a passageway. It's the Shadow Messenger's entropy-enhancing field. Kong Ling unfurled 12 prismatic barriers, each mirror reflecting the sinister, grinning face of the Shadow Witch. He's using negative energy to erode time anchors. Xia Linlin suddenly gripped Xie Qingqing's blood-soaked palm and pressed it against the core of the light curtain. The hexagram mark clashed with the rune matrix, emitting golden sparks. The gene chain-like patterns began to automatically unwind and restructure. As the youth's breath, mixed with the scent of blood, brushed against her earlobe, the biological monitor inside the protective suit sounded an acute alarm. Don't lose focus. Su Yao's hook claw wrapped around both of their waists and hurled them toward the gap in the light curtain. Your adrenaline readings are breaking limits. The entire starship suddenly rotated 90 degrees. Lan Yu crashed into the cushioned net woven by energy tree branches and observed Xia Linlin's hair suspended in static electricity like a halo. The pink arcs jumping between those strands were evidently the concrete manifestations of quantum entanglement from sentiment. It's now. The seer cast out a pocket watch-shaped space-time tuning device. Xie Qingqing's blood-spattered screams mingled with Xia Linlin's tree sap seeping into the fissures of the light curtain, finally tearing open a 2-meter-wide passage in the protective barrier. Just as everyone leapt into the passage, the Shadow Messenger's black robes emerged from the void. Black vines condensed from the Shadow Witch's spells, wrapping around Xia Linlin's ankles and dragging her toward a counterclockwise rotating space-time vortex. When Xie Qingqing turned back to rescue her, the hexagram on her forehead suddenly projected Mo Ying's shadow. You think the choice made 20 years ago. The Shadow Messenger's voice carried metallic friction-like noises, revealing a half-bronze compass under his robe, when the temporal loop in the starship graveyard completes. The branches of the energy tree suddenly pierced through 3 decks, shredding the black vines into scattered data streams. As Xia Linlin fell into Xie Qingqing's embrace, she glimpsed constellations slowly rotating in the depths of the youth's pupils. The arrangement of those stars precisely matched the totems Mo Ing had engraved on the dragon bone years ago. The channel behind them thunderously sealed shut, the dark purple runes receding like a tide into the crevices of the metal. As Xie Linlin prepared to inspect the mark on Xie Qingqing's forehead, all emergency lights in the repair cabin suddenly lit up. Inside each lampshade were snake-shaped patterns flickering rhythmically with a certain breathing pace. From deep within the starship came the clear clang of a fallen bronze vessel, 6 beams of dark energy piercing through the ceiling instantaneously as the Shadow Witch's emaciated fingers emerged from a spatial rift. Those fingers, shrouded in cursed black mist, gave a slight tug, immediately causing greenish-black liquid to ooze from the newly repaired seams of Xie Linlin's protective suit. Beware of the entropy trap. Kong Ling spun around and tossed a prismatic barrier, 12 light walls deflecting the corrosive liquid into scattered droplets. Lan Yu seized the opportunity to launch a magnetic storm grenade, with blue-purple arcs exploding across the surface of the barriers in web-like cracks. Suddenly, Xie Linlin's back collided with the thin chest of young Xie Qingqing, whose stifled groan carried a tinge of bloodiness. Only then did she realize that their wrists had been entangled with energy tree branches at some point, and the tree sap was flowing up against the veins, forming glowing gene chain patterns on the surface of their skin. Sister, look up! Xie Qingqing suddenly pierced his stained blood fingertips through the protective visor. The 6-pointed star imprint on his forehead was flashing synchronously with the light screen runes. Those spiral patterns are reorganizing our mitochondrial structures. The Shadow Messenger's black robes spread like a living creature across the entire cabin, and streams of data emerged from beneath the robes, coalescing into the wreckage of the starship from 20 years ago. Su Yao's 3-claw hook whistled past Xie Linlin's ear, hooking onto a broken ventilation pipe. The bronze compass Mo Ing left behind. Use it as a resonator. Xie Linlin suddenly felt the secret treasure pendant over her chest begin to heat up. The diamond-shaped crystal found in the core area of the starship graveyard was now converting the energy frequency of the light screen runes into quantum pulses that pricked the neurons. She stumbled backward to avoid the dark matter tentacles summoned by the Shadow Witch, noticing that the surface of the crystal revealed star charts similar to those in Xie Qingqing's pupils. Is this what it means? She tore open the collar of her protective suit, placing the treasure directly over the most violently pulsating part of her heart. Energy tree branches suddenly grew wildly, piercing into her clavicle to form natural conduits for energy. When the black vortex materialized by the Shadow Messenger was about to engulf Xie Qingqing, Xie Linlin's scream erupted, carrying the power of the secret treasure energy in a deafening blast. The rainbow energy waves expanded in a spiral, causing the metal walls they passed to exhibit DNA double helix structures. The light screen runes vibrated severely, like ripples when a stone is thrown into water. The dark purple geometric patterns abruptly froze at a critical point, disintegrating into countless glowing base pairs that danced through the air. The passage is in the port direction. The seer's voice intermingled with metallic friction as his shadow was being devoured by black data streams. But beware of the mirror images formed by temporal folds. Lan Yu suddenly grabbed Kong Ling's waist belt and rolled backward. At their former position, the metal floor abruptly dented into a counterclockwise rotating space-time vortex. The figure of the Shadow Witch split into 7 afterimages, each wielding pieces of starship debris from different eras as weapons. Xie Linlin's temples throbbed incessantly. The secret treasure energy was consuming her cellular activity at a perilous speed. She bit her tongue to stay conscious, discovering that Xie Qingqing's slashed wrist was drawing bloody runes in midair. The suspended blood droplets formed patterns that exactly matched the totems Mo Ing had carved into the dragon bone 20 years ago. Catch! Su Yao tossed the 3-claw hook towards a broken cable, swinging in an arc that perfectly avoided 3 intersecting beams of dark energy. Use the tree sap to activate the secondary core of the treasure. Xie Linlin splashed the energy tree sap towards the crystal treasure. The moment the emerald liquid touched the crystal, the entire starship emitted a sound akin to a biological heart beating. The metal floor beneath their feet began to liquefy, exposing countless hexagrams breathing rhythmically. Suddenly, the Shadow Messenger's black robe swelled into a black hole, allowing the Shadow Witch to etch his incantations onto the event horizon. As the distorted runes took shape, Xie Linlin felt the treasure energy uncontrollably surge towards the mark on Xie Qingqing's forehead. The youth let out a pained scream. The snake patterns in his sclera started devouring the star charts embedded in his irises. Sever the energy link, Kong Ling shrieked, hurling her prism only to see her reflection being consumed by the black hole. When Lan Yu lunged forward to grab her, the heel of her combat boots had already corroded into honeycomb-like cavities. Xie Linlin suddenly caught Xie Qingqing's trembling hand and pressed it against her own chest. In the instant their blood merged through the fusion facilitated by the energy tree branches, the core of the treasure exploded with supernova-like brilliance. The light screen fractures rapidly expanded in the brilliance, revealing a passage filled with liquid metal streams. This is the moment. The seer's voice suddenly became abnormally clear, his phantom condensing into the image of a bronze compass in the brilliance. But remember, every choice creates new parallel universes. Suddenly, the bronze compass hidden under the Shadow Messenger's black robe emitted a resonance, and the entire starship began to fold in a way that defied the laws of physics. As Xie Linlin leaped toward the entrance of the passage, clutching the almost unconscious Xie Qingqing, She saw the Shadow Witch's staff thrusting towards the main trunk of the energy tree that Mo Ying had left behind. No! Her startled cry echoed alongside the boom of the fractured starship's dragon bone. The sap from the energy tree poured down like rain, the luminescent liquid congealing into bridges of double helix structures upon contact with the treasure energy. Su Yao's three-claw hook precisely caught the bridge's supports. Follow the luminous gene chains. Her shout was torn apart by the intensified spatial oscillation. As Lan Yu pulled Kong Ling onto the bridge, she observed her own reflection darting through the debris of starships from different eras. Xia Linlin's fingertips had just touched the edge of the passage when the Xia Qingqing cradled in her arms suddenly convulsed violently. The six-pointed star imprint on the youth's forehead was absorbing the energy from the Shadow Messenger's black robes. The black data streams formed wriggling snake-like protrusions under his skin. Hold on. She pressed the treasure against Xia Qingqing's chest, and the crystal suddenly extended countless nanoscale tendrils that pierced into the boy's body. As the Shadow Messenger's black robe completely enveloped the energy tree, Xia Linlin realized that the core of the treasure revealed Mo Ying's shadow, the ever-stern guardian, who now showed her a nearly sorrowful expression. The entire liquid metal passage began to collapse, and the space behind them distorted like crumpled tinfoil. In the moment Xia Linlin rolled into the passage with Xia Qingqing in her arms, she heard the cry of a newborn 20 years ago overlapping with the current starship alarm, forming a sharp dissonance. The energy tree branches suddenly snapped all at once, forming a glowing gene chain cage in the collapsing spacetime, temporarily imprisoning the Shadow Messenger's black robes. Chapter 138, Curtain Break. The sudden collapse sound of the liquid metal passage disappeared, and Xia Linlin's eardrums burst due to the pressure difference. She tightly embraced Xia Qingqing and fell onto some kind of gel-like substance. The nanotentacles were still sticking to the secret treasure crystal on the young man's chest, which was emitting a soft blue glow in the darkness. The light curtain has cracked. Su Yao suddenly shouted from 20 meters away. She was hanging upside down on a three-claw hook attached to the remains of a bridge. The particle flow bursting from her mechanical arm was resonating with Lan Yu's quantum dagger. Above them, the light curtain, filled with spiderweb cracks, finally emitted a crisp sound of breaking glass under the impact of multiple energy sources. As Xia Linlin flipped over and leapt up, the secret treasure suddenly transmitted a needle-like pain sensation. She saw the shadowy figure of Mo Ying tremble violently inside the crystal. Those gene chains that should have confined the Shadow Messenger were now oozing out sticky substances like asphalt from the crack in the light curtain. Energy shields level 3 for everyone. Kong Ling's warning came with an unusual trembling tone. Her heterochromatic irises reflected the churning black nebula behind the light curtain. The celestial bodies that should silently burn in the universe were now twisting into countless screaming skull heads. The dark shadow energy flowed down like a collapsing floodwater embankment. Xia Linlin pressed the secret treasure against the ground, and the nanotentacles instantly wove into a hexagonal protective net. The first wave of dark matter collided with the light net. The exploding black slime not only splashed everywhere, but also corroded the secret treasure crystal, hissing ominously. Southwest corner. Xia Qingqing suddenly grabbed her wrist. The snake-shaped data stream protruding from the young man's hand turned red. These dark codes planted by the Shadow Messenger were strangely marking out weak points of energy for him. Xia Linlin had no time to think as she hurled the 12 fragments split from the secret treasure, precisely striking the locations indicated by Xia Qingqing. At the instant when the light curtain shattered in response to the attack, Lan Yu dragged Kong Ling through the scattered light pieces. Su Yao's three-claw hook caught onto a piece of starship wreckage. She swung into the second unit with the force borrowed, when her protective suit suddenly gave out a warning. The gravity field here was switching between 7 modes every second. Don't touch those glowing mosses. Kong Ling suddenly shouted harshly. The pointer of her suspended hyperspace compass spun madly. The luminous plants it pointed at suddenly exploded, with spores condensing in the air into spear-bearing warriors. Xia Linlin swung the secret treasure to sever the first approaching long spear. However, she discovered that the weapon cut in half instantly vaporized into more shadow soldiers. Xia Qingqing suddenly groaned and knelt down. The hexagram mark on the boy's neck was absorbing the surrounding dark energy. The snake-shaped protrusions beneath his skin had spread to the collarbone. Xia Linlin reversed her grip on the secret treasure and inserted it into the ground. The crystal extended into a light cocoon enclosing the two, yet soon they realized that the sounds of fighting outside had become distant and viscous. They're using Qingqing's energy fluctuations for positioning. Su Yao sprayed condensed liquid from her mechanical arm, freezing 3 shadow warriors rushing towards Lan Yu. When she kicked the frozen sculpture, she found the structured diagrams of starships from 20 years ago appearing in the frozen black slime. Inside the semi-transparent light cocoon, Xia Linlin's fingertips touched Xia Qingqing's scorching forehead. The young man's pupils had already turned a deep red of data streams, yet he struggled to tear off the protective suit. Sister, use my blood to draw an inverted hexagram. He dipped his trembling fingers in the black blood seeping from his forehead and drew incomplete runes on the surface of the secret treasure. Suddenly came a gasp from Kong Ling outside. Through the semi-transparent light cocoon, Xia Linlin saw the staff of the shadow sorcerer emerging from some temporal spatial rift. The bone staff inlaid with a baby's skull lightly tapped, and suddenly the gravity field of the entire second unit reversed. Su Yao's three-claw hook instantly became a deadly weapon plunging towards the sky. Catch it! Lan Yu threw her quantum dagger, cutting Su Yao's safety rope. In return, She herself was pushed towards the shadow vortex below. In a critical moment, Kong Ling's hyperspace compass suddenly unfolded into a floating platform. At the moment she caught her, a holographic image of Moo as an infant appeared on the surface of the compass. Xia Linlin's secret treasure suddenly began to hum in resonance. The moment Xia Qingqing finished the last stroke of the rune, a talisman completely identical to Moo's birthmark appeared on the surface of the crystal. The black blood vomited by the youth splattered onto the runes, and suddenly the entire second unit fell into a strange stillness. The shadow warriors wildly flailing their claws froze into sculptures, and the tip of the shadow sorcerer's staff stopped 3 centimeters from Lan Yu's heart. But this tranquility lasted only a thousandth of a second. The shadowish silhouette within the core of the secret treasure suddenly opened its eyes, and Xia Linlin had never seen such terror in the severe face of that guardian. Almost simultaneously, all stationary dark shadow energies began to vibrate at high frequency. Their attack trajectories wove into a giant hexagram array in the air, exactly an enlarged version of the mark on Xia Qingqing's forehead. Energy overload. Xia Linlin hugged Xia Qingqing, who suddenly started convulsing, and rolled out of the light cocoon. Behind her, the gel-like ground suddenly collapsed, revealing a river of space-time underneath, flowing with the sounds of a baby crying. Su Yao's 3-claw hook managed to catch her tactical backpack just in time, but a terrible sound of tearing stitches could be heard. The Shadow Messenger's chilling laugh seeped out from every space-time rift. What a perfect resonator. As he whispered, the dark energy bodies that were previously attacking randomly suddenly began to form ranks. The staff of the Shadow Sorcerer was plunged into the site of a nuclear reactor from a starship wreckage, drawing radiation energy to condense into an enormous skeleton cloud covering the sky. Xia Linlin's secret treasure suddenly automatically decomposed and reassembled itself, transforming into arm armor connected to her nerves. When the first group of shadow warriors who had completed tactical formation surged forward, she clearly felt Xia Qingqing's heartbeat forming some fatal resonance with the energy pulsation of the secret treasure through their symbiotic nanotentacles. Behind them, the remains of the crushed shadow warriors were quietly converging and coalescing into 2 large pupil-like shapes. Deep within those pupils, the figures of the Shadow Messenger and the Shadow Sorcerer were slowly emerging from the folds of spacetime, each holding one broken piece of an energy branch, key evidence of the interstellar accident 20 years ago that caused Moo's disappearance. The shadowy silhouette violently oscillated on the surface of the arm armor, and metal-like alarms exploded in Xia Linlin's ears. The symbiotic nanotentacles suddenly tightened, and waves of excruciating pain from the dark energy corrosion surged through the shared pain nerves of her and Xia Qingqing. The southwest quadrant at 7 o'clock, Kong Ling's heterochromatic irises burst into a blue glow, and the star charts projected by her floating compass were suddenly imprinted onto everyone's retinas. Those shadow warrior clusters, which had been chaotic before, were now reorganizing along the energy lines of the hexagram array diagram. Lan Yu threw her quantum dagger backward, the spinning blade cutting vacuum channels through the tide of dark energy. Su Yao, at 3 o'clock, towards the debris. The mechanic flipped through the air, her 3-claw hook accurately catching a floating starship armor plate. As the pulse halberds of the shadow warriors pierced through her afterimage, the armor plate suddenly sprayed out cryogenic liquid. The firefighting system of the starship from 20 years ago was still operational. Xia Linlin's arm armor suddenly transmitted a burning sensation. Xia Qingqing, huddled in her arms, trembled violently. The hexagram mark on the boy's neck was absorbing dark energy dispersed around him, and data streams under his skin had spread up to his jawline. Among the memory fragments conveyed by the symbiotic tentacles, she suddenly saw a holographic image of baby Moo. That birthmark was perfectly identical to the runes appearing on Xia Qingqing right now. Resonance critical threshold 92%. Kong Ling's warning voice carried metallic tremors. The hyperspace compass suddenly unfolded into a circular force field, keeping the skeleton clouds summoned by the Shadow Sorcerer outside. The star chart on the floating platform flashed violently, revealing a simulation of the energy tree breakage from 20 years ago. The Shadow Messenger's cold laughter pressed in from all directions. How wonderful this energy resonance is. His voice turned concrete as black chains, and those space-time dark rivers flowing with cries of infants suddenly surged. Xia Linlin saw countless transparent incubation pods floating within the waves, each pod curled up an infant similar to Moo. Now, Xia Qingqing suddenly rose and grabbed her arm armor. The data stream in the boy's pupils exploded into bloody stars, and the hexagram on his neck floated off his skin and hovered in the air. Xia Linlin felt the shadowy silhouette of the secret treasure core suddenly become tangible, and that always stern guardian actually took the initiative to press his palm against the back of her neck. Triple resonance completed within a thousandth of a second. The nerve-connected arm armor worn by Xia Linlin erupted with a supernova-like brilliance. Kong Ling's hyperspace compass, Lan Yu's quantum dagger, and Su Yao's mechanical core simultaneously emitted surges of energy. The chain manipulated by the Shadow Messenger vaporized the moment it touched the light flame. Those infant incubation pods suddenly all redirected, injecting absorbed dark energy in reverse into the hexagram array diagram. No. The roar of the Shadow Sorcerer shattered 3 space-time rifts. The staff with the infant skull embedded suddenly cracked, and those enslaved shadow warriors collectively turned, launching suicidal charges toward their creator. When the shadow messenger attempted to escape into a folded space, he found the black blood vomited by Xie Qingqing had already painted spatial anchor points on the surface of the secret treasure. At the moment when the energy flood swept through the second unit, they saw the shadowy silhouette of ink shadows reveal its true appearance in the strong light. Clearly a younger version of Mumu. The Guardian's fingertips gently brushed over Xie Qingqing's forehead, and the restless data stream inside the boy instantly collapsed into pure azure. When the intense light dissipated, the shadow messenger and the shadow sorcerer were sealed in crystal hexagrams. The churning space-time dark rivers began receding, exposing the glowing root tips of the energy tree beneath. Lan Yu caught the falling quantum dagger and discovered that the condensed dark energy on its edge bloomed into a small white flower. Mumu's genetic blueprint, Kong Ling suddenly exclaimed. Her hyperspace compass was automatically analyzing the seal crystal, and the data chains flowing inside it were perfectly matched with Xie Qingqing's DNA helix. Su Yao was dismantling the remnants of the shadow sorcerer's staff when her mechanical eye suddenly caught the star coordinates carved inside the infant skull, precisely the meteor belt where they found Mumu years ago. Xie Linlin knelt on the gel floor as a string of blood beads rose when she disengaged her arm armor. Xie Qingqing lay quietly in her arms. The mark on the boy's neck had turned light gold, and those serpentine data streams were slowly retreating into the core crystal of the secret treasure inside his chest. In the tranquil waves transmitted by the symbiotic tentacles, she heard the last message left by ink shadows. The rings of the energy tree. Hold all the answers. Watch out. Lan Yu suddenly flung her quantum dagger. The crystal that should have sealed the shadow messenger exploded suddenly, and the splinters reformed into a human-shaped shadow midair. The gravity field of the entire second unit began to shake wildly. The receding space-time dark rivers surged again, revealing countless hexagram array diagrams at the riverbed. Denser darkness seeped out from the depths of the unit. The roots of the energy tree suddenly withered en masse, and a figure stepped forward over the remnants of stars in the collapsing void. Each step he took annihilated galaxies, silver hair streaming with cosmic dust, one eye a swirling black hole, the other a burning star. Father, Xie Qingqing suddenly widened his eyes. The core crystal within the boy's body uncontrollably flew toward the shadow, pausing and trembling 3 meters away. A sharp pain ran through Xie Linlin's neural synapses as she saw the remaining energy of ink shadows struggling in his palm, clearly a purer form of guardian power. The newly appeared strong figure waved a hand lightly, and both the shadow messenger and shadow sorcerer immediately dissolved into 2 obedient energy spheres that disappeared into his sleeves. My dear test subjects, his voice carried echoes of the cosmic microwave background radiation. Xie Linlin was terrified to find herself translating this transcendent language fluctuation. This performance of energy resonance is even more spectacular than expected. The ethereal hyperspace compass suddenly burst into sparks, and Lan Yu's quantum dagger wailed in its scabbard. Su Yao's mechanical arm uncontrollably aimed its gun barrel at her companions, while she frantically hammered at the chaotic interface controls. Xie Linlin wanted to rush to Xie Qingqing, but found her shadow betraying her body. The pitch-black outline suddenly stood up, and used her own combat moves to pin her throat in a reverse lock. Let's introduce ourselves properly. The powerful figure lifted his hand to pluck the black hole from his left eye, which docilely floated like a glass ball in his palm. I am Researcher Zero, the chief designer of the Energy Tree Project, and also. His right eye star suddenly flared brightly. The creator of Mumu, the original genetic source of Xie Qingqing, and cosmic dust gathered behind him into 19 pairs of light wings, the primary coder of all the treasures within your bodies. Green data streams suddenly rolled across Xie Linlin's retinas, showing the lab images from 20 years ago. Researcher Zero in his white coat placing a baby into an incubator, and the 6-pointed star insignia that appeared on that child's chest was exactly what Xie Qingqing now bore. Chapter 139, The Arrival of Shadows. The combat boots formed by dark matter crushed the ripples of space-time, and the star clouds surrounding Zhou, the Lord of Black Abyss, fell like liquid asphalt. Xie Linlin's irises reflected 27 collapsed wormholes, and from the depths of each black hole came the lamentations of ancient civilizations. That was the entire Unit 2 trembling on the genetic lock level. Left quadrant in 3 seconds. Lan Yu suddenly inserted the quantum dagger into her temple, and the neural electricity, carrying predictive information, exploded. But the warning was still a step too late. The dark shockwave drawn by the fingertips of the Lord of Black Abyss had already turned into a gluttonous beast, swallowing everyone into gravitational turbulence. Xie Linlin's back smashed through 3 layers of spatial membranes, and the interstellar dust crystallized into purple thorns at the wound site. She saw the energy roots of Mo-ing breaking inch by inch in the void, those branches glowing with the seeds of civilization turning into ink-like colors. Sis Lin, a 6-pointed star on Xie Qingqing's chest suddenly rotated counterclockwise, and the blood spewed by the youth coagulated into a genetic spiral in midair. He pushed away 3 collapsed remnants of dark matter, and his mechanical prosthetic arm made a metallic moaning sound when it grabbed Xie Linlin's wrist. Su Yao's mechanical arm suddenly exploded at the joint, and the silver flood composed of nanobots barely constituted an electromagnetic shield. My savings for 3 months. She spat out blood foam mixed with circuit boards, and the red warning on the operation interface was reflected in her trembling pupils. His energy frequency is mimicking the resonance of secret treasures. The ethereal interdimensional compass suddenly disassembled and reformed into a bronze door full of eyes. That guy who called himself 3 minutes ago shares the same source code with him. A sudden change occurred. An electric current suddenly shot up from Xia Linlin's coccyx, and the mysterious codes integrated into her body while traveling through time began to boil. The green data rolling on her retina suddenly materialized. Those cultivation tanks she had seen in the lab penetrated 20 years of temporal barriers and hovered above the battlefield. Sister, look. Xie Qingqing suddenly tore open his blood-stained shirt. The six-pointed star on his chest was flashing in sync with a certain cultivation tank. On those infant specimens soaked in nutrient solutions, there were identical imprints on their foreheads. The Lord of Black Abyss emitted a laugh similar to merging black holes, and the 19 pairs of light wings behind him suddenly shot out dark matter chains. Lan Yu's quantum dagger failed instantly upon contact with the chain, and the lower leg of the female ranger immediately showed circular collapse wounds. Surprised? The voice of the Lord rapped with radiation from supernova explosions. When you were collecting secret treasures, these adorable lab mice have already tested 3,600 ways of death for me. He suddenly pulled the chains, and a certain cultivation tank exploded accordingly. The splashed genetic liquid turned into micro-black holes. Xia Linlin suddenly grasped her violently vibrating right hand. The finger that once pierced through armor in the black market now displayed coding marks identical to the cultivation tank. Memory's fragments struck her nerves like superluminal particles. She finally saw clearly the infant placed in the tank 20 years ago in the laboratory. It was herself. Don't let your cognition be consumed. The seer suddenly threw the bronze pocket watch, and the ripples of space-time formed a buffer zone before Xia Linlin. Each inheritor of secret treasures has experienced 72 memory overwrites. What you see now may not necessarily be. The warning was cut off by a dark ray. The light wings behind the Lord of Black Abyss had expanded into galactic arms, and the spatial structure of the entire unit too started presenting a Klein bottle shape. Xia Linlin was horrified to discover that her left hand was becoming quantized, and the genetic liquid overflowing from the cultivation tank was seeping into her pores through spacetime folds. Lingling, catch it! Emoing suddenly cut off half of the main trunk of the energy tree and threw it over. Dark matter flowers bloomed the moment the emerald branch touched her palm. Use the authority of the primary coder to reverse parse. Xia Linlin's temples suddenly exploded with 72 layers of thought space. Each layer of consciousness was wildly decrypting the incoming genetic code. When she saw a Morse code hidden in an infant's cry, metallic blood suddenly gushed out of her throat. Originally, Moo-Moo's crying is the decoder. Her blood-stained fingertip drew the topological structure of a Klein bottle in the air. Ching-ching. Press the six-pointed star on your chest against the third incubation chamber. The young man rolled to avoid 3 streams of dark matter, and his prosthetic limbs suddenly became digitized the moment it touched the incubation chamber. At the very moment the six-pointed star made contact with the chamber, the gravitational parameters of the entire battlefield reversed, causing spectral disorder in the Light Lord's wings for 0.03 seconds. Now, Lan Yu plunged the quantum dagger into her own heart, triggering multidimensional perception during her near-death experience. His weak point is the 10th joint of the 19 pairs of light wings. Suddenly, Su Yao's mechanical arm remnants reassembled into an antimatter cannon, and the female adventurer bit her own braid to ignite the fuse. You better take this. A deep blue beam pierced through layers of folded space, but was distorted by the sudden materialization of a baby's wail before it could touch its target. The light wings behind the Lord of Black Abyss had already reorganized into a circular structure, where 19 miniature universes went through cycles of birth and death. He caught a collapsing stellar embryo with a raise of his hand, revealing teeth shimmering with the unique iridescence of an event horizon as he smiled. What a nostalgic scene. The Lord's pupils reflected 27 records of Xia Linlin's deaths. The last time I saw such lively struggles was when Researcher Zero was debugging Moo-Moo's pain nerves. His fingertips began to coalesce dark matter siphon vortices, and the entire spatial structure of Unit 2 emitted the sharp sound of hyperstrings snapping. Xia Linlin suddenly discovered that her shadow was distorting again beyond her control. This time, the pitch-black silhouette was replicating the Lord of Black Abyss's starting moves. Countless threads of dark matter wove into strings behind the Lord, causing the 19 pairs of light wings to resonate simultaneously at singularity frequencies. When Xia Linlin's energy branch began growing uncontrollably, each newly sprouted dark matter leaf emitted acute spatial warnings. As the Lord of Black Abyss lifted his right hand holding star remains, all encoding within the inheritors of secret treasures emitted the final cries before annihilation. 17 beams of dark matter tore through quantum foam, and black meteor showers erupted from the tips of the Lord's fingers, drawing Klein bottle trajectories in the void. Mo Ying's rune-embroidered robe shattered suddenly, exposing the energy tree totem etched on his chest as emerald roots shot out from his spine, weaving into a circular shield. Lan Yu's quantum dagger exploded with 64 shadows in her palm, and silver-white blood suddenly flowed from her right eye, her body paying the price for overloading predictive abilities. Entropy increase coefficient has exceeded the threshold. The seer's voice broke through particle storms, half his white hair shaved off by spatial folds. Don't let the ray form a Mobius closed loop. Su Yao's mechanical third eye suddenly projected a triangular prism interface as she shouted furiously while pulling her damaged shoulder straps. An energy vortex will appear in the northeast quadrant in 3 seconds. Her cracked mechanical legs abruptly bent in reverse, making her collide with the nearly formed dark matter node like a cannonball. The nanobot-made protective layer vaporized instantly upon contact, buying MOing just enough time for half a breath of adjustment. A flicker of the laboratory holographic screen appeared on Xia Linlin's retina, showing how the infants sealed in the cultivation tanks were now forming quantum entanglements with fragments of the treasures floating around the battlefield. Her blood-stained fingertip pressed against the main trunk of the energy tree, and she suddenly found that the dark matter flowing inside the trunk had the same frequency ripples as the Lord of Black Abyss's light wings. It's not suppression, it's resonance. Xia Linlin's vocal cords suddenly emitted dual tones, and her left hand uncontrollably drew 27 topological structures of Klein bottles. Treasure fragments suddenly floated up from her neck, erupting with light as countless rotating genetic spirals emerged, each spiral end connecting to infant illusions in the cultivation tanks. Quantum tunneling occurred in the Lord of Black Abyss's light wings, and the devouring mini-universes successively burst with supernova flashes. Lan Yu seized this fleeting weakness, plunging the quantum dagger into her left scapula bone to stimulate premonition speed by 12-fold. 3 o'clock direction. At the seams of spatial folds, Mo Ying's energy tree roots suddenly bloomed with dark matter flowers, with each petal inscribed with beacons of civilization. At the moment when the roots wrapped around the Lord of Black Abyss's right wrist, the treasure light Xia Linlin held suddenly collapsed into a singularity, violently shaking the spatial structure of the entire battlefield like an eraser smearing out a pencil sketch. Now, babyhood memory codes surfaced in Xia Linlin's pupils, turning those experimental data soaked in nutrient liquid into a golden flood. Beams of treasure suddenly split into 72 rainbows, with ghostly images of crying Moo Moo hovering at the ends of every rainbow bridge. The Lord of Black Abyss roared like merging black holes, and the 19 pairs of light wings contracted into cocoon-like structures. The moment the treasure light touched the light cocoon, the entire Unit 2 suddenly fell into absolute silence, quantum fluctuations ceasing all movement. Blue fluid seeped from everyone's eardrums at the same time, a proof of violent ripping in the spatial structure. After 3 seconds of vacuum-like stillness, a ring-shaped shockwave exploded in the center of chaotic energy currents. Su Yao's mechanical arm remnants transformed into a metallic storm in the wave, and the adventurer instinctively grabbed floating treasure shards to shield herself. Can this thing also be used as a shield? When the light finally dissipated, there remained only rotating dark matter dust in the place where the Lord of Black Abyss had previously hovered. Lan Yu knelt on the fragments of space, clutching her collapsing right arm as the handle of the quantum dagger had melted into liquid. Frequency. His energy frequency is reorganizing. Don't let your guard down. The seer suddenly tore off his bronze pocket watch chain, the broken gears forming a warning matrix in the air. The spatial curvature is growing exponentially. Xia Linlin's energy tree branches suddenly pierced into the void uncontrollably, the emerald leaves visibly darkening. She felt a chill race up through her coccyx, penetrating 72 layers of thought space, as the infant's cries in the cultivation tanks exploded across every nerve ending. All residual dark matter on the battlefield began to rotate counterclockwise, the shattered light wing fragments rushing toward some invisible focal point like a returning swarm of bees. Mo Ying's energy tree roots suddenly emitted dying wails, the beacons of civilization on his rune-embroidered robe flickering out one by one. He's reconstructing his original body. The spectral otherworldly compass erupted with bronze rust, all pointers pointing simultaneously to the group's heads. No, it's something more ancient. The warning was drowned out by the roar of spatial collapse. Xia Linlin, horror-struck, discovered that her shadow was splitting into 19 independent figures, each shadow's movements preceding her own by 0.7 seconds. When she attempted to move, her left hand passed straight through her chest. The quantum phenomenon had lost control again. Su Yao's mechanical cyborg eye suddenly displayed garbled code as the female adventurer smacked her temples fiercely. Damn it. All detection equipment is replaying combat footage from 3 minutes ago. The seer's white hair suddenly fell out entirely, each strand transforming into spatio-temporal coordinates as they fell. He's creating a causal, closed loop. When all shadows synchronize, the old man suddenly spat blood mixed with gear fragments, his cautionary words drowned by the metal fluid gushing from his throat. Xia Linlin's treasure automatically disassembled and restructured, the fragments floating in the air to form the outline of an infant Moo Moo. When that apparition opened its eyes, all contracting space folds instantly froze into crystal forms, some kind of vibration surpassing three-dimensional space spreading along the quantum entanglement channels. The dark matter dust at the edge of the battlefield suddenly began orderly alignment, each particle reflecting their astonished faces. Xia Linlin's energy tree branches shot toward some intangible coordinate, bursting into supernova-level flashes just as their tips touched the critical point. Infinite spatial cracks grew sinuously within the light, as if fate's trajectory carved by some unseen pen. When the 7th crack pierced through Mo Ying's energy tree totem, the entire Unit 2 suddenly resonated with an infant-like cry, some shadow purer than darkness unfolding deep within the cracks. Chapter 140, Ingenious Move. The 11-star rings composed of dark matter dust suddenly collapsed into a singularity, and as the dark spirit messenger materialized from the quantum foam, the entire battlefield's light spectrum began to flow in reverse. His pale mask floated with the etched patterns of the 12 constellations. His right fingernails extended into 30-centimeter-long sapphire crystals that cut through space and triggered gamma-ray bursts in the vacuum. Coordinates locked. Su Yao's mechanical cybernetic eye projected a hexagonal reticle. Before her words had even finished, the dark spirit messenger appeared behind and to the left of Xia Linlin. The branches of the energy tree wrapped themselves instinctively into a cocoon, but were instantly shattered into powder by an antimatter wave emitted by the claws. When Xia Linlin stumbled back, she smelled rust. It was the odor of dark energy leaking out after the spatio-temporal structure was torn apart. Sister. A hypercube pattern of light glowed on the amulet worn on Xie Qingqing's chest. At the moment when the young warrior leapt across, the dark spirit messenger's crystalline claw tore open the protective suit on his back. The blood coagulated in zero gravity into floating coral-like crystalline structures. As those droplets refracted Xia Linlin's distorted reflection, she felt a surge of scorching quantum bit streams rising in her throat. Mo Ying's energy tree totem grew inversely, silver roots piercing into Xie Qingqing's wound. Don't touch those blood crystals, he shouted just before the scattered droplets resonated into a swarm consciousness, and, like living creatures, surged toward Lan Yu. As the phase sword of the interstellar ranger sliced through the crystal clusters, each fragment revealed ghostly reflections of the dark spirit messenger. He is using a weapon governed by causal laws, said Kong Ling, whose starsilk cloak stirred up a Klein bottle-shaped protective barrier. His pupils split into countless observation points for parallel universes, saying, each injured individual will become a new anchor point. The temple of Xia Linlin's head throbbed violently. When the dark spirit messenger materialized for the 7th time from Xie Qingqing's blood crystals, she suddenly noticed the constellation patterns floating on the surface of those azure crystal claws. The stinger position of Scorpio was absorbing dark energy from the battlefield. In her palm, fragments of the sacred treasure reassembled into a Klein bottle shape. Refracted quantum entanglement trajectories showed that just before every teleportation, there was a slight twitch in his ring finger on the left hand. Su Yao suddenly disassembled her mechanical arm into nanoscopic clouds, forming tens of thousands of reconnaissance drones into a dynamic mosaic barrier. Give me 3 seconds, exclaimed the female adventurer while biting her tongue and spitting out a spray of crimson mist. Upon touching the drone swarm, the bright red liquid underwent quantum tunneling, transforming into a Dirac C monitoring network covering half the battlefield. The 13th ambush of the dark spirit messenger was anticipated 0.3 seconds earlier. Lan Yu's phase sword and Mo Ying's energy root tendril wove a Mobius trap in spacetime. The moment the enemy was forced to appear, Xia Linlin pierced her own wrist with the piece of the secret treasure. The blood-soaked Klein bottle unfolded into a 4-dimensional topological structure, rewriting the 10-meter radius around her into an infinite causal corridor loop. It's now, cried Kong Ling, whose star silk wrapped around Xie Qingqing's not yet solidified blood crystals, converting the wounds into Hawking radiation sources for miniature black holes. There was a sudden 0.01 second lag in the dark spirit messenger's teleportation trajectory. Spectral shift occurred as his constellations absorbed radiation. Xia Linlin's energy tree branch suddenly pierced through her own heart. Under everyone's stunned gaze, her body turned into countless entangled particles, each carrying battle memories from different timelines. As the dark spirit messenger's crystalline claw penetrated one shadowy image, 300 versions of Xia Linlin from parallel worlds simultaneously raised their secret treasure pieces, refracting high-dimensional light beams to form cages in the reality plane. An infantile murmur suddenly rose at the edge of the battlefield. The phantom baby, made up of fragments of the sacred treasure, opened its eyes, and dark matter dust began weaving to sitter space membranes around it. As Xia Linlin's real self fell through a temporal seam, she discovered that her left ring finger was emitting an azure glow resonating with the same frequency as the dark spirit messengers. Xia Linlin stared at the blue light flowing over her fingertip and remembered the night she smashed a quantum wine bottle during drunken stupor before traveling through space-time. The star dust that had seeped into her wounds was now resonating harmoniously with the energy fluctuations of the dark spirit messenger. When Mo Ying's energy tree suddenly projected a topological map of the 12 constellations onto her retina, a dangerous hypothesis gradually formed in her mind. Xia Linlin's fingertip burned out 12 stellar tracks in the quantum entanglement, overlaying combat strategies from 300 parallel timelines on her retina. As the sapphire crystal claws of the dark spirit messenger pierced through the 4-dimensional topological barrier, Su Yao's nanoreconnaissance drones abruptly gathered into a beehive shield. The hexagonal light membrane vaporized into a Klein blue mist upon contact with the antimatter wave. Scorpio energy reserves remaining 37%. Kong Ling's star silk cloak spread out in the void, forming a star chart. The blood crystals dyed red by black hole radiation suddenly reflected the zodiac etchings on the dark spirit messenger's mask. Xia Linlin suddenly twisted her body to avoid the gamma rays that were cutting through space-time, and the energy tree branches pierced into her bleeding left ring finger. The seeping indigo light particles produced a quantum tunneling effect with the enemy's crystalline claws. The 19th teleportation of the dark spirit messenger experienced a 0.7-second delay. As Lan Yu's phase sword grazed his shoulder armor, interstellar dust suddenly coalesced into countless micro-white holes, and the positive matter flow burned the energy tree roots of Mo Ying into scorched marks. In the four-dimensional folded space, Xia Linlin saw 300 residual shadows of the future. When the dark spirit messenger's left ring finger twitched for the 23rd time, the scorpion tail needle of the Scorpio pattern pointed exactly at a gravitational anomaly point in the Sagittarius arm. Su Yao. Gravitational lens at 9 o'clock. Xia Linlin threw the secret treasure fragment toward the calibration ring popped out by the mechanical cybernetic eye. The female adventurer bit down on the emergency energy core inside her third molar, and the nanocloud abruptly collapsed into a gravitational wave amplifier. When the crystal claws of the dark spirit messenger pierced through the hypercube formed by Xia Qingqing's amulet, all the dark matter on the battlefield suddenly collapsed toward a certain singularity. Blood burst from Xia Linlin's temples. She deliberately allowed the energy tree branch to pierce her hippocampus, triggering supernova-like bursts of memory from 300 parallel timelines in her excruciating pain. When the dark spirit messenger appeared at the predicted location according to the causal law, her right hand was already gripping the star dust dagger pulled from a temporal seam. It was a fragment of the quantum wine bottle from that drunken night, now resonating eerily with the aura of the Black Abyss Lord. The dagger penetrated the constellation engraving just as 12 star rings lit up simultaneously with warning red lights. The mask of the dark spirit messenger cracked with spiderweb patterns, revealing a liquid metal face flowing with galactic arms beneath. Mo Ying's energy tree suddenly blossomed in reverse, silver petals wrapped around Xia Qingqing's uncoagulated blood crystals, drawing strange totems akin to those in Cthulhu mythology in the vacuum. This is now. Kong Ling's star silk enveloped the enemy in the process of quantization. Xia Linlin saw the blue light from her left ring finger harmonizing with the stellar core in the dark spirit messenger's chest, while the star dust that had entered her wounds during her hangover that night began boiling in her veins. She pressed the secret treasure fragment into her chest, causing 300 quantum states from parallel universes to collapse at this moment. The crystal claw of the dark spirit messenger froze 0.03 millimeters away from her throat. Su Yao's nanoclouds drilled into the fissures of the mask, reconnaissance drones following the river of liquid metal straight to the core. When the phase sword pierced through the gravitational anomaly of the Sagittarius arm, the entire battlefield suddenly rang with a space tremor akin to an infant's night cries. Retreat. The root tendrils of Mo Ying's energy tree rapidly retracted everyone. The liquid body of the dark spirit messenger began infinite replication, each replica holding shattered constellation masks. But the relic hanging from Xia Linlin's wrist suddenly projected Mumu's apparition, the baby's pupils swirling with clouds of dark matter that caused all replicas to simultaneously experience quantum decoherence. Lan Yu's phase sword caught a 10,000th of a second opening. When the sword light tore through the seals of 12 star rings, everyone saw that the core of the dark spirit messenger was half a broken Klein bottle, identical to the quantum wine bottle Xia Linlin broke upon crossing timelines. Before the light of victory could fully bloom, the dark energy of the entire star domain suddenly began to reverse its flow. Mo Ying's energy tree visibly withered, its silver roots burning black cracks of time-space in the void. Xia Linlin suddenly clutched her wildly beating left ring finger, where blue light was calculating a terrifying energy formula. Beware of causal law contamination. Kong Ling whipped his star silk cloak into a Riemann surface, only to see these blue particles already permeating the protective barrier. Su Yao's mechanical cybernetic eye suddenly exploded in electrical sparks, the adventurer stumbling as she tore off her bloodstained visor. All dimensional coordinates are reshaping. The arrival of the Black Abyss Lord brought neither spatial tremors nor energy fluctuations. He stood there abruptly in the center of the battlefield, like a shadow existing since the universe's birth. The remains of the dark spirit messenger automatically flew toward the hem of his robe, transforming into new constellation patterns at his sleeve. When his gaze swept over Xia Linlin's bleeding left ring finger, all quantum fluctuations on the battlefield froze. An excellent performance of entropy reduction. The voice of the Black Abyss Lord carried the temperature of supernova ashes. He raised his hand to catch a silver petal falling from the energy tree. The silver petal suddenly collapsed into a micro-black hole upon touching his palm lines. Unfortunately, you broke my hourglass. The fragment of Xia Linlin's secret treasure suddenly emitted a dying buzz. She saw 300 parallel futures pointing simultaneously to a desperate singularity, and the blue light from her left ring finger flowed uncontrollably toward the shadow beneath the Black Abyss Lord's feet. When Mo Ying's energy tree suddenly projected the topological map of 13 hells onto her retina, all the stars in the star domain started shifting to crimson at the same time. The corner of the Black Abyss Lord's robe moved without wind, and within the folds devouring starlight, faint sounds of a million broken Klein bottles wailed. Xia Linlin suddenly realized that the crack patterns on those bottle mouths perfectly matched the quantum wine bottle she had shattered the night she crossed timelines. As the first streak of dark red stardust entwined Su Yao's mechanical arm, Xia Linlin noticed that all her companions' shadows began to grow in reverse. Under everyone's terrified gaze, Mo Ying's energy tree suddenly bore 300 fruits pulsing with the aura of the Black Abyss Lord. And Mumu's apparition had somehow appeared on the Dark Lord's shoulder, the baby idly playing with what was once Xia Linlin's lost heart fragment. Chapter 141. Focusing on the resonance of secret treasures. In the piercing wail of the energy tide tearing through the vacuum, Mo Ying suddenly grabbed Xia Linlin's wrist. The vines at his fingertips pierced through the skin, and 2 drops of blood mixed with star sand exploded into prisms at the moment of contact, refracting 300 intertwined lines of fate. The crack in the 7th level mirror. Su Yao's mechanical eye suddenly began to seep silver-blue cold condensation liquid. The folding space pod on her back emitted a mournful cry as the gears jammed. The star track whip thrown by Lan Yu instantly bent into the shape of an Ouroboros upon touching the dark tide, its fangs pointing directly at her own heart. The prophet's white robes suddenly revealed densely packed Klein bottle topological diagrams, and those surfaces that should have been closed now all cracked open with bloody red gaps. The hourglass sands. Before he could finish his sentence, the gravitational constant of the entire star domain began to oscillate. The blue light on Xia Linlin's ring finger suddenly materialized into string-like structures, and those vibrating quantum strings penetrated the 12-dimensional space, weaving under everyone's astonished gaze into the nebulous spirals in Xia Qingqing's pupils. The blood beads vomited by the youth floated in the air, each reflecting a holographic image of Mumu's infancy. The antimatter tide is coming. A hollow voice exploded inside everyone's skull. The heterospace runes on the back of her neck suddenly materialized into a cage, locking the shadow wizard trying to ambush them into a dodecahedral-like prison. But the curvature of space-time beneath their feet had already begun an exponential distortion. A million Klein bottles on the black robe of the Black Abyss monarch simultaneously let out a supernova-like wail, those 4-dimensional surfaces that should have been sealed now all torn into bloody wounds. Xia Linlin saw the protective matrix she had carved onto the energy tree 3 days ago, dissolving at Fermi wavelength units. When the first wave of dark matter tides shattered a neutron star 3 astronomical units away, Mo Ying suddenly pushed Xia Linlin into Xia Qingqing's embrace. The root system of the energy tree pierced through his palm, blossoming into 12-color gamma-ray flowers in absolute zero vacuum. Remember the frequency of the 3rd resonance of the mirror. His last words were distorted into a baby's cry by the gravitational waves. Suddenly, 13 layers of projections from different time spaces covered Xia Linlin's retina. In every image, Mumu was using star dust of different colors to pile up quantum hourglasses. When the base of the hourglass in the 6th parallel universe revealed Xia Qingqing's genetic chain, she finally understood what the reverse growing shadows meant. It's an entropy trap. Lan Yu's star track whip suddenly disintegrated into nanoscopic space-time anchor points. She dragged Su Yao towards the gap opened by the prophet in the Klein bottle. All energy output must satisfy the quantum entangled state of Bell inequality. Xia Qingqing's wound suddenly erupted with a blue shift spectrum. The youth's bloody fingers sketched the closure formula of the Mobius strip on Xia Linlin's palm. As the 7th wave of antimatter engulfed the star reef they stood on, Xia Linlin suddenly heard the hum emitted by fragments of the secret treasure in 4-dimensional space, a frequency that precisely corresponded to the harmonic wave of the night the quantum wine bottle broke. The collapsed heterospace cage turned into a singularity in the dark tide. However, the burst of Hawking radiation unexpectedly illuminated the truth hidden beneath the Black Abyss monarch's black robes. Inside all those morning Klein bottles were pieces of memory from Mumu across different timelines. Originally, what you feared was Xia Linlin's vocal cords vibrated out quantum foam in the vacuum. Her left hand suddenly plunged into her chest, pulling out a piece of her heart wrapped in blue light. As the projections of 300 parallel universes formed Dirac sea vortices around her, the wavelengths of energy for all companions strangely synchronized. The prophet's white robes burned in absolute zero, and as the Klein bottle topological diagrams turned to ash, Su Yao's mechanical arms suddenly sprouted ink-green energy branches. The scattered star track dust from Lan Yu reassembled into a hypercube in Xia Qingqing's blood bead, and the broken heterospace cage of Hollow unexpectedly started to reverse swallow the dark tide. As the shadow beneath the Black Abyss monarch's feet suddenly displayed the holographic projection of the bar where Xia Linlin got drunk that night, Mo Ying's final smile before disappearing blossomed within the fruit of the energy tree. Xia Linlin saw her vanished heart fragment transformed into the axis of the hourglass in Mumu's hands, and 300 desperate singularities were now resonating at the same frequency on her quantum string. 12-dimensional quantum strings vibrated honeycomb-like patterns of light around Xia Linlin's body, forming overlapping Klein rings on her skin from the projections of 300 parallel universes. The broken heterospace cage abruptly reversed itself into a star cloud chain, entangling everyone into conjugate energy bodies. This is it. Xia Linlin's sound waves materialized into a Fermion matrix in the vacuum. The cold condensation liquid in Su Yao's mechanical eye suddenly vaporized into a superfluid, while the jammed gears of the folded space pod on her back sparked with gamma rays. The star track dust scattered by Lan Yu intertwined with the ashes of the prophet's burning white robes to form Dirac sea vortices. The Mobius strip formula in Xia Qingqing's palm suddenly materialized into a superstring resonator. All energy wavelengths, under the pull of the fragments of the secret treasure, finally reached the critical point of collapse of the quantum entangled state of Bell inequality. The fragment of the secret treasure suddenly split into 12-sided crystal prisms, each facet refracting energy spectra from different time-space dimensions. The 13 layers of projections on Xia Linlin's retina suddenly collapsed into a singularity, and she saw the holographic image of infant Mumu at the center of all the facets stacking quantum hourglasses. When the 7th facet began rotating clockwise, the entire star domain's dark matter tide was suddenly frozen into amber-like crystals. Hyperstring resonance rate 89.7%. Came an ethereal warning voice tinged with the unique metallic vibration of heterospace. The rune cage behind her neck suddenly inverted its dimension, transforming the lingering magical waves of the shadow mage into a Higgs boson flow. The ashes of the prophet's burning white robes reassembled into Klein bottle topological diagrams inside Xia Qingqing's blood bead, those crimson gaps now voraciously swallowing the entropy increase of the dark tide. A million Klein bottles beneath the Black Abyss Monarch's black robe suddenly burst simultaneously. What spewed out from the tears of the four-dimensional curved surfaces were no longer dark matters, but Bose-Einstein condensates materialized from fragmented memories of Mu across different timelines. The hourglass axis formed from the shattering of Xia Linlin's heart suddenly emitted gamma-ray bursts at the level of pulse stars, and the quantum strings of 300 parallel universes anchored to the nebula spirals in Xia Qingqing's pupils instantly wove into a Klein shield covering the entire star domain. Impossible. A crack appeared in the Black Abyss Monarch's voice for the first time as the holographic projection of the bar in his shadow reversed the time axis. The shards of the quantum wine bottle from the drunken knight pierced through the 12-dimensional space, carving the Roche limit parameters of Xia Linlin's moment of traversal onto the surface of the secret treasure prism. The gamma-ray flowers planted by Hollow in the root system of the energy tree suddenly blossomed, their 12-colored spectra melting into computational fluid of Boltzmann brains at absolute zero. Xia Linlin suddenly grabbed the blood-stained palm of Xia Qingqing, the blue shift spectrum oozing from the youth's wound forming a hypercube resonance chamber at their clasp. All companions' energy wavelengths synchronized perfectly at this moment, and the secret treasure prism suddenly collapsed into a singularity, emitting Hawking radiation that inscribed Casimir effect formulas on the surface of the shield. Superdimensional resonance activation. The remnants of Lan Yu's star track whip suddenly reassembled into a Planck-length scale ruler, and she splashed Su Yao's mechanical eye condensation liquid onto the dark tide beginning to crystallize. The Klein bottle gaps formed by the prophet's ashes suddenly reversed the gravity direction, sucking all memory fragments from beneath the Black Abyss Monarch's black robes into Xia Linlin's quantum string resonance field. The light released by the secret treasure formed countless nested Penrose staircases, each corner showing memory images of Mu across different timelines. When the pattern of quantum entanglement on an infant's fingers appeared on the seventh staircase, the shadows beneath the Black Abyss Monarch's feet were suddenly pierced through by the light of the secret treasure. These Klein bottles sealing fragments of Mu's memories were now all reflecting the cracks in the quantum wine bottle from the night Xia Linlin traversed. Now is the moment. Xia Linlin's quantum string suddenly pierced through the 12-dimensional space, and the light bursting from the secret treasure prism, resonating with Xia Qingqing's genetic chain, coalesced into a tachyon beam spanning 3 astronomical units. This beam, propagating against the time axis, precisely struck the heart position of the Black Abyss Monarch, causing the trapped fragments of Mu's memories to begin reverse entropy increase. The Black Abyss Monarch's black robe fractally disintegrated in the tachyon beam, each shard bearing a smiling face of Mu from a different timeline. As the last shred of the black robe transformed into an infant's quantum cry, the gravitational constant of the entire star domain suddenly returned to normal, and the solidified crystals of the dark tide all evaporated into microwave background radiation. The secret treasure prism suddenly unfolded into a dimensional holographic star map spanning 6 million light-years. The instant Xia Linlin's quantum string resonated with the star map, countless fragments of memories surged into her consciousness. She saw interstellar wars from 12 eons ago, where 300 civilizations cast their own gene chains to forge the core of the secret treasure, saw the ink-green energy branches originally growing from a shattered Dyson sphere, saw the white robes of the prophet once stained with dark matter blood not belonging to this universe. These memories. Xia Linlin suddenly knelt on one knee amid the distorted curvature of spacetime, while the star map projected continuously reorganizing Mobius civilization symbols deep in her pupils. Xia Qingqing's blood-stained palm pressed against her back, the blue shift spectrum seeping from the youth's wound, now producing strange quantum entanglements with the star map. Kong Ling suddenly severed the heterospace rune chains, the cage pattern behind her neck flashing warning red lights. Resonance residue at 0.3 second cycle, evidence of higher dimensional observer interference. The still unextinguished ashes of the prophet suddenly coalesced into a humanoid outline, with the remnants of the Klein bottle topological diagrams reconstructing entirely new four-dimensional coordinates. Su Yao's mechanical eye suddenly exuded a dark green energy fluid, while the gears on her back in the folding pod emitted infrasound waves preceding a supernova explosion. The core temperature of the secret treasure is approaching the Chandrasekhar limit. As Lan Yu was about to reassemble her Star Trek whip, she discovered that all the scattered nanodust pointed towards Xia Linlin's heart position, where the wound that should have disappeared now displayed quantum fingerprints from infant Momo. Xia Linlin suddenly reached out to steady the violently trembling secret treasure star map, and the memory fragments of 300 civilizations formed a black hole accretion disk within her neural network. When the sixth memory spiral touched a forbidden coordinate, she saw a pair of cold eyes deep within the 12-dimensional space suddenly open. Their topological pupils were identical to the energy tree root system planted before the shadow dissipated. Chapter 142, Stellar Dark Currents. Xia Linlin's fingertips dug deeply into her palms, the memory fragments of 300 civilized races exploding like gamma-ray bursts from a supernova, stirring up tumultuous waves within her neural synapses. The Mobius ring symbols glowing with an eerie blue fluorescence were replicating within her neural network. Each symbol's disintegration would release streams of four-dimensional coordinates, only to dissipate into quantum foam just as the truth was about to be touched. Don't touch those memory arms. Kong Ling suddenly appeared by her side, interspatial runes weaving between them into a semi-transparent, Klein bottle barrier. The cage-like patterns on this interdimensional guardian's neck had already spread to behind her ears. The flickering warning red light caused even the metal walls of the fold chamber to begin manifesting four-dimensional wrinkles. Xia Linlin stumbled back half a step, her lower back bumping into Su Yao's mechanical arm that was running on overload. The characteristic ink-green fluorescence of the energy liquid seeped through the combat suit fibers, cold like the background radiation of deep space. There are 17 seconds left until Chandrasekhar limit. Su Yao's mechanical eye suddenly projected a hologram, and the flashing parameters made one side of her face glow with an ominous bluish light. If the secret treasure core collapses into a neutron star, use this. Lan Yu hurled out a Star Track whip which entangled the secret treasure star chart, and the galactic spiral formed by nanoscopic dust suddenly reversed. Those particles that had originally pointed towards Xia Linlin's heart were now assembling in the old wound on her palm into a holographic projection of baby Mumu's infant stage. The small baby curled up into a spherical shape akin to the cosmic microwave background radiation, with topological patterns shimmering on his forehead, sharing a source with Mo Yin's energy tree. Xia Qingqing's bloody hand suddenly covered Xia Linlin's trembling fingertips. The blue shift spectrum oozing from the young man's wound resonated with the star chart, condensing into a 12-dimensional topological structure protective membrane between their overlapping palm prints. Follow the breathing rhythm of quantum entanglement. His voice carried the rasp of heavy blood loss, while unhealed wounds on his back were seeping blood laced with stardust debris. Do you remember when we were training in the Beta 32 Nebula? Found it. The form of the prophet reassembled from ashes collapsed into a Mobius ring, the burning topological diagram remnants projecting constantly flipping four-dimensional coordinate systems above everyone's heads. Those already dissipated Klein bottle structures were now extracting encrypted memory fragments deep within Xia Linlin's pupils. At the end of the third arm, use the infant's quantum fingerprint as a decoder. The folding compartment suddenly shook violently, the gear array behind Su Yao emitting infrasound alarms before a supernova burst. Xia Linlin bit her tongue to force herself awake, pressing the holographic projection of Mumu into the core of the star chart. At the instant when the infant's quantum fingerprint contacted the energy root system left by Mo Yin, the entire cabin suddenly fell into a strange absolute silence. The pair of icy eyes in the 12-dimensional space suddenly came close. On Xia Linlin's retina, countless flashes of civilization's vanishing exploded, and finally, the encrypted memories opened a breach. She saw the last female priestess of the Mobius civilization melt the star core into a necklace. She saw the 300 races turn into stardust under dimensional reduction attacks, and all convergence points of the destruction light cones pointed towards Xia Linlin. Lan Yu's nano whip suddenly tightened around her wrist, and sparks erupted where the star rail material touched her skin. Your body is undergoing quantum transformation. The secret treasure star map has now become a black hole devouring light. Xia Linlin's neural network experiencing anguish akin to the great cosmic rip. She clearly felt every memory arm tearing at her soul, and the quantum fingerprint of Mumu that appeared at the heart location was currently forming a chilling resonance with the 12-dimensional space eyes. Cut off the connection. Kong Ling screamed, snapping 3 rune chains, and the pattern of the otherworldly prison instantly crawled across her entire face. The human form composed of ash transformed from the seer suddenly opened its huge mouth constructed of Klein bottles, swallowing the high-dimensional observer's physical projection into a 4-dimensional labyrinth. The folding compartment, shaking violently, ejected 23 emergency cushioning devices, causing Su Yao's mechanical arm parts to clink onto the ground. Xia Linlin heavily collapsed onto the quantum buffer gel, and even the blood marks left from the collision at the back of her head glimmered with faint star chart symbol lights. You were almost assimilated into a 4-dimensional being. Xia Qingqing knelt on one knee beside her. The blue shift spectra formed from his palm acting as a hemostatic film, combating the star dust in the wound. Those memories are traps. Xia Linlin painfully propped herself up, watching the prophet compress the Klein bottle sealing the high-dimensional projection into ring size. Each civilization was forced to carve their tombstones inside the treasure before they went extinct, and the key to open these tombstones. She pressed the quantum fingerprint still not fading away on her chest. Is Mumu. Lan Yu suddenly whipped her nano-whip toward the cabin ceiling, and the scattered dust above their heads began assembling into fragments of a star map. These coordinates are reassembling. She pointed at a blinking Andromeda nebula marker. Look at this carbon-based wave curve. It's identical to what circulated on the black market 3 months ago. An artifact handled by Ox. Su Yao abruptly interjected, her mechanical eye projecting a hologram that was cross-referencing data streams. That intelligence broker asked me last month to upgrade his gravitational wave transmitter. Xia Linlin's temples throbbed violently, as broken memory fragments still roamed along her neural endings. She saw the master of the 12-dimensional space eyes wearing a ring embedded with stellar core fragments. Strikingly, the coding pattern inside that ring bore an uncanny resemblance to Ox's favored trading password. We need more specialized intelligence support. Supporting herself against the cabin wall as she stood, Xia Linlin shook off specks of stardust from her combat suit. Those particles instantly rearranged themselves upon touching the ground, forming cuneiform script of the Mobius civilization, only to be swiftly shattered by eerie, otherworldly runes. The prophet suddenly threw her a Klein bottle sealing the high-dimensional projection, his ash-composed face unusually grave. Find someone who can decipher the dark jargon of the Star Trek black market. But be careful. His figure started to undergo quantum tunneling, with his last few words distorted through the twisting four-dimensional coordinates and reaching everyone's ears faintly. When the baby's fingerprint begins reverse growth. The emergency lighting in the fold compartment suddenly turned blood red, accompanied by the distinct quantum noise indicative of high-dimensional entity surveillance. Xia Linlin tightened her grip on the warm Klein bottle, its internal seal struggling against the fourth-dimensional barriers. Each vibration caused star dust to seep from the old wound on her palm. I know a place where we can get Ox's real-time coordinates. Lan Yu suddenly loosened her combat suit collar, revealing a pirate insignia glimmering with a sinister light beneath her clavicle. But we have to pass through the pillars of creation during eruption. Xia Qingqing silently wrapped his bloody bandage back around his hand, blue shift spectra forming miniature star maps between his fingers. My quantum resonator can sustain 6 more spatial jumps. Su Yao ejected a data chip from her mechanical eye. This is the backdoor program planted in Ox's spaceship during our last transaction, but she wiped away the energy liquid seeping from her lips. Someone has to activate it up close. Xia Linlin stared at the fading stardust script on the buffer gel, warnings from 300 extinct civilizations screeching within her neural circuits. When she looked up, she found everyone waiting for her decision. The red emergency lights cast a somber glow on each face aboard. Adjust the jump coordinates. She pressed the Klein bottle into the wound on her chest, letting the sealed artifact resonate with Mumu's quantum fingerprint. We'll meet this interstellar information expert. The quantum engine of the fold compartment let out a growl like a caged beast, ripping open a 3-inch crack in Xia Linlin's combat suit collar due to the gravity wave generated by the jump. What Lan Yu had referred to as the pillars of creation revealed its true form outside the porthole. Countless newborn stars spewing coronal mass ejections like divine javelins of fire, dyeing the entire star domain into a hellish landscape woven from molten gold and cobalt blue. 30 degrees to port. Eerie otherworldly runes exploded on the cabin walls, hundreds of Klein bottles shattering simultaneously. The residual geometric shadows imprinted on Xia Linlin's retina were optical distortions produced when the invisible fleet of space pirates tore through the fourth-dimensional folds. 12 manda-shaped assault ships leaped out from the remnants of a supernova, their dark matter torpedo arrays already fully charged. Su Yao's mechanical arm suddenly ejected a gravitation wave shield generator. As the pale blue shield collided with the first wave of torpedoes, the entire folding compartment was hurled into the rift between the third and fourth dimensions. The Blood Skull Pirate Syndicate. Lan Yu's nanowhip carved spiral trajectories in the vacuum, lashing 3 strayed torpedoes into 2-dimensional planes. How did they know our jump coordinates? Xia Linlin's temples continued to throb, the yet undigested memories of ancient civilizations warning her of impending danger. When she noticed the Mobius ring markings flickering on the windows of the pirate flagship, a burning sensation shot down her neck. The same sensation brought by the 12-dimensional eyes from the treasure star map. Emerald topological patterns grew madly in the vacuum as shadowy tree roots pierced through the bulkhead. The mysterious guardian's pupils had transformed into the bluish-white hue of a supernova explosion, his branches wrapped in quantum sparks penetrating the engine compartments of 5 assault ships. Though the pirates' screams vanished in the vacuum, the scorched humanoid figures quivering among the roots left haunting afterimages etched onto everyone's retinas. The energy tree is devouring the pirates' neural synapses. The Klein bottle left by the prophet suddenly emitted a warning buzz. Xia Linlin saw the high-dimensional projection inside mimicking the shadow's attack method. Just as she was about to warn everyone, the entire fold compartment was suddenly hurled into a 3-dimensional tumble. The antimatter torpedo salvo fired by the pirate flagship had torn Klein bottle-shaped gaps in the protective shield. Xia Qingqing's quantum resonator emitted a shrill scream on the verge of disintegration, and the blue-shifted spectral patterns in his palm abruptly surged. He crashed straight into Xia Linlin's arms, shielding her from the splintering compartment debris with his back. 9 o'clock direction. Their flagship power core shows Mobius civilization energy fluctuations. Ethereal otherworldly runes suddenly wove themselves into a spiderweb-like structure, freezing 3 dark matter warheads aimed at Xia Linlin's face in the 4th-dimensional rift. Su Yao's mechanical eye ejected 27 holographic screens, while droplets of energy liquid traced her cracked metal cheekbones. They're charging their main cannon. It's the precursor of a dimension-reducing weapon. Xia Linlin's fingertips dug deep into the seal of the Klein bottle, Mumu's quantum fingerprint manifesting unexpectedly on its surface. As the infant's cries penetrated the battlefield in the form of gravitational waves, all the photon computers aboard the pirate ships simultaneously froze. The Shadow's energy tree seized this half-second opportunity, with emerald root systems piercing directly into the flagship's power core. In the light explosion akin to a supernova, memories of 300 civilized races resonated within Xia Linlin's neural synapses. She saw the priestess of the Mobius civilization placing a star core necklace around the infant's neck and observed the 12-dimensional observers writing down coordinates on the reverse side of the star map, the exact location of the pirate's flagship. Hurry, retreat. Lan Yu's nano-whip suddenly coiled around everyone's waists. Their reactor is going to. In the instant the pirate flagship collapsed into a neutron star, it released dimensional reduction ripples spanning 12 astronomical units. The quantum engine of the folding compartment emitted a dying roar, and amid violent oscillations, Xia Linlin glimpsed countless Klein bottle structures flashing outside the porthole. These were temporary shelters woven by Kalaying using hyperspace runes. When they fell back into real space from the four-dimensional fissure, the star domain outside the window seemed eerily silent. The burning remnants of the pirate fleet were coagulating into strange Mobius loop structures, every piece of metal reflecting the peculiar azure fluorescence unique to the treasure star map. Su Yao's backdoor program has responded. Xie Qingqing suddenly raised his quantum resonator, and in the holographic projection, Ox's Vulture-class spaceship appeared. The interstellar intelligence broker's holographic image was flailing excitedly, though the telltale traces of stardust bruises on his neck were clearly visible. Lan Yu suddenly lashed out with her whip and shattered the projection. It's a trap. Look at the timestamp. In the bottom right corner of the hologram, the quantum timecode revealed that this was a recording from 7 minutes ago. Xia Linlin's pupils suddenly contracted. Through the reflection of the porthindo behind Ox, she spotted 12 mysterious figures masked with Klein bottles closing in, holding on their dimensional reduction weapons the same topological patterns originating from Mumu's quantum fingerprint. Initiate emergency jump. Xia Linlin's command was drowned out by the sudden gravitational vortex enveloping them. The whole folding compartment was dragged into a space reminiscent of some high-dimensional being's digestive tract, with large patches of hyperspace runes peeling off the walls. As everyone struggled toward the control console, hundreds of Klein bottle cages unfolded outside the porthole. Ox's Vulture-class ship was disintegrating inside one such cage, and the intel dealer was being dragged away into the darkness by the mysterious figures using stardust chains. They're four-dimensional hunters. A set of cage patterns exploded across Ling's nape, spilling hyperspace blood onto the porthole, which formed into Mobius equations. They used our battle vibrations as bait. Xia Linlin tightened her grip on the Klein bottle, sealing the high-dimensional projection, and when the creature within suddenly opened its 12-dimensional eyes, her body went rigid. Through a millisecond of quantum entanglement, she caught sight of a mysterious figure leader wearing a Starcore ring using Ox's trading password to write in midair. He confirmed, begin harvesting. The fold compartment abruptly ejected itself from high-dimensional space, sending everyone sprawling onto the buffer gel. At the neckline of Xia Linlin's combat suit, traces of stardust mixed with blood appeared as she struggled to crawl to the porthole, spotting the spatial folds left by the mysterious figures rearranging themselves into a star map pointing toward a galactic arm. The very coordinate mentioned in the prophet's warning concerning the reverse growth of the baby's fingerprint. Adjust the frequency of the resonator. She wiped quantum foam from her mouth as shattered memories of extinct civilizations screamed along her nerve endings. We go after these poachers. As her fingertip touched the star map surface, Mumu's quantum fingerprint suddenly reflected a chilling truth. The topological structure of all Klein bottle cages perfectly matched the hidden patterns on the baby's swaddling cloth. Chapter 143, Rescuing the Informant. The Klein bottle in Xia Linlin's palm emitted a buzzing sound, and Mumu's quantum fingerprint extended along the star chart coordinates into a pale golden spiral. Mo Ying's black trench coat flapped in the subspace turbulence. The energy branches coiled around his fingers suddenly stiffened. 20 light seconds ahead, residual traces of curvature bubbles. As the fold chamber leaped out grazing the edge of the dark matter cloud, Xie Qingqing's pupils abruptly contracted into a diamond shape. The neural interface on the youth's neck emitted a blue light. A holographic projection unfolded before everyone, showing the wreckage of a starship floating in an antimatter vortex. Those scorched metal surfaces bore crystallized bloodstains in the shape of infant handprints. The four-dimensional resonance protective suit has been fully charged. The ethereal voice carried metallic resonance. The cage-like pattern on the back of her neck was seeping silvery, white liquid. I recommend dividing into teams. These blood crystals will cause cognitive contamination. Su Yao's ion cutter sliced through the hatch instantaneously, revealing 7 overlapping Klein traps at once. Lan Yu threw out a gravity anchor line that wrapped around Xia Linlin about to fall into the imaginary space, but got her combat suit slashed by the rolling spacetime folds herself. The moment the blood dripped onto the deck of the starship, the entire corridor flipped into a Mobius strip. Don't touch the walls. Xia Linlin pressed the Klein bottle against the distorted metal surface. The topological structure projected by 12-dimensional beings became entangled with Mumu's cradle motif. When the infant's cry was transmitted through high-dimensional resonance, everyone saw Ox floating at the end of the circular corridor. The intelligence peddler had a neural probe sticking into his temple and was sending coordinates using the pupil Morse code. Mo Ying's branch suddenly pierced through 3 superimposed state spaces. The roots of the energy tree grew wildly inside the hypercube maze. Xia Linlin jumped through the wormhole created by the branches, holding Xie Qingqing's hand, and glimpsed a horrifying sight while crossing 12 dimensions. Countless infants floating in the Klein bottles, their fingerprints growing inversely into star charts. Cognitive filter activated, came the ethereal and tearing sound. Just as Xia Linlin's retina cleared from the forbidden images, she heard Su Yao's exclamation. The carefree adventurer hung at the broken edge of the temporal bridge, beneath which the chaotic sea surged, carrying dark energy entities shaped like babies. At the moment Lan Yu threw the photon chain, the deck under her feet suddenly vaporized. Xia Linlin lunged forward and grabbed her wrist. The fibers of her combat uniform emitted a charred odor due to high-dimensional radiation. When the two fell into the buffer gel, Xia Linlin's Klein bottle suddenly reflected Ox's twisted face. The intelligence peddler kept repeating the word cradle, using his lips alone. The frequency of the resonator is off by 0.3 Planck units. Xia Qingqing's quantum brain suddenly reported an error. The formula the young man traced in the air glowed red. These traps are mimicking the brainwave frequency of infants. Mo Ying's branches suddenly pierced into a nested space, and the roots of the energy tree propelled them through 27 layers of dimensional barriers. Once they stabilized in the core of the hypercube, Xia Linlin finally got a clear view of Ox trapped within the Klein matrix. Every nerve of the informant was connected to Mumu's cradle design, and the fabric began to seep stardust milk. Don't move. Krong pressed down the aggressive Lan Yu, whose pupils split into hexagonal lattices. The entire space is full of cognition viruses. You get infected just by seeing it. Xia Linlin's Klein bottle began spinning spontaneously, and Mumu's quantum fingerprint projected a hologram on the bottle wall. As the baby shadow touched Ox's, all the Klein bottles binding the informant emitted wailing sounds simultaneously. Xia Linlin clearly felt at this moment that the 12-dimensional eyes of the high-dimensional being she had sealed were gazing at Mumu. Resonator overload, warned Xia Qingqing, coinciding with the collapse of the space. In the instant Mo Ying's energy branches wove into a protective net, Xia Linlin caught a glimpse of a hand wearing a stellar core ring reaching for Mumu's projection emerging from the void. The buffer gel boiled into quantum foam, and the cage-like pattern behind Krong's neck burst into a shield. When everyone tumbled out of the collapsing space, the stardust stains oozing from the collar of Xia Linlin's combat uniform started solidifying into the shape of an infant's fingerprint. They're not after Ox. Wiping away the fragments of space-time from the corner of her mouth, Xia Linlin stared at the fading projection of Mumu in her palm. All these traps serve as screening mechanisms to verify the key. The energy tree bloomed unexpectedly in the void, and the reflection of a dead star thousands of light years away appeared in Mo Ying's pupils. When Xia Linlin's Klein bottle resonated with the gravity of the dead star, everyone heard cries from the fourth dimension. Those sounds penetrated 12 layers of dimensions, engraving new star charts onto the shipwreck. Deep within the dark matter cloud, a shadow wearing a stellar core ring slowly turned around. The Klein bottle rotating on his fingertips contained an infant fingerprint growing inversely. When Xia Linlin's combat uniform started oozing stardust milk, cold metallic light suddenly darted through the shadows of the starship wreckage. It was an even colder killing intent than vacuum itself, quietly gathering in dimensions yet to be noticed by everyone. The blades of the night owl pierced through from the wrinkles of time. As Xia Linlin tilted her head backward to avoid that indigo cold light, a scorched smell wafted to her nostrils from burning spacetime. The assassin's combat suit's surface flowed with fragments of Klein bottles, every movement leaving residuals in the fourth dimension. Just as Lan Yu's photon chain wrapped around the opponent's ankles, she discovered the other end of the chain had entangled herself 3 minutes ago. Cognitive anchor failed. Silver-white warning liquid seeped out from the cage pattern behind Kong Ling's neck. He's using infant brainwave frequencies for phase jumping. Mo Ying's energy branches pierced through 7 superimposed state spaces, but were instantly devoured by the Klein bottle fragments upon reaching the night owl. Xia Qingqing's quantum brain burst with blinding sparks as the young man shouted while clutching his bleeding nose. Attack interval 0.73 seconds. Dimension transition residual traces in beta quadrant. Su Yao's ion blade carved out a hexagonal web of knives. The carefree adventurer intentionally feigned a flaw. When the night owl's wrist blade pierced through the illusory left shoulder, the real cutting blade had already sliced through 32-dimensional projections. Metallic collision reverberated in the hypercube space into baby cry-like resonance. Right now, Xia Linlin pressed the Klein bottle onto the flipping deck. Mumu's quantum fingerprint suddenly erupted with supernova-level brightness, causing the inverted star maps in the void to instantly solidify. As the night owl momentarily staggered, Mo Ying's energy branch finally penetrated his surrounding Klein barriers. High-dimensional vibration caused pieces of Xia Linlin's combat suit fibers to peel off, as the 12-dimensional topological structure condensed at her fingertips accurately entered the phase core of the night owl's chest. At the moment Ox's neural probe emerged and quantum entangled with Xia Linlin's attack, the entire space sounded with porcelain breaking like crackling. The Klein bottle defense layer of the night owl exploded into stardust, and for the first time, the cold assassin showed a look of shock. The ripple brought along during his retreat held countless remnants of infant swaddles floating within. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Qingqing activated the quantum restriction field. Blood-dripping smoke hissed from overloading neural interfaces on the boy's neck. The cognition virus is starting reverse flow. Kong Ling suddenly reached out and pressed against Lan Yu's eyes. In the 6-cornered pupils of the interdimensional guardian reflected terrifying images. Among the scattered protection layers of the night owl, tens of thousands of infant spirits were grabbing onto their consciousness tentacles climbing back. Xia Linlin flipped her hand and clipped the Klein bottle over the bleeding spot on her combat suit. As Mumu's quantum fingerprint resonated with the stardust milk, all infant phantoms emitted shrill screams. While the energy tree of Mo Ying seized the chance to wrap around the night owl, The sealing glyphs flowing between the branches coincidentally harmonized with the neural probe on Ox's temple. Let's go. As the night owl tore open the backup Klein bottle, Xia Linlin saw the assassin's nape reveal a star core ring brand mark. In the collapsing spatial turbulence, the imprint transformed into black mist, vanishing into high-dimensional cracks, like some cold farewell. When cushioning gel enveloped everyone, Xia Linlin's Klein bottle spontaneously flew towards Ox's. Ox's neural probe at his temple vibrated buzzingly, projecting triple encrypted holographic star charts at the bottle's mouth. As Mumu's cries pierced 27 encryption protocols, the cryptic swaddles intertwined with Ox's nerves began reverse knitting. They're looking for the cradle key. Ox's raspy voice carried nerve-burning interference. Rescued informant's pupils retained the topology imprints of the Klein bottle. Those crystallized bloodstains are the scale marks on star core baby bottles. Suddenly, Mo Ying's energy branches thrust into a certain imaginary number space, extracting half a vial of stardust milk from the hypercube layer. When the sapphire liquid touched the bloodstain on Xia Linlin's combat suit, galactic arm patterns floated beneath their feet. Cognition contamination clearance progress 78%. Kong Ling's voice regained its metallic quality as the cage pattern on her neck reconfigured into certain star coordinates. But immediate jump is recommended. Higher dimensional observers are intervening. Xia Qingqing suddenly knelt down as blood beads overflowed from his quantum brain, coalescing into Klein bottle shapes. When Xia Linlin supported him, she found those blood drops internally replaying the night owl's assassination moves. Each action was 0.73 seconds faster than reality. Not prophecy. Xia Linlin wiped away the temporal fragment droplets from the boy's lips. Someone's adjusting causality from a higher dimension. Lan Yu's photon chain suddenly stretched straight, pointing to a certain place in the void. When everyone turned their heads, the floating wreckage of the starship was reassembling into a giant infant hand. The stellar dust flowing in the palm's lines was unmistakably the secret treasure star chart Xia Linlin had seen before. Ox's neural probe suddenly burst with intense light, and the intelligence peddler clutched his head in agony. They've set up cradles in every timeline. Those infants are living decoders. Mo Ying's energy tree suddenly bloomed, with silver-white flowers in the vacuum, each petal reflecting battle scenes from different dimensions. When Xia Linlin saw herself fighting the night owl in one of the petals 3 minutes ago, she suddenly understood why those crystallized bloodstains formed a Mobius ring. We should go. Kong Ling tore open a spatial rift, leaking the Xing's sweet scent of dark energy milk. As everyone leapt into the rift, Xia Linlin's Klein bottle suddenly reflected Mumu's sleeping shadow. The dark patterns on the baby's wrist perfectly matched the reconstructed infant hand from the starship wreckage. When the teleportation blue light swallowed the last corner of their clothing, no one noticed that behind a twisted armor plate, the Klein bottle fragments left by the night owl were automatically reassembling. The star dust flowing on the surface of the fragments gradually outlined Black Sickle's iconic triple star ring mark, a more ominous omen than the vacuum itself, quietly growing in unobserved dimensions. Chapter 144. The Struggle for the Secret Treasure. When the silver petals shattered in a vacuum, the starship of Black Scythe had already broken through the spatial folds and hung above everyone's heads. The dark red energy beams covered the wilderness like a spider web, and the Klein bottle pendant at Xia Linlin's nape suddenly exuded cool liquid starlight, burning spiral-shaped imprints on her skin. Hand over the star chart. Black Scythe's voice resonated with 12 layers of electronic reverberation, and he stepped across the void. Every time his military boots landed, it shattered the surrounding 10 meters of meteorites. Xia Linlin saw those floating crystallized blood traces flowing back along the trajectory of the Mobius ring, ultimately coagulating into the projection of 3 concentric star rings in front of him. As Su Yao's particle knife just popped out of its sheath, it was bent by some invisible force field, and the blade reflected countless baby pupils. Mo Ying suddenly groaned. His energy tree roots were being eroded by dark matter, and the silver-white flowers burst into stardust one after another. They are using the cradle system to synchronously erode multidimensional space. The transparent hair began to seep with blood, and the spatial cracks she tore open were being oscillated closed by gravitational waves that sounded like a baby crying. 27 black gun barrels from different dimensions pointed at Xia Linlin's temple. She could smell the burnt smell of Ok's neural probes overloading. The intelligence vendor knelt on the floating metal wreckage, and the blood drops flowing out of his 7 orifices composed a dynamic star chart in midair. They used babies as anchor points. Every timeline's Mumu is. Shut up. Black Scythe raised his hand and crushed that string of blood droplets, but the splashing liquid coagulated into countless shadows of Mumu in the vacuum. Xia Linlin suddenly realized that the temperature of the Klein bottle in her palm synchronized with the heartbeat of a baby, and those infant hands made of shipwrecks were formed following the flow of the secret treasure star chart, gradually closing. Xia Qingqing suddenly pulled her into a collapsing spatial fold. At the moment when the teenager's back collided with the dark matter barrier, glowing codes flew out from the crack in his protective suit, actually rewriting the nearest 3 gun barrels into data dandelions. Sister, look. He pointed his fingertip at the spiral imprint on Xia Linlin's clavicle. Mumu's gene chain appears in a hypercube structure within the Klein bottle. In response to these words, Mo Ying suddenly thrust the entire energy tree into the vacuum. The silver-white roots proliferated crazily, weaving a network of star charts beneath everyone's feet, flashing with infant palm prints. Kong Ling seized the opportunity to immerse her hair ends into the dark energy milk, and instantly, gravity vortices filled with milk fragrance surged out from the torn spatial cracks. Grab hold of the star dust trajectories. Lan Yu's photon chains suddenly split into billions of light particles, each reflecting a frame from Mu Mu's growth. In the flying light and shadow, Xia Linlin saw 300 versions of herself from parallel universes simultaneously raising the Klein bottle, the hidden patterns on those infant wrists combining into a complete Mobius star chart. Blackside's triple star rings suddenly emitted supernova-level intense light, and the starships behind him unfolded into a mechanical uterus covering half of the star domain. Countless umbilical cord-like energy tubes stretched out from the hull, and their tips connected to incubation chambers floating with tens of thousands of infant clones. Do you think only you've left backup plans in the timelines? His smirk shattered 3 nearby asteroids. Every universe's Xia Linlin will eventually use her own hands to place Mu Mu. Xia Qingqing suddenly pressed his forehead against Xia Linlin's posterior neck. The quantum patterns appearing under the teenager's skin resonated with the Klein bottle, distorting the last few words of Black Scythe into the melody of a lullaby. Su Yao took the opportunity to throw out 36 pseudo-singularities, and amidst the temporal space chaos created by the explosions, the fruits wrapped with starship remains unexpectedly grew on Mo Ying's energy tree. When the first fruit exploded, and its star dust swallowed Black Scythe's right arm, Xia Linlin finally managed to see clearly the patterns on those infant palms. Each groove flowed with dark energy milk of different colors, while the dark patterns on Mu Mu's wrist happened to be the estuary of all these rivers. It wasn't him who placed cradles in every timeline. She trembled as she pressed the Klein bottle against the glowing code on Xia Qingqing's chest. It's Mu Mu's existence itself that weaves the timeline. Blackside's mechanical uterus suddenly ejected a hyperdimensional rainbow, intertwining 7 colors of energy beams into the shape of a Klein bottle above everyone's head. The nightingale's remaining fragments started to resonate, causing the vacuum across the star domain to ooze dark energy dewdrops carrying a sweetly metallic scent. The spiral imprint behind Xia Linlin's neck suddenly unfurled into a 4-dimensional star chart, and she saw the version of herself 3 minutes later plunging the Klein bottle into the center of Blackside's triple star rings. But now the recomposition of the starship wreckage had reached a critical stage, and those infant fingers started dripping with solidified spacetime. Lan Yu suddenly wrapped her photon chains around her own neck. Use my quantum collapse as the jumping coordinate. Her body split into 12 different age versions of herself under the bright light, and each phantom held half a shimmering star chart. When Blackside's star rings started rotating counterclockwise, Xia Linlin's retina suddenly showed Mu Mu's sleeping face. Every tremble of the infant's lashes triggered a topological transformation of the secret treasure star chart, and she finally realized that those dark patterns were not decorations. They were the tracks of the entire universe's baby teeth emerging. The dark energy milk suddenly coagulated into a million spinning Klein bottles in the vacuum, with each bottle mouth protruding half of an infant's finger. Blackside's triple star rings emitted a metallic friction sound that made one's teeth ache, as the cultivation chambers of his mechanical uterus exploded collectively. The cries of the clones resonated through the superdimensional space, producing eerie harmonies. Xia Linlin was just about to grab Xia Qingqing's hand and leap into a new spatial crack when she discovered her reflection raising weapons simultaneously in 7 different dimensions, each aiming at herself from 3 seconds prior who hadn't yet moved. At the moment the 7-dimensional reflections raised their guns, Blackside's triple star rings on his chest suddenly collapsed into a singularity. The gravity parameters of the entire star domain reversed 12 times within 1,000th of a second. As Su Yao was thrown flying, she inserted her particle knife into a floating infant hand in reverse. The quantum sparks that burst forth from the blade actually welded 3 dimensions together. Entropy increment trajectory locked. Kong Ling screamed ethereally while tearing out her bleeding hair strands, which rapidly expanded in the vacuum into entangled states of energy nets. Mo Ying's energy tree roots suddenly pierced through his own palm, as silver-white blood irrigated counterclockwise rotating star charts, making the consumed dark matter bloom with the tender light of infant hair. Blackside's mechanical uterus extended a million umbilical cords, with each tip spewing crimson antimatter streams. The Klein bottle imprint on Xia Linlin's nape suddenly materialized into reality, with liquid starlight floating wooden baby teeth. Seize the entropy change node. She slammed the pendant onto the collapsing space fold, and the infant crying of 12-dimensional spacetime suddenly materialized into golden chains. Lan Yu's quantum phantom reorganized into a light cone shape under the intense light. The instant the photon chains penetrated the mechanical uterus, tens of thousands of clones suddenly opened eyes flowing with stardust. Xia Qingqing's protective suit shattered completely off his back, and the luminescent codes beneath the youth's skin wrote out Klein bottle Mobius functions in the vacuum. You are feeding it. Blackside's triple star rings suddenly cracked open gaps, and the dark energy milk turned into suction vortexes. OK's broken mechanical bionic eye suddenly projected a holographic interface, as the intelligence vendor laughed wildly coughing bloody foam. Each infant palm pattern is a scar where the star chart heals itself. The prophet's figure unexpectedly materialized from the stardust. The old man's right hand covered in nebula stains pressed onto a clone's crown. The small body abruptly swelled into a transparent placenta enveloping half the battlefield. When his left index finger traced over Xia Linlin's Klein bottle, the entire universe's quantum fluctuations froze for 1,000th of a second. The reverse growth protocol has been initiated. The prophet's voice carried the temperature of a supernova remnant, as the rotating star map in his pupils suddenly overlapped with the dark pattern on Muumuu's wrist. Black-sized mechanical uterus emitted a tremendous sound as its metallic bones misaligned. Those clones suddenly all faced Xia Linlin, opening mouths, sprouting baby teeth, and beginning to hum lullabies that could not spread in the vacuum. Xia Linlin felt the Klein bottle in her palm, swallowing her heartbeat frequency. When the gun barrel of the seventh-dimensional reflection pierced the skin of her temple, the prophet tore off a strand of his white hair and stuffed it into the bottle's mouth. Liquid starlight began boiling suddenly, dragging the entire battlefield into a 3-second temporal amber. It's now. Xia Linlin's vocal cords vibrated in solidified time, emitting Klein wave patterns. Xia Qingqing's luminous code on his back instantly materialized into data vines, intertwining with Mo Ying's energy tree and directly striking at the core of the mechanical uterus. Su Yao's particle knife completed 70,000 topological transformations in absolute stillness, and the edge eventually stabilized into the palm pattern of Muumuu during the full moon. Kong Ling ripped open her own bleeding translucent scalp, revealing brain folds that suddenly projected the quantum model of an infant's first smile. Lan Yu's remaining 6 quantum phantoms simultaneously exploded into light dust, drawing out the synaptic structures of the secret treasure star map in absolute stillness. When the temporal amber fractured, Blackside's triple star rings had crawled with fissures resembling baby teeth. The clones of the mechanical uterus suddenly held hands, forming hyperdimensional closed loops, assembling the drunk starry sky map from the night Xia Linlin traversed. You don't understand it all. Blackside's cold laugh was interrupted by proliferating baby teeth, as the star ring projection on his chest began growing inversely, regressing into the form of an infant's umbilical cord. The prophet's silhouette violently flickered as the old man's nebula-stained hand melted into droplets of dark energy. Remember, what nourishes the secret treasure isn't power. Xia Linlin suddenly flipped the Klein bottle onto the luminescent code on Xia Qingqing's chest. As liquid starlight infused the youth's body, 300 parallel spatial time, Muumuu shadows suddenly completed quantum entanglement in the vacuum. The gravity parameters of the entire star domain began oscillating at the frequency of an infant's heartbeat, and the floating mechanical wreckage automatically pieced itself together into a massive nursing pod shape. When the first nursing pod erupted with gravitational waves carrying the scent of colostrum, Blackside's mechanical uterus suddenly curled into a fetal position. The final lingering remnant of the prophet before completely dissipating burned the holographic invitation to Muumuu's 100-day feast onto Xia Linlin's retina. This is it. Xia Linlin gripped the umbilical cord of starlight that floated out from the Klein bottle. The data vines on Xia Qingqing's back suddenly blossomed into silver-white breast structures, while Mo Ying's energy tree roots began secreting dark matter colostrum, and Kong Ling's torn transparent hair strands automatically wove themselves into nursing patterns. The entire battlefield suddenly fell into an absolute, silent nursing time. When the first drop of dark energy milk dripped onto Blackside's degenerated umbilical cord, Xia Linlin saw all the palm patterns of the infants light up with a supersonic level of soft glow. Within that light was an ancient cosmic rhythm older than destruction. Chapter 145, Klein Bottle. The liquid starlight inside the Klein bottle emitted a tidal roar, as the light spots seeping through Xia Linlin's fingers twisted the projections of 300 parallel spacetimes into reality. She clearly felt the luminous code pulsating in Xia Qingqing's chest following the starlight umbilical cord, producing quantum entanglement with the nursing pod pieced together from distant mechanical debris. Rotate the coordinate axis left by 17 degrees. Her ethereal and translucent fingers suddenly gripped the energy root system of Mo Ying. The dark matter colostrum flowed along the hair-weaved nursing texture to form a closed loop. Lan Yu's particle double blades hummed at the frequency of hummingbird wing beats during the silent time of nursing, slicing open a barrier beyond physical loss. The regressed umbilical cord of He Lian suddenly burst into a crimson warning, as fetal lip-like energy ripples appeared on the surface of his mechanical womb. The sudden staggered impact shattered 3 floating cabins as Yingsha was about to tear apart spatial cracks. The gravitational parameters of the entire star domain were synchronized with the breathing of Muumuu's shadows. Now, Xia Linlin flipped the Klein bottle for the 7th time, and the primordial milk fragrance gravity wave gushed out of the bottle mouth, taking shape into countless stellar breasts. Xia Qingqing's data vines grew wildly, silver-white ductwork covering half the room within a blink of an eye, and at the ends even formed human-like topological structures. Mo Ying's energy tree blossomed with dark matter roses, each petal reflecting the 100-day invitation card that flashed before the prophet disappeared. When the first drop of floral dew fell into the nursing capsule, all suspended pieces of mechanical debris simultaneously emitted electromagnetic pulses akin to the cries of newborns. Are you pretending to be adults? He Lian's sneer shattered 3 windows, his regressed mechanical uterus spitting out infrasound waves usually possessed by adults. The starlight umbilical cord trying to complete the nursing closed loop suddenly froze. A parallel world's Muumuu shadow started pixelating and collapsing. Suddenly, holographic details of the 100-day feast appeared in Xia Linlin's irises. She noticed the countdown at the edge of the invitation marked in stardust. Only 30 seconds left before vacuum. Before her words could fully echo, Yingsha's bone blade had already cut open the supposedly unbreakable external wall of the nursing pod, splitting it like a hot knife through butter. Xie Qingqing's data vines wrapped around Lan Yu's wrist, transforming the particle double blades into a nursing duct. Hollow tore off her entire scalp to make a hairnet, but the moment it covered Yingsha, it cracked due to some fetal heartbeat frequency. Mo Ying's energy tree bore fruits with thorns. Every fruit core emitted infant crying gravitational waves. Left ventricular pressure supply insufficient. Suddenly vomiting blood mixed with fragments of starlight. Xie Linlin saw the palm patterns of 300 Mu shadows start to fade. He Lian's regressed umbilical cord abruptly proliferated with malignant tumor-like energy nodes. What appeared on their surfaces was shockingly the panoramic view of the bar where Xie Linlin got drunk before traveling back in time. Xie Qingqing's luminescent codes suddenly turned into the red letters of a diagnosis report. The youth grabbed the almost broken starlight umbilical cord and inserted it into his chest. Sister, use my heart to restart the system. Data vines dug into the ventricles along the blood vessels, while silver-white breast ducts instantly sprayed supernova-level pulses. When the quantum entanglement of the nursing pod finally encompassed the last parallel space-time, Yingsha's bone blade was only a half-inch away from Xie Linlin's carotid artery. He Lian's mechanical womb suddenly released energy tides akin to a laboring mother, causing the gravitational parameters of the entire star domain to collapse according to the rhythm of the birth canal contracting. He wants to reconstruct the trajectory of birth. Hollow's transparent body suddenly revealed folds like pregnancy stripes, and the maternal hair-woven texture began rotating counterclockwise. Lan Yu's blood rebounded from the particle's double blades to solidify in space as umbilical cord blood crystals, each one reflecting the gradual materialization process of Mu shadows. Xie Linlin pressed Xie Qingqing's jumping mechanical heart onto the bottom of the Klein bottle, and the initial milk aroma suddenly became the amniotic fluid smell. The nebula spots left by the prophet before disappearing appeared on the bottle walls, forming electrocardiogram waveforms on the maternity ward monitor. As the first completely formed Mu entity began to cry, all stellar breasts simultaneously discharged streams of energy comparable to gamma-ray bursts. Yingsha's bone blade unexpectedly became brittle under the absolute breastfeeding law, hardening it into the quality of baby teeth, surprising He Lian for the first time. A placental substance energy membrane quickly enveloped the surface of his mechanical uterus, as the highly regressed umbilical cord suddenly emitted the ferocious light of a fleeting glow. Just now, Xie Linlin stuffed the Klein bottle into the topological structural gap of the nursing capsule, allowing 300 Mu entities to simultaneously achieve cross-dimensional synchronized breathing. Xie Qingqing's luminescent code in her chest reversed upwards through the starlight umbilical cord, carving newborn footprint-shaped energy indentations on the surface of He Lian's mechanical uterus. When the first nursing capsule collapsed into a white dwarf-density child-carrying bag, Yingsha's assault bone blade was only atomic-level distance away from Xie Linlin's temple. He Lian's roar shattered 7 layers of energy shields, and his regressed embryonic mechanical uterus began to inversely devour all the dark matter of the star domain. Lan Yu's particle double blades suddenly emitted a bloodthirsty buzz, while Mo Ying's energy tree roots had unknowingly entangled Yingsha's ankles. When the initial pulse from the nursing pod illuminated the entire battlefield, 2 figures carried completely different energy ripple patterns. Yingsha's bone blade carved an azure arc in the vacuum, splitting into 32-dimensional folds instantly. Mo Ying's energy tree root system suddenly expanded wildly. As the dark matter vines coiled around the bone blade, those dimensional folds abruptly collapsed into baby fist-sized black holes, devouring a third of the energy tree's root system. Watch out for the breathing frequency. Lan Yu hurled her particle double blades backward. The hummingbird wing beat like energy ripples had just cut through the left arm armor of Yingsha when they were shattered by the fetal cries emanating from his chest cavity. Staggering against the floating cabin wreckage, she saw the milk duct on her wrist leaking star sand-like blood in reverse flow. Hollow's ethereal hairnet formed a vortex above Yingsha's head resembling a birth canal, but the centennial banquet star charts flickering among the strands were suddenly pierced by his bone blade. Mo Ying let out a muffled groan while snapping the main trunk of his energy tree, causing the spurting dark matter sap to condense into a placenta-shaped shield in the vacuum. Yingsha's sneer enveloped an infrasound wave struck them, instantly covering the shield's surface with crack-like fissures resembling pregnancy stretch marks. Xie Linlin's irises flickered with the heartbeat parameters of 300 Mu shadows, and she suddenly hurled the Klein bottle towards the topological gap of the nursing pod. Xie Qingqing, activate the retrograde lactation pattern. The mechanical heart in the youth's chest erupted in supernova pulses as the silver-white milk ducts recoiled to pierce He Lian's mechanical uterus. At the nanometer-level distance between Yingsha's bone blade and Xie Linlin's temple, the long silent treasure inside the Klein bottle suddenly emitted gravitational waves akin to a newborn's cry. The gravity parameters of the entire star domain started oscillating in rhythm with the birth canal contractions, as the stardust meconium coating on the treasure surface suddenly exploded into gamma-ray bursts. The brilliance of the treasure burst like a supernova, countless stellar breasts weaving a massive lactation network in the void. The instant Yingsha's bone blade touched Xie Linlin's skin, it unexpectedly calcified into a milky white hue, the dark energy seeping from the black hole folds beginning to reverse flow back into the mechanical uterus. This is impossible. He Lian's regressed embryonic umbilical cord suddenly convulsed, with star sand-like amniotic fluid oozing from the newborn footprints imprinted on the surface of the mechanical uterus. The energy tides resonated from the treasure pushed Ingxia back 37 meters, the right arm armor on him regressing under the nursing rules into Lanugo texture. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Linlin jammed Xia Qingqing's mechanical heart into the Klein bottle. The birthing monitor waveforms on the bottle wall suddenly shifted into combat parameters. Hollow tore off her vertebrae to serve as a nursing duct. As the hairnet re-wove the battle scene, the star maps flickering amidst the strands began to synchronize with the breathing frequency of the physical Mu entities. He Lian's mechanical uterus suddenly screamed in pain like that of a laboring mother, with the entire star domain's dark matter boiling like amniotic fluid. His utmost regressed umbilical cord grew malignant tumor-like energy nodes, each projecting a holographic view of the bar where Xia Linlan was drunk before traveling back in time. Beware of energy backlash. Mo Ying's energy tree suddenly bore thorn-laden rose fruits, which emitted infant gagging electromagnetic static upon contact with the darkness released by He Lian. Lan Yu's freshly reconstituted particle double blades trembled and pointed at the mechanical uterus, the navel cord blood crystals condensed on the edges rotating counterclockwise. He Lian's laugh shattered 6 protective canopies, his uterine fat membrane cracking open into birth canal gaps. It's time to end this ridiculous breastfeeding game. Countless regressed to quantum state drops of umbilical cord blood surged forth, each drop encompassing the full entropy of dark matter of an entire galaxy. The milk-swelling light suffering hum emitted by the treasure-linked nursing web caused synchronous breathing disruptions among 300 Mu entities lasting 0.03 seconds. Ingxia took advantage of this fleeting opportunity, thrusting the bone blade into his own heart, creating reverse breastfeeding patterns from the spilling dark energy. He's reconstructing the trajectory of birth. Hollow's transparent body displayed spatial folds like those of a difficult laboring mother, the star charts woven from the hair strands starting to pixelate and disintegrate. Xia Qingqing's mechanical heart leapt out of his chest cavity, its silver-white conduits scorching newborn footprint like wormholes onto the surface of He Lian's mechanical uterus. The dark energy unleashed by He Lian surged like the chaos tide during the universe's inception, carrying contraction waves regressed to singularity state. Layers of uterine fat membranes peeled off, revealing continually collapsing miniature black holes within, each deep black hole reverberating with dice-rolling sounds from Xia Linlin's drunken night at the bar before her temporal travels. The starlight mammary glands of the secret treasure exploded consecutively in the dark tides, and the birthing monitor on the Klein bottle wall began to emit a piercing alarm. Xia Linlin vomited blood laced with star sand. She saw the palm prints of the 300 Mu entities flashing at a rate of millions per second. When the contraction waves of dark energy forming the birth canal touched the first nursing pod, the gravitational constant of the entire star domain suddenly underwent a pregnancy-like distortion. Mo Ying's energy tree root system had unknowingly entangled Ingxia's quantized umbilical cord, while the blood crystals condensed on Lan Yu's particle double blades suddenly emitted a dying light pulse. And in the blind spot of everyone's vision, the colostrum-like nebula seeping from the bottom of the Klein bottle was quietly condensing into the shape of a fetus's clenched fist. Chapter 146. Conspiracy hides the real culprit. The fetal monitor projected on the surface of the Klein bottle emitted a shrill beep, and Xia Linlin's pupils reflected the quantum entanglement of 300 Mu's physical palm prints. The glowing patterns that flashed were like the light veins at the time of a supernova explosion. Each fold carried the cries of a million parallel universes. The mechanical uterus of He Lian was shedding its skin, and the peeled-off placental membranes scattered into miniature black holes. The blood beads containing star sand that Xia Linlin vomited floated in midair, with every grain sealing the remnants of the dice shaking in the bar. The dark blue root system of Mo Ing suddenly erupted, wrapping the energy tree veins around the umbilical cord of shadow demons, just as the whole dark matter ocean of the star domain surged with tidal waves of delivery, pain level 12. The gravitational constant distortion has reached critical value. The blood crystal pulses of Lan Yu's particle dual blades cut through the darkness, leaving comet tails behind. These crystallized fragments refracted the wormhole imprints on the surface of Xia Qingqing's mechanical heart. The silver-white conduit leaping in the youth's chest cavity had started a quantum resonance with He Lian's mechanical uterus. The galactic mist resembling mother's milk oozing out from the tip of the conduits began to coalesce into the curled outline of a fetus. Su Yao's alloy arm armor suddenly melted into liquid form. The specially designed nanomaterials from the Galactic Federation had started a reverse degeneration into original stardust. She staggered and propped herself up with her photon spear, the ripples caused by piercing the void at the spear's tip showing the wrinkles of a star map from 20 years ago when Kong Ling was born. This is not battle. The adventurer wiped away antimatter blood froth dripping from the corner of his mouth. It's dimensional birth. Darkness surged over their ankles like a contraction wave from a singularity. Xia Linlin felt her genetic chains spiraling apart, each base pair transforming into 6 sides of a die rotating wildly. She shivered and grabbed onto Xia Qingqing's burning mechanical arm, as the quantum sparks exploding from the boy's back scorched her palms. Sister Linlin, don't touch me. Xia Qingqing's vocal cords suddenly emitted dual soundtracks, both clear young voices and mixed black, whole, horizon tremors. The mechanical heart inside his chest cavity was fully exposed, silver-white conduits marking more wormholes on He Lian's uterine surface. They're reconfiguring my birth code. Mo Ying's energy tree suddenly burst forth with gamma-ray bursts, and for the first time, The cold guardian grunted softly. These deep blue roots were multiplying frantically within the quantum umbilical cord, every branch displaying space-time distortions shaped like forceps. The energy tree is absorbing labor pains. Space wrinkles appeared on the translucent body of Kong Ling, her hair-woven star map starting to pixelate and dissolve. Lan Yu's particle dual blades suddenly changed direction as the righteous ranger fiercely plunged both daggers into her own chest. The explosive blood crystal pulse formed a protective barrier, temporarily blocking part of the dark tide. Yu's resonant pain. The emblem of the interstellar ranger on her forehead shone with supernova-like brilliance. He Lian is pulling us all into the dimensional birth canal. Suddenly, a vision of the bar before her transfer flashed across Xia Linlin's retina. At the moment the dice cup flipped open, 300 Mu Mu's physical palm prints simultaneously emitted quantum vibrations akin to a baby's cry. Instinctively, she pressed her star's sand-covered hands onto Xia Qingqing's back, as the wormhole energy pumped out by the boy's mechanical heart injected into her veins. Sister Linlin, let go quickly. Xia Qingqing's mechanical bones gave out a metallic fatigued wail, the silver conduits beginning to inject dark energy in reverse. My core code has been contaminated. But Xia Linlin firmly held onto those vibrating conduits, her traveler's eyes glowing with ancient cosmic microwave background radiation. The primordial galactic clouds at the bottom of the Klein bottle suddenly contracted into the size of a fetus's fist. The crystal skull of the seer displayed the waveform of the Klein bottle fetal heart monitor, and the wise man's tattered cloak fluttered without wind. It's not contamination. It's the two-way contamination of the quantum umbilical cord. He suddenly inserted his emaciated fingers into his temple and pulled out pieces of the star chart with nerve synapses. He Lian itself is giving birth. As if to confirm the words of the seer, He Lian's mechanical uterus suddenly burst with superstar-level contractions. The mocking laughter from the curtain of dark stars transformed into gravity waves sweeping across the field, while Night Owl's claw blade seized the chance to stab towards Lan Yu's nape. At the critical moment, Su Yao's melted alloy arm armor suddenly solidified into neutron star material, and the adventurer used pure mass inertia to deflect the fatal sneak attack. Look at Mu Mu's palm print. The star chart dissolving in Kong Ling's hair suddenly reformed, those flickering patterns resonating with the star sand blood beads that Xia Linlin had thrown up. 300 babies' cries penetrated the dimension-reducing birth canal, and the energy tree roots of Mo-ing unexpectedly blossomed dark matter flowers. Xia Linlin felt the wormhole energy in her palm start to reverse flow. The vibration frequency of Xia Qingqing's mechanical heart suddenly synchronized with Mu Mu's crying sounds, and the quantum sparks bursting from the boy's back revealed the image of an obstetrics operation room 20 years ago. In the instant she recognized the newborn lying in a pool of blood under the operating lights, the dark tide unexpectedly fell into an eerie stillness. The fragments of the star chart dragged out by the seer suddenly burst into flames, and the cracked face of the sage from another realm appeared clear in his last moments. This is it. His scream shattered 3 micro-black holes at the moment of the two-way contamination of the umbilical cord. Sync your pain frequency to the 5-dimensional string vibration mode. The burning fragments of the star chart released a strong light at the pulse level, and the crystal skull full of cracks reflected the quantum entanglement trajectory of 300 palm prints on the Klein bottle wall. Xia Linlin's 10 fingers were deeply embedded in the mechanical ducts on Xia Qingqing's back, and the wormhole energy in the boy's chest cavity suddenly flowed in reverse along the quantum umbilical cord into her blood vessels. The images of the obstetrics operating room 20 years ago collapsed and reorganized on the traveler's retina, and the cries of 300 Mu Mus in parallel spacetime turned into string theory formulas wildly recombining on her genetic chain. Mo Ying's energy tree root system suddenly pierced into its own heart, and the cold guardian's sapphire eyes exploded with nebula-like blood mists. The delivery forceps formed by gamma-ray bursts tore through the dark tide, and the absorbed delivery pain instantly converted into antimatter shock waves. Su Yao, he screamed and threw the neutron star arm armor toward the adventurer. Use the original stardust of the Galaxy Federation. The liquid alloy immediately solidified into 12-dimensional lattice upon contact with antimatter energy, and Su Yao's pupils lit up with intense light from the early Big Bang. The photon spear pierced through 3 overlapping state black holes, and the spear tip enveloped gravitational waves of baby cries directly piercing the core code area of He Lian's mechanical uterus. The mocking laugh behind the dark stars suddenly turned into angry quantum vibrations. This is it. Lan Yu pushed her dual blades 3 inches deeper into her chest, and the protective shield formed by blood crystal pulses suddenly expanded into a white dwarf star-level barrier. The star map reconstructed between the ethereal hair strands suddenly materialized into the waveform of an obstetrics monitoring instrument, and the otherworldly guardian's translucent body began playing the holographic projection of Xia Qingqing's birth 20 years ago. Xia Linlin felt the mechanical ducts in her palms suddenly start reverse growth. In the quantum sparks bursting from Xia Qingqing's back, the curled outline of a newborn was devouring the dark energy. Sister Linlin. The boy's dual soundtracks produced quantum entanglement. There's a key in my birth code. The burning neural synapses of the seer suddenly connected to the fetal monitor system of the Klein bottle. The wise man's scarred face revealed an eerie kindness. It's not a key, but a two-way contaminated channel. His damaged cloak wrapped around 3 micro black holes, turning into string theory equations that entered the dark tide. He Lian's mechanical uterus suddenly erupted with supernova-level convulsions. Dark matter flowers blossomed with a loud sound on Mo Ying's energy branches, and each petal reflected the quantum creases of Mu Mu's physical palm prints. Xia Linlin's spat out star sand blood beads suddenly all vaporized, and the cries from 300 parallel universes resonated in the dimensional birth canal. Move! Lan Yu pulled her double blades from her chest, and the interstellar badge of the Righteous Ranger turned into a supernova anchor point. Su Yao's neutron star arm armor and Mo Ying's gamma ray delivery forceps simultaneously pierced into the core of the resonance chamber, and the hologram between ethereal hair strands suddenly materialized into a real delivery room. The operating room scene on Xia Linlin's retina broke through the quantum barrier, and the pool of blood 20 years ago suddenly surged over everyone's ankles. At the moment when Xie Qingqing's mechanical heart vibration frequency completely synchronized with the first cry of the newborn, the 300 palm prints on the Klein bottle wall suddenly all lit up. The dark tide solidified into amber-like crystals in the time-space paradox. The surface of He Lian's mechanical uterus revealed web-like cracks, and the gravity wave laughter of the dark star was forcibly twisted into a baby's suckling cry. Night Owl's claw blade disintegrated into stardust in the instant the dimensional birth canal collapsed, and the quantum umbilical cord of shadow demons was uprooted by Mo Ying's energy tree. This is it. Xia Linlin grabbed Xie Qingqing's mechanical arm and leaped, the traveler's pupil filled with cosmic microwave background radiation lighting up the entire battlefield. Their figures entwined by the quantum umbilical cord turned into the heart pacemaker of the Klein bottle, and the 300 Mu Mu's physical palm prints simultaneously pressed on the cracks of the mechanical uterus. Blinding primordial light suddenly swallowed all darkness. When everyone regained their vision, He Lian's mechanical uterus had collapsed into a singularity the size of a baby's fist, and the gravity wave remnants of the dark star disappeared among quantum foam, trembling with reluctance. The palm prints on the Klein bottle wall gradually dimmed, and Mu Mu's physical cries turned into nebulae drifting away. Did we succeed? Su Yao knelt in the stardust, and her neutron star arm armor regressed into liquid alloy. The adventurer looked at the gradually disappearing original star dust imprint on her palm, suddenly coughing violently, and antimatter blood foam burned miniature black holes in the void. All of Mo Ying's energy tree roots withered, and the cool guardian leaned against the remnants of the collapsed singularity, gasping for breath. The gamma rays flickering in his sapphire pupils had obviously dimmed. It's just a temporary retreat. He raised his hand to catch a petal of dark matter. The quantum umbilical cord contamination channel still exists. The blood crystal pulses on Lan Yu's chest gradually solidified into a red dwarf core, and the Interstellar Ranger's badge cracked. That mechanical uterus transferred its core code at the last moment. She suddenly turned her head toward the burning remains of the seer. The sage knew all along. Sister Linlin, your hands. Xie Qingqing suddenly cried out. The wormhole marks on the surface of the boy's mechanical heart were disappearing, and the silver-white conduits retracted back into his chest cavity. Xie Linlin looked down at her star sand condensed hands, where 300 palm prints were moving beneath her skin in the topological structure of a Klein bottle. Ox's quantum transmission pierced through the battlefield's aftermath at this moment. The intelligence broker's hologram flickered inconsistently in the void, and every pixel reorganization was accompanied by waves of panic. You've stirred up a hornet's nest. Blacksite's mechanical uterus is just an incubator. The star nuclei breeding grounds of the dark star spread across 36 star domains. The adventurer's breathing stopped simultaneously. The star map lingering between ethereal hair strands suddenly digitized and collapsed again, revealing the horrifying silhouette of something beyond three-dimensional space. Mo Ying's energy tree roots withered instantly, standing upright. The cold guardian stared at the darkening dark matter petals in his palm, his pupils contracting violently. The Klein bottle palm prints on Xia Linlin's palms suddenly started rotating counterclockwise, and the cries of 300 Mu Muse entities echoed once more at the quantum level. This time, in these sounds, there was a mixture of something older, hungrier, a fetal heartbeat frequency. Chapter 147, The Interstellar Crisis Fades. Xie Qingqing's exclamation of surprise was swallowed by the quantum aftershocks. Xia Linlin looked at her star sand coagulated hands, where 300 Klein bottle palm patterns were converting Mu Mu's crying sounds into four-dimensional ripples. The holographic projection in the void suddenly distorted into a spider web pattern, and the last half of Ox's face shattered into pixel fragments. It's the star core resonance, said Kong Ling, whose fingertips were entwined with disintegrating star charts. Those shimmering silver sands condensed into an eerie Mobius ring in her hair. The dark star is contaminating the energy fields of all star domains. Mo Ying's military boots crushed dark matter petals scattered across the ground. Behind him, the energy tree roots writhed like enraged snakes. This usually solemn guardian rolled his Adam's apple twice, suddenly tearing open his collar. Dark purple patterns were spreading along his mechanical spine. It started 3 hours ago, he croaked, his voice carrying metallic friction. The energy tree roots are consuming my neural cords. Su Yao's alloy prosthetic suddenly emitted a shrill buzz. The female adventurer pounded heavily on the joint connection. The splashing quantum sparks illuminated her pale forehead. The nanobots inside me are committing mass self-destruction. Xia Linlin's Klein bottle palm patterns suddenly began to spin faster. Amid 300 cries of Mu Mu, a frequency beyond human auditory thresholds made Lan Yu's light sword automatically unsheath itself. The interstellar ranger stared at the dancing runes on the hilt, while his pupils reflected countless overlapping star domain projections. The dark star isn't coordinates, it's a living entity, prophesied the seer as his withered finger traced the void. The broken star chart reassembled into an embryo-shaped nebula. The cradle of the 36 star domain star cores is the placenta. Xia Linlin felt a cramp in her stomach. The Klein bottle in her palms began oozing silver-blue blood. The moving patterns were transforming her skin into a translucent star map. Suddenly, Xia Qingqing grabbed her wrist. The rumbling sound of the young man's mechanical heart penetrated through his combat suit fabric. Linlin's body temperature is absorbing residual dark matter from the battlefield, said the youth, whose observation window on his chest revealed gears being stained in ominous crimson. Wait. These energy flow traces. Mo-ing suddenly plunged the energy tree root system into the ground. With the dark purple energy pulse, the entire space station's gravity field began to distort. The cold-blooded guardian stared at his gradually crystallizing hand and abruptly tore off the silver chain around his neck, throwing it to Xia Linlin. The pendant was a miniature Klein bottle, inside which floated half a withered rose petal. 20 years ago during the energy tree's rampage, the metallic sound in his throat grew more distinct. This rose consumed the entire colony planet's dark matter tide. As soon as Xia Linlin's fingertips touched the pendant, 300 palm patterns suddenly emitted light equivalent to that of a supernova. In the afterglow imprinted on everyone's retinas, the holographic projection of the 36 star domains appeared. Each star core extending umbilical cord-like dark matter pipes, eventually converging into an embryo curled up in the universe's dark side. The prophet's white robe fluttered without wind. His aged face flickered amid the energy turbulence. The secret treasure isn't a weapon, its forceps cutting off the umbilical cord. Su Yao suddenly coughed violently, and debris from the nanobots mixed with blue blood spattered onto the control panel. The female adventurer pulled open her collar, revealing subcutaneous tissue with wandering spots of dark matter luminescence. So are we midwives, or abortifacients? Both, replied Kong Ling, whose celestial maps in her hair suddenly collapsed into a black hole. The quantum silhouette of the extraterrestrial guardian blurred. When the birth canal opens, an ear-splitting fetal monitor sound exploded. The Klein bottle pendant in Xia Linlin's palm began to pulsate, and the silver-blue blood seeped through her palm lines and soaked her combat suit. Xia Qingqing's mechanical heart suddenly operated ultra-fast. The youth staggered and pressed against the observation window on his chest. Through the crimson glass, he saw his gears reassemble into a miniature nebula. Suddenly, Mo Ying's energy tree roots pierced through the dome of the space station. The cold-hearted protector hoisted Xia Linlin and leaped into the chaotic stars. Amidst the dark matter storm, his fragmented warning echoed. Fetal movement frequency, rewriting reality laws. 300 cries of Mumu abruptly transformed into sharp howls. In zero gravity, Xia Linlin saw her reflection. Within her body of solidified star sand, 300 Klein bottle palm prints formed the topological structure of an interstellar umbilical cord. When the dark matter hurricane ripped apart her combat suit, she finally discerned the 36 star domain nuclei curled within those mobile patterns. Special training, she suddenly heard herself say, her voice resonating like a supernova explosion. Su Yao's alloy prosthetic passed by her ear. The female adventurer severed approaching tendrils of dark matter, quantum blood droplets floating in vacuum condensing into the Pleiades star cluster. Mo Ying's smirk mixed with the sound of breaking energy tree roots. Use the star core nursery as a training ground? Xia Linlin gripped the Klein bottle pendant tightly, and the star domain projections in her palm patterns began to flash in synchronization. When the first phantom of Mumu overflowed from between her fingers, all the pulsars of the Orion arms suddenly went dark simultaneously. Mo Ying's military boots crushed the condensed quantum ice crystals, and behind him, the energy tree root system wove into an inverted thorn throne. Xia Linlin stared at the 36 star core projections floating in the center of the training ground as the Klein bottle palm patterns devoured the constant temperature system of her protective suit. Your breathing frequency is wrong, said the guardian as his mechanical spine made a crisp sound from gear engagement. Dark purple veins suddenly climbed up Xia Linlin's carotid artery. During star core resonance, your alveoli should maintain Klein topological structure. Xia Qingqing's mechanical heart erupted with 2 sparks. The young man knelt by the edge of the energy matrix, where gears in the observation window on his chest had already turned half into a nebula. Sister Linlin's capillaries are expanding in 4 dimensions. Su Yao's alloy prosthesis struck the protective shield heavily as nanorobot fragments beneath her skin wove an emergency neural network. Little Dodo, adjust your breathing to the 3rd phase of the Xia Lin model. The blood droplets exhaled by the female adventurer floated into the Orion Nebula, while spots of dark matter extended along her sound waves. The prophet's white robe suddenly enveloped the entire training ground. The emaciated fingers of the elder pierced through Xia Linlin's Klein bottle palm patterns, causing 300 star tracks to emit supernova-level screeches simultaneously. The treasure is forceps, and you are the hand holding them. Feel the gravitational tides during the fetal movements of the star cores. Xia Linlin's irises suddenly split into a honeycomb structure. She saw Mo Ying's mechanical spine deconstructing and reconstructing at the quantum level, every branch of the energy tree root system corresponding to the rise and fall of civilizations in some star domains. An ethereal warning seeped through from a 4th dimensional crack. Don't be consumed by the identity of the observer. Without warning, a dark matter hurricane tore open the dome of the training ground. Lan Yu's lightsword carved out a Klein ring in the vacuum as the interstellar ranger's cloak fragments proliferated into a defensive matrix. Watch the fetal movement frequency. Reality reconstruction in 3 seconds. Suddenly, Mo Ying's energy tree roots pierced into Xia Linlin's shoulder blade. The pain caused her Klein bottle palm patterns to erupt with silver-blue stellar flames, collapsing 300-star tracks into the shape of forceps. The prophet's white robe, wrapped in quantum foam, collided into her consciousness sea. Now, sever the umbilical cord. Xia Linlin's scream carried remnants of a supernova explosion. The gravity field of the training ground suddenly reversed as the 36-star core projections converged into star-string-shaped forceps in her palms. Su Yao's nanobot remnants reassembled into a star map computer. Energy output peak exceeds the dark star pollution level. The observation window on Xie Qingqing's chest shattered violently. The over-frequency vibrations of the youth's mechanical heart shattered the shield into spiderweb cracks. Sister Linlin's body temperature is rewriting local physical constants. Gear fragments suspended to form a microscopic model of galactic arms, with each tip flickering with dark matter fire. Suddenly, Mo Ying yanked out 3 energy tree roots. Dark purple energy pulses compressed the training ground into a Klein bottle structure. Maintain the reality anchor point. When the secret treasure fully activates, the prophet's white robe suddenly enveloped everyone. From the eye sockets of the elder, initial galactic star clouds surged forth. Pay attention to the compassionate moment of the fetal movement. Xia Linlin felt her palm patterns devouring spacetime. The star string shaped like forceps suddenly pierced into the quantum foam, causing violent convulsions of the 36-star domain's umbilical cord projections in the vacuum. Ether strands flowed out with black hole material. Cutting completed 37%. Reality reconstruction begins. The metallic floor of the training ground suddenly grew flesh-like textures. Lan Yu's lightsword sliced through the approaching organic alloy tentacles. The star core cradle is resisting. The pupil of the female ranger reflected the laboring star cloud, and the sword handle runes blazed red like a supernova eruption. Breath. Mo Ying's cry shattered 3 hovering dark matter crystals. Xia Linlin's Klein bottle palm patterns suddenly rotated in reverse, making the star string shaped like forceps burst with galactic core level gravitational waves. Fragments of the prophet's white robe coalesced into a reality anchor point amidst the energy torrent. It's now. Suddenly, all the pulsars of the Orion arm relit. Xia Linlin watched the gradually solidifying remnant of the star core umbilical cord in her palm, where 300 Klein bottle palm patterns housed newborn star domain projections. Su Yao's alloy prosthesis automatically disintegrated into a nanobotic cloud. The secret treasure's resonance rate has broken through the critical value. Xie Qingqing suddenly broke through the quantum barrier. The star cloud gear set in the young man's chest emitted a warning buzz. Abnormal dark matter tide? Wait. These energy ripples. Suddenly, all of Mo Ying's energy tree roots crystallized. The guardian tore at his collar, the dark purple veins already spreading to his larynx. It's 2 days earlier than scheduled. He swung back and severed 3 rampant root systems, the crystalline shards growing into reverse cross star clusters in the vacuum. The ethereal quantum avatar suddenly materialized. The star maps woven into the interdimensional guardian's hair had all turned ominous dark red. The fetal movement frequency has mutated. The birth canal is forcibly expanding. The prophet's white robe enveloped everyone, teleporting them to the space station dome. The emaciated fingers of the elder traced over the warping stellar domain projections. Not premature. It's an induced labor. Xia Linlin's Klein bottle palm patterns suddenly exuded silver-blue pus blood. 300 cries of moo-moo pierced through the fourth-dimensional space, burning embryo-shaped energy marks onto everyone's retinas. Lan Yu's lightsword automatically decomposed into stardust. The dark star is actively initiating. The fetal heart monitoring sound that shattered the ultra-alloy dome suddenly blared. All the quantum computers in the training ground erupted in blue flames simultaneously, as the holographic projection of the curled cosmic embryo suddenly opened 360 compound eyes. Su Yao's nanobot remnants formed a defense matrix in the sound waves. Energy overload. The reality stabilizing anchor is collapsing. Mo Ying suddenly shoved Xia Linlin into the cocoon chamber woven from the energy tree roots. The dark purple crystals quickly encased her Klein bottle palm patterns. No matter what happens, maintain the secret treasure's resonance frequency. Inside the cocoon, Xia Linlin heard her own heartbeat synchronizing with the pulsars. When the first wave of dark energy ruptured the space station's protective shield, she saw 300 phantoms of moo-moo linking hands inside her palm patterns. The star string shaped like forceps suddenly activated on its own, silver blue light illuminating the walls of the cocoon, where inverse cross star patterns were crazily proliferating. Outside the space station, half of Mo Ying's energy tree roots had crystallized. The prophet's white robe billowed in the dark tide, while the star map before the elder refreshed at a rate of millions per second with apocalyptic data streams. Xie Qingqing's chest nebula gear set ran at super frequencies, the teenager's mechanical heart rumbling with low-frequency tremors that didn't belong to humans. Su Yao's alloy prosthesis disassembled itself automatically, the nanocloud weaving a Klein bottle defense net in the dark energy. Here it comes. The female adventurer spat out blood mixed with fragments of star cores, quantum sparks dancing between her teeth into mini supernovae. When the second wave of dark energy crushed 3 escort satellites, the star string shaped like forceps in Xia Linlin's palm suddenly emitted a strong light equivalent to the merging of galactic centers. The inverse cross star patterns on the cocoon's walls began growing backward as the 300 phantoms of Mumu simultaneously placed their hands on her Klein bottle palm patterns. Dark energy fluctuations swept across like universal fetal movements, causing trillions of stars behind everyone to light up with bloody glows simultaneously. With this, the interstellar crisis was resolved. The end.